Chapter 1, Broken Up at the Beginning? Li Ziyu, let's break up. Daxia Kingdom, Xujiang City. Class 6 of Martial Arts 3rd High School. In a spacious and bright classroom, Li Ziyu slowly raised his head from the table where he was lying, and looked at the girl in front of him with a blank expression. Su Mengyao. The girl has a fair complexion and beautiful features. Her long straight black hair fell on her shoulders, and her proud breasts made her simple white short-sleeved shirt look very tall. At this moment, he was looking down at him with an indifferent expression and a cold tone. Your Qi and blood test is only 0.8, the worst Wuda Qi and blood requirement is 1.2. The martial arts exam is in a week. Even if you make a final sprint, it's impossible to raise your Qi and HP to 1.2 in a week. If your Qi and blood value is less than 1.2, you can't get into Wuhan University. I won't marry someone who can't even get into Wuhan University. From now on, we are not from the same world. I hope you can recognize yourself and stop bothering me. After the girl finished speaking, she turned around and walked out of the classroom without caring whether Li Ziyu responded or not. Don't even look at him again. Forehead? Separate? Blood test? Wuhan University? What is going on? Aren't you a single mother? Where did your girlfriend come from? Also, wasn't I at the boss wife's house helping her fix her computer? Li Ziyu blankly turned his gaze away from the girl's departing figure and looked around the classroom. This is a bright classroom of about 40 to 50 square meters, with dozens of desks scattered around. A dozen boys and girls in what looked like school uniforms were looking at him with pity. On the blackboard behind the podium in the front, there was a line of eye-catching large characters written in chalk. Only 7 days left until the military exam. This scene is so realistic. Could it be that the boss lady wanted to find some excitement and play role-playing games with herself? Li Ziyu was just about to get up and ask someone about the situation. I felt dizzy. I just stood up and sat back down in my seat, a flood of memories flooding into my brain. Moment. Li Ziyu came back to his senses and understood his current situation through his memory. I actually traveled through time? According to the memory in my mind. This is a planet called Blue Star, and he lives in a country called Daxia. However, compared to the Earth where Li Ziyu is located, the area of Blue Planet is countless times larger than that of the Earth. There are also many more things on Blue Star than on Earth, such as ferocious beasts, martial arts, and the power of Qi and blood. What the students here are worried about in school is not his physicalization on Earth. But it is the power of Qi and blood, combat effectiveness index, actual combat results, etc. The college entrance examination was also replaced by the military examination. Before the college entrance examination, all senior high school students will be gathered together to test their Qi and blood strength. Those with high Qi and blood values can apply for the martial arts exam and go to Wuda to become a warrior. For those with low Qi and blood values, it is better to learn some skills and make plans early. The original body lacked the energy and blood and could only be an ordinary person. Staying up late working 3 jobs, overdrawing my body year-round, it's a miracle my Qi and blood can reach the standard. It's good if I don't die suddenly. Oh, no, the original body died suddenly. He died from working late at night to buy a bag for his girlfriend. The point is, now you've been dumped by a green tea bitch? Li Ziyu recalled the memories. Working late into the night, not willing to eat or wear anything, and buying a bag for his green tea bitch girlfriend. I give the blood and cheese supplements that I am reluctant to eat to my green tea girlfriend. The point is, we haven't even held hands yet? Li Ziyu looked at Chen Mingyao's back as she left without hesitation and without looking back, and couldn't help but mourn for her original self. As expected, those who lick dogs will never have a good ending. But this has nothing to do with me now. The most urgent thing is to make plans for the future. Because of the existence of ferocious beasts in this world and the influence of inexplicable rules, the effect of thermal weapons has become minimal. Warriors became the main force against the ferocious beasts. As a result, the status of warriors has risen and they have various privileges. The most intuitive example is that the original person worked hard at 3 jobs, but earned less than 5,000 yuan a month in total. Even if a first-level warrior does nothing, he can still receive a subsidy of 5,000 yuan per month from the local martial arts association. Not to mention, anyone who wants to hold an important position on Blue Star is required to be a warrior. Whether it's to improve your life or to gain the power to protect yourself, becoming a warrior is the best choice. Besides, if I were to live my life over again, how could I just be an ordinary person and do nothing? I want to feel the feeling of crushing mountains and rivers with my fist. Li Ziyu secretly clenched his fists, his eyes determined. Ignoring the pitying looks and comments from those around him, Li Ziyu began to think about what to do next. There are two paths to becoming a warrior. One is to join a martial arts school and learn from a master. The second is to take the martial arts exam and be admitted to the warrior university. But both paths have a prerequisite, which is that the power of qi and blood must meet the standards. Whether it is a martial arts school or a martial arts university, they will not accept an ordinary person whose qi and blood power does not meet the requirements. In other words, when the qi and blood meet the standard, it is 1, and everything else is 0. Without the premise of 1, it is useless to think more. Bite. Just as Li Ziyu was thinking. Suddenly, a pleasant mechanical voice came to my ears. Ding, the host's martial arts consciousness has been awakened, and the martial god system has begun binding. Bind successfully. Along with the mechanical sound, a light blue virtual panel appeared in Li Ziyu's mind. Li Ziyu was stunned for a moment before coming to his senses and looking at the virtual panel. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, not at the level. Combat skills, elementary swordsmanship. System, martial god system. Function, it can absorb everything and improve qi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. The introduction was simple and crude, with only a few words, but it made Li Ziyu excited. In his previous life, he had read a lot of online novels, and the system was a must-have for the protagonist to reach the pinnacle of life. Li Ziyu carefully looked at the systematic introduction on the panel. Absorbing everything to increase qi and blood, if it is really as described, then this system will be very useful to him. You must know that the most fundamental power of a warrior is the power of qi and blood. Qi and blood are the root of everything and the basis of a warrior's combat effectiveness. But at the same time, the power of qi and blood is also the most difficult thing to improve. I just don't know how it devours everything. This description is too simple. Li Ziyu frowned and thought. Right at this moment. On the table in front of me, a mosquito with white wings swayed and landed on the table. After staying on the table for a while, he climbed up along Li Ziyu's finger, found a place, and rubbed his hands to prepare for a big meal. Li Ziyu pressed it casually. Pa! Martial God system activated, absorbing the mosquito's life force, qi and HP plus 0.00001. As soon as the mosquito exploded and died, the pleasant voice of the system sounded in his ears. Li Ziyu felt an imperceptible current of heat gushing out from deep within his body. This is the feeling brought about by the improvement of qi and blood. Health value plus 0.00001? Li Ziyu's eyes lit up. Is this the correct way to open the system? Killing creatures can increase your qi and blood? Li Ziyu felt the heat flow in his body. Although it was imperceptible, he could indeed feel the improvement. If so, that system is awesome. Although plus 0.00001 may not seem like a lot, you have to remember that what he just slapped to death was just an insignificant mosquito. What if it was some other creature? A wild beast, or perhaps a ferocious beast? Li Ziyu knows better than anyone how difficult it is to improve qi and blood. For high school students of their age, if they want to increase their qi and blood, they must not only insist on high-intensity exercise every day, but also strictly control their diet. For those with good family conditions, they can take some medicines to replenish qi and blood. If you do this for a few months, you may be able to increase your qi and blood by a few tenths. This is because the family is well off and can afford tonic medicine. If your family is not well off, you may work hard for several months but your qi and blood will not increase at all. The poor in literature but rich in martial arts is fully reflected in the warriors. This is also the reason why Chen Mangyao is so sure that he cannot become a warrior and wants to break up with him. After all, wanting to increase one's qi and blood by 0.5 points out of thin air when there is only a week left before the martial arts exam is simply a fantasy. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Although a mosquito only adds 0.00001 of qi and health, there are a lot of mosquitoes in the grove behind the school playground. Get these qi and blood first. Thinking of this, Li Ziyu suddenly felt that his future was bright. When my mood improves, even the scent of the osmanthus tree outside the window seems more fragrant. Without wasting any time, he pushed the chair away, stood up, and walked towards the woods behind the school playground. Chapter 2: New System Usage, Improvement, and Martial Arts School Testing. Hey, look at Li Ziyu crying and laughing just now. Could it be that she couldn't handle the blow of the breakup and turned stupid? Being broken up was a minor blow. I think the thing that Li Ziyu couldn't stand the most was not having a natural talent as a warrior. Tisk, I've always heard people say that the martial arts exam is divided by both talent and class, and it really is true. Li Ziyu was tested for low qi and blood value, and then Su Mengyao came over to break up with her. TSK. How realistic. What can we do? Su Mengyao has a natural talent as a warrior. I heard that Chen Mengyao was Bai Haoran on the list, that's why she couldn't wait to break up with Li Ziyu. Which Bai Haoran? You're not talking about the genius in our school's rocket class, are you? The top student in our grade? Who else but him? The classmates in the classroom looked at Li Ziyu's back with sympathy and talked about her. Li Ziyu could not hear any of this as he had already arrived at the grove behind the school. Of course, he didn't care even after hearing it. It is midsummer, the warm breeze blows on your face, and the sun sets at dusk. It happened to be time for school to be over. There were many young boys and girls sitting together in the grove talking about love. Pa 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 pa. At this time, deep in the woods, there was a series of popping sounds. Kill the mosquito, health value plus 0.00001. Kill the mosquito, health value plus 0.00001. There are many mosquitoes where there are plants. Li Ziyu kept his eyes open and walked briskly. Wherever he saw a mosquito, he would slap it. The reminder sound of increasing qi and blood kept ringing in his ears. At the same time, he felt a constant flow of heat flowing out of his limbs. Although it is weak, it is a sign of improved qi and blood. However, the system panel does not display the specific qi and blood values. If you want to test your qi and blood, you have to find a place with a tester. I remember there's a blood and qi tester at the Hongsu Martial Arts School not far from the school. I'll go there and test it later. In just 3 hours, he had swatted almost all the mosquitoes in the grove. At this time, the gloves Li Ziyu was wearing were covered with dead mosquitoes. In just 2 hours, he had killed hundreds of mosquitoes. It is estimated that the qi and blood value has increased by at least 0.00. Why has this guy been swatting mosquitoes for 3 hours? Is he mentally unstable? It is said that he went crazy because his qi and blood were not up to standard and he could not become a warrior. Oh, no wonder. Every year during the test there are a few people who can't stand the stimulation and go crazy. It's normal. No more talking, the girl asked me to have dinner with her tonight. Huh? Could it be that this goddess you've been licking for so long? Why did she agree to go on a date with you? TSK, what goddess? She's just an ordinary pretty girl with no martial arts talent. My qi and blood test is 1.19. If I sprint hard and get into Wuda, I will definitely have no problem. I will definitely become a warrior in the future. There are a lot of women like this. That's true. I'm going to work hard this week too. Alas, it's really hard to improve qi and blood. I trained for half a year and only improved my qi and blood by a few tenths of a point. The boys and girls in the grove looked at Li Ziyu as he excitedly swatted mosquitoes, pointing and talking at his back. One of the girls couldn't help but mutter a few words when she passed by Li Ziyu. If you really like swatting mosquitoes, why not just spray them with insecticide? Li Ziyu happened to hear this and was stunned. Yes. Those involved are really confused. The system just said that killing mosquitoes can increase qi and blood. It doesn't say how to kill it. If I spray it with insecticide, isn't that killing it myself? Li Ziyu thanked the girl with shining eyes, which scared the girl and she ran away with a blushing face. After walking away, he couldn't help but look back at Li Ziyu. You know what, this boy is quite handsome. Reawakened by the girl, Li Ziyu jogged across the playground and ran to the cleaning room on the first floor of the teaching building. After thanking the cleaning lady, I sprayed the bugs with insecticide and headed straight for the grove behind the playground. This time he chose a place with dense grass and trees. Because there are more mosquitoes in places with thick grass and trees. Puff puff. Mosquitoes were buzzing around in the half-foot-high grass. Li Ziyu picked up the nozzle of the spray bottle and sprayed it at the buzzing mosquito. Ding 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 ding. Mosquitoes were scattered all over the ground. The system's pleasant prompt sounds are also heard continuously. At the same time, there are waves of heat surging from deep within the body. Li Ziyu stretched his muscles and felt hot all over. Crackling. He quickly threw a few punches at the air in front of him. Then he turned his waist, clenched his fist, and punched the thick poplar tree in front of him with all his strength. With a dull thud, the tree trunk, as thick as an arm, shook, and fallen leaves flew everywhere. Li Ziyu ignored the pain in his fist, reached out to brush away the fallen leaves on his head, and his face was full of excitement. My chi and blood have definitely improved a lot. Before, if I hit a tree trunk, it wouldn't budge at all, but now it can send leaves flying everywhere. I just don't know how much it has improved. Let's go to Hongsu Martial Arts School and test it out. Following his memory, Li Ziyu came to Hongsu Martial Arts School not far from the school and stopped at the door. This is a 3-story Chinese-style building. There was a plaque hanging above the gate, with the 4 big characters Hongsu Martial Arts School shining brightly in the sunlight. There is an introduction to the martial arts school and the registration fee hanging next to the door. Wow, the tuition is 20,000 yuan a month, and this isn't even for the owner himself. Li Ziyu said with emotion that he had watched this martial arts school from afar when he was delivering takeout and was very envious at that time. Seeing it up close now, I am still shocked. The registration fee of 20,000 yuan was something that few families could afford even on Earth in his previous life. Not to mention that it is even harder to make money in Daxia. It is basically equivalent to 3 or 4 months' salary of an adult male without food or drink. Practicing martial arts really is a waste of money. Li Ziyu sighed, looked down, and saw the personal information of the owner of Hongsu Martial Arts School. He felt relieved about the fee. Hong Tianlang, a 3rd-level advanced warrior, skilled in swordsmanship and boxing. He's actually a level 3 warrior, and a high-level one at that. No wonder he charges so much. According to information on warrior levels released by the National Martial Arts Association. From bottom to top, warriors are divided into 9 major grades: 1st-level warrior, 2nd-level warrior, 3rd-level warrior, 4th-level warrior, 5th-level warrior, 6th-level warrior, master, grand master, and martial saint. Each grade is divided into 4 small stages: upper, middle, lower, and peak. A 3rd-level warrior can serve as the mayor of a region. A 4th-level warrior can serve as the president of a city's martial arts association. As far as Li Ziyu knows, the current mayor of Xujiang City is a 3rd-level advanced warrior. In other words, Hong Tianlang, the owner of Hongsu Martial Arts School, is a big shot at the same level as Mayor Su Jiang. But Li Ziyu still thinks it is expensive. There is no way, we are too poor. Push the door open and walk in. What caught his eye was a reception desk. Behind the counter, a beautiful saleswoman in a white shirt and office attire was looking him up and down. Seeing the school uniform that Li Ziyu was wearing, the beautiful clerk spoke with a smile. Handsome guy? Are you here to test your energy and combat prowess? Ha! How did you know? The martial arts exam is coming up soon. Many people come to our martial arts gym to test their fighting ability, especially those from your school, as it's close by. But now the testing rooms are full. If you want to be tested, you will have to wait a while. There's a lounge next to it. I'll take you there and you can take a rest there. The beautiful clerk said with a smile, walked out from behind the counter, and was about to lead Li Ziyu to the lounge. No, I'll just wait here. Li Ziyu waved his hand. It wouldn't take long to test his energy and combat effectiveness. There would probably be an empty room soon. Okay, I'll get you a glass of water. Li Ziyu took the disposable water cup handed to her by the beautiful shop assistant, said thank you, and sat on a chair nearby to wait. At this moment, the door of the martial arts hall creaked open. A beautifully dressed and fashionable young girl walked in hand with the arm of a young man with sharp features and a confident expression. Chapter 3: Su Mengyao's Contempt, Blood, and Qi Improvement. As soon as the girl entered the room, she noticed Li Ziyu sitting at the front desk waiting. The moment she saw Li Ziyu, the girl's beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly, and a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes without any concealment. Li Ziyu also noticed the two of them. The girl was Su Mengyao, who had just broken up with him in the classroom. Li Ziyu also had some impression of the young man with a crew cut that Su Mengyao was arm in arm with. He is Bai Haoren, the monitor of the rocket class of the 3rd high school. He is the best warrior in the school and is said to come from a well-off family. No wonder Su Mengyao couldn't wait to draw a clear line between herself and him. It turned out that the connection was seamless and she had hooked up with a genius. But these were the original body's affairs and had nothing to do with him. Li Ziyu glanced at the two of them and looked away. How did you know I would come here? Didn't I tell you I've broken up with you? Could you please stop bothering me? We are destined not to be from the same world. Su Mengyao walked straight towards Li Ziyu. When she reached in front of him, she did not hide the disgust in her eyes and looked down at Li Ziyu with disdain. Or are you here to apply for a part-time job at Hongsu Martial Arts School? But you can give up now. With your HP of 0.8, Hongsu Martial Arts School won't accept you. You're not even qualified to be a cleaner. Su Mengyao did not hide her contempt at all, and was waiting for Li Ziyu to blush and leave in disgrace like a stray dog in the next second. After all, in the past, whenever she got angry, Li Ziyu would be terrified. But the scene she expected did not appear. Li Ziyu didn't stand up, and didn't even respond to her. He just glanced at her lightly and stopped looking at her. Su Mengyao was stunned by Li Ziyu's indifferent expression. Then, as if provoked, he instantly became angry and embarrassed. How dare this loser, who looks like a pug in her eyes, look at her like that? This is simply outrageous. Although she felt that Li Ziyu seemed different now, her cold eyes made her feel a little uneasy. But when he thought of Li Ziyu's blood and energy values during the test, he was ready to reach out and pull him up. The beautiful shop assistant next to them looked back and forth between Su Mengyao, Li Ziyu, and Bai Haoran. As if he understood something, there was more pity in his eyes when he looked at Li Ziyu. The beautiful shop assistant was just about to speak to persuade her. Behind Su Mengyao, Bai Haoran came up, patted Su Mengyao on the shoulder, and said lightly, "Mengyao, we are no longer in the same class. Why waste your emotions on such a small person? If you have this time, why not think about how to use this week to improve your qi and blood?" While speaking, he glanced at Li Ziyu coldly and then stopped paying attention. The look in his eyes was as if he was looking at the insignificant weeds on the roadside. Well, what Mr. Bai said is that I am too emotional. But Mr. Bai, you are a genius in our number 3 middle school. You must take care of me during the martial arts exam. Su Mengyao seemed to change her expression, and immediately changed from looking at Li Ziyu with disdain to a gentle smile, looking like a beautiful girl from a small family. After saying that, she no longer paid attention to Li Ziyu, but took Bai Haoran's hand and started to flirt with him. When Li Ziyu saw this scene, he felt nothing in his heart. I just feel sorry for my original self. But this has nothing to do with him. Just then, a young man wearing the same school uniform walked out of the martial arts hall. The young man walked to the front desk with his head down, handed the room card to the beautiful clerk, and left Hongsu Martial Arts School. As he walked, he lamented. How could this be? How could this be? I've been training hard every day, but why isn't my qi and health increasing? Classmate, the testing room is now available. Do you want to take the test? At the end, the beautiful clerk added another sentence to Li Ziyu. The test costs 500 per hour. Measure. Li Ziyu took out a handful of change from his pocket, including 5 yuan and 10 yuan notes, and put them on the counter at the front desk. The beautiful clerk counted and handed him the room card that the boy had just put down. Then he pointed inside the martial arts hall. Go to the end and it's the third room on the left. Just swipe your card and you'll be in. Li Ziyu nodded, picked up the room card, turned around and walked inside. As I left, I could vaguely hear Su Mengyao's disdainful voice behind me. The school's testing equipment is very accurate. Don't be complacent and think that retesting your qi and blood will improve. Instead of wasting 500 yuan on testing fees, I should buy myself 2 new clothes. Li Ziyu ignored it, but a memory scene of his original body vaguely flashed through his mind. In the scene of heavy snow, the original body was shivering with cold, looking at a men's down jacket in the window reluctantly, but finally chose the women's version. As a birthday gift for Su Mengyao. Li Ziyu walked to the testing room pointed out by the beautiful clerk, took out the card and swiped it on the door. With a click, the door opened automatically, revealing the layout inside. This is a room of about 100 square meters, similar to a gym, with various weapons displayed in the room. There was also a thick layer of gray isolation mat on the ground. In the most conspicuous position in the center of the room, there is a 3-meter high device that looks like an eggshell and is silver-white in color. This is a standard blood and qi tester. It is said that there is also a small tester. Generally, wealthy families will have one at home, but Li Ziyu has never seen it. That's too expensive, hundreds of thousands. With his current penniless status, being able to come up with 500 yuan to take the test at the martial arts gym was already the limit. Walk up to the tester and there is a raised button on the outside. Li Ziyu reached out and pressed the button. Didi's green light flashed for a while. The silver-white tester, which seemed to be a hole, had a crack in the center. Then it slowly opened to both sides like a river clam opening its shell, revealing the human-shaped seat inside. Around the seat, there are densely packed various hose-like things. Li Ziyu had used a blood and chi tester once in school, so she was familiar with it. It's not crowded when you step in. As Li Ziyu pressed the test button, various devices on the blood and chi tester were connected to his head, chest, and limbs one after another. At the same time, a thin needle was inserted into his index finger and a few drops of blood were drawn. Although the killing effect of thermal weapons on ferocious beasts has been greatly weakened, Daha has not given up on scientific and technological research. In terms of life in other areas, the technology on Blue Star is far ahead of his previous life. This tester is the best proof. Although I don't know the principle, the measured fluctuations in chi and blood do not exceed 0.02. After a moment, the test ended and a light blue number appeared on the screen in front of Li Ziyu. 0.93. If I remember correctly, my chi and blood were tested at school yesterday and my chi and blood were 0.8. And now, it has increased by 0.13. Li Ziyu's eyes widened slightly, and he subconsciously moved his head closer to the screen to confirm again. That's right, it's 0.93. The fluctuation of the chi and blood test was very small, which means that in just 3 hours, his chi and blood increased by at least 0.13? Although 0.13 may not seem like a lot, Li Ziyu knows how difficult it is to improve chi and blood. If you want to increase your chi and blood by 0.13 through exercise, it will take at least 1 month. In other words, his 3 hours were equivalent to others' 1 month of hard training. The system doesn't just increase chi and health by killing mosquitoes. The amount of chi and health increased is definitely determined by the strength of the creature killed. If we kill ferocious beasts instead, the increase in chi and blood will definitely be greater. How about hunting ferocious beasts? Chapter 4, Can Bai Haoren be certified as a warrior? A bold idea suddenly popped up in Li Ziyu's mind. However, he immediately shook his head and rejected it, laughing at himself. You're really getting carried away. Fierce beasts are no different from wild beasts. Even the lowest level ferocious beasts have combat capabilities far exceeding those of a Siberian tiger. My HP is 0.9 now. If I go over there, I'll probably be killed with just one slap. I don't dare to think about the ferocious beasts for now, but if I go outside the city and kill some red-eyed rabbits, I can do that. Forget it, let's not think too much about it for now, let's test our combat effectiveness. After Li Ziyu finished thinking, he clicked the button to end the test, and the tube sucked on his body was automatically untied. Li Ziyu walked out of the blood and chi tester with his hands puffed up. Walked to the side and stand in front of a human-shaped ironwood stake. Said it was a wooden stake. But in the center of the wooden stake, there is something like an electronic display screen. The shape is somewhat similar to the thing he used to measure punching strength in his previous life. This ironwood man-shaped target contains special equipment inside that can measure combat effectiveness. As long as you attack the target with all your strength, the attack will be automatically converted into combat power and displayed on the target's electronic screen. It's amazing. Although it can only test the strength of warriors below level 2. But he is not even a warrior now, so an iron or wooden target is definitely enough. Li Ziyu studied it for a while but couldn't figure out the principle, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Chi and blood are the foundation of a warrior. Generally speaking, the stronger a warrior's chi and blood are, the stronger his combat power will be. Under normal circumstances, multiplying the chi and blood by 100 can give the combat power of a warrior. But it's not absolute. Because the factors that affect combat effectiveness include not only chi and blood, but also martial arts bonuses. For example, boxing, knife skills, sword skills, gun skills, etc., these can all be called basic martial arts. Fortunately, I still have the swordsmanship. Even though it's elementary, it's still a way to fight the enemy. Let's try to see how much combat power we can exert without using any martial arts skills. Drink! Li Ziyu stared straight at the target in front of him, keeping calm and focused. He took a horse stance, tensed all his muscles, exerted force with his right fist, and punched the target in front of him hard. With a bang, the ironwood target made a dull sound. A bright red number also popped up on the electronic screen above. 92. Turn your waist and shout softly, then change from fists to kicks. Li Ziyu kicked the target again with a whip kick. There was another muffled sound, and another number popped up on the electronic display screen above the target. 93. The saying that the arm cannot twist the thigh does make sense. The power of a whip kick is indeed greater than that of a fist. However, this fluctuation is too small. The conversion between chi and blood in combat power does not exceed the standard at all. Li Ziyu let out a breath and couldn't help but complain. What does this mean? This means that although the amount of qi and blood in his body has increased, the quality has not increased. Try it with the knife again. He just used pure physical strength, and his combat effectiveness was not greatly increased. He walked to the weapon rack in the corner and picked out an alloy long sword from the densely packed weapons. I weighed it in my hand and it was just the right weight. Basic swordsmanship. Split Mount Hua with all your strength. Picking up the knife, Li Ziyu walked back to the target and shouted a familiar slogan. Then he exerted force with his right hand that was holding the knife, and swung it diagonally towards the target. There was a muffled sound much louder than before, and the target made entirely of iron and wood shook violently. A white knife mark was also left on the surface of the ironwood. On the electronic screen, a number that was a little darker than the previous one was jumping on it. 102. With the help of elementary swordsmanship, the combat power of his attack reached 102. A 10% increase in combat power. Sure enough, martial arts are very important to combat effectiveness. Just the basic swordsmanship can increase combat effectiveness by 10%. What if it's an intermediate or even advanced sword technique? Wouldn't that be even more powerful? Even beyond the advanced level? Or even more advanced than the basic martial arts, what about combat skills? Li Ziyu was excited. The system has more than just the function of improving qi and blood. It is very likely that it can also improve martial arts skills later. This requires him to improve his qi and blood to verify it. The minimum undergraduate score for the martial arts exam is 1.2 for qi and blood, and 140 for combat strength. My HP is currently 0.92, and my combat power is 101. In other words, as long as I continue to kill creatures and follow the system's progress, I can definitely enroll in Wuhan University within a week. Even a better school like Wuhan University is possible. However, with this system, it seems that it doesn't matter whether I go to Wuhan University or not. I can also focus on hunting ferocious beasts and follow the path of a social warrior? Li Ziyu thought secretly. But it's still too far away to think about this. The most important thing now is to work hard to improve your qi and blood and enhance your strength. After a while, Li Ziyu tested his fighting ability a few more times, then put the sword back on the weapons rack, pushed the door and walked out of the testing room. Brother Bai Haoran, your qi and HP are already 1.4, right? There's no doubt you'll be able to get into a top university. Front desk. Su Mengyao sat gently on the chair, looking at Bai Haoran with a gentle face as he sat next to him, waiting for the training room to be empty. Bai Haoran nodded calmly, but his tone revealed pride. It's not 1.4, it's already 1.5. Wow! Already 1.5. Doesn't that mean they've reached the certification standard for a level 1 warrior? Hearing Bai Haoran's words, Su Mengyao couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Bai Haoran smiled faintly, took a sip of tea, and nodded. Well, if there are no problems with this blood test, I will go to the Xujiang City Warrior Association tomorrow to take the first level warrior assessment. The two of them did not hide their conversation, and the beautiful receptionist heard it clearly. She looked at Bai Haoran in surprise. I didn't expect that this young man is such a genius. He has reached the first level of warrior at such a young age. This is rare in the entire Xujiang city. The beautiful clerk began to understand why Su Mengyao was with Bai Haoran. I finished the test, I'll give you the room card back. At this moment, Li Ziyu walked out of the martial arts hall, took 2 steps to the counter, and placed the black card on the table. Oh, you're done with the test? Are you giving up? If you don't have the talent of a warrior, then just be an ordinary person. I hope you won't bother me again in the future. Su Mengyao, who was standing by, taunted Li Ziyu in a sarcastic tone. When she thought of Li Ziyu's cold attitude towards her just now, she couldn't help but feel angry. How could a bootlicker who used to be at my beck and call, an ordinary person who was destined to have no talent for martial arts, dare to look at me with the same disgust as if I were looking at a piece of trash on the roadside? Li Ziyu ignored Su Mengyao as if she was facing air. If a dog bites him, can he bite back? Treat gold diggers and green tea bitches like Su Mengyao. Li Ziyu felt that saying one more word to her would be an insult to herself. After putting down the room card, Li Ziyu turned around and walked out of Hongsu Martial Arts Hall. You! Su Mengyao was so angry at Li Ziyu's cold attitude that her chest heaved and her pretty face flushed red. Sometimes being ignored is more painful than being beaten or scolded. A loser from the bottom of society who couldn't even get into Wuhan University, yet he acts like a martial artist. What's the point of pretending? I want to see how low your chi and combat power are. Chapter 5. Confused Su Mengyao goes out of the city to hunt. Su Mengyao has made up her mind to spread the results of Li Ziyu's test in the class group. Let Li Ziyu be embarrassed. Let's go, he's just an ordinary person, it's not worth getting angry, let's go test it. Bai Haoren, who was standing aside, said calmly. Su Mengyao nodded, and then the two of them walked into the room where Li Ziyu had just been tested. There are test records on the tester that can be checked. For warriors below level 1, there is nothing confidential, so they can all be checked. Su Mengyao watched Bai Haoren sit in the tester. I had originally put Li Ziyu's matter behind me. But for some unknown reason, he spoke to Bai Haoren in a soft tone. Mr. Bai, since we're already here, why not check out Li Ziyu's blood and chi test records? It can also boost your confidence. Is it really that serious? Bai Haoren frowned. However, seeing Su Mengyao's pitiful expression, he couldn't resist the beauty's request after all. I could only helplessly reach out and swipe across the screen in front of me to bring up the test records. While adjusting the tune, he was muttering helplessly. Didn't you say that his chi and blood test yesterday was only 0.8? It's only been less than a day, his chi and blood can't possibly change. With only 0.8 chi and blood, no matter how much he trains, it's too late. We're not even on the same level anymore. I don't know why you're still paying attention to him. Ha! But before he could finish his words, Bai Haoren paused and let out a light exclamation. Bai Haoren frowned, looked up at Su Mengyao with a puzzled look, and asked curiously. Are you sure Li Ziyu's blood test result yesterday was 0.8? Sure, we're in the same class. He was taking the test right behind me. I saw it clearly. What's wrong, Mr. Bai Haoren? See for yourself. After Bai Haoren finished speaking, he moved aside. Su Mengyao stood up and looked over, then her expression froze. 0.92 HP? How is that possible? This doesn't belong to someone else, does it? Li Ziyu just came out and we came in. There's no way anyone else could have come in. Su Mengyao was a little confused and felt that her brain couldn't react. She even had some doubts as to whether she had seen it wrong yesterday. After all, it is impossible to increase chi and blood by 0.1% a day. If he could increase this much, Li Ziyu would most likely have enough energy and blood to reach Wuhan University in a week. Could there be something wrong with the machine? I'll go get someone to take a look. Recalling the change in Li Ziyu's attitude towards himself today, combined with the change in Li Ziyu's chi and blood, Su Mengyao inexplicably felt a strange feeling in her heart. According to the internet, there is a type of genius who may have very low chi and blood at ordinary times. But he just awakened late. Once he awakened, his strength improved by leaps and bounds. Li Ziyu, could she be the genius that people say she is on the internet? Without waiting for Bai Haoren's response, Su Mengyao turned around and walked towards the door as if to verify something. Outside the door, at the front desk, a bald man was bragging to the beautiful receptionist with saliva flying all over his body. He is a big man with a broad back and strong arms. While flattering the beautiful shop assistant, he looked at her with lustful eyes. It looked like if there were no surveillance cameras in the store, they would probably be ready to take action. The beautiful shop assistant suppressed her displeasure and responded to the bald man in a disjointed manner. This person's name is Nyo Dali. He is a coach at Hongsu Martial Arts School. He was extremely lustful and had sent her private messages several times trying to ask her out, but she always refused. If the other party was not a level 1 peak warrior. But she is just an ordinary person and cannot afford to offend the other party. The beautiful shop assistant must have been furious a long time ago. Front desk, there seems to be a problem with the test machine here. Could someone please take a look at it? At this time, Su Mengyao walked out of the testing room and shouted at the front desk. The beautiful clerk was just about to respond. Nyo Dali spoke first, put on a serious expression, looked like a master, and walked towards Su Mengyao. Let me take a look. Moment. This tester is not broken. The situation you are describing is probably a strange encounter your classmate had. Classmates, are you students from nearby? You're going to take the martial arts exam soon. Why don't you sign up for a speed test class with me? For only 100,000 yuan, I guarantee that you will be able to improve your strength before the martial arts exam and get into a good martial arts university. Nyo Dali showed off his strong muscles while checking the equipment. He also showed the two of them his badge of a first-level peak warrior. Let's think about it. Bai Haorun was somewhat tempted. But he didn't agree immediately. After all, 100,000 yuan is not cheap, even for his family, he has to consider it. Okay, add me on Fission. Come find me anytime you need me. I'm a top-level warrior and I won't cheat you. Nyo Dali didn't bother to argue. After taking out his cell phone and adding Fission, he turned and left the testing room. Before leaving, she even closed the door and gave Bai Haorun a meaningful expression that all men could understand. After Nyo Dali left, Su Mengyao also measured her qi and blood on the tester. It increased by 0.02. This was the result of Bai Haorun giving her some blood-replenishing medicine after she got close to him. Otherwise, with her ordinary family background, she would not be able to afford these medicinal herbs to replenish qi and blood. Although her energy and blood improved, Su Mengyao couldn't be happy. Now Li Ziyu's energy and blood have improved, and it is very likely that he will be able to go to Wuhan University. Also, the look Li Ziyu gave her just now made her feel lost. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Even if Li Ziyu could go to Wuhan University, it would be the worst one. He is definitely not as good as Bai Haorun. After all, Bai Haorun will soon be able to take the first-level warrior assessment. As long as I hold on to Bai Haorun, my future development will definitely be better than following Li Ziyu. After leaving Bai Haorun's martial arts gym, Li Ziyu did not go home. He was an orphan and had never seen his parents as far as he could remember. The only relatives I have are my aunt and her family. Now that I have the system, the most urgent thing now is to improve my energy and blood. After all, it feels so good to have qi and blood flowing through your body, to walk as fast as the wind, and to have endless energy. Killing mosquitoes, cockroaches, rats, etc. is really slow in improving qi and blood. And that stuff is only found in sewers, it's disgusting. I remember there were a lot of low-grade ferocious beasts called red-eyed rabbits near the city wall. Let's go hunt them down. On the way out just now, he had already experimented with more than a dozen species. He tried everything from ants and cockroaches to spiders and mice. The improvement to qi and blood is minimal. I don't know if it's because as his energy and blood increase, these creatures are no longer qualified or what. Anyway, not as much improvement as at the beginning. The key is that technology is now advanced, urban construction and sanitation are good, and these things are not easy to find. It's a pity that the slaughterhouse in Xujiang City uses high-tech slaughtering, otherwise the slaughterhouse would definitely be a paradise for self-improvement. Li Ziyu sighed and walked quickly towards the city wall. He had seen the red-eyed rabbit before. It is not a ferocious beast, but more like a mutated rabbit. Except that their eyes are a little redder than normal rabbits, they have a more irritable temper and a stronger reproductive ability. It's basically no different from an ordinary rabbit. An ordinary person could be beaten to death with a stick. Not to mention him, a martial artist. When we were almost at the city wall, Li Ziyu turned into a sporting goods store. He used the remaining money to buy a steel knife and a sack and then went to the city wall. Chapter 6: Kill the Red-Eyed Rabbit and Level Up. Li Ziyu stood at the foot of the city wall, raised his neck and looked up at the towering city wall made entirely of granite. The city wall is hundreds of meters high. It's so long that you can't see the end of it. It was like a giant dragon entrenched there, surrounding the entire Xujiang city. On the city wall, there are also countless soldiers patrolling with weapons in hand, with resolute faces and emitting surging energy and blood. Li Ziyu also saw that on the edge of the city wall, there were various types of howitzers, tanks, etc. Although thermal weapons have little effect on ferocious beasts. But it is not completely useless. When facing an attack by a tide of ferocious beasts, the main force to eliminate the beasts is still these hot weapons. This city wall. It looked a bit like the wall in an anime about fighting giants that he had seen in his previous life. Tisk, with this kind of defense, I guess no ferocious beast can break in? Li Ziyu looked at the huge creature in front of him and said with emotion. But when I saw the edge of the city wall, a huge claw mark several hundred meters long and several meters deep. Li Ziyu shut her mouth. I take back what I just said. This world is indeed more dangerous than he imagined. Hey, what are you doing? Just as Li Ziyu was looking up at the city wall and sighing. In the distance, a patrol team carrying guns walked towards Li Ziyu. These people were all wearing standard combat uniforms and had resolute faces. Among them, the soldier who looked like a squad leader had frighteningly bright eyes, staring at the steel knife in his hand. I'm a student at a high school and I'm going to take the military exam soon. I want to get out of town and get familiar with the outdoor environment. Li Ziyu answered honestly. Judging from the look in the captain's eyes and the aura he exudes, he is definitely a formal warrior. Although he was not sure that he intended to take the martial arts exam, using this as an excuse to leave the city was not a lie. The team leader looked Li Ziyu up and down. He could feel that the other person's tense expression relaxed significantly after seeing his young face. His eyes also moved away from Li Ziyu's hand holding the steel knife. The wilderness is very dangerous. If you are not led by a formal warrior, I do not recommend you to leave the city alone. Also, if you don't have special procedures and you're not a formal warrior, you can only leave the city once a month. The team leader reminded. Li Ziyu was stunned when he heard this. Aren't formal warriors only allowed to leave the city once a month? This was the first time he knew about this rule. After all, he had never left the city before in his memory. But after thinking about it, he understood. This is to protect the safety of ordinary people. At the same time, it is also to prevent some people who are of mediocre strength and have become overconfident before becoming warriors from leaving the city without permission and losing their lives. After all, there are ferocious beasts everywhere in the wild now. If you are not a warrior, going out is basically like delivering food. However, apart from those warriors who make money by hunting ferocious beasts and selling materials, ordinary people would not think of leaving the city. If you want to go to other cities, there are special means of transportation. I spoke a few more words to the team leader. The team leader persuaded him a few times. Seeing that Li Ziyu insisted on leaving the city, he didn't say anything more. He waved his hand to signal the soldiers on the city wall to open the city gate. Click, click. As the soldiers on the city wall moved, 3 pure steel gates opened one by one. Li Ziyu left the city smoothly. Captain, are you really going to let this kid out of the city? Are you not going to persuade him? You're so young, not even a formal warrior. If you encounter a ferocious beast, wouldn't it be very dangerous? In a team of 3. One of them looked at the sun with half of its body hidden in the distance, then looked at Li Ziyu's back that was about to disappear from sight, and couldn't help but speak. This young man is more opinionated than you think. It's useless to persuade him. There are some things that you can't listen to other people's advice unless you bang your head against the wall yourself. The team leader shook his head and sighed. Looking at Li Ziyu's back with a steel knife in his left hand and a sack on his shoulder in his right hand, a hint of regret appeared in his eyes. Looking at his clothes, I guess he comes from a poor family and wants to go out of town to hunt beasts and sell the materials to make money. It's a pity that I don't have a clear understanding of my own strength and I underestimate the dangers of the wild. The best outcome is to return with no success and get injured. It seems that after my chi and blood are improved, I have to go to the Martial Arts Association to certify myself as a martial artist. Otherwise, it will be difficult to leave the city freely. Having identified a direction, Li Ziyu moved forward cautiously. The certification standards for a first-level official warrior are that the chi and blood reach 1.5 and the combat power reaches 170. With the system at his disposal, these were not difficult for him. Li Ziyu swore that it was definitely not for the 5,000 yuan monthly subsidy. Stepping on the weeds that were higher than his calves, Li Ziyu crouched down and cautiously came to the edge of a small raised earthen slope. Looking back, I could still see the outline of the city wall. Don't be fooled by how confident and resolute he sounded in front of the team leader. But in fact, he was also a little nervous. After all, this was his first time leaving the city. There are basically no serious ferocious beasts outside the city walls. Moreover, it is close to the city wall, so we can call for help in time if anything happens. So Li Ziyu made sure that he could always see the city wall. It was dusk at this time, and I could still see half of the sun in the distance when I looked up. The sky was filled with fiery red sunset glow, which sprinkled on the slope in front of Li Ziyu, illuminating the half-meter-high slope with golden light. It also made Li Ziyu feel warm. At this moment, a rustling sound of something gnawing on plants came from under the slope. The sound of a saw-toothed creature chewing on plants is definitely the red-eyed rabbit. Li Ziyu's eyes lit up. He quickly clenched the steel knife with both hands and was on full alert. His eyes were fixed on the basketball-sized hole at the bottom of the slope. Right at this moment, 2 scarlet lights flashed across the dark cave entrance. Then a red-eyed rabbit popped its head out, walking and hopping. This is a creature that looks similar to the rabbit in my previous life. However, its size is countless times larger than that of a rabbit. It is about the same size as a golden retriever. Moreover, there was a bright red light flashing in both eyes. Red-eyed rabbit. Li Ziyu looked at the red-eyed rabbit that was grinding its teeth and had a cruel look in its scarlet eyes, and couldn't help feeling a little weird in his heart. I don't know what kind of creature the ferocious beast is. The rabbit that was extremely docile in the previous life is not only not afraid of people here, but also has an extremely bad temper. Not a rabbit at all. Although thinking this in his mind, Li Ziyu's hands were not idle. He tensed his muscles and jumped down from the slope. Before the rabbit could react, the steel knife held tightly in both hands smashed hard on the red-eyed rabbit's head with a bang. There was a sound of bones breaking. Blood splattered everywhere. The red-eyed rabbit's head was instantly dented, and red and white blood were scattered all over the ground. He didn't even have time to scream before he burst into tears. Headshot. Ding, kill the red-eyed rabbit, health value plus 0.001. Fuck, that's awesome. It turns out the stronger the creature, the more health it gains after killing it. Ha ha. Listening to the system prompts, Li Ziyu felt wonderful and relaxed all over. He felt a warm current flowing from deep within his body to every part of his body. Even his strength seemed to have increased a bit. This is a sign of improved chi and blood. Killing ferocious beasts is much faster than killing mosquitoes or mice. Not only is it high class, but the corpses left behind by killing ferocious beasts can also be sold for money. Kill two birds with one stone. Li Ziyu couldn't help but clench his fists, and quickly squatted down. In 2 or 3 seconds, he stuffed the red-eyed rabbit's body into the sack. The meat of ferocious beasts is a very nutritious food. Even a low-quality red-eyed rabbit can be sold for thousands of dollars. Squeak! Another cry of a red-eyed rabbit was heard. Red-eyed rabbits are social animals. There are more than one living on this slope. The red-eyed rabbit is not only violent but also vengeful. This one is probably here to seek revenge. A family should be together and reunited. Bang 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 bang. Li Ziyu did the same thing and squatted at the entrance of the cave, waiting for the rabbit to come to him. Every time a red-eyed rabbit appeared, he would shoot it in the head. Ding, kill the red-eyed rabbit, health value plus XX. Within an hour, dozens of red-eyed rabbits were lying on the ground. Even Li Ziyu felt a little emotional. The reproductive capacity of ferocious beasts is really strong. No wonder the Dacia military often sends warriors to the wilderness to eliminate ferocious beasts, but ferocious beasts still appear in the wild in an endless stream. By the end of the fight, Li Ziyu's sack was almost full. When the last red-eyed rabbit was killed. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, not classified plus. Combat skills, elementary swordsmanship plus. System, martial god system. Function, it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. Chapter 7 Shadowcat. Martial arts improvement. There's an extra plus sign at the end. Does this mean it can be upgraded? Improve your realm first. Li Ziyu looked at the system panel and without much hesitation, he directly chose to increase his realm. As his thoughts fell. In an instant, Li Ziyu felt every part of his body become extremely hot. Then there was a crackling sound, like beans bursting, coming from his body. At the same time, a dirty, sticky, black liquid with a foul smell flowed out of his body. Li Ziyu was not surprised but happy about this sudden change. My eyes couldn't help but widen and look at my hands. Muscles and bones resonate, tigers and leopards roar, and impurities are expelled. Is this the sign of becoming a first-level warrior? I'm a first-level warrior now? The muscles and bones roar, like the thundering sounds of tigers and leopards. When the bones of the body become hard enough, this sound will be produced. There are also these impurities in the body, which is a sign of impurities being removed from the body. He knew very well what these two situations meant. Not only did he see it clearly, but probably everyone who wanted to become a warrior knew it. Because this is what everyone dreams of. It means that in terms of chi and blood, he has reached the standard of a first-level warrior announced by the National Martial Arts Association. Thinking about this, Li Ziyu opened the system panel. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 1 Junior Warrior. Combat skills, elementary swordsmanship. System, martial god system. Function, it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. As expected, the realm displayed on the system became a first-level warrior. The plus sign at the end also disappeared. Great! Becoming a warrior means I can now protect myself even in this dangerous world. Ha ha! Li Ziyu couldn't help but laugh heartily. He smiled and put the steel knife aside. He took 2 steps to the side of the earthen slope, next to a willow tree as thick as a bowl. He spun his waist and waved his hands, then punched the trunk of the willow tree. With a click. This willow tree, which was as thick as a bowl and looked extremely hard, was actually broken by Li Ziyu's cannon-like punch. Hula Xiang fell to the side, crushing some grass and trees. My current strength is at least several times stronger than before. Before, one punch could only make the trunk of this willow tree shake, but now I can break it with one punch. When hunting red-eyed rabbits, I can blow their heads off with just my fists. And this is when I haven't practiced any martial arts and am relying solely on physical strength. If I practice powerful martial arts, my strength will definitely reach a higher level. Li Ziyu looked at the willow tree lying on the ground, his eyes flashing. In addition to the basic martial arts such as boxing, knife skills, sword skills, and gun skills, there is also a more advanced skill, which is called combat skills. Combat skills, like warrior levels, are divided into 9 levels from bottom to top. Level 1 is the lowest and level 9 is the highest. At the same time, the higher the level of the combat skills, the more difficult it is to practice and the higher the requirements for the warriors. Correspondingly, its power is much stronger than low-level combat skills. I remember there are many places in Shuzheng City that sell warrior resources, and they should all have combat skills for sale. We've killed almost all of them now, let's go back to the city. Li Ziyu stayed there for a while. After killing a few red-eyed rabbits, he packed up the sack and prepared to go back into the city. The sack on the ground could no longer hold the body of the red-eyed rabbit. Moreover, after being promoted to the first-level warrior, he found that the energy and blood gained from killing the red-eyed rabbit was far less than that gained before he was promoted. If I want to increase my chi and blood quickly, I probably need to hunt down beasts of the same level as me, or even higher. Then I am now a level 1 warrior, and the beasts I hunt must be level 1 beasts, or even level 2 beasts. A first-level ferocious beast. But it is different from the red-eyed rabbit, a ferocious beast of inferior quality, which is so easy to kill. Whether in attack or speed, it is countless times stronger than the red-eyed rabbit. Although Li Ziyu has now been promoted to a first-level warrior, his weapons and martial arts are still not very good. On the return journey, Li Ziyu killed several more red-eyed rabbits. Just as Li Ziyu packed up the sack, picked up the steel knife, and was about to head back towards the city wall. Sudden. In the distance, behind him, a low growl of a wild beast was heard. It's a bit like the roar of a big cat. Li Ziyu's eyes fixed, and all the muscles in his body subconsciously tensed. After hearing the roar, without thinking, he immediately hid behind a big tree nearby. The tree was thick enough to completely block Li Ziyu's figure. Li Ziyu stuck his head out and looked cautiously in the direction of the roar. It's a level 1 ferocious beast, the shadow cat. He saw it was less than 100 meters away from him, on the small mound where he had just hunted the red-eyed rabbit. A big black cat, about the same size as a Siberian tiger, with an agile body and shiny black fur all over its body. He was feasting on the corpse of the red-eyed rabbit on the ground. It was the first-level ferocious beast that Li Ziyu had seen in the textbook, the shadow cat. Li Ziyu also noticed that there was a deep wound on the shadow cat's hind leg that was so deep that the bone was visible. At this time, blood was constantly flowing onto the ground. I guess it was attracted by the bloody smell of the red-eyed rabbit. I don't know how long this shadow cat has been hungry. It has lost even the most basic vigilance and only knows how to work hard. Li Ziyu stared at the shadow cat with its back to him, his eyes flickering. He wanted to retreat. But when he saw the wound on shadow cat's leg, he hesitated again. The ferocious beasts would kill each other before. Looking at the wound on the shadow cat's leg, it was obviously left by other ferocious beasts. Considering that it has been hungry for so long, the strength of this shadow cat is definitely at its lowest point ever. Damn it! A warrior should be fearless. I'm already a level 1 warrior now. If I can't even attack a wounded beast, how can I kill a stronger one in the future? Done. Li Ziyu's eyes hardened and he made a decision in his heart. Putting down the sack on his back and holding the steel knife in both hands, Li Ziyu walked cautiously behind Shadowcat. The school explains the habits and weaknesses of low-level ferocious beasts. The Shadowcat is a ferocious beast that is extremely fast, but has average attack and defense power. For example, an ordinary first-level warrior, if he does not master the basic body skills, will not be able to keep up with the speed of the Shadow Cat. Now this Shadow Cat has a limp in one leg and has lost its most advantageous speed, which is why Li Ziyu dared to come up boldly. This Shadow Cat had no idea how long it had been hungry. Li Ziyu was less than 20 meters away from him, but he was still unaware and kept working hard. Now, when the distance is less than 10 meters, Shadowcat finally realized something was wrong and stopped eating. He bared his teeth and growled, then suddenly turned his head and looked behind him with cold, bloodthirsty eyes. What I saw was a steel knife that was getting bigger and bigger. Bang! Oh whoa! This time, Li Ziyu did not directly smash Shadowcat's head like he did when he killed the red-eyed rabbit. Although Shadowcat's defense is not high, the skull, the hardest part of the body, is not something he can smash directly with a steel knife. Li Ziyu attacked Shadowcat's waist. As the saying goes, a man of iron bones and a waist of tofu, this principle from the previous life is no exception when applied to Shadowcat. As expected, Shadowcat was knocked to the ground by his full-strength blow. The bones around his waist were twisted into a V shape and he couldn't get up for a long time. Li Ziyu didn't know what his current health and combat power were. But having just killed so many red-eyed rabbits, with the accumulated energy and blood, he guessed that he had at least reached the level of a first-level intermediate warrior. He used all his strength and it was also a sneak attack. It was expected that the Shadow Cat would be killed instantly by him. Great! 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 Li Ziyu took advantage of the victory and attacked with a few more slashes. Although ordinary steel knives cannot break Shadowcat's defense, but the bricks flew with great force. Under Li Ziyu's brute force, the Shadow Cat, who was struggling on the ground with a violent look on his face, died instantly. Before he died, his eyes were wide open and he looked unwilling. It's like saying, "Damn, you're attacking me by surprise, you have no moral principles." Ding, kill the first-level ferocious beast Shadowcat, and increase the health by 0.01. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 1 Junior Warrior. Combat Skills, Elementary Swordsmanship Plus. System, Martial God System. Function, it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. Martial arts can actually be improved? Chapter 8, Surprised Captain, Jinwu Pavilion, Selling Ferocious Beasts. Li Ziyu looked at the blue panel in his mind and felt excited. The energy and health accumulated from killing the red-eyed rabbit just now, plus this Shadow Cat, can actually improve martial arts. I don't know how much chi and blood are needed to improve martial arts. But Li Ziyu did not hesitate and chose to improve his martial arts without hesitation. On the panel, the words basic sword skill changed to intermediate sword skill. The moment his martial arts skills improved, a current of heat invaded his limbs and bones. At the same time, Li Ziyu felt that there was an additional memory of practicing swordsmanship in his mind. Just like he already had it. Li Ziyu picked up the knife in his hand and waved it around his body a few times. He then adjusted the direction and chopped down the tree in front of him that was more than 1 meter thick. A cold light flashed. The 1 meter thick tree in front of me broke with a sound, separating the upper and lower parts. It hit the ground with a loud bang. The fracture is smooth and flat. The system is truly magical. This intermediate sword technique feels like I've cultivated it myself. There's no awkwardness or discomfort at all. My previous understanding of swordsmanship was really superficial and full of loopholes. After mastering the intermediate sword technique, my combat effectiveness has at least doubled compared to before. Li Ziyu was excited. If chi and blood are equivalent to the internal energy in martial arts novels, then martial arts are the external energy that converts this internal energy into destructive power. The improvement in a warrior's strength is absolutely huge. Moreover, martial arts, like chi and blood, are extremely difficult to improve, and are even more difficult to practice than chi and blood. Chi and blood may also be improved by using some natural treasures. But martial arts can only rely on talent and constant training. With intermediate swordsmanship, if I were given a good weapon, I could easily kill Shadowcat head-on. If the intermediate level swordsmanship is so powerful, then what about the advanced level above the intermediate? Wouldn't it be even more powerful? Fuck, Captain, why is there a moving hill over there? Could it be some new species of ferocious beast? Xujiang City, on the towering city wall. The soldier guarding the city pointed to a moving hill in the distance and said to his captain in surprise. It was when Li Ziyu was leaving the city that he met the 3 soldiers guarding the city. The team leader followed the direction of the soldier's finger and quickly picked up the telescope to look over. "Stop making such a fuss. What kind of ferocious beast is that? There are people there. There are just too many corpses of ferocious beasts. It looks like a small mountain." The squad leader put down the binoculars, slapped the soldier on the head, and scolded him. "Well, this guy is quite powerful, hunting so many ferocious beasts." This time the team leader did not refute, but nodded with a serious expression. "Indeed, I saw the corpse of a shadow cat behind it. Even if I encounter a ferocious beast like the shadow cat, I have to be cautious. This person was able to hunt down the shadow leopard and bring back so many ferocious beast corpses. I guess his strength is not weaker than mine. Is he not weaker than you? Captain, you are a first-level advanced warrior. Then when this person comes, we have to go up and say hello. But Captain, why do I feel like this person looks familiar?" The soldier pointed down the hill. The team leader was stunned and followed the direction of the soldier's finger, looking towards the figure at the foot of the hill. "When I saw the face clearly, I was stunned. The young man who just left the city is at the bottom of this hill?" Li Ziyu happened to be looking over at this time, and saw the team leader standing on the city wall looking at him, grinning with a mouthful of big white teeth. "Brother, it seems I was wrong just now. I didn't expect you to be such a hidden talent. You are actually a warrior with considerable strength." The city gate was opened and the team leader was the first to come forward. He looked Li Ziyu up and down, his eyes revealing emotion. "To be able to kill the Shadow Panther alone, brother, your strength is stronger than I thought." "Ha, lucky, lucky." Li Ziyu scratched his head embarrassedly and replied with a smile. If the shadow cat had not been injured, he might not have been able to kill the opponent alone before he mastered the intermediate swordsmanship. However, in the eyes of the team leader, Li Ziyu's words were just modesty. There was a flash of admiration in his eyes as he looked at Li Ziyu. "Brother, you are not only powerful, but also so humble. I, Wan Long, admire you. All right, brother, we won't keep you any longer. If there's a chance in the future, I'll treat you to a drink." Li Ziyu nodded, said goodbye to Wan Long and others, and walked towards the city. "Captain, this kid looks like he's no more than 17. He's so young, is he really a first-level warrior? He just mentioned that he was from the 3rd high school and was preparing to take the martial arts exam. Is the 3rd high school so strong now?" After Li Ziyu walked away, the soldier came up to Wan Long and looked at Li Ziyu's back curiously. Wan Long's eyes were solemn. He must be the hidden genius of 3rd high school. At such a young age, he's already able to hunt down a level 1 beast. It looks like this Xujiang City martial arts exam is going to be exciting. Xujiang City. A 3-story building located in a bustling area of the city center. Li Ziyu stood at the bottom of the small building, looking at the plaque of the building, muttering to himself as he looked. Zhenwu Pavilion. One of the top 5 martial arts shops in Xujiang City, specializing in the purchase and sale of ferocious beast carcasses, weapons, and martial arts. The quaint 3-story building in front of him looked a bit like the Hui-style architecture in his previous life. This is the store that Li Ziyu carefully selected. He originally wanted to find a shop closest to the city wall to sell the corpses of these ferocious beasts. But when he thought that he would have to go out of the city frequently to hunt ferocious beasts in the future, he decided to find a long-term partner. This Shinwu Pavilion was the result of his careful selection on the internet, after checking various reviews and comprehensively considering various factors. It is said that the boss behind it is a 2nd-level high-level warrior with a good reputation and will not randomly lower prices. Watched for a while. Li Ziyu tightened the large hemp sack on his back that was as big as a mountain, and walked towards the interior of Jinwu Pavilion. Along the way, his look attracted the attention of passers-by. Although warriors returning to the city after hunting ferocious beasts can often be seen on the road. But it is rare to see someone like him coming back with so much. Not to mention, there is also a level 1 ferocious beast, the shadow cat, among them. Many ordinary people have never left Xujiang City in their entire lives. He is extremely unfamiliar with ferocious beasts. I have only seen ferocious beasts on the internet and on TV, and I am extremely curious. It can be said that Li Ziyu was followed by paparazzi all the way. There were also a few good-looking girls who came up to take photos with him and wanted to send him messages. Helplessly, Li Ziyu finally found an empty corner and stuffed Shadowcat's body into a sack. The number of onlookers decreased significantly. After all, although red-eyed rabbits are rare, they are still available on the market. Many parents whose children are preparing to take the martial arts exam will buy some red-eyed rabbit meat for their children to replenish their qi and blood. Li Ziyu walked in. What comes into view is a spacious hall of several thousand square meters. The hall is antique and has separate counters. There are all kinds of weapons, pills, etc. placed inside. It was evening now, and the hall was indeed brightly lit. There were also many people dressed as warriors, accompanied by tall young female shopping guides, who were either selecting items or sitting in the rest area beside the hall, drinking tea. As soon as Li Ziyu walked in, he attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Chapter 9, Tang Xian, the owner of Jinwu Pavilion, attaches great importance to. Where did this young fool come from, bringing a whole bag of red-eyed rabbits? I guess they're students going out of town for the first time. TSK, they probably don't know the value of red-eyed rabbits. They look so impressive with so many of them, but it's a pity they're not worth much. It's exactly the same as when I first left town, but I wasn't as stupid as him to get a bunch of worthless stuff. Don't worry about others, just hurry up and prepare your weapons. Think about how to hunt down a few level 1 beasts. Level 1 beasts are not easy to deal with. Because Li Ziyu brought too many things, the sack had begun to crack, revealing the corpse of the red-eyed rabbit inside. In the hall, several people wearing simple combat uniforms and holding various weapons saw this. He pointed at the corpse of the red-eyed rabbit behind him and laughed. Li Ziyu touched his nose and didn't care. He knew that the red-eyed rabbit was indeed worthless. For ordinary warriors, or even those who have not yet become warriors. Even after killing the red-eyed rabbit, he was too lazy to bring the body back. But who made him poor? No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Li Ziyu thought. A tall and dignified woman wearing a light green embroidered cheongsam and with her hair tied up in a hairpin walked towards him. Put on a professional smile. Hello, Master Warrior, I am the shopping guide in the store. Is there anything I can help you with? Even when he saw that Li Ziyu was carrying the corpse of a red-eyed rabbit on his back, the clerk still smiled and was enthusiastic. The overall service quality of the store can be seen from the service attitude of the store staff. You came to the right place. Li Ziyu thought to himself, then put down the sack behind him, revealing the corpse of the red-eyed rabbit with its eyes open. I'm here to sell the carcasses of ferocious beasts, 40 red-eyed rabbits. Okay, our Jinwu Pavilion buys beast carcasses at a price per kilogram. If it's a red-eyed rabbit, 1 kilogram is 300 daxia coins. Please wait here, I will ask the master to weigh you. The beautiful clerk led Li Ziyu to a resting area beside the hall. He took the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Li Ziyu. He said this with a smile, then twisted his butt and went into the store to call the chef. Oh, by the way, there's also a shadowcat corpse. Please help me calculate the price as well. As soon as the beautiful clerk turned around, Li Ziyu called her and spoke. The beautiful clerk was stunned when she heard this, turned around, her beautiful eyes widened slightly, and asked uncertainly. Shadowcat, sir, you are not talking about the first-level intermediate beast, Shadowcat, right? The beautiful shop assistant looked Li Ziyu up and down, with surprise flashing in her eyes. If it were any other time. When customers come to buy or sell items, she doesn't ask too many questions. But Li Ziyu really looks too young. He looks like he is still in high school, a few years younger than her. The Shadowcat is a first-level intermediate ferocious beast. Its astonishing speed makes it difficult to deal with even among the first-level intermediate beasts. This young man before me could actually hunt down a level 1 ferocious beast alone? Could it be that this young man in front of me is a formal warrior? The beautiful salesgirl's pretty eyes were wide open with great curiosity. Li Ziyu nodded. As he spoke, he rummaged into the sack and pulled out the corpse of a shadowcat that was about the same size as a Siberian tiger. Fortunately, he now has abundant energy and blood and great strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to carry Shadowcat's weight alone. Oh, and this special sack is of surprisingly good quality. It's actually the ferocious Shadowcat. As soon as Shadowcat's body was taken out, the beautiful shop assistant's mouth suddenly opened wide. She blinked her beautiful eyes in disbelief as she looked at the corpse of the Shadowcat with round eyes on the ground, with a strange light in her eyes. The way he looked at Li Ziyu changed. Being able to hunt down a first-level ferocious beast at such a young age, this young man has unlimited potential. Hiss. It's actually a level 1 ferocious beast Shadowcat? And it's an adult? Being able to hunt down a level 1 ferocious beast alone, could this kid be a formal warrior? Such a young official warrior is rare in Xujiang City. I misjudged him. I didn't expect him to be a master. Not only the beautiful clerk was surprised. The other people in the store also widened their eyes when they saw the black body of the shadow cat lying in front of Li Ziyu. Exclamations rang out one after another. Xujiang City is a small city, and the overall strength of its warriors is not high. In addition, many people become warriors just to find a good way to make money or to receive a warrior allowance. Not many people actually left the city to fight the ferocious beasts. Seeing that Li Ziyu is so young, he can go out of the city to hunt level 1 ferocious beasts. Moreover, it was a first-level intermediate ferocious beast, and everyone looked surprised. Please wait here for a moment. I'll go get our boss. Oh, no, please follow me to the VIP room, I'll go call our boss. The beautiful shop assistant has a gentle face. Even the voice when talking to Li Ziyu became softer. When leading Li Ziyu to the VIP room, he deliberately leaned Feng Ni's body towards Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu could even clearly smell the perfume on the beautiful shop assistant. A bit like a rose. In the VIP room, which is countless times more luxurious than the one outside, even the tea has been replaced with precious spiritual tea. Li Ziyu sat on a soft leather sofa, with her feet on a carpet made of an unknown leather but obviously very expensive. I took a sip of the fragrant tea and felt a little emotional. Yesterday I was still trying to figure out where to find a job, but today I'm sitting in a VIP room, enjoying distinguished service and drinking priceless spiritual tea. Is this the change that comes after gaining strength? Li Ziyu was quite emotional. Really? No matter where. If you have the ability, you can enjoy better things. In the previous life, it took money to enjoy these things. But now it takes strength to enjoy these. Li Ziyu didn't wait long. But after a moment, there was a soft knock on the door. After Li Ziyu said that, the door of the VIP room was gently pushed open. The person who came in was a burly middle-aged man wearing a tang suit. The middle-aged man had a short beard and a pair of eyes that were frighteningly bright. Seeing Li Ziyu sitting in the seat, the middle-aged man raised his eyebrows, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. But he quickly hid it, smiled and walked forward to Li Ziyu and extended his hand. My dear, I am Tang Xian, the owner of Jinwu Pavilion. I have already looked at the goods you wanted to sell. Here is my quote. Do you think you are satisfied? When Li Ziyu was looking at Tang Xian was also looking at him. I couldn't help but be secretly surprised. The clerk just told him that there was a young man who looked less than 18 years old, who came to sell materials for the first-level ferocious beast, the Shadow Cat. He was a little skeptical. He himself is also a warrior. And he is also a second-level intermediate. He had personally experienced Shadow Cat's strength. An ordinary first-level warrior is no match for him. How could a teenager under the age of 18 hunt Shadow Cat alone? There must be a team behind it. However, when he saw the other party with his own eyes and felt the energy and blood power of the other party that far exceeded that of ordinary people, Tang Xian was a little shocked. The opponent's chi and blood have definitely reached the level of a first-level warrior. He is actually a first-level warrior. And he is not the kind of first-level warrior who only has energy and blood but no actual combat ability. This kind of genius will definitely have a bright future. Chapter 10 Mysterious Long Sword, Elementary Body Skills, Leaving the City Again. Li Ziyu took the quotation from Tang Xian, took a look at it, and nodded. It was tens of thousands more than he had imagined, a total of 200,000. Among them, the price of Shadow Cat accounts for the largest share. 110,000. It was probably a favor that Jinwu Pavilion sold it to him. Wow, I made 200,000 in just 2 days. If this had happened in the past, it would probably have taken more than 10 years to save. Being a warrior is indeed a profession that makes money quickly. Chatted with Tang Xian for a while. It can be seen that Tang Xian wanted to make friends with him in advance because of his age. However, Li Ziyu also learned a lot of basic information about warriors from Tang Xian. Boss Tang, does your shop accept the corpses of level 2 ferocious beasts? Li Ziyu asked tentatively. Although he doesn't know how much energy and blood he has now. But with the system by my side, I guess it won't be long before I can hunt down a level 2 ferocious beast. He had a good impression of Tang Xian and asked about the price in advance. Li Ziyu also wanted to cooperate with him in advance. When Tang Xian heard Li Ziyu's words, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He appeared calm on the surface, but deep down inside he was in turmoil. Tentatively asked, "Young man, are you planning to hunt a level 2 beast? If I don't go now, I'll have to wait a few days. After all, I don't have a decent weapon or martial arts right now. I'll go after I change my weapons in martial arts." Li Ziyu took a sip of tea and stood up from the sofa. Push open the door and walked towards the lobby counter. "Boss Tang, I plan to use the 200,000 to buy weapons in martial arts. Let me go to the counter and take a look." "Oh, okay. I'll take you there." Tang Xian seemed to have come back to his senses, shuddered, and quickly spoke to Li Ziyu. Naturally, he followed Li Ziyu out of the hall. Looking at Li Ziyu's back, a hint of shock flashed in Tang Xian's eyes. Hearing the tone of Li Ziyu's words just now, he couldn't tell for a moment whether he was bragging or stating the facts. But is it really possible for someone under the age of 17 to hunt a level 2 ferocious beast? A level 2 ferocious beast that can tear apart armored vehicles and tanks with its bare hands. Tang Xian thought it was impossible. At least in a small place like Xujiang City, there is no such genius. Tang Xian shook his head and stopped thinking about it. "I just think what Li Ziyu just said was just a casual remark that young people like to express. If you have money, of course you have to spend it, let alone a huge sum of 200,000. Li Ziyu didn't know what Tang Xian was thinking. He just felt very proud and confident at this moment. Nothing else. When you have money, it's easy to become arrogant. It's like someone who only earns 3,000 yuan a month and has to save money on everything he buys. Suddenly I found that my salary had increased to 100,000 yuan a month. I just want to buy. Moment. Hiss. A first-level alloy sword costs 500,000 Great Xia coins? A copy of the Gale Blade combat technique costs 1 million Great Xia coins? Wow, Boss Tang, are you sure you're not running a black market? Seeing the prices of weapons and martial arts on the counter, Li Ziyu's eyes widened and he looked at Tang Xian, who was accompanying him, with an expression of disbelief. Tang Xian was stared at by Li Ziyu. He shrugged helplessly and said, "Brotherly, this is the market situation now. My sword of this level is made of first-level asthma alloy. 1 kilogram of first-level asthma alloy costs nearly 50,000 Great Xia coins. I used 4 kilograms here. Adding the forging fees and other things, selling it for 500,000 is already considered cheap in the entire Xujiang city. Being a warrior is a profession that burns money. If it's a high-end weapon, it's normal to sell it for hundreds of millions, or even billions." Li Ziyu's face looked a little unhappy. He really didn't know much about the market conditions of warriors' weapons and martial arts. After all, the original body is not even a formal warrior, and has no access to information about these prices. So it's not in my memory. But he did have a vague impression of the Asuma alloy that Tang Xian mentioned. It was a new alloy developed by humans after they knew about the coming of the ferocious beast. It is several times harder than steel. It is a popular weapon material among warriors and is also divided into levels 1 to 9. Alas, but I thought that with 200,000 yuan in my hand, I could at least buy some weapons I wanted and improve my combat skills. But the money is not even enough to buy an ordinary first-level alloy sword? Tang Xian saw Li Ziyu's embarrassment. After a few words, he agreed to sell him the alloy sword that was worth 500,000 yuan for 200,000 yuan. But Li Ziyu did not agree immediately. 300,000 yuan is not difficult for him to earn. There is really no need to owe someone a favor for the sake of these $300,000. Li Ziyu walked around the counter again. I thought that if it really didn't work, I could look somewhere else, or I could just not change my weapon for now and make do with the steel sword in my hand. Right at this moment, the corner of the counter. A narrow, rusty sword attracted Li Ziyu's attention. Although this knife looks like a knife, it is also somewhat similar to a sword. The length is longer than ordinary knives, reaching an astonishing 1.5 meters. It is somewhat similar to the broadsword used in ancient times in previous lives. Although the knife had a mottled surface, Li Ziyu's attention was immediately drawn to it. Pointing at the rusty long sword, he asked Tang Xian, "Brother Tang, how much is this weapon? Why is it gathering dust here? Is there any explanation?" "Oh, this long knife was brought here a few months ago by a bearded man. It is said that it was handed down from his ancestors. I didn't want to accept it, but the bearded man said his ancestor was a warrior at the peak of the 2nd level. I thought the price he asked for wasn't expensive, so I accepted it, thinking I might get a bargain. After several months of research, we determined that this was just an ordinary knife, not even a first-class one. TSK, I misjudged you. Brotherly, if you want it, just give me the cost price. 100,000 yuan. Li Ziyu walked out of Jinwu Pavilion, carrying a rusty long sword on his back. His intuition told him that this knife was not ordinary. I can't say where this intuition comes from, but it just feels unusual. And Li Ziyu has just tried it. The hardness of this knife is many times stronger than his original one. Since he couldn't afford to replace it with a weapon made of asthma alloy, Li Ziyu simply bought the rusty iron knife. Before leaving, Tang Xian still felt embarrassed, thinking that Li Ziyu had suffered a loss at his hands. Then he gave him a book on basic martial arts skills. Although elementary body skills are not considered true martial arts, they cost 50,000 yuan to buy. Basic martial arts skills such as elementary swordsmanship, elementary body skills, and elementary swordsmanship are called basic martial arts. In fact, it cannot be considered a martial art. Strictly speaking, it is just an introduction to the technique of exerting force. Basically, everyone who plans to become a warrior will master one or two skills. The price is not expensive, only 50,000 yuan per book outside. It's only the elementary level. If you want to continue to master the intermediate or even advanced level, you can only comprehend and break through on your own. In addition to these basic martial arts, there are also things that can be called combat skills, but they are extremely expensive. And sometimes there is no demand for it. Li Ziyu just saw it in Jinwu Pavilion. The lowest level swordsmanship skill, the Gale Blade, costs 1 million daxia coins. Not only that, users are also required to master intermediate knife skills before they can learn. This is outrageous. A level 1 combat skill is already so expensive. If it were level 2 or 3, wouldn't it be astronomical? Warriors, it really is a waste of money. Li Ziyu sighed as he walked towards the city wall. But it's not all bad news. Tang Xian just told him an exciting news. This was the first time Li Ziyu heard the news. If you pass the assessment of a first-level warrior, the Martial Arts Association will give you a first-level body tempering combat skill. After practicing, your qi and blood can become more condensed. It seems that Daxia has put a lot of effort into training warriors, not only providing subsidies but also giving away martial arts techniques. Looks like I have to go to the Martial Arts Association to get certified as a next-level martial artist. But the Martial Arts Association is closed now, so if you want to go, you have to wait until tomorrow morning. With the system in hand, Li Ziyu prepared to go outside the city to hunt a few shadow cats and sell them for money. After all, his swordsmanship has now reached the intermediate level, so when he meets Shadow Cat, he is really not at all inferior. He was very envious of the Swift Wind Blade technique. Chapter 11 Kill Shadow Cat and improve your realm. In the dark, Li Ziyu arrived at the foot of the city wall. At this time, the moon was shining brightly, and the moonlight cast a long shadow on the towering city wall. At the end of the shadow is Li Ziyu carrying a long sword. Who? Stop! Coincidentally, this time it was still the 3 soldiers who stopped him last time. Shouted at him from a distance. But when I saw clearly that it was Li Ziyu, the team leader waved his hand backwards, signaling that the alert was lifted. We are one of us. Then he walked towards Li Ziyu, came up to him, and looked at Li Ziyu in surprise. Brother, is that you? What are you doing here so late? It has only been 2 hours since Li Ziyu left. The team leader still remembers clearly how Li Ziyu carried Shadowcat on his back. He looked Li Ziyu up and down. When the team leader saw the long knife on his back, his expression was a little surprised. Brother, you are not going out of town again, are you? Yeah, I thought Shadowcats were nocturnal beasts, so I wanted to kill a few more at night. Brother, you said last time that you need a first-level warrior certificate to leave the city. I haven't done the certification yet. Look. Li Ziyu scratched his head embarrassedly and spoke. The team leader was stunned when he heard Li Ziyu's words, his eyes widened. Brother, you can even hunt Shadowcats. Don't tell me you don't have a first-level warrior medal yet? Li Ziyu nodded. However, the team leader did not say much about this. The rule that only those with a first-level warrior medal can leave the city is intended to prevent those with insufficient strength from leaving the city to die. But Li Ziyu can hunt Shadowcat. For him, this simply does not exist. However, the team leader was very surprised that Li Ziyu was going out of the city so late at night, and less than 2 hours after the last time he hunted Shadowcat. Open your mouth to dissuade. Brother, listen to my advice. Although we warriors have stronger blood and energy than ordinary people. But you just fought Shadowcat, and now you're leaving the city. It's very dangerous. Even experienced warriors have to go back and rest for 2 days after leaving the city. Otherwise, returning empty-handed is not a big deal, but it could easily lead to something unexpected. The team leader gave Li Ziyu earnest advice. But just like last time, seeing that Li Ziyu insisted on leaving the city, he could only wave his hand to signal the city wall to let him pass. Captain, this guy is too reckless. Less than 2 hours after he hunted the beast, he's already out of town again, and at night. Something will happen sooner or later. Upon hearing this, the team leader shook his head as he watched Li Ziyu disappear into the night. I originally thought he was a talented person with a bright future, but he turned out to be a reckless person. If this continues, forget about hunting Shadowcat. I guess it's good to be back. Something bad will happen sooner or later. A city in ruins. The surrounding area is littered with the wreckage of abandoned cars and collapsed city buildings. On the ruins of the building, mosses that have been growing for who knows how many years have covered the entire building. Li Ziyu looked around in the moonlight. You can vaguely see the words Yonghui Supermarket written on the plaque of the collapsed building. Below the plaque, there are scattered remains of several humans. Li Ziyu stared at the white bones of the skeleton, his eyes somewhat touched. This should have been a prosperous town. After the ferocious beasts descended and war broke out, it became like this. And according to the news, towns on Blue Star are constantly being invaded by ferocious beasts and turned into ruins. If I don't possess strong power, I will probably die silently one day like these debris. But now that I have the system by my side, I will never allow this kind of thing to happen. Looking at the desolate scene in front of me. At this moment, Li Ziyu felt that his heart suddenly became clearer than before. In the past, he wanted to become a warrior more to improve his life. After becoming a first-level warrior, he thought it would be nice to earn some money by hunting ferocious beasts every day. I have a vague desire to lie down. But now seeing this scene, he felt a desire to become stronger. In this chaotic world, it's impossible to lie down and do nothing. Even if I have to lie down, I have to kill all the ferocious beasts before I lie down. Li Ziyu secretly clenched his fists and his eyes became firm. Meanwhile, he didn't notice. The moment his mentality changed, the rusty long sword he had been carrying on his back trembled slightly. The change was short-lived, and everything returned to calm in an instant. Here we go, Shadowcat. Li Ziyu's ears moved and all the muscles in his body subconsciously tensed up. He drew the long knife from behind and fixed his eyes on the ruins of a building a few dozen meters ahead. Behind the collapsed 6-story building in the distance, a pair of red eyes lit up. Then came a Shadowcat with a pitch-black body, a sturdy body, and the size of a Siberian tiger. Slowly walked out of the ruins. He bared his teeth and growled threateningly at Li Ziyu. It's even bigger than the one I saw last time. And it was a healthy and uninjured Shadowcat. Li Ziyu took a deep breath, slowly reached behind his back and grasped the hilt of the long sword. Without further ado, Li Ziyu took the initiative. A leap. He stepped on the car wreckage under his feet and made it sink down. Then he rushed directly towards Shadowcat. His figure cast a shadow in the moonlight. Before coming, he had memorized all the basic body techniques and had mastered them. His speed and agility are now much faster than before. When a normal person faces a beast as big as a Siberian tiger, let alone actively attacking, he may not even have the courage to escape. Not to mention Shadowcat's size and aura are much stronger than that of the Siberian tiger. But Li Ziyu was surprisingly not afraid at all. Instead, I felt extremely excited. These are all chi and blood. Swish! Shadowcat saw that a mere human dared to attack him. Suddenly he became furious. He roared and rushed towards Li Ziyu. Very fast. But Li Ziyu seemed to have foreseen Shadowcat's attack in advance. The body moved to the side, and then the knife in his hand flashed. A knife slashed fiercely on Shadowcat's waist. The intermediate swordsmanship upgraded by the system, whether it is the technique or the trajectory of the sword, it seems as if Li Ziyu has practiced it countless times in actual combat. He is like a veteran who has fought many battles and is not unfamiliar at all. That's the power of the system. This is also the reason why he dared to hunt Shadowcat this time. Ding, kill the first-level ferocious beast Shadowcat, health value plus 0.001. Moment. Following the pleasant system prompt, Li Ziyu slowly pulled the long knife out of Shadowcat. You know what, this knife looks rusty, but it's surprisingly sharp. Besides, why do I feel that this knife has become sharper than before? Li Ziyu held the long sword across his eyes. Looked at it carefully. After being stained with Shadowcat's blood, the blade seemed to become much brighter than before. I don't know if it was his illusion. Ding, kill the first level beast Shadowcat, health value plus 001. Ding, kill the first level beast Shadowcat, health value plus 001. Ding, kill the first level beast Shadowcat, health value plus 001. Although Shadowcat is a ferocious beast, its habits are similar to those of cats and it likes to appear at night. In just a few hours, Li Ziyu had encountered 7 or 8 of them. He killed them one by one. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, level 1 junior warrior plus. Combat skills, intermediate swordsmanship plus, elementary body skills plus. System, martial god system. Function, it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. Good. Can I upgrade my realm now? Li Ziyu opened the system panel. On the virtual panel, a plus sign appeared behind the column representing his realm. This is a sign of improvement. Not only that, there are plus signs after the intermediate swordsmanship and elementary body skills. Chapter 12 Surprised, brother, did you kill all these people? I didn't expect that intermediate swordsmanship could be upgraded to advanced. Advanced swordsmanship, it said that it takes at least 10 years for an ordinary warrior to upgrade a basic martial art to an advanced level. Even some talented geniuses need 4 or 5 years of polishing. But it's only been less than 2 days, right? It's already possible to advance from elementary to advanced level. The feeling of cheating is so fucking awesome. Li Ziyu once again expressed his admiration for the system's power. However, he did not use his energy and blood to improve his swordsmanship. After all, swordsmanship is like external attack. No matter how powerful it is, it still needs the support of chi and blood. It's like boxing. No matter how great your skills are, if you don't have the physique and strength to support them, it will be useless when you encounter an opponent who is several times stronger than you. Even if you punch someone several times, the damage will not be as great as one punch from someone hitting you. Improve your realm. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, first level intermediate warrior. Combat skills, intermediate swordsmanship, elementary body skills. System, martial god system. Function, it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. Ding, as Li Ziyu's thoughts came to an end. On the virtual panel in his mind, the column representing this person's realm changed to intermediate level 1. A moment of time. A warm current flowed into his limbs. Nourishes his muscles and bones. Black impurities also began to slowly seep out of Li Ziyu's body surface. This time the impurities penetrated for a longer period of time than before. Also darker. At this time, Li Ziyu's body surface looked like it was covered with a layer of mud. After a moment, the mud fell off, revealing the skin underneath. It's smoother and more elastic than before. Also, the strength and speed have increased by at least twice as much as before. Li Ziyu quickly threw several punches at the air in front of him, causing a series of sounds of breaking through the air. Then he drew the long sword from his waist and swung it hard at the wall in front of him. Boom! The several-meter-high wall looked like it had been hit by a sledgehammer. Collapsed in an instant. Raise a cloud of dust. I take back what I just said. The power is definitely more than twice as strong as before. Chi and blood have also increased a lot. I still need to test the exact amount. It's almost time. Let's collect the bodies of these shadow cats and then go to the Martial Arts Association to take the first level warrior test. Thinking about. Li Ziyu picked up the still warm body of Shadowcat in front of him and placed it on the wooden sled behind him. There are already 9 on the wooden pry, and including this one, there are exactly 10. This time he didn't bring a sack. I didn't want to carry the corpses of these shadow cats back. The combined weight of the 10 Shadowcat corpses is almost 10 tons. With his current strength, he can't carry it at all. Even dragging it on a wooden sled was a bit difficult. It would be nice if there was a ring that could store items like in novels. But even if there is, I probably can't afford it right now. The sky is hazy, the moon sets and the sun rises. With the first ray of sunshine, the outline of the city wall appeared in Li Ziyu's sight. He ran a little far this time. It is several kilometers away from the city wall. It took a lot of effort to drag Shadowcat's body back. On the city wall. The soldier guarding the city yawned and then slapped his face. He forced himself to cheer up and glanced around the city wall. Sudden. He seemed to have seen something incredible. His eyes, which were a little sleepy, suddenly widened. He rubbed his eyes and looked fixedly in a direction in the distance. Just look in that direction. A young man with simple clothes and a fresh face walked slowly towards the city wall. The boy also had a dark red long sword on his back. But none of this surprised the soldiers. What shocked the soldiers was the sled the boy was dragging behind him. The wooden sled was actually filled to the brim with Shadowcat corpses. A rough estimate is at least 10. Hiss. What the hell? Am I seeing right? 10 Shadowcats. Could these be all hunted by this young man? What's the strength of this boy? Are all boys this strong nowadays? The team leader also saw it. He stared blankly at Li Ziyu's approaching figure and was speechless for a long time. Finally, he squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. Awesome. Wait until Li Ziyu comes closer. Without waiting for Li Ziyu to speak, the team leader took the lead in ordering the soldiers to open the city gate and quickly walked towards Li Ziyu. After approaching, he asked tentatively, with a somewhat odd attitude. Brother, did you kill all these? After saying that, he couldn't help but look at the pile of corpses on the wooden crowbar behind Li Ziyu. Lucky, you'll encounter many things. Li Ziyu smiled and nodded. After receiving Li Ziyu's affirmative answer, the team leader's eyes changed when he looked at Li Ziyu. A student who hasn't even graduated yet single-handedly hunted down 10 level 1 intermediate ferocious beasts, Shadowcats, in one night? He is not a newcomer who has never fought against ferocious beasts. He knew better than anyone how terrifying the ferocious beasts were. If an ordinary person faced Shadowcat, even a fully armed special forces team would be wiped out. But he was hunted down by this boy who hadn't even graduated yet? And there are exactly 10 of them? The team leader looked at Li Ziyu differently. The look in his eyes when he looked at Li Ziyu was unconsciously filled with awe. If he had seen Li Ziyu hunting a Shadowcat alone yesterday, the team leader would have only had some admiration for Li Ziyu as a junior. But now, he has completely treated Li Ziyu as someone on the same level as himself. After all, even he, at Li Ziyu's age, could not achieve the same results as Li Ziyu. Brother, have you come to our Eastern Theater Command to develop after graduation? The team leader was enthusiastic. After graduating from Woda University, warriors can choose to join the army. If a genius like Li Ziyu could win over their Eastern Theater Command, it would definitely be a great achievement. Well, let's talk about it later. I haven't taken the martial arts exam yet. It was too far-fetched to think about these things. After all, he hadn't even taken the martial arts exam yet. After chatting with the team leader for a while, Li Ziyu walked towards Jinwu Pavilion. However, there was no sled to tow, so the team leader specially arranged a military truck for him, and Li Ziyu did not refuse. After all, dragging it to Jinwu Pavilion would be too ostentatious. Jinwu Pavilion. Tang Xian yawned. He pushed open the door of Jinwu Pavilion sleepily. He was sleeping comfortably when he was woken up by a phone call from the store clerk. Although he is a second-level warrior and is full of energy, he can be fine even if he doesn't sleep for several days and nights. But I was still a little unhappy when I was suddenly woken up. However, when he heard that Li Ziyu was here to buy and sell ferocious beasts again, Tang Xian put on his clothes without saying a word and went to the store. The reason why it is so important. First, he felt that the young man had great potential and was worth his investment. Secondly, there are signs that several other stores in Xujiang City have recently united to target him. These days, due to the suppression from rivals, fewer warriors come to Jinwu Pavilion to sell materials made from ferocious beasts. This is also one of the reasons why he attaches so much importance to Li Ziyu. Looking for a stable supply of goods. It should be the red-eyed rabbit this time. If you're lucky, there might be 2 Shadowcats. But I don't think it's possible. Li Ziyu hunted one during the day, so it's impossible for him to hunt the second one so quickly. After all, warriors also need to rest. Tang Xian thought. Push the door open and walk in. As soon as he entered the door, he was stunned. His eyes were fixed on the neatly arranged corpses of Shadowcats in the hall. I couldn't speak for a long time. Boss Tang? Do you still accept Shadowcats' corpses? It was not until a hand waved in front of his eyes that Tang Xian woke up from his dream. He quickly withdrew his shocked gaze from Shadowcat and turned to the boy in front of him. The boy still had some of the immaturity of a high school student on his face, staring at him excitedly. However, Tang Xian did not dare to look down on him because of his age. On the contrary, the boy's body became extremely mysterious in his eyes. So young and able to hunt 10 Shadowcats? This young man's strength is terrifying. Take it. Brotherly. I'll take as many ferocious beast corpses as you have. Chapter 13. Why does this person look like Li Ziyu? Tang Xian said to Li Ziyu excitedly. At the same time, he couldn't help but rub his hands excitedly, walked to Shadowcat's body and looked at it carefully. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. It took only 2 or 3 hits to kill the first few of these Shadowcats. But later on, they were all killed with one blow. This Li Ziyu is definitely a master with a knife. Moment. No excessive bargaining. Li Ziyu took the secret book containing the Gale Sword technique from Tang Xian. At the same time, there was an information reminder on the mobile phone that 200,000 Dasha coins had arrived. Brother, if you ever find a ferocious beast corpse to sell, please consider me first. I will definitely give you a higher price than outside. Tang Xian said with an eager look on his face and a heroic tone. Li Ziyu also responded with a smile. Okay. After these 2 contacts, Li Ziyu felt that Tang Xian was a good person. He did not seem like a businessman who was purely after profit, but rather a warrior who had changed careers and was full of loyalty. Anyway, he will have to sell the corpses of ferocious beasts frequently in the future, so finding a long-term partner is all about profit for him, not harm. After talking with Tang Xian again, Li Ziyu looked at the sun hanging high outside and then at the wall clock. It's 8 o'clock. The Martial Arts Association should be open by now. Go get your first-level martial artist certification. Although the monthly warrior allowance of 5,000 is nothing to me now, the pure body technique given by being a certified first-level warrior is still very valuable to me. Although my chi and blood are high now, it's only quantity, not quality. A 2-pronged approach and comprehensive development is the right path. Li Ziyu and Tang Xian said something, then pushed the door and left Jinwu Pavilion. He now doesn't know what his blood and energy value is. This time I go to the Wushu Association, I can take a test and have an idea of it. Li Ziyu was walking while flipping through the book on the Gale Sword technique. But at this moment, the cell phone kept ringing. Li Ziyu frowned and took out his cell phone from his pocket. The message came from Feishan. This is a chat software developed by a technology company in Daxia, similar to Weixin in the previous life. At this time, there are already 99 plus messages displayed on the Feishan icon. The top one had an avatar of a charming young woman wearing sunglasses, sending him a message. She is Li Ziyu's aunt. Xiaoyu, come to my aunt's house for dinner tonight. Your uncle bought some seafood and even a few pounds of shadowcat meat. Don't you have the martial arts exam in a few days? Eat some ferocious beast meat to replenish your energy and blood, and strive to get a good score in the exam. The icon also ended with a smiley face. But this was the message sent yesterday morning. At that time, Li Ziyu had just broken up with Su Mengyao, or he had just traveled through time and had not had time to check Feishan. Here is another one, sent by my aunt today. Xiaoyu, your cousin told me about your blood test. Don't be discouraged. There's nothing good about being a warrior. Fighting and killing is so dangerous. I've already told your uncle that when you graduate from high school, he'll arrange for you to work in his company and directly assign you a supervisor position. There are several voice calls below, and more than a dozen missed calls in the call log. When Li Ziyu saw this, a warm feeling flowed through his heart. It can be seen that my aunt really cares about him, unlike some fake relatives on the internet. However, when he sent this message, he was in the wilderness area, so he did not receive these messages. After thinking about it, Li Ziyu replied to her aunt. There's no reply yet, probably he's busy. Further down, there are messages in the class group. Brothers, the martial arts exam is in 4 days. How are you all preparing? How is your chi and blood? Oh, it brings tears to my eyes. It's so hard to improve chi and blood. I only have 1.1 chi and blood right now. It's still a long way from the 1.2 chi and blood requirement for the martial arts undergraduate exam. I guess there's no hope for Wuhan University. It's almost the same. My parents are considering whether to lend me money to buy pills to improve my chi and blood. But I didn't agree. Even if my energy and blood were improved, it would be useless in the martial arts exam if my combat power couldn't keep up. During the martial arts exam, you have to actually fight ferocious beasts. Below were rows of lamenting expressions, followed by a message from their class study committee member. By the way, have you read the school forum? It seems that there is a ruthless person from our school who went out of the city alone last night and hunted dozens of red-eyed rabbits and a shadow cat. This was captured by my friend. Next is a picture. In the picture, a teenager is carrying a sack that is several times larger than him. A black head with its tongue hanging out was revealed from the corner of the sack. The picture was just posted, and it was followed by a bunch of exclamations like awesome, strong, wow and so on. On Fission, Ding Dang is still ringing and thinking about it. Damn it, the Shadow Cat is a mid-level beast of level 1, with very strong speed and attack power. Who is the ruthless person in our school who can hunt down Shadow Cat alone? Could it be that guy Bai Haoran? That shouldn't be the case. Bai Haoran hasn't even become a warrior yet. I heard he's just about to get his warrior certification today. Bai Haoran wants to take the warrior certification? His chi and HP value is already 1.5? However, no one responded to this message, and most people were still guessing who the owner of the picture was. Hey, I'm looking at the back of this picture. Why does it look so much like Li Ziyu? And the shoes you're wearing seem to be on Li Ziyu's feet. Brother, you must have seen it wrong. The school just finished the test the day before yesterday, and Li Ziyu's health is only 0.8. He doesn't even have the qualifications to go to Wuda University, let alone hunt down a level 1 intermediate beast Shadow Cat alone. How could it be him? Maybe I saw it wrong. Li Ziyu looked at the messages and his eyes moved slightly. I didn't expect that I was secretly photographed while selling red-eyed rabbits yesterday. Even though I only took a picture of the back. However, Li Ziyu was not worried that someone would think that his energy and blood were increasing too quickly. After all, in the world of warriors, all kinds of geniuses emerge one after another, and among warriors, there are even such things as gifted warriors. There are many talented warriors who have awakened some special talents and their cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. If someone really asks me about it, I can just use the excuse of awakening my talent. I took another look and found that most of the information was complaining about the difficulty of the martial arts exam and the difficulty of improving chi and blood. Li Ziyu took a look, then closed Fission and put the phone back in his pocket. Taking the Wuko exam and attending Wuhan University are not options I must choose at the moment. Let's get the first level warrior certification first. Li Ziyu thought for a moment, then refocused his attention on the swift wind sword technique in his hand. While comprehending the Gale sword technique, he walked towards the Xujiang City Martial Arts Association building. The Martial Arts Association is also located in the city center, not far from here, only about 10 minutes walk away, which is also very convenient. TSK, what a bunch of poor losers. There's not even one person in the class with HP 1.4. They're such a bunch of losers. I don't know how I was assigned to this class before. In a blue BMW X5 heading towards the Warrior Association. Su Mengyao sat in the back row, looking at the messages in the Fission class group on her phone with a look of disdain. Sitting next to her was Bai Haoran, who was dressed in casual clothes. Brother Bai Haoran is really amazing. He can already take the first level warrior test. Compared to the people in our class, Brother Bai Haoran, you are simply a genius. Brother Bai Haoran, you will definitely pass this warrior certification. Su Mengyao looked at Bai Haoran with admiration. Her expression was innocent but revealed admiration, and her eyes seemed to be full of water. Bai Haoran, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but feel proud, but he still pretended to be humble. I can't be so absolute. After all, the first level warrior assessment not only looks at chi and blood, but also combat power. I'm about 80% sure. That's still much better than those losers in our class. They probably won't even reach the threshold of being a warrior in their lifetime. Su Mengyao's expression was still one of admiration, but when she mentioned her classmates, her eyes inadvertently revealed contempt. Not necessarily. Maybe there's a hidden master in your class, like Li Ziyu. Looking at the back of the picture, doesn't he look quite like him? Before he finished speaking, Bai Haoran laughed. It seemed that he himself did not believe what he said. Su Mengyao also giggled. I didn't expect that, Brother Bai Haoran, you've also learned to joke. Li Ziyu is a loser whose HP is less than 1. If he was in the picture, it would be a huge joke. Chapter 14. Go to the Martial Arts Association and become a first-level warrior. In the center of Xujiang City, there is a quiet granite path in the bustling city. Li Ziyu walked slowly along the winding path. As he walked, he kept waving his hands, simulating the action of drawing a knife. One time. One time. Again. Moment. Li Ziyu slowly stopped, stretched out his hand to pull out the long knife behind him, and swung it violently at the ground in front of him. Swish! There was a whistling sound as the long sword in Li Ziyu's hand flashed in the air, leaving a shadow that was difficult for ordinary people to capture with their naked eyes, and then it chopped onto the rock on the ground with a thud. Sonorous. A clearly visible crack, 1 palm deep and 2 meters long, appeared on the ground paved with pure granite. Li Ziyu's eyes lit up as he looked at the granite in front of him that he had cut into a crack. Open the system panel. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, First Level Intermediate Warrior. Combat Skills, Swift Sword Technique, Intermediate Sword Technique, Elementary Body Technique. System, Martial God System. Function, it can absorb everything and improve chi in blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. You've really mastered the Gale Sword Technique. Li Ziyu felt a little emotional. Before I learned the Gale Sword Technique, I could only cut through a wall with one full strength strike. But now, it can cut a 20-centimeter crack in the extremely hard granite. This power is at least 50% stronger than before. And most importantly, the unparalleled speed of the Gale Blade will definitely be of great help to my combat ability. Li Ziyu looked excited. He held the long sword in one hand and waved it in the air a few times. The knife flashed and whistled through the air. However, they were about to arrive at the Martial Arts Association, so he did not use the granite on the ground for experiments. He looked at the old men doing morning exercises in the distance and took out his cell phone to call the police. Putting the long knife on his back, Li Ziyu walked along the path for a while. After turning a few corners, it converges onto a busy road. Walked for a while. A building more than 10 stories high appeared in front of us, its surface covered with silver glass, giving it a very sci-fi feel. At the top of the building, there are 7 huge characters hanging, Xujiang City Martial Arts Association. It's only 8 o'clock in the morning. There were already many white-collar workers in the warrior building, some holding various weapons and some wearing suits and ties, coming in and out of the gate passage. Li Ziyu noticed that although most of the people dressed as warriors wore ordinary clothes, their expressions were usually cold and serious. When I saw the passage, I didn't swipe my card and went directly through the VIP passage on the side. Those who are dressed in suits and ties and are dressed like elite white-collar workers need to queue up in the aisle obediently. When he meets a warrior, he often reveals expressions of envy and respect. The difference in status can be seen from this. This, Mr. Warrior? Why are you here? Li Ziyu was looking at the architectural style of the Warrior Association when a female voice sounded inquiringly in his ears. A tall and beautiful woman in a black business suit was looking at him curiously. Li Ziyu recognized that the man was a staff member of the Martial Arts Association from the work badge hanging on his chest. I'm here for the first-level warrior certification. Li Ziyu responded with a smile. Oh, sir, please come this way. I will take you there. The staff member in black silk stockings was stunned at first, then seemed to react and hurriedly led the way in front of Li Ziyu. As he walked, he couldn't help but look back and secretly look at Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu didn't care either. He was used to being looked down upon when he was in Jinwu Pavilion. It was probably because they were curious about his youth. That's true. Here we are, my lord. This is the room used for warrior testing. There's still half an hour before the test starts. You can wait inside for a while. Li Ziyu followed the black staff into the elevator and went to the 6th floor. After walking through a long corridor, we came to a room. The black staff member stopped, helped Li Ziyu open the door, and said respectfully. Li Ziyu nodded and pushed the door open. After entering, the view suddenly opens up and there is a hall of several thousand square meters. At this time, there were already 7 or 8 people in the hall who came to take the test, sitting or standing in the room waiting. In the center of the room, there is also a blood and chi tester similar to the one Li Ziyu used at the Hongsu Martial Arts School, as well as a combat power test pile. However, it looks newer and more advanced than the one in Hongsu Martial Arts School. Li Ziyu glanced at the time on his phone. There were still about 20 minutes before the test started. According to what the black staff member just said, the Martial Arts Association's first-level warrior certification is held twice a day, in the morning and afternoon, and both start at the same time. It is 8:30 in the morning and 5:30 in the afternoon. Li Ziyu found a seat and sat down, while looking at the other 7 people who were taking the test. Sitting in the first row was a burly man with metal gloves on his hands and a stern face. The sturdy man sat there, looking like a master who kept strangers away. The others kept their distance from him and occasionally cast awe-inspiring glances at him. This should be a powerful warrior. Li Ziyu stared at the burly man's back and thought to himself. About 7 or 8 meters away from the burly man, there was a girl who looked about the same age as him and was also in high school. The girl wore a simple white t-shirt on the upper body and light blue jeans on the lower body. It's a simple outfit, but with its perfect curves, it gives people a bright feeling. Coupled with that beautiful face, even Li Ziyu couldn't help but take a second look. This girl is much prettier than Su Mengyao. She was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Charlene. While Li Ziyu was looking at the girl was also secretly looking at Li Ziyu. There was a hint of curiosity in his eyes as he looked at Li Ziyu. After all, she felt that she was young enough, but Li Ziyu looked even younger than her. Are you also preparing to take the martial arts exam? I just don't know which school this genius is from. The girl thought secretly. It wasn't just the girl who was looking at Li Ziyu. When Li Ziyu came in, the burly man and several other warriors who came to take the test all looked at Li Ziyu. There was curiosity in his eyes. As if curious about Li Ziyu's age. I couldn't believe there was someone so young, so I came to get certified as a warrior. Li Ziyu looked past the girl and continued to look at her, but after a while he looked away. Apart from the burly man and the young girl who were quite eye-catching, the rest of the people present looked ordinary. Thinking of this, Li Ziyu closed his eyes and waited for the test to begin. Ah, the school beauty of number 2 middle school, the talented girl Xiaolin is here too? She's here to take part in the first-level warrior certification as well. At this moment, the door to the assessment was opened again. Su Mengyao and Bai Haoren pushed the door and walked in. As soon as she came in, Su Mengyao looked at the black-haired girl in the room, covered her mouth and exclaimed, with an expression of admiration in her eyes. Xiaolin is a genius from number 2 middle school, and she's also one of the top 3 seeded players in the Xujiang City martial arts exam. It's said that in the school's Qi and Blood test, her initial Qi and Blood were 1.45. Not only is her Qi and Blood talent high, but she's also a kendo prodigy, having reached the intermediate level in swordsmanship. She is the idol of all the female students in Xujiang City. Su Mengyao looked excited and spoke excitedly to Bai Haoren beside her. Bai Haoren's eyes also showed his importance. I didn't expect that Xiaolin has already reached the level of a first-level warrior. This test is not just for Xiaolin, the burly man sitting next to her is also a master. Hey, why does that figure look so much like Li Ziyu? Chapter 15 Testing begins. Su Mengyao was thinking about whether to go up to Xiaolin to say hello and introduce herself. Then he saw Li Ziyu sitting not far from Xiaolin and immediately frowned. Why do I keep running into him everywhere? Disgust and disdain flashed in Su Mengyao's eyes. The last time I met Li Ziyu was when I was doing the Qi and Blood test at Hongsu Martial Arts School. This time I came for the martial artist certification, and Li Ziyu was here again. It's very obvious what the situation is, it's clear at a glance. Li Ziyu must have followed me. On purpose. Thinking of this, Su Mengyao became even more annoyed. Without hesitation, he walked up to Li Ziyu, put his hands on his hips and looked at her condescendingly and indifferently. Li Ziyu. That's enough. Didn't I say I'd broken up with you? Why are you still pestering me? Last time I met you at Hongsu Martial Arts School. This time I followed Master Bai to get my martial artist certification, and I ran into you again. You were following me on purpose, weren't you? I've already told you we're not from the same world, why are you so naive? Don't you even look at yourself? You're a piece of shit with a Qi and Blood test less than 0.8. Do you think there's any chance for me? For the sake of our classmate, I'm warning you for the last time. Don't bother me anymore. Now. Right now. Get out of my sight right now. Su Mengyao shouted at Li Ziyu in a cold voice and with a look of disgust. Disgusted voices echoed in the testing hall. She felt that she had reached the limit of her patience. The last time we took the test at the martial arts gym, Li Ziyu could be said to have come for the same test, which was just a coincidence. But now that he is here for the first-level warrior certification, Li Ziyu 1T say that he is also here to certify as a first-level warrior, right? Is that possible? Roll. Li Ziyu glanced at Su Mengyao coldly, without paying much attention to her, and just spit out a word coldly. He was also a little speechless. This Su Mengyao was really haunting him. He could meet her everywhere. If there weren't so many people watching, Li Ziyu really wanted to slap Su Mengyao away. Who is this? What a trustworthy woman. You. Su Mengyao's face suddenly turned red, her chest heaved violently, and she was about to get angry. But at this time, outside the gate, several people wearing the uniforms of the Martial Arts Association walked in. After seeing Su Mengyao and Li Ziyu, he asked around and instantly understood the situation. One of them was a middle-aged man wearing a white combat uniform and with a beard on his chin. He frowned and spoke directly to Su Mengyao coldly. Are you here to take part in the warrior certification? If not, get up immediately and don't affect our normal testing. Su Mengyao was stunned, her pretty face turned even redder, and she was about to get angry. However, when she saw the shiny bronze medal on the middle-aged man's chest, her anger immediately died down. This brass medal is awarded uniformly by the Warrior Association and represents the identity of a warrior. Bronze is a first-level warrior. This middle-aged man is a first-level warrior. Although she is about to take the martial arts exam, she is considered half a warrior. But there is still a difference between being a half warrior and a formal warrior. If an ordinary person provokes a formal warrior and gets beaten, he will have no way to complain. Su Mengyao glared at Li Ziyu fiercely and retreated to the corner in shame. Humph! You want to catch my eye by getting certified as a first-level warrior? I can only say that your idea is truly stupid. I want to see how you embarrass yourself later. After retreating to Bai Haoran's side, Su Mengyao's face changed to a pitiful expression, looking aggrieved. Bai Haoran's expression was stern. He glanced at Li Ziyu coldly, then turned to comfort Su Mengyao. Don't worry, you can handle it with Li Ziyu. I'll help you vent your anger after I finish the test. Challenges are allowed in school. Su Mengyao was just a minor episode. Li Ziyu ignored her and turned her attention to the center of the stage. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing white combat uniform and with a beard on his chin was explaining the test rules. It was similar to when Li Ziyu was at Hongsu Martial Arts School, and both began with a blood and chi test. Then they will conduct combat effectiveness test facing the target. When the chi and blood reaches 1.5 and the combat power reaches 180, you can become a first-level junior warrior recognized by the Wushu Association. First-level warriors will be awarded a bronze medal and can receive a subsidy of 5,000 yuan per month from the Martial Arts Association. It is said that above the bronze medal, there are silver medals, gold medals, and diamonds. They correspond to level 1 warrior, level 2 warrior, level 3 warrior, and level 4 warrior respectively. The allowances that can be received at each level are also different, depending on the strength of the warrior. As for what medal is above it, Li Ziyu has no idea. Some things cannot be touched unless you reach that level. Li Ziyu thought about it and started the on-site test directly. Sunantian, HP value 1.53. The first person to come on stage was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s with short hair. Lying on the blood and chi tester, a middle-aged Wushu Association staff member reported a number. Great! After 3 certifications, my chi and blood finally met the standards. I hope I'll be successful this time. Upon hearing this number, the short-haired young man breathed a sigh of relief, clenched his fists tightly, and showed uncontrollable joy on his face. Next is the combat effectiveness test. The short-haired young man walked to the combat effectiveness test target, took a deep breath, and his expression was solemn. Then he drew the long knife from his waist and chopped it hard at the target. Li Ziyu looked over to where the young man's knife had landed. In the center of the combat effectiveness test target, a number representing the youth's combat effectiveness is displayed on it. 169. The tester reported a value with a blank expression. The young man was stunned for a moment after hearing the number, then looked up at the test target. When he saw the value clearly, his expression suddenly became extremely ugly. Chow! Just a little bit off again. There are 3 test opportunities in total. Do you want to take 2 more tests? The staff member said expressionlessly. The short-haired young man was stunned for a moment, waved his hand, and responded in a low mood. Forget it, I haven't practiced the pure body technique, and my swordsmanship is only elementary. Even if I continue testing, the fluctuations in combat power will probably be about the same as now. I'd better wait until I return and cultivate my swordsmanship to the intermediate level before testing again. After saying that, the short-haired young man did not leave the test site directly, but found a seat and sat down to watch other people's tests. After the test failed, his expression became relaxed. When he saw Li Ziyu looking at him, he grinned back at Li Ziyu. Good attitude. Li Ziyu nodded in response, thinking secretly in his heart. It seems that although qi and blood are crucial, simply piling up qi and blood without synchronizing martial arts and body purification techniques does not make much sense. Just like the short-haired young man just now. His qi and HP value is 1.53, but because he has not practiced the body tempering method and his martial arts skills are only elementary, his combat effectiveness is not high, only about 10% higher than the normal standard. If it were someone with the same HP value of 1.53 but possessing intermediate martial arts, or even advanced martial arts, or combat skills, his combat power would definitely crush him. It seems that simply increasing qi and blood is not enough. The key is to increase attack speed and defense simultaneously. While Li Ziyu was thinking, several rounds of tests were carried out on the field. But without exception, their qi and health values met the standards, but their combat effectiveness was a little lacking. Li Ziyu also understood this. After all, the qi and blood values can be increased by taking natural treasures or taking drugs that enhance qi and blood. But martial arts can only be acquired through personal training or natural talent. The difficulty of practicing is several levels higher than simply improving qi and blood. Just then, in the field, the voice of the Wushu Association staff suddenly came, revealing a hint of surprise in the tone. Wang Donglang, HP 3.1. Combat Power, 360. Chapter 16, Advice from someone who has experienced this, is the qi and blood capped? Ha! He's actually a first-level intermediate warrior? He's already a first-level intermediate warrior, and he's only just coming for certification? Strong. There are only a few dozen first-level intermediate warriors in Xujiang City. I didn't expect to see one here today. TSK. His combat power exceeds his qi and blood value by so much. This person is considered awesome even among the first-level intermediate warriors. His martial arts skills are at least at the intermediate level. As the Wushu Association staff member finished speaking, there were exclamations and a surge of people in the venue. Li Ziyu was also a little surprised. According to the Wushu Association standards for martial artists' qi and blood, a martial artist whose qi and blood reaches 1.5 is classified as a first-level junior martial artist. When the qi and blood reaches 3, it is classified as intermediate, when it reaches 6, it is classified as advanced, and when the qi and blood reaches 10, it is a level 1 peak warrior. The qi and blood of this bald strong man has broken through 3, which is the level of an intermediate warrior. The bald strong man's combat power is much higher than the normal standard, and it is estimated that his basic martial arts skills are at least intermediate level. Thinking of this, Li Ziyu looked at the system again. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, first level intermediate warrior. Combat skills, swift sword technique, intermediate sword technique, elementary body technique. System, martial god system. Function, it can absorb everything and improve qi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. I am also a first-level intermediate warrior. I don't know what my qi and blood value is. When the strong man came off the stage, the few people who had finished the test couldn't help but come forward and greet him with a smile on their faces. Even Bai Haoren stepped forward and enthusiastically introduced himself to the strong man. However, the strong man remained expressionless throughout the whole process and ignored the enthusiasm of the people around him, but the people around him did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. People with great strength all have tempers, which is understandable. After the test, the strong man, like the short-haired young man, did not leave the scene. Instead, he found a seat and sat down, looking at the next tester, ready to watch the game. The next person to be tested was a girl named Xia Lin. Li Ziyu looked over at her with curiosity on his face. He had just learned from Su Mengyao that Xia Lin was a top talent in number 2 middle school. It just so happens that through Xia Lin's energy and fighting power, the difference between himself and the genius can be seen. Li Ziyu said secretly. He has never fought with anyone, and to be honest, he is a little vague about his own strength. Charlene's pretty face was stern as she walked to the front of the stage with a serious look and entered the testing chamber. The Wushu Association staff clicked on it twice, and the value was displayed on it. Seeing this number, the staff of the Wushu Association looked a little surprised. They couldn't help but look at Xia Lin again and said, Qi and blood value 1.58. From looking at your information, I see you're still a high school student. You've got such high qi and blood values at such a young age. You're truly a formidable youngster. After testing the qi and blood values, Xia Lin conducted a combat power test. She was using a dagger. She walked to the target, shouted softly, and slashed the target with the dagger in her hand quickly, accurately, and fiercely. Combat Power 185. Reaching the standard of a first-level warrior. The staff of the Wushu Association looked at the data displayed on the target with some surprise on their faces. He smiled and said to Charlene, "Congratulations, classmate. You are now an official warrior. Once the tests are complete, someone will give you a medal representing your status as a first-level warrior. Also, for those of you taking your warrior certification for the first time, our Martial Arts Association will also give you a copy of the first-level defensive combat technique, the Diamond Body Method. You can choose to continue watching the game here, or you can leave, it's up to you." Xia Lin nodded to the staff of the Wushu Association, and then returned to her seat like the strong man. As he walked to his seat, the burly man nodded slightly at Xia Lin. He hasn't even graduated from high school yet, but he's already become a first-level junior warrior at such a young age. Although his strength is lower than his, a first-level intermediate warrior, his future potential is much greater than his. He deserves to be treated with respect. As expected of number 2 middle school's top talent, he's a top 3 prospect in the martial arts exam. His chi and health values and combat power are surprisingly high. With a HP value of 1.58, she has a combat power of 185. Her martial arts skills are at least intermediate level. Sitting in his seat, Bai Haoran looked at Xia Lin, who had just come down from the test bench, with a serious expression, and couldn't help but clench his fists secretly. A hint of jealousy unconsciously arose in my heart. "Don't worry, brother Bai Haoran, you are also a genius, no worse than Xia Lin. I believe in you. Come on. Besides, even if your HP and combat power aren't as good as Xia Lin's, at least you're much better than Li Ziyu, who's the last one." Su Mengyao had a gentle expression and patted Bai Haoran in a soft voice, comforting him thoughtfully. After hearing what Su Mengyao said, Bai Haoran seemed to have thought of something and turned his gaze to Li Ziyu, who was sitting in front of him. Looking at Li Ziyu's back, Bai Haoran couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth, and a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. Indeed, after all, I am a genius with 3 highs. Even if my health and combat power are not as good as Xia Lin's, I am still better than Li Ziyu, who is at the bottom of the list. Bai Haoran instantly felt a surge of superiority, his eyes following Li Ziyu's back as she walked onto the stage. "Then let him go up and test it first." "Heh, with less than 1 point of health, you're still trying to get certified as a first-level warrior. What a monkey." Everyone here will probably burst into laughter later. Su Mengyao also looked at Li Ziyu. As Li Ziyu took the stage. Below the stage, the burly man and Charlene looked over there. The only ones who haven't been tested yet are Li Ziyu and Bai Haoran. They didn't leave just now because they wanted to see Li Ziyu's test results. After all, Li Ziyu is so young, and they also heard the conversation between Su Mengyao and Li Ziyu just now. She must be disliked because of her low energy. They were a little curious about how much chi and blood Li Ziyu had. Li Ziyu walked onto the stage. The staff of the Wushu Association looked at Li Ziyu and spoke. "Classmate, do you know how to use the chi and blood tester?" "Yes, I tested it at school." "That's good, but as someone who's been through this, I still have to tell you that just because your chi and blood test is low now, it doesn't mean you won't have the chance to become a warrior in the future. The road ahead is still long. As long as you persevere and continue to work hard towards the path of a warrior, one day in the future." "Will you become a warrior one day?" Li Ziyu looked up in surprise. The Wushu Association staff chuckled. "That's not the case. One day you will realize that you are just an ordinary person after all." Li Ziyu was speechless. "Brother, are you comforting me or attacking me?" The staff member of the Wushu Association smiled and looked at Li Ziyu seriously with a persuasive tone in his voice. "Young man, I see my old self in you. Although my chi and blood talent was better than yours at that time, our situations were similar. We were both dumped by our girlfriends right after the school test. But life is like this, don't be too optimistic, you can live without a woman." After saying that, the Wushu Association staff also glanced at Su Mengyao's position. Li Ziyu was speechless again. But he didn't explain much, just said thank you. You know what, even though this uncle always looks expressionless, he actually has a kind heart. I guess I just thought of something from what Su Mengyao said to me. However, Li Ziyu did not want to explain anymore. He walked into the test cabin and lay down. Moment. With a dripping sound. A bright red number appeared on the screen outside the blood and chi tester. 5.999. Chapter 17, Chi and Blood Test 5.99. Shocking. Shoo. What the hell, 5.999. Young man, how come your health is so high? The middle-aged Wushu Association staff member standing by saw the number displayed on the tester. His eyes widened involuntarily, and he cried out in surprise. Is the tester broken? Young man, your name is Li Ziyu, right? How about you take the test again? A health value of 5.999 is just a little short of the standard of a first-level advanced warrior. He wasn't surprised when the strong man just measured his chi and blood value at 3.1. The main reason is that the other party is older, and he has expectations in his mind. But how old is this young man named Li Ziyu in front of me? The information shows that you just turned 17 this year? He's only 17, but his HP is almost close to that of a first-level advanced warrior. Isn't this too outrageous? Young man, are you sure this is your first time coming to the Martial Arts Association for certification? If you have previously been certified as a warrior in another city, recertification will be invalid. The Wushu Association staff looked at Li Ziyu again and couldn't help but ask. He suspected that Li Ziyu had undergone warrior certification somewhere else before, otherwise why would he be almost at the level of a first-level advanced warrior before coming for certification as a first-level junior warrior? Well, it's indeed my first time. Li Ziyu scratched his head and said with an embarrassed smile. He didn't expect that his energy and blood were so high. He was busy killing ferocious beasts in the wild. In addition to hunting shadow cats, he also killed countless red-eyed rabbits. The system simply prompted him that his chi and blood values had reached the intermediate level 1 standard. But this was the first time he knew the exact amount. I didn't expect to go straight from intermediate to top. In other words, if he kills any ferocious beast in the wilderness now, he can be promoted to a higher level. At the strong request of the Wushu Association staff, Li Ziyu lay back on the blood and chi tester and took the test again. Same as last time. I checked the tester and it's correct. You really do have 5.999 HP. The staff of the Wushu Association looked at the results that reappeared on the screen, their voices trembling. Genius. This young man named Li Ziyu is definitely a genius. At only 17 years old, he is already a first-level intermediate warrior. Oh no, he will soon be a first-level advanced warrior. A first-level advanced warrior who is less than 17 years old. This Li Ziyu is definitely a super genius. Unexpectedly, such a genius would appear in the Xujiang City Martial Arts Association. Moreover, this genius was discovered through personal testing. The middle-aged Wushu Association staff member was so excited that his beard was trembling. Health value 5.999? So high? Damn, this is several times higher than mine. Awesome. He's so young and has such high chi and health. This kid. Oh no. How did this big guy train himself? With a HP value of 5.999, you're already qualified for level 1 advanced warrior certification, right? Why are you taking the test now? Judging from his appearance, he hasn't practiced the body tempering technique yet, has he? Hiss. It's really possible. It's possible that he's a warrior with a natural talent for chi and blood, so his chi and blood improve quickly. However, this type of warrior usually doesn't have strong combat power. Let's not talk about this. I'm actually curious. How come this young man, with such high chi and blood, was still dumped by his girlfriend? Could it be that the guy who was with that woman now has a higher chi and health value than Li Ziyu? The people who had just taken the test looked at Li Ziyu, who had crawled out of the blood and chi tester on the stage, and they talked about it, exclaimed in surprise, and were confused. At the same time, several people turned their eyes to Su Mengyao and Bai Haoren in the last row. The strong man was also a little surprised and couldn't help leaning forward. This chi and blood value is almost twice as high as his. And the key is that she is still so young. He was just curious about the health value of this young boy who came to participate in the warrior certification and was pointed at in the face and mocked by girls. He didn't expect that he was a genius. 5.999 health value, the young are really formidable. But at the same time, doubts appeared in the sturdy man's eyes. Following the gaze of the crowd, he subconsciously turned his head to look at Su Mengyao behind him. Even a person with a HP value of 5.999 was called trash. Is this girl's standards so high? But she doesn't look that stunning, does she? Charlene's mood at this moment was similar to that of the strong man. However, she did not go to see Su Mengyao and Bai Haoren, because she knew everything about those two people. The one who amazed her was Li Ziyu. If you don't make a sound, you will be a big surprise when you do. Unexpectedly, number 3 middle school actually has a dark horse talent like Li Ziyu. It seems that you are planning to make a splash in the martial arts exam. With 5.999 Qi in blood, you should be a Qi in blood talented warrior. However, although your Qi and blood values are high, your martial arts skills definitely cannot keep up. In actual combat, you may not be able to match me. Xiao Lin's eyes were as bright as stars, and her fighting spirit was surging. After all, she was someone who had fought against ferocious beasts. Although it is only a first-level ferocious beast, the saber-toothed boar, it is still a ferocious beast. Impossible. 5.999 HP, this is absolutely impossible. How could Li Ziyu possibly have 5.999 HP? In the school test the day before yesterday, he only had a HP value of 0.8. And the test result at Hongsu Martial Arts School was only 0.9. How could it possibly increase so much overnight? It's fake, the blood and Qi tester must be broken. Below the stage, Su Mengyao's eyes widened as she looked at Li Ziyu with disbelief in her eyes. 5.999 HP value, this was beyond her imagination. The minimum standard for the martial arts exam is a Qi and blood value of 1.2. Li Ziyu's current blood and energy value is 5.999. Based on this alone, he can be admitted to the martial arts exam. The reason why I broke up with Li Ziyu was because I disliked his ordinary talent and that he couldn't become a warrior. Now the test blood value is 5.999, how is this possible? Li Ziyu should be a warrior with a natural talent for Qi and blood. I guess he just woke up yesterday, or today. Bai Haoran on the side also stared at Li Ziyu, with jealousy burning in his eyes and a bitter tone. A gifted warrior, as recorded in the textbooks. Qi, blood, defense, speed, all kinds of talents may not be revealed at ordinary times, but once awakened, the strength will increase by leaps and bounds. This kind of gifted warrior is very rare. I heard that some of the geniuses in the rocket class of number 1 high school are gifted warriors. But I didn't expect that Li Ziyu was also misjudged. A gifted warrior? Su Mengyao looked a little dazed when she heard this. Looking at Li Ziyu, who was preparing for the combat effectiveness test under the admiring gazes of countless people on and off the stage. She also remembered how Li Ziyu used to obey her and flatter her. Comparing myself to how they still ignore me, I feel really bad. If she can hold on to the gifted warrior, she will surely have a good life in the future. But she still insisted. So what if a warrior has Qi and blood talent? It's just that his Qi and blood value is a little higher. If his martial arts skills can't keep up, then the Qi and blood value alone is useless. He's still just an embroidered pillow. On the stage, Li Ziyu stood in front of the test target, and the staff of the Wushu Association said with a smile on their faces, "Young man, relax, don't be nervous, just play to your normal level. It doesn't matter if I don't perform well, we can just keep testing. We can test as many times as we want." Chapter 18. Pay attention. Geniuses have privileges. It was like looking at a precious baby. Li Ziyu nodded. He was not disturbed by the discussions in the audience, but stared at the test target in front of him. Calm your mind and take a deep breath. Then he exerted force with his feet and leaped forward. He twisted his waist and swung his fist, and a huge force surged from the soles of his feet to his waist, and then from his waist to his right fist. With a bang, a fist hit the target in front of him hard, creating a strong wind. The Wushu Association staff hurriedly looked at the numbers on the target. 620, the increase in Qi and combat power is about 10%? The middle-aged staff member of the Wushu Association turned his head and looked at Li Ziyu. Seeing that he had no expression on his face, as if he had expected it, the staff member nodded thoughtfully. It seems that you are a person with the Qi and blood talent awakening. Your Qi and blood values are relatively high after your awakening, but you haven't had time to hone your martial arts skills yet. But this is also very impressive. With 5.99 HP, even if his martial arts skills are low, he is still more powerful than the average warrior in actual combat. The staff of the Wushu Association said this with admiration, but they felt a little regretful in their hearts. If this young man's martial arts skills can also keep up, Xujiang City definitely produced a genius. Unfortunately, it's just high Qi and blood. Why? I'm really overthinking things. Having high Qi and blood is already excellent, but I'm also dreaming of high martial arts skills. How is that possible? The staff of the Wushu Association couldn't help but shake their heads. He is indeed a warrior with chi and blood talent. He must have just awakened. He only has chi and blood, but his martial arts skills have not yet caught up. What a shame! I thought I could witness the birth of a super genius. Alas, it seems I was overthinking it. But for someone so young and with such high chi and blood values, he's already quite impressive. He can slowly improve his martial arts skills. How can martial arts be practiced so easily? The spectators in the audience couldn't help but sigh and whisper. There was a hint of pity in many people's eyes. The sturdy man and Charlene looked calm, as if they had expected this and felt a little more balanced. If Li Ziyu has high blood and chi and strong martial arts, that would be truly amazing. Although they are just pure chi and blood awakeners, which is rare, they feel more balanced in their hearts. It seems that Li Ziyu just got lucky and awakened his chi and blood talent. Tisk, it's just luck and a bit of high chi and blood. Not a true genius, nothing more than that. In the corner of the stage, Su Mengyao said this in a sour tone, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. This is a good result for her. If Li Ziyu is really that kind of monster who is strong in all aspects, she would feel so uncomfortable. Brother Bai, you. Su Mengyao turned around and was about to say a few words to Bai Haoren to belittle Li Ziyu, and at the same time boost Bai Haoren's confidence. Then I heard a muffled sound like thunder in my ears. Bai Haoren in front of her suddenly stretched forward as if he had seen something incredible. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were fixed on Li Ziyu on the stage. Su Mengyao turned her head in confusion and looked towards the center of the stage in the direction Bai Haoren was looking. Then, his eyes widened instantly. Her red lips opened into an O shape, as if she could swallow an egg, with a look of horror and disbelief on her face. Only on the stage. Li Ziyu put away the knife with an expressionless face. In front of him, the humanoid test target that could withstand the full force of a level 2 warrior seemed to be bombarded by some terrifying force. His upper body was bent and twisted, drooping at a 90-degree angle and falling backwards. On the shattered display screen of the human-shaped target, a glaring red number appeared. 999. Looking at this number, Su Mengyao felt as if her brain was hit hard by an iron rod, and she couldn't help feeling dizzy. Was that attack just now delivered by Li Ziyu? 999. This value exceeds the combat power of a first-level advanced warrior, right? Not only Su Mengyao was shocked. Next to Li Ziyu, the staff of the Wushu Association who had been cooperating with the test were even more horrified, and their minds went blank. Just now he asked Li Ziyu if he wanted to take the test again, and then he saw Li Ziyu pull out the man-high sword on his back, and before he could react, he slashed the target next to him with the sword. The speed was so fast that even he could hardly see clearly. Then the human-shaped target that could withstand a blow from a second-level warrior became the horrible state it is now. The Wushu Association staff swallowed, turned his head stiffly, and said in shock. Young man, that was a combat technique you just used? If I'm not mistaken, it should be Gale Slash, right? Has your swordsmanship reached the intermediate level? As someone who works in the Martial Arts Association, he has some knowledge of combat skills. The speed and manner in which Li Ziyu attacked just now were definitely a first-level combat skill, Gale Slash. If you want to practice Gale Slash, you must first master the intermediate swordsmanship. In other words, Li Ziyu's swordsmanship has reached the intermediate level. At such a young age, he has mastered intermediate swordsmanship, and also mastered swordsmanship such as Gale Slash. With the realm of a first-level intermediate warrior, he can display combat power that surpasses that of a first-level advanced warrior and is comparable to that of a first-level peak warrior. Genius. The young man in front of me named Li Ziyu is definitely a genius. Uncle, do I pass the assessment for a first-level warrior? Li Ziyu put the long sword back on his back, looked at the Wushu Association staff standing in front of him with a puzzled expression on his face, wondering what he was thinking, and waved his hand and said. After shouting twice, the staff of the Wushu Association finally reacted and spoke quickly. That's right. The strength you just tested is completely comparable to that of a first-level peak warrior. You signed up for the first-level junior warrior certification, right? I'll directly apply for you to be awarded the first-level advanced. No, I'll apply for you to be awarded the first-level peak warrior medal. Is this in accordance with the rules? After all, I am applying for the first-level junior warrior certification, said Li Ziyu. How is it against the rules? It's too against the rules. Besides, the rules are for ordinary people. Geniuses like you have special privileges. By the way, normally, after a warrior is successfully certified, the Martial Arts Association will issue a level 1 pure body combat skill. But for a young genius like you, it's a bit inappropriate to issue a level 1 pure body combat skill. I'll also apply to the guild president on your behalf and directly issue you a level 2 pure body combat skill. The Wushu Association staff spoke quickly. Wait, I'll get it for you. Li Ziyu's eyes lit up. Is there such a good thing? A first level pure body combat skill, if purchased outside, would be worth at least 1 million. As for the second level pure body combat skills, the price would at least double or triple. I didn't expect that this time I would have such an unexpected gain. Li Ziyu thanked the Wushu Association staff. The Wushu Association staff also said something to Li Ziyu, then turned around and trotted towards the floor where the president was. While the test was finishing, Li Ziyu got off the test bench and walked towards his seat, ready to find a seat to rest and wait. Just walked down. When passing by the strong man named Wang Donlang, he saw him stand up from his seat in an instant. Li Ziyu jumped down, thinking that Wang Donlang was going to attack him, and quickly grabbed the hilt of the knife. Wang Donlang looked at Li Ziyu excitedly, stretched out his thick right hand, and looked at him expectantly. Feelings are about shaking hands with yourself. Li Ziyu smiled. He saw clearly just now that Wang Donlang ignored others when they greeted him, and he thought he was a cold person. I didn't expect that he would take the initiative to shake hands with me to show goodwill. Li Ziyu smiled and stretched out his right hand to shake hands with Wang Donlang. Wang Donlang looked excited, as if he was greatly honored. With Li Ziyu's consent, he took out his mobile phone and took a photo of the two of them shaking hands. Seeing this, the other testers present changed their expressions and rushed forward, vying to shake hands with Li Ziyu and take photos with her. Judging from Li Ziyu's performance just now, her future achievements are definitely limitless. He was also the head of a martial arts association. Now, to have the opportunity to interact with such a future great figure was definitely a great opportunity. An honor. Li Ziyu was shocked when she saw the restless crowd, and she quickly walked out of the testing room. Plum. Seeing how popular Li Ziyu was, even the first-level intermediate warrior whom she had to look up to was so humble and took the initiative to shake hands with Li Ziyu. Su Mengyao's expression was a little bitter. When Li Ziyu passed by her, she subconsciously greeted him and wanted to say something. However, Li Ziyu ignored her without even glancing at her. He walked past Su Mengyao with an expressionless face, like a passerby. Su Mengyao was speechless for a long time. I finally got out. I almost got stuck. Being a star isn't easy either. Looking at the people behind him who kept sighing and regretting not having thought of making friends with him earlier, Li Ziyu wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. There is a special place for people to rest in the Wushu Association building, just downstairs. After Li Ziyu walked out of the door, he took the elevator to the rest area on the 13th floor of the Wushu Association. Chapter 19 Cousin Zhao Yanan, Level 2 Pure Body Combat Skills. Before the test, he had left his number with the Martial Arts Association so that he wouldn't be unable to find himself when they sent him the martial arts skills. The lounge on the third floor is about 300 to 400 square meters in size, and its layout is a bit like a combination of a bar and a library. However, the activity space and the luxury of the decoration are many times larger than that of a bar. There is a luxurious French crystal chandelier overhead, and in the center is a bar serving drinks. There are circles of spacious and comfortable round sofas surrounding the bar, and at the very edge, there is an extra-large panoramic floor-to-ceiling window that is over 20 meters long. At this time, there were people sitting on the sofa in groups of 3 or 4. Li Ziyu randomly found a sofa by the window and sat down. From here, you can overlook the hustle and bustle of the entire Xuzhou city. Also next to the window, not far from Li Ziyu, 2 tall girls, dressed lively and full of youthfulness, were drinking drinks and chatting. I don't know how Sister Xiaolin's test went. I really should have gone in and watched from the side. Don't worry, Sister Xiaolin is the top talent in our number 2 middle school. Among all the senior high school students in Xuzhou City, only those in number 1 high school are more talented than Sister Xiaolin. Passing the first-level warrior certification will definitely be no problem. We can just wait here in peace. Indeed, but Sister Xiaolin is amazing. She's already certified as a first-level warrior at such a young age. Unlike me, I probably have to enter a martial arts university before I have the chance to break through to the first level. The two chatted while looking at the surrounding scenery. At this moment, one of the girls with a baby face and cute looks, as if she had discovered some new world, quietly pointed in one direction and said to the other girl with an oval face, "Hey, Xiaonan, look at that boy, he's quite handsome." He looks like us, a high school student. How about I go to him and ask for a fichen? Hey, Xiaonan, what are you daydreaming about? I'm talking to you. Seeing that her companion was in a daze and didn't respond to her, the baby-faced girl pouted and waved her hand in front of the oval-faced girl called Xiaonan, which attracted the oval-faced girl's attention. Seeing that the oval-faced girl's attention was drawn back, the baby-faced girl smiled and joked. Xiaonan, you can't be unable to walk when you see a handsome guy, right? This is not like you. No. I just think this boy looks familiar. He looks like a relative of mine. The oval-faced girl blushed embarrassedly, looked at Li Ziyu's profile, and said thoughtfully. But then he shook his head, as if denying what he said. But it shouldn't be the same person. My relative doesn't have the same temperament as this young man. The oval-faced girl was about to say something when she saw the boy she had just noticed seemed to notice something and turned his head, and their eyes met. The boy's face was slightly surprised at first, then he showed his big white teeth and smiled and said, Cousin, what a coincidence, I didn't expect you to be here too. Li Ziyu was a little surprised. The oval-faced girl sitting not far from him and chatting, isn't she is Aunt's only daughter, his cousin Zhao Yanan? In fact, he had a good relationship with his cousin Zhao Yanan when he was a child, but due to the huge gap between the two families, and the original person's personality was a bit inferior. As a result, we rarely kept in touch after entering junior high school, and even if we met, we rarely said hello. But it is such a coincidence that I can meet my cousin Zhao Yanan here today. I don't know what she is doing here. Well, what a coincidence. Cousin, why are you here? Zhao Yanan also smiled, revealing two dimples, and at the same time looked at Li Ziyu with a hint of surprise. She didn't expect that this young man was actually her cousin Li Ziyu. However, it had only been a few months since they last met, and her cousin had changed so much. In her impression, her cousin has always been a hunchback who dares not look other people in the eye when communicating. But now, the young man in front of him not only has an upright posture, but also a bright and firm gaze. He exuded such strong confidence from the inside out that even she, a genius in the school, felt a little ashamed of herself. I'm waiting for someone. Li Ziyu responded with a smile. That's a coincidence. I'm waiting for someone too. Zhao Yanan also responded. After that, there was a long silence. Li Ziyu and Zhao Yanan didn't have much contact to begin with, and now that they meet, she doesn't know what to say. Afraid that Zhao Yanan would feel embarrassed, Li Ziyu smiled at her, stood up and walked towards the bar. Prepared to try the Wushu Association's drinks. After Li Ziyu left, Zhao Yanan breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. Good for you, Xiaonan. You have such a handsome cousin but you don't even confess to him. Just in time, please send him a quick message. I want to add him as my friend. I still don't have a boyfriend. The baby-faced girl quickly came up to Zhao Yanan, with a fierce look on her face, as if she was going to torture her if she didn't tell him. Zhao Yanan turned his gaze away from Li Ziyu, looked at the baby-faced girl helplessly, sighed and said. The day before yesterday, the school held a blood and qi test, and my cousin's blood and qi were only 0.8. When the baby-faced boy heard what Zhao Yanan said, his originally enthusiastic expression instantly disappeared and he sat back in his seat. Only 0.8 HP, then I can't even get into Wuda. If that's the case, then forget it. Zhao Yanan didn't say anything when she heard it. The baby-faced boy's reaction was within her expectations. After all, their qi and blood meet the standards for admission to a martial arts university, and they are destined to become warriors in the future. But his cousin only has 0.8 qi and blood, so he probably has no hope of becoming a warrior in this life. Warriors and non-warriors will be two completely different circles in the future. Student Li Ziyu, your warrior badge has been issued. With the president's approval, we have decided to issue you a level 1 peak warrior badge. Pure body combat technique, also a level 2 wild bull pure body combat technique. Not only that, you can also receive a 20,000 yuan subsidy from the Martial Arts Association every month. You don't have to come to collect it, it will be directly deposited into your card. Li Ziyu had just ordered a Lisan cocktail and was watching the bartender swinging the cocktail glass up and down in various ways. Then he heard the Martial Arts Association staff member who was in charge of the test running towards him with an excited expression. In his hand was a dark yellow metal badge and a book with a brand new cover. After seeing Li Ziyu, he hurriedly stuffed the two things into Li Ziyu's hands, as if he was afraid that Li Ziyu would be dissatisfied if he was slow. Take both things in your hands. The surface of the badge is orange-yellow, with patterns engraved on both sides, and 4-star-like carvings in the center. The portion is a bit heavy. Li Ziyu originally thought it was made of brass. But after touching it, I found that the feel was exactly the same as the weapons made of Asuma alloy that I had seen in Jinwu Pavilion. Seeing the curiosity in Li Ziyu's eyes, the staff member of the Wushu Association standing nearby explained with a smile. This badge is made entirely of Asma alloy. Each level corresponds to the same grade of Asma alloy. Level 2 warriors correspond to silver paint, level 3 is gold, and level 4 is platinum. The 4 stars in the center represent the warrior level of the holder. 4 stars represent the peak state. The staff of the Wushu Association looked at the book of pure combat skills in Li Ziyu's hand again, with some envy in his eyes, and then said, "This Wild Bull Essence combat skill is a level 2 combat skill. Practicing it will not only enhance your chi and blood, but also improve your defense and endurance. TSK, a second level combat skill. I'm only practicing the first level now. I'm a little envious." Li Ziyu chuckled. He had come here originally intending to acquire a first level combat skill, but he didn't expect to get an unexpected surprise. Level 2 pure body combat skill. If it were out there, it would be worth at least $1 million. I have to go outside the city wall and try out the effect. He now has the strength of a first level peak warrior and has advanced swordsmanship. At the same time, he also masters the first level combat skill Gale Blade, so he has no shortage of attack power. Now that he has an additional second level body tempering technique, Li Ziyu is looking forward to his actual combat ability. I chatted with the Wushu Association staff for a while and tasted the bartender's special cocktail as I wished. Li Ziyu said something and prepared to leave the Martial Arts Association under the awe-inspiring gazes of the staff of the association. When they reached the elevator, Xiaolin happened to come out of the elevator and their eyes met Li Ziyu's. Li Ziyu nodded to him and got off the elevator. I didn't expect there was a genius of this level in Xujiang City, and I've never heard of him before. He's really low-key. However, I will not lose to you in the martial arts exam. Xiaolin looked at Li Ziyu's leading back, her eyes full of fighting spirit, and she clenched her fists and swore secretly. Sister Xiaolin, are you finished with the test? What's the result, Sister Xiaolin? Chapter 20, shocked Zhao Yanan, is this still the cousin I know? Leaving the city again. Watching Li Ziyu's figure disappear from sight, Xiaolin walked towards the lounge. As soon as they arrived at the lounge, Zhao Yanan and the baby-faced girl excitedly stood up from the sofa and walked quickly towards Xiaolin, asking impatiently as they walked. Zhao Yanan and the baby-faced girl looked at Xiaolin with admiration in their eyes. They are classmates in the same school and good friends. Moreover, Charlene has always been the object of their admiration. The school beauty and super genius of number 2 middle school. The goal they have been pursuing. In their minds, apart from the geniuses in the rocket class of number 1 high school, no one in this year's martial arts exams in the entire Xujiang city can compare with Xiaolin. However, seeing that Xiaolin was not in high spirits, Zhao Yanan asked cautiously. Sister Xiaolin, didn't the authentication succeed? It worked. Charlene sighed. However, this time we encountered a pervert, the same age as us, with HP 5.99 and combat power 999. Zhao Yanan was stunned when she heard this, and it took her a while to react. She subconsciously glanced at the baby-faced man, and when she saw that he was as confused as she was, she subconsciously spoke. Sister Xiaolin, you just mentioned how much chi and blood you have, how much combat power you have. Charlene repeated it helplessly. Zhao Yanan and baby-faced's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, their red lips opened as if they could swallow a duck egg, and they exclaimed in disbelief. How much more? 5.99 HP. 999 combat power. Isn't that almost surpassing the advanced level? Oh, not only that, he also mastered the intermediate swordsmanship and the first level attack skills. Zhao Yanan and the baby-faced girl were completely numb. They were so shocked that they didn't know what to say for a moment. After a moment, he recovered and asked with a strong curiosity in his tone. Who is that boy? What's his name? My name is Li Ziyu, and I'm a student in class 6 of grade 3. Charlene replied in a quiet tone. Zhao Yanan was stunned. Why did this name sound so familiar? Li Ziyu? Sister Xiaolin, is that the handsome young man from earlier, about 1.9 meters tall, wearing casual clothes, with black hair and deep features? The baby-faced boy next to him seemed to have thought of something and asked quickly. Yes, that's him. I just met him at the elevator entrance. I wanted to say hello, but he looked so cold, I didn't feel comfortable. Charlene looked at the baby-faced girl in confusion and said. The baby-faced girl swallowed, opened her mouth wide, and turned her head with a dazed expression to look at Zhao Yanan, who was also dazed beside her. He spoke in a quiet tone. If I'm not mistaken, that's Xiaoya's cousin. Xiaoya, you're so rude. You actually lied to your best friend and said his qi and blood test result was 0.8. But you're doing this for my own good. Even a genius like me might not be attracted to me. After a moment of shock, Zhao Yanan was also numb. Isn't my cousin an ordinary person who is dull, not good at communication, honest and has no talent for martial arts? No matter how you look at it, it doesn't match the elegant and brilliant genius that Charlene mentioned. If Zhao Yanan hadn't just seen the changes in Li Ziyu with her own eyes, she would have thought it was a duplicate name. And when Li Ziyu was talking to the staff of the Wushu Association just now, she thought that Li Ziyu was working part-time in the Wushu Association. Now that I think about it, the Wushu Association staff member was clearly giving Li Ziyu a warrior badge. This martial arts exam is going to be quite exciting. Judging from the talent and strength Li Ziyu is shown, the top scorer in Xujiang City's martial arts exam must be Li Ziyu. Even a place in the top 10 of the Jiangnan province martial arts examination is possible. The baby-faced man said with emotion. Zhao Yanan also nodded in agreement. However, Xiao Lin did not respond. She seemed to have thought of something. When the two looked at her, she shook her head and said, there is no doubt that Li Ziyu can get into the top 5 in Xujiang City, but it is unlikely that she will be able to take the first place. Ah? Sister Xiaolin, what are you talking about? 5.99 HP and 999 combat power can't even get first place in the Xujiang City martial arts examination? Isn't that possible? The baby-faced girl was stunned and looked at him in surprise. Zhao Yanan also looked a little confused. There is a piece of news that the vice principal secretly told me. It is said that the monitor of the rocket class of No. 1 high school, the top prodigy Nangong AO, also advanced to the first-level intermediate warrior a month ago. And he also awakened his talent and became a gifted warrior. And the talent he awakened is speed, which ranks 3rd in actual combat. Ah! Upon hearing the news, Zhao Yanan and the baby-faced girl were both stunned, and then looked surprised. If that's the case, then it's indeed unlikely that Li Ziyu will defeat Nangong AO. After all, at the same level, the speed-type talented warrior's abilities in actual combat far exceed those of ordinary warriors. It was noon and the sun was high in the sky near the city wall of Xujiang City. The towering city walls, hundreds of meters high, blocked the direct sunlight outside, casting a large cool shadow on the ground. At this moment, in the cool shadows, several young men and women in combat uniforms, armed with various weapons, surrounded the team leader and shouted in dissatisfaction. Comrade, we are military students. We have the ability to protect ourselves, why can't we leave the city? Yes, you see, we have all the combat uniforms and weapons. It's easy to hunt down the beasts. Let us out. Looking at the chattering boys and girls in front of him, the team leader looked helpless and explained with his hands spread out. Dear students, it's not that I won't let you go, but our Xujiang City does have regulations. Those below level 1 can only leave the city once a month. Unless you are accompanied by a warrior, it is very dangerous to go out. I am also concerned about your safety. You've already gone out once this month, you can't go out again. The team leader patiently explained, but the boys and girls looked dissatisfied. One of the cute girls muttered. What? Last time we went out, we were inexperienced and didn't even see a red-eyed rabbit after wandering around. This time, we're fully prepared and going to hunt down a real beast. The others followed suit. The team leader looked helpless. These students were the future pride of the country. He could neither hit them nor scold them. Maybe after they graduate from Wuhan University, they will join the army to fight against the ferocious beasts with him. He can only persuade them with kind words. Just as the team leader was racking his brains over how to solve the problem, another young man's voice came from behind him. Captain Wang, I want to go out into the wild. Please help me open the city gate. The team leader was stunned and was about to say that one cannot go out without warrior certification. But when he thought about how this voice knew his last name was Wang, he subconsciously turned his head. He saw a young man wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a huge sword across his back, looking at him with a smile. Brotherly? Are you leaving the city again? Okay, I'll have the city gates open immediately. The person who came was Li Ziyu, who had just come out of the Xujiang City Martial Arts Association. After coming out of the Martial Arts Association, he had a quick breakfast and headed towards the city wall without stopping. I plan to take advantage of the good weather to hunt some ferocious beasts and improve my fighting skills. Moment. 3 heavy gates, each weighing thousands of pounds, opened one by one. Li Ziyu thanked the team leader and walked out. As soon as Li Ziyu left, the group of girls and boys who had been clamoring to leave the city started to get excited. Chapter 21. Wang Dali with ill intentions. Hey, hey, hey! Comrade soldier, you are abusing your power and bending the law. Why can he leave the city, but we can't? Exactly. He doesn't even look as old as us. Look, he's not even wearing a combat uniform. He's obviously a newbie. Why aren't you worried about him getting into danger when he leaves the city? Exactly, why don't you ask him for the warrior badge? The team leader looked at the noisy boys and girls in front of him with a strange expression, but did not refute. He just silently took out his phone from his waist, unlocked it, opened the album, pulled out a photo, handed it to the boys and girls, and said, "See for yourself." A few people were curious and came over. The moment they saw the photo, their eyes widened and they exclaimed, "Hiss! Shadow cats? A first-level, mid-grade ferocious beast, a shadow cat? He's pulling shadow cats behind him? 10 shadow cat corpses. Damn it! Couldn't that handsome guy just now have killed all of them? He could have killed 10 shadow cats by himself? How is this possible? What kind of strength is he? Even those geniuses who are expected to win the top spot in the Xujiang City martial arts examination can't do it, right?" The team leader looked at the people who were all stunned and couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Now you know I just let you go, right? As long as there is one person among you who can reach his level of strength, even if you don't have a first-level warrior badge, I will let you go unconditionally. It is still a city ruin, with broken walls covered with moss everywhere, and plaques of previous human civilization can be vaguely seen. Inside a building, a tall and straight young man with black hair and sharp eyebrows was standing far away from a shadow cat with jet black fur and a body larger than a Siberian tiger. Facing such a huge and ferocious beast that exudes a terrifying aura. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been scared to death. But the young man had a calm expression. Not only was he calm, he even took the initiative to attack. The long sword in his right hand dragged sparks on the hard floor, and his entire body turned into an extremely fast afterimage. Rushed forward suddenly. Sonorous. In the dim light, a black knife shadow flashed by, like lightning in the void. Phew! A black head with a fierce look in its eyes shot up into the sky amidst a spray of blood. Ding! Killed the first-level intermediate beast, Shadow Cat, health value plus 0.005. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, level 1 advanced. Combat skills, elementary swift sword technique, elementary bull body technique, intermediate sword technique, elementary body technique. System, martial god system. Function, it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. When he was tested by the Martial Arts Association, his chi and blood had already reached 5.99. After entering the city, he killed a ferocious beast at random, and his realm was directly raised to the advanced level. As my level increases, the health points I gain from killing beasts lower in level than mine are getting less and less. Killing a shadow cat used to increase your HP by 0.01, but now it's been reduced by half. It seems we need to go deeper, further away from the city walls, to find higher level beasts to hunt. Li Ziyu skillfully packed up Shadowcat's body while frowning in thought. He had been in the wilderness area for who knows how long, and he couldn't remember how many Shadowcats he had killed. All he knew was that by the end of the fight, he would no longer be able to take Shadowcat's body. He gathered the bodies of some of the people he killed nearby in one place, and after he was done killing them, he would go back to the city and ask people to move them away. As for some that are more scattered, we have to give up as a last resort. Li Ziyu's heart was bleeding. The corpses of these Shadowcats were worth money. One is worth tens of thousands. However, he gained a lot from this trip to the wilderness area. He has already mastered the second-level Wild Bull pure body combat technique that he got from the Martial Arts Association. After getting started, the only feeling I have is that my body is now stronger than before. The energy and blood in his body seem to have been tempered, becoming thicker and more solid than before. Li Ziyu has tried it. After practicing the body refinement method, the quality of his chi and blood increased by at least 20% compared to before. In other words, defensive endurance and strength are enhanced by 20% in all aspects. In the past, when he faced Shadowcat, even with Wind Slash, it would take 2 hits to kill it. But now, he kills with 1 blow. It's terrifying, really terrifying. No wonder combat skills are so expensive, it turns out they are so effective. Li Ziyu said secretly. After resting for a while, Li Ziyu looked at the sky. The sky was still bright at this time. I took out my cell phone and took a look. Although there was no signal in the wilderness, the time was still displayed. 1600 hours. It's still early to go down the mountain. Anyway, I have enough dry food with me. I will continue to go deeper into the area to hunt more advanced beasts. After identifying a direction, Li Ziyu held the sword in both hands and walked cautiously towards the depths of the wilderness, sticking close to the buildings. Xujiang City, Hongsu Martial Arts School. You said that one of your classmates had a blood and chi test of only 0.8 a few days ago, but today it shot up to 5.99? In a spacious training room, Wang Dali looked at Bai Haoran with surprise as he was slashing wildly at a target. The last time he met Bai Haoran, he came here with a female companion for a blood and chi test. He just mentioned it casually and asked Bai Haoran if he wanted to sign up for his sprint training class. There was no news for 2 days, and Wang Dali almost forgot about it. Unexpectedly, Bai Haoran suddenly came to Hongsu Martial Arts School to find him today and specifically asked to sign up for his speed test class. This made him very happy. After all, 100,000 yuan was not a small amount of money even for him, a top-level warrior. And there is no such thing as a speed pass class. It's just a way to fool the other party for a few days, and then feed them a pill that can temporarily and forcibly increase their chi and blood. This is not free money. Can you tell me in detail about your friend's situation? Wang Dali said with a twinkle in his eyes. Bai Haoran felt annoyed when he mentioned Li Ziyu, and casually told Wang Dali the information he knew about Li Ziyu. Wang Dali listened to it. Lower your head. His eyes flickered even faster, as if he was calculating something quickly. If Bai Haoran stopped chopping, he might still hear Wang Dali mumbling. The chi and blood have increased so much in 3 days. Even for someone with chi and blood talent awakening, it shouldn't be so fast. That kid named Li Ziyu must have encountered some kind of adventure. After a moment, Wang Dali's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance. He raised his head and said to Bai Haoran, I just remembered that something happened. Let's stop here for today's training. After saying that, he left Bai Haoran with a puzzled look on his face, pushed the door open with a knife in hand and walked out of the training room. Chapter 22 Rapid Improvement, Intermediate Body Purification Technique. Deep in the city ruins, close to the center of the ruins, Li Ziyu's muscles were trembling all over his body. He held the long sword tightly in his hands with both hands and stared at the direction ahead. 50 or 60 meters in front of him, there was a ferocious beast that looked like a tiger, staring at him coldly. The skin of this ferocious beast is golden like silk. Under the sunlight, Li Ziyu felt like the wind was blowing through golden wheat waves. What attracted Li Ziyu's attention the most was that this ferocious beast, which was several times larger than a polar bear, had 2 2-meter-long arm blades that looked like mammoth tusks on the side of its mouth. A peak-level beast, the arm blade tiger. Li Ziyu's muscles were trembling all over, and his eyes were fixed on the arm knife tiger in front of him. But not fear, but excitement. How much does this cost? Armblade Tiger looked at Li Ziyu with disdain. This human's body has been shaking since he saw him, probably because he was frightened by his own power. After the ferocious beasts descended on Blue Star, humans were no longer the overlords of Blue Star. In the eyes of some powerful ferocious beasts, humans were nothing more than crunchy food. Without saying a word, the tiger with a knife arm kicked off its limbs and lunged towards Li Ziyu at a terrifying speed, roaring. Li Ziyu could even clearly see the human flesh and blood on the teeth of the arm knife tiger. Li Ziyu did not retreat but advanced, not afraid of the intimidating aura of the tiger with a knife in his arm. When the arm knife tiger approached 3 meters, all the energy and blood in his body surged, gathered in his hands, and then transferred to the long sword in his hand. Wind slash. Sonorous. 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 Just when arm knife tiger was excited that he was about to eat meat again. With a puff, he felt his neck tighten, his eyes went dark, and he lost consciousness. The huge tiger body rushed forward more than 10 meters under the force of inertia, knocking down several walls before coming to a sudden stop. With my current strength, a level 1 beast can no longer pose a threat to me. Even if it's a peak-level beast like the arm blade tiger, I can kill it with just 3 swift slashes. Strong. It's only been 3 days since the Chi and blood test, and I've already grown to this point. This system is truly amazing. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 1 Advanced Plus. Combat Skills, Swift Wind Sword Technique Plus, Elementary Bull Body Tempering Technique Plus, Intermediate Sword Technique Plus, Elementary Body Technique Plus. System, Martial God System. Function, it can absorb everything and improve Chi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. It's time to upgrade. After hunting down these ferocious beasts, the plus sign finally appeared on the system again. But this time, Li Ziyu looked at the bunch of plus signs on the system panel and felt a little confused. Realm, Body Tempering Technique, and Wind Slash can all be improved. TSK, every improvement to my strength is huge, it's a bit confusing. A look of confusion flashed across Li Ziyu's eyes. If you want to improve your realm, you can only accumulate more energy and blood to improve the Body Tempering Technique and Wind Slash. However, the Body Tempering Technique and Wind Slash, one can comprehensively enhance his physical fitness, and the other can increase his attack power, are both of great help to him. After thinking for a moment, Li Ziyu's eyes suddenly lit up. He slapped his head suddenly. Damn! I'm such an idiot. The system determines that only killing beasts of the same level or higher than mine will give more health. If I raise my realm, won't I have to continue to hunt higher level beasts? The higher the level of the beast, the stronger it is. If I only have Chi and blood but lack the corresponding combat power, then the efficiency of hunting high-level beasts will be extremely low, right? The correct approach should be to compress your combat skills to the extreme before each realm upgrade, and then improve your realm. This is the most correct choice. This way, you'll be invincible in combat at the same level, and even able to fight against opponents of higher levels. It will then be much easier to increase your Chi and blood by killing ferocious beasts. System, give me the Bull Tempering Technique. Thinking about it, Li Ziyu no longer hesitated and said directly in his mind. Boom! As his thoughts fell, Li Ziyu instantly felt a strong electric current appear in his limbs and bones, running around in his body. He felt like he was electrocuted, and his muscles began to tremble. All the muscles in his body felt like they were torn apart, and this feeling lasted for a full half hour. After it was over, Li Ziyu felt like he had been fished out of the water. But there was not water on his body, but thick layers of mud. Li Ziyu was covered in dirt, and her appearance could not be seen clearly. But his eyes were frighteningly bright. There was uncontrollable joy and excitement in his eyes. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 1 Advanced Warrior. Combat Skills, Intermediate Bull Body Technique, Elementary Gale Sword Technique, Intermediate Sword Technique, Elementary Body Technique. System, Martial God System. Function, it can absorb everything and improve Chi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. My decision was right. The intermediate level body tempering method is at least twice as strong as the primary level. My current strength, speed, and endurance completely crush my pre-upgrade self. Li Ziyu looked at his hands with an excited expression. Then he changed his palm into a fist and smashed it hard at a 1-meter-high granite stone in front of him. There was a loud bang. It has been standing here for who knows how long, its surface covered with the marks of wind and frost, an indestructible boulder. Under Li Ziyu's punch, he was beaten to pieces. Li Ziyu drew out the long sword from his back and tried the Gale Slash. Finally, I put away the knife with satisfaction. After his experiment, he was certain that if he encountered a peak-level fierce-armed tiger with a knife again, he would not need 3 strikes, but could kill it with just 1 strike. Just as Li Ziyu was about to try again, footsteps sounded not far away from him. Li Ziyu's eyes fixed, and he subconsciously grasped the long sword with both hands, and shouted coldly in the direction of the footsteps. Who? Come out. Chapter 23 Wang Dali. Don't get excited, little brother. I have no ill intentions. Li Ziyu looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man wearing a black combat uniform and with dark skin. Following behind him was a red-haired woman carrying a huge sniper rifle. It is quite rare to see someone dare to use a sniper rifle when the effects of thermal weapons are minimal. Li Ziyu also noticed that the combat uniforms of the 2 men were a little damaged and their faces looked a little embarrassed. Behind the 2 men, they were dragging the corpse of a shadow cat. It was obvious that it had come to the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts for money, just like him. Li Ziyu stared at the 2 of them warily without saying a word. In the wilderness, it's not just the ferocious beasts that are dangerous. Sometimes encountering humans is more dangerous than encountering ferocious beasts. After all, in this remote wilderness where there is no cell phone signal, people's greed will be infinitely magnified. Murder and robbery are common occurrences. But Li Ziyu was not too panicked. Looking at the corpse of the shadow cat dragged behind him, and his disheveled appearance, it can be inferred that he is probably just a first-level intermediate warrior. He is not afraid of a first-level intermediate warrior at all. Brother, I don't mean anything else. I just couldn't bear to see you die in the mouth of a ferocious beast since you're young, so I came here to remind you. Something has happened in the wilderness area now. It's much more dangerous than before. You'd better hurry back to the city. The middle-aged man in black combat uniform looked at Li Ziyu seriously and said to him, "You dare to go out of the city alone to hunt ferocious beasts? I think you should be a first-level junior warrior, right? It's rare to find such a young first-level warrior. It would be a shame if something happened to him in the wilderness." The middle-aged man in black combat uniform had a serious face. Li Ziyu frowned after listening, glanced around, and then asked the middle-aged man curiously, "Mutation? What kind of mutation? We saw many corpses of night cats on the way here. Not only night cats, but also corpses of various first-level ferocious beasts. And there's also a wall-life tiger. Killing someone but not taking the body away is definitely not what a warrior does. I guess this was done by a level 2 ferocious beast. A level 2 ferocious beast has appeared nearby. So, little brother, listen to my advice, don't stay here and hurry back to the city." The middle-aged man in combat uniform had an increasingly solemn expression on his face, and while he was speaking, he kept looking around warily, as if there were some ferocious beast lurking nearby. Li Ziyu had a strange expression on his face. He thought it was something else. Didn't he kill those shadow cats? He just left the body there, and it was completely impossible for him to get it. But this middle-aged man in combat uniform is kind-hearted. If it were an ordinary person, he would have run away long ago and would not have come to persuade him like the other party did. Li Ziyu smiled and talked to the two of them, then continued walking towards the depths of the wilderness. The middle-aged man in combat uniform looked at Li Ziyu's unhurried back and shook his head secretly. "Hey, listen to people's advice and eat your fill. Why doesn't this young man listen to advice? There's already a level 2 beast, and you're still going in? Aren't you just going to die? Forget it, it's hard to persuade a lovesick ghost with good words, let's go." Li Ziyu continued to move deeper into the wilderness area. Encountered a level 1 mid-level ferocious beast, shadow cat, and killed it with one sword. Encountering a high-level ferocious beast, the bloodthirsty ape, with one sword. When encountering the first-level peak beast, the arm knife tiger, he still had to kill it with one blow. The system prompts you to increase your chi and blood constantly. Li Ziyu calmly put away his sword, and in front of him, a level 1 peak ferocious beast, the arm knife tiger, fell to the ground with a bang. "Please call me Li Yizhan." After his bull body refinement technique was advanced to the intermediate level, his endurance and physical strength became countless times stronger than before. The most intuitive example is, he had just experienced several hours of intense fighting, but he didn't feel tired at all. "Not only do I not feel tired, but I feel refreshed." After several hours of fighting, he almost forgot how many ferocious beasts he had killed. He just knew that whenever one appeared in front of him, he would kill it. Draw the knife, then put it away. When the knife falls, the beast dies. Li Ziyu put away the knife, found a safe place, and opened the system panel. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 1 Advanced Warrior Plus. Combat Skills, Intermediate Bull Body Technique Plus, Gale Sword Technique Plus, Intermediate Sword Technique Plus, Elementary Body Technique Plus. System, Martial God System. Function, it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. Just as I expected, I can upgrade now. System, improve my basic body skills. Li Ziyu did not hesitate and insisted that development should be balanced and comprehensive. Since you have decided to take the path of extreme upgrade, you must carry it through to the end and not be biased. I didn't improve my physical skills before because I thought the basic level was enough and I could save some energy for other skills. But now, after killing so many ferocious beasts, he has enough energy and blood. Even if his body movement skills were raised to the intermediate level, Li Ziyu estimated that he could still add points to other martial arts. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 1 Advanced Warrior Plus. Combat Skills, Intermediate Bull Body Technique Plus, Gale Sword Technique Plus, Intermediate Sword Technique Plus, Intermediate Body Technique Plus. System, Martial God System. Function: it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. Sure enough, after upgrading the basic body skills to the intermediate level, the plus sign at the end still exists. This means he can continue to improve. Without rushing to test the effect of the intermediate body skills, Li Ziyu gave commands to the system in his mind. Continue to give me the essence of body. Intermediate body purification technique, promoted to advanced body purification technique. In an instant, an electric current that was more than 10 times stronger than the one he had just experienced when he was promoted from the primary level to the intermediate level, once again surged out from Li Ziyu's limbs and bones. But this time it lasted much shorter than when he was promoted to intermediate level. After the electric current ended, Li Ziyu wiped the dirt off his face in disgust, found a nearby river, and after making sure there were no ferocious beasts in it, he took off all his clothes and jumped in. Moment. Li Ziyu looked at his fist with an emotional tone. I'm stronger again. The me now can probably kill my old self in seconds. If I were to face an upper arm knife tiger, I wouldn't even need to use a knife. I could just kill it with one punch. Every time the bull body tempering technique is upgraded, it can remove impurities from the warrior's body, and it can also continuously compress and condense the warrior's chi and blood. Getting stronger and stronger. For an ordinary warrior to cultivate the body refining technique to a high level, it would take at least 10 years of hard work, but I only took less than 3 days. Above the advanced level is the peak level. I just don't know if I can continue to improve after practicing the body refining technique to the peak level. Li Ziyu tested his body movements again. Combined with the increase in speed caused by chi and blood, the current speed is more than twice as fast as before. It's almost time to go back to the city. I don't know how strong I am now, and whether I can fight against enemies of higher levels. But this is out in the wilderness, and there's no one for me to experiment on. I should go back to Hongsu Martial Arts School and test it out. By the way, ask Tang Xian to help collect the corpses of the ferocious beasts here. Thinking of this, Li Ziyu put away his sword and returned towards the city wall. A winding road with the wreckage of an abandoned off-road vehicle lying in the middle. A burly man, holding a big sword and a golden horse, sat cross-legged on the wreckage of an off-road vehicle, with his eyes closed, looking like a master. Next to him, there was a saber lying flat, flashing with a cold light. If Bai Haoran were here, he would definitely recognize that this was his coach, Wang Dali, a top-level warrior. Wang Dali has been stuck at the peak level of warrior level 1 for several years. With his qualifications, it would be difficult for him to advance in this lifetime. But after he learned about Li Ziyu from Bai Haoran, he suddenly realized that Li Ziyu must have had a miracle. And if he gets this chance, it is very likely to help him break through from level 2 to level 3. So he followed Li Ziyu all the way to the wilderness area outside the city. This road is the only way from the wilderness area back to Xujiang City. As long as I wait here, I will definitely meet Li Ziyu. Humph. If I were to meet him, I wouldn't believe I could not get the secret out of Li Ziyu even if I tortured him. Wang Dali raised the corner of his mouth, looking very proud. Damn, after getting the secret from Li Ziyu, it will definitely help me break through to the second level warrior. When the time comes, I will concentrate on training for a few months. After becoming a second level warrior, I will first kill that old guy Hong Tianlang and then take his daughter away. And the front desk. Damn, you are so hypocritical. Even though I'm a top-level warrior, you still ignore me. After I take over the Hongsu Martial Arts School, I'll make you kneel down and call me daddy. Wang Dali was planning a bright future after forcing the secret out of Li Ziyu, and he suddenly felt refreshed all over. Chapter 24, Kill with One Blow. Captain, there's someone ahead. A small mound about 500 or 600 meters away from Wang Dali. The red-haired woman looked at Wang Dali's figure in the sniper rifle scope, turned around and spoke solemnly to the middle-aged man in black combat uniform behind her. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man put his eyes close to the sniper scope. Under the magnification of the high-power microscope, the badge on Wang Dali's chest representing his identity as a warrior is clearly visible. The middle-aged man looked unhappy, with a frown on his face. He's actually a top-level warrior. Judging from his appearance, he definitely has bad intentions. He might be here to rob us. Damn, this guy is obviously a veteran. This place is just outside the patrol range of the city defense army, and it's also the only way back to the city. No one will notice if he kills someone. So what do we do, Captain? The woman in red also looked unhappy and asked. The middle-aged man thought for a moment, rubbed his temples, and uttered a word helplessly. Wait. There aren't many top-level warriors in Shujang City. We're definitely no match for him. We can only wait for him to retreat. I just hope that no unlucky person passes by here. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he saw that the red-haired woman was silent and looked speechless. The middle-aged man looked at her doubtfully and asked, "What's wrong?" The red-haired woman pointed at the magnifying mirror and spread her hands helplessly. "Captain, the unlucky guy you mentioned already exists. And it's the boy we just met. At sunset, at the end of the winding road." A tall figure with a long sword on his back appeared there. The young man had eyes like stars, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and his slender body cast a long shadow under the afterglow of the setting sun. It was Li Ziyu who was rushing back from the wilderness area. In the end, he did not choose to drag the beast's body back alone. He planned to go back to Tang Xian and ask him to contact someone to get it back. "Hey, why is this person sitting in the car? And blocking the road?" Li Ziyu looked at Wang Dali sitting in the off-road vehicle and frowned unconsciously. However, it is everyone's freedom to sit wherever they want, and Li Ziyu doesn't interfere. He moved to the side and prepared to go around it. But just as he took a step, he saw Wang Dali, who was sitting on the roof of the SUV, suddenly open his closed eyes, staring at him intently, and slowly said, "Li Ziyu, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time." As he spoke, Wang Dali picked up the saber in front of him and pointed the tip of the sword at Li Ziyu. "Give me the secrets you have, and I'll spare your life. Don't think you can resist just because your chi and blood test is 5.99. I'm a top-level warrior, with a HP value of 11 and a combat power of 1300. Killing you is as easy as killing a chicken." As if to prove his own strength, Wang Dali pointed to the first-level peak warrior badge on his chest, and then stomped his feet again. There was a loud bang. The wreckage of the off-road vehicle under his feet seemed to be under pressure from some huge force, making a creaking sound and twisting and deforming. "See? This is the power of a first-level peak warrior." Wang Dali had a cruel expression on his face. He pointed the tip of the knife at Li Ziyu with a threatening look on his face, and kept approaching Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu looked at Wang Dali, who was getting closer and closer to him with an expressionless face. When Wang Dali came to within 10 meters of him, he suddenly said calmly, "I see, it's really weak. Humph. Just watch it, be quiet, what?" Wang Dali's mouth corners were raised, and he looked very proud. But after hearing Li Ziyu's words clearly, he seemed to think he had misheard and was stunned. "I didn't hear what you just said." "I said." Li Ziyu had a blank expression on his face, his right hand drooping behind him, grasping the hilt of the knife. Then he suddenly raised his head, looked at Wang Dali with bright eyes, and then drew his sword. "I said a level 1 peak warrior is really weak. Wind slash. Sonorous." Li Ziyu suddenly exerted force with both arms. Advanced bull body tempering technique. Intermediate swordsmanship. Intermediate body skills. Combat skill, Gale Slash. Li Ziyu's energy and blood surged in his body like a torrent, rumbling like thunder, and all the energy and blood in his body gathered in his arms. This was his first time using his full strength. With the help of the advanced body tempering method, his energy and blood power have been condensed to a terrifying level. Under normal circumstances, rocks can be shattered with one punch, and a tiger with an arm blade whose defense is as strong as steel can be killed instantly with one strike. Not to mention that he is using a knife now, and it is a knife slashed with the blessing of intermediate knife skills plus intermediate body skills plus advanced bull body tempering technique. Li Ziyu himself didn't know how powerful his knife was. Song. As the blade light like lightning in the dark night slashed towards Wang Dali's face was filled with horror, and the hairs all over his body suddenly stood up. Li Ziyu's knife actually made him feel that there was no way to avoid it. Wang Dali quickly raised his knife to prepare for defense. But before he could raise the knife, he felt a chill on his neck. Then, I saw a pair of feet wearing boots, and on top of the shoes was a headless corpse splattered with blood. Why, do these look so much like my shoes? Why can I see my shoes from this angle? This was Wang Dali's last thought before his eyes turned black. Wang Dali. Death. What a poor fellow. He's still a top-level warrior. Chow. Li Ziyu rolled over Wang Dali for a while. Apart from a weapon made of first-grade asthma alloy, there were only a few $100 bills left in the wallet and nothing else. I don't know how Wang Dali got to this point. A top-level warrior like him is so poor. Li Ziyu raised his foot and kicked Wang Dali's body hard. But as soon as she raised her foot, he stopped her. Ha! What's going on? I'm not usually this grumpy. Still whipping the corpse after it's dead? I've earned at least several $100,000, so I should be happy. Besides, this is my first time killing someone, so why don't I feel anything? Instead, there's a feeling of wanting more. Li Ziyu was stunned, with a look of surprise and confusion on his face. He felt something was wrong. Li Ziyu was about to turn around when he suddenly looked in one direction and shouted coldly. Who? Come out. Chapter 25 Visualization Method, go to Wuhan University. You mean, if you kill too many ferocious beasts, you'll be affected by their evil intentions? At the very least, it will affect your mind, and at worst, you'll become a killing machine? Li Ziyu widened his eyes and frowned as he looked at Han Wu beside him. Yes, sir. People who hunt ferocious beasts for years will be disturbed by the beast's consciousness. If they don't stop, they will eventually be influenced by the beast's consciousness and become a killing machine. The middle-aged man who was called Han Wu by Li Ziyu explained in a serious tone, looking at Li Ziyu with a complicated look. It's complicated, but more of a shock. He saw everything that happened on the path clearly through the sniper rifle scope. I thought Li Ziyu would definitely die if he was robbed by a top-level warrior. He just held a moment of silence in his heart for Li Ziyu. But he had never expected that this young man, who looked no older than his son, could kill that peak-level warrior instantly with just one strike. Whenever Han Wu thought about what had just happened, he felt like he was dreaming. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, even if someone told him about it with a video, he would have suspected that the video was fake. Evildoer. This young man is definitely a monster. What kind of strength does this young man have? Could it be that he is a level 2 warrior? The woman in red carrying a sniper rifle who was following quietly beside him had a similar expression to Han Wu. She was half a step behind Li Ziyu and kept turning her head to look at Li Ziyu curiously, with surprise and curiosity in her eyes. Li Ziyu ignored what the two were thinking. At this moment, he was thinking about what Han Wu had just said. If it weren't for Wang Dali's incident, he wouldn't have realized that his mind had been affected. Killing too many ferocious beasts will actually affect my mind. How can I play this game? Wouldn't this seriously slow down his progress in improving his chi and blood? Li Ziyu frowned. Wrong. There must be a solution to this, otherwise, what will happen to the soldiers fighting against ferocious beasts on the border? But there's no need to worry too much, sir. The adults above have already discovered this matter and have countermeasures. That is the practice of visualization. As long as you practice visualization, you can increase your resistance to mental attacks. Where did you get the visualization method? Do you have it? Li Ziyu's eyes lit up and he turned to look at Han Wu. His shining eyes made Han Wu subconsciously take 2 steps back. However, after thinking that Li Ziyu had no ill will towards him, his expression returned to normal with embarrassment. My level is too low. I haven't even mastered a single combat skill, let alone the more valuable visualization method. But I do know where I can get the visualization method. After a while, they entered the city wall. After having a brief chat with Han Wu and adding each other on Fishan, Li Ziyu waved goodbye to Han Wu. Looking at Han Wu's disappearing back, Li Ziyu felt quite emotional. This trip to the wilderness was truly worthwhile. Not only did my strength improve significantly, but I also learned such important information. Then the next step is to prepare for the martial arts exam and go to Wuhan University. While thinking, Li Ziyu walked towards Jinwu Pavilion. I just learned from Han Wu that if you want to fight the influence of ferocious beasts on your mind, you have to practice visualization. Visualization methods, like martial arts, are divided into 9 levels, 1 to 9, with 1 being the lowest and 9 being the highest. Although ordinary first and second level visualization methods are expensive, they are also sold in society. However, the first and second level visualization methods are not very effective in resisting the mind. For example, even if the second level visualization method is cultivated to a very high level, it cannot completely resist the erosion of the evil thoughts of ferocious beasts. If he killed ferocious beasts at this frequency, he would need to rest for a few days to recover after 1 or 2 days. For someone like him who kills with such high intensity, if he wants to completely resist the invasion of the killing consciousness, he can only practice more advanced visualization methods. However, the advanced visualization method is only in the hands of various martial arts masters. In other words, if he wanted to improve his chi and blood by constantly killing ferocious beasts, he could only go to Wuda University and practice advanced visualization methods. It's also good to go to Wuda. I heard that there will be mentors there, and if you are talented enough, you can also get some high-level combat skills for free. Combat skills can greatly improve a warrior, but relying solely on killing ferocious beasts, buying and selling ferocious beast materials to accumulate wealth, and purchasing combat skills is too slow. Those advanced combat skills are priced sky high, and sometimes they're out of stock. If I can get them directly at Wuda, why not? After the goal became clear, Li Ziyu stopped worrying about it. There are still 3 days left before the martial arts exam. The Great Xia Kingdom stipulates that anyone can register within 24 hours before the exam begins. It's still early, so let us go to Jinwu Pavilion to count our harvest. Then go to Hongsu Martial Arts School to test your strength, and then concentrate on the martial arts exam. Thinking of this, Li Ziyu quickened his pace. At Jinwu Pavilion, as soon as Li Ziyu entered, she was led to the VIP room by the beautiful clerk dressed as an office lady. After tasting the finest Da Hong Pao, Tang Xian quickly pushed open the door of the VIP room and entered. "Brother Li, I heard you have a big deal with me?" Tang Xian looked curious. He just received a call from the store clerk saying that Li Ziyu came again, and this time said that there was a big deal for him. Tang Xian put down everything he was doing and rushed over without stopping. Li Ziyu, who could make killing 10 shadow cats seem like a small matter, said it was a big deal, and Tang Xian expressed his curiosity. After pouring himself a cup of tea, Tang Xian wanted to continue asking questions. But before he could open his mouth, his hand holding the kettle froze in mid-air, and he looked at Li Ziyu sitting across from him in shock. "Brother Li, you've become stronger again." Tang Xian looked horrified, staring at Li Ziyu with wide eyes. He actually felt a hint of danger from Li Ziyu. And the closer you get to Li Ziyu, the more dangerous it becomes. It feels like being pricked by a needle. He himself is also a second-level warrior and is very sensitive to qi and blood in danger. Although Li Ziyu gave him a very powerful feeling in the past, it was not like today. He felt like facing Li Ziyu was like facing a ferocious beast. Could it be that the young man in front of him was strong enough to pose a death threat to him? This is impossible? Tang Xian felt that his idea was a bit ridiculous. "Let's not talk about this, Boss Tang, I came here to see you." A few minutes later, Tang Xian handed Li Ziyu a black bank card with an emotional tone. "Brother Li, last time you told me you could hunt a level 2 beast, I scoffed at you. I didn't expect that in just one day, you've already been able to kill the arm-blade tiger, a peak-level beast. The young are to be feared. The young are truly to be feared. I've already arranged for the bodies of the beasts outside the city to be transported back. Here are 2 million Great Xia coins. Brother Li, please count them." "No need, I trust Mr. Tang's character." "There's no need for money, I'll just exchange it all for equipment." Li Ziyu waved his hand and pushed the bank card back from Tang Xian's hand. "As your strength improves, making money will become easier and easier. I'm about to take the martial arts exam. Instead of keeping this money, I might as well exchange it all for equipment that can improve my strength." After wandering around Jinwu Pavilion for a while, Li Ziyu picked out a set of black combat uniforms, a first-level defensive combat skill called Vajra Body, and finally bought some pills to recover injuries and physical strength, spending all the 2 million dasha coins. After finding a mirror, Li Ziyu hurriedly took off his dirty t-shirt, which was stained with all kinds of dirt and blood of ferocious beasts and the color could not be seen, and put on the black combat uniform. Chapter 26, Diamond Body Combat Technique, Going Home. The combat uniform feels cool to the touch and fits snugly. Li Ziyu looked at herself in the mirror. He has a 1.9 meter tall body, is well proportioned and looks full of explosive power. His face was thin, and his facial features were sharp and angular, as if they were carved by a knife. After putting on the equipment, even the beautiful shop assistant next to her couldn't help but be dazzled. Li Ziyu is already very handsome, and when he puts on this combat uniform, he looks like a character walking out of an ancient Greek statue. The beautiful shop assistant couldn't help but see stars in her eyes. TSK, Brother Li, if you go out like this, you'll definitely charm everyone. If my daughter wasn't only 14 this year, I would have wanted to introduce her to you." "Ha ha." Li Ziyu just smiled, and Tang Xian said. This combat uniform was made by Tianhong Company and uses Dasha's latest nanotechnology. It is not only wear-resistant, scratch-resistant, dust-proof and waterproof, but also has an automatic constant temperature function. It also has a built-in buffer layer, which can reduce damage when fighting the enemy. And this Vajra body defensive combat skill, at the elementary level, can significantly increase the user's defense. At the intermediate and advanced levels, it can even increase the practitioner's defense several times. But this combat skill is quite difficult to practice. I haven't seen anyone practice this combat skill to a high level yet. Tang Shen introduced to Li Ziyu the two things he had just bought, and Li Ziyu nodded secretly. Needless to say, protective clothing is a must-have for field operations and can greatly improve comfort in the wilderness. The other Vajrabhati fighting skill is extremely difficult to practice and slow, but the effect is extremely strong. This is what Li Ziyu sees. With the system, the difficulty of cultivation is high, which does not exist for him. Hongsu Martial Arts School. The lounge of Hongsu Martial Arts School. Han Wu and a middle-aged man were drinking tea while exchanging recent information about the wilderness area. Old Han, have you been going to the wilderness too often recently? Has your mind been invaded by ferocious beasts? A boy under 17 years old killed a peak-level warrior instantly with a single blow. This is a joke that's a bit too much. It's not funny at all. The middle-aged man sipped his tea and looked at Han Wu, who was sitting next to him, with a rather speechless expression, while his eyes swept back and forth across Han Wu's face. Don't look at me, old Wang. I wasn't attacked by any ferocious beasts. Everything I said is true. Han Wu waved his hand, indicating that he was normal. Then a look of reminiscence appeared on his face, and he looked solemn. If someone else had told me this, I wouldn't have believed it, but what I just said is absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. Just one strike, one strike. Before I could even see clearly, the head of the peak-level warrior standing opposite the young man flew off. Let me tell you, I guess that boy's strength is at least at the intermediate level of level 2. His combat power is over 2000. Tisk, you're really getting more and more outrageous. You're at the second intermediate level, with a combat power of over 2000. Do you know what these two mean? Let me tell you this, there hasn't been a person like this in Xujiang City in the past 20 years. The middle-aged man looked unconvinced and spit flew everywhere. 17 years old, isn't that the same age as my kid? My kid is in his third year of high school today and will be taking the martial arts exam the day after tomorrow. If what you just said is true, and there really is such a wicked student, then my kid can't be completely unaware of it. Tell me what that evildoer you mentioned looks like, so I can ask my son. As the middle-aged man spoke, he saw Han Wu with a dazed expression, not paying any attention to him at all, but staring straight at a certain place. The middle-aged man was just about to wake Han Wu up. Han Wu suddenly stood up from his chair and walked towards the gate where a young man wearing black combat uniform and with a somewhat childish expression was standing. Be respectful. After the young man left, Han Wu turned his head to look at him with emotion and said in an inexplicable tone, "Didn't you ask me what the boy I mentioned looked like? I'll tell you now, it's the boy just now. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to see his chi and blood test. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 1 Advanced Warrior. Combat skills, Advanced Bull Tempering Technique, Gale Sword Technique, Intermediate Sword Technique, Intermediate Body Technique. System, Martial God System. Function, it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. I didn't expect that my chi and HP value has reached 9.999, and my combat power has reached a terrifying 3000? On a narrow road in the old city of Xujiang City. As Li Ziyu walked, he recalled the results of his blood and chi test, with an expression of deep emotion. The standard for a first-level peak warrior is to break through 10. In other words, his current energy and blood are infinitely close to that of a first-level peak warrior. But normally, the relationship between combat effectiveness and chi and blood is chi and blood multiplied by 10, plus various amplifications, which equals a person's combat effectiveness. For a warrior with a chi and blood of 9.9, his combat power is at most 1500. But just now, his full-strength attack had actually produced a combat power of 3000. The combat power increases 3 times? Doesn't this mean that his current strength is 3 times stronger than that of a normal warrior? The combat power of a second-level junior warrior is less than 2500. It's only been less than 4 days? He has grown from an ordinary student with a chi and blood value of only 0.8 and no hope of entering a martial arts university to a martial artist who is capable of crushing most of the talented warriors in Xujiang City. While expressing emotion, don't delay your steps. Li Ziyu followed the path and soon arrived in front of a tube-shaped building. The walls here are mottled, the buildings are dilapidated, and there are messy advertisements and telephone poles everywhere. Hey, Shaoli, you're back. Why haven't I seen you in the community these past 2 days? Did you go to work part-time again? Young man, why are you working so hard? Health is more important. If you can't become a warrior, what's the point of working so hard? You might as well just lie down. Xiaoli, come to my house for dinner tonight. Li Ziyu came to a unit door. There were several old men and women sitting under the door basking in the sun. When they saw Li Ziyu, they smiled and greeted him in a flurry of chatter. Li Ziyu also responded with a smile. This tube-shaped building is his residence in Xujiang City. These old men and women are his neighbors here. Although they usually speak bluntly, they are not bad people at heart. In Li Ziyu's memory, these old men and women often found various reasons to invite Li Ziyu to their homes for dinner, which was also a disguised form of support. Li Ziyu greeted him a few times and went upstairs. Hey, why do I feel like Xiaoli is different from the last time I saw him? I feel the same way. I feel like Xiaoli is more energetic than before. Also, I remember that he didn't respond to our greetings so enthusiastically before. It's really weird. The old men and women looked at Li Ziyu's back as he went upstairs, with surprised expressions on their faces and a lot of discussions. Li Ziyu heard all of this clearly. After becoming a warrior, his five senses became much sharper than before. He could even hear the sound of a mosquito flapping its wings clearly within a dozen meters. Walking up the stairs, Li Ziyu was just about to open the door and go in. Then he saw several messy, smelly, garbage bags filled with rubbish thrown crookedly at his doorstep. There were a few flies buzzing around above. It had obviously been there for several days. Li Ziyu glanced at the garbage, then raised his head and glanced at the tightly closed security door opposite, his eyes gradually turning cold. There is no doubt that it must have been thrown at the doorstep by his neighbor across the street. Chapter 27, Bad Neighbors, Enrollment in Wuda University, President of Wushu Association. Across from him lived a family of three, the female one being an unreasonable middle-aged woman. In my memory, this middle-aged woman neighbor of mine was an orphan and was easy to bully. He took over the entire space between the two corridors and placed his own things in it. Not only that, he often throws garbage that he doesn't want to throw away at the door of Li Ziyu's house. The original owner was an honest man. Although he was angry every time he saw it, he dared not say anything. He just took the garbage downstairs in frustration. But that was the original body, and Li Ziyu will not tolerate the other party now. He walked straight up and started banging on the door. It would be fine if the other party apologized sincerely, but if they had a bad attitude, Li Ziyu didn't mind teaching them a lesson. However, it was not known whether the family had gone out or what, and Li Ziyu knocked for a long time but no one responded. He threw a few bags of garbage at the other person's door and went back to his room. Pushing the door open, I saw a house of about 80 to 90 square meters. There were furniture inside, but they were all a bit old. This house was left to Li Ziyu by his parents. My aunt came many times, wanting Li Ziyu to move out and live with them. But because Li Ziyu had a strong sense of self-esteem in the past, she was rejected by him. Li Ziyu walked around the room casually, then lay down on the sofa and started fiddling with his mobile phone. I almost forgot, the martial arts exam starts in 3 days, and I haven't signed up yet. Send a message to the teacher to sign up first. Li Ziyu opened Fission and found her class group. There are already dozens of messages in it. The top one is the message from the class teacher who is counting who is willing to take the martial arts exam, and the ones below are all registration replies. Li Ziyu typed the word register and clicked send. The Great Xia Kingdom stipulated that registration for the military examination was voluntary. As long as you are willing to take the martial arts exam, registration will be valid if it is made within 24 hours before the exam begins. But no one would really sign up on time. Generally, those who have martial arts talent would have already started preparing. Those who do not have the talent for martial arts also give up the idea of signing up for the martial arts exam. There is no other reason, it's because the martial arts exam is too dangerous. During the exam, you have to fight against ferocious beasts. It can really kill people. Damn it! Li Ziyu, wasn't your Qi and blood test 0.8? How dare you take the martial arts exam? Although there are no explicit regulations on the Qi and blood requirements for martial arts exams, the minimum admission score for all major martial arts exams requires a Qi and blood value of 1.2. With your 0.8, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? What's going on? Could it be that Li Ziyu has gone crazy after Su Mengyao broke up with her? For the sake of being a classmate, I urge you to retract this news immediately. There's still time. Awesome. I'll submit to you if I don't submit to anyone else. Brother, don't be impulsive and don't give up on yourselves. So, for the sake of being classmates, I will arrange for you to work in my uncle's company and pay you 5,000 a month. Don't risk your life on the martial arts exam. As soon as the news of Li Ziyu's participation in the martial arts exam was sent to the group, it was like a bomb dropped into a calm lake, and the group instantly exploded. Even some of the unknown people in the class sent messages. Li Ziyu, are you sure? Not long after, a message came from the group from our old classmate Lu Yanfang, followed by a big exclamation mark and question mark. Sure. Li Ziyu replied, then stopped paying attention to the messages in the group and turned to walk into the bathroom. He hasn't had a proper bath these days. At the same time, in the office of the head teacher of Class 6, Grade 3. Lu Yanfang, the head teacher, was wearing a tight suit jacket and a long suit skirt. She was busy working at her desk with her chest pressed against the table. In front of her was a pile of thick folders. The folder contains the files of every student in the class and the records of qi and blood tests. Adjusting her black-framed glasses, Lu Yanfang frowned as she found the file containing Li Ziyu's information in the folder and opened it with a frown. That's right. The qi and blood test we just did the day before yesterday showed that Li Ziyu's qi and blood value was 0.8. Why would he still sign up for the martial arts exam? Lu Yanfang took Li Ziyu's file, checked it several times, and put it down with a frown. She had just received the news that Li Ziyu was going to sign up for the martial arts exam, and she almost thought she had seen it wrong. The martial arts exam involves placing all candidates in a fixed wilderness area to fight ferocious beasts, and then counting the points each student has for killing ferocious beasts. As long as your score reaches the minimum score required by each Wuhan university, you can be admitted to the corresponding Wuhan university. Although there are no explicit requirements in major martial arts schools, martial arts candidates must reach a certain level of qi and blood in order to be admitted. But everyone knew that if the qi and blood didn't reach 1.2, they wouldn't be able to defeat even the lowest level beast in the martial arts exam. This is also the reason why the school organizes blood and qi tests in advance. It is to let students have an understanding of their own abilities and not to apply for the military examination blindly. It seems that the breakup must have been a huge blow to Li Ziyu, otherwise he wouldn't have made such an impulsive decision. Lu Yanfang sighed and rubbed her eyebrows. Everyone has a student life, and she is no exception. But warriors and ordinary people are not from the same class after all. Although Su Mengyao's character is a bit poor, she will have no problem getting into Wuhan University. Li Ziyu has no talent for martial arts, so even if he tries hard to do anything to prove his sincerity, it will be of no avail. Forget it, I'd better try to persuade Li Ziyu again. I can't just watch him die. Thinking about this, Lu Yanfang picked up her phone again and sent Li Ziyu a few messages of persuasion, but after waiting for a long time, she received no response. In the end, Lu Yanfang had no choice but to add her own name to the registration list for the martial arts exam. In the center of Xujiang City, on the top floor of the Warrior Association building, a tall, thin man wearing glasses, holding a folder in his hand, stood respectfully in front of the office with a sign of the Martial Arts Association president hanging on it, and reached out and knocked gently on the door. After a moment, a voice sounded from inside. Come in. The tall and thin man walked in with a respectful attitude and gently pushed the door open. Inside is a huge room, at least several thousand square meters. On the far left side of the room, there is an office space of about 10 square meters separated by glass, while the remaining several thousand square meters are densely packed with sandbags. At this time, an old man with white hair and beard and naked upper body was punching a sandbag in front of him frantically. The old man was muscular all over, and as he punched, the veins on his body bulged like crisscrossing earthworms. The fist broke through the air, making bursts of whistling in the air, and hit the sandbag. But what was emitted was not the dull sound of sandbags, but the sound of metal colliding. The tall and thin man looked at the scene in front of him, a hint of emotion flashing in his eyes. No matter how many times I see this scene, I am still shocked every time. But he knew that the sandbag was not filled with ordinary sand, but asthma alloy. Bang 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 bang. The old man flattened the sandbag in front of him with 3 punches, then picked up another one from the ground and placed it in front of him, and started punching it wildly. After finally beating up 10 of them, the old man slowly let out a breath. Turning his attention to the tall and thin man, he said, I broke all these 100 sandbags. Give me a new batch tomorrow. 28 qi and blood talent is not good in the late stage, go to the martial arts examination. Yes, President Chen. The tall, thin secretary was respectful. He glanced at the densely packed sandbags on the ground, a hint of admiration on his face. President, you've already broken 30,000 of them, right? You are already 1/3 of the way to your goal of 100,000. Upon hearing this, Chen Mingyuan took the towel handed to him by his secretary, wiped his upper body casually, and put on his clothes. When I met that grandmaster 10 years ago, he told me that as long as I blew up 100,000 sandbags, my boxing skills would reach the pinnacle. I'm still 70,000 short of peak boxing skills and peak level basic weapons. I really want to experience how powerful they are. As the president of the Xuzhou City Martial Arts Association, his martial arts skills have reached level 4. However, his basic martial arts skills were always stuck at an advanced level and could not be improved. This made him, who was obsessed with boxing, always feel uneasy. Chen Mingyuan expressed his feelings about martial arts for a while, then changed the subject to work. How's the preparation for the martial arts exam going? Everything is ready, President. This is the information you asked me to collect about the more talented candidates in Xuzhou. When the tall and thin secretary heard Chen Mingyuan's words, he quickly handed him a folder. Chen Mingyuan took it, nodded, and then started to read it. He nodded with satisfaction while flipping through the pages. Yes, there are a few good seedlings this time, and an unexpected dark horse. That little fellow named Li Ziyu is quite talented. At such a young age, his HP has already reached 5.99. Not only that, his combat power is also extraordinary. This is all thanks to President Chen's good management. Seeing Chen Mingyuan's happy expression, the tall and thin secretary flattered him at the right time. But that young man named Li Ziyu is truly remarkable. He's so talented at such a young age. I'm afraid he'll be the undisputed number 1 in Xuzhou City this time. The tall and thin secretary said with a smile, but Chen Mingyuan smiled and shook his head to deny the tall and thin secretary's words. He does have good talent, but he's not quite there yet to reach the top spot. Ha! His HP is 5.99 and his combat power is 999, so he's not qualified to be number 1? The tall and thin secretary looked surprised. Chen Mingyuan looked up at the secretary and laughed. Although Li Ziyu is an awakener of the qi and blood talent, this kind of talent is often just empty power. Although his qi and blood and combat power are high, his actual combat ability is weak. And there's a fatal drawback: the later the qi and blood awakening warrior reaches, the smaller their potential becomes. 5 years ago, Xuzhou City also had a warrior with awakened qi and blood talent. At that time, his qi and blood test and combat power test scores were higher than Li Ziyu's. Everyone had high hopes for him at the time, believing he could surpass all the other candidates and take first place in Xuzhou City. In fact, my expectation for him at that time was not just to be number 1 in Xuzhou City, but in the entire Su province. But what happened later? He failed in actual combat with ferocious beasts. He only had blood and fighting power, but he couldn't even get the basic martial arts skills. In the end, let alone first place in Su province, he couldn't even get first place in Xuzhou City. The tall and thin secretary nodded in realization. At this moment, Chen Mingyuan took a sip of tea and said, "However, Li Ziyu's strength is quite good. At such a young age, he has already cultivated the basic martial arts to the intermediate level and has also mastered a sword technique. Although he may not be able to take first place, he will have no problem getting into the top 5 in Xuzhou City. The one who can really take first place is this one." As Chen Mingyuan spoke, an irrepressible admiration flashed across his eyes. He pointed at the document and read out the introduction. Nangong AO. A first-level intermediate warrior, a warrior with a natural talent for speed, intermediate physical training, intermediate swordsmanship, intermediate body movement skills, and he also mastered a combat-type fighting technique. This is genius. A true genius. I hope to represent our Xuzhou City and compete for the top 3 talents in Su province. Chen Mingyuan looked delighted. When he first discovered Li Ziyu, the dark horse, he was quite happy and planned to take Li Ziyu under his wing. But then Nangong AO, a warrior with a natural talent for speed, appeared, and Li Ziyu seemed a little mediocre. Pay special attention to Nangong AO and build a good relationship with him. A warrior with this kind of talent will achieve as much as I do in the future. There's no harm in building a good relationship with him in advance. In a dilapidated old neighborhood, Li Ziyu walked out of the bathroom. It's uncomfortable to even take a shower here. It's time to change the accommodation. Li Ziyu complained while wiping his hair. The neighborhood is old and the water in the taps is not hot. However, he had exchanged all the money he had on him for equipment and martial arts, so there was not much left. Li Ziyu was thinking about whether he should go outside the city to hunt a few more ferocious beasts and sell them to buy a better living environment. But he rejected this idea. Forget it, the martial arts exam is coming up soon. After I get into Wuhan University, I'll have to go to another city. I won't be able to stay in Xujiang City for a few days. Besides, the martial arts exam provides dormitories, so the environment shouldn't be too bad. It's better to save some money and improve your strength. Thinking of this, Li Ziyu realized that he didn't know how many martial arts universities there were in Daxia, so he lay on the sofa, opened his mobile phone and started searching. After a while, he found the information he wanted. The 4 best universities in Daxia are Kanglin University, Shangpan University, Moda University, and Jingdu University. Each of these martial arts universities has an 8th level grandmaster in charge. They have cultivated countless powerful individuals. Only the most gifted geniuses can attend these 4 universities. Li Ziyu read out the message softly, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter, with a fighting spirit surging in his eyes. The 4 martial arts universities also have introductions to the visualization methods of each school. The school will give each enrolled student a visualization method of corresponding level based on their martial arts exam results and talents. That's right. Since you're going to Wuhan University, you have to choose the best. Li Ziyu had a goal in mind and stopped thinking about it. After replying a few messages to Liu Yanfang who tried to dissuade him, he picked up the Vajra body fighting skills he bought from Jinwu Pavilion and started practicing them. Moment. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 1 Advanced Warrior. Combat skills, Advanced Bull Body Technique, Vajra Body, Gale Sword Technique, Intermediate Sword Technique, Intermediate Body Technique. System, Martial God System. Function, it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. 2 days passed in a flash. Because of the ferocious beast's awareness, Li Ziyu did not go to the wilderness area to kill ferocious beasts during these 2 days. Instead, he has been resting at home and adjusting his condition. When the alarm clock rang, Li Ziyu suddenly opened his eyes from his meditation, and 2 rays of light flashed. Li Ziyu picked up the long knife placed aside, slowly stood up, pushed open the door and walked towards the school. After 2 days of rest, he felt that his current condition was ridiculously good. Hearing the sound of the door closing, the neighbor who lived opposite Li Ziyu suddenly opened the door. A middle-aged woman with a face full of flesh, her eyes blocked so that only a slit could be seen, and spots on her face, poked her head out viciously. I quickly looked towards the corridor and saw that it was empty. The middle-aged lady cursed. "Humph, you little bastard, you're really fast. I asked you to help take out the trash, but you threw it at my doorstep. You are so lazy and have no manners. No wonder some people have no one to support them. Don't let me meet you next time." The middle-aged woman was about to complain when a young man's voice rang out from inside the room. "Mom, hurry up and take me to the exam room. I can't be late for the martial arts exam. Hey, here comes my son. Study hard for Mom. If you become a warrior, we won't have to live in this crappy place anymore. Stay away from such stingy neighbors." Chapter 29 Classmate, can I change seats with you? A mid to high-end villa area in Xujiang City. A young woman with a graceful figure and wearing a long skirt. He was giving instructions to a black-haired girl who was wearing a tight combat uniform and had a long sword on her waist. "Xiaoya, you must pay attention to safety during the martial arts exam. Safety comes first. Even if you can't get into a good martial arts university, you must prioritize your own safety. Also, you are very strong. If you meet your cousin in the martial arts exam, you must take good care of him. This kid is really a worry. He didn't even discuss it with me before taking the martial arts exam. He's not even afraid of getting into danger in the exam hall." Aunt Yin Shui kept on giving Zhao Yanin instructions, and Zhao Yanin waved her hands impatiently. "Oh, I know, Mom. Li Ziyu is much more powerful than you think. You don't have to worry too much." When she was in the Martial Arts Association, she had seen Li Ziyu's true strength. Why did she let her take care of him? He was almost the same as taking care of me. Zhao Yanin couldn't help but complain in her heart. "You kid, you're talking nonsense. Xiaodu's teacher sent me the results of his school tests. How could I not know his abilities? You were in the martial arts exam room anyway, so take good care of Li Ziyu. If anything happens to him, I will not forgive you when I come back." Zhao Yanin curled her lips, knowing that no matter how much she said, her mother would not believe it. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she probably wouldn't have believed it even if someone told her. So she simply stopped talking, waved goodbye to Yun Shuhui, and headed for school. Son, study hard. If you get into a good Wuhan university, I'll buy you a car. Any car under 3 million. I know, Dad. My daughter. The same scene is happening all over Xuzhou City. Ever since the arrival of the ferocious beasts and the emergence of warriors, every year's martial arts examination has become the most important event in the entire daxia. At this time, all streets in Xuzhou City were closed, and all shops, businesses, and offices were closed for the day. This is to make way for the vehicles that pick up and drop off students for the military exam. Each candidate will first gather at their own school, and then take the official bus arranged to the martial arts examination site. At this time, a bus with the words 3rd Middle School painted on its exterior. The room was filled with chattering and excited martial arts students. The class teacher Lu Yanfang was counting the number of students one by one according to the list. 20, 21. There's still one missing. Where's Li Ziyu? Is he not coming? It's better not to come, otherwise it will be difficult to regret it once you enter the martial arts examination hall. Teacher, Li Ziyu is here. Lu Yanfang had just breathed a sigh of relief when the study committee member's voice rang out, pointing at the bus door. Lu Yanfang looked in the direction the study committee member pointed. There was a young man with an upright figure, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a firm gaze, who slowly walked up the steps at the door of the bus and walked inside. The boy seemed to be often outdoors, and his skin was a healthy wheat color. He carried an exaggerated long sword on his back and wore a black tight combat uniform, exuding a strong sense of sharpness and confidence. When walking towards the bus, Lu Yanfang almost thought that the person coming was not Li Ziyu, but a battle-hardened general who had just walked down from the battlefield. That graceful demeanor made Lu Yanfang's heart skip a beat. Sorry, teacher, I'm late. Li Ziyu saw her homeroom teacher Lu Yanfang staring at her blankly, and thought that she was unhappy with her being late, so she took the initiative to explain. When I came here, I wanted to take a taxi, but I couldn't get one, so I had to jog all the way here. Fortunately, his physical skills had reached the intermediate level and his speed was not slow, so he was not late. Oh, Li Ziyu, please sit down. You are the only one missing. Lu Yanfang came back to her senses after being reminded by Li Ziyu. While guiding Li Ziyu to sit down, she looked at Li Ziyu with surprise in her eyes. It's only been a few days since they last saw each other, but Li Ziyu has changed so much that even her class teacher can hardly recognize her. I wanted to persuade Li Ziyu to give up the martial arts exam. But when she thought of the confident aura that Li Ziyu had when she walked towards her just now, Lu Yanfang subconsciously took back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Wow, Li Ziyu has changed so much. Is this still the Li Ziyu I know? So handsome, even more handsome than the school hunk. I feel like I'm in love. Hey, doesn't Li Ziyu only have 0.8 HP? Look at the sword on his back. It must weigh at least several dozen kilograms, right? With his HP, can he wield it? After Li Ziyu sat down, everyone else in the car turned their eyes to him. There were more than a dozen cute girls, and there were even stars in their eyes. Next to Li Ziyu, classmate Wang Hao subconsciously wanted to pat Li Ziyu on the shoulder. But for some reason, just as he was about to touch Li Ziyu's shoulder, his hand subconsciously retracted. It's as if Li Ziyu has an invisible aura. Wang Hao withdrew his hand, looked at Li Ziyu cautiously, and said, Brother Yu, are you really planning to take the martial arts exam? It's not worth putting your life in danger for a woman. Would you like to think about it again? Wang Hao dissuaded him sincerely. He was present every time Li Ziyu's energy and blood value was tested, including when she broke up with Su Mengyao, so he knew Li Ziyu's strength very well. He felt that Li Ziyu must have been stimulated by Su Mengyao and wanted to prove himself to Su Mengyao. And the clothes that Li Ziyu is wearing now and the confident expression on her face are all disguised. The purpose is to prove it to Su Mengyao. I'm not the same person I used to be. Li Ziyu looked at this classmate who had a good relationship with the original body and spoke with a smile. Wang Hao wanted to persuade her again, but after meeting Li Ziyu's eyes, he didn't dare to speak for some reason. It's really strange, I wasn't so restrained before. Wang Hao thought to himself. Mengyao, it's a good thing you broke up early. Look at Li Ziyu, she's so childish. You're not even a warrior, yet you dare to take the martial arts exam? Don't you even look in the mirror to see how strong you are? The most outrageous thing is that he even pretended to be rich and powerful, buying a set of warrior clothes to pretend to be a big shot. If we didn't know how much he weighed, we would have almost been deceived by his appearance. In the front row of the bus, next to Su Mangyao, her best friend Anya, who had heavy makeup on her face and a pointed chin, looked at Li Ziyu with disdain and said. Seeing Su Mangyao didn't speak, Anya continued. If you ask me, it's a good thing you cut your losses in time. Look how good that young Master Bai is. He's already certified as a first-level junior warrior at such a young age. This kind of talent has a bright future. He might even have a chance to get into one of those 4 martial arts universities. Mangyao, you must not forget about me, your best friend. Please ask Mr. Bai if he has any friends with good families and talents. Introduce them to me. Anya was spitting and praising Su Mengyao's vision. However, there was no trace of joy on Su Mengyao's face. Instead, her face was filled with sourness and regret. She, the best friend who had always looked down on Li Ziyu, only knew that Bai Haoren had successfully certified as a first-level junior warrior, but she didn't know that Li Ziyu had been certified as an intermediate warrior. Moreover, he is an intermediate warrior who is about to reach the advanced threshold. At the same age, one has barely reached the threshold of a first-level junior warrior, while the other has already reached the ceiling of a mid-level warrior. The gap between the two is simply too big. Su Mangyao let out a breath and turned her head frequently to look at Li Ziyu, who was sitting behind her. Looking at Li Ziyu's face that looked like a knife, she felt a little unwilling in her heart. She could have had such a strong and promising boy. She was really unwilling to accept this, and a hint of determination flashed in Su Mengyao's eyes. Li Ziyu might just be playing hard to get with me. Based on my previous attitude towards Li Ziyu, he would probably forgive me if I showed a little bit of weakness. Su Mangyao thought about it, and under the surprised gaze of her best friend Anya, she stood up and walked to Wang Hao's seat next to Li Ziyu. He glanced at Wang Hao and said softly to him. Wang, can I change seats with you? I want to sit with Li Ziyu. Chapter 30 Regretful Su Mangyao. Oh, okay. No problem. Wang Hao's eyes widened. He glanced at Su Mangyao, who was standing gently beside him, and then glanced at Li Ziyu, who had a blank expression on his face. As if he had seen something incredible, he quickly stood up and made room for Su Mangyao. But before he could stand up, he was grabbed by Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu glanced at Su Mangyao, his face expressionless, and uttered a word coldly. Roll. The bus suddenly became quiet. Wang Hao was stunned, and Lu Yanfang was also surprised. Su Mengyao's breathing became stagnant and she wanted to get angry. But before he could curse, he met Li Ziyu's cold gaze. Su Mangyao suddenly felt a biting chill running from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. He didn't dare to say anything more and returned to his seat in shame. Mangyao? What's going on? Why are you actively trying to show your affection to Li Ziyu? Aren't you afraid that Master Bai will get angry if he finds out? Returning to her seat, her best friend Anya opened her eyes wide, looking as if she had seen a ghost. Su Mangyao said in a low voice with a bitter look on her face. Li Ziyu awakened his chi and blood talent a few days ago. He's now a first-level intermediate warrior. Anya's eyes widened even further. Li Ziyu didn't care about this little episode at all. Does Su Mangyao want to get back together with him? You're dreaming. No matter how beautiful this kind of green tea bitch is, he will not touch her. Not to mention that Su Mengyao's appearance is not that pretty. At least compared to the girl named Xia Lin he met in the Martial Arts Association, she was not just a little bit worse. It was because I was so ignorant before that I was played around by Su Mangyao. In his previous life's words, Su Mangyao was a high-level white lotus. The bus moved slowly, and the scenery outside the window began to change with the shape of the bus. On both sides of the window, the tall buildings gradually turned into city walls, and then turned into gravel mountain roads. Li Ziyu saw through the bus window that along the way, wherever the bus passed, there were many soldiers carrying hot weapons and wearing camouflage uniforms standing guard. At regular intervals, there were people holding cold weapons, wearing combat uniforms, and looking like warriors, standing on guard. It can be said that there is a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry post every 5 steps. Classmates, we have arrived. Please get off the bus in an orderly manner. When Li Ziyu was looking at the scenery outside the window, the bus slowly stopped and the voice of her class teacher Lu Yanfang sounded in the front row of the bus. The students sitting in the bus stood up and got off in an orderly manner. Li Ziyu also followed the crowd and got off the car. After getting off the bus, what came into view was a square that was as big as a dozen football fields, and the ground was paved with granite. At this time, there were already thousands of students who came to take the martial arts exam waiting here. Although Xujiang City is not a big city in Daxia, it has a large population. The result of the huge population base is that there are more than a dozen high schools in Xujiang City, and the number of people taking the martial arts examination is as high as tens of thousands. This shows how fierce the competition is. However, Li Ziyu was not worried at all. With his current ability, it is more than enough for him to go to those 4 famous universities in Wuhan. The martial arts exam involves placing everyone in a relatively safe wilderness area that has been prepared in advance, and then competing to see who can kill the most ferocious beasts. The beasts inside have all been specially treated by the authorities. You don't have to worry about being attacked by the beast's consciousness when you kill it. That is to say, in this examination room, I can kill as many ferocious beasts as I want. Li Ziyu glanced around, feeling excited. The ferocious beasts inside may be an obstacle to others, but for him who possesses the martial god system, killing the ferocious beasts can increase his energy and improve his martial arts. This ferocious beast in the martial arts exam is simply a perfect treasure. Number 3 middle school was the third to arrive, and there were still people from several other schools who had not arrived yet. While waiting, students from each platform formed small groups and chatted with people they were close to. He described the horror of the ferocious beast and envisioned how he would bring honor to his family after being admitted to a good Wuhan university. Li Ziyu was bored and just found a place to sit down. On the side, Wang Hao came up quietly. After approaching Li Ziyu, he first looked around, and finally fixed his gaze on the direction of number 2 middle school in the distance. He whispered mysteriously to Li Ziyu. "Brother Yu, let me show you something nice." Just when Li Ziyu was about to show confusion on his face, Wang Hao pointed obscurely in the direction of the second middle school student. There were 3 or 4 slim and pretty girls wearing tight combat uniforms, chatting happily together. He would also let out a silver bell-like laugh from time to time, attracting the attention of all the surrounding students. Wang Hao was referring to one of the girls. The girl was wearing a silver combat uniform. Her cheeks were fair and delicate, and her curvy figure looked perfect under the outline of the tight silver combat uniform. Wang Hao looked at the girl and said with envy, "Tisk, Xiaolin, the school beauty from number 2 middle school, is the same age as us. She's said to have already passed the first-level junior warrior certification. And his basic martial arts skills have even reached the intermediate level. Not only is she talented, she's also so beautiful. TSK, I wish she was from our number 3 middle school." Wang Hao's expression was envious and his tone was longing. Li Ziyu glanced in Xiaolin's direction and then looked away. She looked up at him with amusement and said, "So what if we are from number 2 middle school?" "We are from number 2 middle school, so what can you think of others?" "Brother Yu, you think too highly of me. I don't dare to express my thoughts. Everyone knows that Nangong Ao from number 1 middle school is madly pursuing Xiaolin. Anyone who dares to get close to Xiaolin will definitely be hated by Nangong Ao. Nangong Ao is the top genius in all our high schools. It is said that the top leaders of our Xujiang city have high hopes for Nangong Ao this time. Who dares to mess with him?" Wang Hao seemed to think of something, and he shuddered uncontrollably, waving his hands at Li Ziyu. "Look at your behavior." Li Ziyu didn't know how to complain about Wang Hao. Just when he was about to complain that Wang Hao had dirty thoughts but no courage, he heard Wang Hao's exclamation. "Holy crap! Why is Goddess Xia coming towards us? I never heard that Goddess Xia has a best friend in number 3 middle school. Wow! Brother Yu, Goddess Xia is walking towards me. She's smiling at me. She's even accompanied by Goddess Zhao Yanan. Holy shit, do you think Goddess Xia has taken a fancy to me?" Wang Hao screamed continuously, his hands that were pulling Li Ziyu's clothes turned white with nervousness, and he subconsciously adjusted his bangs. The other boys in the field also looked at Xiaolin and Zhao Yanan in surprise. When Xiaolin walked up to Wang Hao showed his big white teeth, expressing the brightest smile of his life, and waved to Xiaolin and Zhao Yanan behind her. "Summer. Hi, Li Ziyu, what a coincidence. We meet again. Cousin, why didn't you say hello to me when you saw me? Before I came here, my mother repeatedly told me to take care of you, a master." Before Wang Hao finished speaking, Xiaolin smiled at him and turned her gaze to Li Ziyu next to him, her smile revealing 2 dimples. Zhao Yanan, who was standing behind Xiaolin, also joked playfully. Only Wang Hao was left alone, disheveled in the wind. He glanced at Xiaolin and Zhao Yanan, then glanced at Li Ziyu who was sitting next to him calmly, and left tactfully. Chapter 31, School Bell Xiaolin, Nangong Ao. Arrogant and suppressed. What a coincidence. Li Ziyu glanced at Xiaolin. Charlene is 1.7 meters tall and has long straight black hair tied into a ponytail. Even without makeup, her skin is delicate and fair. There was also a long sword with a cold glow hanging around her waist, giving people a soft and cool feeling. She looked at him with a smile showing her two dimples, which made Li Ziyu couldn't help but sigh that she was indeed more than one level prettier than Su Mengyao. However, it is easy to attract hatred. Li Ziyu thought speechlessly and glanced around. It was just as he expected. At this time, on the platform, tens of thousands of boys from various colleges and universities who were taking the military examination were all looking at him with vicious and threatening eyes when Xiaolin greeted him with a smile. It looked like he couldn't help but eat him alive. However, Li Ziyu just smiled and didn't take these threats seriously at all. Student Li Ziyu, which Wuhan University are you planning to apply to? With your abilities, getting into one of the 4 top universities shouldn't be a problem, right? Charlene was lifting her hair, blinking her big sparkling eyes, looking at Li Ziyu with a smile, and asked curiously. We'll see. I think the overall strength of the 4 martial arts universities is similar. I'll choose the one that offers the best conditions. Sigh. That really makes me laugh to death. You can just go to whichever Wuhan University offers the strongest admission. Do you think those 4 top universities are free for you to choose from? Do you still think you're some super monster, a hot commodity? Li Ziyu just replied to Xiaolin, but before he could continue, he heard a disdainful voice. The sound was so loud that it attracted the attention of students around. Li Ziyu looked in the direction of the voice. I saw a young boy of the same age as him walking towards me from the number 1 middle school team. The sound comes from his mouth. Even a warrior like me who has awakened his speed talent wouldn't dare to say such bragging. You're really making me laugh to death. I've seen people bragging before, but I've never seen anyone brag as much as you do. The young man was wearing a flashy and eye-catching golden combat uniform that looked very valuable. There was also a long sword inlaid with gold and jade on his waist. He had long hair that went past his ears. Like his combat uniform, his hair also emitted a faint golden glow under the sunlight. This shape. If you ignore the crazy expression on his face, Li Ziyu almost thought that this guy was a time traveler and was coaching Saint Seiya. Nangong Ao, we're chatting, why are you joining in the fun? Nangong Ao appeared, and before Li Ziyu could speak, Xiaolin spoke coldly with a look of disgust on her face. While speaking, Xiaolin's slender jade hand grasped the hilt of the long sword on her waist, as if she was about to take action in the next second. Xiaolin, it's fine if you don't agree to my pursuit, but why did you have to put on such a bloody drama for me to see? I know your purpose in deliberately approaching this guy. Isn't it just like in the novel, deliberately finding someone to act as your boyfriend and then persuade me to give up? But if you're looking for someone to play the role, you should find someone of similar ability. It's better to ask Bai Haoren from number 3 middle school to play your boyfriend than this guy. I've already found out everything about this guy. He's just a piece of trash with a 0.8 HP test score. Not only is he trash, he's also so arrogant. If I hadn't known this kid's background in advance, I would have been almost intimidated by his arrogant words just now. I wouldn't even dare to say that those 4 top universities are just random choices, but this guy actually dares to say that nonsense. He must have a hole in his head. Nangong Ao crossed his arms and looked down at Li Ziyu. He glanced at Charlene again, as if to say, your little tricks can't fool me. Charlene was so angry that she laughed. Even Zhao Yanan behind him was speechless. Xiaolin turned her head away speechlessly, completely ignoring Nangong Ao, and turned to look at Li Ziyu, saying apologetically. I'm sorry, classmate Li Ziyu, I just wanted to say hello to you, but I didn't expect such a weirdo to pop up. I have nothing to do with him. Thinking of Charlene's inexplicable compensation. He asked for my contact information but I didn't agree. Zhao Yanan also nodded vigorously in agreement. Li Ziyu was a little puzzled. Do you have any contact information? Why are you explaining to me? Xiaolin and Zhao Yanan talked to Li Ziyu for a few more words, then greeted him with a smile. Amidst the envious gazes of the people around them, they returned to the number 2 middle school team. He didn't even glance at Nangong Ao the whole time, leaving him alone, disheveled in the wind. Nangong Ao looked at Xiaolin's back as she left, his face turning red and white, and his clenched fingers turned white. Taking a deep breath, Nangong Ao turned his gaze towards Li Ziyu. The arrogance and condescension in his eyes were gone, leaving only coldness and threat. He walked up to Li Ziyu, patted Li Ziyu's shoulder gently, leaned close to Li Ziyu's ear, and spoke softly. I don't know how a peasant like you managed to get close to Charlene, but I'm telling you, Charlene is not someone you can get your hands on. If you know what's good for you, stay away from Xiaolin. Otherwise. Nangong Ao paused for a moment, looked up at the location of the drone in the distance, and said in a tone of stating a fact. In the martial arts exam, no one cares if someone dies. After saying that, without waiting for Li Ziyu's response, he patted him on the shoulder and walked back to the number 1 middle school team. Laugh. From the moment Nangong Ao appeared to the end, and then to the moment he threatened her, Li Ziyu remained expressionless. Only after Nangong Ao walked away did he finally unable to hold back his laughter. Looking at Nangong Ao's impressive figure, he smiled and shook his head helplessly. This is such a cliched villain turned face plot. Another corner of the platform belongs to number 3 middle school. Bai Haoran, who was surrounded by a group of students, saw clearly everything that had just happened between Nangong Ao and Li Ziyu. He looked at Li Ziyu and couldn't help but reveal a hint of gloating in his eyes. Oomph, Li Ziyu, even if you have high chi and blood and strong fighting ability, what can you do? You've offended Nangong Ao, who is recognized as the number 1 in Xujiang City. Let's see what you will do in the examination room later. At the same time, the locations of the remaining high schools. A burly young man with a strong body, well-developed muscles and a height of 2 meters also noticed the movements of Nangong Ao and Li Ziyu. The young man tightly grasped the exaggerated battle axe behind his back, but his eyes did not linger on Li Ziyu, but stared at Nangong Ao's back. A strong fighting spirit flashed in his eyes, and he said in an almost fanatical tone. Humph. Nangong Ao. Don't think that just because you're a speed-oriented warrior, you're number 1 in Xujiang City. My strength, Wang Long, is no less than yours. Just wait, in the martial arts exam, I will definitely make a splash and crush you under my feet. I want to prove to everyone in Xujiang City that I, Wang Long, am the strongest student in Xujiang City's senior year. Wang Long clenched his fists tightly, and the flames of war burned in his eyes. Ever since I entered the first year of high school, I have been hearing people around me bragging about how strong Nangong Ao from number 1 middle school is and how great his martial arts talent is. It can be said that from the first year to the 3rd year of high school, Wang Long has always lived under the shadow of Nangong Ao. Wang Long has always wanted to challenge Nangong Ao, but every time he breaks through, he finds that Nangong Ao is already 1 step ahead of him. This made him feel extremely depressed. Until today, he felt that he could not compete with Nangong Ao, a first-level intermediate warrior who had awakened his speed talent. But perhaps God saw his unwillingness and efforts. He actually awakened his defensive talent yesterday. He is now also a defensive talent awakener. And he was promoted to the intermediate level in 1 fell swoop. He didn't tell anyone about this news, because he was planning to make a splash during the martial arts exam. He stepped on Nangong Ao, shocking the whole audience. The strongest people at the scene are Nangong Ao, Xiaolin, and Bai Haoran from number 3 middle school. Among them, Bai Haoran and Xiaolin are not as advanced as me, nor are they naturally awakened warriors, so they are not to be feared. Then the strongest person here is Nangong Ao. As long as I can crush Nangong Ao under my feet, I will be the strongest in Xujiang City. From today onwards, everyone in Xujiang City will cheer and be shocked by my name, Wang Long. Thinking of this, Wang Long's body couldn't stop shaking, his face full of excitement, as if he had already foreseen that scene. As for the young man with a sword on his waist who was standing opposite Nangong Ao just now. Oh, nobody. He is definitely not even a first-level warrior and can't even beat Nangong Ao's toes. Nothing to be afraid of. Chapter 32 Rules, the martial arts exam begins. When Li Ziyu was bored, he saw several buses driving down the mountain road leading to the platform, with hundreds of students getting off the buses chattering. At this time, a buzzing sound came from the sky. Li Ziyu felt a strong wind blowing overhead, and he squinted his eyes and looked up at the sky. It's 9 o'clock, close the entrance to the examination room. In the sky, a huge helicopter completely painted in camouflage appeared above everyone. A middle-aged man also wearing camouflage clothes stood on the helicopter. The middle-aged man had bronze skin and a resolute face, with a huge scar on his face that extended from his neck to the corner of his eye. The voice came from this man's mouth. I didn't see him exerting much strength, but his voice spread like thunder to the ears of tens of thousands of candidates on the entire platform. Li Ziyu was the closest and was most affected by the sound, her ears were buzzing from the noise. As for the other candidates, not to mention them, each of them had a pale face. In just a moment, the huge examination hall, with tens of thousands of candidates sitting on the platform, became silent. The only sounds left were the hum of helicopter propellers in the sky and the middle-aged man's voice. Very strong. Just judging by the shouting alone, his chi and blood power is at least over 100. He's most likely a level 3 warrior. Li Ziyu stared at the middle-aged man in the air with a serious look. Seeing that the scene had quieted down, the middle-aged man in camouflage uniform nodded with satisfaction. As he finished speaking, the only access to the platform was blocked by a fence. After a pause, the middle-aged man in camouflage uniform continued. I will only explain the rules of the upcoming martial arts exam once. You are at the entrance to the wilderness area of Ma'an City, the venue for this martial arts exam. The beasts inside have been specially treated. You don't have to worry about being attacked by the beast's consciousness after killing it. There's only one thing you need to do. That is to kill the ferocious beast. Kill the beast with all your might. Use all your means to kill it. It is divided into 4 major areas: the central area, the core area, the peripheral area, and the edge area. The levels of the beasts are also different. Killing beasts of different levels will earn you different points. We have a special method for calculating the points, so you don't have to worry about statistical errors. After a pause, the middle-aged man in camouflage uniform said expressionlessly. As for the admission requirements for the major martial arts schools, they will be announced after your martial arts exams, but I can tell you in advance that the required scores are higher than in previous years. So, if you don't want to be eliminated, try your best to kill the beast. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he waved his hand, and then a group of people who looked like soldiers in camouflage uniforms came out with bags of things in their hands. Next, come and collect the supplies you will need for this martial arts exam. 1 for each person. Do not take more than you need. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, the students on the platform began to come forward in an orderly manner to receive supplies, and Li Ziyu was no exception. After opening the package, there were 5 popsicle-shaped objects, a silver bracelet, and a portable sleeping bag. The technology of this era is indeed advanced. Not only the sci-fi helicopters, but also these energy bars and bracelets are much more advanced than the world I lived in my previous life. Li Ziyu looked up at the helicopter in the sky. It looked similar to a drone, but its size was thousands of times that of a drone. He took a look and then looked away, lowered his head and put the bracelet on his hand. With a click, a 3D virtual projection appeared out of thin air in mid-air. This bracelet is used to record scores, and it can also display the scores of students participating in the martial arts exam. Currently, everyone's scores are displayed as 0. The admission scores of major martial arts schools will be announced after the martial arts examination, and there will be changes every year compared to the previous year. Li Ziyu understood what Wuhan University meant by doing this, which was to let the candidates give their all in the examination room and not hold back. However, although it has not been announced, it can be roughly inferred based on previous admission scores. 500 points can get you into an undergraduate martial arts school. 800 to get into a martial arts school. With 2,000 points, you can go to those 4 prestigious universities. Li Ziyu packed 5 energy bars, which are also a manifestation of technology. 1 stick can replenish the energy and water consumption of a first-level warrior for 2 days, which is extremely convenient. Fuck. Why is it harder every year than the last? It's really messing with my mentality. Hey, who says it's not true? Increasing the difficulty may not be a big deal for geniuses like Nangong AO, but it's really hard for us ordinary candidates. Damn it! There are also ferocious beasts in the central and core areas. How can killing one of them earn so many more points than killing ferocious beasts in the outer areas? This isn't fair. Tisk, fair? There has never been true fairness in this society. If you are strong, you can also go to the central area to kill ferocious beasts. No one will stop you. However, there are many ferocious beasts in the outer and edge areas, and they are densely packed and easy to find. If you are lucky, your points will not be low. While Li Ziyu was packing up his supplies, he heard some classmates complaining indignantly. Li Ziyu listened quietly, feeling a little emotional. I don't know what is going on in Xia, but the martial arts exam is indeed getting harder every year. However, the conversation between the few people gave him some inspiration. Li Ziyu's eyes flickered with thought. Just now, he originally wanted to go directly to the central area to hunt the ferocious beast. The points given by the ferocious beasts in the central area are high. But similarly, the locations of the ferocious beasts in the central area are relatively scattered and their numbers are limited. Taking the martial arts exam was just one of his purposes for coming this time. The main purpose is to kill ferocious beasts and increase strength. The ferocious beasts in the edge areas and outer areas are densely populated and numerous. It would be better to start from the edge area and push towards the center area. Anyway, the martial arts exam lasts for 5 days, with his current strength and speed. 5 days is enough for him to kill many ferocious beasts. TSK, there are so many of them and we don't have to worry about the invasion of the beast's consciousness. The beasts in this martial arts examination hall are really a treasure. I just don't know how much my strength will improve in 5 days. At number 1 middle school, Nangong Ao folded his arms across his chest, listening to the discussions and complaints of those around him with a look of disdain on his face. Ha! You're already complaining right after I told you to increase the difficulty? What a bunch of losers. In an environment full of rubbish, it's a joke that I, Nangong Ao, can't even get first place. Wang Long had been paying attention to Nangong Ao's movements. Seeing his disdainful and confident look, a fighting spirit surged in his heart, and he uttered a burst of praise. You are worthy of being my chosen opponent, Wang Long. You are recognized as the strongest candidate in Xujiang City. Just with this attitude, you are worthy of being my whetstone. After receiving the supplies, the middle-aged man in camouflage didn't say much, but acted decisively and waved his hand. Around the platform, several huge steel gates slowly rose under the operation of the soldiers. The middle-aged man's voice spread throughout the audience. The martial arts exam begins. Chapter 33: Kill the Beast and Upgrade. Wow! Song. Rub, rub, rub. As soon as the camouflaged middle-aged man finished speaking, the originally quiet platform suddenly became noisy, and all kinds of energy and blood surged. All the candidates used all their strength to run towards the gate entrance. Various ways of traveling are emerging one after another. There were also many people who seemed to have practiced some kind of body movement and combat skills. They jumped up and stepped directly on the shoulders of the crowd, running very fast, causing the crowd to curse. But none of these people were as fast as the golden figure. The moment the middle-aged man in camouflage uniforms finished speaking, Nangong Ao turned into a stream of golden light. Everyone only saw a golden figure, which stirred up a gust of wind before their eyes, and then disappeared in a flash. As expected of someone with the awakened talent for speed. This speed is probably comparable to that of a car. But I, Wang Long, am not jealous. Wang Long stared at Nangong Ao, who left a trail of afterimages on the spot, with wide eyes, and snorted coldly. Then he put on his fists and shouted loudly, and his 2 arms, which were thicker than other people's thighs, seemed to swell up again. He waved his hand and roughly pushed away the crowd blocking his way. In less than a moment, a crooked empty space was left behind him. As long as you don't kill anyone in the martial arts exam, there are no other restrictions. Xiaoya, let's go too. Let's go directly to the core area and start killing the beasts from the core area to the center. Xiaolin looked at the figures swarming towards the wilderness passage, drew the long sword from her waist, and looked decisively at Zhao Yanan, who was standing beside her with a serious expression. As they spoke, the 2 of them exerted their strength and ran towards the wilderness area. Humph! If you all go to the core area, how can I, Bai Haoran, be left out? Li Ziyu curled his lips as he looked at the students rushing towards the wilderness area like waves. Everyone says it's difficult and unfair, but when it comes to the actual exam, everyone is more motivated than the other. Li Ziyu was not in a hurry at all. The entire martial arts exam lasts for 5 days, and there are so many ferocious beasts that you can't kill them all. Even if you stay in there a little longer than others, how many more ferocious beasts can you kill? Li Ziyu followed the main group and walked slowly towards the wilderness area. Humph! Boy, you're smart. At the gate of the wilderness area, Nangong Ao has already entered the gate. He had just been keeping his eyes on Li Ziyu. When he saw that Li Ziyu was not only not with Xiaolin, but also walking slowly, Nangong Ao snorted disdainfully. Things like the martial arts exam, which are related to one's future, are not rushed or slow. Li Ziyu must have recognized his own status and strength, and probably gave up the martial arts exam. After just one glance, Nangong Ao withdrew his gaze from Li Ziyu. This kind of existence, like weeds on the roadside, is not worthy of the attention of him, the genius of Xujiang City. His goal is to be the first in Xujiang City's martial arts exam. Even ranked in the top 10 of the entire Jiangsu province martial arts examination. Xia Lin and Zhao Yanin were also paying attention to Li Ziyu's movements. Seeing Li Ziyu walking slowly at the end of the team, Xia Lin's beautiful eyes flashed with emotion. As expected of Li Ziyu. Not only is she powerful, but she's also very calm. Compared to Li Ziyu, I still have a lot to improve. Koan City Examination Center, marginal area. The city is in ruins, with broken walls and car wreckage everywhere. Moss was everywhere, and around the ruined buildings, the roars of terrifying beasts could be heard one after another. Pung! A dark brown combat boot stepped on the wreckage of an off-road vehicle. The wreckage of the off-road vehicle, which had been abandoned for who knows how many years, creaked under the weight of the brown combat boot. The owner of the combat boots was a knife-wielding teenager with short black hair. At this time, he was holding a knife in his right hand, looking at the ferocious beast that flashed by in the distance. Although most of the beasts in the edge area are first-level primary beasts, the energy and blood gained from killing them are not as much as those at higher levels, but with such a large number, it is enough for me to improve my martial arts to the peak level. Li Ziyu looked at the ferocious beast in the distance and muttered to himself. There was a first-level ferocious beast that looked like a wild boar, but was several times larger than a wild boar, and its fangs were like scimitars. Level 1 primary ferocious beast, saber-toothed porcupine. Main characteristics, thick skin and flesh. The rest of the candidates may have to be cautious when encountering a level 1 saber-toothed porcupine, trying to wear it down bit by bit. But Li Ziyu doesn't need it. At his current level, he could easily kill a saber-toothed porcupine in seconds even without using weapons. Thinking of this, Li Ziyu exerted force with his thighs, and with a bang, he stepped on the wreckage of the off-road vehicle under his feet, causing it to dent downwards. He turned into a black afterimage and rushed directly towards the saber-toothed porcupine that was foraging. Rushing to the front of the saber-toothed porcupine, it looked up with its two scarlet eyes in confusion, trying to see where the noise came from. However, as soon as the saber-toothed porcupine raised its head, it saw a long black knife, wrapped in a hurricane, infinitely enlarged in front of its forehead. Bang! Next second, the saber-toothed porcupine felt a pain on its forehead and fell to the ground without a sound. Bite! Killing a level 1 primary ferocious beast, the saber-toothed porcupine, will increase your health by 0.03. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, level 1 advanced warrior. Combat skills, advanced bull body technique, vajra body, gale sword technique, intermediate sword technique, intermediate body technique. System, martial god system. Function, it can absorb everything and improve chi in blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. With one blow, the porcupine was killed instantly. Li Ziyu opened the unmanned panel of the system. There was no plus sign behind the realm and combat skills, so they could not be upgraded. After taking a look, Li Ziyu closed the system panel casually. Then he tapped the silver bracelet on his right hand a few times. With a clear sound, a blue light flashed on the silver-white bracelet, and then a blue 3D virtual projection appeared in front of Li Ziyu. First place, Nangong AO, 50 points. Second place, Xia Lin, 20 points. Third place, Wang Lon, 20 points. Fourth place, Bai Haoren, 20 points. Killing a first-level primary ferocious beast will give 10 points, killing a first-level intermediate ferocious beast will give 50 points, and killing a first-level advanced ferocious beast will give 100 points. It seems that Nangong Ao's strength is not bad. He has already scored 50 points. It seems that he has also hunted down a first-level intermediate beast. After taking a look, Li Ziyu stopped paying attention and continued to advance into the city ruins ahead. Ding! Kill the first-level ferocious beast, the saber-toothed porcupine, and gain 0.03 HP. Ding! Kill the first-level ferocious beast, the saber-toothed porcupine, and gain 0.03 HP. The sound of the chi and blood value prompt rang in Li Ziyu's ears like rain hitting banana leaves. Li Ziyu took a look at the saber-toothed porcupine lying on the ground with its eyes open, pulled back the blood-stained long knife, wiped it somewhere nearby, moved his feet, and disappeared on the spot. Dahe, I'll use my speed advantage to lure Sabertooth Haoru over here, and then Wang Lucan and the other two will attack together, and the three of us will ambush them. The saber-toothed porcupine has thick skin and tough flesh, and it will go berserk if it attacks for too long. We must coordinate well and attack the saber-toothed porcupine's vital points. Wang Hao tightened the weapon in his hand and gave instructions with a serious expression to the two figures, one tall and one short, standing behind him. The two figures nodded solemnly in reply. Okay, I'll go then. The last blow will be given to Dahe first, then it will be my turn, and finally Lucan. If we take turns coming here for 5 days, the points will be enough for all 3 of us to get into Wuhan University. As Wang Hao spoke, a wise smile appeared on his face. This was the solution that the 3 of them came up with after discussing it with Venus. What is this called? This is called brain. It's a pity that I didn't find brother you, otherwise I could have asked him to come along and he could have gone to Wuhan University. Wang Hao was lost in thought, then shook his head, collected his thoughts, and quickly walked towards a saber-toothed porcupine that was eating garbage about 70 or 80 meters away from him. Chapter 34, Sorry to steal your monster, Li Ziyu's swordsmanship is at the top level. The saber-toothed porcupine was still foraging and hadn't noticed his arrival at all. Everything was developing according to Wang Hao's plan. But just when he was 30 meters away from the saber-toothed porcupine, sudden, a black shadow flashed past him. Wang Hao was startled and stopped in his tracks, his hair standing on end. Fuck! Something just passed by. Wang Hao rubbed his eyes and subconsciously looked in the direction where the black shadow was rushing. What he saw made his eyes widen immediately. He saw the black afterimage, whose shape could not be seen clearly, passing in front of him and heading directly towards the saber-toothed porcupine. The black afterimage flashed by the moment it touched the saber-toothed porcupine. Then he saw a line of blood, the saber-toothed porcupine's head shot up into the sky, and its huge body collapsed with a loud bang. The speed was so fast that the saber-toothed porcupine even kept on foraging. Woshi! A level 1, primary ferocious beast, a saber-toothed porcupine, that was killed instantly with one strike. What kind of strength is this? Silver bracelet, is he a candidate taking the makeup exam like us? This must be a genius on the same level as Bai Haoren. Why would a genius of this level go to the peripheral area instead of the central area? Looking at the scene in front of him, Wang Hao's eyes suddenly widened, and he swallowed subconsciously with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Looking at the silver-white bracelet on this person's right hand, he is clearly a student taking the martial arts exam like them. But with this level of strength, which school is the other party from? This kind of strength is at least at the same level as Bai Haoren, the number 1 genius in their school. No! Bai Haoren certainly couldn't kill a level 1 primary ferocious beast with one strike. This should be a strong man at the same level as Nangong Ao. But shouldn't a strong man of this level go directly to the central area to hunt ferocious beasts? Why did he run to another area? Not only Wang Hao, but also Dahei and Lu Kan, who were dozens of meters away, were also shocked, staring blankly at the back of the figure holding a long knife in the distance. We had to cooperate to kill a sword-pointing porcupine, but this guy killed it instantly with just one strike, and it was so easy. Not only does he attack, he's also really fast. Which school is this genius from? After the shock, the same question popped up in the minds of the 3 people. At this moment, the black figure seemed to have noticed them as well. He slowly turned around, revealing a face with 3-dimensional features, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. Hiss! You, brother you? When Wang Hao saw the face of the person who came, his mouth suddenly opened wide, as if he could swallow an egg, and his voice began to tremble with shock. The expert who just killed the saber-toothed porcupine with one blow was actually his extremely weak classmate Li Ziyu, whose chi and health test was only 0.8. This kind of shock. It was like suddenly discovering that the old man who had been selling pancakes downstairs from his house suddenly spread his wings and leaped onto the city wall more than 10 meters high, like a martial arts master. Ha! Wang Hao? You are here too, what a coincidence. Li Ziyu was stunned. He was so engrossed in slaughtering the pig just now, and he was running so fast that he didn't notice Wang Hao beside him. I only reacted after killing him. After a moment, Li Ziyu looked at her deskmate a little embarrassedly, and at Dahei and Lu Kan who came over and looked at her with awe. I didn't expect you guys to be the weird one, sorry. Li Ziyu scratched his head, looking apologetic. Although the monsters in the examination room were all public, it would be okay if they were people he didn't know. Wang Hao was also half of his best friend in school. After Su Mengyao broke up with him, Wang Hao often sent him messages to comfort him. It's a bit embarrassing to steal the other party's monster. No. It's okay, brother you, we just want to kill the monsters, we haven't done it yet. Wang Hao swallowed and looked at Li Ziyu cautiously. He suddenly felt that he could not understand his deskmate. Hey, I'm sorry for stealing your monsters. How about this, you guys wait here? Li Ziyu waved his hand, not giving Wang Hao and the other 2 a chance to refute. He moved his feet, and a gust of wind lifted his body and shot away into the distance. A moment, less than 10 minutes. Li Ziyu dragged his tail and threw 3 saber-toothed porcupines with their eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth, and twitching all over in front of Wang Hao and the other 2. I stole your monsters, so these 3 saber-toothed porcupines are my compensation. I'll continue to kill monsters first, you guys should do your best too. Li Ziyu pointed at the saber-toothed porcupine on the ground, said something to Principal Wang Hao and the other 2, and then ran towards the depths of the examination room in the distance. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 1 Advanced Warrior. Combat Skills, Advanced Bull Body Technique, Peak Sword Technique, Vajra Body, Gale Sword Technique, Intermediate Body Technique. System, Martial God System. Function, it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. After being fed by so many ferocious beasts, his swordsmanship has now reached the peak level. Was that guy just now really Brother Yu, whose chi and blood test showed 0.8 a few days ago? Am I dreaming? Quick! Check out Brother Yu's ranking. After Li Ziyu left, the 3 of them stood there in a daze, looking at each other, and it took them a long time to come back to their senses. Wang Hao was the one with the strongest ability to accept things. He reacted in a moment, quickly opened the points ranking on his bracelet, and asked a few people to look at it. Hiss. Ranked 49th. 160 points? Is Brother Yu so strong that he's already killed 16 level 1 beasts in such a short time? And he's ranked 49th out of over 10,000 candidates? A 4-story building on the outskirts of the wilderness area, not far from the wilderness area. This is a temporary command post built for this military examination. For the bigwigs from all parties who preside over the martial arts examination to watch the situation on the scene. In the center of the command room, which is several thousand square meters, there are densely packed surveillance screens, and the voice of each candidate can be clearly heard. When the martial arts exam begins, thousands of surveillance drones, equipped with ultra-high-definition laser cameras, follow each candidate to the exam venue. Transmit each candidate's image clearly back to the command room. In front of the surveillance screen, there are rows of wide seats arranged in a semicircle, surrounding the surveillance screen in the center. At this time, the seats were already full of people, staring intently at the images on the surveillance screen without blinking. At such a young age, he was able to obtain the certification of a first-level intermediate warrior, and he was also able to kill a first-level advanced beast at the realm of a first-level intermediate warrior. Nangong AO is very powerful. Principal Wang, you deserve credit for the fact that No. 1 Middle School was able to cultivate a genius like Nangong AO. The city still has a vacancy for the deputy director of the Unified Education Bureau. You can fill the position after this martial arts exam is over. Sitting in the center of the first row of seats, Mayor Wang Jiannan looked at the golden figure on the screen in front of him fighting hard with the ferocious beast and nodded with satisfaction. Based on the strength Nangong AO has shown, he is undoubtedly the first in our Xujiang City martial arts examination this time. Perhaps, it's possible to compete for the ranking in Su Province. It's all thanks to your good management, Mayor. Without the city's strong support for our No. 1 Middle School, a genius like Nangong AO would never have been born. Next to Wang Jiannan Field, the bald principal of No. 1 Middle School, Wang Defa, who wears gold glasses, looks humble. But the joy on his face and the uncontrollable smile in his eyes revealed his mood at the moment. Well, you're too modest, but Xiao Lin from No. 2 Middle School is also quite capable. Wang Jiannan laughed and praised Lu Jian, the principal of No. 2 Middle School, who was wearing a white shirt next to him. The principal of No. 2 Middle School also responded with a smile on his face. Damn it, Wang Defa and Lu Jian are two sycophants. If a genius awakens, it's none of their business. This is uncontrollable. From a distance in the back row, the principal of No. 3 Middle School, Chen Yud, looked at the smiling face of the principal of No. 1 Middle School and felt uncomfortable. He spoke to the principal of No. 4 Middle School next to him in a sour tone. No. 1 Middle School, No. 2 Middle School and No. 3 Middle School are old rivals. Now the principals of No. 1 and No. 2 Middle Schools can sit in front of the leaders, and the principal of No. 1 Middle School, Wang Defa, has even been promised a promotion by the mayor. As the principal of No. 3 Middle School, he can only sit on the bench in the back row, and he felt bad. No way, our school doesn't have a genius like Nangong AO Xiaolin. TSK, Deputy Director of the Education Bureau, Lao Wang is really lucky. The principal of No. 4 Middle School also spoke in a sour tone, with a look of jealousy and envy on his face. Upon hearing this, Chen Yud, the principal of No. 3 Middle School, remained silent. Dasha prioritizes warriors, and he really has nothing to say about the fact that No. 1 Middle School can produce such a talented person as Nangong AO. Although there is Bai Haoren in number 3 middle school, he is not even on the same level as Nangong Ao and Xiaolin. Oh, what a pity! Why is there no genius in my number 3 middle school? Those who can enter the top 50 in such a short time are all the elites of Xujiang City. Secretary Wang, pull up the rankings so everyone can see who these geniuses are and which schools they're from. Wang Jiannan pointed to the big screen in the command room and spoke to the secretary wearing gold-rimmed glasses beside him. Upon hearing this, Secretary Wang nodded quickly. After some operations, 50 of the tens of thousands of surveillance screens were enlarged. Next to these 50 screens, the ranking of points changes is also displayed. Ranked first and second were Nangong Ao and Xiaolin. Mayor Wang Jiannan read through them one by one, commenting and praising them constantly as he read. Very good. This year, Xujiang City has produced many talented people. This is a blessing for our Xujiang City. Wang Jiannan read through them one by one. Before the martial arts exam, each school had already reported to him the talented students who had the potential to get a place. With his memory as a third-level warrior, he already knew the information about these geniuses. The 50 people shown on the ranking are basically the same as those reported by the school. What surprised him a little was that Wang Long from number 4 middle school was ranked third, and his points were catching up with Xiaolin from number 2 middle school, which surprised him a little. It seems like there's another dark horse in this martial arts exam. Wang Jiannan smiled and continued browsing. However, when he saw the last name in the ranking, he uttered a sigh of surprise, his face showing confusion. Ha! Li Ziyu, why haven't I heard of this name? Principal Wang, is this Li Ziyu from your school? It's not from our school. There's no school with that name. Wang Defa also looked puzzled. He first took out his mobile phone and quickly entered Li Ziyu's name on his school's official website and searched it. When he saw that there was no such person, he answered. Mayor, Li Ziyu seems to be from number 3 middle school. Less than 10 seconds after Wang Jiannan asked the question, Secretary Wang answered softly. Number 3 middle school? Lao Lu's school. Wang Jiannan looked back at Lu Yud, pondered for a moment, and stopped talking, turning his gaze back to the screen. The video showed Li Ziyu killing the ferocious saber-toothed porcupine. Li Ziyu was seen wearing a black combat uniform, with a calm expression as he drew his sword, thrust it out, and then sheathed it at the saber-toothed porcupine in front of him. The knife fell, and the saber-toothed porcupine fell down with a loud bang. The whole action is smooth and done in one go. The smoothness made Wang Jiannan feel that he was not hunting a ferocious beast in the wild, but rather like a fishmonger who had been killing fish for decades, chopping fish with a knife. Full of beauty. Even Secretary Wang and the other two who were watching the screen with the two principals were stunned. The swordsmanship of the young man in black before him was like art. What level is this kid's swordsmanship at? Why does he look so skilled? Secretary Wang murmured. Peak level swordsmanship. This Li Ziyu's swordsmanship is at the pinnacle level. Wang Jiannan frowned and stared at Li Ziyu, who was harvesting the carcass of a saber-toothed porcupine in the screen with ease, with a thoughtful look on his face. After a moment, he seemed to have thought of something, stood up from the chair and said in surprise. Chapter 35, What a shame for Li Ziyu. That's right. I once had the honor of attending a national martial arts tournament, where I witnessed such smooth and flowing sword techniques, swinging the sword as if it were my own arm. It's definitely top tier. I never thought that there would be a student in Xujiang City who could master basic martial arts to the pinnacle level at such a young age. This guy named Li Ziyu is definitely a martial arts genius. Secretary Wang, who was standing by, was also shocked when he heard this. Although his martial arts level was not high, he was aware of the difficulty of practicing basic martial arts through what he had seen and heard. Said in surprise. At the age of 17, he's already mastered a basic martial art to its peak level. This young man's talent in martial arts is truly incredible. I remember that our city's Martial Arts Association president, Master Chen Mingyuan, a 4th-level martial artist, only mastered a basic martial art to an advanced level at the age of 50, right? Basic martial arts skills become harder to break through as you progress. I'm currently a level 3 warrior, and my basic spearmanship is barely at the advanced level. And that's even after I've given up other basic martial arts and focused solely on spearmanship. Li Ziyu has mastered basic sword techniques to the pinnacle at such a young age. He is definitely a one-in-a-million martial arts genius. Wang Jiannan showed admiration on his face, and then he thought of the time when he was practicing basic martial arts, and his expression couldn't help but show envy. But then he collected his thoughts and said, As long as his chi and blood aren't too low, with Li Ziyu's top-level swordsmanship, I'm afraid he could even compete with Nangon AO. Quick! Call the principal of number 3 middle school over here to check Li Ziyu's current health. In Xujiang City, there may be another genius who can enter the top 10 in Su province. Wang Jiannan thought of something, his eyes lit up and his face looked excited. Whether the city under their jurisdiction can produce a martial arts genius or a dragon is one of the criteria for measuring their performance. If Xujiang City could have 2 students enter the top 10 in Jiangsu province at the same time, then his position as mayor might also benefit from it and move up a bit. Moment. The principal of number 3 middle school, Chen Yud, was called over. When he arrived, he had already heard from Secretary Wang the reason why the mayor called him over. He had also learned about Li Ziyu's blood test information from Lu Yanfang. He was originally happy, but now he looks terrified and cautious. The blood test is only 0.8? Are you sure? Someone so young who can master basic martial arts to the pinnacle only has a chi and blood test of 0.8? Wang Jiannan looked unhappy and asked Chen Yu for confirmation again and again, but he got positive answers in the end. Wang Jiannan's face fell silent. I don't know what he is thinking. Just when Chen Yu thought Wang Jiannan was about to get angry, Wang Jiannan finally sighed deeply and waved his hand somewhat listlessly. Oh, what a pity, Li Ziyu's health is only 0.8. If his HP could reach 1.5 or even 1.4, combined with his peak level swordsmanship, it would be easy for him to hunt down ferocious beasts in the central area. But his HP is only 0.8. Even with his peak swordsmanship, it's still too late to kill a level 1 primary ferocious beast, the saber-toothed porcupine. The principal of number 3 middle school fell silent after hearing this. He had also participated in many martial arts exams, so of course he knew what Mayor Wang Jiannan meant by this. The top-level swordsmanship can greatly increase combat effectiveness and actual combat capabilities, but there is a limit. It's like a powerful fighting skill. The power it exerts when used by a low-level warrior is completely different from that when used by a high-level warrior. Even if Li Ziyu mastered the top-level swordsmanship, the best he could do was to kill a level 1 primary ferocious beast, the saber-toothed porcupine. But the points that a first-level ferocious beast, the saber-toothed porcupine, can provide are limited. If others kill one ferocious beast in the central area or the core area, it is equivalent to Li Ziyu killing several saber-toothed porcupines. The gap is obvious. To put it simply, the upper limit of the points that Li Ziyu can obtain in this martial arts exam is too low. Chen Yud slapped his thigh regretfully. Li Ziyu, what a pity. The martial arts examination site, the city ruins in the marginal area. Li Ziyu killed the saber-toothed porcupine with the long knife in his hand as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. Swish, 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 swish. Kill one whenever you meet one. Wherever you look, there is no enemy that can defeat you with just a single sword. I come, I see, I wield the sword. Li Ziyu stood on the corpse of a saber-toothed porcupine, looked down at the saber-toothed porcupine's big eyes that were still open in death, and spoke in a low voice. Rest in peace, there is no Li Ziyu in heaven. Li Ziyu smiled at the 2 girls who were standing beside him with their mouths open in shock after being hit by his knife just now, and then disappeared. Gudong. That guy just now, why does he look so much like Li Ziyu from class 6 in our school? Wasn't his chi and blood test only 0.8? I remember Su Mengyao broke up with him because of this. How can he be so strong? These 2 long-legged girls with good looks opened their red cherry lips and looked at Li Ziyu's back with shock in their beautiful eyes. Li Ziyu came to a dilapidated water tower and used his hands and feet. He climbed up the 50-meter water tower in no time. Sitting on the water tower, the wind made my collar rustle. Li Ziyu used her teeth to tear open the outer packaging of the energy bar and began to replenish her energy. At the same time, counting the harvest. After a round of killing just now, he could only hear the system prompt sound ringing non-stop in his ears, and he didn't even know how much his health value had increased. He raised his hand and glanced at the time displayed on the bracelet on his right hand. It was less than 5 hours before the martial arts exam began. Open the system panel. Chapter 36 Peak Level Body Movement. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 1 Advanced Warrior Plus. Combat Skills, Advanced Bull Tempering Technique Plus, Diamond Body Plus, Swift Wind Sword Technique Plus, Peak Sword Technique Plus, Intermediate Body Technique Plus. System, Martial God System. Function, it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. Very good, my physical skills can be improved to a high level. On the system panel, a plus sign has appeared behind it. Li Ziyu didn't hesitate much and directly added to his body movements. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 1 Advanced Warrior Plus. Combat Skills, Advanced Bull Tempering Technique Plus, Advanced Body Technique Plus, Vajra Body Plus, Swift Wind Sword Technique Plus, Peak Sword Technique Plus. System, Martial God System. Function, it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. As his thoughts came to mind, the words intermediate level on the virtual panel in his mind changed to advanced level. Ha! Can I add more? Then continue to give me some physical skills. After the body skills are upgraded to advanced level, they can continue to improve. Li Ziyu was stunned for a moment, and then continued to focus on the body skills without hesitation. On the system panel, the intermediate level body skills also became the peak level body skills. In an instant, Li Ziyu felt a warmth surging through her feet and legs, accompanied by a tingling sensation, as well as the pain of torn muscles. However, this feeling came and went quickly, disappearing in just a moment. My legs feel stronger and my nerve response seems to have improved. The most important thing is that my body seems to be lighter than before. Li Ziyu swallowed the energy bar in no time and stood up with an effort. He jumped on the spot, carefully observing the changes in his body. I feel lighter than before. Li Ziyu thought to himself, then looked down from the 50-meter high tower. Because of the height, objects on the ground appeared much smaller in his eyes. Kick! Li Ziyu moved his feet and took a leap of faith, jumping from the 50-meter high tower to the ground. The whole body of the person was parallel to the tower pillar at a 90-degree angle, as if he was flying down along the pillar. If anyone else was present, they would definitely be shocked. Falling from a height of 50 meters without any protection, the huge impact force would be too great to withstand even a second-level warrior and would be smashed into a pulp. Just when Li Ziyu's head was about to hit the ground, he suddenly kicked back with one foot and hit the tower pillar under him. With a squeak. With this kick, the special fulcrum instantly changed his head-down diving posture into a forward rush, and he rushed forward dozens of feet along the ground. Finally it landed steadily on the ground. After landing on the ground, Li Ziyu did not stop. He exerted all his strength and continued to rush forward. The black figure kept shuttling back and forth among the ruins. As fast as a cheetah, but as agile as a civet cat. Both the speed and the flexibility are at least twice as fast as before. If my former self and my current self were to fight to the death, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to touch the corner of my clothes. Very good. In addition to the sword technique, another basic martial art has been cultivated to the peak. The next step is to cultivate the body tempering technique to its peak. The amount of health points I can get in the fringe area is getting less and less. It's time to go to the outer area. Li Ziyu fixed his eyes in a certain direction, and with a whoosh, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot. Martial Arts Examination Hall, Central Area. In a place that looks like an abandoned park, a rebellious figure wearing golden combat uniform and with golden hair is fighting with a 2-meter-tall ape-like beast. The monkey's eyes were red, and its arms, thicker than stone pillars, kept attacking the golden figure. The attacks broke through the air, and each blow could cause the surrounding walls to collapse and debris to fly. But the golden figure was extremely fast, and it could cleverly dodge the monkey's attacks every time, and leave blood marks on the monkey's body with its gorgeous sword. This caused the monkey to roar to the sky and beat its chest wildly. Ha, damn, the strength of the first-level advanced ferocious beast, the powerful violent ape, is too strong. If I, Nangong Ao, hadn't awakened my speed talent and was able to dodge the attacks of the powerful ape, any other candidate would have been crushed by the powerful ape in a matter of minutes. After a brief moment of hesitation, Nangong Ao stabbed the powerful and violent ape in the vitals with his sword. The powerful and violent ape fell down with a loud bang, looking unwilling. Ha, the only one in the entire martial arts examination who can kill the first-level advanced beast, the powerful violent ape, is me, Nangong Ao. The first place in this martial arts exam must be mine, Nangong Ao. Xiaolin, open your eyes wide and take a good look at what kind of genius I, Nangong Ao, am. Li Ziyu is nothing in front of a peerless genius like me. Nangong Ao kicked the body of the powerful and violent ape hard, stepped on it, hugged the sky with both hands, and laughed wildly towards the sky. Moment. After narcissism. Nangong Ao turned his gaze to the points bracelet on his hand and tapped it twice. A virtual projection appeared in the air above him. Nangong Ao glanced at him, looking as if it was a matter of course. I'm the first one after all. And Xiaolin, she's quite strong, and her points are almost catching up with mine. She's worthy of being the woman that I, Nangong Ao, value. Hey, this guy named Wang Long is pretty strong, his points are actually on par with Xiaolin's. However, none of them can pose a threat to me. I, Nangong Ao, will definitely take first place in the Xujiang City Martial Arts examination. Nangong Ao watched, and after reaching the 10th place, he prepared to close the leaderboard and continue hunting ferocious beasts. Only the candidates ranked within the top 10 are worthy of his attention. Those outside the top 10 are all garbage to him and have no qualifications to pose a threat to him, a genius. However, before closing, Nangong Ao suddenly thought of something, and on a whim, he turned directly to the last page of the ranking list. You dare to take the martial arts exam with only 0.8 chi in blood? I want to see how bad your ranking is. Hey, Li Ziyu's name isn't on the last page. Could it be that she's been eliminated? Nangong Ao looked on the last page of the rankings but did not see Li Ziyu's name. He laughed and prepared to close the rankings. However, at the moment of closing, Nangong Ao was suddenly stunned. He couldn't help rubbing his eyes and leaning forward to look. There was only a ranking list showing the scores of all candidates in the entire martial arts examination hall. There was no change in the top 50 rankings, but suddenly one name started to rise in the rankings. 49. 48. 47. It didn't stop until it rose to the 9th position. As this name rose, the rest of the names were squeezed like waves, surging down layer by layer. Nangong Ao opened his eyes wide, thinking he was hallucinating. Li Ziyu's ranking actually made it into the top 10 among tens of thousands of candidates? Nangong Ao stared at Li Ziyu's name on the leaderboard for a long time with a grim expression. After a moment, the corners of his mouth curled up, and a playful smile appeared in his eyes. Interesting, really interesting. It seems I underestimated you. I was wondering how a person with only 0.8 chi in HP could be worthy of Xiaolin's attention. It turns out you have hidden strength. Ha, it seems you are planning to make a splash in the martial arts exam. But, I'm sorry, you met me, Nangong Ao. As long as I, Nangong Ao, am here, you will always be stepped on by me. As Nangong Ao thought about it, his entire figure turned into a golden stream of light and rushed directly towards the next powerful and violent ape. Chapter 37, Li Ziyu ranked 9th? National Youth Wuhan University League. The edge of the central area. Xiaolin stabbed a sword into the head of a first-level intermediate ferocious beast, the gluttonous wolf. The gluttonous wolf, more than 3 meters long, howled unwillingly and fell to the ground. Ha! If it weren't for my swordsmanship breaking through to the intermediate level, coupled with this second-level Asuma alloy weapon in my hand, I really wouldn't be a match for the gluttonous wolf. Charlene leaned against a broken wall, panting a few times, then took out an energy bar, tore open the package and started chewing. Equipment and combat skills are both a form of strength, and the martial arts exam does not prohibit students from carrying weapons that exceed their level. Look at my current standings. Charlene tapped the points bracelet on her right hand a few times to open the points ranking list. Seeing that he was ranked 2nd, he looked a little surprised. He continued to look down, searching for Li Ziyu's ranking. When Xiaolin saw that Li Ziyu ranked 9th, a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. Hey, Li Ziyu is only ranked 9th. Is he conserving his strength? No wonder I'm ranked 2nd. If we were to rank them based on their abilities, Li Ziyu should be above me, and I should be below him. Nangong Ao is 1st, Li Ziyu is 2nd, and I am 3rd. This ranking should be normal. But now it seems that Li Ziyu hasn't exerted her full strength yet. With his strength, he will definitely be ranked 2nd besides Nangong Ao. Pop. Also on the edge of the wilderness area. Wang Long was 2 meters tall with his upper body naked, and the veins on his body were like winding earthworms, crisscrossing each other. Boom! There was a burst of air explosion, and Wang Long punched a gluttonous wolf in front of him with great force, hitting its head hard. Bang! The blood mist of the gluttonous wolf was scattered like flowers by the goddess, and the head of the gluttonous wolf, which was several times bigger than a basketball, was smashed into pieces by Wang Long's punch. Open the leaderboard. Humph! Nangong Ao, you are still number 1. You have some strength. You are worthy of being the genius that I, Wang Long, want to step on. Ha! I know the other 9, but who is this 9th place Li Ziyu? Why have I never heard of him before? Humph, forget it. Even if he's 9th, so what? He's not in the same league as us after all. My only goal is Nangong Ao. Only the best in Xujiang City. Cousin, your strength is truly astonishing. Humph. Li Ziyu's ranking is almost catching up with me. I can't let up and have to work harder. Humph. I, by Howren, will not lose to you. Li Ziyu's ranking is already 9th. This scene continued to play out in various places in the martial arts examination hall. Zhao Yanan, Bai Haoren, Su Mengyao, as well as Li Ziyu's classmates and people who knew Li Ziyu, all had their eyes wide open in disbelief. Ding, kill a level 1 intermediate beast, and increase your health by 0.05. Ding, kill a level 1 intermediate beast, and increase your health by 0.05. In the outer area of the martial arts examination hall, Li Ziyu withdrew the knife from the corpse of the ferocious beast, opened the score ranking list, and looked excited. Great! I've reached 9th place in the points ranking, and I feel like I'll be able to improve my martial arts skills soon. That's right. If I keep going at this pace, by the time the exam is over, all my martial arts might be able to reach their peak. I really came at the right time to take this martial arts exam. Mayor Wang, I heard that the difficulty of this martial arts exam has been increased. Is this to select good candidates for the National Wudao League? Well, that's just one of the reasons. Wang Jiannan glanced at the cautious principal of number 1 middle school next to him and answered. Wang Defo was startled, curiosity flashed across his face, and he asked carefully. Just one of the reasons? Is there another reason? I only heard about the specific situation occasionally from the governor. It seems that it was caused by the conflict between the Wudao Alliance and the two major martial arts schools, the Extreme and Beyond martial arts schools. But I don't know what exactly it is. These are a bit far away from us. This martial arts exam is mainly to prepare for the National Wudao League. This batch of students who can enter the top 100 in the martial arts exam will probably be trained as a key person and go to represent the school in the National Wudao League. A look of longing appeared on Wang Jiannan's face, as if he was recalling something. But soon the longing turned into regret. Alas, it's too difficult to get into the top 100 in the country. Our great Xia has a vast territory, and there are more than 1 million students taking the martial arts exam. If you can make it into the top 100 out of 1 million students, you will be a rare talent. Wang Jiannan shook his head and sighed. Is Nangong AO possible? What do you think? Wang Jiannan glanced at Wang Defa, somewhat speechless, leaving Wang Defa speechless and unable to speak, and he could only laugh awkwardly. The main reason was that Nangong AO's performance was too dazzling, which made him have some fantasies that he would not normally dare to think about. But now it seems that it is basically impossible. We can only compete for the ranking in Jiangsu province. Hey, last year in my entire Jiangsu province, only 3 students made it into the top 100 in the country. Each of those 3 has the strength of a first-level peak warrior. Each of them masters one or even several intermediate martial arts, or even combat skills. It's really despairing. Wang Jiannan said no more, and his eyes returned to the live broadcast screen and the points ranking on the side. When he saw the points ranking clearly, Wang Jiannan was stunned, blinked, and looked at the points ranking again. Secretary Wang noticed Wang Jiannan's anomaly and followed Wang Jiannan to look at the leaderboard. After seeing it, his eyes widened. Hiss, how did Li Ziyu go from 49th place to 9th place? How long has it been? What happened just a moment ago? Did Li Ziyu take off on a rocket? Or has he just hidden his strength? Secretary Wang's eyes widened, filled with shock and confusion, and he subconsciously turned to look at Lu Yud, the principal of number 3 middle school, who was standing behind him. Li Ziyu is a student of number 3 middle school, and Lu Yud, as the principal of number 3 middle school, should know about it. However, the principal of number 3 middle school, Lu Yud, was also confused. He had just been listening to the conversation between the mayor and the principal of number 1 middle school and had not paid any attention to the live broadcast at all. Quick! Show me the video replay of Li Ziyu's recent fight. Look what's going on. Wang Jiannan was the first to react and quickly gave orders to the staff responsible for operating the live video. After saying that, he still felt it was too slow, so he stood up and walked towards the live broadcast station. When Secretary Wang and several principals saw the mayor stand up, they hurriedly followed suit. Suddenly, a group of people gathered in front of the live broadcast screen. With so many people watching, the staff responsible for the live broadcast did not dare to be negligent and their fingers were flying on the keyboard. Immediately, the replay of the period when Li Ziyu's ranking rose appeared in the center of the screen. Chapter 38 Wang Jiannan fainted. In the screen, a young man wearing a black tight combat uniform, holding a sword in one hand, with an upright posture, sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, is moving at a high speed in the ruins of the city. Because the boy was moving so fast, the drone following him could only fly at full power to keep up with his speed, causing the screen to shake a little. The young man was seen walking along the edge of the examination room, his figure like an afterimage, moving all the way towards the outer area. The boy was besieged by several level 1 intermediate ferocious beasts called Shadowcats that were good at speed. But the attack of Shadowcat, which was famous for its speed, seemed to have been planned in advance in front of the boy. There was no movement of the boy's feet, but he always managed to dodge Shadowcat's attacks first. Those Shadowcats couldn't even touch the edge of the boy's clothes. Wang Jiannan stared blankly at the screen, with a look of shock on his face, at the young man's figure who was surrounded by a group of ferocious beasts but danced like a skilled dancer on the stage. Li Ziyu, what kind of combat technique is this? Could it be a level 1 advanced body movement technique? No. Even a level 1 combat technique can't achieve this kind of speed and evasion ability. I think Li Ziyu is using a level 2 combat technique. Good boy, I didn't expect that he could even get a second level body movement combat skill. Not only is he talented, but this family definitely has a lot of money. The principal of the 3rd middle school opened his eyes wide and said in shock. Level 1 combat skills cost over $1 million, and level 2 starts at $5 million, and is extremely difficult to practice. I didn't expect that Li Ziyu not only has a strong comprehension ability, but is also so rich that he can get the 2nd level combat skills. But whether he has money or not has nothing to do with him. Li Ziyu is very capable, which will only make him more excited. Isn't Li Ziyu an orphan? I remember Li Ziyu still lives alone in the old town. And I remember that the 2nd level body movement technique seems to have some requirements for the user's chi and blood. Li Ziyu's chi and blood value of 0.8 should not be enough to practice the 2nd level combat skills. Lu Yanfang, who followed, looked confused. She knew Li Ziyu's situation better than anyone else, and knew that she definitely couldn't afford the 2nd level body movement combat skills. Moreover, Li Ziyu's energy and blood are not enough to meet the conditions for practicing the 2nd level combat skills. However, the movements Li Ziyu displayed were frighteningly fast. Apart from the 2nd level combat skill, she couldn't think of any other explanation. It's not a 2nd level body movement skill. Several people were discussing endlessly when Wang Jiannan's voice rang out. Everyone immediately shut up and looked at Wang Jiannan. Wang Jiannan was seen staring at the picture on the live broadcast screen. A complex expression, inexplicable, full of emotion, envy, and all sorts of other emotions flashed across his face, and he finally murmured. Li Ziyu is using this peak level movement technique. His body movement skills are also at the peak level. How did Li Ziyu manage to master 2 peak level basic martial arts? How old is he? 16? Or 17? He could actually cultivate both swordsmanship and body skills to the pinnacle at the same time. What kind of heaven-defying enlightenment is this? What kind of heaven-defying martial arts talent is this? Wang Jiannan spoke calmly at first, but became more and more excited as he went on. By the end of his speech, his face started to turn red, his lips trembled, and the fingers pointing at the screen began to shake. This incredible martial arts genius only tested 0.8 on the chi and blood test. Heaven is jealous of talent. Heaven is jealous of talent. Ahem. Puff. Thump. Because he was too excited and too heartbroken, Wang Jiannan felt his eyes go dark and he fainted with a thud. As soon as Wang Jiannan finished speaking, the scene fell into silence. Li Ziyu has mastered the pinnacle of physical skills? Only 17 years old, yet he mastered 2 peak-level basic martial arts? How is this possible? Everyone was so shocked by Wang Jiannan's words that they felt dizzy as if the back of their heads had been hit hard by a stick. It wasn't until a loud thud that everyone woke up from their shock. Secretary Wang was startled. Mayor Wang. Mayor Wang. What's wrong with you? Quick. Medical. Medical. Come and save him. Hurry up and get the cardiac stimulant to Mayor Wang. The scene was in chaos. Fortunately, since no one could leave the examination room during these 5 days, medical staff were deployed in advance to prevent emergencies. After the medical staff gave him a shot of cardiac stimulant, Wang Jiannan finally woke up slowly. Ahem, sorry everyone, I've injured my heart in a battle with a ferocious beast before, so I'm sorry to have caused you all to worry. Everyone showed concern and compliments. Wang Jiannan nodded, his expression returning to calm and composed, as if facing a crisis. Sit back in your chair and watch the live broadcast of the martial arts exam again. However, several principals who were good at observing people's expressions could still see a deep sense of regret in Wang Jiannan's eyes. Alas, Li Ziyu is so unfortunate. His innate Qi and blood test is only 0.8. Even if he masters 2 peak-level basic martial arts, his achievements will be limited. Who says it's not true? If Li Ziyu can achieve a HP of 1.5 and rely on 2 top-level basic martial arts, it's almost certain that he will be among the top 10 in Su province. If Mayor Wang can achieve this, he will definitely be able to move up a level. Crap. Stop it. My heart aches too. Upon hearing this, the principal of number 3 middle school beat his chest and stamped his feet in regret. Wang Jiannan glanced at the two of them, and they tactfully shut up. Wang Jiannan had a blank expression on his face and turned to continue watching the live broadcast of the martial arts exam. He has now let it go, and after this stimulation, he feels that his heart has become much calmer. Even if there is a greater stimulus, it will not stimulate him. But at this moment, Secretary Wang, who had just left, came in from outside the door, hurriedly approached Wang Jiannan, and said excitedly, "Mayor! Good news! Good news! I just got news from my friend in the Martial Arts Association. Li Ziyu is a first-level intermediate warrior. As early as the day before yesterday, he went to our Xujiang City Martial Arts Association to get his martial arts certification. Test results, HP 5.99, combat power 999. Thump! Oh my god! Medic, bring me another shot." Chapter 39, Stormy Weather, heading to the core area. Inside the martial arts examination hall. A tiger-like beast, drooling, with bloodshot eyes and a body larger than an elephant, kept scratching the ground with its claws, leaving claw marks. He roared at the black-haired boy in front of him. "Awah!" The beast roared and turned into a flash of lightning, rushing towards the boy like a tank, a landslide, or a tsunami. Compared with this ferocious beast, the young man was like a small boat in a tsunami. Small, insignificant. But just as the beast was about to tear the boy apart, the boy moved. Without any big movement, he moved several meters to the side, and the ferocious beast missed him. The beast wanted to continue its attack, opening its mouth to bite the young boy, but before he could do so, it opened its mouth. Then the young man suddenly stood up, jumped up and kicked with a whip-like kick like lightning, hitting the ferocious beast in the face with a bang. Awoo! A scream. The beast's head, which was as big as a small car, was twisted by the young man's whip kick. Immediately afterwards, his feet left the ground, and his body weighing more than 10 tons was lifted into the air and flew backwards. With a loud bang, it hit a 3-story building dozens of meters away. The 3-story building, which was made entirely of reinforced concrete and had stood for decades, was directly hit and collapsed. Very good. After my physical training has reached its peak, my dodging ability has become even stronger. In actual combat, beasts below the peak of level 1 can't even touch me. And my strength is several times stronger than before. It's no exaggeration to say that among the first-level warriors, I should belong to the T0 echelon. He dodged and leaped in front of the beast, then punched it to death. Hearing the system prompt sounding in his ears, Li Ziyu nodded with satisfaction. It has been 4 days since the martial arts exam began. After 2 days of hunting, he himself couldn't count how many ferocious beasts he had killed. He killed one as he saw one, and now he has killed his way from the edge of the examination room to the core area. It is also just a stone's throw away from the central area. By the end of the fight, he was a little numb and tired of hearing the system prompts in his ears. If these ferocious beasts in the martial arts examination hall had not been specially dealt with by the authorities beforehand, judging by the number he had killed, they would probably have been invaded by consciousness and lost their self-control by now. But these days have been quite fruitful. His swordsmanship, body skills, and body tempering techniques have all reached the pinnacle level. Even the defensive combat skills that he later practiced were cultivated to a high level by him. Open the system panel. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 1 Advanced Warrior. Combat skills, Peak Bull Body Technique, Peak Sword Technique, Advanced Vajra Body, Gale Sword Technique. System, Martial God System. Function, it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. I don't know if there are people in other cities who have cultivated all their martial arts to the peak like me, but in Xujiang City, there should be no one else besides me. He is a rather modest person and did not claim that he is invincible as a first-level warrior. But Li Ziyu felt that T0 was a sure thing. After thinking about it, Li Ziyu tapped the bracelet on his right hand a few times to open the points bracelet. The ranking list of the entire examination room appeared in front of him. First place, Li Ziyu, points 3800. Second place, Nangong Ao, points 1200. Third place, Wang Long, 980 points. Fourth place, Xiaolin, points 970. Sure enough, it's first place, and the points are nearly 3 times higher than the second place. It seems that I'm a sure winner in Xujiang City's martial arts exam. My scores are high enough to get into those 4 prestigious schools, but I wonder where I'll rank nationally. Li Ziyu thought to himself that his personality was that if he did something, he would either not do it or do it to the best of his ability. Now that I have decided to go to 4 prestigious universities, I will strive to be the top student in the country. After thinking for a moment, a gleam of light flashed in Li Ziyu's eyes. His eyes were fixed, he held the sword tightly in his hand, moved his body, and ran towards the center area. It's said that there's a level 2 beast in this central area, specially prepared for talented students aiming for national rankings. Killing it will earn you dozens of times more points than usual. Go there. Is he gone? Gone, huh, the pressure is terrifying. After Li Ziyu left, the 2 female candidates who had been hiding and watching secretly and dared not come out finally came out from the ruins. Su Mengyao's best friend Xiaoya patted her chest with a relieved expression and said, "Even a high-level beast couldn't withstand a single punch from Li Ziyu. What's his true strength? This kind of strength is at least that of a peak-level warrior, right? Luckily he didn't find us, otherwise if he holds a grudge against you, Mengyao, for breaking up with him, and takes revenge on you, we'd be in trouble." Su Mengyao did not respond to her best friend's words, but just stared blankly in the direction where Li Ziyu disappeared, with unspeakable bitterness and regret on her face. Think about 5 days ago. Li Ziyu still belongs to her. As a result, now, I don't even have the courage to stand in front of Li Ziyu. I could only hide like a mouse and witness Li Ziyu's bravery. If God gives me another chance, I will never make the same choice as before. Damn! 3,800 points. That's 3 times more than me? Li Ziyu, that idiot, is actually hiding his strength. Damn! How come he has so many points? How many beasts did he kill? He's cheating. Li Ziyu must be cheating. Central area. Nangong Ao's face turned extremely ugly when he saw the name of Li Ziyu, who was ranked first on the list. He was so angry that he kept punching the wall and didn't even notice that his hands were bleeding. I am the strongest in Xujiang City. A little-known character must have cheated to get such a high score. After venting, a look of unwillingness flashed across Nangong Ao's face. Among all the martial arts exam candidates in Xujiang City, I have always been the most dazzling one. When was the limelight stolen by someone else? When Nangong Ao thought about the outside world's reaction after seeing Li Ziyu's points, he felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. Humph. Go to that level 2 beast. I don't believe Li Ziyu has the strength to kill that level 2 beast. As long as I kill it first, I can prove to the outside world that I am stronger than Li Ziyu. Nangong Ao thought about it, suppressed his emotions, and in a flash, he turned into a yellow afterimage and ran towards the center of the central area. Hiss? 3,800 points? That's fake, right? Isn't that even more powerful than Nangong Ao? How could there be someone stronger than Nangong Ao in Xujiang City? An area in the central district. Wang Long sat on the corpse of the ferocious beast. While wolfing down the energy bar, he scanned the leaderboard with a gloomy look on his face. Monster, with a score of 3,800, this already makes you the top student in Su Province. Damn, how can I catch up with you? I guess Nangong Ao is feeling even worse than I am right now. From what I know about him, he will definitely head to the central area to hunt down that level 2 beast to prove his strength. Then, I'll go take a look too. I want to see how strong Li Ziyu is. As someone who dreams of surpassing Nangong Ao, Wang Long has studied Nangong Ao's character thoroughly. Based on his understanding of Nangong Ao, he would definitely impulsively hunt down the second-level ferocious beast. Maybe the person named Li Ziyu will go too. No. Yes, I will definitely go. Thinking of this, Wang Long didn't even bother to eat. He stuffed it all into his mouth and swallowed it in no time, then headed straight for the center of the examination room. 3,800 points, Li Ziyu, are you finally starting to exert your strength? You are even more powerful than I thought. It's beyond my expectation. Xia Lin looked at the name that was far ahead on the leaderboard, her beautiful eyes gleaming with light as she muttered to herself. He's strong and handsome. Charlene seemed to have thought of something, and a blush unconsciously appeared on her fair cheeks. But when he looked up at the drone filming him not far away in the sky, he finally realized what was happening and rubbed his cheeks in frustration. Oh, what are you thinking about? I hope Li Ziyu doesn't see this, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Recovering her composure, Xia Lin looked towards the center again, her eyes pondering. The martial arts exam is almost over. They should all be heading to that level 2 beast. I'll go take a look too. Chapter 40. Everyone in the room was shocked. Damn. 3,800 points, number 1 on the leaderboard. How did Li Ziyu do it? How could someone be so strong? Isn't he an orphan? How could he possibly possess such strength? How can I, by Howren, surpass him? Cousin, your strength is beyond my expectations. You're practically trying to scare your cousin to death. Hey, before the martial arts exam, my mom asked me to take care of you. I wonder how she would react if she knew your current results. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Wow. Brother Yu is awesome. Brother Yu is the best in the world. Hiss. How could such a powerful person appear in number 3 middle school? He has such a strong power, yet he can hide it so deeply. He is really old 6. Different reactions were played out in various places during the martial arts exam, and everyone's attention was attracted by the name that firmly occupied the first place on the ranking list. Jealousy, envy, shock, bitterness, all kinds of emotions. Li Ziyu? Hey, my uncultured neighbor seems to be called Li Ziyu too. What a coincidence that we have the same name. The martial arts exam was broadcast live, and many parents were watching the live broadcast. Li Ziyu's fat lady neighbor was one of them. The fat woman was a little surprised to see Li Ziyu's name on the list. But I didn't pay too much attention to it. She knew everything about her neighbor. She in blood test 0.8. Not to mention getting first place in points, it's impossible for him to even apply for the military exam. Otherwise she wouldn't be so confident in bullying others. The fat woman was envious and didn't think much about it. She continued to follow her son's live broadcast. Great. My dear son, your points have reached 500, enough to qualify for undergraduate study at Wuhan University. I never thought a warrior would appear in our family. We must call all the relatives over to celebrate. Military Examination Command Room. The mayor, the principal, and other senior executives came out of the lounge and walked towards the live broadcast room on the top floor. It was already the 4th day of the military exam, and they couldn't stand it any longer after watching for a few days, so they took a collective rest for one night. As we walked towards the command room on the top floor, we heard the argument between the principals of number 1 middle school and number 3 middle school. The principals of number 1 middle school and number 3 middle school were having a heated discussion, each arguing with the other. Old Lu, there's a genius like Li Ziyu in your school, but he's been keeping it a secret. He's been hiding it so well. Humph. Are you planning to make a splash with this martial arts exam? Ha, that's a pretty good plan. But even though Li Ziyu's swordsmanship and body skills are both top-notch, when it comes to actual combat ability, he's still a bit behind Nangong Ao from our school. The principal of number 1 middle school adjusted his glasses and laughed. The principal of the 3rd middle school looked disdainful. TSK, Li Ziyu's swordsmanship and body skills are both at the top level, and his blood and combat power are also above Nangong Ao's. You actually said that his strength is not as good as Nangong Ao from your school? Aren't you talking nonsense? What's the point of having strong basic martial arts skills? In the later stages, isn't it all about talent? Li Ziyu has a Qi and blood type talent, so he's only a little stronger in the early stages. Have you seen the later stages? Is the Qi and blood type talent still good? The principal of number 1 middle school sneered disdainfully. During every military exam, the principal of number 3 middle school always sat in the back row. Now he is sitting with Li Ziyu. Now that he is about to run for the position of deputy director of the city's education bureau, he will not give up the opportunity to suppress the principal of number 3 middle school. The principal of number 3 middle school is no pushover. The school has finally produced a genius like Li Ziyu, so of course he has to do his best to protect her. His face was red and his neck was thick, and he had a quarrel with the principal of number 1 middle school. It's almost time to roll up our sleeves and fight. All right. Stop arguing. You two are both principals of the same school. It's inappropriate for you to be arguing like that. Wang Jiannan snorted coldly, which made the principals of number 1 middle school and number 3 middle school stop arguing. However, the two of them still glared at each other, neither willing to give in, and turned their heads away without looking at each other. At this time, Mayor Wang Jiannan said, "We are all elites in Xujiang City, there is no need to argue so clearly." But what the principal of number 1 middle school said makes sense. Although Li Ziyu's basic martial arts skills are stronger than Nangong Ao's, the awakening of his qi and blood talent is indeed only more powerful in the early stages. In the middle and late stages, it is still not as good as the speed-type talents. Let's not discuss this for now. Let's take a look at the current rankings. I estimate that Li Ziyu's ranking has risen to second place. Wang Jiannan's words made the principal of number 1 middle school feel proud, while the principal of number 3 middle school remained silent. But he also knew that Wang Jiannan was right. The increase in qi and blood has a relatively large impact on combat effectiveness in the early stage, and the effect is obvious. But in the later stages, martial artists at the grandmaster level would often have millions of qi and blood, and with one punch, the qi and blood force would be like a surging river. At that time, the difference in qi and blood was indeed not apparent. But the speed talents are different. Even in the later stages of the battle, being 1 second faster than others can be fatal. But it's not bad that Li Ziyu got second place in the Xujiang City martial arts examination. The principal of number 3 middle school comforted himself. Then a group of people went up to the live broadcast room on the top floor and looked at the score ranking list displayed in the center. Then, hiss. First place, Li Ziyu, 3,800 points. What's going on? How come Li Ziyu has become number 1 after just one night? Wang Jiannan frowned and looked at the ranking list suspiciously. In the points ranking, Nangong Ao, who was originally sitting firmly in first place, had his name replaced by Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu's points are over 3,800, which is 2,000 more than the second place Nangong Ao. The other principals also looked at a loss. Quick! Pull up the replay of Li Ziyu's fight yesterday and see what happened. Wang Jiannan was the first to react and quickly gave orders to the staff in charge of the live broadcast in front of the command room. After a moment, with the joint operation of the staff, Li Ziyu's fighting figure appeared on the live broadcast screen. One knife. Unlike last time, this time in the picture, Li Ziyu has arrived at the central area. The ferocious beasts also changed from the first level primary to the first level intermediate and the first level advanced. But Wang Jiannan discovered that Li Ziyu killed the ferocious beast even faster than before. It turned out that Li Ziyu still used his body skills to deal with the ferocious beasts, but when facing a high-level ferocious beast in the central area, he directly crushed it violently. Some didn't even draw their knives, they just killed with one punch. Everyone at the scene stared blankly at the live broadcast of Li Ziyu violently pushing the ferocious beast, and they were speechless for a long time. The scene was completely silent, so still that you could hear a pin drop. After a moment, someone swallowed and exclaimed in disbelief. What exactly is Li Ziyu's strength? Even if I only have 5.99 HP in master peak level swordsmanship and body movements, I can't kill a high-level beast like him, right? Hiss. Killed instantly with one punch, could Li Ziyu be a level 2 warrior? Even if he was a level 2 warrior, it wouldn't be that easy to kill a level 1 high-level beast. The principals of number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school opened their mouths wide, their faces filled with shock, disbelief, and strong doubts. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Wang Jiannan, who was also in shock. Mayor Wang, can you see Li Ziyu's strength? Chapter 41, Level 2 Beast Bloody Violent Bear, Worry. Wang Jiannan looked up at the screen and did not answer immediately. He lowered his head and remained silent for a moment, not knowing what he was thinking about. After a moment, he slowly shook his head, sighing. I don't understand it either. Logically speaking, someone like Li Ziyu who could easily defeat a level 1 high-level beast like chopping melons and vegetables should have relied on his own strength. But even those who have awakened their qi and blood talents cannot match the power of the ferocious beasts. But Li Ziyu did it again. There is only one possibility, that is, he has cultivated the Wild Bull Pure Body technique that the Martial Arts Association gave him to the peak level. But from what I understand, it's only been 4 days since he obtained that body tempering technique. To cultivate a body tempering combat skill to its peak in 4 days is simply impossible. So, I don't know what's going on with Li Ziyu. We can only ask him after he comes out of the martial arts exam. However, with the strength shown by Li Ziyu, our Xujiang city may not only be able to hope to be in the top 10 of Jiangsu province this year, but may even be able to squeeze into the top 3 of Jiangsu province. The mayor answered with an excited look on his face. There was uncontrollable excitement in his eyes. In fact, there was one more thing he didn't say. Maybe Li Ziyu can not only make it into the top 3 in Jiangsu province, it may also be among the top 3 in the country. But he didn't say this because it was too hard to believe. Top 3 in the country. Not to mention Xujiang City, even the entire Jiangsu province has not produced a candidate who can rank among the top 3 in the country in the past few decades. Hey, why isn't Li Ziyu hunting ferocious beasts anymore? Where is he going? And Nangong Ao, Wang Long, and Xiaolin, where are they going? At this time, the playback is turned off and the real-time image of the examination room is displayed on the screen again. Secretary Wang's puzzled voice sounded. Wang Jiannan looked at the figures of several people moving back and forth on the screen, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Moment. His eyes suddenly widened. He leaned forward suddenly, supporting himself with both hands on the workbench in front of the live screen, staring intently at the figures on the screen. Then he turned his head sharply and looked at Secretary Wang beside him, and ordered in a voice almost roaring. Quick! Contact the rescue team in the examination room immediately and have them head to Coordinate X11 in the central area. Li Ziyu, Nangong Ao, and the others are going to hunt down that level 2 ferocious beast, the bloody violent bear. What? Hunting that level 2 ferocious beast, the bloody violent bear? Okay. I'll arrange a rescue team right away. Nonsense. That level 2 beast is not something they can handle at all. I hope they won't be impulsive. Several principals also reacted and slapped their thighs anxiously. Although there is only one word difference between a first-level ferocious beast and a second-level ferocious beast, the strength is vastly different. Even if 10 peak-level beasts attack together, they would still not be enough to fill the teeth of a primary-level second-level beast. The reason why a level 2 ferocious beast was placed in the examination room was just for show. Release a ferocious beast that the examinee cannot defeat at this stage to serve as a warning to the examinee that there are always people better than you and that one should always be cautious and tread carefully when facing ferocious beasts. To put it bluntly, it's just a mascot and is not meant to be killed by candidates. Of course, it is not ruled out that some super monsters can challenge higher levels. But that is also something that should be considered in Kyoto and Shanghai, 2 cities with abundant resources and education. The innate conditions here limit it, and this is not something that people like Su Jiang can think of in a small place like this. So when Li Ziyu was rushing towards the center of the central area just now, they had not reacted yet due to inertia of thinking. Now I'm so anxious that I keep slapping my thigh. Wang Jiannan ignored the noise and his expression returned to calm. However, his clenched fists represented his mood at the moment. I just hope they're curious and go over to take a look, but don't actually do anything. The very center of the martial arts examination center area. A cleared square. Li Ziyu stood at the edge of the square, silently looking towards the center of the square. There stood a figure in golden combat uniform, holding a gorgeous sword in his hand. It was Nangong Ao who arrived before him. However, Li Ziyu's attention at this time was not on Nangong Ao, but on the center of the square hundreds of meters away from him. There was a huge iron cage there. Inside the iron cage, a blood-red figure like a main battle tank lay there. The figure had its eyes closed as if it was sleeping, and its body was moving up and down. With each breath, 2 thick white air currents blew out from his nostrils, blowing up smoke and dust all around. Level 2 primary ferocious beast, bloody violent bear. Li Ziyu stared at the bloody and violent bear. A rough estimate shows that its body length is at least 8 meters, and its size is comparable to 2 polar bears. Even from a distance, Li Ziyu could feel the terrifying power brought by this bloody and violent bear. Compared to this bloody and violent bear, even the top-level beast, the arm-blade tiger, that he had encountered before, was as weak as a toddler. I guess if the two of them fight, even the arm-knife tiger won't be able to withstand a slap from the bloody violent bear. I have to say, although Nangong Ao is arrogant, his suicidal spirit is still worthy of admiration. Li Ziyu looked at Nangong Ao who was approaching the iron cage containing the bloody and violent bear step by step, and secretly clicked his tongue. There is a red button on the ground in front of the cage. Just press that button and the bloody bear will be released. At this time, Nangong Ao had already walked to the button. I don't have the habit of competing with others for monsters. Since Nangong Ao came here first, let him fight first. Li Ziyu crossed her arms and calmly prepared to watch Nangong Ao's performance. Hiss. Damn. That's the level 2 ferocious beast, the bloody violent bear? This aura and this size are way too much, right? Can we really handle it? At this time, Wan Long also rushed over from another place. He first looked at Li Ziyu, who was standing a few hundred meters away from him, with curiosity, and then his eyes were attracted by the bloody violence in the center of the field. He stared with wide eyes in shock at the bloody and violent bear that gave him a creepy feeling even when it was lying there sleeping. Damn! I was thinking of testing the strength of a level 2 beast, but now it seems like this idea is really asking for trouble. But Nangong Ao is really brave. He actually plans to attack a beast of this level? Wan Long looked at Nangong Ao, who had already walked to the side of the cage, with a face full of admiration. Ai Haoran also arrived and stood next to Wan Long. But his attention was always on Li Ziyu. At this time, Li Ziyu was wearing a black combat uniform, with a sword on his waist, standing tall and straight, his face calm and stern. Although he was standing there motionless, he felt a sense of oppression and heaviness as if he were facing a towering mountain. Ai Haoran couldn't help but feel shocked and desperate. Just standing there made me feel extremely powerless. How strong is Li Ziyu? Student Li Ziyu, do you also want to hunt this level 2 beast? As Li Ziyu was watching, Xiao Lin's voice came from behind him. Li Ziyu turned her head. Then she saw Xiao Lin, who was wearing a tight combat uniform and had a curvy figure, standing behind her. He looked at the bloody bear in the square with a serious expression and said to him again. Student Li Ziyu, with your current scores, you're more than qualified to get into those 4 top universities. It's better not to take any risks. This level 2 beast is not something we can handle. Li Ziyu smiled when he heard this, but did not give a direct answer. Let's see. Chapter 42 Bang Bang Bang. In front of the iron cage, Nangong Ao stood there with a gloomy expression, his face turning pale and blue. The closer you get, the more you can feel the power of this bloody and violent bear. He felt a little regretful for showing off. The bloody bear was even more powerful than he had imagined. But now he was in a difficult situation. He looked up at the drone in the sky that was filming him, and then glanced at Li Ziyu and Xiao Lin who were watching him quietly in the distance. When Nangong Ao saw Xiao Lin and Li Ziyu walking so close, his heart hardened. Damn it! You're so rude to me, Nangong Ao, but you're so welcoming to Li Ziyu. Damn it! I, Nangong Ao, am no worse than Li Ziyu. I want to prove it. Thinking of this, Nangong Ao became ruthless and pressed his finger hard on the button that released the iron cage. Stupid. Idiot. Nangong Ao, this idiot. How dare he? He is so stupid. In the command room, Mayor Wang Jiannan watched Nangong Ao untie the bloody and violent bear and slammed the table in anger, causing it to shake. He originally had a good impression of Nangong Ao, the genius of number 1 middle school, and had placed high hopes on him. But I didn't expect Nangong Ao to be such a fool who couldn't see his own strength clearly. He was only at the intermediate level of level 1, yet he dared to confront a level 2 beast, and moreover, it was a bloody and violent bear that was not easy to deal with even among the level 2 beasts. He used to think that Nangong Ao's arrogance was the aggressiveness of youth, but now it seems that he was just stupid. He didn't know what to say to this idiot. How long will it take for the rescue team to arrive at the scene? News from over there, 2 minutes left. 2 minutes should be enough for Nangong Ao to escape. Now I just hope Li Ziyu doesn't become as desperate as Nangong Ao and challenge the bloody bear. It's out. Li Ziyu looked at the scene and said to himself. As Nangong Ao pressed the button, the steel fence as thick as an adult's arm slowly rose, and the cage that bound the bloody and violent bear slowly rose. The bloody bear's snoring suddenly stopped, and he suddenly opened his eyes, staring straight at Nangong Ao with a pair of scarlet eyes. Fuck. Originally, Nangong Ao wanted to take the initiative to attack. But when the bloody bear stood up from the cage and stared at him indifferently with its 2 lantern-like scarlet eyes, he was so scared that he fell to the ground. Just now, through the cage, the feeling of oppression was not so strong. But when the bloody bear really stood in front of him without any restraints, Nangong Ao felt that he had lost the strength to escape and his mind went blank. Bang! The bloody and violent bear roared, stood up on its 2 feet, and slapped Nangong Ao in the face with a roar like a landslide. Stimulated by the breath of death, Nangong Ao finally reacted and subconsciously raised his sword to parry. Bang! However, his long sword made of Asuma alloy did not last even for a second under the attack of the bloody bear, and was slapped away by a slap. The force was transmitted from the long sword to Nangang Ao, and the irresistible force directly knocked Nangang Ao into the air and flew hundreds of meters away. He fell heavily to the ground, spitting blood, convulsing all over and fainting. "Run! Li Ziyu, the bloody bear is running towards us!" Charlene exclaimed loudly. Li Ziyu looked speechlessly at Nangang Ao, who was lying at his feet, with blood seeping into his toes and twitching all over, with a look of silence on his face. I don't know if it was a coincidence or something, but the place where Nangang Ao was knocked away happened to be in his direction. Li Ziyu looked up at the billowing smoke and dust rushing towards him in the distance. Beneath the smoke and dust was a bloody and violent bear with full horsepower and a momentum like a tsunami. The bloody bear ran over in less than a few seconds from a distance of several hundred meters. Li Ziyu could even see the saliva dripping from the bloody bear's teeth. "Hurry up! Classmate Li Ziyu! It will be too late if we don't leave now." Xiaolin thought Li Ziyu was scared silly, so she hurried forward to grab the corner of Li Ziyu's clothes, trying to pull Li Ziyu away. In the distance, Wang Long and Bai Haoran had gloating expressions on their faces, as if they were enjoying the show. In the command room, Mayor Wang Jiannan's face was as gloomy as water, and he stared at the live broadcast screen. Several principals didn't blink, their faces showing worry. "Didn't you just ask me if I wanted to hunt a level 2 beast? I answer you now, yes." In the yellow sand, Li Ziyu turned around and showed Xiaolin his big white teeth. Then he took a light step forward to face the bloody and violent bear that had already rushed in front of him. The bloody and violent bear, like a small mountain, cast a shadow on Li Ziyu's head and slapped Li Ziyu with its claws. Li Ziyu did not respond. Just when Xiaolin thought that Li Ziyu was scared and dared not move, Li Ziyu moved. He swung his legs back and made a volleying motion towards the bloody and violent bear that rushed towards him. Then he kicked up and kicked hard on the claws of the bloody bear. This kick condensed all his strength, the energy and blood in his body surged, and he used the bull body tempering technique to the extreme. Bang! The claws and legs intersect. There was a loud bang like thunder. The bloody bear's paw, which was as big as a cushion, was bounced back at a speed even faster than when it came under Li Ziyu's kick. The bloody and violent bear man stood up, but under the force of the recoil, he stepped back dozens of steps and finally sat down on the ground. "Student Li Ziyu, run away, ah!" Xiaolin had already drawn her sword, but she froze in mid-air when she saw the scene. Her mouth was wide open, and she could not make any sound, as if something was blocked in her mouth. Bang! After Li Ziyu finished the upward kick, his figure disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of the bloody bear, kicking it again. Bang bang bang! Then came the second, third, and fourth. The bloody and violent bear's mountain-like body hadn't even stood up when it flew into the air under Li Ziyu's flying kick. Finally, with a thud, he fell heavily to the ground and lost his breath. Student Li Ziyu, you. Charlene witnessed the whole scene, but it seemed as if she didn't see it. Because she felt that everything that had just happened must have been an illusion. The pressure exerted by the bloody bear on her was too great, causing her to have the illusion that the bloody bear was beaten to death. Yes. That must be it. It is said that when people face something extremely terrifying, they will imagine another, even more powerful object to crush the terror. I should be in this state now. No, I need to get out of this fantasy. Charlene pinched her cheek hard. Hiss. It hurts. Then he looked in the direction of the bloody and violent bear. The bloody and violent bear still lay there motionless. This scene made Charlene stun for a moment, her mind went blank. What just happened was actually real. Li Ziyu really kicked the bloody violent bear to death with his bare hands? 43. No one knows about the 10 years of hard training, but the martial arts exam will make you famous all over the world. Inside the examination room, on the way from the core area to the central area, 3 figures were speeding across the ground. When they encountered ferocious beasts, they did not kill them but simply avoided them. Captain Lu, you say these students are really brave. They dare to cross the line and challenge the level 2 beast at level 1. Isn't this just like the old man Chun Chun is tired of living like a long-lived man? A young man with short hair and wearing a silver-white interwoven combat uniform in the team clicked his tongue and spoke to the leader in front of him with a speechless expression. The team leader didn't answer, but another woman in tight combat uniform took over. Indeed, I'm a little impressed. But I guess the candidate who tried to challenge the bloody bear is lying on the ground now. I just hope they can hold on a little and don't die. Otherwise it will be troublesome. Hey, tell me, if there is really a candidate who can kill that level 2 beast, then what do you think his level is in this martial arts exam? The short-haired young man smiled and joked as he hurried on his way. If there is a candidate who can really kill that level 2 beast, he will be ranked in the top 20 in the country. Furthermore, if such a student really existed, the 4 major universities would probably come and snatch him up, cultivating him as a seed. Not only that, I might even be able to represent the school in the National Youth Wuhan University League. The team leader, who had been walking on with a blank expression, responded in a serious tone. In addition to these, the short-haired young man also heard a hint of envy in Captain Lu's tone. The short-haired young man said he understood. The 4 famous universities. National Youth Wuhan University League. This is a place where geniuses from all over the country gather. Even if you don't get a ranking, just being able to participate is already an honor. However, the strength required for the National Youth Wuhan University League is too high. Even if these graduating Wuhan University students can participate this year, they will probably be eliminated in the first round. Arrive. The team continued forward for a while, and the leader waved to the 2 men, signaling them to stop, and quickly gave orders. Oh no! Someone's already injured, and the bloody bear has started attacking another person. I'm going to stop the bloody bear head-on. Wang Ku and Sun Ro, you go save the others. It is imperative to ensure the safety of the examinees. The team leader stopped talking halfway and just stood there blankly, staring straight ahead. What's wrong, Captain? The short-haired young man was a little surprised, not knowing what shocking thing his captain had seen, and turned his head curiously. Just as he turned his head and followed his gaze, sudden, there was a loud noise in his ears, like the sound of a heavy hammer hitting someone. Bang! The short-haired young man subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction where the loud noise came from. The whole person was stunned for a moment, and his brain seemed to be hit hard by a heavy object, buzzing. Bang! Bang! Then there were 3 more muffled sounds like thunder. The short-haired young man was shocked and his body trembled. His blank brain regained its ability to think and he looked at the square in shock. I saw the huge, bloody and violent bear being kicked into the air by a young man, and finally fell heavily to the ground. What the hell? Am I dreaming? Inside the martial arts examination hall. Outside the martial arts examination hall. Wang Long, Bai Haoren, Su Mengyao, Li Ziyu's best friend Wang Hao, and those martial arts students who were eliminated early. Everyone opened their mouths into an O shape, staring blankly at the figure of a young man on the screen who was kicking the bloody bear away with one kick after another. It was as if something was stuck in their throats, and they were unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. The head teacher Lu Yanfang, the head teachers of all the rocket classes in number 3 middle school, as well as the head teachers of all the classes in number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school were also shocked that they were speechless. Not only them, but also the principals of number 1 middle school, number 2 middle school, number 3 middle school, and Secretary Wang in the command room. The scene was as if paused, with complete silence. Then, like a drop of water falling into boiling oil, the scene began to boil. The principal of number 1 middle school, Wang Defa, was shocked. He turned his head stiffly and looked at the principal of number 3 middle school. Old Lu, what you're hiding isn't a dark horse, it's a dragon. You're taking off. The other principals were also shocked. After shock comes envy. He kept complimenting the principal of number 3 middle school. With such a fierce dragon emerging from number 3 middle school, anyone can see that Lu Yud, the principal of number 3 middle school, will definitely be promoted because of this. Low profile, low profile. The principal of number 3 middle school was smiling so widely that his old face was shaking with laughter. With Li Ziyu's current score, plus his performance in killing the second-level beast, he felt that he had to be among the top 5 in the country. Even the top 3 is possible. Hiss. Top 3 in the country. In the past, that was the privilege of Magic City in Kyoto, and it had not appeared in the entire Su province for many years. But now, it appeared in his number 3 middle school. I remember that Li Ziyu's homeroom teacher seemed to be Lu Yanfang, right? I must recommend her as a great director when I get back. A hidden dragon in the abyss, with one sudden roar, makes a stunning appearance. 10 years of hard training went unnoticed, but one day of martial arts examination, it became known throughout the world. I never thought that Xujiang City could also cultivate a genius like Li Ziyu. However, Li Ziyu's achievements today were definitely not achieved overnight. I believe that in addition to his incredible martial arts talent, he also relied on 10 years of hard training. With both talent and perseverance, Li Ziyu's future is absolutely limitless. Mayor Wang Jiannan looked at Li Ziyu's figure on the screen with a look of emotion. Just to be able to train basic martial arts to the peak, Li Ziyu probably didn't know how much hardship he had endured and how many years it had taken him. But he never showed off and was extremely low-key. TSK. This kind of mentality is not something that ordinary people can possess. Judging from the combat effectiveness Li Ziyu is shown now, all the talk about his chi and blood talent not being effective in the later stages is nonsense. At least at this stage, Li Ziyu is invincible among all the candidates. Hurry! The martial arts exam is over, let's go outside the exam room to greet Li Ziyu. The mayor looked excited. He sighed at first, then suddenly thought of something and turned around to walk out of the command room. Let's go meet our genius. The other principals were also excited and followed in a hurry. Outside the martial arts examination hall, Li Ziyu and Xiaolin left the examination room side by side. When passing by Hauran again, Hauran subconsciously lowered his head and dared not look directly at Li Ziyu's figure. He was jealous of Li Ziyu because she was better than him and wanted to compete with her. But now, I don't have that thought at all. When people face a 100-meter high earth slope, they will have the urge to step over it. When people face a 1,000-meter high mountain, they will have the idea of climbing over it. But when people face a peak that is tens of thousands of meters high and cannot see the top even if they look up with all their strength, all that is left is a deep sense of despair and powerlessness. This is how he feels now when facing Li Ziyu. Powerless and hopeless. My goodness, if it were Nangang AO, I could still compete with him, but facing this pervert who can kill a level 2 beast with just 3 kicks, there's no point in me competing. Wang Long, who was standing next to Bai Haoran, looked at Li Ziyu's back in awe, his tone of surprise. There is no thought of competition in my mind. Outside the 3 gates of the isolated examination room, the square where Li Ziyu had just arrived was now crowded with people. All of them were students and teachers from various schools who were amazed by Li Ziyu's final move. Including the soldiers responsible for maintaining order, everyone was looking at the figure who had just walked out of the gate with awe. As soon as Li Ziyu walked out, he heard thunderous cheers. Chapter 44, Attitude Change, Fat Woman. Li Ziyu is awesome. Idol. Strong, strong, strong. Boss Li Ziyu, can you reveal your true strength? Classmate Li Ziyu. I want to give birth to a baby for you. Ah. Classmate Li Ziyu is looking at me. What are you looking at? You're obviously looking at me. When several schoolgirls who looked like school beauties saw Li Ziyu looking in their direction, they immediately straightened their breasts, smiled with dimples, and revealed the brightest smiles in the past 16 years. Some even opened their phones and held them up to show their Fishan friend codes. As soon as Li Ziyu came out of the wilderness area, Mayor Wang Jiannan walked towards him, surrounded by a group of principals. Behind Wang Jiannan was a group of people who looked like teachers, and Li Ziyu also saw her teacher Lu Yanfang among them. From a distance, Wang Jiannan stretched out his hands to Li Ziyu, smiling and looking so kind as if Li Ziyu was his long-lost nephew. As expected of Xujiang City's top martial arts examiner. Not only is he incredibly powerful, he's also incredibly handsome. Good. 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 Wang Jiannan said 3 good words in a row. As he spoke, he secretly looked Li Ziyu up and down. The more I watch, the more frightened I feel. Li Ziyu stood in front of him, giving him the feeling of facing a sharp blade drawn from its sheath, with unparalleled sharpness surging into the sky. But when he looked at it from another angle, the unparalleled sharpness disappeared. Li Ziyu's aura became like a towering mountain, giving people a feeling of heaviness and indestructibility. Wang Jiannan was secretly shocked. Li Ziyu's strength was even stronger than he had imagined. It actually made him feel dangerous. This is too exaggerated. You know, he is a 3rd-level warrior. Although he was only a beginner, he hadn't felt this kind of feeling from anyone else in Xujiang City for a long time, except for the president of the Martial Arts Association who was superior to him. But today I felt it in a boy who was less than 17 years old. Wang Jiannan couldn't help but smile even more brightly. Li Ziyu had seen Wang Jiannan's speech on TV, knew his identity, and responded with a smile. Hello, Mayor. Ha, classmate Li Ziyu, you are truly worthy of being the prodigy of our number 3 middle school. I've been following you since you enrolled. I've long seen that you're no ordinary person. As expected, they directly produced the top scorer in the martial arts exam from our Xujiang city. It's like a rock spreading its wings for 90,000 miles. It's a stunning success. A stunning success. At this time, another excited and kind voice sounded in front of Li Ziyu. At the same time, Li Ziyu felt his hands being held tightly and shaken up and down. Li Ziyu recognized that this was Lu Yud, the principal of her school. But it's ridiculous that they are paying attention to me as early as when I entered school. Apart from seeing Lu Yud speak when he enrolled, he had never seen him at school at any other time. Li Ziyu was speechless for a while. But before Li Ziyu could speak and pull his hand back, he felt something tight in his hand. Lu Yud held his hands tightly, quietly moved forward, and said in a low voice that only the two of them could hear. "Student Li Ziyu, you have brought honor to our number 3 middle school. In the name of the principal, I will personally sponsor you 1 million great xia coins." Seeing Li Ziyu's expressionless face, Lu Yud gritted his teeth and continued. "Plus 20 qi and blood pills." Li Ziyu immediately smiled. 1 qi training pill cost 50,000 daxia coins. 20 pills, just in time for him to use the qi and blood pills to test his latest idea about the system. Thinking of this, Li Ziyu, with a bright expression, also shook the principal's hand and shook it up and down. It's all thanks to the school's cultivation. On the road back to Xujiang City, 3 extended blue flag cars were driving steadily on it. In the bulletproof blue flag car in the center, Li Ziyu sat in the back seat and rolled down the window. While feeling the wind, I watched the sunset and sunset glow in the distance. Lu Yud, who was personally driving Li Ziyu in the front seat, glanced cautiously at the rearview mirror and said with a smile, "Student Li Ziyu, the martial arts exam has just ended, and it will take another day to calculate the national score rankings. But with your points, no matter which school you want to go to, it's a sure thing. And I estimate that your points ranking is at least in the top 10 in the country." It can be seen that Lu Yud was very excited when he said this, and his hands holding the steering wheel were a little white. Li Ziyu nodded and responded calmly. His attitude was rather nonchalant, but Lu Yud did not feel disrespected at all. Instead, it feels normal. With the potential that Li Ziyu has shown now, the worst that he can do in the future is to become a 4th-level warrior. If you want to hold a position, you must at least be the president of a city martial arts association. His immediate superior's immediate superior, Wang Jiannan, is of a higher rank. Is it normal to be indifferent to a small principal like him? Student Li Ziyu, the personal reward I promised you has been transferred to your card. You have achieved such excellent results on behalf of Xujiang City in the martial arts exam, and the city will also provide sponsorship. When the national rankings are released, the city will send the reward to you based on the ranking. I think it will be tomorrow. The mayor and the president of our city's martial arts association will probably come to your house. Oh, and I estimate that teachers from the martial arts school will be here to recruit students tomorrow at the latest. Have you decided which school to apply to? Lu Yud asked cautiously while driving. We'll see what the conditions are when the time comes. Li Ziyu has not forgotten the purpose of his original participation in the martial arts examination. The purpose has always been clear, which is to obtain a more advanced visualization method and avoid the negative effects of killing ferocious beasts. In the martial arts examination hall, he loved the thrill of killing ferocious beasts without any negative effects, and the speed at which his strength improved. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 1 Advanced Warrior Plus. Combat Skills, Peak Bull Body Technique, Peak Body Technique, Peak Sword Technique, Advanced Vajra Body Plus, Gale Sword Technique Plus. System, Martial God System. Function, it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. After killing the 2nd-level ferocious beast, the bloody violent bear, you can now level up. While chatting, the car drove to the old city, the garden community where Li Ziyu lived. Lu Yud looked at the narrow, dilapidated, crowded, bumpy road illuminated by car lights, his brows furrowed. The top scorer in Xujiang City's martial arts exam. And it is very likely that he is also the top scorer in the martial arts examination in Su Province and a super genius ranked in the top 10 in the national martial arts examination. You actually live in such a remote place. If this gets known to the outside world, wouldn't it make others look down on their Xujiang City? I feel that Xujiang City treats talents unfairly. A gleam of light flashed in Lu Yud's eyes. It seemed that he had to report this to the city. When rewarding Li Ziyu, you have to give her a villa. Okay, Principal Lu, just take me here. The road ahead is narrow and cars can't drive in. I can walk the rest by myself. Li Ziyu said something to Lu Yud and rejected Lu Yud's kindness. He pushed the door open and got out of the car. He walked to the unit door and went up the stairs. The window next to Li Ziyu. The fat neighbor lady pulled the curtain shut and watched the taillights of the car disappear through the crack in the window. What the hell? This kid next door is working as a driver for someone else? He's disturbing people in the middle of the night. TSK, this is what happens when you don't study hard. But luckily my son got into Wuhan University. He has a bright future ahead of him. The fat woman said this, pulled the curtains, and returned to her living room. Sitting on the sofa in the living room was a thin, dark-skinned middle-aged man with shifty eyes, holding the cell phone and making a call. After the man put down the phone, the fat woman quickly asked, "Have you notified all the relatives? Our son has been admitted to Wuhan University, which is a huge honor. We must invite all the relatives to come and show off. They used to look down on us, but now they can hold their heads high. I can't wait to see their envious expressions." Ha ha. Well, everyone has been notified. Now all that's left is to book a hotel. However, hotels are very tight during the summer vacation, so I have to book one right away. As he spoke, the man took out his cell phone and wanted to book a hotel. But before he started to operate, the fat woman snatched the phone away and started cursing at him. Book a stupid hotel. Isn't money money? Ha? Can you waste it like this? Doesn't that brat next door live alone? Why not just let him go out for the night and let the relatives stay in his house? Where does he live? The man hesitated. I just saw a car coming. I guess he's driving someone right now. Let him stay in the car for the night. Our son was admitted to Wuhan University. It's his honor to be able to make room for relatives of Wuhan University students. Don't worry about it, I'll tell him tomorrow. Chapter 45 Li Ziyu's ranking, the anxious mayor. In the room. Li Ziyu was already lying on the sofa. There was a cup of steaming tea on the coffee table, and an old TV opposite was playing old TV programs. Sitting on the sofa and watching TV was a habit he kept after get off work in his previous life. For so many days since he came here through time travel, he had always felt a tension in his heart, but after this martial arts exam, he felt a little more relaxed. After watching for a while, Li Ziyu picked up the remote control and turned off the TV, and began to think about what he had gained and what he would do next. Open the system panel. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 1 Advanced Warrior Plus. Combat Skills, Peak Bull Body Technique, Peak Body Technique, Peak Sword Technique, Advanced Vajra Body Plus, Gale Sword Technique Plus. System, Martial God System. Function, it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. After killing the second-level ferocious beast, the bloody violent bear, you can now level up. Looking at the plus sign at the back of the system, Li Ziyu's mouth curled up slightly. Top-level swordsmanship, top-level body skills, top-level bull body tempering technique. Attack speed and defense, the Trinity has all reached the peak level. It was really a good decision to take the martial arts exam this time. Basic martial arts are not like chi and blood, which can be practiced faster by taking pills and using external forces. If you want to master basic martial arts to a high level, there is no other way except to gain understanding and practice hard day after day. As far as he knew, even for a gifted martial arts genius, it would take at least 5 or even 10 years of effort to cultivate a basic martial art to the peak level. There are very few people like him who are only 17 years old but already possess 2 top-level martial arts and 1 top-level second-level body tempering combat skill. Not to mention, this was just one of the gains he had made in the martial arts exam. He can now improve his realm. System, improve my realm. Li Ziyu clenched his fists and shouted in a low voice with an excited expression. As he finished speaking, the words Level 1 Advanced Warrior on the system panel were replaced by Level 1 Peak Warrior. And as the realm on the system panel changes, Li Ziyu felt a heatwave surging from his heart, followed by the pounding contraction of his heart, which continuously increased the pressure on his blood. The heat spread throughout his limbs and bones as his blood flowed. His appearance was bright red, like a cooked prawn, or like red magma. His body radiated scorching heat, and streams of steaming white vapor continued to emerge and evaporate from his body surface. For a moment, the small living room was filled with fog. Mom, someone is taking a shower in the living room across the street. Look, the mist has reached the living room. A child playing next door pointed at the floor where Li Ziyu's house was and exclaimed in surprise. The adult looked in the direction the child pointed, but did not see any steam. Everything was normal. I patted the child on the head, thinking he was joking. Nonsense, how could someone take a shower in the living room? I clearly saw it. Inside the room. Li Ziyu looked at his hands curiously. The improvement in process just now were so painful, completely different from what was described in the book. Moreover, it produced so much water vapor that I almost felt like my blood was about to boil. This was not an ordinary promotion phenomenon at all. However, after searching on the internet for a while, Li Ziyu found the answer. It is said that when one cultivates the body tempering technique to a high level and then attempts a breakthrough, various strange phenomena will occur. This is a phenomenon caused by the body being too strong and undergoing transformation. Online, this is called a limit breakthrough. It seems that I just experienced it. Li Ziyu looked at his hands and arms. Indeed, after this breakthrough, he felt that his skin became whiter and more resilient. It's like the surface is covered with a layer of cowhide. Li Ziyu took out a fruit knife from the kitchen and scratched her palm. There was a sizzling sound, and the tip of the fruit knife made a dull sound when it hit the skin. However, it did not pierce the skin directly and bleed like usual. Instead, it bounced back when the skin was pressed down. It seems that ordinary blades are not enough to break my defense. Li Ziyu punched the air a few times, accompanied by circles of white air currents and a series of popping sounds in the air. My strength has also increased. If I encounter that level 2 primary beast again, I probably won't need 3 kicks. I can kill it with just 2 punches. I can fight against any intermediate level beast of the second level. Li Ziyu thought to himself that the reason why his physique was so strong now was that an ordinary first level peak warrior would definitely not be able to achieve this. This should be attributed to the bull's body refining method in the body tempering war series. It is said that there is a higher level above the peak level, called the control level. When a combat skill is cultivated to the mastery level, it will undergo a qualitative change. Even a level 1 combat skill can produce an effect no less than a level 2 combat skill. TSK, I wonder what the effect would be if I practiced all my combat and martial arts skills to the mastery level. By then, challenging someone of a higher level will be as easy as cutting melons and vegetables for me. Night. The moon is high in the sky and the stars are bright. From time to time, dark clouds pass by, blocking the starlight, making it appear and disappear. Many people in Xujiang City fell into a deep sleep, but at this time, the lights in the mayor's office were brightly lit. Mayor Wang Jiannan sat upright in his office chair, staring intently at the desktop computer screen on the desk in front of him. Behind him, Secretary Wang, the principal of number 1 middle school, the principals of number 2 and number 3 middle schools, and a number of senior officials from the Education Bureau were all staring at the screen without blinking, and their breathing was inaudible for a moment. The National Martial Arts Exam rankings are out. Quick! Open the top 20 rankings and see if Li Ziyu is in it. The clock on the table pointed to 0, and Wang Jiannan leaned forward with a nervous expression. The convention for military examinations is to announce the ranking first and then the results. You can now check the rankings. Secretary Wang immediately stepped forward and started operating the computer with the mouse. Opening the first page of the martial arts exam results, 20 names appeared from top to bottom. Several principals and senior officials from the Education Bureau quickly gathered around. The allocation of resources to each city is determined by the local martial arts examination results. If there are candidates in their jurisdiction who are ranked nationally, they will definitely receive more resources, and everyone present will benefit from it. It can be said that Li Ziyu's ranking in the country is related to the interests of everyone present. After the martial arts exam, we had dinner together and everyone was so excited and nervous that they couldn't sleep. So they all followed Wang Jiannan to the office and waited for the results of the martial arts exam. Li Ziyu should be at least in the top 10 this time, right? I think it's about the same. The students from Kyoto and Shanghai are both quite strong. But Li Ziyu is really trying hard. I estimate she'll be ranked around 5th to 10th. Sharp. The scene was silent for a moment, everyone held their breath, staring at the computer screen without blinking. Look up from the bottom 20th. Well, most of the people above them are from Magic City and Kyoto. Their educational resources are incomparable to ours, so it's understandable. Wang Jiannan looked at them one by one from bottom to top, commenting on each one. Ha! Li Ziyu's name isn't among the 10th to 20th places. Could he be in the 5th to 10th places? Seeing that Li Ziyu's name was not between the 10th and 20th places, Wang Jiannan frowned slightly. But when he thought of Li Ziyu's achievements, he was not panicked. Click the mouse and turn to the next page. 5 more names appeared above. What's going on? Why isn't Li Ziyu's name anywhere within 5 to 10 miles? Wang Jiannan was slightly startled and frowned as he looked at the name displayed on the screen. Could it be that he underestimated the strength of the martial arts students from other cities? Li Ziyu is not on the list? The other principals also felt a chill in their hearts. Could it be that Li Ziyu opened the class at number 20? The weight of the top 20 and bottom 20 in the country is completely different. The top 20 are eligible to represent various Wuhan universities in the Youth Wuhan University League. But that shouldn't be the case. Li Ziyu's performance in the martial arts exam was so dazzling. Could it be that? The principals looked at each other and thought of a result that they had never dared to imagine in their dreams. Chapter 46 shocked Chen Mingyuan, the unreasonable fat woman. Quick, open the first page and look at the top 5 rankings. Wang Jiannan's eyes also widened, emitting a brilliant light, and an idea that he had never dared to think about before emerged in his mind. Without waiting for Secretary Wang to act, Wang Jiannan grabbed the mouse and opened the first page. When Wang Jiannan saw the results displayed above, he was stunned on the spot. Not only him, everyone at the scene fell into a brief daze. For a moment, you could hear a pin drop in the huge office. After a while, a thud broke the silent tranquility. Number 1 in the country. Li Ziyu's ranking is number 1 in the country. Boom. Mayor. Mayor, what's wrong with you, Mayor? Quick. Bring us a shot of cardiac stimulant. The mayor has fainted again. Fuck, one isn't enough, bring a few more. The principal of number 3 middle school has fainted. The Martial Arts Association building in the center of Xuzhou City. Top floor office. Bang 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 bang. The president of the Martial Arts Association, Chen Mingyuan, was punching the sandbag, and the dull sound echoed throughout the room. At this moment, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open. The secretary wearing glasses pushed the door open breathlessly and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, he couldn't wait to say to Chen Mingyuan, President! President! Good news! Shockingly good news! What good news? Why are you so flustered? What did I teach you before? You should be calm in the face of difficulties. Chen Mingyuan didn't even raise his head, and continued to punch the sandbag. Forehead. The secretary paused. Chen Mingyuan then spoke. Tell me, what is Nangong AO's ranking in Su province? The martial arts exam has just ended, and now is the time when the martial arts exam rankings have just been released. No need to guess, the news at this time must be related to the martial arts exam. Judging from the excitement on his secretary's face, Nangong AO probably did well this time. Just a blind guess, I think Nangong AO is in the top 3 in Jiangsu province. Chen Mingyuan said secretly. It's not Nangong AO, it's Li Ziyu. He won first place in the country. First in the national martial arts exam. My score is double that of the second place. The secretary said excitedly, and Chen Mingyuan nodded calmly. First in Su province. This result is really... Wait. What did you just say? First in the country. Li Ziyu? Chen Mingyuan seemed to react and his whole body trembled. He unconsciously exerted force with his fist, and the sandbag broke the rope and flew out. The sandbag flew out and hit the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window hard, smashing the more than 10-meter-long window into pieces with a loud noise, sending glass shards flying everywhere. However, Chen Mingyuan ignored the broken glass. Instead, he suddenly turned his head and stared at the secretary without blinking. His eyes burst into dazzling brilliance. What did you just say? Number 1 in the country? I'm talking to Li Ziyu. The martial arts exam rankings just came out, and Li Ziyu got first place in the country. He's the national martial arts champion. I guess a lot of people have heard the news by now. The teachers from those 4 prestigious schools should be on their way to snatch this person. The secretary was startled by Chen Mingyuan's gaze. But then he spoke immediately. As he spoke, he took out the printed grade ranking and handed it to Chen Mingyuan. Chen Mingyuan took the information handed over by the secretary and looked at it carefully. After reading it, his face flushed with excitement and he laughed out loud. Ha ha! Good! Good! I never thought that my Xujiang city would produce a dragon. The National Martial Arts Exam Champion, TSK. I can't even imagine it. It seems I was wrong and underestimated Li Ziyu. Chen Mingyuan laughed out loud. He kept clapping his hands excitedly and pacing back and forth. He kept muttering things like, "That's great, that's great. I never thought that our Xujiang city could also produce a top scorer in the martial arts exam." In the past, the top scorer in the martial arts exams was always taken by the two major martial arts exam cities, Magic City and Kyoto. Li Ziyu unexpectedly broke the monopoly and won the top spot. Amazing. Really amazing. Secretary Wang was also very excited. Motu and Kyoto are the two centers of daxia. Their resources and level of training warriors are far beyond the reach of other cities. Over the past dozen or so national martial arts exam champions, and even the top 10 in the country, came from these two cities. It has almost become a consensus among people that a small city cannot produce a national top student. Unexpectedly, Li Ziyu was able to break this record. Xiao Wu, go get the car ready right away and bring the city's commendation. We'll go to Li Ziyu's house and tell him the good news. Chen Mingyuan stopped pacing, as if he thought of something, and suddenly raised his head and said to his secretary, "Li Ziyu won the martial arts exam, so we can also benefit from it. The rewards must be given in place. The safety of daxia is based on the protection of powerful warriors. An important criterion for measuring the performance within the jurisdiction is the results obtained in the annual martial arts examination. Now that Xujiang City has produced a national martial arts champion, even he, the president of the Martial Arts Association, can benefit from it. Maybe I can take this opportunity to move up a bit." Chen Mingyuan picked up his clothes and prepared to go out. But when he saw the moonlight outside, he slapped his head. "Look at me, I was so excited that I forgot it was early morning. Let's go tomorrow. Go prepare your things now and we'll go visit Li Ziyu tomorrow morning. Oh, by the way, I also have to tell the governor about this." The early morning sun pierced the darkness. Xujiang City, which had been silent all night, came alive with the interweaving of a group of people busy with their lives. The garden community where Li Ziyu lives. Since the morning, people carrying gifts have appeared at the door of the unit one after another. Bang 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 bang. "Open the door. Open the door, you little brat. I know you're in there." Li Ziyu was sleeping when he was awakened by a series of knocks on the door. There was also a woman shouting outside the door. Li Ziyu frowned and walked over to open the door. Sure enough, the person knocking on the door was the fat lady neighbor who lived opposite. Seeing Li Ziyu coming out, the fat woman drooped her face and said with dissatisfaction, "Are you deaf? I called you for a long time but you didn't hear me. What's up?" Li Ziyu frowned and stared at the fat woman expressionlessly. He was 1.9 meters tall, a whole head taller than the fat woman. The cold breath, expressionless face, and staring eyes made the fat woman's heart jump subconsciously. A feeling of retreat and fear inexplicably arose in my heart. However, the fat woman thought about how she had endured bullying when Li Ziyu was bullied. Plus, his son was admitted to Wuhan University. The fat woman felt emboldened again, and with her hands on her hips, she glared at Li Ziyu fiercely. "My son got into Wuhan University, and I have relatives coming over and can't find enough room. I'd like to borrow your room for one night. You don't have to come back tonight, make room for us," the fat woman said as a matter of course. Li Ziyu looked at her strangely, feeling puzzled. "Your relatives are coming and you asked me to vacate my room so you can stay for one night. Are you crazy?" He felt it was a little funny. The fat woman's behavior reminded him of a piece of news he had seen in his previous life. An old man who had been using his neighbor's internet connection went to his neighbor's house and insulted him one day because his neighbor changed the wireless password. Not only that, he also went to court to sue his neighbor. He said that because the neighbor changed the wireless network password, his child could not take online classes, which led to a decline in grades, and he asked the neighbor to pay compensation. That kind of self-evident feeling is so similar to the scene before my eyes. At this moment, there was only one word in Li Ziyu's mind. Absolutely. Roll. Li Ziyu spat out a word coldly, not bothering to pay attention to the fat woman, and slammed the door shut. The fat woman looked at the door that slammed shut, her temper boiling with rage. Just as she was about to knock on the door and start scolding, the man called out to her. "Hey, wife, the relatives are downstairs, let's go downstairs to meet them." Here I am, humph, you little brat, just wait for me, wait until I finish picking up the relatives first, then I'll show you what I can do. The fat woman snorted coldly. One of her relatives is a high-ranking official in the government. I couldn't contact him before, but now I heard that his son was admitted to Wuhan University, so he came to visit with gifts. This made the fat woman feel proud. But she didn't dare to delay any longer, and hurriedly ran downstairs with her husband. Chapter 47-9 Canon Si Denglong, the governor arrives. Downstairs. A group of people holding gifts gathered together. Standing in the middle was a middle-aged man wearing a white shirt and looking very official. He was talking to the people around him with a beaming expression. Huh, you don't know that this year's top scorer in the National Martial Arts Examination is from our Xuzhou city. Last night, after the city leaders heard the news, they fainted several times. It's the medicine I delivered to you. The man in the white shirt was smoking a cigarette and talking excitedly, looking very proud. The rest of the relatives were envious when they heard this, and all of them sighed. TSK, I didn't expect that a small place like Xuzhou City could produce the top scorer in the National Martial Arts exam. That's amazing. I just don't know where this top scholar lives, otherwise I could go over and make some acquaintances. Come on, at our current level, we can't even get in touch with the mayor, let alone the top scorer in the martial arts exam. If we want to get in touch with him, we have to be at the level of our third brother. Several relatives of the fat woman discussed it and occasionally complimented the white shirt. The man in white shirt enjoyed the admiration of his relatives and felt like he was walking on clouds, but he still kept a humble smile on his face. Let's not talk about the national martial arts champion for now, that's too far away for us. This time, my cousin's son got into Wuhan University, so let's celebrate her first. The cousin-in-law mentioned by the man in white shirt is the fat woman. While they were talking, the fat woman also came down. Seeing the gifts in the hands of several relatives, I couldn't stop smiling. Hey, since you're already here, why bring any gifts? He quickly went up to a few people and exchanged a few pleasantries, then prepared to go to the restaurant they had booked. But just at this moment, with a bang, a loud explosion like thunder suddenly appeared in the sky. The fat woman was frightened and looked up at the sky. The man in white shirt and his relatives also subconsciously looked in the direction of the thunder. But before they could raise their heads, there was another loud bang. Bang! Bang! Then comes the third sound. The fourth and fifth tone. 9 consecutive deafening explosions woke up most of the people in the old city. They all looked up at the sky, pointed in the direction of the salute and talked among themselves. What's going on? Who's firing a salute in broad daylight? Is someone celebrating the martial arts exam? But I remember that it seems that firing firecrackers is prohibited in Xuzhou City, let alone the kind that can lift up half the sky. The man in white shirt frowned slightly. He is from the Public Security Bureau and is in charge of setting off fireworks. Xuzhou City has issued a clear ban on anyone from setting off salutes. Not to mention 9 times in a row, even the mayor's son who was admitted to Wuhan University last year didn't do that. What is going on? And from the sound of the cannon, it was obvious that it was not an ordinary salute. He had never heard such a salute. Still 9 times in a row. Etc. 9 times. When the man in white shirt frowned, he suddenly thought of something and his eyes widened. He turned his head suddenly, grabbed the fat woman, and said in a hurried tone, "Cousin, you said your son was the only one around here who got admitted to Wuhan University. Is that true?" Yes. What's wrong? The fat woman answered subconsciously before she could react, and the relatives around her also looked over. No. Your son is not the only one here who got into Wuhan University. There's another person. This salute is for him. I know what this salute means. The man in the white shirt looked extremely excited and kept muttering to himself excitedly. He did not respond to the puzzled looks of the fat woman and the relatives around him, but excitedly turned his gaze to the intersection in front of the community with a look of anticipation. The fat woman and the other relatives subconsciously followed the man in the white shirt's gaze and looked towards the corner. Just see. A road that was originally empty. Suddenly, an extended version of the Lancia L0 sedan appeared from the corner and slowly drove towards them. Then came the second one, the third one. A total of 9 extended Lancia L0 sedans, connected end to end, slowly followed the lead car. The surfaces of these 9 cars were spotlessly clean, reflecting blue light under the sunlight. The front end of each car is also planted with the national flag of Dasha. The most eye-catching thing is the license plate of the lead car. L00001. L00001, L00001, this license plate, this is the exclusive car of the governor of Su Province. Hiss. Governor Son Yulong of Su Province is here? The moment the convoy appeared, the man in the white shirt widened his eyes. He just remembered the meaning of the 9-gun salute. 9 cannons shook the southern sky. Congratulations on passing the exam. This is a congratulations to the top scorer in the National Martial Arts Examination. Now 9 cannons appeared here, and the governor himself came. The meaning is obvious. The top scorer in the National Martial Arts exam lives in this neighborhood. Right at this moment. The driver in a black suit got out of the first car, walked to the passenger seat and respectfully opened the door. Then, Song Yulong, who was wearing a black combat uniform, was over 2 meters tall, had an imposing aura and exaggerated muscles all over his body, and got out of the car. After he got out, people from the other cars also got out one after another. The fat woman didn't know who the first person to come down was. But she often saw the people who got out of the second and third cars on TV. He is the president of Xujiang City Martial Arts Association and the mayor. At this time, the president of Xujiang City Martial Arts Association and the mayor followed Son Yulong closely with respectful expressions. Hello, does Li Ziyu live here? Son Yulong walked up to the fat woman and spoke with a faint smile. Although the smile was kind, the domineering aura of a superior and the powerful energy and blood of a warrior still made the fat woman unable to help but shake her legs. The fat woman almost lost the ability to think. She swallowed her saliva and answered subconsciously. On the third floor. Son Yulong nodded and led a group of people up the stairs to the third floor. After the group went up the stairs, the fat woman finally realized what the governor had just said. What did the governor just say? Li Ziyu? Are they here to see Li Ziyu? Isn't Li Ziyu an orphan who doesn't even have the qualifications to be a warrior? How could such a big shot come here? The fat woman felt an ominous premonition. Hiss. Cousin, I remember now. The Li Ziyu that Governor Son Yulong just mentioned is the genius from Xujiang City who won the National Martial Arts Examination this year. Third floor, isn't this just across the street from your house? Cousin, I didn't expect you to be neighbors with the National Martial Arts Champion. You're going to be very successful in the future. Don't forget your cousin when the time comes. Only after everyone had left did the man in white shirt dare to breathe. His expression turned into intense excitement, and he looked at the fat woman beside him excitedly and said, My cousin is so lucky to be a neighbor of the National Martial Arts Exam Champion. Take off directly. Boom. The fat woman listened to what the man in white shirt said and suddenly recalled what had happened in the past. Suddenly I felt dizzy, my vision went black, and I fell headfirst to the ground. Ha! Cousin, why are you still dizzy? I understand. Anyone would be too excited to handle this kind of thing. Chapter 48, Level 3 Peak Weapons, Ancient Weapons. Third floor stairwell. Song Yulong's eyes swept over the mottled walls and dilapidated stairs. He took another look at the cabinets that almost took up the entire aisle, and the messily placed shoes, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. He turned around and glanced at Mayor Wang Jiannan and Martial Arts Association Chairman Chen Mingyuan who were following behind him. Governor, this is the first time we've heard about Li Ziyu's living conditions. The city has prepared a 400 square meter villa as part of your reward. Move right in. As for the dispute between Li Ziyu and the neighbor, I will personally resolve it. Without waiting for Song Yulong to speak, Wang Jiannan quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and answered. He hadn't expected the governor to come in person, and only received the news in the morning. Wang Jiannan finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Song Yulong nod slightly. Chen Mingyuan also secretly wiped away the cold sweat. Several people walked to Li Ziyu's door and knocked gently, and the door was slowly opened by Li Ziyu. In the room. Li Ziyu took the kettle and poured a glass of boiled water for Song Yulong and Chen Mingyuan who were sitting on the sofa. He didn't know either of them. But when he opened the door, he saw another man in a white shirt whom he had seen on TV. I know that's the mayor of Xujiang City. The mayor is waiting outside the door now, and no one is qualified to come in. It can be seen that the two people sitting on the sofa must be from important backgrounds. Song Yulong took the cup of water and took a sip. Then he placed it on the coffee table and said to Li Ziyu with a smile. Hello, Li Ziyu, let me introduce myself. I am Song Yulong, the governor of Su Province. The person next to me is the president of the Xuzhou City Martial Arts Association. Hello, my friend. I am Chen Mingyuan, the president of the Xuzhou City Martial Arts Association. When Song Yulong was introduced, Chen Mingyuan smiled and nodded to Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu was stunned when he heard this. Good job. No wonder he felt that the aura of the person in front of him was so strong, and his whole body gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. No wonder even the mayor of Xuzhou City could only wait outside the door. It seems that the governor of Jiangsu province came in person. Governor of a province. He was a powerful figure who actually controlled the government of a province and was a frontier official. It's no exaggeration to say so. In Su province, every time the governor kicks his foot, the entire province will shake 3 times. Moreover, Daxia has a regulation that only a 6th-level warrior is eligible to serve as the governor of a province. In other words, the burly middle-aged man sitting on the sofa in his house is a real level 6 warrior. A solemn look flashed across Li Ziyu's eyes. My friend, I think you should know the purpose of my visit. I didn't expect that my Su province would actually produce a national martial arts exam champion. Song Yulong was full of sighs. While Li Ziyu was looking at him, he was also looking at Li Ziyu. There was a glint of admiration in his eyes. He secretly thought that he was worthy of being the top scorer in the national martial arts examination. This surging energy and blood power like flames was far beyond what he had at this age. Also, when the other party saw him, there was no sign of anxiety or tension on his face. This kind of mentality is also extraordinary. He is a genius. Song Yulong made up his mind. Number 1 in the country? Li Ziyu was slightly surprised when he heard Song Yulong's words. He was so busy sleeping yesterday that he didn't have time to look at the rankings. Although he expected himself to rank high, he did not expect the result to be first in the country. To be honest, it was a bit beyond his expectations. But after thinking about it, Li Ziyu felt calm. He killed so many ferocious beasts in the martial arts examination hall and even single-handedly took on the 2nd-level ferocious beast. In addition, he has the condensed energy and blood power in 3 top-level martial arts. Come to think of it, getting first place in the national martial arts exam was not surprising. I'm here on behalf of Jiangsu province to commend you, Li Ziyu. Song Yulong glanced at Chen Mingyuan who was standing beside him. Chen Mingyuan understood and quickly took out a few things from his pocket. Song Yulong took it and put it on the table. Li Ziyu looked over. It was a red property certificate, a bank card, and a cool-looking silver long knife. At this time, Song Yulong introduced. A single-family villa in Guanjing Villa, Xuzhou City. 5 million Great Xia coins. And a level 3 Asuma alloy weapon that I personally gifted you. When talking about the 3rd-level Asuma alloy weapons, Li Ziyu raised his eyebrows subconsciously. Song Yulong noticed this detail and thought that Li Ziyu had other requests, so he smiled and said, You can choose any weapon style you like, or if you have a weapon you like, you can send it to me and I will have it customized for you. No, I just feel that the weapon in my hand is quite convenient to use. Li Ziyu glanced at the things on the coffee table and sighed. What a generous deal. He knew that Guanjing Villa was a famous wealthy area in Xuzhou City. All the people living there are dignitaries. Although Xuzhou City is not a big city, the housing prices are not high. But villas like Guanjing Villa are located in a quiet area amidst the hustle and bustle. A single-family villa is worth at least tens of millions. Just give it to yourself if you say so. There are also level 3 Asuma alloy weapons. If you want to buy weapons above level 3, you have to go to big cities like Magic City or Kyoto. He has never seen them sold in Jinwu Pavilion. But he knew the price, which was more than 10 million. Compared with the real estate and weapons, the 5 million Daxia coins that he thought he could never earn in his lifetime seemed insignificant. However, Li Ziyu felt that the sword he was using now was quite comfortable to use. It was not only hard but also sharp. I have a vague feeling that it gets better the more I use it. When he used this weapon to kill a level 2 ferocious beast, he did not let it down. Oh? I don't know what level of weapon you are using now. If you don't need it, I will replace the weapon with combat skills and give them to you. Song Yulong said. I don't know what level it is, it's in the room, I'll go get it. Li Ziyu said something to the two of them, turned around and walked back to the room, picking up the long knife on the bedside. To be honest, he was also quite curious about the level of this weapon. When he bought it, Tang Xian said it was an ordinary weapon. But after using it for so many days, Li Ziyu felt that this weapon was extraordinary. The most important thing is, when I first bought this weapon, the blade was still covered in rust. As he killed so many ferocious beasts, the blade became newer than before, and the rust on the blade seemed to have fallen off a little. Li Ziyu took a look at the blade, took it out of the room and handed it to Song Yulong. Governor Song, this is my sword. Let me see. Song Yulong took it with one hand and looked at it carefully in front of his eyes. Li Ziyu noticed that when Song Yulong saw the blade, his brows unconsciously furrowed slightly. After a moment, Song Yulong put down his knife, raised his head and looked at Li Ziyu solemnly, and said, "Student Li Ziyu, you really don't need to change your weapon. This sword of yours is a peak-level 3rd grade weapon. And it's a rare ancient weapon." Chapter 49 Enrollment, Levels of Visualization. Song Yulong's expression was solemn. There is no specific explanation of what ancient weapons were. However, the biggest difference between ancient weapons and modern weapons forged from Asuma alloy is that the former require recognition of their master and often come with some special properties. Your knife hasn't recognized its owner yet. Try dripping a drop of blood on it. Li Ziyu was stunned at first. Drops of blood? But he didn't hesitate much. Song Yulong was a level 6 warrior, so there was no need to joke with him. Thinking of this, Li Ziyu took out a knife and cut his hand, and a drop of blood dripped onto the knife. As blood dripped onto the blade, something strange happened. A flash of red light passed through the blade, and then the blade was covered with rust that had been there for who knows how long. Under this red light, it began to fall off and weather rapidly. In less than a moment, it turned into a scarlet sword with a strange red light flashing on its surface. Under the light, the blade reflected a sharp red light. Even from a distance, Li Ziyu could feel the biting sharpness from above. Besides being sharp, Li Ziyu also felt a sense of joy and excitement from the blade. It's as if the sword is alive. Nice knife! Chen Mingyuan, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Although he doesn't use a knife, he has a sharp eyesight. It is obvious at a glance that the knife in Li Ziyu's hand is extraordinary and far exceeds the ordinary 3rd-level weapon. Li Ziyu was also delighted and couldn't help but step forward and grasp the hilt of the knife. The moment he grasped the hilt of the knife, an unparalleled sharp aura emanated from him. This made Song Yulong and the other man's eyes unconsciously become solemn. In fact, as he killed more ferocious beasts, the blade of the knife kept changing. Li Ziyu had speculated whether the knife needed to absorb blood or something. But I didn't think about the blood oath. And because he was so powerful, he didn't bleed in the process of killing the ferocious beast. Therefore, the secret of this sword has never been discovered. A good horse deserves a good saddle. Li Ziyu, your weapon must have been sealed before. Now that it's been unlocked in your hands, it's likely to be much more powerful than before. With such a powerful weapon, the level 3 Asuma alloy weapon I gave you is really nothing. How about this, I'll give you a level 3 sword fighting skill. Song Yulong was full of emotion. As he spoke, he took out the combat skills manual that he had prepared long ago from his arms and handed it to Li Ziyu. There were 3 big characters thunder/written on it in a flamboyant style. Li Ziyu thanked Song Yulong and took over the fighting skills without refusing his kindness. He knew very well Song Yulong's purpose, which was that he just wanted to make friends with him in advance because he saw that he had a future. It's just like in the previous life, when a child was admitted to university and the relatives held a graduation banquet, they would give him something. He could understand and didn't object. And now he also needs an offensive combat skill. Student Li Ziyu, have you chosen a school yet? If possible, you can consider Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Song Yulong took a sip of tea and said with a smile. Jiangnan Budo University is his alma mater. Now that he's here, even though the chances are slim, he doesn't mind inviting Li Ziyu for his alma mater. Boom boom boom. Just when Li Ziyu was about to answer, there was another knock on the door. Along with the knock on the door, there was also a strong voice. Student Li Ziyu, Jiangnan Martial Arts University is not suitable for you. If you want to come, you should come to our Magic City Ability University. Before Li Ziyu could go forward to open the door, it opened automatically. Then 4 people whose aura was no less impressive than Song Yulong walked in. The leader of the 4 was a burly man with red hair like a lion's mane. The burly man had a broad face and bright eyes, and he stared straight at Li Ziyu as soon as he entered the room. Come to our Magic City Martial Arts University. Our Magic City Martial Arts University is the most suitable stage for you. On the sofa, Song Yulong, who was drinking tea, was slightly surprised when he saw the person coming. The person who came was his old acquaintance, Zhua Hongyang, the dean of the weapons department of Magic City Martial Arts University. It is also the realm of a 6th-level warrior. The two had fought against ferocious beasts together in the army before and had been rivals for many years. Zhua Hongyang is no weaker than him. But later the two made different choices. He chose to be the governor, while Zhua Hongyang chose to be the dean of the Magic City Martial Arts University. There are 3 people following behind him, all of whom are principals of 4 famous universities. The middle-aged woman behind Zhua Hongyang is the dean of the School of Spirituality at Kyoto Budo University. The third man wearing glasses and looking gentle and refined is the dean of Kenglin Wuhan University. The last one is the dean of Shangpan Wuda University. As far as he knew, each of these 3 people was a level 6 warrior, and their strength was not inferior to his. Song Yulong told Li Ziyu the information he knew and then stood up. Student Li Ziyu, since the admissions teachers from the 4 major schools are here, I won't bother you anymore. No matter which school you choose, as long as you respect your own heart, it's fine. Also, if you encounter any problems outside, don't be hesitant. Don't forget that you are from our Su province. Okay. Thank you, Governor Song. Li Ziyu nodded. He would remember this favor. After watching Song Yulong leave, Zhua Hongyang looked at Li Ziyu and said, Student Li Ziyu, come to our Magic City Martial Arts University. If you come to our Magic City Martial Arts University, we will provide you with a scholarship of 5 million Great Xia coins and a full set of combat skills in attack, defense, and speed. Not only that, if you have any other requests, just ask. Zhua Hongyang said this with a sincere look on his face. He thought for a moment and continued. I've read your information. You often go to the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts. Then you must have felt the beast's invasion of your consciousness, right? Just come to our Magic City Martial Arts University and choose the visualization method you want. We at Magic City Martial Arts University have visualization methods from level 1 to level 9. After Zhua Hongyang finished speaking, the admissions teacher from Beijing University looked at Li Ziyu with a burning gaze and began to state his admissions requirements. It's the same with Kyoto University. We can give everything that Magic City Martial Arts University can give. The Kyoto University teacher also looked sincere. Student Li Ziyu, our Kyoto Budo University is currently the #1 martial arts university in Daxia. We have always been #1 in the Youth Martial Arts University League. The ranking of the Youth Wuhan University League not only represents the school's teaching quality, but also, to a certain extent, determines the allocation of resources each school can obtain. Motu Budo University is ranked last in the Youth Budo University League, and our Kyoto Budo University is first. You should understand who is strong and who is weak, classmate. Fuck you. Your Kyoto Martial Arts University has only been ranked first in the past few years, it hasn't always been first. Our Magic City Martial Arts University has also been first before. Teacher Jingda was about to speak, but Zhua Hongyang interrupted her with a glare, rolled up his sleeves and glared at Teacher Jingda. Just because you students are strong doesn't mean your teacher is strong. How about we have a duel? Humph. Zhua Jinmao. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Let's fight. Come on. Who's afraid of who? The teacher from Kyoto University raised his eyebrows and stared at Zhua Hongyang without any fear. As he spoke, red light shone from his hands. As soon as the red light came out, Li Ziyu's heart began to beat faster and he felt a palpitation. It was obviously quite powerful. It seems like we can't resolve this today. In that case, let's follow the old rules. Okay, old rules. Whoever wins gets to take Li Ziyu away. The other 2 deans also stood up, looking dissatisfied. Before Li Ziyu could speak, he felt a flash before his eyes and the 4 people in the living room disappeared. Then thunder began to rumble in the sky. Why don't you ask for my opinion? Li Ziyu stood in the living room with messy hair, recruiting students. As the person involved, he looked like a bystander. Forget it. I have the system anyway, so it doesn't matter which school I go to. As long as the resources are in place, that's all that matters. Chapter 50, Unprecedented Visualization Method. Spiritual Master. Boom boom boom. There was a constant rumbling of thunder in the sky, and most of Xujiang City could hear it clearly. What the hell? Why is it thundering when it's not raining? Wuzhi, why do I feel like there are 4 figures in the sky? Your eyes are blurry. I told you to watch less educational films, but you refuse to listen. The citizens of Xujiang City looked up at the sky, pointing in the direction of the muffled thunder and the light in the sky, and talked about it. The stretched blue flight car came, and Song Yulon looked up at the sky, speechless. He's already the dean's man, and he's still so irritable. How can he recruit a student? However, I am a little envious of Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu was in the living room, waiting. Half an hour passed and I thought it would be over soon, but the tea in the cup had gone cold and the muffled thunder in the sky was still going on, and it was getting more intense. Yawn. Li Ziyu yawned, picked up the remote control out of boredom and turned on the TV. Just when Li Ziyu was about to fall asleep, the muffled thunder in the sky finally stopped. At the door, Zhua Hongyang walked over with a bruised face and nose, holding onto the wall. Hey, Li Ziyu, let's talk about your admission. Li Ziyu quickly stood up from the sofa and poured a glass of water for Zhua Hongyang. Zhua Hongyang sat down with his sword and golden horse, filling the entire sofa. He took the teacup from Li Ziyu with a calm expression and the look of an expert. Student Li Ziyu, now you know which martial arts university is stronger, right? Zhua Hongyang laughed proudly, and Li Ziyu nodded in agreement. However, he felt that if Zhua Hongyang stopped shaking his hands when speaking, it might be more convincing. However, Li Ziyu also felt a little more favorable towards Zhua Hongyang's actions. To be honest, although he was the top scorer in the National Martial Arts Examination. However, there are champions in the National Martial Arts Examination every year, and not everyone will have a good future. There are also some who performed very well in the early stages, but later became weak and lost in the crowd. Zhua Hongyang is the dean of the Magic City Martial Arts University and a level 6 warrior. It's already quite good that they can go this far and even resort to fighting just to get me admitted. Student Li Ziyu, I hope our admissions method didn't make you feel uncomfortable. Warriors must fight. No matter what, you need to fight for it. Strive for first place in the martial arts exam, compete for talented students when recruiting students, and even resources for cultivation. You need to fight for these yourself. So when we first started recruiting students, we were actually competing for it. Zhua Hongyang picked up the teacup, drank it all, and said to Li Ziyu with a smile. Geniuses are all arrogant. Perhaps the solution agreed upon by these old guys would cause discomfort in the hearts of young people who had never witnessed the cruelty of warriors. Zhua Hongyang was afraid that Li Ziyu would be upset, so he explained. Yes, I understand. Li Ziyu nodded calmly. This reaction made Zhua Hongyang's eyes flash with admiration. The mind is very mature. After pouring himself a cup of tea, Zhua Hongyang changed his expression to seriousness and said to Li Ziyu. All the conditions I just agreed to you are valid. And if you choose to join our Demon University Martial Arts University, you can ask for anything you need. As long as our Magic City Martial Arts University can satisfy you, we will satisfy you. Zhua Hongyang's expression was sincere. Of course, if you don't choose our Magic City Martial Arts University in the end, that's fine too. The door of our Magic City Martial Arts University will always be open to you. Can you still refuse? Li Ziyu's eyes moved, Zhua Hongyang laughed and looked out the window. There were 3 figures there. Of course, choices are two-way. The way we just did it was just a display of strength. Li Ziyu nodded. Wow, that is so thoughtful. Is this how a genius is treated? After thinking for a while, Li Ziyu said to Zhua Hongyang. I want visualization. The higher the level the better. This was the goal he had decided on before taking the martial arts exam. With the system in hand, he would definitely kill ferocious beasts frequently in the future. Visualization can solve the problem of evil beasts invading, and he must solve this problem. Although he had some preliminary ideas about whether he could improve his martial arts and combat skills through other means. But it has not been put into practice yet. Visualization is still what he needs most. The higher the level, the better the visualization method. Zhua Hongyang nodded. He looked up at Li Ziyu, then lowered his head with a thoughtful look on his face. After thinking for a moment, he said, We have visualization techniques at Magic City Martial Arts University, but first, let me show you something. As he spoke, Zhua Hongyang tapped his bracelet a few times. Immediately afterwards, a blue 3D virtual projection appeared in the center of the living room. The 3D virtual projection shows a group of people in white coats surrounding an object and constantly testing something. Behind this group of white coats stood several old men who looked very imposing and powerful. Li Ziyu also saw Zhua Hongyang among this group of people. 3D virtual projection technology can transmit audio, and Li Ziyu could hear the voices of this group of people clearly. Testing visualization level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Level unknown. Perform a second simulation, same results as above. Perform the third simulation, and the results are the same as above. Then came the fourth and fifth times. For half an hour, the group of people in white coats were conducting simulation effect tests, but the results were the same every time. The picture stopped abruptly here as Zhua Hongyang turned off the projection. In our Magic City Martial Arts University, and even in the entire Great Xia today, the highest level of visualization is level 9. But some time ago, our principal accidentally obtained a visualization method that had never appeared before while exploring a secret realm. After testing, we can be 100% sure that the level of this visualization method is above level 9. Zhua Hongyang paused and continued. However, this visualization method is extremely difficult to practice. So far, no one in the entire Demon University Martial Arts University has been able to master it. Student Li Ziyu, since you want a higher level visualization method, I think you can try this. Even if I can't master it, I can practice other visualization methods as a second choice. He had also practiced this visualization method, but he wasted several years and still couldn't make the breakthrough. Good. Chapter 51, Warm and Shocked Ant. Alright. Li Ziyu. Welcome to Magic City Martial Arts University. I was right about you. Seeing Li Ziyu agreed, Zhua Hongyang laughed. The sofa was shaking up and down due to the laughter. In that case, I won't bother you anymore. By the way, Li Ziyu, you're lucky. The quadrennial National Youth Wuhan University League will be held in 1 year. By then, all students at Wuhan University will participate, including some of the top scorers from previous years. Although you're only a freshman, I can give you a spot so you can go and experience it for yourself. Go experience the martial arts event. In 4 years, maybe I can represent our Shanghai Wuhan University and achieve good results in the National Youth Wuhan University League. Ha ha. Zhua Hongyang laughed and handed Li Ziyu another card, saying, Here are the 5 million Great Xia coins I promised you. I'll give them to you first. You'll need to claim the remaining resources when you get to Demon University and Martial Arts University. Li Ziyu reached out and took it. Zhua Hongyang laughed and left. Outside. The admissions teachers from the other 3 martial arts universities who were listening attentively heard that Li Ziyu had joined the Magic City Martial Arts University. There was a hint of disappointment on his face, but it disappeared immediately. A teacher from Shangpan University expressed some emotion. Student Li Ziyu is not only an awakened chi and blood talent, but at such a young age he has also mastered 3 pinnacle-level martial arts. His talent in martial arts is absolutely unprecedentedly powerful. It's a pity that we didn't recruit Kyoto Wuda. Wait till the next National Youth Wuhan University League, Shanghai University will be in the spotlight. The Kyoto University teacher curled his lips. We'll have to wait until the next National Youth Wuhan University League to shine. Anyway, Kyoto University is a lock to win the championship in this National Youth Wuhan University League. I have no doubts. No one can stop me from doing this. In the living room, Li Ziyu opened her mobile phone and checked the balance of her bank account. 10 million daxia coins. Tisk, it's only been a few days and he's suddenly become a multi-millionaire. How do I spend the money? Waiting online, it's urgent. The next goal is very clear, to enroll in Magic University. After arriving at the Demon University, he practiced the visualization method and combat skills to improve his strength. Then prepare for the National Wuhan University Youth League at the end of the year. Although Zhua Hongyang said that participation is important. But given Li Ziyu's personality, participating means striving for it with all her strength. Besides, he also wanted to see what a spectacular sight it would be when geniuses from all over the country gathered to compete. I wonder how his strength will rank among the country's geniuses in a year. The next morning, Li Ziyu packed up and went out. He made an appointment with his aunt to visit today. I will be reporting to the Magic University in half a month. After I go to the Magic University, I will have fewer opportunities to return to Xujiang City. Before leaving, I went to visit my aunt's house. When I went out, the cabinets and shoes that originally occupied the entire corridor had disappeared, and the corridor was also cleaned spotlessly. Li Ziyu walked to the neighbor's door and looked inside. It was empty. He glanced at it and then looked away, no longer paying attention to such a trivial matter. Moment. Came to where my aunt lives. A group of villas surrounded by mountains and water. Li Ziyu's information had been recorded in the access control system in advance by his aunt. He scanned his face at the gate and entered the community smoothly. Following his memory, Li Ziyu knocked on the door of his aunt Yun Shuhui's house. Hey, here I come. Aunt. The door opened, and a woman named Yun Shuhui, who was 168 centimeters tall, with an oval face and willow-shaped eyebrows, and wearing a colorful apron, stood at the door. The appearance in Li Ziyu's memory overlapped with the figure in front of him. I haven't seen my aunt for half a year, but her face hasn't changed at all. Li Ziyu greeted her aunt with a smile. Xiaoyu, you're here. Come and sit down. I made your favorite braised pork ribs today. Seeing the smile on Li Ziyu's face, the aunt looked at Li Ziyu from head to toe and said with a smile, I've grown taller and stronger than before. As he said that, he walked forward, took Li Ziyu's arm, and walked into the house. Walking into the living room, Li Ziyu put down the gift in her hand. Yun Shuhui looked unhappy when she saw it. You're here, why did you bring a gift? Xiaoyu, do you treat your aunt as an outsider? Yun Shuhui pretended to be angry. At this time, cousin Zhao Yanan also came out of the bedroom and looked excited when she saw Li Ziyu. TSK, the top scholar is here. What top scholar? Xiaoya, you're talking nonsense. Go wash your hands and let's eat together. Yun Shuhui glared at Zhao Yanan, who shrank his neck, said oh and ran away obediently. Yun Shuhui looked at Li Ziyu with a smile and said, I don't know what's wrong with Xiaoya. After she came back, she kept mumbling the words number one scholar for no apparent reason. I don't know what she was saying. I guess I was too excited after the martial arts exam. Yun Shuhui brought the dinner plates from the kitchen, placed the dishes and chopsticks on the table, and invited Li Ziyu to come to the table. Li Ziyu smiled. It seemed that his cousin already knew that he had won the top spot in the national martial arts examination, but his aunt didn't know yet. While the dishes were being put away, Zhao Yanan came out after washing her hands. At this time, the door was opened again, and it was my uncle Zhao who came back. Xiaoyu, I've already told your uncle that I've reserved a position for you as a company manager. When you have time, you can go to work at your uncle's company. On the dining table. During mealtimes. The aunt looked at Li Ziyu and said seriously. I know you have a strong sense of self-esteem and have always been unwilling to accept your aunt's help. But you have to listen to me this time. Working for others in society is not only low paid but also easy to be bullied. Go to your uncle's company, no one dares to bully you, and let your uncle give you a base salary of 20,000. Don't think the position of supervisor is too low. After you have been familiar with it for 2 years, I will ask your uncle to promote you to vice president. Xiaoya will become a warrior. Your uncle and I don't have a son. In my eyes, you are our own son. When we quit, your uncle's company will be inherited by you. Yun Shuhui spoke seriously, and her uncle Zhao beside her nodded from time to time to show his agreement with Yun Shuhui. My cousin Zhao Yanan just kept her head down and ate, looking like she was trying very hard to hold back her laughter. Li Ziyu knew what her cousin was laughing at. However, when he looked at his aunt Yun Shuhui's serious expression, he felt a warm current in his heart. He could see that his aunt Yun Shuhui was sincere and not pretending when she said this. No need, auntie, Xiaoyu. I've always let you do whatever you want in other matters, but this time you must listen to me. Auntie is definitely doing this for your own good. Yun Shuhui's expression was a little serious. Li Ziyu was about to explain, but at this time her cousin Zhao Yanan couldn't hold it in any longer and couldn't help laughing out loud. Chapter 52, Aunt's Feelings. Zhao Yanan, who has something on her mind, says goodbye. Yun Shuhui rolled her eyes at her. Uncle Zhao also tapped Zhao Yanan on the forehead to signal her not to make trouble. Dad. Mom. Don't worry about your cousin not being able to find a job. He doesn't even need to find a job. He's already become a warrior. And he's the top scorer in the martial arts exam. He's the one I've been talking about these past few days. After a moment of silence, Zhao Yanan emphasized with a serious expression. The top scorer in the national martial arts exam. When she learned that Li Ziyu was the national #1 scorer, she was so shocked that she couldn't sleep all night. However, she did not tell her parents Yun Shuhui and Zhao Li about this. I'd been keeping it a secret because I wanted to reveal it today and give them both a good shock. Zhao Yanan looked at the two of them with great interest, waiting for their reactions. However, the shocking scene she imagined did not occur. Yun Shuhui and Zhao Li both looked at her with eyes that showed concern for a mentally retarded person. Aunt Yun Shuhui even touched Zhao Yanan's head with pity. This kid probably hurt his brain in the battle with the ferocious beast in the martial arts exam yesterday. He's just talking nonsense. I clearly remember Xiaoyu's blood and qi test result was 0.8. It was difficult for her to get into Wuhan University, let alone become the top scorer in the country. Forehead. It's true. Zhao Yanan's eyes widened and she tried to explain desperately. But the two of them didn't believe it at all. Aunt, uncle, what Sister Yanan said is true. I won the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. And now I have been admitted to the Magic City Martial Arts University. This is my admission letter. Li Ziyu said this and took out the admission letter he had brought with him. Cousin, so you chose Magic City University? Zhao Yanan's beautiful eyebrows raised. He looked at the admission letter, then quickly lowered his head, took out his cell phone and started typing something. Yun Shuhui glanced at Zhao Yanan suspiciously, then turned her gaze to the admission letter handed over by Li Ziyu. She suspected that Li Ziyu and Zhao Yanan had discussed it in advance and used the admission letter to deceive her. Pick up your acceptance letter. The surface is covered with red leather, and the edge area is inlaid with gold. After opening it, I saw the words Magic City Martial Arts University written in a flamboyant style on the parchment made of an unknown material. There is also a principal's signature below. This, now I know, it doesn't look fake. Husband, you know a lot, why don't you come and take a look? Yun Shuhui looked up and down suspiciously as she took the notice. The workmanship was so exquisite that she was a little unsure. But Magic City Martial Arts University is one of the 4 best martial arts universities in the country. The admission requirements are extremely stringent. Every year, only a few people in the city are admitted to the Magic City Martial Arts University. But now someone suddenly told her that her nephew, whom she had always thought had no talent in martial arts, was admitted to the Magic City Martial Arts University? This is too hard to believe. And, the admission letter is real. It has the certificate number on it. You can find it by searching on the official website. I will be reporting to the Magic City in half a month. I came here to say goodbye to you. Li Ziyu was busy eating rice while talking. Moment. After some hectic verification, Yun Shuhui sat on the sofa in a daze, thinking over and over again about the results she had just found. Her nephew was actually admitted to the Magic City Martial Arts University? And the dean came here in person to recruit students? As the top scorer in the National Martial Arts exam, he was offered generous admission conditions by the dean and was able to get into the Magic City Martial Arts University? She felt like she was dreaming now. It doesn't feel real. Li Ziyu understood Yun Shuhui's reaction very well. If it were him, it would probably take some time to digest it. It's like your best friend who was always skipping classes to play games online, and suddenly one day he tells you that he is actually the top student in the country. The first reaction would definitely be to think it's bullshit. Even if the evidence is right in front of you, it takes some time to digest before you can accept it. Zhao Li's reaction at the side was not much better than Yun Shuhui's. He had flipped through the admission letter in his hand over and over again more than a dozen times. But Zhao Li runs a company after all, so he has strong psychological qualities. He quickly accepted the fact that Li Ziyu was the top scorer in the National Martial Arts exam. While looking at the admission letter in his hand, he kept looking at Li Ziyu's face. Looking at Li Ziyu, he could not help but marvel at her. I can't stop praising him, saying things like, a genius, I didn't expect the god of Wuchu was right next to me. Xiaoyu, are you really the top scorer in the National Martial Arts exam? And you were even accepted into the Magic City Martial Arts University? It took Yun Shuhui a while to come back to her senses. But his expression was still hesitant, and he asked uncertainly. Li Ziyu felt helpless. How bad was the impression my aunt had on me before? I still don't believe it even though I have the admission letter in hand. But he could understand it. After all, it has only been less than 10 days since he finished testing his qi and blood at school. Li Ziyu said helplessly. Really, auntie? Eat now, it will get cold if you don't. Li Ziyu chatted for a while at his aunt's house, then stood up, said something, and walked out of the room under the reluctant gazes of his aunt and uncle. Cousin, when are you leaving for the Magic City? Are you taking the high-speed rail? As soon as Li Ziyu went out, his cousin Zhao Yanan caught up with him, looked at him mysteriously and asked. Well, it should be the high-speed train. There happened to be a high-speed train to Shanghai this morning. Li Ziyu answered without thinking too much. It only takes 6 hours to get from Xujiang City to Shanghai by high-speed rail. In fact, it is more convenient to take a plane. But Li Ziyu felt that the plane was flying in the sky, and if it was attacked by some ferocious beast flying in the sky, it would be easy for something to go wrong. It's not as safe as being on the ground. However, the Daxia government also often organizes warriors to regularly clear out ferocious beasts from the transportation routes between cities. I think he won't be attacked by ferocious beasts on his way to the Magic City this time. Yeah. Okay. Got it. Zhao Yanan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Li Ziyu looked at her cousin suspiciously, her eyes revealing a cunning look, not knowing what she was up to. But he didn't ask any more questions, just waved his hand and left. Brother, congratulations. I've known for a long time that you're something special, but I didn't expect you to be even more amazing than I thought. TSK. The top scorer in the National Martial Arts exam, I can't even imagine it. You are this. Jinwu Pavilion, VIP room. Tang Xian poured tea for Li Ziyu and gave him a thumbs up. Then he waved his hand with a heroic expression, pushed back the bank card handed to him by Li Ziyu, and muttered. You can use these 20 qi and blood pills, but you won't feel comfortable paying for them. Just remember that you have a friend like me, Tang Xian, in Xujiang City. Chapter 53 Mastering the Thunder Slash. Li Ziyu, what a coincidence. Li Ziyu thought about it and did not refuse Tang Xian's kindness. When Tang Xian showed his affection to him at first, he refused because he didn't know what kind of person Tang Xian was. Second, he felt that he was unable to repay the favor. But now, he felt it was okay to accept it. Because he had an idea he wanted to test. This is what he has been thinking about since the end of the martial arts exam. Since the system can increase qi and blood by killing ferocious beasts, use qi and blood to add points to martial arts and realm. Then is it possible to directly use qi and blood pills to improve qi and blood, and add points to martial arts and realm? It's all qi and blood anyway, just the ways of obtaining it are different. Qi and blood pills equals qi and blood points equals improvement. The idea is too tempting. If this is feasible, then in addition to raising his realm by killing ferocious beasts, he will have another way to improve. However, he had already finished eating the 20 qi and blood pills given to him by Principal Lu, and there was no movement on the system panel. Li Ziyu was unwilling to give up, so he decided to go to Jinwu Pavilion and buy more qi and blood pills for experimentation. After saying goodbye to Tang Xian, Li Ziyu returned to the sofa at home. He took out the round and fragrant qi and blood pill from the bag and swallowed it in one gulp. 2, 3. Li Ziyu took 5 qi and blood pills in a row, but there was still no change on the system panel. Li Ziyu frowned. Could it be that this method of using qi and blood pills to improve qi and blood would not work? He was somewhat unwilling. Enduring the heat in his body, he gritted his teeth, took out a few qi and blood pills from the bag, tilted his head back and swallowed them. Anyway, he has a strong physique and can handle eating too much. After taking more than a dozen qi and blood pills, Li Ziyu's skin began to turn red and heat began to come out of his head. It worked. It actually works. Li Ziyu looked excited and couldn't help but clench his fist. As the medicinal power of the 11th qi and blood pill was digested, changes finally appeared on the system panel. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 1 Peak Warrior. Combat skills, Peak Bull Body Technique, Peak Body Technique, Peak Sword Technique, Advanced Vajra Body, Gale Sword Technique Plus, Thunder/Entry Level. System, Martial God System. Function, it can absorb everything and improve qi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. The qi and blood converted from the qi and blood pill can not only improve the combat skill Gale Blade Technique, but also can be used to enter the entry-level combat skills? Li Ziyu looked at the last line of words that appeared on the system panel with a surprised expression. He only took out the third-level sword technique Thunder Slash given to him by Tsong Yulong and looked at it once, but he had not really comprehended and learned it. I had originally planned to fully comprehend it when I arrived at the Magic City Martial Arts University. But now, it seems that it is no longer necessary? Li Ziyu did not hesitate and recited it in his heart. Entry-level Thunder Slash. He did not choose to add points to the Gale Sword Technique. His current means of attack all rely on the 3 top-level martial arts and the blessing of qi and blood, violently defeating the enemy. In fact, there are not many times when the Gale Sword technique is actually used against the enemy. Instead of adding the first level swordsmanship skill, the Gale Sword technique, it is better to directly learn the third level swordsmanship skill, the Thunder Slash. If you have extra energy and blood later, it will not be too late to add the Gale Sword technique. As Li Ziyu's thoughts came to mind, changes appeared on the system panel. The level of the Thunder Slash fighting skill that was not yet entry level was directly changed to the entry level level. Moreover, in the combat skills ranking, he directly came to the first place. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 1 Peak Warrior. Combat skills, Primary Thunder Slash, Peak Bull Body Technique, Peak Sword Technique, Advanced Vajra Body, Gale Sword Technique. System, Martial God System. Function, it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. It seems that the Thunder Slash given by Governor Tsang is very precious. It is only at the elementary level, but it is able to surpass 3 peak level martial arts and ranks first among all combat skills. Try the power. Thinking of this, Li Ziyu put away the panel, stood up and picked up the Yaoyue battle sword placed next to the sofa. Yaoyue is the name Li Ziyu just gave to this knife. Li Ziyu took a deep breath, held the Yaoyue in one hand, and pointed it in one direction. Cut it down hard. At the same time, he shouted, Thunder Slash! Boom! In an instant, a red streak of light, electricity appears in the void. The sound of breaking wind, accompanied by a thunderous explosion, broke the silence. Crash! A 2-meter gap was cut directly in the reinforced concrete wall. The cement fell down with a loud noise. Li Ziyu stood in the middle of the living room, holding Yaoyu in a daze. His eyes widened slightly as he watched a large piece of the smooth wall disappear out of thin air in front of him, leaving behind the moonlight. Knife chi? He just swung the knife at the air and had no intention of chopping at the wall at all. The wall was still 3 or 4 meters away from the tip of his knife, but it was cut in half with just one blow? After a while, Li Ziyu slowly put away the knife. Excited expression. Strong. Worthy of being a level 3 swordsmanship. I'm only at level 1 and I've already achieved the effect of attacking from outside my body. Not only is the speed fast, but the attack is also so powerful. It seems that this will be my trump card attack from now on. After putting away Yaoyu, Li Ziyu sat back on the sofa. I poured myself a glass of boiled water and drank it all in one gulp. After calming down, Li Ziyu began to think about using the Qi and Blood pill to improve his Qi and Blood. Including the 20 Qi and Blood pills that Principal Lu gave him, plus the 11 he just took. In total, he took 31 Qi and Blood pills. A Qi and Blood pill costs 100,000 yuan, which is a full 3,100,000 Great Xia coins. Spending 3.1 million Great Xia coins to get started with the Thunder Slash combat skill feels a bit expensive. Li Ziyu said with some pain. If Tsang Yulong knew what Li Ziyu was thinking at this moment, he would probably be speechless and vomit blood. Thunder Slash is notoriously difficult to master among the third-level combat skills. You can get started with money. Tsang Yulong wanted to say, is 300 million enough? So, although Qi and Blood pills can be used to increase Qi and Blood, it's slower than killing ferocious beasts. Li Ziyu looked at the changes on the system panel and thought to himself. But it's worth it, at least it gives me another way to improve myself. Although it can only be used as an auxiliary means. Looks like I need to find a way to get more Qi and Blood pills. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, the early morning sun dispelled the darkness. After washing up, Li Ziyu took a taxi to the high-speed rail station in the suburbs of Xujiang City. He has already bought the high-speed rail ticket to Shanghai. It takes only 6 hours to reach the Magic City. Li Ziyu had just arrived at the high-speed rail station and had not yet swiped his card to enter when he heard a female voice calling him from behind. There was surprise in the voice. Classmate Li Ziyu, are you going to the Magic City today too? What a coincidence! Chapter 54. What a coincidence, security check, such a handsome little brother. Li Ziyu turned her head. Then I saw a petite girl wearing a white round-necked shirt and a preppy-style skirt. Looking at him in surprise. It's Charlene. Charlene seemed to have dressed up specially today. She had light makeup on her face, and her fair skin looked like porcelain against the powder. Without a single flaw. When she smiled, 2 dimples appeared on her face, and her watery eyes blinked. Li Ziyu blinked and looked at the graceful Xia Lin standing in front of him. Suddenly, the scene of his cousin Zhao Yanan asking him when he would go to Shanghai at the dinner table yesterday came to his mind. It turned out that he was trying to find out his whereabouts for Charlene. Li Ziyu looked at Charlene, who was only slightly above his chest, and replied with a half-smile. What a coincidence. Li Ziyu happened to draw out a long note. Being stared at by Li Ziyu, a blush unconsciously flashed across Xiaolin's fair cheeks. He subconsciously looked down, not daring to look directly into Li Ziyu's eyes. Two white lotus root arms were behind her back, her small hands intertwined, and she said in a barely audible voice. Li Ziyu, I'm also going to Shanghai to register. I'm enrolling at Lanpu Martial Arts University. I don't know which train you're on. I remember there was only one high-speed train from Xujiang City to Magic City in the morning, right? Li Ziyu chuckled. He knew Lanpu Martial Arts University, which was also in Shanghai and was considered a good martial arts university in the country. It seems that Xiao Lin's score is not enough to enter the Magic City Martial Arts University, so she chose Lanpu Martial Arts University. Of course, there may be some connection between them. Li Ziyu slung her backpack across her body and waved to Charlene. Since we are all heading to the Magic City, let's go together. Hurry up, the train is about to arrive. Yeah, here I come. Li Ziyu's words brought a bright smile to Xiaolin's face. Looking at Li Ziyu's slender back with her shoulders folded, she suddenly felt happy. I feel like the sun is getting brighter. He responded happily and hurried to catch up with Li Ziyu. The two walked side by side and soon arrived at the security check. Li Ziyu was carrying weapons this time, so she had to go through security check if she wanted to take the high-speed rail. Arrived at the security check channel reserved for warriors. The young lady in the blue patrol uniform held the medal in her hand, which proved she was a top-level warrior. While looking back and forth at Li Ziyu's face, there was nothing but surprise in his eyes. Classmate, is this first-level peak warrior medal really yours? Impersonating a warrior is a serious crime. It's not that she was targeting Li Ziyu on purpose, it's mainly because Li Ziyu's face is too young. In her opinion, he was not even 18 years old. She had never seen a top-level warrior under the age of 18. Unheard of. While they were talking, another inspector was attracted by the commotion here and came over. After taking a look at the first-level peak warrior medal in the young lady's hand, he also looked suspicious. Authentic, this is my admission letter. The number on it should represent my identity as a warrior. There is one bad thing about this medal representing the identity of a warrior, that is, there is no photo on it. And as luck would have it, the machine at the high-speed rail station that could check the identity of warriors was broken and was still under repair. If you want to prove his identity as a warrior, you can only go to the Martial Arts Association for investigation. However, the round trip would probably take at least half an hour, and the high-speed train was about to leave, so he didn't want to be delayed. Fortunately, he carried the admission letter from the Magic University with him. It has high gold content and can also represent his identity as a warrior. Oh. Okay, I'm so sorry. The regulations state that only warriors can carry weapons on the train. We are also conducting a routine inspection. We apologize for the inconvenience. The patrol lady quickly stood up and politely took the admission letter from Li Ziyu. As he was looking through it, another inspector came over. After seeing the school on the admission letter, the inspector's beautiful eyes widened subconsciously, and her tone was astonished. Devil City University of Supernatural Powers? Ah, I remember now, Li Ziyu, you are this year's top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination, Li Ziyu. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect you to be in a regular cabin. I didn't recognize you just now. At this time, the patrol lady suddenly thought of something. She covered her mouth with both hands. At the same time, his eyes widened. After a moment of reaction, he quickly returned the admission letter to Li Ziyu, while apologizing repeatedly. Another inspector nearby also recognized Li Ziyu's identity at this time, and hurried forward to help Li Ziyu with the luggage, while at the same time turning his head to look at Li Ziyu frequently. Younger than expected. It doesn't matter. Li Ziyu waved her hands to show that she didn't care. It's all for public safety, he can understand. After all, a warrior carrying a weapon can be as destructive as a flood or a beast to ordinary people, so they still have to go through the necessary security checks. He just felt a little sad about the status of warriors. At this time, a man wearing a white patrol uniform and looking like a captain also came over. After quickly understanding the situation on the scene, he said to Li Ziyu in awe. Student, we were negligent in our work and wasted your time. To express our apologies, we have upgraded you and your companion's seats to VIP business class. We apologize for the inconvenience. Li Ziyu was surprised after hearing this. Is there such a good thing? He didn't refuse. A business class ticket on the high-speed train from Xuzhou to Shanghai costs several thousand yuan. With his current savings, he is not under pressure. But a warrior's physique is far superior to that of an ordinary person. Not to mention sitting in a second-class seat for 6 hours, he wouldn't even feel a thing even if he stood for 6 hours. Based on the principle that the money should be spent on buying qi and blood pills, he bought a second-class seat. But now that I can get an upgrade, it's a pleasant surprise. After refusing the offer of help with their luggage, Li Ziyu and Xiaolin entered the station and boarded the train together. The business class has only 8 seats. The space is spacious and bright. For tall, pretty female flight attendants wearing uniform. Standing at the 4 corners of the carriage with a smile, they are always ready to meet the service needs of passengers. 6 of the 8 seats were already occupied. Among them sat 4 young men who looked like students. 2 men and 2 women were chatting loudly, their tone revealing pride. However, it can be seen that the conversation among these people is mainly centered on a young man with yellow hair and freckles on his face. Young Master Huang, your strength has reached the level of a first-level intermediate warrior, right? A window seat among 4 people. The girl with big yellow wavy hair looked at Huang Xiao with envy and asked curiously. But I just reached the intermediate level and am about to get certified as a first-level advanced warrior. It's not something worth publicizing. Huang Xiao waved his hand and sneered, looking like he wanted to keep a low profile. But the arrogance in his eyes was almost visible on his face. I'm only at the first level of a beginner warrior, and you're almost at the advanced level, Master Huang. You're amazing. The girl with big wavy hair opened her eyes wide, looking surprised and envious. Another young man in the team, wearing black-framed glasses, also had an envious expression, with a hint of flattery on his face. Young Master Huang is so young and he's about to become a first-level advanced warrior. From now on, we will follow young Master Huang at Lanpu University. Another girl who was traveling with them also agreed. They spoke without lowering their voices, and the tall flight attendant beside them heard it clearly. Looking at the 4 people talking so loudly, an expression of envy appeared on his face. Especially when I saw the yellow-haired boy, my envy was beyond words. Such a young warrior, and was admitted to Lanpu Martial Arts University, which is ranked among the top 10 in the country. He is truly a genius. Huang Xiao really enjoyed being praised by the people around him. He looked reserved, but his words were full of self-praise. Don't worry, I will protect you at Lanpu Martial Arts University from now on. I've been invited to join the most powerful mutual aid society at Lanpu Martial Arts University. When your realm is raised, I'll bring you in. After Huang Xiao finished speaking, he paused deliberately to give the 2 girls time to praise themselves. The influence of the Mutual Aid Society is spread across several martial arts universities in Magic City. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the most powerful society among all the universities in Magic City. It will always be at the Magic City Martial Arts University. Those who are invited to join the Mutual Aid Association are all the elites among the elites, and are all top-level figures. Anyone who hears it will be proud. But after waiting for a while, the imagined flattery was not heard. Huang Xiao was a little displeased and glanced at the 2 girls who were traveling with him. At this moment, they stared at the direction of the aisle with their eyes wide open, not blinking, and said subconsciously, "What a handsome little brother. I feel like I'm in love. Can I go up to him and ask for Feishuan? Chapter 55 Classmate, can you add me on Feishan?" The boy with glasses also has hooked eyes. However, he was not as crazy as the 2 girls, but had a sour look on his face. Why is he so handsome? Huang Xiao glanced around again. I noticed that the tall attendants in the carriage were also looking towards the aisle, and their expressions were similar to those of my 2 female classmates. Huang Xiao's face darkened, and he followed the direction of the few people and looked towards the aisle. I only saw a young man in a black t-shirt and with an upright posture placing luggage in the corridor. The boy has 3-dimensional facial features, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. The whole person exudes a masculine and confident aura from the inside out. The eyes of his 2 female classmates and the tall flight attendant were all attracted by this young man. Snort! Being handsome is useless. In this world, warriors are respected, and strength is the only way to succeed. Having looks without strength is nothing but a useless thing. Huang Xiao looked at the infatuated gazes of his female classmates and the tall flight attendant with a look of disdain. But I felt a little jealous. His appearance is his pain, and he feels uncomfortable when he sees someone who is more handsome than him. However, he did not feel any particularly powerful aura from the other party, so his strength should be weaker than his. Huang Xiao felt a little more balanced. At this time, Li Ziyu put away her luggage and sat down. Charlene's figure emerged from the obstruction. The moment he saw Xiaolin, Huang Xiao's eyes lit up and a look of surprise flashed across his face. This girl is so beautiful. She is definitely a school beauty. Student Li Ziyu, we still have 6 hours to go before we arrive at our destination. I brought some snacks, I'll share them with you. Sit on the airline seat. Charlene took out 2 bags of potato chips from her bag, tore them open and handed them to Li Ziyu, with 2 dimples on her face. I don't eat snacks, you can eat it yourself. Li Ziyu glanced at Xiaolin, smiled and waved her hand to refuse. As he spoke, he took out a qi and blood pill from his bag and stuffed it into his mouth like a candy bean. Then close your eyes and start practicing. He didn't want to waste 6 hours on the high-speed train. Student Li Ziyu, was that a qi and blood pill you just took? Xiaolin saw the round pill that Li Ziyu casually threw into his mouth, blinked, and then widened his eyes slightly. Is this how you always take qi and blood pills? Li Ziyu was stunned and a little confused. Is there anything wrong with eating like this? No. Xiaolin waved her hand and replied, can the qi and blood pill be taken directly like this? Why do teachers in school teach that medicine must be diluted with water before consumption? Seeing Li Ziyu close his eyes again, there was no reaction. Charlene did not raise her doubts, thinking that every teacher taught differently. After a while, Xiaolin couldn't help but secretly glance at Li Ziyu. He glanced at the potato chips in his hand again. After relaxing after the exams these 2 days, she didn't practice much. But I didn't expect that Li Ziyu was so hardworking and didn't stop practicing even on the road. A look of admiration flashed across Charlene's face, and then she began to crunch her potato chips. Classmate, can you add me on Fission? Just then, Huang Xiao in front could no longer suppress the desire in his heart. He stood up from his seat and walked quickly to Charlene's side. He grinned, revealing a gentlemanly smile. He opened the Fission message and waved it in front of Xiaolin. Are you the student going to the Magic City to register? I'm also going to the Magic City to register. Let's get to know each other. Xiaolin didn't even raise her head, didn't even look at Huang Xiao, and said in a cold tone. Sorry, I don't have Fission. Then he continued eating his potato chips. Ding dong. Just then, Charlene's cell phone rang and she quickly picked it up and took a look. Sister Xiaolin, did you meet my cousin? How did the conversation go? Sitting together, Xiaoya, but what topics does Li Ziyu usually like to talk about? I feel like he's a bit aloof. I don't know either. I can't help you, Sister Xiaolin. Come on. Huang Xiao looked at Xiaolin who was chatting enthusiastically on Fission, and his eyes couldn't help twitching, and his hand holding the phone froze in mid-air. He took a deep breath to suppress the anger in his heart. Ever since he became a warrior and won the city's top martial arts exam, no one has ever dared to ignore him like this. And in front of his classmates and so many people. Huang Xiao took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said, Maybe I didn't make myself clear. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Huang Mingyuan, and I'm the top scorer in this year's Hulua City Martial Arts examination. I'm also a freshman at Lanpu Martial Arts University this year. I'm on this train to register at Lanpu Martial Arts University in Shanghai. You know Lanpu Martial Arts University, right? It's ranked 9th in the entire Daxia. After Huang Xiao finished speaking, the corners of his mouth curled up high. At the same time, he subtly revealed the first-level intermediate warrior medal on his chest and looked down at Xiaolin with confidence. Looking forward to Charlene's reaction after hearing all these titles. As expected, the girl came over and added him on Fission immediately. Chapter 56 The Angry Yellow-Haired Man Attacks. Oh, awesome. Excuse me, please move aside, you are blocking my view of the scenery outside. Charlene gave a perfunctory "oh" and continued to quickly tap on Fission, chatting animatedly. Do you know what winning the Hulua City Martial Arts exam represents? Do you know what Lanpu Martial Arts University represents? Not only did I join Lanpu Martial Arts University, I was also invited to join the Mutual Aid Association. Do you know what this means? The Mutual Aid Society is the strongest club in all the martial arts universities in the Magic City. Only geniuses can join. Do you know what this means? Huang Xiao was stunned, his expression frozen on his face. He felt that he couldn't understand Xia Lin anymore. Maybe this girl had a problem with her brain? Or is he from the village? Don't know what I just said means? Phew. With a chuckle, someone in the carriage couldn't help but burst out laughing at this scene. Huang Xiao's face turned the color of liver. Suppressing the anger in my heart. Prepare to speak again. But before he could continue speaking, Xia Lin looked impatient and frowned as she stared at Huang Xiao. I know what you want to say. Lampu Martial Arts University, right? I know. Not only do I know this, I'm also going to be a student at Lampu Martial Arts University. I repeat again, I don't have any fichen. Xia Lin was also a little annoyed, and she quickly and secretly turned her head to glance at Li Ziyu. Seeing that Li Ziyu was still practicing with his eyes closed and no displeasure showed on his face, Xia Lin quickly breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Li Ziyu would think she was causing trouble and that it would be bad if she ignored her in the future. But it seems that Li Ziyu doesn't care. Thinking about it, Xia Lin said with a cold face, if you don't leave, I will call the patrol over. There is a section of the high-speed railway that passes through a wilderness area, where ferocious beasts occasionally appear. To ensure safety, warriors are arranged to patrol each train and are responsible for the safety of the train during operation. Also responsible for handling some disputes between warriors. Huang Xiao's expression also turned cold, and his face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. He saw clearly what Charlene did just now. I know that it was because of Li Ziyu and Xia Lin who were sitting next to me that she rejected me. Thinking of this, Huang Xiao turned his head to glance at Li Ziyu, who was sitting next to Xia Lin and had his eyes closed. He turned to look at Xia Lin again and said in a cold tone. Don't think that just because you can get into Lanpu Martial Arts University, you have the right to talk to me like this. There are also different levels among the freshmen. Also, the person next to you is also a student at Lanpu Martial Arts University, right? I tell you, being handsome is not enough to make a living, you know? In this world, strength is everything. It's even more so after I entered Wuhan University. With the way you just spoke to me, I can send a message and make sure the two of you can't even survive as freshmen at Lanpu Martial Arts University, do you know that? Huang Xiao glared at Li Ziyu fiercely. He snorted coldly, said something harsh, and turned around to go back to his seat. He really wasn't kidding. The Mutual Aid Association he joined was an elite society formed by successive leading seniors of Wuhan University. After so many years of development, it has already gained considerable influence in various Wuhan universities, and only talented students can join it. As long as the other party is still in Lanpu, it will be very easy to deliberately target the two of them when they start school. Huang Xiao thought to himself. Are you threatening me? Just when Huang Xiao turned around, Li Ziyu's cold voice rang out from the seat. Li Ziyu came back to his senses from his practice, slowly opened his eyes, and looked at Huang Xiao calmly. Although he was practicing just now, he could clearly hear everything happening here. The cause and effect of the matter were clear, and I originally thought it was just a melodramatic episode and didn't intend to pay attention to it. But Huang Xiao's last words made a chill run through his heart. He hates being threatened the most. Besides, since he is not at Lanpu Martial Arts University, Mr. Huang cannot influence him. But Charlene is going to Lanpu Martial Arts University. There is a real possibility that Charlene is being targeted. As they were from the same hometown, they were both threatened in the face. Li Ziyu felt that he could not bear it. So what if I threaten you? It's you who's being threatened. Huang Xiao snorted coldly, unwilling to be outdone. He stroked the badge on his chest that represented a first-level intermediate warrior and stared at Li Ziyu with a sinister look. Li Ziyu looks about the same age as him. But he didn't care at all. Being the number one in the Hulua City martial arts examination and having the strength that is approaching that of a first-level advanced martial artist, he has absolute confidence in his own abilities. After all, how many top scholars are there in a city in the whole of Daxia? Li Ziyu didn't say anything and slowly stood up from his seat. At this moment, the voices and discussions in the carriage disappeared as he stood up. The atmosphere in the car froze for a moment. Something's going to happen, go call Inspector Wang over. The high-speed train attendant who had been watching from the side felt that something was wrong and quickly turned around and ran out of the car. Young boys are naturally hot-tempered. Not to mention this kind of warrior whose energy and blood far exceed those of ordinary people. They will not care about the consequences if they start fighting over a disagreement. If a conflict occurs between warriors on the high-speed rail, the consequences will be unimaginable. Two geniuses, we're on a high-speed train here, please restrain yourself. If you have any grudges, you can wait until we get to school and settle them in the ring. You're all going to a prestigious school, don't ruin your future. At this time, at the connection between the carriages, there was a middle-aged man wearing black combat uniform and a dagger on his waist. Under the guidance of the crew, he walked quickly towards the carriage. He kept trying to dissuade her as he walked. He just heard from the flight attendant what happened here. He looked at Li Ziyu and Huang Xiao, who appeared calm on the surface, but the atmosphere was tense, and secretly groaned in his heart. Both of them are students of Lanpu Martial Arts University. There is one who is the top scorer in the martial arts exam in Halua City and is about to be certified as a first-level advanced warrior. I am only a first-level advanced warrior. This Mr. Huang is so young, but his strength is almost catching up with him. Inspector Wang secretly groaned in his heart. Nothing much usually happens on the high-speed train, and he was thinking of using this time to practice the natural breathing method he had just mastered. I encountered such a difficult thing. Handsome guy, please restrain yourself a little bit. Inspector Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at Li Ziyu again and persuaded him. I don't know the background of this young man who is confronting Huang Xiao. He is so brave. Can't he see Huang Xiao's identity and strength? You dare to speak to me, young Master Huang, like that? No one here today can stop you. Being watched by so many beauties and people, Huang Xiao felt that he couldn't maintain his dignity unless he did something. He spoke coldly. But just at this moment, there was a loud bang. The entire carriage shook violently as if it had been hit by some huge force. The water cups and fruit plates on the table were scattered all over the floor, and everyone in the carriage was stumbling around. Chapter 57, Level 2 Intermediate Ferocious Beast, Two-Headed Scavenger Eagle. Li Ziyu's feet were as steady as a rock, unlike the others who were unsteady on their feet. Without moving, his feet seemed to be firmly stuck to the ground like suction cups. He frowned and looked around. What's going on? The high-speed rail was attacked? What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Was there a car crash? I saw a dark shadow fly past the window. Are we being attacked by a ferocious beast? Boom! Just then, the carriage shook violently again. The two female classmates with Huang Xiao and the four tall flight attendants squatted on the ground with terrified faces, looking around in panic. Inspector Wang! This is bad. We're being attacked by a ferocious beast. At this moment, a young man who looked like a driver ran out from the cab in a panic, shouting anxiously as he ran. Don't panic. Did you see clearly what kind of ferocious beast it was? They looked like two ferocious beasts that looked like eagles, but they were bigger than a house. The driver gestured and tried to describe it with a trembling voice. Oh, and by the way, he has two heads. Two heads. Hiss. A level 2 intermediate level ferocious beast, the two-headed scavenger eagle. Inspector Wang's eyes widened, his face filled with horror. The driver's description immediately made a terrifying image of a ferocious beast appear in his mind. Did you see it wrong? This route is built along the outskirts of the city. How could a level 2 mid-level beast possibly appear here? Inspector Wang said this in shock as he quickly walked to the window and looked out. At this moment, the carriage shook again with a loud bang. Then a shadow flashed outside the window. Then the carriage seemed to be squeezed by some sharp object, and the iron sheet on the roof began to squeak and twist. With a final thud, the entire upper part of the carriage disappeared, revealing the blue sky and the huge figure of a two-headed scavenger eagle blocking out the sunlight. Student Huang, save us! The four high-speed train crew members in the carriage, and Huang Xiao's three companions. Looking at the suddenly disappearing car roof and the two-headed scavenger eagle hovering above them. He was stunned at first, then he reacted and screamed in horror. Shit! It's actually a level 2 intermediate level ferocious beast, the two-headed scavenger eagle. Huang Xiao widened his eyes, swallowed his saliva and looked up in horror. He saw the four golden eyes of the two-headed giant eagle above his head staring at him indifferently. It seemed as if it was going to attack him in the next second. Two-headed carrion eagle, a level 2 intermediate ferocious beast. Opposite Huang Xiao, Li Ziyu looked up and stared at the two-headed giant eagle. The wingspan of this ferocious beast is at least 10 meters. It is called a two-headed scavenger eagle, but Li Ziyu thinks it looks more like a vulture. Just two vultures. The feathers on his body look like they were pierced with layers of blades. The golden vertical pupils were cold and indifferent. What is even more exaggerated is the two huge claws, which are estimated to be at least 3 meters long. The roof of the carriage was just lifted up by his two sharp claws. It seems this two-headed scavenger eagle has set its sights on Huang Mao. Li Ziyu stared at the two-headed giant eagle above his head, followed the two-headed scavenger eagle's line of sight to look at the yellow hair on Huang Xiao's head, and said in his heart. It is said that animals are easily attracted to brightly colored objects, and it seems that ferocious beasts are no exception. Xia Lin, who was standing by, was a little nervous and subconsciously leaned closer to Li Ziyu. However, when Xia Lin saw Li Ziyu's calm eyes, she felt inexplicably more at ease. Student Li Ziyu, should we take action? Don't worry, let's see the situation first. Li Ziyu glanced at the situation in the carriage. Although the carriage was severely damaged by the two-headed scavenger eagle and even the roof was gone, the people in the carriage were not injured. Judging from the appearance of the two-headed scavenger eagle above his head, its current target should be Huang Xiao in front of him. Li Ziyu held the sword Yaoyue in his hand and watched Huang Xiao's performance quietly. Huang Xiao has already drawn his weapon. Locked by the breath of the two-headed scavenger eagle, his face turned ugly, his hands turned white, and he didn't dare to move for a while. Just then, Inspector Wang walked up to Huang Xiao, holding the short knife at his waist, and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. At the same time, he said with a serious expression, "Classmate, you and I are both first-level advanced warriors. I have a defensive combat skill that can temporarily exert a power several times greater than my own realm. But I don't have enough energy and blood to perform it by myself, I need your help. The two of us together should be able to hold off the two-headed scavenger eagle for a while. I've just called for backup. If we can hold off the two-headed scavenger eagle for a quarter of an hour, we can be saved." As he spoke, Inspector Wang glanced quickly at Li Ziyu again. He didn't feel any powerful energy and blood from Li Ziyu, nor did he feel any warrior badge. Judging that Li Ziyu's strength should not be strong, Wang Xuanchao quickly said to Li Ziyu, "Hey classmate, we've held the two-headed scavenger eagle back. Please help evacuate the passengers. They're just ordinary people. We'll protect as many as we can." Li Ziyu hummed. Huang Xiao also glanced at Inspector Wang, his eyes flickered, and he nodded. "Good. Shit." Just then, the two-headed scavenger eagle moved. The wings flapped violently, stirring up a gust of wind. Then I saw its two huge claws stretched forward, as if hunting. He rushed towards the carriage at the speed of lightning. At the moment when the two-headed scavenger eagle rushed down, Inspector Wang raised his hand suddenly. A ball of khaki light emerged from his body, forming a semicircular cover that enveloped the entire carriage. Natural breathing, breath of the earth. Now, Mr. Huang, send me your energy and blood. I'll fend off the two-headed scavenger eagle. While Inspector Wang was performing his fighting skills, he turned around and shouted loudly at Huang Xiao. He acquired this natural breathing method by chance. I don't know what level it is though. But it can convert its own qi and blood into various elemental powers. Each elemental force works differently. Just like the breath of earth he is casting now, it can greatly enhance the caster's defense. It can also erect a protective shield on the spot. The defense is extremely strong. As long as Huang Xiao transfers the power of qi and blood to him according to the agreement just now, he is confident that he can resist the two-headed scavenger eagle for a quarter of an hour and wait for the arrival of reinforcements. But before he could finish his words, his expression suddenly turned bloodshot. Young Master Huang actually turned around and ran away. Fuck your mother. Inspector Wang even wanted to kill someone at this moment. He cursed at Huang Xiao as he saw him running away without looking back. A level 1 warrior can stop a level 2 intermediate beast, a two-headed carrion eagle that is even more powerful than a level 2 intermediate beast. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Don't even mention us two first-level high-level warriors. Even these two first-level peak warriors are not enough to be killed by a two-headed scavenger eagle's claws. I'm sorry, I'm a genius, I have a bright future ahead of me, and I don't want to die yet. Not to mention it's for a bunch of insignificant ordinary people, stupid. Huang Xiao said this. He turned and ran away without looking back. Just now, the breath of the two-headed scavenger eagle locked onto him, and he had no chance to escape. But now there was this idiot Wang Xuanxia who attracted hatred for him, which just allowed him to escape. How could he do this? The tall flight attendant hiding in the corner watched Huang Xiao run away without even turning back, leaving Inspector Wang alone, and she was so anxious that she almost cried. They have seen Inspector Wang's strength, and what Inspector Wang said just now is true. Even the boy with glasses who had just flattered Huang Xiao, and the two female classmates. They all looked at Huang Xiao's back in disbelief, their mouths open but unable to speak. It's over. Classmates, run too. I'll hold the two-headed scavenger eagle back for a while. Let's all run for our lives while we can. If you can run away, run away. At this time, the two claws of the two-headed scavenger eagle had already reached the eyes of Inspector Wang. The cold light on the claws is clearly visible. Inspector Wang gritted his teeth and faced the claws of the two-headed scavenger eagle without flinching. At the same time, he said to Li Ziyu with a determined look. His original intention of becoming a warrior was to protect the weak, and he was ready to die. Boom! There was a loud noise like a train crash, accompanied by a strong gust of wind. The wind made the people in the carriage fall all over the place. Everyone in the car felt despair. It's over. Under an attack of this intensity, it would be impossible for Wang Xuanxia alone to withstand it. Everyone was filled with despair, sadness and helplessness, and subconsciously looked towards the center of the hurricane. Hurricane Center. Inspector Wang was a little confused. How come I'm not hurt? The two-headed scavenger eagle has already hit me. Logically, my breath of earth shouldn't be able to resist the attack of the two-headed scavenger eagle, right? Inspector Wang subconsciously raised his head and looked towards the position of the two-headed scavenger eagle's claws in front of him. His eyes widened instantly. Chapter 58, Killing the Two-Headed Corrupted Eagle Instantly, Shocking. Natural breathing method. He saw a white hand in a grasping position, quietly placed in front of him. The two-headed scavenger eagle's half-meter-long claws were being held tightly by this white hand. There seemed to be a tremendous force in this palm. Like a wall. The claws of the two-headed scavenger eagle were caught in the hand, and no matter how the two-headed scavenger eagle struggled, its wings flapped like a strong wind. But still can't break free. You. Inspector Wang stared blankly at Li Ziyu, who was standing tall in front of him, with his hands firmly blocking the two-headed scavenger eagle. My brain felt like it was hit by a heavy object, and it went blank. In his eyes, the attack of the level 2 ferocious beast, the two-headed carrion eagle, was completely irresistible. It was actually caught by a young boy with his bare hands? The scene before him was so shocking that he felt his three perspectives were shattered. Not only did he catch it with his bare hands. Moreover, this behemoth with a wingspan of more than 10 meters couldn't even make this young man take a step back? What kind of terrifying power is this? Several tall flight attendants in the carriage and several of Huang Xiao's female classmates were also stunned. His mouth opened into an O shape as he stared blankly at the scene in front of him. He was so shocked that he lost his ability to speak and couldn't speak for a long time. Huang Xiao, who had already jumped out of the high-speed train and was running in the wilderness, was also attracted by the movement here and subconsciously looked over here. Just stood there in a daze. A level 2 mid-level beast. If it were dismantled into its materials, it would probably fetch at least 700,000 or 800,000. Li Ziyu held the claws of the two-headed scavenger eagle with both hands and looked at the struggling two-headed scavenger eagle in front of him excitedly. Shit! At this moment, the two-headed scavenger eagle saw that he could not break free, and a hint of ferocity flashed in his indifferent eyes. After making a shrill cry, it pecked directly at Li Ziyu's face. The speed was so fast that it left a shadow in the air. Classmates, be careful! Inspector Wang on the side cried out in surprise and reacted with a start. The two-headed scavenger eagle's attack is not just with its claws, its huge beak is sharper than its claws. With this extreme speed, the two-headed scavenger eagle can easily penetrate the armor of main battle tanks. Inspector Wang wanted to block the attack for Li Ziyu. But the speed of the two-headed scavenger eagle's attack was too fast. As he just shouted, the huge beak of the two-headed scavenger eagle had already attacked Li Ziyu. He wanted to save her, but his body just couldn't react. Careful! Charlene, who was standing by, couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands, her eyes filled with fear. Everything just happened so fast that she only reacted now. He subconsciously wanted to stand in front of Li Ziyu, but his body couldn't keep up with the speed. Huang Xiao stopped running and glanced at Li Ziyu, with a sneer on his face. Idiot. Let you be in the spotlight. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to continue running away. The attack speed of the two-headed scavenger eagle is simply not something a first-level warrior can keep up with. In his opinion, Li Ziyu is bound to die. Boom! But before Huang Xiaogang turned around. At this moment, there was a sudden explosion like thunder out of nowhere. Immediately afterwards, a red light shot up from the carriage and disappeared in a flash. Huang Xiao blinked in surprise and looked carefully at the location of the red light. Why did it suddenly thunder? Was that red light that just flashed by lightning? Why is there red lightning in broad daylight? Boom! Before he could see clearly, another red light appeared like thunder out of nowhere. In the carriage, Li Ziyu held the claws of the two-headed scavenger eagle tightly with one hand and held the handle of the Yaoyue sword with the other. The blood in my body is surging and boiling. Qi and blood burst out from the heart according to special force techniques and routes, and all gathered on Li Ziyu's right arm. Li Ziyu's right arm expanded directly under the impact of qi and blood. The veins on his arms bulged, as if a mouse was swimming underneath. Thunder slash. Peak level bull power. Facing the two-headed scavenger eagle's lightning-fast attack, Li Ziyu drew his sword and raised his hand. Then he swung it forward fiercely. There was an afterimage like lightning in the void, followed by a red light accompanied by the sound of thunder. Boom! He has already mastered the third-level sword technique, Thunder Slash, given to him by Xong Yulong. Although it is only at the elementary level, his speed is extremely fast. With the dual blessing of his first-level peak-level blood and energy, coupled with the peak-level body-tempering combat skills, Li Ziyu's knife was so fast that it could not be caught by the naked eye. The two-headed scavenger eagle attacks quickly, but his sword is even faster than the two-headed scavenger eagle. When the two-headed scavenger eagle was still half a meter away from him, Li Ziyu slashed the two-headed scavenger eagle's head with his sword. Phew! There was no hindrance at all, and the Yaoyue battle sword completely ignored the steel feathers on the neck of the two-headed scavenger eagle. The defense seemed to be non-existent, and he cut straight to the bottom with one blow. Cut off the head of the two-headed scavenger eagle. After a thunderous strike, Li Ziyu raised his hand back and took another slash. The other head of the two-headed scavenger eagle was also cut in half by Yaoyue without any hindrance. With a puff, blood spurted several meters high. The eagle head, with its eyes wide open, fell heavily and flew far away. It rolled to the feet of Huang Xiao in the distance. Gulp! Huang Xiao lowered his head and looked in disbelief at the two-headed scavenger eagle head that was rolling at his feet, its eyes still fixed on its ferocious form, his face filled with horror. This, 2 strikes to kill a level 2 mid-level beast instantly, isn't it fake? Am I dreaming? Huang Xiao swallowed his saliva, staring blankly in the direction of Li Ziyu in the carriage with wide eyes. My throat felt like something was stuck, I was sweating profusely, and I couldn't speak for a long time. What kind of monster is this? He saw that this creature was roughly the same age as him, yet he could actually kill a level 2 beast instantly? How is this possible? Doesn't exist. Absolutely fake. Huang Xiao slapped himself. He was the top scorer in the martial arts exam in Hulua City, but he could only flee in front of the two-headed carrion eagle. And Li Ziyu was able to kill the two-headed scavenger eagle with just 2 strikes? Doesn't that mean he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Li Ziyu? If I remember correctly, he seemed to have threatened Li Ziyu just now? Thinking of this, Huang Xiao suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and felt his calves go a little weak. He hurriedly took out his cell phone from his pocket and checked his bank card balance. With the death of the two-headed scavenger eagle, the crisis was resolved. The high-speed rail car suddenly became quiet. Inspector Wang looked at Li Ziyu in shock. Shock, horror, confusion, suspicion, all kinds of inexplicable emotions flashed across his face. Finally, he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. I must be dreaming. Student Li Ziyu, you are too strong. Is this the 36th time you said this? Li Ziyu stroked his forehead speechlessly, which made Xia Lin blush. I just think it's incredible. Sometimes I even wonder if you're just like us, a freshman this year. Xia Lin lifted her hair, walked side by side with Li Ziyu, looked up at Li Ziyu's profile and said embarrassedly. As they chatted, they walked to a spacious campus gate. On a large stone lying in front of the gate, the words Lampu Martial Arts University were carved in large letters. Now that we're here, I'll take you here. I should also report to school, Li Ziyu said with a smile. He had just killed a two-headed scavenger eagle in the carriage and had gained a lot. First, Huang Xiao bought the body of the two-headed scavenger eagle at a price 3 times higher than the market price. Li Ziyu understood that this was Huang Xiao's disguised way of surrendering and apologizing to him. Seeing that Huang Xiao kept bowing and apologizing to him while taking out the money, Li Ziyu did not attack Huang Xiao again for the sake of the Xia currency. After all, just a few words won't really take the other person's life. Another gain was even more beyond Li Ziyu's expectations. Killing the 2 Duyans was equivalent to saving the lives of everyone in the carriage. Afterwards, the warrior named Wang Xuanxia actually gave him his most valuable fighting skill called natural breathing. No matter what, you had to accept it, otherwise he would not be allowed to leave. In the end, Li Ziyu couldn't refuse and accepted it. He still has it in his arms now, and plans to practice it after returning to the Magic City Martial Arts University. Why don't you go back after dinner? I'll put my luggage back in the dormitory first, and then I'll treat you to a meal, okay? Xia Lin stood at the gate of Lanpu Martial Arts University, blinking her eyes, lifting her hair and looking at Li Ziyu shyly. As if afraid that Li Ziyu would refuse, Xia Lin helped by adding, "You helped me out on the high-speed train, and you killed the two-headed scavenger eagle on the high-speed train, which is equivalent to saving my life. I don't know how I can ever repay you. If you leave without treating me to a meal, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight." After saying this, Xia Lin blinked her big eyes, looked up at Li Ziyu with anticipation. At this time, many new students began to enroll at the school gate. Looking at Xia Lin, the tall and beautiful woman, she looked at Li Ziyu with expectant eyes. They all showed envy. Li Ziyu thought about it and raised his hand to check the time. It's exactly 12 o'clock noon now, time for lunch. Since becoming a warrior, he has consumed much more food than before, and now he is a little hungry. He nodded and agreed. Okay, then go put your luggage away, I'll wait for you here. Yeah. I'll be right back. Chapter 60, Encountering the Mutual Aid Association. 2 bright dimples appeared on Charlene's face. Her smile was like a blooming spring flower. She said something to Li Ziyu, then skipped to the campus with her luggage. While waiting, Li Ziyu casually found a public seat in front of the entrance of Lanpu University and sat down. He was not idle either. He took out 2 quail egg-sized qi and blood pills from his package, stuffed them into his mouth and began to practice. After taking the 2 qi and blood pills, Li Ziyu felt a warm current flowing through his intestines and spreading to his limbs and bones. The whole person felt like taking a hot spring bath in the winter with the temperature at -20 degrees Celsius. Warm. Fuck, don't qi and blood pills need to be diluted with water and turned into qi and blood powder to be taken in batches? Or can they be taken directly? I'm not afraid that the drug will be too strong and my body will explode. He might be a senior from the 3rd or 4th year. I heard that if your qi and blood values are high, you can directly withstand the impact of the qi and blood pill. This person is probably a very powerful senior. Well, it should be. It is now the enrollment season, and martial arts students who have been admitted to Lanpu University have already reported to the school. Seeing Li Ziyu swallow the 2 qi and blood pills as if they were candy beans, everyone showed a shocked expression. Li Ziyu's ears moved slightly, and when he heard these words, the corners of his eyes twitched. Damn. Does the qi and blood pill need to be diluted with water and turned into qi and blood powder before taking? Isn't it eaten directly? No one told him this. After digesting the medicinal power of the 2 qi and blood pills, Li Ziyu took out another qi and blood pill from his arms and looked at it carefully in front of his eyes. This qi and blood pill is the size of a quail egg, round all over, and its surface emits a red luster under the sunlight. There is also a faint fragrance on it. It's so delicious that you can't help but swallow it in one bite. Forget it, never mind. I'm going to eat it anyway. Diluting it with water would be too much trouble. As long as it doesn't affect the efficacy of the qi and blood pill, it's fine. Thinking about. Li Ziyu flicked his hand and put the blood-sucking pill into his mouth, and began to chew it. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 1 Peak Warrior. Combat skills, Primary Thunder Slash, Peak Bull Body Technique, Peak Body Technique, Peak Sword Technique, Advanced Diamond Body Technique, Swift Wind Sword Technique, Natural Breathing Technique not yet mastered. System, Martial God System. Function, it can absorb everything and improve qi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. Counting the 3 million from selling the 2-headed scavenger eagle's corpse, plus the 5 million from Shuzheng City and the 5 million from Demon University. My current assets total 13 million, which is enough for me to buy another batch of chi and blood pills. When we get to Magic City Martial Arts University, we'll go shopping. Introduce the natural breathing method, and see if you can raise your realm to the second level. Oh, by the way, the most important visualization method for changing combat skills is also to go and get a wave. Li Ziyu slowly opened his eyes and had a plan for the next trip in his mind. At this moment, Xiao Lin's figure came over from a distance. At this time, Charlene had already changed her clothes. Height of 1.68 meters. She wore blue tight jeans that perfectly accentuated her straight thighs. The upper body is a pink suspender short-sleeve top, revealing the white and flawless delicate collarbone. There are 2 round lumps under the collarbone. When he walked over, the freshman passing by looked at him sideways. Next to Xiaolin was a girl with short hair and a melon-shaped face, who was wearing the same cool clothes. The girl has a fair face and is petite and cute. As he spoke, 2 white fangs were revealed. These people are so despicable. They use our status as senior students to force us to join a club we don't like. They are so overbearing and abominable. Let me join, but I won't. As the 2 walked towards Li Ziyu, Xiaolin puffed out her cheeks and spoke angrily to the girl with a melon-shaped face next to her. The girl with a melon-shaped face persuaded helplessly. What's wrong, Charlene? Did something unpleasant happen? When the 2 were approaching, Li Ziyu stood up from the public seat and walked towards them. Looking at the angry face, Charlene asked with a smile. When the girl with a melon-shaped face who was walking with Charlene saw Li Ziyu, her eyes lit up slightly and a hint of surprise flashed across her. What a handsome little brother. It's the club called Mutual Aid Society. I just put my luggage away and came out of the dormitory with Xiao Xue when I saw the Mutual Aid Club recruiting new members. They insisted on dragging us into joining their mutual aid group and pestered us for quite a while. They only let us leave after we got angry and fell out with each other, and even mocked us. Humph. It's really infuriating. Charlene's face was puffed up, and the tip of her small nose wrinkled as she spoke. Although she was angry, in Li Ziyu's eyes, she looked more like a spoiled brat. In his previous life, he often heard that petite girls were powerless when angry, as if they were just acting coquettishly. Today he finally saw it for himself. Oh, by the way, I was so angry that I forgot to introduce you to Li Ziyu. This is my roommate at La Penmonte University, Wang Xiaoya. Don't be fooled by her petite appearance, but she is quite powerful. Xiaolin seemed to have thought of something, and she took Wang Xiaoya's arm and introduced her to Li Ziyu with a smile. Hello classmate, my name is Wang Xiaoya, nice to meet you. Classmate, are you also here to register at Lanpu University? Wang Xiaoya looked at Li Ziyu with a smile in her eyes, then smiled gracefully and stretched out her right hand, extending it to Li Ziyu. Hello, Li Ziyu. I'm not from Lanpu University, I'm from Shanghai University. Li Ziyu also smiled and stretched out his right hand, tapped Wang Xiaoya's soft and boneless hand lightly, and then retracted it. Magic City Martial Arts University. Wang Xiaoya's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and she looked Li Ziyu up and down in surprise. He has sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, deep facial features and an upright posture. Just standing there, he gives off a masculine, resolute, and calm aura. Wang Xiaoya couldn't help but take a few more glances. I didn't expect that this handsome friend of my roommate is not only handsome, but also an absolute martial arts genius. Magic City Martial Arts University. Those are the 4 most famous martial arts universities in the country. A holy place that all martial arts students in Daxia yearn for. Those who can enter the Magic City Martial Arts University are definitely the best of the best and martial arts geniuses. What is this mutual aid association you just mentioned? After the greetings, Li Ziyu looked at Xiaolin and said puzzledly. Including the time he met Huang Mao on the high-speed rail, this was the second time he heard the name of the mutual aid seat. The first time I heard it was from Huang Mao. It looks like an elite society composed of geniuses? Chapter 61: The Origin and Arrival of the Mutual Aid Society. Xiaolin didn't quite understand and looked at Wang Xiaoya. Wang Xiaoya explained to Li Ziyu with a serious expression. I also occasionally heard rumors from sophomores. The headquarters of the Mutual Aid Association is at Magic City Martial Arts University. It's said that 30 years ago, there weren't any strong clubs at Magic City Martial Arts University. But something unexpected happened that year, and the Mutual Aid Association was inexplicably formed. At that time, the presidents were some of the most outstanding talents from the Magic City Martial Arts University. After more than a decade of development, the Mutual Aid Association now has influence over several universities in Shanghai. Any talented freshman will be invited to join the Mutual Aid Association and receive support from it. Wang Xiaoya recalled and said, glancing at Li Ziyu, her voice lowered a bit. But according to my sophomore senior, the nature of the Mutual Aid Association now seems not as pure as when it was first established. They have monopolized many of the school's activities and resources, creating a huge divide between ordinary students and members of the Mutual Aid Society. I don't know why the school allows organizations like mutual aid associations to exist. Wang Xiaoya explained seriously and talked about some of the domineering behaviors of the Mutual Aid Association. Influenced by Huang Mao on the high-speed rail, Xiao Lin expressed dissatisfaction with the Mutual Aid Association. Li Ziyu listened carefully and expressed her understanding of Xiao Lin's emotions. After all, Li Ziyu also remembered Huang Mao's attitude of feeling superior because he had been invited to join the Mutual Aid Association. Classmate, Magic City Martial Arts University is the headquarters of the Mutual Aid Association. The resource monopoly and some tyranny may be even more serious than our Lanpu Martial Arts University. Everyone in the Mutual Aid Society is very strong. If they invite you to join, don't refuse them. Otherwise, if you're targeted, you'll have a very hard time during your 4 years at university. Seeing that Li Ziyu was listening attentively, Wang Xiaoya spoke to Li Ziyu with a serious expression. Li Ziyu remained silent, smiled and did not respond. Wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes, there are cliques, there are competitions for resources, and there are class divisions. Even warriors are no exception. On the contrary, this situation is more obvious because great power is attributed to individuals. But these have nothing to do with him. Whatever secrets the Mutual Aid Society held, he had no desire to join and be bound by them. A mutual aid association? You can develop as you please, as long as you don't affect me. The meal went smoothly. Apart from the handsome man and beautiful woman attracting the attention of passers-by, nothing special happened. After dinner, Li Ziyu, Xiao Lin and Wang Xiaoya waved goodbye. Under Xiao Lin's reluctant gaze, he took the subway to the Magic City Supernatural University. Hey, Xiao Lin, stop looking, your boyfriend has gone far away. Wang Xiaoya waved her hand in front of Xiao Lin in a funny way, which pulled Xiao Lin out of her daze. Charlene looked reluctant to leave. Looking up at Wang Xiaoya's meaningful expression, Xiao Lin blushed and quickly explained. Not my boyfriend yet. Oh? You haven't accepted his advances yet? Wang Xiaoya's eyes lit up, and her gossipy heart burned. Xiao Lin raised her head, looking a little embarrassed, and said in a shy tone. That's not the case. I haven't figured out how to pursue him yet. Li Ziyu got off the subway line bound for Magic City Martial Arts University. There were many people on the express line heading to Shanghai Martial Arts University, and it was a bit crowded when Li Ziyu left the subway station. But most of them are students who come here because of its reputation, or girls who come here to check in. After all, martial arts are flourishing in Daxia, and warriors are basically at the top of the pyramid for ordinary people. The Magic City Martial Arts University is a holy place for training martial artists. It is ranked among the top 4 universities in the country and is a popular check-in destination among young people. There are very few people like him who come to report. Before coming, Zhua Hongyang had an urgent task and could not come, so he sent a message saying that a special person had been arranged to pick him up. Hey, handsome little brother, are you here to check in at Magic City University too? I think you're so cool. Can I take a photo with you? Li Ziyu had just walked out of the station and was looking for someone to pick him up when he heard a pleasant female voice. 2 tall girls with average looks and cool clothes. She walked up to Li Ziyu with a smile and looked at him with a red face. One of the girls with wavy hair took out her cell phone and waved it in front of Li Ziyu, looking expectant. Li Ziyu did not refuse. Surrounded by the 2 girls, she walked to the center of the 2 people and took a photo together. Classmate, you are also here to visit Wuhan University in Shanghai, right? However, if you want to visit Wuhan University in Shanghai, you need to make a reservation online 3 months in advance. You won't be allowed in without a reservation. After taking the photo, the girl with big wavy hair looked up at Li Ziyu and said softly. Seeing that Li Ziyu looked like she didn't know what was going on, the girl with big wave smiled and said, It seems you didn't make a reservation in advance. But it doesn't matter, we have reserved 3 places. It just so happens that one of our besties can't come because of something at home. If you don't mind, we can go together. Aha! The oval-faced girl in a short skirt standing next to the big waves also nodded in agreement, looking at Li Ziyu with expectant eyes. Li Ziyu was about to express her refusal. The cell phone in his pocket rang. When he picked up the phone, before it was connected, an excited voice rang out from the side. "Hi! Li Ziyu, over here." Li Ziyu looked in the direction of the shouting. Not far away, he saw a short-haired boy wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and with an excited look on his face, jogging towards him. "Sorry, the person I'm waiting for is here." Li Ziyu said something to the two girls, then walked towards the short-haired boy under their pitying gazes. When the short-haired boy saw that Li Ziyu noticed him, he quickened his pace and trotted up to Li Ziyu. Before Li Ziyu could speak, the short-haired young man excitedly stretched out his right hand and handed it to Li Ziyu. "Hello, classmate Li Ziyu. I'm Ma Chao, a sophomore at the Weaponry Academy of Magic City Martial Arts University. Dean Zhua asked me to pick you up. Sorry I'm late, I just ran into something. I'm so sorry." Ma Chao said this with an apologetic look on his face, and kept apologizing. Li Ziyu was a little surprised by the humble look. He could tell from Ma Chao's face that something was wrong. After all, Ma Chao's face was bruised and swollen, and it was obvious that he had a conflict with someone and had not gotten away with it. He must have been beaten up. But why is Ma Chao so humble towards himself, a first-year student? Is it because of his reputation as the national martial arts champion? But it shouldn't be like that. Shouldn't martial artists have their own sharpness? What's more, he is a martial arts student from a nationally ranked university like Shanghai Martial Arts University. Although Li Ziyu was confused, he did not ask any more questions. He stretched out his right hand and shook hands with Ma Chao. "Hello, senior, I'm Li Ziyu." "Hi, I don't deserve to be called a senior. I just came here a year earlier than you. Come on, Li Ziyu, I'll take you to complete the admission procedures first, and then I'll show you around our Magic City Martial Arts University." Ma Chao waved his hands repeatedly in response to Li Ziyu's address. Then he naturally took the luggage from Li Ziyu and walked towards the gate of Magic City Martial Arts University with Li Ziyu. After the two left, the two tall girls who had taken photos with Li Ziyu just now looked at Li Ziyu's departing back in surprise. The two girls looked at each other and were surprised by each other's eyes. What did they just say about admission? That handsome young man just now is actually a student at the Magic City Martial Arts University? A trace of regret appeared on their faces. I forgot to save that little brother's face sheen. Chapter 62, Enrollment, Rumors, and Two Major Lists. How about it, classmate Li Ziyu? Shocking, right? When I first came to enroll, I was also shocked by the gate of Magic City Martial Arts University. At the entrance of Madu Martial Arts University, Ma Chao stood at the door, looking at Li Ziyu with a proud expression. "It's really shocking." Li Ziyu opened his eyes slightly wide, and tried to tilt his neck back to look at the gate in front of him. The reason why it is called entrenched. Because it's big. And wide. The first impression that comes to Li Ziyu is that she is broad. He was now standing at least 100 meters away from the gate. But with his wide-angle vision, he couldn't see the whole picture of the gate when he stood 100 meters away. Li Ziyu took several dozen steps back before he could clearly see the width of the gate. Roughly estimated, this gate is at least 800 meters long. It's outrageous. It's considered a big deal if the gate of an ordinary school is 50 meters long, but the gate of Magic City Martial Arts University is 10 times longer than that of an ordinary school. The second impression that Li Ziyu gets is that she is tall. He couldn't estimate how high it was, but it felt much taller than the tallest 50-story building in their Shuzhong city. Looking at the gate that was 800 meters wide and at least 200 or 300 meters high, two words inexplicably popped up in Li Ziyu's mind. Towering. The word majestic is used to describe mountains, and the gate of a school actually made him think of the word majestic. This is really outrageous. The gate is built so big, is it designed to accommodate an aircraft carrier? This gate is 850 meters wide and 320 meters high. When it reaches level 1 combat readiness, this gate can accommodate 10 strategic class airships passing through side by side at the same time. Ma Chao looked at Li Ziyu, who was standing beside him with a shocked expression, subconsciously straightened his chest, and began to explain with a proud expression. Level 1 combat readiness. A strategic class airship? Li Ziyu's eyes moved slightly, and he caught a word he had never heard before. Sure enough, there is a reason why the gate was built so big. Ma Chao looked proud and looked at Li Ziyu. He was already prepared to answer Li Ziyu's curious questions. But seeing that Li Ziyu didn't ask any questions, Ma Chao couldn't hold it in any longer. Student Li Ziyu, Aren't you curious why the strategic class airship has to pass through the gate? Li Ziyu laughed. I guess Wuhan University in Shanghai must have some special technology that can block the air above the entire campus in an emergency, forming a confined space. The gate is the only exit, so it's so big, am I right? Li Ziyu looked at Ma Chao with a smile. Ma Chao opened his eyes unconsciously, with an incredible expression. How do you know that a plasma barrier can be formed over the Magic City Martial Arts University in an emergency? Oh. I see. Dean Zhuo must have told you. Ma Chao looked surprised. Li Ziyu shrugged without saying anything. These are not available on the internet, but as someone with many years of experience in online writing, he can understand them if he thinks about it. Isn't it just the dome concept? This idea was proposed decades ago, but there was no means to put it into practice. I didn't expect to see it at Shanghai University. It seems that the technological level of Daxia in this world is much higher than that of the Earth in his previous life. You are the top scorer in this year's National Martial Arts Examination. This information must have been told to you by Dean Zhuo. TSK, I wanted to see your shocked expression. You know, when I first entered school, I was shocked for a long time. Ma Chao was bored and muttered to himself. It is said that the war with the ferocious beasts is now intensifying. Some experts speculate that the ferocious beasts will wipe out all the towns in Daxia in 10 years. I heard that some scholars have begun compiling the final history of Daxia, but I don't know if it's true or not. And according to some teachers at the school, the authorities have already started storing survival supplies underground at Magic City Martial Arts University. Once the ferocious beasts break through Daxia, we will relocate everyone to the Magic City Martial Arts University. But I think it's a bit nonsense. How can you trust what experts say? Ma Chao said, and turned to walk towards the gate of Wuhan University in the Magic City. As he walked, he turned to Li Ziyu and said, Let's go, Li Ziyu. I'll take you to complete the admission procedures and introduce you to the information of our Magic City Martial Arts University. Good. Li Ziyu was thinking about what Ma Chao said. Experts predict that ferocious beasts will wipe out humans in 10 years. This is the first time he has heard of it. But it feels a bit serious. Although the war between humans and ferocious beasts is raging now, with towns falling every day, it hasn't reached the point where the entire race is going to be wiped out, right? He shook his head and put the thought behind him. Li Ziyu followed Ma Chao and entered the Magic City Martial Arts University. After entering, there is a wide cobblestone road. Rows of osmanthus trees are planted on both sides of the stone road. Li Ziyu took a deep breath, and the fragrance of osmanthus filled her nose, and her mood became cheerful. After walking for more than 10 minutes, we reached the end of the cobblestone road. Two obelisks of different heights, built side by side, appeared in front of Li Ziyu. The one on the right is obviously taller than the one on the left, and it is estimated to be more than 300 meters. At this time, under the two obelisks, there were many people who looked like students like him, their faces full of fighting spirit and longing. Li Ziyu stood in front of the obelisk and looked up. Different names are recorded layer by layer on top. The higher you go, the more prominent the recorded names become. On the first layer, the four names of Lei Zhan, Yun Feiyang, and Lu Mingyuan were written in large gold-plated characters. These are the two major rankings of our Magic City Martial Arts University. The shorter obelisk on the left records the Qi and Blood ranking, while the taller one on the right records the Combat Power ranking. Only the first 100 names are recorded here. No one beyond 100 will be recorded. Those who make it onto these two lists are all the geniuses of our Magic City Martial Arts University. Ma Chao also stood next to Li Ziyu, looking up at the stone tablet with envy, and explained to Li Ziyu at the right time. What are those three names at the top? Li Ziyu asked curiously. Those are the three strongest people from our Magic City Wuda. The first one, Lei Zhan, is the current president of the Mutual Aid Association. The second and third are two of the three current vice presidents of the Mutual Aid Association. There is also a fourth person, Ouyang Hao, who is also the current vice president of the Mutual Aid Association. Ma Chao explained in a deep voice, his tone was inexplicable, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a pause, he continued. Although it's difficult for ordinary people to make it onto these two lists, with your strength as the top scorer in the National Martial Arts exam, Li Ziyu, after a year of dedicated training at Magic City Martial Arts University, you'll definitely be able to make it onto these two lists by your sophomore year. By my senior year, I might even be able to make it into the top 5. If you can make it onto the rankings, you'll receive additional training resources as rewards every year. Ma Chao spoke excitedly, as if he was the one who could be on the list. Li Ziyu nodded without comment. Qi and blood test and combat effectiveness test? It has been a long time since he last had a blood and Qi test or a combat capability test since he came to Hongsu Martial Arts School. I don't know what level my current strength is at in the Magic City Martial Arts University. Li Ziyu said secretly. Since entering the rankings can gain extra training resources, he might as well give it a try. After all, what he lacks most now is cultivation resources. After settling down, he exchanged all the Dasha coins on him for Qi and blood pills, and then strived to reach the level of a second-level warrior. Then we will conduct tests on Qi, blood, and combat effectiveness. Li Ziyu thought to himself. Chapter 63, Wuda System, Points. The data is too bad, and I've been a bit upset recently, so these chapters may not be that exciting. But please rest assured, dear readers, there will definitely be more exciting moments later. The two continued walking towards the interior of the campus. After entering the gate, a man who looked like a student came over. After confirming Li Ziyu's identity, he handed her a silver bracelet. Li Ziyu took it, and Ma Chao explained at the right time. Student Li Ziyu, this bracelet is equivalent to your student ID card. It can represent your identity at Magic City Martial Arts University. It contains your school points and your personal information. Our school implements a points system. At Magic City Martial Arts University, all purchases, whether it's eating or using the training room, require points. Ma Chao said this, motioning Li Ziyu to put the bracelet on his hand. Li Ziyu nodded and put the bracelet on her wrist. The whole bracelet is silver white, and I don't know what material it is made of. There are flashes of light on the surface, which is very beautiful. When the card was inserted, Li Ziyu felt a slight pain in his wrist, as if he was pricked by a needle. Ma Chao smiled and said, This bracelet is made using Dasha's latest genetic technology. When you wear it, it will collect your blood. It's like your identity has been bound. From now on, this bracelet will be yours exclusively. Li Ziyu nodded, and then Ma Chao said with a smile. It shows the points you have in Dasha. You can check how many points you have. Points can be exchanged for Dasha currency at an exchange rate of 1 to 10,000. You can check how many points you have. As he spoke, a hint of curiosity appeared on Ma Chao's face. When he first entered school, there were only 50 points in his bracelet. He was very curious about the difference in the scores of Li Ziyu, the national martial arts exam champion, compared to when he enrolled. It should be more than when I first enrolled, at least 100 points. Ma Chao thought. Upon hearing this, Li Ziyu nodded and tapped the bracelet on his right hand a few times, and a number appeared. 500. Fuck. 500 points, how come you have so many points? Ma Chao's eyes widened. Li Ziyu didn't react much. If 1 point could be exchanged for 10,000 Dasha coins. 500 points are equivalent to 5 million. It should be that the 5 million Dasha coins that Zhuo Hongyang promised to reward him were directly converted into points for him. I just don't know why Ma Chao reacted like this. Of course. There's one thing I didn't mention just now. Although points can be converted into Dasha currency at an exchange rate of 1 to 10,000. But if you want to exchange Dasha coins for points, the exchange rate is 100,000 to 1. That is to say, you can exchange points for 10,000 Great Xia coins, but if you want to exchange Great Xia coins for 1 point, you need 100,000 Great Xia coins. Isn't that a lot? 500 points would be equivalent to 50 million if purchased with Great Xia currency. Ma Chao had an exaggerated expression, and he clicked his tongue twice, looking envious. Seeing that Li Ziyu was a little confused, Ma Chao explained. The main thing is that at Magic City Martial Arts University, you can only use points to spend money, but points can only be earned by completing various tasks, breaking the leaderboard, or achieving a high ranking in various competitions. But breaking the leaderboard or achieving a high ranking in various competitions is extremely difficult. And doing the task has certain risks. Many people from well-off families who are unwilling to take risks on missions use the method of exchanging Dasha coins for points to maintain their studies at the Magic City Martial Arts University. Li Ziyu listened and asked curiously. Doesn't the school give out points regularly? Yes, but that's only enough for basic survival and training. Tisk, anyway, I envy you for having so many points. Ma Chao said enviously. Li Ziyu nodded. It seems that I still got the better deal. Li Ziyu could understand why the Magic City Martial Arts University implemented such a different exchange rate. Survival of the fittest can not only encourage students to improve, but also hone their practical skills through completing tasks. It can also generate income for the school. Li Ziyu continued to follow Ma Chao. I have to say that the Magic City Martial Arts University is really big. Not only is the gate large, but the area inside is also ridiculously large. It's so big that students can hardly see any of it. Li Ziyu followed Ma Chao and walked for almost 20 minutes from the obelisk at the entrance, but they still hadn't reached the second building. Of course, this was also because the two of them walked slowly and did not use any body techniques. After walking for a while, Ma Chao stopped in front of a sign and said to Li Ziyu with a smile, "Arrive. Bus stop." Li Ziyu was speechless. He said why there were no buildings around and the only scenery was birdsong and flowers. It takes me 20 minutes to walk from the gate to here, and I'm just about to reach the bus stop? Do you take the bus to commute in college? How big is this damn Demon City University of supernatural powers? Even though Li Ziyu prided himself on being knowledgeable and calm, he was so shocked that he was speechless. After a long while, he finally uttered two words. Awesome. Our Magic City Martial Arts University covers an area of over 50 square kilometers, roughly equivalent to the area of a county town outside. But the total number of people at our Magic City Martial Arts University is only about 10,000. And this includes the number of field staff responsible for daily work. If we remove them, the actual number of people at Magic City Martial Arts University would be less than 4,000. The unmanned streamlined bus had panoramic windows on all four sides and was sparsely populated with 7 or 8 students. On the airline seat at the end of the bus, Ma Chao was enjoying the seat massage while proudly introducing it to Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu nodded from time to time to express her surprise. Too big. The area covers 50 square kilometers, but the total number of students and teachers is no more than 5,000. On average, the area occupied by one person is a staggering 10 kilometers. This is in the economic center of Daxia, the Magic City, where housing prices are extremely high. TSK. I can only say that it is worthy of being one of the top 5 martial arts universities in the country. Just arrogant. Compared with the area occupied by the Magic City Martial Arts University, the self-driving bus he was riding now did not seem to shock Li Ziyu at all. The driverless bus drove around the inside of the school. Students went up and down along the way. Most of these students were armed. And everyone is very imposing. Li Ziyu observed the expressions of the students in the groups above and below. Basically, those with smiles and longing on their faces are freshmen who have just registered. Those with stern or calm expressions and carrying weapons are mostly senior students of the Demon University. The bus stops and starts. Every time they passed a building, Ma Chao diligently explained to Li Ziyu. That rounded building is the combat skills library of our Magic City Martial Arts University. People usually go there to purchase and receive combat skills. Oh, by the way, Li Ziyu, Deansville must have promised you combat skills before you enrolled, right? You can pick it up at the combat skills library. After I've finished showing you around, you can come over on your own. Just swipe your wristband and you'll be fine. Li Ziyu nodded and took note of it secretly. After settling in, the first thing he had to do was go to the combat skills library to exchange combat skills. The hexagonal building next to the Combat Skills Library is the logistics department of our Magic City Martial Arts University. You can trade equipment and training resources here. Most of the resources available on the market can be found in the logistics department. They also accept custom equipment orders from students. And the dome-shaped building next to the logistics department is the mission hall, where you can receive and send missions. However, all missions have certain requirements for the strength of the person who receives them. Ma Chao pointed at the two buildings and said. Li Ziyu nodded to indicate that she understood. The bus drove for a while and several more students got on. These students' attire and temperament are quite extraordinary. After getting on the bus, he glanced around with an arrogant look on his face, and then found the most advantageous seat in the car and sat down. Li Ziyu also noticed that on the left cuff of each of their shirts, there was a pattern of 2 crossed swords and a shield underneath embroidered. After these people came up, Ma Chao looked unhappy and his expression was stiff. But Li Ziyu didn't notice. At this moment, his attention was all attracted by a tall black tower that appeared in front of him. Chapter 64. I just want to go to school quietly. The tower is cylindrical in shape, rising straight into the sky. There are circles of rings on the outside that look like joints, dividing the tower into layers. Li Ziyu looked at the tower through the panoramic window of the bus and pointed curiously. Mr. Ma, what kind of building is this tall tower? Ma Chao didn't respond after being called once, so Li Ziyu called again, and Ma Chao finally reacted. A cry of awe. He quickly looked in the direction of Li Ziyu's finger and explained. This is the secret battle tower of our Magic City Martial Arts University. It was built with the most advanced technology from Daxia. It can simulate actual combat 100% of the time. It's where our Magic City Martial Arts University trains students' combat skills and helps them prove their abilities. There are a total of 100 levels, and just like the Chi and Blood rankings and the Combat Power rankings, there are also rankings. Every time you pass a level, you can get corresponding points. The current record for clearing the Secret Realm Battle Tower is the 34th floor. This record was set by Lei Zhan, the current president of the Mutual Aid Association and the number 1 on the Battle Power and Blood rankings. No one has been able to break it yet. Ma Chao said, looked at Li Ziyu, and said with a smile. After you settle down, Li Ziyu, you can go and try the battle in the secret realm. I think with your strength, you should be able to break through to the 10th level directly. Before he came to pick up Li Ziyu, he specially searched for Li Ziyu's combat records when he took the martial arts exam. I felt very shocked at that time. Li Ziyu is very strong. Perhaps Li Ziyu's current strength is not as good as those of the senior students in their junior and senior years. But among the freshmen, they are definitely the strongest ones. Maybe he can even be comparable to the sophomores. Laugh. Ma Chao, did your brain get damaged in the competition just now? A freshman who hasn't even officially enrolled yet, you think he can create the 10th floor of the Secret Realm Battle Tower? Are you sure you're not talking in your sleep? Li Ziyu was just about to respond to Ma Chao's words. Then, among the 3 students who had just come up, the young man with earrings in his ears spoke and looked at Ma Chao with disdain. The other 2 also folded their arms and sneered disdainfully. His eyes looked back and forth between Ma Chao and Li Ziyu, revealing a strong sense of disdain and ridicule. No concealment. At this time, there were 7 or 8 students in the car who had come to register. After hearing what they said, they all looked over. Li Ziyu had a blank expression on his face, but Ma Chao's face turned red. After taking a look at Li Ziyu and the other people in the car, Ma Chao felt a little embarrassed when he saw that they were all looking at him. Mocking what he had just said in front of so many freshmen was a blatant slap in his face. There were 3 others who were now staring at him with disdain, their arms folded across their chests. This was like slapping him in the face and then rubbing his face hard on the ground. Ma Chao's face suddenly turned red, his nostrils flared and his breathing became rapid. Veins bulged on his arms, and he clenched his fists tightly as he stared at the 3 men. TSK, defeated general, why are you not convinced again? Want to get in the ring again? The young man with earrings rubbed his fists, stood up from his seat, and walked towards Ma Chao, provoking him with a look of disdain as he walked. Your mutual aid society is going too far. Ma Chao stood up from his seat not to be outdone, and glared fiercely at the young man with earrings who was walking towards him. But after a while, Ma Chao seemed to have thought of something, and sat back down as if he had deflated. But he still refused to admit defeat. Just because you don't believe it doesn't mean others can't do it. Don't think others are as bad as you if you are bad too. The young man with earrings showed disdain on his face when he heard this. He glanced at Li Ziyu, who was sitting next to Ma Chao, with contempt, and was about to mock him. But at this moment, Ma Chao stood up from his seat and said to Li Ziyu, whose face remained calm. Student Li Ziyu, the dormitory area is only a few kilometers away. Why don't we get off here and walk over? Li Ziyu did not refuse. What was happening in front of him made him a little impatient. There were people who would offend him wherever he went. Before he officially enrolled in school, he had already heard the name of the Mutual Aid Association 3 times. I don't know if the Mutual Aid Association is in conflict with him or if there is some other reason. He didn't want to pay attention. I just want to choose my dorm as soon as possible and get my combat skills. Start practicing. The young man with earrings felt embarrassed when he saw that Li Ziyu, a freshman who had not yet reported, dared to ignore him in front of so many people on the bus. When Li Ziyu walked past him, the young man with the earrings stretched out his hand and grabbed Li Ziyu's arm. Did I let you go? Before the young man with earrings could grab Li Ziyu raised his hand and held his arm tightly. The young man with earrings was stunned. He used his arms to try to shake off Li Ziyu's hand. But no matter how hard he tried, his arm seemed to be held tightly by a giant iron clamp, making it difficult for him to move. I just want to go to school quietly, practice well, and don't bother me. Li Ziyu looked calmly into the eyes of the young man with earrings and spoke to him seriously, word by word. After saying that, he released the earring-wearing young man's arm. The sudden force release caught the struggling young man with earrings off guard. He staggered back several steps and finally managed to steady himself with the support of his other two companions. Looking at Li Ziyu's face, he looked uncertain. What's wrong with you? How come you can't move because of being held by a freshman? The other person frowned and looked at the young man with earrings with a puzzled expression. There's something wrong with this kid's strength. The young man with earrings covered his red arm, his face gloomy and uncertain, and spoke to his companions in a deep voice. Everything just now happened in an instant. Ma Chao, who was preparing to get off the car, had already stepped out of the door. Seeing the deflated look on the young man's face, he finally realized what had just happened. Seeing the fearful look on the earring youth's face, Ma Chao couldn't help but grin and sneer. Oh, now you know I wasn't bragging just now. With Li Ziyu's National Martial Arts Exam champion strength, he's more than capable of breaking into the 10th floor by challenging the Secret Realm Battle Tower. Ma Chao's expression was full of joy. Seeing the young man with earrings being humiliated by Li Ziyu, he instantly felt the pain from the bruises on his face disappear, and his back straightened up. Ma Chao wanted to say a few more words to vent his anger. However, after Li Ziyu looked at him, he tactfully kept silent. Li Ziyu walked out of the car door and looked at Ma Chao speechlessly. He finally understood why Ma Chao had bruises on his face. Although it was because of those three people, it was also related to Ma Chao's mouth. Li Ziyu patted Ma Chao's shoulder and said meaningfully, Senior Ma, if you have the ability to attract hatred, it's fine. But if you don't have the ability and still attract hatred, then you are simply asking for a beating. As he spoke, Li Ziyu walked towards the dormitory complex in the distance. Chapter 65. Choose a good dormitory and breathe naturally. On a driverless bus. The young man with the earrings turned pale and blue. He looked at Li Ziyu's back as he left, and really wanted to shout at him, stop right there, and get his revenge. However, Ma Chao's words about being the top scorer in the National Martial Arts Examination made him hesitate. Since he is the top scorer in the martial arts exam, he will definitely be invited to join the Mutual Aid Association. With the other party's strength and development potential, he will definitely be more than one level higher than him in the future. He hadn't expected that a weak man like Ma Chao could be related to the National Martial Arts Exam champion, and he regretted his previous ridicule. Let's go, don't think about it. They should be going to the dormitory complex to choose their dormitories now. Let's tell the vice president that the top scorer of the National Martial Arts Exam has arrived. When the vice president invites this guy to join the guild, we can just treat him to a good meal as an apology. Don't overthink it. There are champions in the National Martial Arts Examination every year, but not every one of them will become a great success. One of them patted the young man with earrings on the shoulder and said something. The young man with earrings nodded, and then the three of them got out of the car in the opposite direction of Li Ziyu. In their view, anyone who is a genius will definitely join a mutual aid society. Even the top scorer in the National Martial Arts Examination is no exception. After those few people left, the rest of the students on the bus looked at each other. Damn, that guy just now seemed to be like us, a freshman who registered this year, right? How could he be able to pin a sophomore down with one hand and make him unable to move? Awesome. Those seniors who were suppressed seemed to be from a mutual aid association. This guy is awesome. A group of villas arranged in an orderly manner. Surrounded by mountains and water, the environment is quiet and peaceful, with birds singing and flowers blooming. Li Ziyu walked on a wide, clean and smooth asphalt road with neatly planted osmanthus trees on both sides. The sweet fragrance of osmanthus was refreshing and intoxicating. From time to time, little squirrels popped their heads out from both sides of the tree and looked at Li Ziyu curiously. TSK, there are villas of all styles. Motobudo University is indeed one of the top 4 prestigious universities in the country. Li Ziyu looked at the Chinese and Western-style villas on both sides of the road and couldn't help but be amazed. Are all the villas here for students? Can we just pick any one we want? Well, this area is a dormitory specifically for students. There are 2 floors in a villa, and 2 people live there. You can choose any position, but Magic City Martial Arts University believes in survival of the fittest and free competition. If you want to choose a place with a good location, you have to fight for it yourself. Every year, Magic City Martial Arts University sets aside 3 days for students to choose their dormitories. As long as you can hold on to the spot you chose after 3 days, you will have the right to live in this villa for the next 4 years of college. Ma Chao and Li Ziyu explained as they walked. As he spoke, Ma Chao showed an expression of wanting to say something but hesitant, and could not help but remind Li Ziyu. Student Li Ziyu, at Magic City Martial Arts University, everything is up for grabs, including training resources. You just offended the people from the Mutual Aid Association, and they will definitely target you. But with your status as the top scorer in the National Martial Arts exam, they will definitely send someone to win you over. I think you can join when the time comes. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to be targeted by the Mutual Aid Society during your 4 years in college. Ma Chao looked at Li Ziyu seriously and said, "Oh? I thought you were going to persuade me not to join the support group." Li Ziyu smiled. Ma Chao had already told him the nature of the Mutual Aid Association on the way here. Simply put, it is a domineering and powerful school club. And this club only recruits the elite and geniuses among the elite. Just now on the bus, the young man with the earrings said that Ma Chao was from the Tongxin Society. It is a club formed by some students with average talents who are dissatisfied with the domineering behavior of the Mutual Aid Society. But it seems that Magic City Martial Arts University does encourage competition among students. The Mutual Aid Association is almost the only one in power, but I haven't seen any upper echelons of the school intervene. I don't know if there is any other reason. Actually, I wanted to invite you to join our Tongxin Society at first, but after meeting you, I changed my mind. I feel that you are not on the same level as us after all. Your future will be different from ours. Ma Chao shook his head in self-mockery. Walked for a while longer. A villa located by the lake with the best lighting. Li Ziyu went up to the second floor and put down his luggage. Ma Chao has left and now he is the only one in the villa. Li Ziyu glanced at the layout of the villa room and nodded with satisfaction. The second floor alone is estimated to be over 300 square meters. Study, practice room, bedroom, bathtub. Furniture, appliances, and various equipment and facilities are all available. We've officially settled down. There aren't many students registering yet, and the villas aren't full, so there shouldn't be any competition for dormitories. Let us try to learn the natural breathing method first. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 1 Peak Warrior. Combat skills, Primary Thunder Slash, Peak Bull Body Technique, Peak Body Technique, Peak Sword Technique, Advanced Diamond Body Technique, Swift Wind Sword Technique, Natural Breathing Technique not yet mastered. System, Martial God System. Function, it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. Li Ziyu took out the chi and blood pill and put it in his mouth. While digesting, he also took out the secret of natural breathing method. The above introduces the natural breathing method. Li Ziyu read quietly. Natural breathing methods, including the breathing method of fire, the breathing method of earth, the breathing method of wind, and the breathing method of water. It corresponds to attack, defense, speed, and endurance. Li Ziyu looked at it carefully, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. As far as he knew, there were talented warriors, and they were extremely rare. Above the gifted warriors are the even rarer and more precious elemental warriors. If there is one talented warrior among 100 warriors, among those 100,000 warriors, there can only be one elemental warrior. The known elemental warriors are earth, fire, wind, and thunder. When attacking, you can also use the corresponding elemental attacks. And the natural breathing method has the earth breathing method, which corresponds to defense. Breathing of fire, corresponding attack. Wind breathing, corresponding to speed. This is exactly like the 4 elements that elemental warriors can master. Could it be that after practicing the natural breathing method, an ordinary warrior can be transformed into an elemental warrior? And he's a warrior who has mastered all 4 elements. The more Li Ziyu watched, the more shocked she became. If this is true, then this natural breathing method is too abnormal. At the very least, it must be a 9th level combat skill. Even higher. The person who created this natural breathing method is simply a genius. I wonder where Inspector Wang got it. Master the natural breathing method first. Li Ziyu's eyes flashed, and as he thought about it, he began to take the chi and blood pills one by one. In addition to the chi and blood pills used in the introductory Thunder Slash, there are less than 20 left on his body. I don't know if it's enough. Time passes by every second. 2 hours later. After digesting the last chi and blood pill, Li Ziyu suddenly opened his eyes. Natural breathing method, it works. Chapter 66 Ouyang Hao's Invitation, Arrogance. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 1 Peak Warrior. Combat skills, Elementary Natural Breathing, Elementary Thunder Slash, Peak Bull Body Technique, Peak Sword Technique, Advanced Vajra Body, and Gale Sword Technique. System, Martial God System. Function, it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. Breath of Fire. Li Ziyu stood up from the sofa and activated the fire breathing technique. In an instant, blazing flames burst out from the surface of his body. As the flames appeared, the air in the living room was distorted and the temperature rose a little. Li Ziyu punched the air several times, causing sonic booms in the air. At the same time, a wave of blazing fire danced in the air as he swung his fist. Breath of the Earth. Li Ziyu shouted again. The flame disappeared and turned into a yellowish-brown fluorescence, lingering on Li Ziyu's body. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, Li Ziyu could see that it was hard. Breath of the Wind. Water breathing. Li Ziyu then tried 2 other breathing methods, with amazing results. The person who created this fighting technique is a real genius. Li Ziyu sighed again. But last time on the high-speed train, I saw Inspector Wang say that after he acquired the natural breathing method, it took him many years to master the breathing of the earth. This natural breathing method should be extremely difficult to get started. I was able to master it thanks to the system. Now that I've mastered the breathing technique, it's time to go to the combat skills library and select the remaining combat skills. Also, I have to go to the supplies department to buy some chi and blood pills. After testing the power of natural breathing again. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Li Ziyu sat in the living room on the first floor for a while. Seeing that no one came to steal his room, he put the sword Yaoiwei on his waist and went out. Ma Chao said that it was very difficult to get a place in the dormitory, but there were not many students who had registered yet, and the locations of these villas were not bad and they were all empty. The probability of dormitory robbery in this situation is very small. After all, they are all freshmen, and they are not familiar with each other's strengths when they first report, so not many of them take the initiative to cause trouble. Li Ziyu just walked out the door, thought for a moment, took out his cell phone and opened Feishan. There are already dozens of unread messages displayed above. They were all sent by Charlene. They all asked him if he had settled down. In the end, he didn't reply to the message and even sent an angry emoticon. Li Ziyu raised the corner of his mouth and took a photo of the villa. He took a few more photos of the decoration in the villa, edited the message and replied to Charlene. Charlene replied immediately. Ah! The living environment at Magic City Martial Arts University is so good. We all live in a dormitory building here. I'm so envious. I also want to go to Magic City Martial Arts University, woo. Below is a crying meme. Li Ziyu's mouth curled up. The message was replied in seconds, probably because he was waiting for me to reply. After thinking about it, he sent another message. When I'm done here, you can come to Magic City Martial Arts University and I'll show you around. After replying the message, Li Ziyu put her phone in her pocket and stopped paying attention. Go downstairs and head back towards the combat skills library. However, Li Ziyu had just left the villa and had not walked far. A group of people came towards him and stopped him. The leader was a handsome young man who looked a bit like a mixed-race person. He had an extraordinary aura and a faint smile on his face. Behind him, there were 7 or 8 men and women with equally extraordinary aura and carrying various weapons. Li Ziyu noticed that these people had sword and shield icons embroidered on the cuffs of their shirts. He is a member of the Mutual Aid Society. Li Ziyu frowned and looked at the person in front of him. Friend, you are Li Ziyu, right? The mixed-race youth walked up to Li Ziyu and said with a smile. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ouyang Hao from the Weaponry School of Magic City Martial Arts University, and I'm also the vice president of the Mutual Aid Association. After Ouyang Hao finished speaking, he paused, as if giving Li Ziyu time to react. Ouyang Hao? The 4th person on the combat power list seems to be called Ouyang Hao. It seems to be the same person. Li Ziyu's eyes flickered. Seeing that Li Ziyu knew him, Ouyang Hao nodded calmly and spoke in an unquestionable tone. I came here today to invite you to join the Mutual Aid Association. You are the top scorer in the National Martial Arts exam. Even in our Mutual Aid Association, you are considered a genius. I believe that with your joining, our Mutual Aid Association will definitely be strengthened. When saying this, A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in the eyes of the few people who came with Yang Hao, but it was gone for a moment. Without waiting for Li Ziyu to answer, Yang Hao continued. And I believe that with the help of our mutual aid association, your strength at Wuda University in Magic City will definitely improve by leaps and bounds in the next 4 years. Yang Hao looked at Li Ziyu with a smile on his face. His tone revealed unquestionable dominance and the confidence that everything was under control. He was confident that no one at the Magic City Martial Arts University would refuse his request. After Yang Hao finished speaking, he glanced at the crowd behind him. Following Yang Hao's gaze. In the team, a muscular young man in black clothes and shorts came forward and respectfully handed Yang Hao a badge with a sword and shield embroidered on it. Yang Hao took it and threw it to Li Ziyu naturally. Come on, Li Ziyu, you will be an official member of our mutual aid association from now on. From now on, at Magic City Martial Arts University, whether you're using the training room, challenging in the secret battlefield, or accepting missions, you'll have priority. Everything is a struggle at Magic City Martial Arts University, but as long as you join our mutual aid association, these won't be a problem. Including choosing a dorm. I believe you already know that choosing a dorm at Magic City Martial Arts University can be challenging, right? As long as you tell me the name of our mutual aid association, no one will dare to touch you. Yang Hao, said this. After Yang Hao finished speaking, the 7 or 8 students following him all smiled confidently. He's from the Mutual Aid Association. TSK, who is that young man? He actually had the vice president of the Mutual Aid Association, Yang Hao, personally come to invite him. I'm so envious. I heard that the Mutual Aid Association is the most powerful club at Magic City Martial Arts University. All the spots for the National Youth Martial Arts University League have been selected from the Mutual Aid Association over the years. Wow, awesome. At this time, many students have come to choose their dormitories. Seeing Yang Hao and the group of people behind him, they all showed envious expressions. What's the price? The chest badge drew an arc in the air and flew towards Li Ziyu. But Li Ziyu did not reach out to catch it and let the badge fall to the ground. Yang Hao's condescending attitude made him unhappy. He never thought about joining any mutual aid society. I asked this question just out of curiosity as to why he and mutual aid have such a strong affinity. Yang Hao looked at the chest badge falling to the ground, his smile not diminishing at all. Of course, but the cost is negligible. All you need to do is tell Dean Zhua to give up your spot in the National Youth Wuhan University League and give it to me. Yang Hao looked at Li Ziyu seriously. This spot was originally mine, but I don't know why Dean Zhua gave it to you. But I have to tell you, this National Youth Wuhan University League is different from the previous ones. The competition is more intense than ever. Those participating in this league are all the best of the seniors, the most talented of the talented. You're only a freshman, you'll definitely be abused if you go there. Instead of going up there and embarrassing yourself, it's better to return the spot to its original owner. After Yang Hao finished speaking, he said with a smile. Pick up the badge on the ground now. I will forgive you for what you did just now. You are still the genius of my mutual aid association. As he spoke, Yang Hao looked at Li Ziyu quietly. The mutual aid association members following behind him also looked at Li Ziyu expressionlessly. Chapter 67, Do you know that your smile is fake? Li Ziyu laughed and didn't pick up the badge on the ground. Instead, he took 2 steps forward, walked up to Yang Hao, looked him straight in the eyes, and said seriously. You know, your smile is fake and annoying. Having said that, he walked past Yang Hao without looking back and headed towards the combat skills library. Please move aside, you are blocking my way. Yang Hao's hanging hand stopped in mid-air, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, and finally returned to calm. He looked at Li Ziyu who was walking past him with an expressionless face and said in a flat tone. You are the first person to reject my invitation, but I respect your choice. Li Ziyu ignored him, walked to the bus stop and got on the bus directly. Damn it, you're so shameless. Do you really think you're so awesome just because you're the top scorer in the National Martial Arts exam? It's not like we don't have a top scorer in the National Martial Arts exam. After Li Ziyu left, a burly young man in black shorts walked up to Yang Hao and spat in Li Ziyu's direction with an indignant look on his face. Looking at Li Ziyu's back with disdain. He's still not willing to give up his spot in the National Youth Wuhan University League. He's really overestimating himself. What's the matter? He doesn't think he can get a place in the Wuhan University League, does he, Chao? Do you really think that with your talent, you can compete with the genius of the senior year? Damn it! Rejecting our mutual aid association in front of so many people is simply a slap in the face of our mutual aid association. Someone else in the team spoke, his tone cold. Yang Hao had a calm expression and glanced around. At this time, many students were attracted by the movement here and started talking about it. Some of them picked up their phones, seemingly shooting videos. Yang Hao retracted his gaze and said calmly, "It's normal to lose track of yourself after you've just started school and achieved something you think is remarkable. After being taught a lesson by reality, you will regret your decision today." As he spoke, Yang Hao glanced at the surrounding villas and said calmly to the burly young man beside him, "Yang Ming, if I remember correctly, these 3 days are for competing for dormitories? It seems like it's a free competition? Understand me?" President Yang, "I understand. Leave this matter to me." Yang Ming immediately understood what Yang Hao meant. He rubbed his fists and looked at the villa where Li Ziyu lived, with a sinister smile on his face. "I want him to know the difference between freshmen and seniors." "Well, don't cripple him, otherwise it will be hard to explain to Dean Zhua. Just let him stay in bed for 2 months." Yang Hao nodded and left. Yang Mingze, along with 4 senior students from the Mutual Aid Association, stood in front of Li Ziyu's villa, with his arms folded across his chest, standing still. The students who were watching were in an uproar after seeing what had just happened. Holy crap! Who was that handsome young man just now? He actually dared to reject the invitation of the Mutual Aid Association Vice President Yang Hao in person. Doesn't he want to stay at Magic City Martial Arts University anymore? It's fine if you just refused, but you actually told Yang Hao to his face that his smile was fake. Isn't that really bold? I remember now. Isn't this handsome guy the one who pinned down the 2 freshmen from the Mutual Aid Association on the bus? He's the top scorer in today's National Martial Arts exam. I think his name is Li Ziyu. Tisk, so he's the top scorer in the martial arts exam. No wonder he's so confident. But he's only a freshman. His strength can't compare to the seniors in the Mutual Aid Association. It seems the Mutual Aid Association is planning to use Li Ziyu to establish its authority. While talking, some people picked up their phones and sent messages to their companions, calling them over to watch together. Suddenly, more and more people gathered at the entrance of the villa. On the other side, the Combat Skills Library of Demon City Martial Arts University. Li Ziyu swiped his wristband and walked through the gate. There is a hall of several thousand square meters at the entrance. There is a semicircular open bar in the middle. The bar was several hundred meters long, and there were 7 or 8 people who looked like students or staff sitting behind the bar. A young man with a student bracelet on his wrist was playing games out of boredom with his legs crossed on the table. When he saw Li Ziyu coming, he didn't even raise his head. Li Ziyu walked to the table and knocked on it. The young man then put down the game in his hand, looked up at Li Ziyu, and said, "Newcomer? Coming here to choose combat skills?" Li Ziyu nodded. The Magic City Martial Arts University implemented a point system. The Magic City Martial Arts University implements a point system, and you can get corresponding points by completing tasks. These students sitting behind the bar are probably tasked with guiding the new students. Swipe your bracelet here, and the AI will automatically filter the combat skills you can choose based on your permissions. The young man nodded at Li Ziyu and then stood up. He took Li Ziyu to a 2-meter-high, silver-white machine nearby. Pointing to a card slot on the device, he said, "For the first use, you need to swipe the bracelet and then verify your iris and body features. After verification, a combat skill menu will be generated, and you can just select from it." Finally, the young man reminded, "As freshmen, you probably won't have many levels or types of combat skills to choose from. Just pick the one that suits you. When your strength and authority increase in the future, you can choose more advanced combat skills." Li Ziyu nodded and thanked the young man. Look at the machine in front of you. This way of acquiring combat skills was different from what he had imagined. He thought it would be like getting books from a library. I didn't expect that the selection of combat skills would also be intelligent. Magic City Martial Arts University really keeps pace with the times. Thinking about. Li Ziyu raised her hand and placed the bracelet on her right hand into the card slot. Moment. After a burst of red and blue light from the machine swept across Li Ziyu, there was a series of beeping sounds. On the screen, a dense row of names of combat skills appeared. There are also classifications from 1 to 9 levels above. After the young man told Li Ziyu how to use it, he turned around and prepared to go back to playing games. But before leaving, he habitually glanced at the screen. After seeing the densely packed list of combat skills displayed on the screen, the young man's eyes suddenly widened. Damn it, buddy! Why do you have so many fighting skills to choose from? What's your authority? The young man was stunned, and subconsciously stretched his neck and exclaimed in surprise. Students need to have the corresponding authority to select combat skills. The higher the authority, the more types of combat skills you can choose from, and the higher the level. But generally, freshmen can only choose from a dozen or so combat skills books. Those with higher authority can only have about 20 books at most. But how many combat skills can this freshman in front of me choose from? At least hundreds of them, right? And damn, there are even combat skills above level 6? There is also a 9th level. Chapter 68 Crystal Visualization Method, 3 major combat skills. Dude is awesome. The young man's eyes were bigger than duck eggs and his mouth was open, but he couldn't say a word. I remember when I first entered school and came to choose combat skills, I had less than 10 books to choose from. This is really fucked. What kind of authority does this guy have? Is he the principal's biological son? Hiss, buddy, who are you? Li Ziyu glanced at him and ignored him. The young man didn't dare to compare too much. Although he is a sophomore. But he has fallen to the point of having to guard the combat skills library to earn points, so his strength is not that great. It is obvious that Li Ziyu is not an ordinary student since he can choose so many combat skills. I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. Moreover, he seemed to feel that Li Ziyu looked a little familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere. There is a button next to the machine with the word isolate written on it. Li Ziyu pressed it, and a barrier rose from the inside, isolating him from the outside world. The design is very considerate and protects personal privacy. Yes, after all, choosing combat skills is a very private matter. If the enemy knew what combat technique you had chosen, it would be extremely easy to target you. Li Ziyu glanced at the protective shield formed around his eyes and reached out to touch it. Like a film, but very tough. The noises around were much quieter. Li Ziyu didn't think about it anymore. Concentrate on choosing combat skills. The screen displays a dense array of various combat techniques. Li Ziyu looked at it for a while and found that the combat skills were roughly divided into defense, attack, body movement, and body tempering. And the visualization method that Li Ziyu attaches the most importance to is singled out and classified into a separate category. However, there are not many items to choose from under the visualization method category. There is only one under each level. Li Ziyu started from level 1 and looked at them one by one. The Zen Mind Mirror Visualization Method. Through deep practice, one can achieve a state of emptiness and clarity of mind, free from all dust and dirt. When one reaches a high level of cultivation, one's perception can be greatly enhanced, allowing one to discern the enemy's weaknesses. Visualization of the rising tide of the blue sea. Observing the ebb and flow of the ocean enhances one's insight and concentration. Li Ziyu looked from the first level up, one by one. There is a huge difference. Level 9 is much stronger than level 1. It's a good idea to come to Wuhan University in Shanghai. One step wrong will lead to another. If the level of my visualization method is low at the beginning, even if there is a system and one can cultivate to a high level, fighting against a warrior with advanced visualization skills would probably still be a disadvantage. Watched for a while longer. Li Ziyu found the visualization method that Zhua Hongyang told him from the complicated visualization methods. Crystal Visualization Method, Level, Unknown. Concentrate the spirit, purify the mind, and strengthen the practitioner's will. When you reach a high level of cultivation, you can generate the spiritual power that is unique to spiritualists. Although the introduction is only a few words, from Dean Zhua's description, the effect of this visualization method is definitely far beyond imagination. The fact that it can generate mental power alone is enough to drive all warriors crazy. Li Ziyu's expression was solemn. The psychic master is a profession that is even rarer than the elemental warrior. It is also divided into levels 1 to 9. Psychics can use their mental power to control various objects. You can even use mental power to directly attack the enemy and crush them. When one reaches a high level of cultivation, sometimes a single glance can crush a low-level warrior into pieces. Li Ziyu's expression was solemn as he recalled the introduction about the spiritualist in his mind. If the warriors in this world attack with physical force, then the psychics can be considered as mental attacks. According to the information he learned on the internet, a spiritualist of the same level can often defeat several warriors of the same level as himself. But spiritual masters look at talent. If you are born without talent, you cannot practice. And spiritual talent is extremely rare. He has never met one yet. And this crystal visualization method can actually allow ordinary people who do not have the talent of a psychic to have spiritual talent. Based on this point alone, Li Ziyu decided to practice this visualization method. TSK, it seems that from now on, I will follow the path of dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Extreme Qi and blood power plus natural breathing method of the 4 elements warrior plus spiritual master, I am developing in an all-round way. Li Ziyu's mouth curled up. Ignore the 8 big red words that say it is extremely difficult to get started with the crystal visualization method. Choose carefully. Li Ziyu directly added the crystal visualization method to the selection sequence. Difficult to get started? Difficult to practice? Does not exist. It's just a matter of killing a few more ferocious beasts or taking more pills. Looking down, Li Ziyu began to select other fighting skills. Vajra body purification method, rock body purification method. Aerial attack, 6 military styles. Pass. Li Ziyu looked over. Finally, moved directly up to the 9th level combat skill column. After another round of selection, Li Ziyu chooses the fighting skills he needs. Pure body combat technique, Great Sun body tempering technique. Compare the human body to a miniature sun, visualize the sun, and absorb its power for cultivation. When one cultivates to a deep level, the density of the practitioner's body will reach an extremely terrifying level, the defense will be unimaginable, and the blood and chi will be as hot as the sun's furnace and as vast as the ocean. Swordsmanship and combat techniques, 9-layered thunder blade. Left behind by an unknown powerful being, the blade is as fast as lightning and its force is as great as 1,000 pounds. There are 9 levels in total, which also means 9 sword strikes. The power of each sword strike is twice as strong as the previous one. At the final level, you can inflict damage 10 times greater than your own attack power. After Li Ziyu took a fancy to it, he chose it without any hesitation. He doesn't like fancy moves. What he pursues is the ultimate attack power and ultimate attack speed. The 9-layered thunder blade perfectly meets this requirement. If he could master all 9 levels of thunder swords and combine them with his natural breathing method of breathing fire to increase his strength, then his destructive power must have reached a terrifying level. TSK, I can't wait any longer. After completing the combat skill selection, Li Ziyu prepared to close the selection interface. But suddenly I thought of something and typed the words natural breathing into the search bar on the screen. He couldn't find any information about natural breathing techniques on the internet. He was very curious whether there was any record in the combat skills library of the Magic City Martial Arts University. After a moment, looking at the words "no such item found" displayed on the screen, Li Ziyu closed the search interface. The result was pretty much what he imagined. It seems that natural breathing is far more mysterious than he imagined. After making the selection, Li Ziyu removed the protective shield. As soon as I went out, the young man's big face came up to me. A big face suddenly appeared in front of him, and Li Ziyu had a hard time controlling the urge to punch it. Holy shit! Dude! I remember who you are. You're the one who confronted the Mutual Aid Association member on the bus, and you also rejected the invitation from Nangong Hao, the National Martial Arts Examination Champion, right? I said you look familiar, awesome dude. I avoid people from the Mutual Aid Society when I see them, but you actually dare to confront them in person. Amazing. Admire. Awesome. The young man looked excited and looked at Li Ziyu with admiration. Chapter 69, Arrogant and Domineering. The young man gave Li Ziyu a thumbs up and said in an exaggerated tone, Nangong Hao is the 4th highest ranked boss on the battle strength list, and his Mutual Aid Association is a giant at Magic City University. You dare to refuse such a big shot's invitation in person, you are really awesome. As expected of the National Martial Arts Examination Champion. As he spoke, the young man took out his mobile phone, opened the forum of Magic City Martial Arts University, and pulled up a video. Li Ziyu looked over and saw the video of herself rejecting Nangong Hao's invitation. In the video, Nangong Hao's expression was frozen, and he walked past Nangong Hao with an expressionless face. There were white subtitles floating above the video. Fuck, that's awesome. 666. It seems like there's a troublemaker among this year's freshmen. TSK, where does he get all this courage? Fuck, this is so satisfying. I've been fed up with those guys in the Mutual Aid Society for a long time. They get the good missions first, and they get priority in the training room. They're so arrogant, fuck them. I'm from the Mutual Aid Association, tell me your name and I'll talk to you face to face. After these words, the barrage disappeared. From this point we can see the status of the Mutual Aid Association. Dare to be angry but dare not speak out. TSK, buddy, although I know you are the top scorer in the National Martial Arts exam, your strength and talent must be good. But listen to the advice from my senior. Even if you don't join the mutual aid group, don't confront them head on. The young man put away his phone, the smile on his face turned into a serious look, and he looked at Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu's eyebrows are raised. Why? Isn't it true that warriors are fearless and forward-looking? Why are you all so afraid of the Mutual Aid Association? Fearless. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the young man, who looked at Li Ziyu speechlessly. Brother, you've read too many novels. There are only two kinds of people who are fearless, those who are either inexperienced or those who are so talented and powerful that they can crush everything. The first kind dies quickly, the second kind doesn't exist at all. I know you're incredibly talented, but there's a limit to how talented you are. It's impossible to be invincible at the same level, or even challenge a higher level. So, the right thing to do is to just follow the crowd. The young man wanted to continue speaking, but Li Ziyu interrupted him. I have selected my combat skills, where can I get them? Li Ziyu had a blank expression on her face, and the young man couldn't help but sigh. Hey, man, you're going to regret this. You don't need to pick up the skills after you choose them. Just leave the address of your villa and a drone will deliver it to your door. Li Ziyu nodded, responded, and left. At this time, the young man shouted loudly at Li Ziyu's back. By the way, don't go back to the dorm yet. People from the Mutual Aid Association are blocking you at the door of your dormitory now. Li Ziyu paused when he heard this, turned around to thank the young man, and walked out the door. The young man looked at Li Ziyu's departing back and shook his head. Alas, why are all the newcomers so stubborn and unwilling to listen to advice? A tree-lined villa area. At the entrance of a villa area with an excellent location by the lake. Pieces of luggage and daily necessities flew out of the second-floor window of the villa violently. Clink and bang. A group of students gathered around and pointed at the villa, talking among themselves. Brother, what's going on? Are you fighting for the dormitory? Shouldn't the competition for dormitories take place at the door? Why did you throw all your luggage out? You do not know? What do you know? I just reported in. The visitor was curious. The sophomore-looking senior student pointed at a group of people standing on the first floor at the entrance of the villa and said in a low voice. Just now, a freshman rejected the invitation of Nangong Hao, the vice president of the Mutual Aid Association, in person. The Mutual Aid Association is teaching that freshman a lesson. Look at this villa, that's where the freshman lives. The luggage was thrown out. Fuck, offending the vice president of the Mutual Aid Association? This guy is in big trouble. At this time, in addition to the people who had just gathered there were also many new students who had just arrived or had come here because of its reputation. The entrance of the villa was crowded with freshmen and sophomores. Yang Ming stood at the door of the villa with his arms folded across his chest, scanning the crowd. He snorted coldly and looked defiant. Humph, see clearly, this is the fate of those who dare to go against our Mutual Aid Association. Do you really think you're so great just because you're the top scorer in the National Martial Arts exam? At Magic City Martial Arts University, every student must bow to the Mutual Aid Association. The several students from the Mutual Aid Society who followed him also looked arrogant. Every year, selecting dormitories is a routine part of the Mutual Aid Association's show of strength, and today, Li Ziyu happened to be the target. At this time, Yang Ming stretched out his finger again and pointed at the students behind him. With me as the center, the 20 villas in this row to the east of my finger are all owned by our Mutual Aid Association. Only freshmen who join our Mutual Aid Association are eligible to live in these 20 villas. Everyone else, get out of here. Yang Ming's expression was cold and his tone was arrogant. As soon as these words were spoken, they caused a huge uproar in the crowd. Why? These 20 villas are in the best locations, and you can just take them up as you please? You guys from the Mutual Aid Association are too overbearing. That's right, the location of the villa is open to competition. What qualifications do you have to monopolize it? The freshmen who were watching looked at Yang Ming and the people behind him with a look of dissatisfaction on their faces. I was just watching the scene, but now I feel the tyranny of the Mutual Aid Association. Why? Just relying on my strength as a level 2 advanced warrior. Just because of my identity in the Mutual Aid Association. Is that enough? Looking at the noise of the crowd, Yang Ming sneered. With his arms folded across his chest, he looked down at the crowd gathered in front of the villa who were accusing him. As he spoke, he took a step forward and stomped hard on the asphalt road in front of the villa. With a loud bang. With his feet as the center, the asphalt road within a 5-meter radius cracked directly around it. The hard asphalt road sank 20 centimeters under his foot. At the same time, a violent gust of air surged out from Yang Ming's body, sweeping away the fallen leaves. The freshmen closest to Yang Ming were so shocked by the air wave that they took several steps back. Everyone looked at Yang Ming in shock and disbelief. Qi and blood become momentum. This is the characteristic of a second-level advanced warrior. Hiss. To be able to cause such destructive power with just one kick, and with such force, his HP must have reached at least 50. His combat power must be at least 8,000. The onlookers were all shocked and looked at the arrogant Yang Ming solemnly. I wanted to say something, but it was swallowed. The difference in strength between each level of warriors is huge. Putting aside the factor of combat skills, even 10 peak level 1 warriors are no match for a junior level 2 warrior. What's more, as a prodigy of the Mutual Aid Association, Yang Ming's fighting skills are definitely better than those of the freshmen who have just enrolled. Everyone could only watch, angry but not daring to speak out. Humph. You can live in these villas if you want, but if anyone can withstand my attack, then I will allow it. At this time, Yang Ming took another step forward, stood in front of everyone, clasped his fists together and glanced at everyone coldly. Everyone looked at each other and no one spoke. The scene fell silent for a moment. Chapter 70 Brothers are protecting you, Sun Qiming. Outside the crowd. Lu Tao, who has short white hair, stood at the back and observed the situation silently. He looked solemnly at the cracked asphalt road under Yang Ming's feet. With a serious expression. This guy is only in his 3rd year of college, but he already possesses the strength of a second-level advanced warrior. Is this the value of being a member of the Mutual Aid Association? Very strong. Lu Tao said with a serious expression. Young Master Lu, can you take his attack? Several young men gathered around Lu Tao. One of them walked up to Lu Tao and asked tentatively. Lu Tao looked up at Yang Ming, who was standing in front of the villa, and was silent for a moment. Slowly shook his head. Not necessarily. The man in front of me has at least 50 HP. This is just an attack using pure physical strength. He must have more powerful methods that he hasn't used yet. I don't have the confidence to take his blow. You can't do it. You're a top-level warrior. And a rare earth elemental warrior at that. He's ranked 5th in the country, and has even mastered the body tempering technique to a high level, yet he doesn't even have the confidence to withstand his attack? Isn't this possible? The young man next to Lu Tao was shocked after hearing this, with an expression of disbelief on his face. The others also looked at Lu Tao in disbelief. They are all from the same Dongshan city. Participated in the same martial arts examination as Lu Tao. But you know how powerful Lu Tao is. Not only is he a rare earth element warrior, but he has also mastered the body tempering technique to a high level. Crush them with strength. Earth element warriors are good at defense. In addition, the advanced body tempering method improves physical fitness. But they knew that Lu Tao's defense had absolutely reached a terrifying level. Once in the martial arts examination hall, they had witnessed with their own eyes a peak-level ferocious beast that attacked Lu Tao but couldn't break his defense. In their eyes, this is simply an invincible existence. But now, the invincible existence in their eyes actually said that he didn't even have the confidence to withstand a single blow from Yang Ming? The person in front of me is Yang Ming. Is he so strong? What about Sun Mingyang? He ranked 3rd in the National Martial Arts exam. Can he do it? As they spoke, they turned their gaze to the other direction of the crowd. There stood alone a young man in black combat uniform. The boy was wearing a black combat uniform. There was no hair on his head, which shone brightly in the sunlight. On his cold and expressionless face, he wore a black eye patch, covering his right eye. Only the calm left eye was revealed. Behind his back was a long spear as black as ink. Lu Tao looked at the young man with a gun on his back and shook his head. Although Sun Ming Yang is a fire elemental warrior, and his spearmanship has reached the pinnacle, he is good at attacking, and speed is his weakness. If he were to face Yang Ming, he might not even have a chance to attack. Lu Tao looked at Sun Ming Yang and said. Sun Ming Yang seemed to feel Lu Tao's gaze, and looked over here, meeting Lu Tao's eyes. The two nodded to each other and moved away tacitly. The two of them are old rivals. Although the rankings are different, the difference is actually only a few points, and the strength is similar. No one is willing to give in to anyone else. But everyone knows that now is not the time to compete. Damn! We're only freshmen, and we haven't caught up with our martial arts skills yet. Who can take his blow? Unless someone comes along who has mastered defense, speed, and attack to the point where they can crush their peers, then he can withstand Yang Ming's attack. But neither Lu Tao nor Sun Ming Yang can do it. I don't think anyone else in this freshman class can do it. The young man next to Lu Tao sighed and complained. They all looked dissatisfied and indignant at Yang Ming standing in front of the villa with his arrogance. Oh, damn, it seems we can only choose villas with bad locations. Damn it! This senior student from the Magic City Martial Arts University is too much of a bully. He's so domineering. It's not the senior students at Magic City Martial Arts University who are overbearing, it's the Mutual Aid Association that is overbearing. However, this is the world of warriors. The strong prey on the weak, and the weak can only submit to the strong. Lu Tao's face was calm and expressionless. Oh, right, I remember now. What about Li Ziyu? Can he take Yang Ming's attack? It seems that the main target of the Mutual Aid Association this time is Li Ziyu? Several people's eyes lit up and they spoke again. But before he could finish his words, Lu Tao interrupted him. Haven't you figured it out yet? The Mutual Aid Association is being fearless this time. They must have fully understood Li Ziyu's strength and are here to assert their authority. Otherwise, if we can't subdue Li Ziyu in front of so many people, wouldn't that damage the prestige of the Mutual Aid Association? The Mutual Aid Association will definitely not do such a stupid thing. If Li Ziyu is smart, she won't come here. Otherwise, she will be severely punished. On the main road back to the villa area, filled with birdsong and flowers. After selecting his fighting skills, Li Ziyu walked slowly. Next to him, there was a fat boy with a round face dragging his luggage. Dude, have you picked out your dorm yet? Yes, it's right in front, the first building by the lake. Li Ziyu smiled and nodded. On his way back, he met the fat guy who called himself Wang Qiming. I kept chatting with him along the way. He is a very outgoing person. But Li Ziyu didn't mind, because the little fat boy looked a bit like his high school deskmate Wang Hao. Wang Qiming's eyes lit up. Dude, you know how to choose. I asked around before coming here, and the villas near the lake are the best located. Rubbing his hands, Wang Qiming took another step forward and stood side by side with Li Ziyu, saying expectantly. How about we live in the same dorm? The school stipulates that two people live in one villa. It doesn't matter who I live with. I am the top scorer in the martial arts exam in Dongshan province this year, and ranked 12th in the country. We'll live in the same dorm, and I'll protect you from now on. Wang Qiming patted his chest, smiled and continued to speak to Li Ziyu with confidence. Li Ziyu thought about it. The villa has 2 floors, and the area of each floor is more than 600 square meters. Living alone is pretty boring. It's nice to have a roommate. After thinking about it, he nodded in agreement. Wang Qiming saw this and narrowed his eyes into a slit, grinning and showing his white teeth. Okay, from now on you are my brother, Wang Qiming. That villa is by the lake, and with such a good location, there will definitely be other freshmen vying for it. But with me, Wang Qiming, here, everything is not a problem. If someone comes to grab it, brother, just stand by and watch me perform. Wang Qiming looked confident. Li Ziyu smiled and nodded, without mentioning his identity as the National Martial Arts Exam Champion. The two walked side by side and soon arrived at the villa where Li Ziyu lived. I saw a group of people gathered in front of my dormitory and trash thrown on the ground. That's all his. Next to the scattered luggage stood Yang Ming, who had come with Ouyang Hao, and some people from the Mutual Aid Association. Li Ziyu stopped and looked at the scene in front of him with a frown. His eyes gradually turned cold. Yang Ming also saw Li Ziyu coming, turned around and looked at Li Ziyu. He looked at Li Ziyu with disdain in his eyes. While watching, Yang Ming deliberately took a step back. He stepped hard on the clothes scattered on the ground beside him and crushed them a few times. Then he raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Ziyu provocatively. But he said to the group of freshmen gathered in front of him, "Today I'm telling you, no matter how talented you were before, once you come to Magic City Martial Arts University, you'll treat yourselves like garbage. This piece of trash is worse than a stray dog on the roadside. What Magic City Martial Arts University lacks the least is genius. This is the first lesson I'm teaching you as a senior. Learn to obey." Chapter 71, Instant Kill. When the students around heard what Yang Ming said, they clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. Several students couldn't contain their anger and rushed towards him. However, before he could reach Yang Ming, he was kicked and flew away, spitting blood. At this time, Lu Tao followed Yang Ming's gaze and noticed Li Ziyu's figure. With compassion on his face, he said to those around him, "Yes, the National Martial Arts Exam champion who rejected the invitation from the Mutual Aid Association is here." Following Lu Tao's gaze, several people also saw Li Ziyu and said hesitantly, "It's bad luck, but no one will die, right?" No, although the school encourages students to compete, there are also bottom lines. However, I think I will be unable to get out of bed for several months. The students watching noticed Li Ziyu, and Sun Mingyang also looked over at Li Ziyu. Next to the road, Wang Qiming stopped, looking at Li Ziyu, whose eyes turned cold. He turned around and looked at Yang Ming, who was standing in front of the villa with his arms folded, and the luggage scattered on the ground next to the young man. With a thoughtful look on his face, he said to Li Ziyu, "Brother, this villa in front is the one you picked, right? Are all your luggage on the floor?" Li Ziyu stretched his right hand behind his back, pulled out the sword Yaoyue from behind with an expressionless face, and held it in his hand. He looked coldly at Yang Ming, who had a provocative look on his face. Another member of the Mutual Aid Society. Was it because I was too easy to talk to in the past, making others think that I was easy to bully? Li Ziyu had a blank expression on his face and walked towards Yang Ming holding the Yaoyue. Damn it, he keeps causing trouble. When I am promoted to the second-level warrior, I will kill Ouyang Hao together to show my authority. Otherwise, if they keep coming at me wave after wave, I won't be able to practice well in Demon University. But just as he took a step forward, Wang Qiming pulled him back. Wang Qiming put the luggage he was dragging next to Li Ziyu. He grinned at Li Ziyu, showing his big white teeth. With intense excitement on his face, he said, "Brother, I just said, I will protect you from now on. Let me." As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and ran towards Yang Ming. "Don't forget, I'm the top scholar in Dongshan Province. Level 1 Advanced Qi and Blood Warrior. 8 Collapse Strike." Wang Qiming looked excited. He rushed to Yang Ming at lightning speed and punched him hard. Bang! A loud bang. Yang Ming gave a whip kick. Then a black shadow flew back at a speed even faster than before. Lu Tao looked speechlessly at Wang Qiming, who was foaming at the mouth and twitching on the ground in the distance. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Where did this idiot come from? Puff. A level 2 advanced warrior. Brotherly, let's change dormitories. This group is too strong, we can't defend it. Wang Qiming was foaming at the mouth and his body was twitching from being kicked. Sitting on the ground, covering the swollen half of his face, he said to Li Ziyu helplessly, "Hey, with the strength of a first-level warrior, you didn't faint after being kicked by me. You're quite strong. You are eligible to be invited to join the Mutual Aid Association. You can come to me later to apply to join the Mutual Aid Association." Yang Ming glanced at Wang Qiming, who was lying on the ground with his hands covering his chest, said something lightly, and then looked away and stopped paying attention. Turning to look at Li Ziyu. "Don't you think you're awesome for being the top scorer in the National Martial Arts exam? Today is your first lesson from me. Out there, don't refuse people you can't afford to refuse." Yang Ming hooked his finger at Li Ziyu and said jokingly, Come here, come here. As long as you can take my attack, the matter of rejecting my Mutual Aid Association will be written off." Yang Ming was about to say something else. But before he could open his mouth, a creepy feeling surged in his heart. The pupils suddenly contracted. Only the front can be seen. A crimson flame. A heat wave was raised, distorting the air, and it flashed past the direction where Li Ziyu was standing. Then, the blade light, like lightning wrapped in flames, quickly enlarged in Yang Ming's shrinking pupils. Yang Ming's hair stood on end. He subconsciously tensed all the muscles in his body, circulated his qi and blood, and raised his hands to resist. However, the speed of the flaming lightning blade was extremely fast. Before Yang Ming could raise his hand, he felt his right hand getting hot. Separate palms. Ah! My hand! A heart-wrenching scream. Yang Ming staggered back, covering his wrist. On the side of the road, the tip of Yao Yue's knife hung on the ground. Li Ziyu stood still, expressionless. The scene suddenly became quiet. Lu Tao and Sun Mingyang's pupils shrank into needles as they stared in shock at Li Ziyu, who was still chopping. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva. What happened with that knife just now? Wang Qiming's eyes also widened, as if he was meeting Li Ziyu for the first time. The knife just now was your punishment for hooking my hand. And this knife now is your punishment for attacking my roommate. Li Ziyu, expressionless, spoke calmly. Looking at Yang Ming, who was sweating profusely as he covered his severed hand, he slowly raised the Yaoyue sword again. The moment Li Ziyu grasped the handle of the Yaoyue sword, a violent wave of flames flowed down Li Ziyu's arm and gathered on the blade of the Yaoyue sword. The moment when the flames cover the tip of the knife and the heat wave reaches its extreme. Boom! Yaoyu swung fiercely towards Yang Ming. Breath of fire. Thunder slash. The next moment, there was an explosion caused by a sharp object breaking through the air. A red lightning mixed with a flaming blade light rushed towards Yang Ming fiercely. The air seemed to be distorted by the blazing blade. Yang Ming's pupils contracted. The crimson blade light mixed with flames quickly enlarged in his pupils. The biting cold was accompanied by the sudden rise of hairs all over his body, and fear enveloped him. He can't stop it. Yang Ming screamed. How dare you? I'm from the Mutual Aid Society. If you dare to hurt me, you are an enemy of our Mutual Aid Association. Don't even think about surviving in Magic University during your 4 years. Phew. The red flame blade flashed by. Before Yang Ming could finish his words, he felt a pain in his right leg. With a thud, his vision went dark and he fell to the ground. Perhaps the flames mixed with the blade were too hot. Not a drop of blood seeped out from the thigh of Yang Ming's severed right leg. On the roadside, Li Ziyu had no expression on his face. He slowly put away his knife and placed Yaoyu behind his back. He looked at Yang Ming, who had fainted on the ground, and the members of the Mutual Aid Association who were at a loss behind Yang Ming. Pointing at the luggage scattered on the ground, he said coldly, "My luggage is worth 5 million great xia coins, and you guys messed it up. How should I compensate you? It's up to you to decide." After a pause, Li Ziyu looked around again and said, "Also, what you just said about this villa being the center and the 20 buildings to the right being the only ones that can be lived in by your Mutual Aid Association. Return it to you. From today onwards, I don't want to see anyone from the Mutual Aid Society appear within the 20 villas centered around this one." Li Ziyu finished speaking coldly. He stepped forward and helped Wang Qiming, who was half sitting on the ground with his mouth whiter than a duck egg, and walked towards the villa gate. The members of the Mutual Aid Association gathered around Yang Ming were so frightened that they all took a step back. The freshmen watching around also subconsciously made way for Li Ziyu. Chapter 72 Ouyang Hao, Seed Plan. After Li Ziyu left, the remaining few members of the Mutual Aid Association hurriedly picked up Yang Ming's severed hands and feet, dragged the unconscious Yang Ming to the ground, and fled out of the villa area. As he walked, he looked back with a panic expression, as if he was afraid that Li Ziyu would catch up with him. After the people from the Mutual Aid Association left, the scene was quiet at first. Then the whole thing exploded. Hiss. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Brothers, did you see that? Li Ziyu just crippled the leader of the Mutual Aid Association with one blow. That's incredible. What kind of attack did Li Ziyu just use? I didn't even see how he attacked, but he already cut off Yang Ming's arms and legs. Is he really just like us, a freshman who just enrolled this year? Why does he seem even more brutal than the old students? Awesome. He's worthy of being the top scorer in the National Martial Arts exam. His strength is truly terrifying. The students watching the scene had their eyes wide open, with expressions ranging from shock to excitement. When everyone was discussing, Lu Tao walked back a few steps and came to the place where Li Ziyu had just stood. Close your eyes. Someone looked at him in confusion. Moment. Lu Tao suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. At the same time, he muttered to himself. The move Li Ziyu just used is the third-level combat skill, Thunder Slash, correct? But how can Thunder Slash have such power? Also, that sword Li Ziyu just used seemed to have flames on it. What kind of fighting technique is that? Lu Tao's brows were furrowed, and his eyes flickered. At this time, Sun Mingyang, with a long spear on his back and an expressionless face, took 2 steps forward and walked to Lu Tao's side. He looked at Lu Tao with a serious expression and said, "Did you see Li Ziyu's strength just now? How do you feel about comparing yourself to him?" Lu Tao gave Sun Mingyang a strange look, as if he was looking at a fool. "You're talking nonsense. I couldn't even withstand a single attack from Yang Ming, and Li Ziyu killed him instantly with just one move. How do you compare me to Li Ziyu? Aren't you talking nonsense?" Lu Tao was speechless. He glanced in the direction of the villa, shook his head and said, "Although I don't know how strong Li Ziyu is, I think the people in the Mutual Aid Association will not give up. If the Mutual Aid Association sends out stronger students to deal with Li Ziyu, or if Yang Hao takes action himself, then Li Ziyu might be in danger." Upon hearing this, Sun Mingyang remained silent. Indeed, Li Ziyu's blow was equivalent to rubbing the face of the Mutual Aid Association on the ground. If the members of the Mutual Aid Association don't regain their status, I'm afraid they will lose all their prestige among the new groups in the future. In the training building of Magic City Martial Arts University, there is an independent and luxurious training room. Yang Hao closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the empty room. There was nothing around him except for 4 silver metal balls floating quietly around him. "Go!" Suddenly, Yang Hao opened his eyes abruptly and pointed at the wall in front of him. Following his finger, 4 metal balls floated around him, as if being pulled by some gravity. With a swish, it slammed into the alloy wall in front at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Bang 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 bang. 4 dull thuds were heard on the alloy wall that could withstand missile attacks. 4 basketball-sized holes were smashed by the metal ball. Metal balls are embedded inside. "Receive!" Yang Hao shouted again, and the metal ball embedded in the alloy wall quickly flew back to Yang Hao. "Pa pa pa. Master O, your mental power has become even stronger than before. TSK, an attack of this magnitude could easily break even the defense of a 3rd-level advanced warrior. The profession of a psychic is truly terrifying." At this moment, the door of the training room was suddenly pushed open. A young man with a feminine appearance and wearing a Mutual Aid Association uniform slowly walked towards Yang Hao. He praised while walking. "If you have something to say, please tell me now. Don't disturb me while I'm practicing." Yang Hao glanced at him. He stood up, took out a towel from the corner of the room, and said coldly while wiping the metal ball. The feminine young man knew Yang Hao's temper and was not angry. "I know you're preparing for the National Youth Wuhan University League, but I think you should take a look at this first." The feminine young man said, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, opened a video, handed it to Yang Hao, and said with a smile, "Look at this. If I remember correctly, you sent Yang Ming over, right? You asked him to recruit Li Ziyu?" "Huh? What? Li Ziyu has already given in?" Yang Hao wiped the metal ball without raising his head and said expressionlessly, "Oh, it was successful? See for yourself." The feminine young man sneered and handed the phone to Yang Hao. Yang Hao frowned and glanced at his phone. On the screen, 4 members of the Mutual Aid Association were dragging Yang Ming, who was like a dead dog, away in a panic. As he walked, he looked back in horror, as if there was something terrifying behind him. His embarrassed look makes people laugh. Yang Hao frowned even deeper, looked up at the long-haired young man, frowned and said, "What's going on? Could it be that a teacher at school couldn't stand it anymore and stepped in to help Li Ziyu? Didn't the school give our Mutual Aid Association absolute freedom? Why are they taking action now? It wasn't the school teacher who did it, it was Li Ziyu herself," the feminine young man said. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yang Hao. "Impossible. I know my men's strength better than anyone else. Yang Ming is a level 2 advanced warrior. His pure body combat technique has even reached an advanced level. If you want to defeat him, you must be at least a peak level 2nd level warrior. How could Li Ziyu, a freshman, possibly defeat Yang Ming?" Yang Hao said in a deep voice. The feminine young man put away his smile, his expression returned to calm. He looked straight at Yang Hao and said word by word, If I say that Li Ziyu not only defeated Yang Ming, but also defeated him with just one move. Do you believe it? Many people were present at the time, and Li Ziyu's move was so quick that no one had time to record it. But, so many people say so, it can't be false. I'm here to tell you that Li Ziyu's strength and potential are beyond your imagination. He's not just any ordinary top scorer in the National Martial Arts exam. The president asked me to tell you something. Stop fighting over the National Wuda League spot. Let Li Ziyu try. Said. The feminine young man put away his phone without waiting for Ouyang Hao to answer, turned around and walked out of the room. Only Ouyang Hao was left standing there in a daze. Don't fight for a spot in the National Youth Wuhan University League anymore. These words kept echoing in his ears. Not fighting? Give it to Li Ziyu? He. Ouyang Hao lowered his head, his hair covering his face, and kept repeating this sentence. After a moment, Ouyang Hao suddenly raised his head and looked fiercely in the direction where the feminine young man left, with a ferocious expression. This National Youth Wuda League involves the seeding plan, and you're telling me not to compete? Are you just going to wait here to die if you don't fight? President? Go to hell, President. Wait until I kill Li Ziyu, and then I'll see if the spot is mine. There was a flash of madness in Ouyang Hao's gentle eyes. Bang bang bang. For steel balls danced wildly around him and slammed into the alloy walls around him. Chapter 73. Lei Zhan, chairman of the Mutual Aid Association, is worried. Lu Mingyuan, did you convey the message to Ouyang Hao? The 35th floor of the Secret Realm Battle Tower. Lei Zhan, whose momentum was as sharp as a knife and whose whole body exuded a sharp aura, stood proudly at the entrance of the 35th floor battle tower. Behind Lei Zhan, the somewhat sinister-looking Lu Mingyuan looked at Lei Zhan with fiery eyes and fanatical admiration, saying in awe, "Everything has been conveyed, President." After hesitating for a moment, Lu Mingyuan said, "But President, will Ouyang Hao really give up his spot in the National Youth Wuda League? After all, this National Youth Wuhan University League involves the seed plan." Lei Zhan had no expression on his face. He took a step forward and walked to the entrance of the battle tower's secret realm. He said in a calm tone, "It doesn't matter. No matter whether Ouyang Hao gives up or not, in the end, only one of them can get the spot. Warriors must fight, and the strong are respected. When the top management formulated the seed plan, didn't they just let us compete to the death? If Ouyang Hao can snatch the spot back from Li Ziyu, that's also Ouyang Hao's ability. It proves that Ouyang Hao is stronger than Li Ziyu." Lu Mingyuan was silent after hearing this, and after a moment of hesitation he said, "But isn't this a bit unfair to Li Ziyu? Li Ziyu is only a freshman this year, while Ouyang Hao is already a senior. Moreover, Ouyang Hao is a spiritualist, so his combat power is several times stronger than that of warriors of the same level. Although Li Ziyu was able to defeat Yang Ming, the gap in strength between him and Ouyang Hao is too great." Lei Zhan had an expressionless face. He turned his head and glanced at Lu Mingyuan. Then he took a step forward and entered the battle tower. "Fair? Why do you think there's such a thing as fairness in the world of warriors? Survival of the fittest. The seed program is meant to select the best talents. If Li Ziyu is not a match for Ouyang Hao, it only means that he is not talented enough. If you want to blame someone, blame Zhua Hongyang for being too optimistic about Li Ziyu and giving her a spot in the National Youth Wuhan University League. Okay, if there's nothing important going on recently, don't contact me. I want to break through the 36th floor of the Secret Realm Battle Tower before the Youth Wuda League starts." Lanpu Martial Arts University, Girls' Dormitory. School hasn't officially started yet, and Wang Xiaoya is scrolling through her phone out of boredom. Suddenly, as if she had seen something incredible, her beautiful eyes widened and she sat up from the bed. He ran to the door of another room and started knocking. "Shaolin. Check out the forum at Magic City Martial Arts University. There's news about Li Ziyu." Where? Let me see." Hearing the name Li Ziyu, Xiaolin, who was in her pajamas, reflexively opened the door and spoke hurriedly. If Wang Xiaoya saw Xiaolin like this under normal circumstances, she would definitely make some teasing remarks. But now, I don't have the mood. Wang Xiaoya picked up her phone and handed Xiaolin a forum post she had already opened. Li Ziyu had a conflict with the members of the Mutual Aid Association when she was choosing a dormitory. It is said that he defeated the sophomore master of the Mutual Aid Association with just one strike. And he cut off the hands and feet of the members of the Mutual Aid Society. Wang Xiaoya said quickly. Xiaolin was stunned when she heard this and quickly looked at her phone. After a moment, she covered her mouth with her jade hands and exclaimed, "Ah! The Mutual Aid Association seems to be very powerful." Wang Xiaoya didn't know why she asked this, but she still said seriously, "Yeah. Very strong. Then classmate Li Ziyu has offended the Mutual Aid Association. Will he be retaliated by the Mutual Aid Association?" Charlene said with worry in her eyes. Wang Xiaoya was stunned. Xiaolin, shouldn't you be concerned about how Li Ziyu was able to defeat the people from the Mutual Aid Association? I heard that the Mutual Aid Association sent out a sophomore this time. He's already ranked in the top 10 among sophomores. He's very strong. Li Ziyu actually defeated him, how amazing. Wang Xiaoya blinked, trying to remind Xiaolin that her focus was wrong. Charlene looked puzzled and said as a matter of course, "Li Ziyu is already very strong. On the high-speed train from Shuzhong City to Magic City, we were attacked by a level 2, intermediate-level ferocious beast, a two-headed scavenger eagle. Li Ziyu killed it instantly with a single strike. Let's not talk about this anymore, Xiaoya. Do you think Li Ziyu will face retaliation from the Mutual Aid Association in the future?" Charlene looked like she was about to cry. Wang Xiaoya's mind went blank, and she kept thinking about what Xiaolin had just said. Killing a two-headed scavenger eagle with one strike? Is that fake? However, Charlene pulled her arm and pulled her back from the shock, and she subconsciously said, "Of course they are very strong. The vice president and president of the Mutual Aid Association are both among the top 3 in terms of combat power at the Magic City Martial Arts University. He's even stronger than the leader of our local martial arts association." Ah. Then what if they take revenge on Li Ziyu? No, I want to go find classmate Li Ziyu. Hey, Charlene, wait for me. Li Ziyu, are you really the top scorer in this year's National Martial Arts exam? In the living room on the first floor of the villa, Sun Qiming asked again with a look of disbelief. This was the 6th time he asked the same question. Seeing Li Ziyu looking at him helplessly, the fat boy Sun Qiming scratched his head a little embarrassedly. The main reason is that I thought the top scorer in the National Martial Arts exam would choose Kyoto Budo University. After all, isn't the ranking of Magic City Budo University lower than Kyoto Budo University in the past 2 years? As he spoke, Sun Qiming's face showed curiosity and disbelief again. Looking at Li Ziyu, who was sitting on the sofa fiddling with her luggage, she said admiringly, "But brother you, aren't you too strong? I'm ranked 19th in the country, and I couldn't even withstand a single attack from Yang Ming, yet you were able to kill him instantly with just one move. Really? That's awesome." When Sun Qiming said this, his face was excited and his fists were clenched tightly, as if he was the one who killed Yang Ming instantly with that move just now. The name naturally changed from Li Ziyu to Brother Yu. "But Brother Yu, we've completely broken up with the Mutual Aid Association. They'll definitely send people to cause trouble again. We have to be careful behind us." Sun Qiming showed worry on his face. In his heart, he already considered himself Li Ziyu's younger brother. The younger brother and the older brother are definitely on the same front. The Mutual Aid Association is causing trouble for Li Ziyu, which is equivalent to causing trouble for him. When he thought of this, Sun Qiming felt under tremendous pressure. Relax, a warrior's point is to move forward courageously. No matter how many obstacles there are ahead, I can break them with one blow. Li Ziyu packed up her luggage and walked over to the excited Sun Qiming. She patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "When they look for someone, they come to me first." After saying that, he picked up his luggage and went up to the 2nd floor of the villa along the wooden spiral staircase. The villa is divided into 1 and 2 floors. The 2nd floor is quieter and has better scenery. Sun Qiming naturally gave up his seat on the 2nd floor. Walking to the stairs, seeing Sun Qiming still in a daze, Li Ziyu smiled and said, "Don't be in a daze, go to the cafeteria to eat dinner tonight." "Oh, okay, brother you, I'll call you when it's time for dinner." Chapter 74, Warmth, Treat. The 2nd floor of the villa. Li Ziyu sat on the sofa and took out a glass of ice wine from the refrigerator. The amber liquid flowed into the crystal clear glass. Li Ziyu raised his head and drank it all in one gulp. It's so nice to sit on the sofa in the villa in the summer and drink a glass of ice wine from the cellar. This isn't a student dormitory, it's a presidential suite. Li Ziyu sighed, put down his wine glass, and began to sort out today's events and his next goals. The first is the natural breathing method, breathing of fire. The knife fight he had with Yang Ming today was the first time he used the breathing of fire after mastering it. The power was beyond his imagination. Under the breath of fire, his whole body's strength and explosive power increased by at least 2 times. Moreover, the breathing of fire can also enchant fire on weapons. Whether it is a normal attack or a combat skill attack, can be enchanted. This is equivalent to directly giving oneself the power of a fire elemental warrior. Judging from the flames of the attack just now, the effect of the flame breathing technique is exactly the same as the flames of a fire elemental warrior. Even stronger than the flames of a fire elemental warrior. The level of the natural breathing method is definitely higher than I imagined. Li Ziyu had never thought about it before, but the more she thinks about it now, the more shocked she feels. The Combat Skills Library of the Magic City Martial Arts University could not receive any information about the natural breathing method, and then thought about the 4 elemental powers. The level of this natural breathing method definitely exceeded my imagination. It seems that the priority of asking Wang Sun about the origin of the natural breathing method needs to be moved forward. Li Ziyu thought to himself. After checking the flame breathing technique, Li Ziyu thought of Ouyang Hao, the vice president of the Mutual Aid Association whom he had rejected in the morning. What happened today should have been arranged by Ouyang Hao. Yang Ming is Ouyang Hao's younger brother. The younger brother has been taught a lesson, and Ouyang Hao will definitely come to avenge him. It feels like this day and night is endless. Li Ziyu's eyes flickered. He didn't mind the challenge, and even fought with some strong men to hone his combat skills. But they must also be worthy opponents, especially if they are all as powerful as Yang Ming. It has no effect of tempering at all. It would be faster to take chi and blood pills yourself, or go to the wilderness area to refresh your hands. I heard that Magic City Martial Arts University encourages competitions among students. It's too annoying to have all these minions coming over here. Let's just go find Ouyang Hao. If I beat up Ouyang Hao in front of the entire school, I guess no one will bother me anymore at Magic City Martial Arts University. Li Ziyu's eyes flickered, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this idea was feasible. But these are not the most important things at the moment. The most important thing right now is to break through to the 2nd level of warrior. Well, there are also several skills that need to be mastered, such as crystal breathing, great sun body purification, and ninefold thunderblade. Hey, I wonder how many chi and blood pills are needed to upgrade this. Anyway, the 10 chi and blood pills I have left are definitely not enough to get started. Looks like after dinner, I'll have to go to the supply warehouse at Magic City Martial Arts University. Li Ziyu sighed slowly, and for the first time, he felt a little poor. It seems that relying on drugs to improve can only be used as an auxiliary. I still have to go to the wilderness area when this place is free. Li Ziyu was thinking, when the voice of the fat boy Sun Qiming sounded downstairs. Li Ziyu picked up the bracelet and looked at it. It was already time for dinner. Just then, his cell phone rang. Li Ziyu took it out and took a look. It was Charlene. Student Li Ziyu, are you okay? I was worried about you, so I came all the way from Lanpu Martial Arts University. At dusk, the sunset glows high in the sky. On the campus of the Magic University filled with the fragrance of osmanthus, Li Ziyu and Xia Lin walked side by side. Behind the two of them were Sun Qiming and Wang Xiaoya, who were deliberately keeping a distance from them. It's okay, just a normal exchange. Thank you for your concern. Li Ziyu smiled at Xia Lin and said. Only then did Xia Lin pat Wan's chest and let out a long sigh. I'm glad you're okay. I was really scared to death. Charlene said. She reached into her bag again and pulled out a small jar from the bag she carried in her arms. When it was handed to Li Ziyu, she looked curious. This is? Charlene smiled and said. I noticed you needed chi and blood pills for your training on the high-speed train, so I asked your family to send some over. Here are 30 chi and blood pills. You saved my life on the high-speed train. These 30 chi and blood pills are a small token of my appreciation. As if afraid that Li Ziyu would refuse. Charlene put on a pitiful expression again, her eyes seemed hazy, and she quickly continued. Please accept it, otherwise I won't be able to sleep at night. Thank you. Come on, I'll treat you to dinner at the Magic University cafeteria. Li Ziyu hesitated for a moment. He really needed the chi and blood pill now. He stopped being pretentious and reached out to take it from Charlene. There is also a faint fragrance on it. Seeing Li Ziyu accepting her gift, Xia Linlai's nervous face suddenly broke into a smile, like a blooming spring flower in March. She had hesitated for a long time at the gate of Shanghai University, wondering whether she should come to find Li Ziyu. After all, they were just classmates now, and she was afraid that Li Ziyu would find her annoying if she came uninvited. But now this worry has disappeared after Li Ziyu accepted her gift. Then I'm going to have a good meal later. A spacious and bright cafeteria. It was lunchtime and many students were already eating. In the semi-open kitchen, the chef is busy working behind the transparent glass. The hall is a series of separated rows of tables and chairs. After Li Ziyu and others found a place to sit down. Then a canteen waiter wearing a shirt and bow tie came over and enthusiastically handed over the menu with both hands. The bright and spacious environment is complemented by the service staff who are quietly waiting nearby. Li Ziyu felt like she was not eating in a school cafeteria, but rather in a high-end restaurant. This was completely different from what he had imagined about queuing for food. Wow, the environment at Magic City Martial Arts University is so great. Not only is the area large, the dormitory is like a villa, and even the dining area is so luxurious. Compared to the Magic City Martial Arts University, our Lanpu Martial Arts University is simply not on the same level. Several people sat down facing each other. Wang Xiaoya looked around curiously and kept speaking in admiration. Charlene standing by also looked envious. Unfortunately, her martial arts exam score was not high enough to enroll in the Magic City Martial Arts University. Otherwise, I could go to the same school as Li Ziyu. Hey, that's it. Wuhan University in Shanghai is ranked 4th in the country, and its infrastructure is definitely far superior to other schools. Sun Qiming, who was sitting next to Li Ziyu, looked at Wang Xiaoya with an envious expression and smiled proudly. Then he waved his hand. Eat whatever you want. We just met today. I'll pay for brother you. Sun Qiming chuckled. When walking next to Li Ziyu, his presence is not strong. Today, in front of a beautiful woman, I have to be domineering. As soon as Sun Qiming finished speaking, the waiter who was waiting on the side handed the menu to Sun Qiming with a smile. Classmates, today is the day for new students to start school. Our cafeteria has launched a deluxe set meal for 4 people. You can take a look. Well, okay, today is the first day, so we have to eat a luxurious meal. Sun Qiming took the menu and opened it calmly. When I saw the prices on the menu, my eyes widened. What the hell? So expensive. A deluxe meal for 4, 10 points. Chapter 75 Unexpected Gains. Sun Qiming's face turned purple. 10 points converted into Dasha currency is 100,000. If you exchange 10 points for Dasha currency, it would be 1 million. In other words, if outsiders were to eat this deluxe set meal for 4, it would cost the equivalent of 1 million. Damn it! This is outrageous. He only has 50 points now. Looking at the puzzled looks of Xia Lin and Wang Xiaoya opposite him, cold sweat dripped down Sun Qiming's forehead and his face turned the color of liver. Which one do you want, face or substance? Asking online, it's urgent. I'll treat you to this meal. Li Ziyu took the menu from Sun Qiming with a smile, and handed her wristband to the waiter to scan. After all, Xia Lin came to see him, and he had just accepted 30 qi and blood pills from her. Converted into Dasha currency, it would cost at least 3 million. It's not too much to spend 10 points to treat someone to a meal. There are still 409 left. Hiss. Brother you actually have so many points. When Li Ziyu raised his bracelet, Sun Qiming widened his eyes and looked at his bracelet in disbelief. But before Li Ziyu could post it, Sun Qiming stood up and pressed down Li Ziyu's bracelet. Then he took the lead and swiped his bracelet. After finishing, Sun Qiming said righteously, Brother you stood up for me today, so I have to treat you to this meal. Li Ziyu did not refuse. Moment. It didn't take long before the waiter brought out plates of food. All the food is made from the meat of exotic animals. I have to say that the chefs at Shanghai Martial Arts University are quite skilled in cooking. The meat of exotic animals is cooked to be tender and delicious. Is that Li Ziyu, the man who publicly rejected the vice president of the Mutual Aid Association and killed Yang Ming in one blow? He's so handsome. TSK, not only handsome, but also so strong. It's a pity that he has a girlfriend. At this time, many freshmen were already sitting in the cafeteria to eat, and there was only a small plate of food on everyone's table. Li Ziyu's table was directly filled with exotic beast meat, which made everyone look at him with envy. There were several girls with great looks who secretly looked at Li Ziyu while eating, and their faces turned red with embarrassment. Li Ziyu didn't pay attention and focused on the food in front of him. Just then, at the entrance of the cafeteria, 3 young men with extraordinary aura walked in. After entering the room and taking a quick look around, he went straight to Li Ziyu's table. All 3 of them have a mutual aid association logo embroidered on their chests. When a few people appeared, the noise in the cafeteria instantly died down a bit, and everyone looked at the 3 people. These 3 are seniors from the mutual aid association. Are they here to cause trouble? These 3 people seem to be stronger than Yang Ming. Li Ziyu is in danger. The people who were having dinner together looked at Li Ziyu and whispered. Student Li Ziyu. Brother Yu. When Sun Qiming and Xia Lin saw the 3 people walking towards their table, they couldn't help but look at Li Ziyu nervously. Li Ziyu didn't react at all. After swallowing a piece of barbecue, he wiped his mouth with a napkin expressionlessly, then raised his eyes. Continue eating. You must be Li Ziyu, we. Hiss. Damn it. We mean no harm. The 3 of them walked up to Li Ziyu. The young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes in the lead opened his mouth to say something to Li Ziyu. But before he could open his mouth, he saw Li Ziyu, who was sitting at the dining table, suddenly stand up from his chair. The 3 of them didn't feel anything when they were sitting, but the moment Li Ziyu stood up, they suddenly felt as if a shadow covering the sky suddenly appeared in front of them, causing their hearts to skip a beat. It's like a person who is afraid of water, having his hands and feet tied up and thrown into the sea 10,000 meters deep. It was difficult to breathe, and there was only endless fear in my heart. The 3 of them took several steps back and only stopped after knocking over a dining table. The young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes waved his hands quickly and said in a hurried tone. We are here to give you compensation. Didn't you ask for 5 million great xia coins in the villa area? We're here to deliver it to you. After saying this, the young man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Upon hearing this, Li Ziyu's gaze turned from cold to calm, and the majestic aura on his body was immediately retracted. Looking at the 3 of them, he said calmly. Well, bring it here. The 3 of them exchanged glances. Yang Ming hurriedly took Li Ziyu's bank card number from his pocket and transferred the money to Li Ziyu. Only then did Li Ziyu sit down. After a moment, the 3 of them fled from the cafeteria in a panic. After the 3 of them left, they made sure that Li Ziyu was no longer visible. Yang Ming stopped, held his thighs with his hands, bent over and gasped for breath. While panting, he kept wiping the cold sweat on his forehead. Fuck. I now believe that Yang Ming was killed instantly by Li Ziyu in one move. This F-King aura has me freaking out before they even start fighting. Luckily, I reacted quickly. The other 2 people also wiped their cold sweats, their expressions still terrified. Damn, is this guy Li Ziyu a freshman? Why does he seem stronger than some of the juniors and seniors? But luckily we reacted quickly and didn't come up and start fighting, otherwise you wouldn't be able to walk out of the cafeteria alive now. The young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes nodded in agreement, stood up and glanced towards the cafeteria again, with a lingering fear on his face. Damn, he's only a freshman and already has this much strength. I think President Ouyang Hao is asking for trouble if he wants to teach Li Ziyu a lesson. Anyway, I won't do this kind of work that comes to trouble Li Ziyu again. I won't do it no matter how many points you give me. As he spoke, he took a step forward to leave. But just as he raised his foot, he suddenly thought of something and said to the other 2. The 5 million great xia coins I just spent came from my own pocket, so we have to split the bill. The meal was very enjoyable. Especially Li Ziyu, it felt like the trip was worthwhile. Not counting the 30 qi and blood pills Xia Lin gave him, even the 5 million daxia coins compensated to him by the Mutual Aid Association made him happy. I was thinking to myself, I hope the Mutual Aid Association will come and cause trouble for him again. After sending Xia Lin and Wang Xiaoya out of the Magic City Martial Arts University, Li Ziyu and Sun Qiming returned to the dormitory. Walked to the door of the villa. I saw 2 figures standing stealthily at the door of the villa. When Li Ziyu approached, the 2 seemed startled. After hurriedly handing Li Ziyu a bank card, he left as if escaping. Li Ziyu was stunned and looked at the bank card in his hand. He thought these 2 people were here to cause trouble for him, but what was going on? But after a slight thought, Li Ziyu's mouth corners suddenly curved into an arc. He understood what was going on. This is the compensation that the Mutual Aid Association originally promised him. Those 3 people in the cafeteria just now probably wanted to cause trouble for him at first. However, frightened by his aura, he improvised and took out 5 million dasha coins to avoid disaster. Ha, that's quite clever. I didn't expect to earn 10 million great xia coins on my first day at Magic City Martial Arts University. In that case, let's go directly to the supplies department and buy some qi and blood pills. Li Ziyu smiled happily. After saying something to Sun Qiming, he went straight to the materials department of Magic City Martial Arts University. Chapter 76, Exchange for Ambergris, Shocked Girl. Several important departments of the Magic City Martial Arts University are open 24 hours a day. If he goes there at this time, he won't be afraid of missing out. Li Ziyu used all his skills and quickly arrived at the logistics department in the center of the campus. The first floor of the materials department is several thousand square meters in size. After entering the door, there is a semicircular bar that is 100 meters long. There were more than a dozen white machines next to the bar, the same ones he had seen when he was choosing combat skills in the combat skills library. But the difference is, behind each machine here is a transparent pipe, spiraling all the way to the roof. Although it was evening, many students came to collect supplies. Li Ziyu found an empty bar counter. There was a girl dressed like a student playing with her cell phone at the bar. Seeing Li Ziyu coming, the girl's eyes lit up. She hurriedly put away her phone and said to Li Ziyu with a smile, "Classmate, you are a new student who just registered today. If you want to exchange supplies, just swipe your wristband on the machine." Li Ziyu hummed. As she spoke, the girl took the initiative to step forward again. He pointed to the pipe behind the 2-person high machine next to him and said, "After you swipe your wristband, small items will be sent directly to the pipeline. If it is a large item, it will need to be delivered separately." Good. Li Ziyu nodded. It seems that many freshmen have come to the supplies department to exchange supplies today, and this girl is already familiar with the place. Judging from the way this girl is dressed, she must have accepted a mission and is here to earn points. The meeting was similar to when he was choosing his fighting skills. Various things are divided into categories and displayed on the screen. There are countless elixirs, weapons, equipment, and various rare treasures that can be used in cultivation. It's not just what warriors need for training, there are also some technological products and hot weapons. Li Ziyu even saw RPGs, large-caliber sniper rifles, grenades, C4 explosives and other large-scale explosives on it. I looked at the sales volume and it was actually quite a lot. And surprisingly cheap. Take grenades for example. 1 point can be exchanged for hundreds of them, which is almost like giving them away for free. Tisk, when fighting a ferocious beast, first use the RPG to cover the beast with long-range fire, and then use cold weapons to fight it in close combat. It's a good tactic. Li Ziyu sighed. When dealing with some low-level ferocious beasts, explosives can sometimes have unexpected effects. But he felt that the students who exchanged these explosives should not use them to fight ferocious beasts. Sometimes the school's commissions include many tasks that require fighting with others. Converging his divergent thoughts, Li Ziyu turned his attention to the pills, searched for a while, and found the qi and blood pill. However, as soon as he saw the name of the qi and blood pill, he was attracted by another pill next to it. Ha! Dragon Birth Liquid, it seems like it can also be used to increase qi and blood. And it's several times more effective than qi and blood pills? Li Ziyu looked at the introduction about Dragon Birth Liquid. However, correspondingly, the price is several times more expensive than qi and blood pills. 1 tube costs 20 points. After thinking about it, he called the girl next to him. The girl walked over with a smile and looked at Li Ziyu curiously. After hearing Li Ziyu's question, the girl smiled and explained. "Classmate, you want to buy a pill to increase your qi and blood, right? This Dragon Birth Liquid can indeed improve qi and blood, and 1 tube is equivalent to the effect of 10 qi and blood pills, and the effect is better. But it's too expensive, 20 points per tube. It's not something we ordinary students can afford. Usually, only the geniuses in their senior year, who have accumulated enough points, will use Dragon Birth Fluid to improve their qi and blood." The girl said with a smile, looked at Li Ziyu again, and persuaded. "You're a freshman, so you only have 50 points, right? Points are extremely difficult to earn. Given your freshman strength, you won't receive any points in the short term. I suggest you save your points and take care of your basic expenses first. Otherwise, if you run out of points, even eating at the Magic University might become a problem." She was also giving a kind reminder. New students who have just registered do not know how difficult it is to obtain points. They are easily dazzled by the dazzling array of supplies and are prone to impulsive consumption. Just like when she first entered school. She directly spent half of her points to buy Dragon Birth liquid, which directly led to her being hungry for several months. I was just complaining that the blood pill was too slow to improve my chi and blood. It seems that the Dragon Birth liquid is just right. Li Ziyu thanked the girl and then turned her gaze back to the screen. After pondering for a moment, he added 10 directly to the shopping cart below the Dragon Birth liquid. Then, under the girl's wide-eyed gaze, he raised his hand and swiped the bracelet. A beep indicates that the payment is successful. You are a senior? The girl looked at the screen showing the prompt of 200 points deduction, and stared at Li Ziyu in surprise with wide eyes. How do you have so many points? I'm already a sophomore, and I still haven't accumulated 200 points. The girl smacked her lips and looked at Li Ziyu with envy. She just thought Li Ziyu was a freshman. But looking at Li Ziyu, he spent 200 points without blinking an eye. This is impossible for freshmen except for seniors. And he is a senior student who is very strong. The girl thought to herself. Li Ziyu laughed without explaining. At this time, behind the machine, a transparent pipe lit up with colorful light, and then a silver-white suitcase slid down the pipe. After sliding onto the machine, a hole slowly opened under the machine. Li Ziyu reached out and took the suitcase out from the opening. I opened it and took a look. A cool breeze blew out, and 10 transparent glass tubes filled with amber liquid were neatly placed inside. The girl next to him looked on with envy. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the glass tube containing the dragon birthing liquid. Until Li Ziyu closed the box, turned and walked out of the supplies department and said something to her. The girl looked away reluctantly. Looking at Li Ziyu's back holding the suitcase, I felt a little envious. Hey, when will I be able to boldly cultivate with dragon birth liquid? Tisk, it's a pity that I don't have to think about it before my junior year. I can only use the chi and blood pills honestly. Just then, a girl beside her walked up behind her, patted her shoulder, and asked curiously. Xiaomei, what are you looking at? Why are you so lost in thought? Oh, a senior just came over and bought 10 bottles of dragon birth liquid. I'm so envious. At this time, Li Ziyu had not yet left the logistics department. The girl quietly pointed at his profile and whispered to her companion. Oh. Recently, because of the National Youth Wuhan University League, a lot of seniors have come to exchange for chi and blood boosting pills. I don't know what's so different about this National Youth Wuhan University League. I see all the seniors are training very hard. The companion seemed to be lost in thought. As he said this, he looked in the direction of Li Ziyu in the direction the girl pointed. When they saw Li Ziyu's profile clearly, their companions were stunned. Hey, isn't this the new student who's been very popular recently? The most popular post on the school forum right now is about him. Freshman? Not a senior, that's impossible. How could a freshman spend 200 points in one go? The girl looked unconvinced, she thought her companion was joking with her. At this time, my classmate picked up his mobile phone, opened the school forum, and clicked on the most popular post. Hand it to the girl. Shocking. A freshman killed a senior from the Mutual Aid Society. Is this a sign of absolute confidence in his own abilities, or a sign of the weakening of the Mutual Aid Society? Only 0.5 credits are required to watch the full video. 100 analyses of how the Mutual Aid Association targets Li Ziyu. You can read the full text for only 0.5 credits. 100 guesses about when Li Ziyu will give in. The portrait on the cover is Li Ziyu. The girl looked at the various posts on the forum with a dazed look on her face, her hair disheveled in the wind. Chapter 77 Breakthrough. Level 2 Warrior. Being a warrior is indeed a profession that burns money. Money comes quickly, but it's also spent quickly. Li Ziyu returned to the second floor of the villa, sat on the sofa, and looked at the suitcase containing ambergris in his hand, feeling a little emotional. And there's a huge polarization. The strong get stronger, while the weak can't even enjoy the resources for cultivation. I don't know if this was intentionally set up by the Magic City Martial Arts University, or if there's some other reason. Li Ziyu said secretly. But these have little to do with him. As long as his strength can be improved, resources will only increase. Thinking about. Li Ziyu opened the suitcase on the coffee table, took out the ambergris from it, and drank it in one gulp. Amber liquid inlet. Li Ziyu instantly felt like a ball of fire burning in her throat, and then went down her intestines into her stomach. Then, it felt like a ball of dynamite exploded in his stomach, and the heat from the explosion flowed directly through his blood to every part of his body. Hot. It's as if the whole person is immersed in the heat of flames. Li Ziyu's skin at this time looked like a cooked shrimp. All red. A puff of white steam hissed out from above his head. Hey, where does the steam come from? Could it be that Brother Yu is taking a sauna? Downstairs. Sun Shiming, who was sitting on the sofa, eating potato chips and watching TV with relish, looked at the steam coming out of the stairs with curiosity and a puzzled expression. But he shook his head and stopped paying attention, continuing to watch TV. Ha! Holy crap, it's actually ambergris, more potent than qi and blood pills. It feels so damn good. A quarter of an hour later. Li Ziyu, who had already digested all the effects of the medicine, stretched his muscles. Looking at his red hands, Li Ziyu was filled with emotion. Although he didn't know exactly how much his qi and blood had improved, Li Ziyu could clearly feel the improvement in his strength and physical fitness. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 1 Peak Warrior. Combat skills, Elementary Natural Breathing, Elementary Thunder Slash, Peak Bull Body Technique, Peak Sword Technique, Advanced Vajra Body, and Gale Sword Technique. System, Martial God System. Function, it can absorb everything and improve qi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. 1 tube of ambergris isn't enough, keep stuffing. If you have enough qi and blood points, improve your realm first. Li Ziyu looked at the system panel in his mind and thought to himself. It's time to upgrade your realm. Thinking about. Li Ziyu took out another tube of ambergris from the suitcase on the coffee table and drank it with his head tilted back. Gulp. Sun Shiming downstairs looked at the white smoke appearing in the hall with a puzzled look on his face. What's going on? Brother Yu, this sauna session is a bit too long. Upstairs. Hiss, 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 white steam continued to come out of Li Ziyu's body. He felt as if he was surrounded by lava. After 5 injections, Li Ziyu's entire body turned red, like a steamed shrimp. In these 2 hours, he had consumed the equivalent of 50 qi and blood pills. Phew! I can't eat anymore. My body has reached its limit. If I eat anymore, I feel like I'm going to burst. Li Ziyu opened his eyes and slowly exhaled. The foul air whistled, sweeping up the air around his mouth and nose like little arrows. Open the system panel. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 1 Peak Warrior Plus. Combat skills, Primary Natural Breathing Technique Plus, Primary Thunder Slash Plus, Peak Bull Body Technique Plus, Peak Body Technique Plus, Peak Sword Technique Plus, Advanced Vajra Body Plus, Gale Sword Technique Plus. System, Martial God System. Function, it can absorb everything and improve qi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. Great. Time to upgrade. It seems that the improvement this time is really great. Not only can the realm be upgraded, but even the sword skills and body skills that are already at the peak level can be improved. However, I still need to improve my realm first. Li Ziyu looked at the plus sign that appeared behind the system panel with an extremely excited expression. In just 1 month, he will go from being a non-warrior to becoming a second-level warrior. This kind of speed has never been seen in the entire Daxia. Thinking about. Li Ziyu did not hesitate and directly chose to improve his realm. As the thought came to his mind, Li Ziyu felt a loud explosion inside his body. It was as if a bottleneck had been broken through, and a strange feeling emerged, as if the body was being inflated like a balloon. But there was no change in the body. Li Ziyu was not at all panicked, as there was an explanation for this phenomenon in textbooks. This is a sign that the limits of the human body are being expanded. The process of a warrior's improvement is also the process of continuously improving his own boundaries. If the blood and qi that his body could originally withstand were a gurgling stream. After being promoted to a second-level warrior, the amount of blood and energy his body could sustain was like a river. It's at least 10 times stronger than before. Li Ziyu waved his fist, feeling the changes in his body. Fists exploded in the air. But his fist seemed to have never moved. That's because he punched too fast, creating an illusion. Li Ziyu looked at the surroundings again. After being promoted to a second-level warrior, his five senses became much clearer in perceiving his surroundings. The patterns on the mosquito's wings are clearly visible from dozens of meters away. It's like a person who has been nearsighted and deaf for many years suddenly gains 0.5 vision and superhuman hearing. That feeling is really wonderful. No wonder people outside say that fighting across levels is impossible. This kind of speed completely crushes my physical strength. If I hadn't cultivated the body refining method in various combat techniques to their peak, I wouldn't have been able to make up for the physical gap brought by my realm. Li Ziyu said secretly. After being promoted to a second-level warrior, his physical fitness, strength, speed, and nerve reaction speed have increased by more than 10 times. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 2 Primary Warrior. Combat skills, Elementary Natural Breathing, Elementary Thunder Slash, Peak Bull Body Technique, Peak Body Technique, Peak Sword Technique, Advanced Vajra Body, and Gale Sword Technique. System, Martial God System. Function, it can absorb everything and improve chi in blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. Well now, I can stuff the ambergris again. As physical fitness improved, the amount of ambergris that could be taken every day also increased. When he was at the peak of the first-level warrior, Li Ziyu could take 5 tubes of ambergris every day. Now that he has been promoted to a second-level warrior, he feels that this number must at least double. Don't even think about it. Li Ziyu picked up another tube of ambergris from the coffee table and drank it. Gulp gulp. As the amber liquid entered my mouth, the magma-like heat that I had just felt weakened a lot. When you become a first-level warrior, drinking ambergris is like drinking lava. Drinking it now feels a bit like drinking warm water. When my realm is further elevated, will the effect of the ambergris on me be weakened? Li Ziyu thought about it, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. But at least the effect is still there. Li Ziyu did not hesitate and struck while the iron was hot, drinking 5 bottles in a row. Fuck. Why does it feel like the temperature in the villa has gotten higher? What is brother you doing? Chapter 78. The girl was shocked again, the opening ceremony in 3 days. Downstairs. The fat boy Sun Shiming glanced at the central air conditioning. The air conditioner is clearly on and the wind is blowing strongly, so why is it so hot? Everyone is sweating. Sun Shiming took off his shirt and wondered whether he should go upstairs to see Li Ziyu. At this time, Li Ziyu walked down from downstairs. Seeing Sun Shiming sitting on the sofa, he greeted him. But he saw Sun Shiming staring at him. What's wrong? Li Ziyu looked at Sun Shiming in confusion. Fuck. Brother you, did you make a breakthrough? I saw Sun Shiming stand up from the sofa. He swallowed his saliva with a gulp, looked at Li Ziyu in disbelief, and opened his mouth wide. Why do I feel that brother Yu's aura is so oppressive? When he first met Li Ziyu, he only felt that the aura of Li Ziyu was different, but it was not a particularly strong feeling. But just now when Li Ziyu walked down from upstairs, he actually felt a sense of oppression as if he was facing a flood or a beast. He couldn't help but feel like turning around and running away. Brother Yu, are you a level 3 warrior now? Sun Shiming looked at Li Ziyu cautiously and asked. Li Ziyu killed Yang Ming instantly with one move yesterday. His strength is at least at the peak of level 2. His aura is different now, he must have broken through to the 3rd level warrior. Oh shit. Brother Yu is so awesome. He's only a freshman, and he's already a level 3 warrior. What kind of incredible person is he? Well, I luckily broke through to the 2nd level warrior. Li Ziyu smiled. He had just made a breakthrough and his momentum was not restrained. Thanks to Sun Shiming's reminder, otherwise it would be too conspicuous to go out. Thinking of this, Li Ziyu calmed down and concentrated, restraining his own aura. Then he smiled and looked over Sun Shiming's shoulder and said to him. I'm going to the supplies department. Oh well. Wait. Holy shit, brother you said you just entered level 2? Are you kidding me? Sun Shiming nodded subconsciously, but immediately reacted and his eyes widened. Brother Yu is only a level 2 warrior? Doesn't that mean that when brother Yu killed Yang Ming instantly, he was only a level 1 warrior? This is impossible. Sun Shiming looked incredulous. I wanted to say something more, but Li Ziyu had already walked away. In the supplies department, the girl saw Li Ziyu coming again and looked at him with a puzzled look. She stepped forward hesitantly and said to Li Ziyu who came in. Classmate, supplies exchanged from the supplies department cannot be returned or exchanged. This is the school's rule. Not long after Li Ziyu exchanged 10 bottles of Dragon Birth liquid, he came over again. He must be regretting his impulsive purchase and wants to return it. Or perhaps he discovered that he couldn't digest the medicinal properties of the Dragon Birth liquid. The girl thought. If an ordinary freshman came to return something, she would have just addressed it in a businesslike manner. However, she knew about the video of Li Ziyu defeating Yang Ming in seconds because she saw it on the forum. The person in front of me is a big boss who doesn't even care about the mutual aid association. If she makes him unhappy, she, a student with mediocre ability, can't afford to offend him. The girl looked at Li Ziyu cautiously and anxiously. I'm not here to return the product, I'm here to buy 10 more bottles of Dragon's Birth liquid. Li Ziyu said with a smile. Buy 10 more bottles of Dragon's Birth liquid? Li Ziyu's words made the girl stunned at first, and then she reacted all of a sudden. Her beautiful eyes widened, as if she had heard something surprising, and she stared at Li Ziyu and said, 1 bottle of Dragon Birth liquid is 20 points, 10 bottles is 200 points. Classmate, you just bought 10, do you want to buy 10 more? 200 points for 10 teams, right? Li Ziyu wants to buy it again. Doesn't this mean that he has spent 400 points at once? Hiss. This is too luxurious. How many points does Li Ziyu have? The girl was stunned. Subconsciously, he moved aside and said, oh, okay. Until Li Ziyu swiped her bracelet on the screen and left with her suitcase. The girl suddenly woke up. Oops, I should have added Fishin. Return to the villa. It's already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Sun Qiming was still watching TV on the first floor. On the 100-inch laser TV, several cartoon characters that Li Ziyu didn't recognize were fighting. Sun Qiming ate French fries and watched with great interest. Seeing Li Ziyu coming, Sun Qiming quickly pressed the pause button. The chubby face turned to Li Ziyu and greeted her with a smile. Brother Yu, you're back. Would you like some? As he said that, he picked up a bag of unopened French fries from the table next to the sofa and handed it to Li Ziyu. No, just eat it. I'm going up to practice first. Brother Yu, you're still practicing so late. Sun Qiming looked down at the French fries in his hand and suddenly felt that he was too lazy. Do you want to work harder like Li Ziyu? A wave of guilt washed over him that he hadn't tried hard enough. However, the guilt only lasted less than a second before Sun Qiming put it behind him. There's no point in trying. No matter how hard you try, you can never be as good as Li Ziyu. It's better to combine work and rest and enjoy the good time in college. Thinking of this, Sun Qiming instantly felt much more comfortable. Oh, by the way, brother Yu. The opening ceremony is in 3 days. I checked and there will be a teacher to assess our abilities. I'll call you then. Li Ziyu nodded. If Sun Qiming hadn't told him, he would have forgotten that the opening ceremony would be in 3 days. Motto Martial Arts University is different from other schools. Wuhan University in Shanghai implements customized education. In the first class, the teacher will first assess the students' abilities and give them a comprehensive score. Then, we will recommend corresponding tutors based on the students' abilities and strengths. Teach students in accordance with their aptitude. Chapter 79 Mastering the Crystal Visualization Method. On the second floor of the villa, Li Ziyu first placed the box containing ambergris on the coffee table. Then he took out a tube and drank it in one gulp. This time there was no steam or warm feeling, and the entire swallowing process was smooth. Bottle after bottle. When Li Ziyu drank the 5th bottle, the outside world was already silent. Li Ziyu looked at the time on the wall. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. The maximum amount of ambergris that can be absorbed in a day should be 15 tubes. I have already absorbed 15 tubes of ambergris, with 5 tubes left. I also have 30 qi and blood pills on me, which is equivalent to 3 tubes of ambergris. Well, I still have 100 points. I can buy 5 more, but I need points to eat, and I can't use up all 100 points. I'll redeem 2 more tubes and keep 50 points for daily expenses. Li Ziyu pondered secretly. He still had nearly 10 million dasha coins on him. Ambergris should be sold outside, so you can go out and buy some when the time comes. It should be enough for him to consume for 3 or 4 days. Tisk, being a warrior is really expensive. Just the daily resources consumed are at least 1 million dasha coins a day. This doesn't even include the other expenses on weapons and equipment, tisk. Li Ziyu sighed again. Warriors really burn money. It seems that when I have time, I should take on some tasks to earn points. By the way, you can also go out and kill a wave of ferocious beasts. While Li Ziyu was thinking, he came to the supplies department of Demon University. In the supplies department of Demon University, Li Ziyu walked out of the supplies department again carrying a silver suitcase. The girl was still the receptionist. The girl looked at Li Ziyu's back and didn't know what to say. This junior is too generous. All that is left is deep envy. And so, 2 more days passed. All the ambergris and 30 chi and blood pills in Li Ziyu's body were used up. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 2 Primary Warrior. Combat skills, Elementary Natural Breathing, Elementary Thunder Slash, Peak Bull Body Technique, Peak Body Technique, Peak Sword Technique, Advanced Vajra Body, and Gale Sword Technique. Crystal Visualization Plus. Dainichi Pure Body Method Plus. Ninefold Thunder Knife Plus. System, Martial God System. Function, it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. Very good. I'm ready to get started with visualization, body purification, and the ninefold thunder blade. Then, let's first improve the most critical visualization method. Li Ziyu looked at the plus signs that appeared behind the 3 major combat skills on the system panel, and couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Without hesitation, he added the chi and blood points to the crystal visualization method, a visualization method that no one has ever successfully practiced since it was included in the Magic City Martial Arts University. In an instant, as the thoughts of ascension fall, Li Ziyu felt his consciousness. It's like being pulled into another dimension. Here, everything is chaotic and hazy. Li Ziyu's consciousness was placed in this place where nothing existed. Another moment passed. It seems like forever, yet it seems like just a moment. Li Ziyu saw a barely perceptible light appear in front of him. The light spots were barely noticeable at first, like dust in sand. Then it started to expand. Keep getting bigger. Finally, it expanded to fill the entire chaotic world. Then, the light spots began to twist, dissolve, and deform. Finally, it turned into a human-like body of light. After transforming into a physical form, the light on the humanoid light body began to dim and fade. Under Li Ziyu's gaze, the body began to solidify. Finally, it turned into a human-shaped crystal. Li Ziyu was neither sad nor happy, and watched the changes in the crystal calmly. Looking into the crystal, lines began to appear that looked like blood vessels, veins, nerves, cells, and various other objects that only appear in the human body. However, unlike the human body, this human figure evolved from a light spot is made entirely of crystal. Li Ziyu's expression was solemn. Crystal visualization method, it turns out that in your mind, you will imagine your body as a crystal on a 1-to-1 basis. Transfer all the negative effects of the ferocious beast's evil thoughts onto the crystal body, thus achieving the effect of immunity to the evil thoughts of ferocious beasts. Not only that, but by constantly visualizing the veins within the crystal, you can remove impurities from it, thus achieving the effect of condensing the essence itself and concentrating the spirit. Li Ziyu said secretly. No wonder no one in the entire Magic City Martial Arts University can master this crystal visualization method. Because there is a crucial difficulty in condensing crystals in your mind. This replica crystal must be identical to the original in every way. All joints, blood vessels, nerves, and even cells must be the same. There cannot be any deviation. This is what prevents everyone from getting started with crystal visualization. This is too difficult. It's exactly like creating a person. It's like creation. Even when one reaches the level of a martial arts grandmaster, one can look inward. However, it is impossible to dialyze all the cells and even nerves in the body. As long as there is even the slightest mistake or difference, the practice of the crystal light thought will fail. But, fortunately, I have a system. Now that you've gotten started, the rest is easy. Li Ziyu looked at the crystal figure in his spiritual world and couldn't help feeling emotional. The effect and value of this crystal visualization method may be far greater than he imagined. Simply eliminating the evil thoughts of ferocious beasts and condensing mental power should be the most basic application of the crystal visualization method, he said secretly. Li Ziyu put aside all distractions. His consciousness sank into his mind, and he began to visualize the human-shaped crystal following the veins in the crystal. Time passed slowly, and Li Ziyu was immersed in the training of visualization and forgot about time. As Li Ziyu continued to visualize, black gas like black fog continued to flow out from the surface of his body. Looking closely, there seems to be a wailing sound coming from the black gas. Moment. Li Ziyu opened his eyes. Ha! I didn't expect that there are still so many evil thoughts and negative emotions left in my body. Li Ziyu let out a long breath. He saw it clearly when the black energy was discharged from his body just now. I felt a little relieved. Although rest can naturally expel the evil thoughts of ferocious beasts, it is at an invisible level. There are still many remnants. But with the idea of crystal light, these are no longer problems. Not only that, Li Ziyu also found that during the visualization just now, his thoughts and emotions were clearer than before. Ha! Then the next step is to learn the Great Sun Body Method and the 9-layered Thunder Blade. But now the ambergris has run out. I have to wait until I graduate from school to buy more to learn these two combat techniques. However, the Great Sun Body Method and the 9-fold Thunder Blade are not as difficult to master as the Crystal Visualization Method. You can try to rely on your own talent to see if you can get started. Li Ziyu thought about it, stood up from his cross-legged sitting position, stretched his body, and looked up at the sky. When you visualize, the sun is just rising outside the sky. Now the moon is high in the sky. I looked at the time and found that 9 hours had passed. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 2 Primary Warrior. Combat Skills, Crystal Visualization Method, Elementary Natural Breathing Method, Elementary Thunder Slash, Peak Bull Body Method, Peak Body Method, Peak Sword Method, Advanced Vajra Body, and Gale Sword Method. Great Sun Essence Method not yet introduced. 9-fold Thunder Blade not yet mastered. System, Martial God System. Function, it can absorb everything and improve chi in blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. It's time to go to class. Chapter 80. It turns out to be Boss Li Ziyu, the origin of the ferocious beast. Teaching building of Wuhan University in Shanghai. There are more than 20 cushions in the center of the teaching hall, which is over 1,000 square meters. In front of the cushion, there is a streamlined silver-white chi and blood tester. Next to the chi and blood tester, there is a silver-white combat target that looks like a sci-fi object. More than 20 students sat cross-legged on cushions on the ground, forming a semicircle. At the front of the semicircle was a middle-aged man wearing a gray gown and a pair of black-framed glasses, looking gentle and refined. Yang Yi, the instructor of the Elemental Academy of Modu Martial Arts University and also a Level 5 warrior. Modu Martial Arts University is divided into 4 major colleges. They are respectively academies that mainly focus on weapon attacks and are good at bringing the power of various weapons to the extreme. The Jidao Academy focuses on developing one's own body, advocates not relying on external things, and can break all obstacles with one force. And the Elemental Academy, which excels at developing various elements and talents. These 3 colleges divide the students of Magic City Martial Arts University into 3 categories, each with its own advantages. There is one last academy, which is also the academy with the fewest students in the Magic City Martial Arts University, but also the most mysterious. Spiritual Master Academy. All of them are extremely rare spiritual masters. However, because the group of psychics is too rare, their presence is not strong. Yang Yi glanced at the time and said, "The class starts in 5 minutes, and there are still 2 students who haven't arrived yet. Let's wait a little longer." In the audience, Lu Tao, who was sitting cross-legged, had a blank expression on his face, but the young man next to him seemed somewhat dissatisfied. "Who is it? You have to be on time for the first class. If you come early, you can start early, right?" "Exactly. Even someone as strong as our young Master Lu and even Sun Mingyang arrived half an hour early." As they spoke, they turned to look at Sun Mingyang, who was sitting cross-legged at the back of the crowd. There was still a black spear beside him. A trace of awe and fear flashed across their eyes, and they continued to discuss the time. "When the last 2 people arrive, we must give them a show of force." One of the short-haired young men waved his fist and said viciously, "What do you think?" The short-haired young man asked again with a smile, waiting for his companions to agree. But I found that no one paid attention to me. Moreover, the companions were originally sitting in different positions and discussing enthusiastically. At this moment, everyone was sitting upright, looking straight ahead. The short-haired young man couldn't help but feel confused. Sorry, teacher, I was delayed by something just now. At the door. Li Ziyu dragged Sun Qiming, knocked on the door, and explained to Yang Yi in front of the stage with an apologetic look on his face. He was so engrossed in practicing the crystal visualization method that he almost forgot the time. Yang Yi had a gentle expression on his face. He smiled and waved to Li Ziyu, pointing to an empty cushion and said, "It's okay, class starts in 2 minutes, come in." "Okay." Li Ziyu nodded, and then he and Sun Qiming walked towards the futon. Seeing Li Ziyu walking towards him, the short-haired young man who had just said he wanted to teach someone a lesson suddenly shuddered. Oh shit. No wonder all of his fellow sixth brothers sat upright and looked straight ahead. It turns out that the person who came at the right time was the big shot Li Ziyu. Thinking of his own words and actions just now, the short-haired young man couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. He glanced at Li Ziyu quietly. The boss probably didn't hear what he said just now. Hello. Okay. Li Ziyu looked at the short-haired young man sitting next to him in confusion. The air conditioning in this classroom is turned on quite high, so it doesn't seem too hot, right? Why does he keep wiping his sweat? And the reaction to the greeting was so big. However, Li Ziyu only thought about it for a moment and then stopped paying attention. His attention shifted to the qi and blood tester and combat power target placed on the stage. At this time, Sun Qiming spoke, followed the direction Li Ziyu was looking, looked at the target and explained. I've looked at the content of this class in advance. I think it will be a test of qi, blood, and combat effectiveness. And it is said that there will be special senior students coming to conduct one-on-one actual combat drills with us to assess everyone's strength. Then teacher Yang Yi will give each person a score based on their performance in the battle. Recommend the corresponding tutor based on the score. Sun Qiming said this with a serious look on his face. This scoring will be relevant to the subsequent apprenticeship. The higher the score, the more likely it is that a powerful instructor will take you in as a disciple. Brother Yu, we must give it our all later. Sun Qiming clenched his fists and looked at Li Ziyu nervously. Li Ziyu nodded. He doesn't really care about scoring or anything like that. I heard that this class will explain some secrets involving ferocious beasts. This actually made him very interested. A little bit looking forward to it. At this time, Yang Yi clapped his hands to everyone. Seeing that everyone's attention was attracted by him, he said, "Classmates, I am your teacher for this class. I will be teaching you some basic knowledge about ferocious beasts and warriors. We will conduct a thorough investigation of your entities later. We will recommend corresponding tutors to you based on the situation. If you don't pass this assessment, you'll have to wait for the second evaluation test at the end of the quarter, so I hope everyone will give their all during the actual assessment later. Don't miss the opportunity." Li Ziyu listened carefully and nodded. Competition at Magic City Martial Arts University is truly everywhere. Even when selecting tutors, there are priorities. Those who failed the assessment are not even eligible to select a dedicated mentor. But when Li Ziyu thought about it, she felt it was normal. After all, there are only a few mentors. It is impossible for everyone to teach students. Seeing that the students were listening attentively, the teacher nodded with satisfaction and continued. Before this, can any of you tell me how the ferocious beast came about? This question stunned everyone present. Li Ziyu was also stunned. Really? All we know is that the ferocious beast suddenly descended 200 years ago. But no one has ever said where the ferocious beast came from. I saw that there was no talking in the classroom. Teacher Yang Yi seemed to have anticipated this and said with a smile, "I'll play a video for you. It's the battle footage of the ferocious beast when it first appeared." Chapter 81: The Truth of the World, The Secret, the Non-Existent Third Martial Saint. As he spoke, Yang Yi tapped the bracelet on his right hand. A virtual image was projected onto the wall. In the picture, it was a team of fully armed Special Forces soldiers, firing wildly at an elephant. The elephant's eyes were scarlet and its skin was a sickly red. A pair of tusks is several meters long. A torrent of bullets rained down on the elephant. But the bullet bounced away without leaving any mark on his body. The elephants charged forward recklessly, their tusks easily knocking down fully armed Special Forces soldiers. The battle raged on for a while. The 10-man Special Forces team suffered 5 deaths and 2 injuries. The elephant finally fell down under the subsequent tank bombardment. Yang Yi pressed pause and the smile on his face turned into calmness. Pointing at the elephant on the screen, he said in a deep voice. This is the first time a world reverberation has occurred. The images you see are the consequences of the first world reverberation. Countless animals suddenly went berserk and mutated. Animals like hunting dogs and elephants, which used to be killed with just a bullet, now require RPGs or even rockets to kill. Yang Yi tapped the bracelet again, and the picture continued to play, but the content was changed. Li Ziyu's eyes flickered. He just caught another unfamiliar word. The world echoes. Continue looking at the projection. This time it was no longer an elephant, but a monster he had never seen before. It is as high as a 3-story building. There is a circle of raised armor on the neck. It looks a bit like the Triceratops recorded in history books. But unlike the image of Triceratops recorded in the book, this Triceratops had tumor-like things all over its body. Crowded. The tumor Triceratops was surrounded by hundreds of main battle tanks. In the sky, there are rows of armed helicopters loaded with missiles. This is the scene when the Second World War reverberated. It's no longer a mutation of a ferocious beast, but a mysterious appearance of a monster that has never appeared on Blue Planet before. What you saw was the battle scene when the army discovered this monster. Yang Yi pressed pause and explained in a deep voice. At this time, the picture moved again. The main battle tank that surrounded the tumorous Triceratops began to flash flames from its fist-sized muzzle. Boom, 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 boom. Hundreds of main battle tanks fired at the same time. Heaven! The armed helicopter also launched missiles at the Triceratops. This kind of firepower can destroy a town. That monster should be dead, right? Sun Shiming on the side widened his eyes and whispered. The other students in the classroom also held their breath. If they were in this kind of firepower coverage. No. Don't mention them. I'm afraid that even if a 3rd or even 4th level warrior came, he might not be able to withstand it. Li Ziyu's face was solemn, and he stared at the screen without blinking. He had already vaguely guessed what Yang Yi was going to say. In the picture. The smoke from the gunfire cleared. When the scene became clear, all the students present gasped. It was seen that amidst the siege of hundreds of main battle tanks and armed helicopters, the Triceratops covered with tumors was surprisingly intact. The blood vessels on his body were clearly visible, like a tumor that could be popped with a little force, but even the skin wasn't broken. And the next second, the ferocious Triceratops is moving. He just raised his head and neighed. Immediately afterwards, the densely packed tumors on his body left his body and shot towards the tanks and helicopters attacking him. The picture suddenly stopped at this moment. Holy crap! When was this record made? Could it be that the entire army at the scene was wiped out? Damn, just looking at that Triceratops's defense, it's definitely a level 5 ferocious beast, right? How was it finally resolved? The scene suddenly became quiet, followed by exclamations and discussions. Everyone looked at Yang Yi in the center of the stage with confusion. Yang Yi pressed his hand, waited for the crowd to quiet down, then said with a serious expression. Finally, the military dispatched the H-9K bomber, which dropped 6 anti-ship missiles, but failed to harm the monster at all. In the end, the military had to launch a strategic nuclear bomb to eliminate it. And there are 10 more monsters of this kind appearing at the same time. In order to eliminate these monsters, the price paid by Daxia at that time is absolutely unimaginable to us now. Yang Yi's face looked heavy. The students present also seemed to have thought of something, pursed their lips and said nothing. Everyone seemed to understand the message Yang Yi wanted to convey to them today, and no one spoke for a while. At this time, Sun Shiming couldn't help but raise his hand. When Yang Yi looked at him, he pointed at the screen and asked, "Teacher, when was the record of the battle with the Triceratops just now from?" This question hits the nail on the head. Li Ziyu said secretly. After this question was asked, everyone present held their breath and pricked up their ears. 200 years ago. 200 years ago, wasn't that when warriors first emerged? I remember 200 years ago, news reports said natural disasters and earthquakes occurred in many places. Back then, in order to fight the disaster, soldiers fought on the front lines, and more than 100,000 people died. Many places were designated as off-limits areas for humans. Could it be that those soldiers' deaths weren't caused by natural disasters? Is it because of some monsters? Sun Shiming's eyes widened and he couldn't help but exclaim. Yang Yi nodded. Seeing that the classroom was about to become chaotic again, Yang Yi raised his hand to calm the students and signaled them to stop discussing. Then he tapped his wrist again. This time it was no longer a video, but a blurry picture. One could only vaguely make out 4 tall figures above. 3 people stood side by side. Standing opposite them was a humanoid figure that was clearly not of human height, and they were in a standoff. Yang Yi pointed at the 3 people standing side by side and explained. This is Xingyao Martial Saint, one of the 3 great martial saints of the modern world. The 2 standing beside him are Jidao Martial Saint and Chaoshui Martial Saint respectively. And the one fighting against the 3 martial saints is the monster that appeared in the echo of the Third World. The time is 100 years after the echo of the Second World War, that is, 100 years ago. Having said this, Yang Yi paused, his expression seeming a little scared. That monster possesses a force field that disrupts electromagnetic equipment, rendering all electronic devices ineffective. This sole photograph was captured by the authorities using a military satellite. 3 martial saints? Aren't there only 2 martial saints in the human race? Li Ziyu frowned. From the information he has been exposed to, including propaganda in the news and records in history textbooks. In the history of Daxia, there have only been 2 martial saints. One is the Jidao Martial Saint, the founder of the current Jidao Martial Arts School. The other is the Transcendence Martial Saint, the founder of the current Transcendence Martial Arts School. Where did the 3rd martial saint come from? Chapter 82 Self-Comfort, the 4th World Echo Crisis. I have never heard of the star-shining martial saint. It has never been recorded in history textbooks. Furthermore, the history recorded in textbooks never mentioned any information about the world's echoes. Historical records of ferocious beasts only mentioned that they were alien creatures with unknown origins. However, there is a record of the war that took place 100 years ago. The record is 100 years ago, the 2 great martial saints, Jidao and Xiaoyue, joined forces to stop the ferocious beasts in the extraterritorial battlefield and save the human race of Daxia from danger. Li Ziyu's eyes flickered and his expression was solemn. It seems. The history of ferocious beasts recorded in history books. There is a difference with reality. Just then, Lu Tao seemed to remember something and exclaimed. Is it possible? Did the Xingyao martial saint fall in that battle? Yang Yi glanced at Lu Tao, his expression somewhat gloomy, and said in a low voice. It's just as you thought. Xingyao martial saint fell in the battle with that monster. After the Second World Echo, warriors were born. After 100 years, Daxia gave birth to 3 martial saints, all of whom were affiliated with the government. At that time, the martial saint was the most powerful warrior in the world. He could shatter mountains and rivers with his fists and split rivers and seas with a wave of his hand. His powerful fighting ability makes him worthy of being called a god on earth. At that time, under the leadership of the star-shining martial saint, humans continued to train warriors in preparation for the Third World Resonance. With 3 martial saints as powerful as gods, everyone in Daxia is full of confidence in the Third World Resonance. I believe that with the 3 martial saints here, it won't be as difficult as before. But when Yang Yi said this, his tone paused. He sighed and continued. But the monsters that appeared in the Third World Echo are far more powerful than anyone imagined. The Third World Echo, a single monster, was so overwhelming that even the 3 martial saints could barely fight it together. At the crucial moment, Xingyao martial saint sacrificed himself, and the other 2 martial saints suffered heavy injuries before they were able to slay the monster. In the same year, after that battle, Jidao Wuxing and Chaodui Wuxing also announced their separation from the official system and established 2 major martial arts schools. Yang Yi's heavy words echoed in the huge classroom. The only voice in the huge classroom was Yang Yi's. But before the monster died, no one knew what secret method it used. Since its death, all kinds of ferocious beasts have appeared on the blue planet continuously. Cannot be driven away or killed off. And the ferocious beasts are merely the aftermath of the monsters summoned by the echoes of the Third World. As for what the World Echo is, no one has been able to give a specific explanation yet. However, some experts speculate that the world's echoes may be the overlap of 2 worlds. The various strange phenomena and monsters that appear represent the deepening overlap of the 2 worlds. Yang Yi said. Everyone in the classroom stared at him blankly, looking at each other, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Today's news is too explosive. They didn't know what to say for a moment. Even Sun Qiming, who was always lively, remained silent at this moment. They thought that the real crisis in this world was ferocious beasts. Only by defeating the ferocious beast can the crisis of Daxia be resolved. But today someone told them. The ferocious beasts that they have always feared as if they were facing a formidable enemy are just incidental products of the world's resonance? And this phenomenon, known as world echo, continues to occur? 3 worlds echo. Each crisis is several times stronger than the last. The last time, 3 martial saints were dispatched to besiege the monster, and they defeated it at the cost of 1 death and 2 serious injuries. That's the martial saint. Any strike of his has the power to shatter mountains and rivers, and cut off the seas. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the god of the world and invincible in the world. But even for such a godlike existence, it took 3 of them to besiege one, and they had to pay the price of their own death before they could kill it. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. This is not what scares them the most. What scares them the most? Is the 4th world echo about to happen? Fuck, brother you. The 2nd world echo was 200 years ago, and the 3rd was 100 years ago. It has been more than 90 years since the 3rd world resonance. Doesn't that mean that the 4th world echo will occur in a few years? Hiss. The monsters that appeared during the 3rd world echo were able to defeat the martial saint. If they appear a 4th time, won't they be invincible? Sun Shiming couldn't help but shiver, his eyes widened, and his tone was full of fear. Li Ziyu also had a serious expression. If it is true as Professor Yang Yi said, then the 4th world resonance is really coming soon. By then, mankind may be facing a crisis of life and death. Li Ziyu suddenly remembered that when he entered school, Ma Chao said that an expert predicted that ferocious beasts would destroy mankind within 10 years. The Magic City Martial Arts University has already built a shelter underground. At that time, Ma Chao said that was nonsense. But they thought about the videos Yang Yi had just shown them. Perhaps. Is this really possible? Within 10 years, humanity may really face a life and death crisis. However, this life and death crisis was not brought about by the ferocious beast. But it is brought by the world's echo? What will happen when the 4th world echoes? Just when everyone in the classroom was immersed in panic and fear of the unknown, the sound of Yang Yi clapping his hands was heard. Li Ziyu withdrew his thoughts and looked up at him. Yang Yi looked at them and said with a smile. But students don't need to worry too much. The battle with the ferocious beast happened when the 3 martial saints had just been promoted to martial saints. Now, after 100 years of training, the strength of the 2 masters, Jidao Martial Saint and Chaoyue Martial Saint, has far surpassed their previous strength. They are no longer the same as before. And now other countries have also produced martial saints one after another. When the 4th world resonance really arrives, the whole world will unite, and we humans still have a great chance of victory. All you have to do is practice hard in the next 4 years. Yang Yi said with a smile. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. I don't know if they really believed it or were just trying to comfort themselves, but they all patted their chests and laughed as they talked to each other. Hey, I told you, it's no big deal. Yes, back then, the 2 martial saints were able to repel that monster when they first entered the martial saint realm. 100 years have passed now. Their strength is definitely far greater than it was back then. A mere echo from the world can be suppressed with a wave of the hand. Although the first 3 world echoes were dangerous, we survived them all. After 100 years of development, I feel that even if the changes caused by the 4th world echo are more dangerous than the previous ones, under the leadership of the 2 martial saints and the official guidance, we can get through this smoothly. Instead of thinking so far ahead, it's better to think about how to conduct actual combat tests later. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly changed from oppressive to relaxed, and people started to whisper to each other. But Li Ziyu didn't look happy at all, and a hint of thought flashed in his eyes. Chapter 83 Targeting. Li Ziyu keenly captured a point that everyone seemed to deliberately ignore. That is why the Supreme Martial Saint and the Beyond Martial Saint went out to establish their own schools. You know, they were all affiliated with the government at the beginning. And, as far as he knows, the relationship between Jidao Martial Arts School, Chaoshui Martial Arts School and the Daxia government is now very delicate. The people in Jidao Martial Arts School are only concerned with training and are unwilling to go to the battlefield to fight against ferocious beasts. Sometimes, when faced with the official call of Daxia, he turned a deaf ear. Considering some of the speculations I had heard from Ma Chao before, and the news I heard in class today, Li Ziyu suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. And a faint sense of crisis and doubt. When the 4th world echoes, can those 2 martial saints really be trusted? Perhaps, the next time the world's echoes intertwine, the fate of the entire Daxia human race, and even the fate of all mankind, may change. I might die too. Li Ziyu suddenly felt a sense of life and death crisis and confusion in his heart. It's like someone who is extremely healthy suddenly realizes that he doesn't have much time left. I am about to die, is there any point in practicing on my own? Li Ziyu muttered to himself. But it was only a moment of confusion. Li Ziyu's eyes became firm again. Even if the fourth world echo really happens, I can't just sit there and wait for death. I have the system by my side, and my cultivation speed is far beyond the reach of others. When the fourth world resonates, as long as my strength improves fast enough and is strong enough, I may not be able to stop it. No matter how strong the enemy is, I can defeat him with one blow. Li Ziyu looked at his clenched fist and muttered to himself, his eyes revealing firm confidence. After figuring it all out, Li Ziyu's mind suddenly became clear. I closed my eyes and thought, then opened them again, and the world seemed a little different. It was as if the dark clouds covering the sky had faded away, and my mind suddenly became clear and became extremely firm. He suddenly recalled the practice formula of the Great Sun Body technique. Subconsciously, Li Ziyu sat down and started working. In an instant, a golden and red light bloomed from Li Ziyu's body. It was as if a beam of midday sunlight suddenly shone on Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu's entire body was bathed in golden light. Wow, where does the sun come from indoors? Why is it so hot? Brother Yu, are you practicing? Sun Qiming wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked at Li Ziyu in surprise, whose half body was covered with a layer of golden light. Lu Tao and Sun Mingyang also looked at Li Ziyu in surprise and doubt. Li Ziyu was now sitting cross-legged on the ground, motionless. But the light and heat emanating from his body made them feel extremely hot. Moreover, they also vaguely felt a sense of fear from Li Ziyu. I actually entered the state of enlightenment. In the middle of the classroom, Yang Yi noticed the changes in Li Ziyu's body and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He looked at Li Ziyu with surprise and admiration, with a hint of praise in his eyes. He was very clear about Li Ziyu's current condition. It is a state of enlightenment that warriors can only encounter but not seek. Moreover, what Li Ziyu has comprehended now is actually the 9th level combat skill, the Great Sun Body technique. It's amazing. Amazing. He is indeed a genius who has attracted the attention of Dean Zhua and the principal. Yang Yi thought to himself. The other students were all in a state of panic after hearing the news about the world's echo and the death of the martial saint. Even though these students now have smiles on their faces again, Yang Yi can still sense the anxiety in their hearts. This is normal. After he first heard the news about the world echo, his performance was not much better than these students. But Li Ziyu. When he heard the news, he showed no fear. Instead, he burst out with a strong desire to fight, and his determination to fight became even stronger. And also entered the state of enlightenment. Even he admired this kind of mentality. Lu Tao and Sun Mingyang also realized what happened to Li Ziyu. There was surprise and inexplicable bitterness in everyone's eyes. Gap. This is the gap between them and Li Ziyu. At Yang Yi's signal, everyone in the classroom held their breath and didn't disturb Li Ziyu. The state of enlightenment cannot be disturbed. The longer the state of enlightenment lasts, the greater the improvement in martial arts. At this time, Li Ziyu had entered a mysterious state. It's as if consciousness has entered another dimension. In this dimension, his thoughts were as fast as lightning, and his mind turned 1,000 times per second. The Dai Nichi Sui Tai Fa, which I usually found difficult to get started with, suddenly became easy. It's like a super genius who is used to calculating calculus every day suddenly has to calculate that 1 + 1 = 2. Moment. I don't know how long it has been. Li Ziyu felt like a miniature sun appeared inside his body. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 2 Primary Warrior. Combat skills, Crystal Visualization, Primary Sun Body Purification, Primary Natural Breathing, Primary Thunder Slash, Peak Bull Body Purification, Peak Body Movement, Peak Sword Movement, Advanced Vajra Body, Gale Sword Movement. 9-fold Thunder Blade not yet mastered. System, Martial God System. Function, it can absorb everything and improve chi in blood. The other functions are left to the host to explore. With the sudden realization just now, I have entered the realm of the Great Sun Essence Method. Boom! Just then, a loud bang woke Li Ziyu, who had just comprehended the Great Sun Essence Body Method, from his state of enlightenment. Li Ziyu slowly opened his eyes. Although the voice came after he had a sudden realization, the mentality of the person who made the voice was self-evident. Li Ziyu looked towards the source of the sound with a blank expression. At this time, 4 third-year students with the Mutual Aid Association logo embroidered on their chests were standing at the classroom door. The voice that interrupted his enlightenment just now came from a burly man over 2 meters tall among the 3 people. The sturdy man was over 2 meters tall, with a fat and broad body and an extremely strong build. The whole person seems to be growing horizontally, and his shoulders looked much bigger than those of a normal person. His muscles were so developed that it looked almost as if he had no neck. His eyes were narrowed to a slit. Wang Zhe. Didn't you see someone practicing in the classroom? Yang Yi, who had been guarding Li Ziyu's training, frowned and glared at Wang Zhe at the classroom door with a stern face, saying, "This state of enlightenment is so rare, and if it's interrupted, you never know when you'll encounter it again. Did you do that on purpose just now? Also, if I remember correctly, the person I called to cooperate with the strength test wasn't you, right?" Yang Yi's eyes were grim. The feud between Li Ziyu and the Mutual Aid Association was a hot topic in the school, and he had also heard about it. Wang Zhe just now definitely interrupted Li Ziyu's state of enlightenment on purpose. Sorry, Teacher Yang, I didn't pay attention just now. Bai Hao and the others you called had something urgent to do, so I came to assist with the test in their place. Wang Zhe touched his smooth head with his palm as big as a cushion, and a simple and honest expression appeared on his face. After speaking to Yang Yi, he turned to look at Li Ziyu and said with a smile, "Student Li Ziyu, you won't blame me for this little thing, right?" A hint of anger flashed in Yang Yi's eyes. He called the rest of the third-year students to come and cooperate with the test. If they didn't come, it must be because Wang Zhe threatened them and they didn't dare to come. To cooperate with the test, you have to compete with freshmen. As a member of the Mutual Aid Association, Wang Zhe's purpose of coming here at this critical juncture is self-evident. Yang Yi was about to get angry and ask Wang Zhe and others to leave. But at this time, Li Ziyu stood up from the futon, looked at Wang Zhe and the others calmly, and said lightly, "I won't blame Senior Sun for this little thing. On the contrary, I am very happy that Senior Sun can come and guide the test." Li Ziyu looked at Wang Zhe with calm eyes and serious expression. Wang Zhe was stunned for a moment. Li Ziyu's reaction was different from the furious reaction he had imagined. For some reason, the way Li Ziyu looked at him calmly now made him feel very uncomfortable. I felt an inexplicable irritation in my heart. And uneasy? Wang Zhe found it a little funny when he thought of this. He is a person who ranks in the top 100 in the combat power list, and a peak warrior of the second level who has already stepped into the third level. How could such a feeling of unease arise from a freshman? Laugh. Wang Zhe couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 84 Arrogance. Seeing that Li Ziyu said he would not pursue the matter, Yang Yi didn't know what to say. He just snorted coldly and looked at Wang Zhe with a warning look. The current situation in the Magic City Martial Arts University is very complicated. The 4 major colleges are divided into 2 different factions due to ideological disputes. Jidao Academy and Spiritual Mind Master Academy advocate radicalism, advocate the elimination of the weak, and turn the weak into tools to feed the strong, forming a radical faction. The Elemental Academy and the Weaponry Academy, on the other hand, advocate common development and fair competition for all. Because of their different ideologies, the 2 factions fought fiercely. They were originally evenly matched. But in recent decades, for some unknown reason, radicals have suddenly gained the upper hand. Mutual aid societies were thus established. It can be said that behind the Mutual Aid Association stand the 2 deans of the Magic University and most of the school as senior management. The reason why the Mutual Aid Society is so arrogant and domineering in Magic University is actually because of the tacit approval of the school's top management. Since Li Ziyu, the person involved, did not pursue Wang Zhe's behavior, he couldn't say anything. Yang Yi glanced at Li Ziyu. Sighed secretly. Li Ziyu, you are still too soft-hearted. Put the thought behind you. Thinking about this, Yang Yi walked to the center of the classroom and faced the students. I have explained some of the knowledge about the ferocious beasts to you all. Now I will evaluate your strength. Let these juniors practice against you later, and I'll watch from the sidelines. You will be rated based on your performance in the battle. I hope you won't hold back during the battle, so I can grade you fairly and objectively and recommend a suitable instructor for you. Yang Yi finished speaking. He then gestured to Wang Zhe and the others. Wang Zhe and others walked to the front of the stage, crossed their arms, and looked down at the audience. Divide into 4 groups and move forward one by one. After Yang Yi finished speaking, he stepped aside. At the same time, he looked at Wang Zhe and gave him a warning look. This is just a test. Pay attention to your strength and don't use power that exceeds the student's strength limit. Don't worry, teacher. Wang Zhe touched his head and showed a simple and honest expression. The eyes are squeezed into the flesh and no emotion can be seen. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao, Sun Mingyang and others stepped back to make room. Then they consciously divided into 4 rows, walked forward one by one, and bowed to Wang Zhe and others who were standing still. Brother you, that guy named Wang Zhe seems to be very strong. I just checked, his combat power ranks 87th in the entire Magic City Martial Arts University. It is said that when I was on a mission in the wilderness, I even fought a level 3 primary ferocious beast in close combat. In the audience, Sun Qiming stood beside Li Ziyu and looked at Wang Zhe with fear. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Sun Qiming reminded from the side. Li Ziyu raised his eyes and glanced at Sun Qiming. Seeing his concerned look, he smiled and said softly, "Let us take a look at the test first." At this point, the fight had already started on the stage. Although it is a battle between 2 sides, it is a test of strength. But most of the time it was the freshmen who attacked, and the seniors who were in charge of sparring were on defense. After the freshmen had used up all their moves, Yang Yi announced the scores and ended the match. However, Wang Zhe was the only exception. He not only teased the people who participated in the test, but sometimes he also took the initiative to attack them. Blood was oozing from the corners of several people's mouths. Yang Yi frowned as he watched, but martial arts training is not just playing house, it is a test in blood and fire, so shedding a little blood is nothing. Wang Zhe's behavior was not against the rules, so he couldn't say anything. Hee, classmate, your punches are a little weak. Did you miss breakfast? Compared to our class, your class is kind of useless. Alas, I think you should drop out of school early. With this level of strength, even if you become a warrior in the future, you will still die. While Wang Zhe was fending off the freshman's attack, he looked at the young man whose face was flushed red and said with a smile. The one fighting against Wang Zhe at this time was none other than the younger brother who had always been following Lu Tao, a black-haired boy. The black-haired boy used all his moves to attack Wang Zhe, but Wang Zhe was like a wall. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't make Wang Zhe retreat even a little bit. The black-haired boy was exhausted and panting. He took a deep breath and looked at Wang Zhe and said, I can't fight anymore. You've been fighting for so long, it's my turn now. Bang! After the black-haired boy finished speaking, Wang Zhe's palm, as big as a cushion, came towards him with a whistling sound, and the slap sent him flying backwards. The black-haired boy flew backwards, spitting out several teeth in mid-air, and fell heavily to the ground. His companions hurried forward, helped him up from the ground, and glared at Wang Zhe. Sorry, I lost my strength just now. Wang Zhe's face no longer had the innocence he had at the beginning, but was filled with indifference. A warrior who was ranked in the top 100 in terms of combat power said that he couldn't control his strength. This kind of statement is obviously a lie. The black-haired boy glared at Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe took a few steps towards the group with his mountain-like body, shaking the ground. The shadow of his mountain-like body covered the few people underneath, and he looked at them with interest. Oh? Do you have any objections to what I just said? Enough. Testing continues. At this time, Yang Yi's cold voice sounded. Wang Zhe looked at the people spitting blood on the ground with disdain, then turned and retreated to the center of the classroom. TSK, trash is trash. I really don't know why the Magic City Martial Arts University recruited trash like you. Other than taking up resources, you're useless. Those old-fashioned ideas in school really need to change. Another moment passed. Wang Zhe punched Lu Tao so hard that he staggered back several steps and fell to the ground. However, Lu Tao did not fall to the ground like the other students. Instead, he staggered to his feet, holding his chest with a pale face. Hey, your strength is pretty good. What's your name? If you are interested, I can recommend you to join the Mutual Aid Association. Wang Zhe looked at Lu Tao in surprise and said. Lu Tao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said to Wang Zhe expressionlessly. No, I don't want to join any clubs. Humph. Just like someone, shameless. Wang Zhe felt a little embarrassed after being rejected by a freshman. Ever since Li Ziyu challenged the authority of the Mutual Aid Association, more and more people no longer take the Mutual Aid Association seriously. It seems that I must establish my authority today. Wang Zhe thought about what Vice President Nangon Hao had told him before he came. He snorted coldly, glanced at Lu Tao, and took a step forward to attack Lu Tao. However, he was interrupted by Yang Yi, who was standing by and waved his hand. Stop. Next 1 inch. Tisk, that's boring. Chapter 85 explodes, kills instantly. Yang Yi ignored Wang Zai's complaints and looked at Lu Tao with a look of satisfaction. Your name is Lu Tao, right? You're quite good. Whether it's talent or understanding, you're one of the best students in this group. Your overall score is 87. If you like, you can come to me after the class and I will be your mentor. Good. Lu Tao was delighted when he heard this. He knew Yang Yi's information. The tutor of the Element Academy. Correction here, Yang Yi is the tutor of the Element Academy, not the Jidao Academy. The strength of a 5th level warrior. Although his strength is not among the best among all the tutors. But Yang Yi's ability in teaching students is definitely among the best in the Magic City Martial Arts University. Moreover, Instructor Yang Yi is also an elemental warrior like himself. And they are all earth elements known for their defense. It would be great to have him as a mentor. Moreover, being actively noticed and taught by a mentor is definitely different from the teaching you receive when you go to a mentor on your own. Fuck, the overall score is 87, worthy of being Master Lu. Tisk, I'm so envious of being noticed by teacher Yang Yi and being accepted as his disciple. Strong. You are worthy of being the top scorer in the martial arts exam of our Dongshan province. The rest of the people in the classroom looked envious when they saw this. But they were convinced, after all, they knew Lu Tao's strength. Sun Mingyang, overall score 88. At this time, Sun Mingyang also finished the test. Yang Yi read the ratings with a hint of surprise in his tone. It seems that there are quite a few good seedlings this year. I thought Lu Tao's score of 87 was high enough, but I didn't expect Sun Mingyang to score even higher. And most importantly, neither of them joined a mutual aid group. Has not yet been recruited by the Mutual Aid Association. Yang Yi thought to himself. However, since he had already recruited Lu Tao, he did not continue to accept disciples. I am planning to recommend Sun Mingyang to another tutor. After the surprise, the test continued. The test is nearing its end. Only Sun Shiming, Li Ziyu and 2 other students were left in the classroom. The remaining people looked towards them. Next, Sun Shiming. Brother Yu, I'm going. Sun Shiming said something to Li Ziyu, then stood up and walked towards Wang Zai. Wang Zai looked at Sun Shiming, who was walking towards him, then glanced at Li Ziyu implicitly, with a hint of imperceptible cruelty flashing in his eyes. However, before Sun Shiming stepped onto the stage, he was stopped by Li Ziyu. Let me go first. Come on, Li Ziyu. The moment Li Ziyu stood up, Wang Zai's expression changed. There was a subtle flash of cruelty in his eyes, and all the muscles in his body tensed unconsciously. Finally, the real one has arrived. Li Ziyu is the main purpose of his visit today. He wants to use Li Ziyu to establish his authority today. Let all the students outside who dare to reject the Mutual Aid Association see what the consequences will be. Wang Zai took a deep breath. Before coming, President Nan Gonghao had given him a secret technique that could help him avoid Yang Yi's detection and cripple Li Ziyu before Yang Yi could stop him. Once Li Ziyu is eliminated, the matter will be settled. The big boss behind the Mutual Aid Association helped him to block the storm. The students watching the scene seemed to have noticed the change in the atmosphere. They subconsciously held their breath and looked at Li Ziyu and Wang Zai, who were standing opposite each other. Yang Yi also noticed that the atmosphere was not right. He hesitated for a moment and looked at Li Ziyu and said, Student Li Ziyu, please go to another queue for the test. He knew Wang Zai's purpose very well. Although he was confident that with his strength as a level 5 warrior, no matter what means Wang Zai had, he could block it for Li Ziyu in advance. But for some reason, he felt an inexplicable uneasiness in his heart. It was as if something beyond his control was about to happen. A warrior's premonition is usually very accurate. Li Ziyu is a promising talent that President Zhua has taken a fancy to. It is said that he is planning to promote Li Ziyu as the conservative faction's star figure among students. Li Ziyu's safety cannot be compromised. No need, Teacher Yang. Li Ziyu waved his hand at Yang Yi and rejected his proposal. Then he slowly stood up, walked to the center of the classroom, stood in front of Wang Zai, and stretched his neck. Yang Yi wanted to say something else, but seeing that Li Ziyu was already standing in front of Wang Zai, he shook his head and said, In that case, let's get started. Li Ziyu, you. Wang Zai had a grim smile on his face and wanted to verbally attack Li Ziyu as usual. Great Sun Essence Body Technique. Breath of Fire. But before Wang Zhe could finish his words, an inexplicable wave began to spread from Li Ziyu's body. Then a ball of red flame appeared on Li Ziyu's body. Li Ziyu's figure disappeared instantly. The next moment, everyone in the classroom, including Wang Zhe, I felt a burning sensation in my eyes. As if facing the scorching sun, he subconsciously closed his eyes and shielded them with his hands. Everyone's consciousness was in a trance for a moment. In their eyes, the entire classroom seemed to turn into daylight in an instant. Before, it was as if a miniature sun appeared. The sun burns with blazing flames, emitting endless light and heat. The source of the sun is Li Ziyu. At this time, Li Ziyu's surroundings. The air within a 10-meter radius. Everything is in a distorted state. The distorted air danced wildly under the flames on Li Ziyu's body, like a rotating abstract oil painting. Immediately following, Li Ziyu took a step forward and suddenly appeared in front of Wang Zhe. The huge impact force caused a sharp sonic boom. The moment Li Ziyu started walking, the granite ground beneath his feet cracked into a spider web shape. Li Ziyu appeared in front of Wang Zhe with dazzling and passionate eyes. He raised his flaming right hand expressionlessly and slapped Wang Zhe in the chest. Wang Zhe's eyes widened, his pupils shrank into needles, and all the muscles in his body were tense. As his body stretched and contracted, all the energy and blood in his body gathered in his chest. At the same time, a human-shaped shadow appeared around him, enveloping his body. It's a 7th-level combat skill. Akola. Wang Zhe actually mastered this invincible defensive combat technique. Someone in the classroom recognized the origin of the phantom and exclaimed in surprise. Wang Zhe felt extremely solemn. Even though he looked down on Li Ziyu, the fact that Li Ziyu could kill Yang Ming, a 2nd-level advanced warrior, in seconds proved that Li Ziyu was quite powerful. His talk was just to suppress Li Ziyu's emotions. In fact, he was very cautious about Li Ziyu and regarded Li Ziyu as an opponent of the same level as him. I made all the preparations before coming. But even so, he felt something was wrong as soon as he started. The sense of oppression that Li Ziyu gave him was too strong. The energy and blood emanating from Li Ziyu actually gave him the feeling of looking directly at the sun. And the speed is so fast that it is unavoidable. Bang! While Wang Zhe was thinking about this, Li Ziyu's hand had already reached his chest. Chapter 86 Testing. Boom! There was a deafening bang. Li Ziyu slapped the human-shaped shadow that enveloped Wang Zhe. Click, click, click. Looking at the indestructible shadow covering Wang Zhe, it was under Li Ziyu's palm. It was like an eggshell hitting a stone, crackling inch by inch. Wang Zhe's pupils shrank, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. How is that possible? My Akola can even block the attacks of a 3rd-level warrior. How could you break it? So much nonsense. Li Ziyu had a blank expression on his face. He ignored Wang Zhe's horrified look and continued to extend his hand forward. With a bang, Wang Zhe's body was directly hit and flew backwards like a cannonball. It hit the wall behind the classroom hard. There was another loud bang. The granite walls were cracked and dust was falling down. Wang Zhe was hit by Li Ziyu's palm and was directly embedded into the wall. This scene took only 1 second from the beginning to the end. Except for a few strong senior students, everyone else at the scene only heard a loud bang. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Wang Zhe's hands in a strange arc and his chest collapsed. Blood was still oozing out of his mouth, and the scene was embedded in the wall. Hiss! What just happened? Why is the scene like this? I just saw Li Ziyu move a little bit, and it turned out like this. Could it be that Wang Zhe's current situation was caused by Li Ziyu? Damn it! Didn't Wang Zhe just use the Akola fighting technique? Akola is known to have the strongest defense in battles of the same level. How did he still get knocked away? What the hell? Wang Zhe's strength is at least at the peak of the 2nd level, right? If I remember correctly, he's in the top 100 of the combat power rankings. How could he be killed in one move? Lu Tao, Sun Mingyang, and Sun Qiming. All the students in the elite class present opened their mouths wide and looked at Wang Zhe, who was spitting blood on the wall, in disbelief. He looked at Li Ziyu, who seemed to be standing there without moving. Everyone's head felt like it had been hit hard by a punch, their heads buzzing with shock and their faces filled with disbelief. The students present looked at each other in confusion. An idea popped up in everyone's mind. That is. What just happened? Even the other third-year students from the Mutual Aid Association who came to cooperate with the test were horrified when they saw Li Ziyu's figure. They are stronger than these freshmen and can see things more clearly than them. But the more clearly they saw, the more terrified they felt. Right. It's just thriller. Even fear. It feels unbelievable. It feels like a dream. Just now, Li Ziyu actually broke through Wang Zhizakala's defense with just one palm strike. And then knocked him away? Damn. What the hell is going on with Li Ziyu? What's his strength? Wang Zhe's strength is more than one level stronger than Yang Ming. When Li Ziyu killed Yang Ming in an instant, he still used a weapon and struck with a knife. But now, facing Wang Zhe, who was even stronger than Yang Ming, he didn't even use a weapon and killed him instantly with just a kick and bare hands. Damn it! What the hell is going on? What kind of monster is Li Ziyu? Wang Zhizakala can even block the attacks of a third-level warrior, so how could he be killed instantly by Li Ziyu's palm? These juniors stared blankly at Li Ziyu's figure, their brains blank as if they had been struck by a nuclear bomb. It's nothing but shock. They quickly walked up to Wang Zhe and asked him what was going on. Could it be that everything that had just happened was a double act with Li Ziyu? Are you deliberately letting Li Ziyu do this? However, when he saw Wang Zhe embedded in the wall with blood twitching from his mouth, he gave up the idea. It is absolutely impossible that he gave in on purpose, otherwise the price would be too high. If Li Ziyu's attack just now had landed on them, they would have suffered the same fate as Wang Zhe. Even worse than Wang Zhe. Thinking of this, several people couldn't help but shudder, and their eyes changed when they looked at Li Ziyu. Before coming here, they relied on their strength as juniors, and they were a little arrogant when practicing with freshmen. And a sense of superiority. Especially when I saw the school forum was full of posts discussing Li Ziyu, I felt very upset. But now. Just now, Li Ziyu's move completely crushed the pride in their hearts. Student Li Ziyu, what realm are you in? At this time, Yang Yi on the side also reacted. After taking a look at Wang Zhe embedded in the wall, he cast his eyes at Li Ziyu in surprise. He could see that what Li Ziyu had just used was undoubtedly a 9th level combat skill. But his 9th level combat skills should just be the entry-level ones, and only at the elementary level. How could he kill Wang Zhe, who was at the peak level too, with just one strike? Could it be that Li Ziyu's strength is also at the peak level of level 2? He was only a freshman, only 17 years old, but he had already become a peak level warrior at the 2nd level. This is impossible? Yang Yi looked at Li Ziyu with eyes full of surprise and confusion. Li Ziyu did not answer Yang Yi's question. If he is said to be just a level 2 junior warrior, that's not easy to explain. Just now he was able to kill Wang Zhe in one blow. First, his own chi and blood are strong enough. The second is the combination of the two combat skills that enhance physical fitness, the breathing of flame and the body tempering of the great sun. Only then can it produce such a powerful effect. He just did a rough calculation. The combination of the breathing of fire and the body tempering of the sun can allow him to unleash a force 10 times greater than his own. This is when he didn't use any weapons or combat skills. If you use Thunder Slash plus peak level swordsmanship to increase your strength. With one strike of his sword, even a 3rd level warrior can be killed instantly. At this time, someone asked. Teacher Yang, what is Li Ziyu's overall score? Overall rating, no rating possible. Can't give a score, what does that mean? Wasn't Lu Tao's score just now over 80? Why can't Li Ziyu give a score? The students present were surprised when they heard this. Forehead. The main reason is that since the opening of Magic City Martial Arts University, there has never been a case of a freshman instantly defeating a junior. Lei Zhan, the most outstanding student at Magic City Martial Arts University in recent years and currently ranked first in combat power, was only able to tie with a junior during the test that year. Lei Zhan's overall score at the time was 100, and your performance just now, Li Ziyu, was indeed beyond my ken. Yang Yi explained awkwardly on the side. The main reason is that Li Ziyu's strength is beyond common sense. He had been practicing for so many years, but he had never seen such a supernatural warrior. The database of Magic City Wuda University shows that Li Ziyu's realm is a 1st level peak competitive warrior, but judging from the strength shown by Li Ziyu, it's not the peak level 1 at all. It is said to be the peak level of level 2, no. He even believed that he was a level 3 peak warrior. But A level 3 warrior who is less than 17 years old and has just been in college for less than a month? If he tells others about it, he will definitely be regarded as an idiot. It's okay, Teacher Yang. I am clear about my strengths. Li Ziyu smiled at the embarrassed Yang Yi and came to the rescue. He didn't care about the comprehensive score or anything like that. The comprehensive score was only for recommending a tutor. But to be honest, with the system at his disposal, the role of the instructor in his cultivation does not seem to be very significant. However, through the unilateral crushing of Wang Zhe just now, Li Ziyu has a rough assessment of her own strength. At this moment, Yang Yi said, "Student Li Ziyu, there are targets in the classroom for testing combat power in Qi and blood. Do you want to test your combat power? The combat effectiveness test targets here are connected to the school's intranet, and the results will be transmitted to the combat effectiveness rankings in real time. I think with your strength, it won't be a problem for you to enter the rankings. Entering the rankings will reward you with cultivation resources." Yang Yi proposed seriously. Chapter 87 99 Combat Power. Shocked. Good. Li Ziyu thought about it and responded. If you can make it to the combat power ranking list after testing your combat power, you will be rewarded with corresponding training resources. You can give it a try. Boss Li Ziyu has finally conducted another combat power test. I wonder what Boss Li Ziyu's combat power is. I'm a first-level advanced warrior, and my combat power test score is 230. As far as I know, Mr. Lu Tao, the top scholar in Dongshan province, has a combat power of 310. I estimate that Li Ziyu's strength should at least double, right? TSK, don't use your pitiful imagination to speculate on Boss Li Ziyu's strength. Wang Zhe's combat power is already 1000. Boss Li Ziyu can kill Wang Zhe in one move. I estimate that his combat power is at least 2000. Wow. Really? Starting at 2000, that would put him in the top 50 of the battle power rankings, right? Big brother Li Ziyu is just a freshman, he shouldn't be that perverted, right? I told you not to use your poor imagination to imagine genius. Everyone was discussing heatedly, while at the same time looking at Li Ziyu, who was walking towards the combat effectiveness test target. But just at this moment, on the side, Wang Zhe, who was kicked unconscious by Li Ziyu and embedded in the wall, suddenly woke up. He looked around first, and everyone around him was looking at him with pity. Wang Zhe shook his head, his memory clear as he recalled everything that had just happened. In an instant, his face turned red, his teeth were clenched tightly, and veins bulged on his forehead. He turned around and stared at Li Ziyu with a look of resentment, saying word by word, "President Ouyang Hao asked me to come here. How dare you attack me? Li Ziyu, are you really not afraid of President Ouyang Hao's revenge? President Nangong is the 4th strongest person in Wuda. You attacked me and showed disrespect to President Nangong. You are playing with fire. Or do you think that your strength is strong enough to ignore the 4th strongest person in Wuda and the Mutual Aid Association?" Wang Zhe's face flushed and he gritted his teeth. A mere freshman actually dared to attack him, a junior. It was such a shame. Hey, you're quite resilient. You're worthy of being the prodigy of the Mutual Aid Association. You woke up so quickly after being kicked by me. But you know, what you just said was stupid. Li Ziyu turned his head and glanced at Wang Zhe calmly, then slowly walked towards him and spoke as he walked. When did warriors start talking about background instead of strength? After saying that, Li Ziyu suddenly accelerated. In Wang Zhe's horrified eyes, the body flashed. A whip kick and a side kick hit Wang Zhe's shoulder. All everyone heard was a click, followed by a sonic boom as a shell was fired. Then you will see. Wang Zhe's mud-like figure appeared dozens of meters away and slammed heavily into the target used to test combat effectiveness. The huge impact force made everyone present feel a buzzing in their ears. The violent aura made everyone subconsciously close their eyes and cover their foreheads with their hands. When you open your eyes, on the ground, only Wang Zhe's twitching body was left. And a bright red number on the combat effectiveness test target. 9999. Li Ziyu saw the number on the target and scratched his head embarrassedly. Looking at Yang Yi, who was standing there dumbfounded, he said awkwardly, "Teacher Yang, does this count as completing the combat effectiveness test?" Yang Yi was stunned. He opened his mouth and swallowed, staring blankly at the scarlet number on the target, and said subconsciously, Forget it. the scene suddenly became quiet. Then everyone reacted. He looked at the scarlet number displayed on the combat power target. When everyone saw the number 9999 clearly displayed on the target, their eyes widened. Everyone in the classroom felt as if they had been electrocuted. Looking at the number 9999, the expression on his face changed from astonishment to shock and disbelief. Everyone's face looked as if they had seen a ghost, with their mouths wide open. What the hell? 9999? Brother, your attack just now directly exerted a combat power of 9999? And it's an indirect attack from a distance? Fuck. Brother, you're so awesome. Sun Qiming looked at the number on the target and Wang Zhe twitching on the ground. The shocked body was unstable and staggered back 2 steps before falling to the ground. With his hands on the ground, he stared at the numbers on the combat power target with wide eyes. At the same time, he kept repeating this sentence. Awesome. That's awesome. 9999, this is the combat power that only a 3rd level peak warrior can exert. He's only a freshman, and he already has this kind of strength. I'm actually roommates with such an awesome person. Lu Tao seemed to be frozen in place, staring blankly at the number on the combat power target, and swallowed unconsciously. According to official announcement, the combat power limit of a 1st level warrior is 500. The combat power limit of a level 2 warrior is 1000. Because a level 3 warrior can temper his bones, his combat power is far higher than that of a level 2 warrior, and his combat power limit is 10,000. In other words, Li Ziyu's attack just now directly unleashed the combat power of a peak level 3rd level warrior? 9999, how can it be so high? The combat power I tested is only over 300. Is this really something a freshman from my class can produce? This combat power should at least be ranked in the top 10 of the Demon University's combat power rankings, right? If I remember correctly, the 10th place on the battle power ranking was created by a senior named Yin Miao Miao, and her battle power is 9,000. Sun Mingyang stood aside, looking at Li Ziyu with a puzzled expression, his eyes filled with indescribable complexity. He was a belligerent person by nature, and he was quite happy to find that he had a classmate like Li Ziyu, a very talented alumnus. He also prepared Li Ziyu as a whetstone to achieve his own path as a warrior. But Li Ziyu's performance just now suddenly made him feel despair and self-doubt. This kind of monster. Is it really something I can surpass? I know some of you have joined a mutual aid group. Just in time, this class is over. I want to give your Vice President Yang Hao a message. 3 days later, I'll be waiting for him at the Demon City Martial Arts University's training grounds. When I heard what Li Ziyu said, the shocked and noisy sounds at the scene suddenly became quiet as if a pause button was pressed. Then everyone, Lu Tao, Sun Mingyang, and Sun Qiming, including the junior students and Yang Yi who was standing by, they all looked at Li Ziyu in disbelief and subconsciously exclaimed. Challenge Yang Hao in 3 days. Are you crazy? At the same time, at the training ground of Magic City Martial Arts University, a girl wearing a tight-fitting combat jumpsuit, with a curvy figure and a single ponytail. He was holding a 3-meter-long spear and dancing in the open space. The 3-meter-long spear was like a toy in her hand, which she could flexibly control. With every wave and dance, a gale-like airflow was generated, causing the weapons on the surrounding weapon racks to sway and make noises. The delicate body of about 1.6 meters tall dancing with a 3-meter-long gun creates a strong visual contrast. Miao Miao, your shooting skills have improved again. With your current strength, I think you can even challenge for 9th place in the combat power rankings. Standing aside, watching Yin Miao Miao's practice, her best friend clapped her hands and said in surprise with her beautiful eyes. Yin Miao Miao let out a long breath. She stood up straight with 2 perfectly joined legs, put away her spear, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said confidently, Yeah. My fighting skills and marksmanship have both improved. With my current strength, I should be qualified enough to compete for a spot in the National Wuhan University Youth League. Oh, by the way, Mimi, come with me to the testing ground. I want to strive for the 9th place in combat power today. Yin Miao Miao said this, holding her best friend's hand and walking towards the testing site. Chapter 88 Li Ziyu wants to challenge Yang Hao, is he crazy? In order to facilitate viewing of the combat power rankings, the test site is set up not far from the combat power rankings. To reach the testing ground, you need to go through the battle power ranking list. At this time, the periphery of the combat power ranking list, which was several hundred meters high, was filled with circles of people. Ha! Why are there so many people? Could it be possible that someone else has entered the top 100 of the combat power ranking?
In Miao was curious, so she and her best friend walked towards the crowd.
Then look up at the list.
Her beautiful eyes widened instantly.
Ah! Why was I squeezed out of the top 10?
In Miao looked up at the combat power list in astonishment. The top 10 rankings were written in large gold-plated characters, and the 10th place that originally belonged to her was replaced by a name called Li Ziyu. She was surpassed by Li Ziyu, and her name that was originally in the top 10 was directly reduced to 11th.
Li Ziyu? Which senior from the Mutual Aid Association has achieved a breakthrough?
In Miao opened her mouth slightly and said in surprise.
The people from the Mutual Aid Society broke through? Oh, you're wrong.
Not only is Li Ziyu not a member of the Mutual Aid Association, it can be said that she has absolutely no connection with the Mutual Aid Association.
Even a mortal enemy.
Li Ziyu isn't a senior, she's a freshman who just enrolled this year.
A student who was watching nearby heard In Miao's question and began to explain in a serious tone. Freshman, impossible.
In Miao retorted subconsciously.
Combat power can be said to be the most intuitive value that reflects a warrior's strength.
As one of the top 4 martial arts universities in the country, Shanghai Wuda University has a huge number of students.
Those who can enter the Magic City Martial Arts University are basically geniuses.
And those who can make it into the top 10 in the combat power ranking list of universities in the Magic City are the geniuses among geniuses.
In addition to extraordinary talent, it also requires long-term, persistent and hard work, as well as some training resources that adults cannot obtain.
Only then will it be possible to gain a place on the combat power rankings. It's amazing that a freshman who just came to school and hasn't practiced for a few years can directly break into the 10th place in the combat power ranking. She would never believe it even if she was beaten to death.
AIXIN, it turns out to be Senior In.
The person who was explaining next to him was questioned and wanted to start a direct rebuttal. However, after seeing In Miao's face clearly, he immediately stopped talking and his tone changed to respectful. The man standing in front of her was a ruthless person. He is the only one in the top 10 of the combat power rankings who is not a boss of the Mutual Aid Association.
He was once a prominent figure at the Magic City Martial Arts University.
I guess the senior sister has been practicing in seclusion.
Well, I've been practicing for the past 3 months and I don't know what's happened in school recently. Junior, can you tell me what's going on with Li Ziyu? In Miao said.
Being called a junior by the legendary senior, that person was instantly excited and quickly opened his mouth to tell the story of Li Ziyu. As he spoke, he observed In Miao's expression. I saw her expression change from calm at the beginning to questioning during the process.
Then in the end, the suspicion turned into an expression that said, "Are you kidding me?" The junior student quickly took out his cell phone and opened the forum of Magic City Martial Arts University.
He found the pinned post at the top and handed it to In Miao. Pointing to a video in the post, he said,
"Look, this is the record of all the moves Li Ziyu made when she first entered school. It's all here."
In Miao looked over and just took a glance, her beautiful eyes widened instantly.
What's wrong, senior?
The junior student looked puzzled, wondering why this legendary senior student reacted so strongly.
It shouldn't be. Fuck. What the hell? What the hell? Going against the will of heaven, is Li Ziyu going to go against the will of heaven? Big news. Big event.
This is definitely the biggest and most explosive event at Magic City Martial Arts University this year.
Just as the junior student was curious, bursts of exclamations suddenly sounded from the side.
Everyone's eyes widened, staring at their phones as if they had seen a ghost. The junior student was puzzled.
Is it really that serious?
He just made it into the top 10 in the battle power rankings as a freshman. There's no need to react so strongly. As he spoke, the junior turned his attention to his mobile phone and the school forum. When I saw Gao Gao, who had just appeared on the forum, was pinned to the top of the forum post with a title in bold red font. His eyes bulged out instantly and he jumped up on the spot.
What the hell?
Freshman Li Ziyu has challenged Ouyang Hao, the vice president of the Mutual Aid Association, to a duel in the martial arts arena in 3 days.
What the hell? A freshman wants to challenge the vice president of the Mutual Aid Association. This is going crazy. Li Ziyu is throwing his life away. Does he really think that if he can defeat Yang Ming, he can compete with Ouyang Hao?
Ouyang Hao is the 4th largest fighter in the battle strength rankings.
And Yang Hao is a psychic. Psychic masters are much more powerful than warriors. Brother, your message is out of date. Li Ziyu just took a combat power test and is said to have entered the top 10. Hiss. Holy shit, he's ranked in the top 10, and he's only a freshman this year, right? Before the class officially started, he's already ranked in the top 10 in the school in terms of combat effectiveness? So awesome? But the top 10 can't be compared with Yang Hao. Yang Hao is ranked 4th. And he's also a spiritual master. She's so proud. Li Ziyu is so proud. If he had practiced for a few more years, perhaps Yang Hao would not be his match. But now, I bet 20 points that Li Ziyu will lose. Identification completed, the lickspittle of the Mutual Aid Association upstairs. +1. +1. All students in Wuhan University, whether freshman, sophomore, or junior. Everyone was shocked by Li Ziyu's declaration of war against Yang Hao. Holding the phone, he kept commenting on the news. For a while, there were voices of doubt and ridicule one after another. First, after years of operation, the Mutual Aid Association has become strong and deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Second, Li Ziyu, as a freshman who just enrolled, challenges a powerful guy who has been ranked on the combat power list for a long time. Moreover, this big guy is an extremely rare psychic master. The result is obvious. Sun Mingyang, do you think Li Ziyu's strength is a match for Yang Hao? Lu Tao said with a serious expression to Sun Mingyang, who also had a serious expression beside him. In the classroom. Li Ziyu has left the classroom. After he left, everyone in the classroom was in an uproar, staring at Li Ziyu's departing back for a long time and unable to calm down. Lu Tao and Sun Mingyang are no exception. It's hard to say. The main reason is that just from the aftermath of Li Ziyu's attack, he was able to get the 10th place in the combat power ranking. He hasn't used his full strength yet, so I don't know how strong he is. Sun Mingyang lowered his head and thought for a moment, a solemn look on his face and an indelible shock in his eyes. At this time, the outside world thought that Li Ziyu's combat effectiveness test was done with her full effort to get into the top 10. But only those of them in the classroom knew. The combat power rank 10th was just the aftermath of Li Ziyu's attack. He just mentioned this matter on the forum, but no one believed it. They all called him an idiot. He expressed his full understanding of the abuse. In fact, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. If someone told him that there was a freshman who could rank 10th in the Magic City Martial Arts University's combat power rankings just by relying on the aftermath of his attacks. But he would also call the other person an idiot. However, Yang Hao is, after all, the vice president of the Mutual Aid Association, the 4th-ranked figure in the combat power rankings, and he is also an extremely rare spiritualist. It is said that psychics have the ability to directly attack a warrior's mind. The power is so strong that it is hard to defend against. When facing a psychic, a warrior of the same level may only be able to passively take the beating. It's hard to say how Li Ziyu and Yang Hao will play against each other. Sun Mingyang analyzed calmly on the side. Hearing this, Lu Tao nodded frequently. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something, and a strange look appeared on his face. Damn! Li Ziyu is clearly in the same class as us, but why does discussing him feel like discussing a big shot? Do you still think Li Ziyu is on the same level as us? With his current strength, isn't he already a big shot? Sun Mingyang rolled his eyes at Lu Tao, shrugged, and continued. Instead of discussing this, why not hurry up and grab a spot at the martial arts arena? Otherwise, if you're late, you might not be able to get a spot. As he spoke, he tightened the spear behind him and walked out the door in a flash. Hey, wait for me, let's go grab a seat together. Chapter 90. Zhua Hongyang slaps his thigh. Magic City Martial Arts University, the villa area where the instructors live. Zhua Hongyang listened to the housekeeper's report on the latest news in Demon University. Good. I was right about this kid Li Ziyu. He's only been in school for a few days, and he's already defeated Wang Zhe, a peak-level 2nd-level warrior. Great, great. With this kid's training speed, by the time he's sophomore, he might even be able to arm wrestle with the vice presidents of the Mutual Aid Association. Zhua Hongyang laughed heartily. Dean Zhua, there's one more thing. It's also about Li Ziyu. At this time, the butler hesitated to speak. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so fussy. Zhua Hongyang waved his hand. As he spoke, he picked up the teacup on the coffee table and took a sip.
Li Ziyu announced on the school forum that he will challenge Ouyang Hao in the school's martial arts arena in 3 days.
A challenge. Puff. Ahem. What did you say? Li Ziyu wants to challenge Ouyang Hao. When did this happen?
Zhua Hongyang was stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, he spat out the tea in his mouth. He stared at the butler with wide eyes and asked in astonishment. The housekeeper answered truthfully, when we defeated Wang Zhe. Zhua Hongyang was so angry when he heard this that he slapped his thigh.
Impulsive. Li Ziyu is so impulsive.
Ouyang Hao is a spiritualist, the vice president of the Mutual Aid Association, and one of the top 5 combatants on the Magic City Martial Arts University's battle power rankings. Although Li Ziyu is strong enough to defeat Wang Zhe, he is still no match for Ouyang Hao. Zhua Hongyang stood up from his chair and was about to walk out the door. No, I need to talk to Li Ziyu and ask him to cancel the challenge. The more talented a person is, the more likely they are to become arrogant. If Li Ziyu loses to Ouyang Hao, it will be a huge blow to his character. It's even possible that Li Ziyu will never recover. Zhua Hongyang said this and stood up to go out. However, the butler said helplessly, "Dean, this matter has now spread throughout the school. If Li Ziyu were to give up at this moment, the blow to his character would probably be even greater." Zhua Hongyang was stunned when he heard this, and a look of confusion flashed across his face. Finally, he let out a long sigh. "Sit back in your chair." At the same time, another villa where the tutor lives. The dean of Jidao Academy, Ban Antian, looked at the pinned post on the school forum about Li Ziyu challenging Ouyang Hao. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. A student recruited by Lao Zhuo wants to challenge me, the vice president of the Mutual Aid Association? Interesting. Magic City Training Building. In a training room of several thousand square meters. Ouyang Hao was wearing a silver combat uniform, his eyes were closed, his hands hung naturally, and his expression was neutral. All around him, 6 short-handled flying knives flashing with cold light circled around him. Ouyang Hao slowly opened his eyes. There was no movement on his body. He just opened his lips slightly, pointed at the combat effectiveness test target in front of him, and said softly, "Go!" As he finished speaking, the 6 flying knives surrounding him instantly vibrated with a crisp buzzing sound. Then in an instant, it turned into 6 cold lights and disappeared on the spot like a falling meteor. Shichi shishi shishi. The sound of 6 golden swords clashing was accompanied by a howling wind. The 6 flying knives all hit the combat targets in the hall without any distinction. On the target, the big scarlet words 15,000 were so red that they were blindingly bright. Ouyang Hao waved his hand again. The 6 flying knives transformed into a stream of silver water and flew towards Ouyang Hao's waist, sticking close to the belt around his waist. Finally a breakthrough, a level 3 peak spiritual master. It's only 1 step away from level 4. Ha! Li Ziyu, I didn't want to pay attention to you. But since you're so confident and are looking for death, I'll just crush your confidence into dust. Ouyang Hao said. He straightened his collar, pushed open the door of the training room, and walked towards the martial arts building of Magic City Martial Arts University. He never considered Li Ziyu as a competitor. In his eyes, there is always only one competitor. That is the president of the Mutual Aid Association, Lei Zhan, who ranks first in the combat power ranking of Magic City Martial Arts University. Li Ziyu. It was just an insignificant stone on his way to challenge Lei Zhan. Outside the door, when more than a dozen senior members of the Mutual Aid Association saw Ouyang Hao coming out, they all followed him with enthusiastic expressions. Follow Ouyang Hao and walk towards the martial arts building. Today, they want to witness the birth of a legend in the Magic City Martial Arts University. A legend unique to the Mutual Aid Association. The legend of their president Ouyang Hao. Auditorium. Lu Tao, Sun Ming Yang, and the freshmen in their class were all sitting in the audience, looking around with envy. Tisk, being able to compete under the watchful eyes of the crowd, even if I lose, is a great honor. Fuck, I've never seen this many times before. I didn't expect that our Magic City Martial Arts University actually has so many beautiful senior students. Several people looked around with envy. Looking at the beautiful senior schoolmate in the audience, she had a longing expression on her face. Fuck, the Jidao Academy's president, Ban Antian, is here too. And the person behind him looks like Zhua Hongyang, the dean of the Weaponry Academy, right? At this time, above the ring,
Two small silver airships suddenly appeared above the arena.
The airship opened, and two majestic figures walked out from it.
One in front and one behind.
The former was a bald, burly man who was 2 meters and 5 feet tall and as big as a mountain. He was wearing a simple short t-shirt, and his exposed muscles were like granite. Just the appearance gives people a sense of oppression as if facing a mountain. Following behind him was Zhuo Hongyang, the dean of the Weaponry Academy. The two walked out of the airship that was suspended hundreds of meters in the air and jumped directly onto the seat in the center of the audience. Zhuo Hongyang had a cold face and said nothing. Ba Nantian on the side glanced at him lightly, with a hint of mockery in his eyes, and said lightly with the corner of his mouth raised.
Lao Zhuo, you guys are a bit impatient.
It's a bit stupid to push a genius who hasn't grown up yet to the stage.
I really don't know whether to say you are stupid or confident. Do you really think that someone who can become the vice president of the Mutual Aid Association is a vegetarian? Ba Nantian didn't care that there were people around him.
He didn't hide his inner thoughts at all and had a mocking look on his face.
Zhuo Hongyang's face was as gloomy as water and he said nothing. His hands, which were resting on the armrests of the chair, were squeezed white by him. He is a conservative and Ba Nantian is a radical. At the same time, Ba Nantian was also the driving force behind the establishment of a mutual aid association. In the past, all the places in the Youth Wuhan University League were monopolized by members of the Mutual Aid Society. In addition, their conservative faction has indeed not produced any geniuses who can hold up the stage. Now that the talented Li Ziyu has appeared, they were planning to train him vigorously. For this reason, Zhuo Hongyang specially withstood the pressure and specially approved his place in the National Youth Wuhan University League to Li Ziyu. If Li Ziyu did not compete with Ouyang Hao, then he and the principal would be able to withstand the pressure from the Jidao faction and keep Li Ziyu's spot. But now, Li Ziyu actually publicly said that he wanted to challenge Ouyang Hao. This immediately made them passive. But these are all small things. What he feared most was that if Li Ziyu failed in the competition, her mentality would probably be devastated. Li Ziyu, you really gave me a difficult problem.
Zhuo Hongyang sighed in his heart. At this moment, a message sounded on his bracelet. Zhuo Hongyang looked over. It's news that the combat power list has been updated. Ouyang Hao's ranking on the combat power list has actually risen to second place.
The expression on Zhuo Hongyang's face became even gloomier. Li Ziyu may lose badly.
Hey, it seems that if Li Ziyu wants to participate in the National Youth Wuhan University League this time, he will have to wait until next time. Zhuo Hongyang sighed inwardly.
Here I come.
Just as everyone was whispering to each other, the door to the martial arts arena slowly opened.
Chapter 91, Mind.
Ouyang Hao emerged from the gate passage with an expressionless face and slowly walked towards the ring.
Ouyang Hao. Ouyang Hao. We will win. We will win.
As soon as Ouyang Hao appeared, the students sitting in the audience burst into thunderous cheers, looking at Ouyang Hao's figure with a fanatical look on his face.
These are people from the Mutual Aid Association and fans who admire Ouyang Hao.
Ouyang Hao walked slowly step by step without any expression on his face and walked to the stage.
Stand still on the stage.
Seeing that Li Ziyu had not appeared yet, Ouyang Hao's expression did not change and he stood with his hands behind his back. The lapels of the clothes move automatically without wind.
Ouyang Hao has truly become stronger.
In the past, he gave people the feeling of facing a tsunami, with a violent and overwhelming aura that made people breathless. But now, looking at his aura, there is a sense of profoundness that is immovable and abysmal. Number 2 on the battle strength rankings, he's truly worthy of his title, very strong. Just looking at him makes me feel like I'm about to fall into a vortex.
Yin Miaomio also came to the side of the audience.
At the same time, he also learned the news that Ouyang Hao had broken through. Looking at Ouyang Hao standing on the stage with his hands behind his back, Yin Miaomio looked solemn. As the only person on the leaderboard who has not joined a mutual aid association, she is very concerned about the strength of everyone on the leaderboard.
The feeling that Ouyang Hao gave her now was completely different from before.
The best friend sitting next to her also stared at Ouyang Hao with a serious expression.
So strong. Another excellently situated auditorium.
Lei Zhen looked at Ouyang Hao, who was standing on the stage with his hands behind his back, with his eyes flickering. A solemn look flashed in his eyes. It seems that Ouyang Hao should have broken through to the 3rd level of the peak spiritual master.
A psychic master is invincible at the same level. Some powerful psychics can even fight against higher level masters.
It seems that this battle is a foregone conclusion. Lei Zhan said this, and his companion beside him nodded in agreement.
Before Ouyang Hao was promoted, there was no suspense. Now, it's a done deal. But President, now that Ouyang Hao's realm has improved, the next step will probably be to challenge you.
Maybe in a few days, I'll be calling you Vice President Lei, hee hee.
The companion laughed and joked.
Lei Zhan chuckled upon hearing this, his lips curled up, and his face revealed an extremely strong confidence.
Then let him come. Old son, do you think brother you can win?
Sun Qiming sat nervously in the audience, fidgeting restlessly, and glanced towards the gate of the martial arts building from time to time. At the same time, he said to Sun Mingyang, who was sitting next to him,
Ouyang Hao is a 1 in a million spiritual master, ranked second on the list. It's hard to say.
Just watch the game with peace of mind, we can't decide anything. Sun Mingyang looked calm, unlike Sun Qiming, who was so anxious. Their class all sat in the same area, and as soon as they sat down, Sun Qiming kept asking him this question, and he asked it dozens of times.
Besides, I think it's normal even if I lose.
After all, Li Ziyu is only a freshman this year, while Ouyang Hao is already a senior. The fact that Li Ziyu has the courage and qualifications to challenge Ouyang Hao speaks volumes about his strength. Sun Qiming was stunned when he heard this, and his expression relaxed a little.
That's what you said.
There is no shame in losing.
Hey, brother you is here.
As the two were talking, the gate to the martial arts arena slowly opened again. Li Ziyu's slender figure, with the light behind him, appeared in the passage of the martial arts field. He held the Yaoyue sword in his right hand, his expression natural, and walked towards the ring leisurely.
The relaxed and casual posture makes people who don't know think they are just taking a walk on the road. Is that Li Ziyu? This is the first time I've seen him in person. He's so handsome. He's so handsome and talented, I've decided I'll be a fan of Li Ziyu from now on. Compared to Li Ziyu, Ouyang Hao's appearance seems ordinary. Wait for Li Ziyu to walk onto the ring.
The students who came to watch the game saw his appearance clearly and began to whisper to each other.
Especially some good-looking senior and junior students.
While talking, he would occasionally steal glances at Li Ziyu and let out a bell-like laugh.
Humph. A bunch of superficial looks-obsessed people. Wait until you see Li Ziyu wailing at my feet. Will you still think he's handsome?
A psychic has sharp 5 senses. Although the scene was noisy, Ouyang Hao could still hear clearly what the people around him were saying. When I heard people comparing my looks to Li Ziyu and saying that I was just average, Ouyang Hao couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. The anger turned into coldness, staring coldly at Li Ziyu standing in front of him, and slowly said,
I didn't expect you to come here. Oh, do you really think that just because you defeated Yang Ming and Wang Zhe, you're qualified to challenge me? Now I'll give you a chance.
Submit to me in front of all the teachers and students in the school. Then take the initiative to give up your place in the National Youth Wuhan University League, and I will forgive your previous disrespect to me.
Ouyang Hao said coldly.
As he spoke, he raised his right hand and tapped it in the air as if playing the piano. As his hands danced, 6 silver blades floated from his waist to his back, forming a circle behind him and floating quietly in the air. The sharp tip of the knife pointed directly at Li Ziyu.
Ouyang Hao waved his hand again.
6 flying knives formed a white line, which instantly pierced the air with a sharp sonic boom and appeared in front of Li Ziyu in an instant.
Li Ziyu stood there calmly, without any fluctuation on his face. Buzz!
A sword flashing with cold light. Less than a foot away from Li Ziyu's eyebrows, it was shaking wildly. In the audience, Zhua Hongyang, who had already left his seat to save someone, smiled and sat back down.
He smiled and said, This kid has a good character. When I was his age, I couldn't remain calm even when faced with a catastrophe. Chapter 92 Fierce Battle? Next to him is Ba Nantian, the dean of Jidao Academy. Looking at Li Ziyu, who didn't even blink on the stage, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Interesting. Can we start right away? Don't you need a referee to come up and make a call? Li Ziyu ignored the flying knife flashing with cold light between his eyebrows and glanced at Ouyang Hao. It's mainly inertial thinking. He felt that this kind of competition was watched by everyone, and it was held on the ring. At least someone has to say start, right? Oh. He's quite something, and has a good character. Ouyang Hao looked much more serious at this time. Although Li Ziyu is not as strong as him. But it is just this kind of mentality that remains calm even when facing a crisis. It is already far superior to many people in the Magic City Martial Arts University. Your performance has inspired me to appreciate talent. Yang Hao nodded and said in a condescending tone. But you have a lot of pride and it hasn't been tamed yet. It seems that if I want you to truly submit to me, I can only wait until I defeat you with my own hands and wipe out your arrogance before I can subdue you. So much bullshit. Li Ziyu looked at Yang Hao, whose mouth was opening and closing, and curled her lips speechlessly. He found that they included Yang Ming and Sun Zhe. These people in the Mutual Aid Society have one characteristic in common, and that is love. I don't know if this is a unique characteristic of Yang Hao's department, or if everyone in the Mutual Aid Association is like this. Fortunately, I didn't join a mutual aid group, otherwise it would be so annoying. Li Ziyu thought about it and touched the Yaoyue sword at his waist. Yaoyu seemed to also feel the atmosphere at the moment, emitting bursts of buzzing vibrations. Let's get started. At this time, Zhua Hongyang's voice rang out, and the whole audience could hear it clearly. As Zhua Hongyang finished speaking, the arena, made entirely of D-grade Asuma alloy, suddenly emitted blue light all around. The blue light shot hundreds of meters into the sky. They began to intersect and connect in the sky. It eventually turned into a barrier similar to a water curtain, wrapping the entire arena of tens of thousands of square meters. View from a distance. The ring is like a transparent eggshell. The light curtains around here can withstand the full force of attacks from warriors below level 4. Go ahead and use all your strength without worrying about hurting anyone around you. Zhua Hongyang said lightly. The plasma shield is activated and the war is about to begin. The originally noisy martial arts arena suddenly became quieter. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at every move of Li Ziyu and Yang Hao on the stage without blinking. One is a freshman super genius who has become famous recently. He is also the top scorer in this year's National Martial Arts Examination. The other one is from the Magic City Martial Arts University, a well-known veteran. Now he can be said to be the second strongest among all the students of Magic City Martial Arts University. Moreover, Yang Hao is also an extremely mysterious spiritual master. There are very few videos of psychics in action. Everyone is extremely curious about this profession. They all opened their eyes wide and stared at the stage, afraid of missing any details. Many people even secretly raised their mobile phones and turned on the video camera function. Lei Zhan and the other two vice presidents of the Mutual Aid Association were also staring at the stage. Li Ziyu, for someone as arrogant as you. A person who is extremely confident in his own abilities. There's only one way to crush your pride. That is, to kill you instantly. Yang Hao had an indifferent expression and looked superior. He slowly raised his right hand and pointed at Li Ziyu. So, next, I'll show you the unique combat methods of a psychic master. Fuck you. You're talking so much bullshit. Li Ziyu frowned, watching the trash talk spewing out of Yang Hao's mouth. I was extremely impatient. With a loud bang, Li Ziyu suddenly exerted force on his feet. The violent force is transmitted from the thigh to the calf. Then to the soles of the feet. Then there was a loud bang. The D-grade alloy ground that could block the full-strength attack of a third-grade warrior was directly stepped on by Li Ziyu's violent force, creating a deep pit. Then there was a sharp sonic boom, accompanied by gusts of fierce wind. Li Ziyu's body suddenly turned into a sharp sword. Raised the sword with a clang, shooting towards Yang Hao. While sprinting, Li Ziyu shouted loudly, and rays of blazing flames suddenly appeared on his body surface. Breathing of fire. Dark red flames enveloped Li Ziyu's entire body. Under the refraction of the blue plasma light, everyone only saw a dark golden light that flashed by. When he appeared, he was less than a foot away from Yang Hao. What a fast speed! Yang Hao's pupils contracted and his heart suddenly shook. Looking at the blade light that blocked out the sun and cast a shadow around him, he was horrified. Li Ziyu's speed exceeded his imagination. Li Ziyu's strength exceeded his expectations. Have you been hiding your strength before? Oh, you want to catch them off guard? Wishful thinking. Yang Hao snorted coldly. Then he shouted loudly, and made a quick gesture in the air, pointing fiercely at Li Ziyu. Spiritual sword formation second move control. As Yang Hao finished speaking, the 6 flying knives surrounding Yang Hao began to vibrate rapidly. In an instant, he stood between Yang Hao and Li Ziyu. 6 flying knives stacked together to meet Li Ziyu's attack. Boom boom boom. The two swords collided. A deafening shockwave swept across the entire venue.
In the audience, everyone stared at the ring obscured by smoke and dust with wide eyes.
Holy crap! Is it that intense? Two people come up and use their ultimate moves. Wajie, did you see that? Did you see that? The force of Li Ziyu's forward charge just now created a hole in the C-grade Asuma alloy that can withstand the attacks of a third-grade warrior. Oh my god! What kind of terrifying power is this? It is said that Li Ziyu is a warrior with dual talents in Qi, blood, and strength, so it is normal for him to be a little stronger. But I'm curious, was that Li Ziyu's full strength attack just now, or was he holding back? Everyone widened their eyes and screamed in surprise. After the shockwave disappears, the scene on the ring becomes clear. All I saw were Ouyang Hao's 6 flying knives, standing still in mid-air. It was like a wall blocking the Yaoyue in Li Ziyu's hand. Fuck! Ouyang Hao was really awesome. He actually blocked Li Ziyu's full strength attack in one go. What kind of defense is this that Ouyang Hao is using? Is the psychic master so powerful? Li Ziyu was so fast just now. I could hardly see his movements when he attacked with the knife just now. From the attack just now, we can see that Li Ziyu is quite strong, but Ouyang Hao is even stronger than him. There was a lot of discussion in the audience. Yin Miao Miao also stood up from her seat unconsciously and looked at the ring with surprise. Li Ziyu's strike just now was very powerful. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to stop it. Yin Miao Miao's expression was solemn. After a moment's silence, he added solemnly. However, Ouyang Hao is a little stronger. I'm afraid Li Ziyu will be released this time. Chapter 93. No, it's a crushing defeat. Ouyang Hao's horror. Ouyang Hao's strength has indeed improved a lot. If he continues to practice for a few more years, he might be able to compete with you, President. Next to Lei Zhan. Another vice president of the Mutual Aid Association commented with a smile. That strike just now was probably Li Ziyu's strongest strike. But with just this, I'm no match for Ouyang Hao. Lei Zhan on the side did not respond. He always feels. Li Ziyu still has a backup plan. This is the intuition of a warrior. Even a level 3 peak warrior wouldn't be able to stop your strike. I can have this kind of strength when I am a freshman. It's really strong. But unfortunately, the person you met today was me, a spiritual master. Psychic master, there's no blind spot in attack speed and defense. Ouyang Hao looked at Li Ziyu, who was still in the posture of drawing the knife, with the corners of his mouth raised high. There is a strong sense of confidence on his face. If that was your strongest attack just now, then this battle would be over. Ouyang Hao said this and snapped his right fingers. As he snapped his fingers, it fell. Originally, all 6 flying knives were blocked by Li Ziyu. Suddenly 3 pieces were separated from it. Floating in the air, the tip of the knife pointed at Li Ziyu. It's not too late to admit defeat now. Otherwise, these 3 flying knives will appear on you in the next second. Is this how a psychic uses his powers? Using his mind to control objects and attack? Do you have any stronger means? It's better to have some variety. Li Ziyu looked at the 3 flying knives pointing at him and spoke lightly. Ouyang Hao was stunned when he heard this. What? It seems that there is no more. Li Ziyu shook his head. A look of disappointment. Then the original 2-handed knife-holding posture was changed to a single-handed grip. He gently grabbed the 3 flying knives floating in front of him. Are you an idiot? How dare you block my flying knife with your bare hands? This is a weapon made of shining gold. Ouyang Hao looked at Li Ziyu's actions and was stunned. Then a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of his mouth. Shining gold is a material specially used to forge weapons for psychics, and is more precious than the grade Asuma alloy. Can transmit mental power without loss? Under the control of his mental power, although these 3 flying knives are small in size, but it can bear tens of tons of force. Even a 4th-level warrior would not be able to resist his flying knife by brute force. I want to use brute force to shake the weapon controlled by mental power. Oh, are you worried that your brain is broken? Ouyang Hao made a playful smile and sneered as he watched Li Ziyu try to catch the flying knife towards him. Get ready to see a good show where Li Ziyu uses all his strength but still can't move the flying knife at all. But before Ouyang Hao could watch the show, his pupils suddenly contracted and he looked forward in disbelief. Li Ziyu actually caught his 3 flying knives with one hand. Groove. It must be fake, right? Great Sun body tempering technique. Li Ziyu's 5 fingers formed into claws, and the energy and blood in his body were like a mighty river, galloping and surging. The flame of his fire-breathing technique also exploded at this moment. The originally pale yellow flame turned red in an instant. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with extremely red flames. The air around also became distorted. Li Ziyu waved his right hand. The crimson flames on his body gathered in his right hand like flowing water, facing the 3 golden flying knives floating in the air in front of Ouyang Hao. Smash it hard. In an instant. In the air, there are 3 indestructible and unshakable flying knives. With a thud, they were all knocked away by Li Ziyu's punch. 3 loud bangs hit the ground several hundred meters away. The huge impact force pushed the tip of the knife several feet into the ground. Phew! At the same time, when the 3 flying knives were knocked away by Li Ziyu's punch, a mouthful of blood instantly spurted out of Ouyang Hao's mouth. His face suddenly turned pale. You! What kind of fighting skill is this? You can actually break my mental control with just one punch? Ouyang Hao looked at Li Ziyu with horror, as if he had seen a ghost, and cried out in surprise. At this moment, Ouyang Hao's brain felt as if it had been hit hard by a heavy hammer. A blank. Buzzing. Even a level 4 junior warrior couldn't break his mental control. Li Ziyu was broken with just one punch? Li Ziyu, what exactly is her strength? Ouyang Hao wanted to say something else, but Li Ziyu ignored him. The fist filled with crimson flames smashed directly into Ouyang Hao's chest. Boom! Accompanied by the dull sound of a heavy hammer hitting a war drum. Ouyang Hao's body suddenly flew backwards like a cannonball. It flew backwards for several hundred meters in the air. Finally, it slammed heavily onto the plasma screen surrounding the ring. The huge impact force caused a big hole to form on the plasma light curtain that could withstand the full force attack of a 4th-level warrior. The whole place was in complete silence at this scene. Everyone was stunned and stood up from the audience unconsciously, staring blankly at Ouyang Hao, who was like a dead dog on the ring. What the hell? In their hearts, he is an extremely powerful, mysterious, and awesome spiritual master. Ouyang Hao, the boss who ranks 2nd in the combat power ranking of Magic City Martial Arts University. Just a freshman like Li Ziyu was knocked away by one punch? Groove. This must be a dream. Miyamiya suddenly stood up from her chair, widened her almond eyes, and stared at the ring in surprise. Li Ziyu's strength. So strong. Beside Lei Zhan, the other 2 vice presidents of the Mutual Aid Association who came to watch the game also stood up from their chairs with a look of surprise, staring at Ouyang Hao, who was like a dead dog on the stage. Just now they were chatting and laughing, saying that Li Ziyu would definitely lose this time. It took less than a second. The ending actually had a shocking reversal? The 2 looked at each other, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Bang! Before Ouyang Hao could slide down from the light shield, Li Ziyu turned into a stream of light again. He raised his foot again, aiming at Ouyang Hao in mid-air. Bang! Ouyang Hao was under attack by Li Ziyu. It hasn't landed yet. It was like a rag doll, and flew out hundreds of meters away. I have to say that psychics are pretty awesome. Under Li Ziyu's bombardment, which was enough to kill any level 3 ferocious beast in an instant, Ouyang Hao did not faint. But he would rather pass out at this moment. So scary. Li Ziyu's strength is so terrifying. Is this still a human being? Is Li Ziyu really just a freshman? How can he be so strong? Ouyang Hao was beaten so hard by Li Ziyu that he began to doubt his life. He was a little doubtful whether everything that was happening was real. It couldn't be that he had some mental disorder while practicing his mental power. Are you still in a dream now? Everything that is happening now. In fact, they are all fake. Am I just dreaming? Chapter 94. Oh my god, could it be that this old Biden has taken a fancy to Li Ziyu? Ha! The psychic master's mental power is really strong. He can still stay awake after being beaten like this. I am a little curious about the spiritualist's cultivation method. Li Ziyu walked up to Nangong Hao. Looking at Nangong Hao, who was spitting blood on the ground but still conscious, he said in surprise. I give up. Overshadowed by Li Ziyu's shadow, Nangong Hao suddenly woke up from his self-doubt. Groove. This is not a dream. Everything that happens before my eyes is real. Was he really defeated by Li Ziyu in one move? Look at him lifting his feet. Li Ziyu is almost sticking to his face. Nan Gonghao no longer cared about his face and quickly begged for mercy. It's not that he's cowardly. It's not that he's soft. He was really defeated by Li Ziyu's recent blows. With one punch, he knocked the weapon controlled by his mental power away. Li Ziyu's strength absolutely crushes him. And Li Ziyu just kicked him a few times. He couldn't even react. This shows. Li Ziyu not only crushed him in strength, even in terms of speed. Crush him too. Oh my god. A crushing combination of strength and speed. And he was close to me. He couldn't even resist. He's just a punching bag that takes the beating passively. But Li Ziyu ignored Nan Gonghao. This grandson got angry again and again and even found someone to threaten him. Although it did not cause him any substantial harm. He also earned 5 million dasha coins. But Nan Gonghao's attitude of provoking trouble. It made him very unhappy. Moreover, today he will do this in front of all the students of Magic City Martial Arts University. Establish your authority. This will prevent you from getting harassed in the future and being unable to practice in peace. Didn't you just want to subdue me? Don't you want me to surrender? Come on. Let me see what you can do. Why is it wilting? Li Ziyu raised his foot and gave another flying kick, hitting Nan Gonghao hard in the face. Nan Gonghao was kicked and drew an arc in the air. Fell heavily to the ground. Don't you want to kill me instantly? Come on. Get up. I'm waiting for your instant kill. Li Ziyu drank. The footsteps kept pounding without stopping. The students watching in the audience shuddered at the sight. Even some timid girls. Everyone turned their heads away, unable to bear to look. Damn, that's too brutal. Li Ziyu is really too cruel. He beat Nan Gonghao until he was almost dead, but he didn't stop. Besides, how come Li Ziyu is so strong? Press Nan Gonghao and beat him. Li Ziyu, how come you are so strong? Nan Gonghao is the second highest ranked boss in terms of combat power. Could it be that the psychic's combat power is not good enough? Yin Miao widened her beautiful eyes. Her red lips were so wide open that it seemed as if she could swallow a duck egg. He looked at the bang bang scene on the ring with an expression as if he had seen a ghost, muttering to himself. Wrong. It's not that the psychic master is weak. Li Ziyu is too strong. His power was too strong, and he directly crushed Nan Gonghao. It gave me the illusion that a psychic is just like that. Good boy. Good fight. That's what a warrior should do. Hit me hard. Whoever dares to interfere with the match needs to first ask the knife in my hand if it agrees. In the audience, Zhua Hongyang leaned forward. Looking at Li Ziyu, who was kicking Nan Gonghao again and again in the ring, making him fly in the air. He laughed out loud with excitement. While smiling, he glanced at Bai Nantian, who was sitting next to him. Show a warning expression. Bai Nantian glanced at Zhua Hongyang with a calm expression. Zhua Jinmao, you don't have to look at me with such defensive eyes. The strong are kings, the winners are kings and the losers are bandits, the fittest survive. Since Nan Gonghao is no match for Li Ziyu, it means he is not strong enough. When he challenged Li Ziyu, he should have been prepared to bear the consequences of failure. Bai Nantian had no expression on his face. It's not at all because he is the big backer of the Mutual Aid Association. Because Nan Gonghao is the vice president of the Mutual Aid Association, he intends to protect Nan Gonghao. Tisk, if we talk about ruthlessness, it has to be you, Bai Nantian. Zhua Hongyang sneered with a look of disdain. Bai Nantian was not angry at all about Zhua Hongyang's mockery. Say it in a matter-of-fact tone. Ruthless? Hey, you know my past personality better than anyone else. I have tried my best to teach every student I teach. Back then, a student was trapped in a horde of ferocious beasts in the wilderness. I, single-handedly and with my sword, risked being devoured by the beasts to rescue the student from the wilderness. Back then, a great martial artist from the Sakura Kingdom ambushed students from my Magic City Martial Arts University. I single-handedly attacked them, leading them to the Emperor's shrine in Sakura Kingdom. I fought with the great martial artist for 7 days and 7 nights, ultimately slaying him with my own hands. You said I was heartless, huh? Bai Nantian sneered. Zhua Hongyang fell silent after hearing this and sighed. But over the years, you've completely disregarded the lives of ordinary students at Demon University, and have instead channeled all your resources towards the elite students. This has been a bit extreme. High-level warriors alone are not enough to sustain a war. Laugh. Did I take the wrong path, or did you take the wrong path? When the fourth world echo arrives, low-level warriors will be useless. And emotions? Emotions are useless. Banantian had a look of disdain on his face and a mocking look in his eyes. Zhua Hongyang focused on the battle on the ring and sighed again. High-level warriors are the key to influencing the war situation, but high-level warriors alone are not enough to support a war. We in Great Xia have been able to withstand the erosion of 3 world echoes and resist ferocious beasts for so many years. Have you ever counted how many low-level warriors sacrificed their lives to pay for this? The battle between radicals and conservatives is a battle of ideas. There is no right or wrong. However, he did not agree with Bainanshan's ideas. By sacrificing the resources of the lower-level warriors, we strive to cultivate high-level warriors to fight against the future world repercussions. This approach is too extreme. Unless one can cultivate a warrior who surpasses the martial saint level, perhaps it can reverse the decadent situation of mankind. But now there are only less than 10 years left until the fourth world echo. It's simply impossible. It's pointless to talk about this now, let's watch the game first. Otherwise, if you keep arguing, I'm afraid I won't be able to help but beat you up later. Banantian grinned, showing his big white teeth to Zhua Hongyang. After saying that, he turned his gaze towards the ring. Zhua Hongyang said no more. His gaze also turned to the ring. However, when he turned around, he accidentally saw Bainanshan's eyes out of the corner of his eye. Suddenly I was stunned. An ominous feeling suddenly arose in my heart. Oh shit. This old bitch. Such a fiery look. Could it be that he has a crush on Li Ziyu? Is he trying to steal my disciples? Chapter 95, the system's second function awakens. Blackmail and gold coins. In the audience, the people who came to watch looked at Nangong Hao, who was being beaten violently by Li Ziyu on the ring, with a painful look on their faces. All of them couldn't help but shiver. Everyone thought to themselves, no matter who I offend in the future, I must never offend Li Ziyu. Bang 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 bang. A few more kicks. Nangong Hao didn't even have the strength to beg for mercy. His face was bruised and his clothes were tattered, and he had completely lost the arrogance he had at the beginning. Besides fear, there is regret in my heart. But just at this moment, Li Ziyu's violent attack suddenly stopped. The action stopped in its tracks. There was a flicker of ecstasy in his eyes. Bite. It has been detected that the host is under the gaze of thousands of people, and his thoughts are clear. The conditions for unlocking the second function of the martial god system have been met. The second function of the martial god system begins to unlock. An unusual phenomenon will occur during unlocking. Please go to a quiet environment and wait for the unlocking to succeed. Countdown, 1000. 999. 998. Li Ziyu stood there in a daze. His eyes sparkled and his heart was filled with ecstasy. My fists clenched unconsciously. Good. I didn't expect the competition with Nangong Hao. He even managed to accidentally unlock the system's second function. A pleasant surprise. What a pleasant surprise. Li Ziyu looked at Nangong Hao with fiery eyes. I have to say, Nangong Hao was really his lucky star. Li Ziyu even wanted to thank Nangong Hao for jumping in the face. If Nangong Hao hadn't gotten angry at him, he would never think of challenging Nangong Hao. Don't challenge Nangong Hao in public. Then the second function of the system will not be unlocked. No. The system's secondary function will thus be unlocked. Li Ziyu suddenly thought of the National Wuhan University League that was about to take place. During the National Wuhan University League, there were also tens of thousands of people watching. Perhaps by then the system's second function can be unlocked. But not necessarily. After all, the conditions for unlocking the second function of the system include 10,000 people watching the game. There is another condition for a thought to be clear. My thoughts are clear, huh? Just now I was only thinking about beating up Nangong Hao, but I didn't expect that my thoughts would suddenly become clearer and I achieved the conditions to unlock the system's second function. Li Ziyu's mouth corners were raised high and his eyes were shining. 5,000.
At this moment, Nan Gonghao's voice suddenly sounded.
What 5,000? What did you just say? Li Ziyu looked at Nan Gonghao in surprise.
Nan Gonghao, who was lying on the ground, raised 5 fingers with great effort and said weakly.
Ha!
I'm willing to pay 50 million great xia coins as compensation for my previous provocation against you.
Stop fighting.
Nan Gonghao struggled to support himself on the ground with his hands, half sitting up and breathing heavily. As he said this, he looked at Li Ziyu with horror. Just now, Li Ziyu laughed wildly and looked at him with fiery eyes. Nan Gonghao was so frightened that he trembled in his heart.
Ha! 50 million daxia coins? This is another unexpected surprise. Li Ziyu's eyes lit up. That's good. 50 million great xia coins can at least be exchanged for 25 bottles of ambergris, right?
And he was just about to end this competition.
Thinking about. Li Ziyu looked at the countdown on the system again. The unlock time above is now. There are only 700 seconds left.
The system only said that an anomaly occurred when unlocking, but did not specify what the anomaly was.
If the noise is really loud later, it will be troublesome. Li Ziyu looked thoughtful and calculated secretly in his mind. Anyway, he couldn't kill Nan Gonghao directly in front of so many people. Since Nan Gonghao was willing to pay 50 million daxia coins to apologize. That's because of the 50 million daxia coins and Nan Gonghao accidentally unlocking the second function of the system for him. So, fuck you, you think you can get rid of me with 50 million daxia coins? You're sending beggars? Li Ziyu kicked out again with a bang, kicking Nan Gonghao away again. He was already a little moved. However, he felt that Nan Gonghao was the vice president of the Mutual Aid Association and also a third-level spiritual master. He must be very rich. It should be able to drop more gold coins. Bang bang bang. Another three-legged one. Nan Gonghao was kicked and rolled on the ring like a dead dog. Everyone around looked at Li Ziyu in horror. Damn, isn't Li Ziyu too cruel? Never offend me in the future. However, Ba Nantian in the audience kept nodding his head with a look of admiration on his face. This Li Ziyu is ruthless, brave and resourceful, very good. Very good. Not accepting him into my Jidao Academy would be an absolute crime against humanity. Ba Nantian stroked his chin and looked at Li Ziyu on the ring with admiration. Fuck you, Ba Nantian. Don't even think about it. I was the one who got Li Ziyu into the academy. If it weren't for me, Li Ziyu would have been recruited by another school long ago. If he wanted to worship, Li Ziyu would also worship me, Zhua Hongyang, as his master. When will it be your turn at Jidao Academy? Zhua Hongyang, who was standing by, widened his eyes upon hearing this. Oh my god. Broken. I guessed it right. This damn Ba Nantian really wants to recruit talented people and is planning to poach Li Ziyu. At this moment, Zhua Hongyang felt like he was lifting a rock and dropping it on his own feet. Groove. If I had known about the enrollment, I would have let Li Ziyu become my disciple first. 100 million, don't fight me anymore. I surrender, I really surrender. 100 million great xia coins, this is really the limit of what I can afford. When Nan Gonghao saw that Li Ziyu was about to fight again, he was frightened and spoke loudly. It's not that he's cowardly. He was really shocked by Li Ziyu's fighting ability. He also tried to resist while being beaten. But it's no use. Li Ziyu completely crushed him in terms of speed, attack power, and endurance. Even his most proud mental attack was ineffective when it hit Li Ziyu. It's as if Li Ziyu has an invisible protective shield on her body that makes her immune to mental attacks. Encounter this kind of enemy. He really has no temper. Plus your 6 flying knife weapons. Li Ziyu spoke again. He just heard it from Nan Gonghao. His 6 flying knives are made of some shining gold. Although he didn't know what Yao Jin was. But judging from the proud tone in Nan Gonghao's voice when he introduced it, it must be worth a lot of money. No. Those 6 weapons are my lifeblood. Seeing that Li Ziyu was planning to take his weapon, Nan Gonghao suddenly became anxious and his eyes turned red. I'm sorry, I can only destroy you. The Magic City Martial Arts University has a rule that once you enter the ring, the fight will not end unless both sides agree. Otherwise, as long as one party is disabled or unconscious, the competition can continue. You're a psychic, so you're in good spirits and can't fall into a coma. Then I can only destroy you. Li Ziyu stared at Nan Gonghao lying on the ground with an expressionless face. He spoke in a cold tone. I. Nan Gonghao almost vomited blood. What the hell is Li Ziyu? My own spiritual master is in good spirits and doesn't he pass out? Is that something I can control? Ah. How could I have been so blind in the first place? Offended this guy Li Ziyu. Nan Gonghao cursed Li Ziyu in his heart for being shameless. 3 weapons, plus 100 million great xia coins. This is my limit. If you don't accept it, then destroy me. I, Nan Gonghao, admit defeat.
Nan Gonghao gritted his teeth and said with a painful look on his face.
Finished. Close your eyes and start tanking.
Seeing that Nan Gonghao really couldn't produce any more gold coins, Li Ziyu stopped and said with a smile.
Ha, we are all classmates, how could I ruin you? 100 million great xia coins, so be it.
This is my bank card account number, remember to transfer it to my card.
Said. Li Ziyu gave out her bank card number.
Then he walked to the side, seeing Nan Gonghao's expression as if his parents had died. He picked up the 3 golden flying knives from the ground and put them into his waist.
Chapter 96. Everyone is shocked. Lei Zhan's thoughts.
I declare this competition.
Li Ziyu wins. At the same time, the plasma shield surrounding the arena was also removed.
Zhua Hongyang laughed and stood up from his chair and announced to the audience. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was boiling.
Holy crap! Li Ziyu actually won? As a freshman, you defeated a senior who was also the vice president of the Mutual Aid Association and the second most powerful person in the school? Awesome! Li Ziyu is awesome. He's a legend in the freshman world. Hiss. Too strong. Li Ziyu was suppressing Nan Gonghao the entire time. This is too outrageous. Awesome.
If anyone ever says our freshmen are bad again, I'll show them the video of today's game and slap them in the face.
The overwhelming exclamations almost overturned the entire training ground.
All the freshmen who came to watch the game were excited. Some senior students in their 3rd and 4th years had inexplicable and sour expressions.
Li Ziyu's performance today.
Suddenly they felt like they had been living a dog's life all these years.
At this time, someone suddenly said curiously, "What do you think? If Li Ziyu challenges the secret realm battle tower, how many floors can he reach? Will he break the highest record of our demon university? Breaking the record shouldn't be possible, right?
After all, the record of our school was set by Lei Zhan, the president of the Mutual Aid Association.
Although Li Ziyu is strong, he should not be as strong as Lei Zhan, right?"
Everyone glanced towards the center of the auditorium, at the burly figure of Lei Zhan, and spoke in low voices.
Good. Li Ziyu, you are very strong. It exceeded my expectations. You are qualified to be on my team and represent Demon University in the National Youth Wudo League. Center of the auditorium.
Lei Zhan stood proudly with his arms folded across his chest.
He looked at Li Ziyu on the ring with excitement. President, the strength that Li Ziyu just showed is very strong. I feel like I'm almost catching up with you. Next to Lei Zhan.
Another vice president of the Mutual Aid Association looked in Li Ziyu's direction and spoke in a serious tone. Lei Zhan raised the corners of his mouth and nodded without comment.
Really?
Judging from the strength Li Ziyu has shown, he is ranked 2nd in strength even in our Mutual Aid Association.
Only below me. However, Li Ziyu's strength has a fatal flaw.
The reason he was able to crush Nan Gonghao just now was probably because he used a combat technique that can increase his explosive power for a short period of time. Lei Zhan recalled the flames that appeared out of thin air on Li Ziyu's body just now, and the light behind him that was as bright as the sun. It is somewhat similar to his trump card, Lei Ji Tai. Lei Zhan thought to himself. This kind of fighting technique that can increase explosive power in a short period of time usually doesn't last long. And after using it, there will be a period of weakness. It cannot be counted as a common move. If Li Ziyu were to fight me, as soon as the time for him to unleash his fighting skills was up, that would be the moment he would lose. Lei Zhan commented. The vice president at the side continued, looking at Lei Zhan with admiration. Ha, then you are still the strongest, President. Li Ziyu's strength is still lacking compared to you, President. Lei Zhan nodded first, but then shook his head and said.
He is not as strong as me now. But you overlooked one point. Li Ziyu is only a freshman now.
Lei Zhan looked at Li Ziyu, his eyes flickering with thought. Perhaps, before the National Youth Wuda League begins, I can ask Li Ziyu to go together and complete the S-rank mission of hunting down the Black Dragon King. I just wanted to show Li Ziyu my strength while I was doing the mission. During the National Youth Wuhan University League, each participating team must select a captain.
He must be the captain. Won't let.
The others must be convinced that he is the captain.
But as for Li Ziyu, it's hard to say. That's it. Invite Li Ziyu to take on that S-rank mission.
I'll show you my strength along the way, so that Li Ziyu can see the difference in strength between them and me, and be convinced that I'll be the captain.
Good.
This way I can save Li Ziyu's face, show my strength, and complete that lucrative S-rank mission.
Great idea, kill 3 birds with 1 stone, that's it.
Lei Zhan smiled and made a decision. As for revenge for Nangong Hao or something,
that's simply impossible.
Lu Tao stood in the audience, staring blankly at the figure standing on the ring like a sharp sword. His mouth opened wide, trying to say something. But I couldn't speak for a long time. He considers himself a prodigy, and his talent ranks among the top among this class of freshmen in the country. But compared to Li Ziyu, he is nothing. When I was still competing with the freshmen, Li Ziyu was already able to crush the seniors.
Unbelievable. It's really against the will of heaven. There are many people who share the same idea as Lu Tao. Sun Mingyang thought so too.
His eyes were filled with shock.
So strong. So strong that it makes people despair. Put yourself in his shoes and imagine what it would be like if you were standing opposite Li Ziyu at this moment. I'm afraid he couldn't even block Li Ziyu's first attack. This class has such strong students. It really makes people despair. Sun Qiming didn't think so much.
He felt happy just because he felt that Li Ziyu was strong.
Brother Yu is awesome.
The plasma shield on the ring has just been removed. Immediately, a medical team in white coats quickly walked onto the stage.
Various first aid measures were implemented on Nangong Hao.
20 broken ribs, 2 broken arms, a collapsed nose, and a severe concussion.
He's disfigured, that's too tragic. One of the girls in white coats checked Nangong Hao's injuries and couldn't help shivering.
There are competitions at the Magic City Martial Arts University on a regular basis, but this is the first time I've seen something this tragic.
She glanced secretly at Li Ziyu. After realizing that Li Ziyu was also looking at her, she blushed and quickly lowered her head, not daring to look Li Ziyu in the eye. This little brother is so handsome. There must be a reason why he hit so hard. The person who was beaten must have been so abominable. Well, that's understandable.
Chapter 97, Rushing to Accept Disciples, the second function of the martial god system.
Ding dong.
100 million daxia coins arrived in the bank account.
Li Ziyu looked at the balance in the card with satisfaction. Nangong Hao transferred the money very smoothly.
The money was transferred over on the stretcher.
Daxia currency has arrived. Li Ziyu no longer paid any attention to Nangong Hao and turned around to walk off the stage. The system is counting down at this time. Less than 200 seconds left. 200. 199. Li Ziyu had just stepped off the stage and was about to return to the dormitory to quietly wait for the second function of the system to be unlocked. Head on. Ba Nanshan's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Li Ziyu frowned. He looked solemnly at the bald figure who suddenly appeared in front of him. He was over 2 meters tall and his muscles were like cast steel. The other party just stood there. The surging energy and blood in his body actually made him feel suffocated and unable to breathe. The bald man in front of me. Very strong. The oppressive feeling he felt was even stronger than when he faced Dean Zhuaongyang. At least he has the strength of an 8th level grandmaster. And he is a top grandmaster. Li Ziyu's face was solemn. Classmate Li Ziyu, don't be nervous, I have no ill intentions. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ba Nantian, and I'm currently the Dean of Jidao Academy at Modu Martial Arts University. 8th level Advanced Grandmaster Realm. I saw everything you did in the ring just now. Great. Absolutely great. I've lived for so many years and have never seen anyone who can defeat a 3rd level peak spiritualist at your age. Can you tell me what combat technique you just used? Ba Nantian stared at Li Ziyu with burning eyes.
Seeing that the other party had no ill intentions, he even introduced himself.
Li Ziyu's tense body also relaxed.
Looking at Ba Nantian in front of him, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes.
The feeling of suffocation he just felt from Ba Nantian.
This feeling probably arises because the opponent's energy and blood are too strong, and the gap in strength between you and the opponent is too big. Just like an ordinary person facing an ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex for the first time, the body will react instinctively.
But after adapting to the oppression from Ba Nantian,
a fighting spirit surged in his heart.
The surging power from Ba Nantian. He really wants to have it. Dainichi Pure Body Method. Li Ziyu's expression turned calm and he answered. The Great Sun Essence Body Method is indeed this 9th level combat skill. Ba Nantian nodded thoughtfully.
He felt that the body tempering method that Li Ziyu had just used in the ring looked familiar. It turned out to be just as he had guessed. It is the extremely difficult Great Sun Body Method to practice.
Li Ziyu's talent is indeed extraordinary. If he guessed correctly, Li Ziyu probably learned the Great Sun Body technique after entering the Magic City Martial Arts University. It's only been less than 20 days.
You will be able to get started with the 9th level combat skill, the Great Sun Body Method.
The talent is indeed monstrous.
When he was learning the lower level of the Great Sun Pure Body Method, it took him a full 6 months to get started.
And there is Li Ziyu's mentality. Facing this top-level 8th level master, he not only showed no fear, but even felt the desire to fight? This character is even stronger than Lei Jun's. An exceptional character, coupled with an uncanny talent for martial arts. Student Li Ziyu, you were born to be a student of my Jidao Academy. Come to my Jidao Academy.
As long as you come, I will personally accept you as my close disciple. All the experience and hard work of my Nantian 8th level sect are open to you. 9th level combat skill, the Great Sun Essence Body Method, becomes increasingly difficult to cultivate as one progresses. But as long as you choose me as your mentor, I promise that within 3 years, I will definitely improve your Great Sun Body technique to a high level.
Ba Nantian could no longer suppress his love for talent. He looked at Li Ziyu as if he was looking at a priceless treasure. The eyes are burning and fiery. I can't help but admire it. He felt that his long-dormant desire to recruit a disciple became hot again. Li Ziyu may be able to surpass all the disciples he has ever taught. Create a legend. This is Ba Nantian's intuition. As if he felt that his face looked rather serious, Ba Nantian tried hard to force a smile. Fuck you. Ba Nantian. It was me, Zhua Hongyang, who recruited Li Ziyu into the school. If Li Ziyu wants to pay homage, it should be to my weaponry academy. Don't you see that Li Ziyu's main attack method is the knife? There's no point in joining your Jidao Academy. Before Li Ziyu could answer, Zhua Hongyang appeared in front of him. He blew his beard and glared at Ba Nantian with an angry face. He started to scold Ba Nantian. After saying this, Ba Nantian turned to look at Li Ziyu, put on a kind smile, and said, Student Li Ziyu, don't be fooled by this old bitch. Are you familiar with the Mutual Aid Association? Let me tell you, this old guy is the backer of the Mutual Aid Association. He was the one who founded the Mutual Aid Society. This old man is very bad, don't be fooled by him. Also, I noticed that the weapon you used was a knife. Ha, what a coincidence, I also use a knife. It's just right that you become my disciple. My swordsmanship is at the subtle level. If you become my disciple, it will definitely improve your swordsmanship greatly. Zhua Hongyang said with a smile. Ha! Although Li Ziyu uses a knife. But his body tempering method is equally as good as his swordsmanship. Also, the Mutual Aid Association isn't full of people like Nangong Hao who bully the weak and fear the strong. Ba Nantian snorted coldly, unwilling to be outdone. The two ignored the thousands of students watching around them. They started arguing with red faces and angry necks. If Li Ziyu enters my Jidao Academy, I will accept him as my last disciple. What's the point of having a closed disciple? I'll just adopt Li Ziyu as my godson. I have a daughter. Your daughter is only 12. Ciao. Stop bickering and start a fight. Onlookers, students. He stared dumbfoundedly at Zhua Hongyang and Ba Nantian, whose faces were red and necks were thick as those of the aunties arguing in the vegetable market. They were all petrified. If we want to find an ordinary tutor, we need to take an assessment and test. It's time for Li Ziyu. Are all the deans scrambling to accept disciples?
Lei Zhan also looked at the two people arguing in the field with a dull expression.
So Dean Bonantian can actually laugh?
Li Ziyu looked at Zhua Hongyang and Bonantian, who were arguing with each other, and neither of them was willing to give in.
For a moment, I looked a little awkward standing on the stage.
He scratched his head and said embarrassedly,
The two deans.
During my recent battle with Nangonghao, I felt something in my combat skills, and there were signs that my combat skills were about to break through.
How about you guys just keep arguing here while I go back to the dorm to break through? Li Ziyu looked at the two of them and spoke hesitantly. What? A breakthrough?
Zhua Hongyang and Bonantian were stunned when they heard this.
After realizing what Li Ziyu said, they all saw surprise in each other's eyes. Okay. Li Ziyu. I was right about you.
Ordinary warriors can't even break through once every few years, but you can break through in just one battle.
You're truly gifted.
Zhua Hongyang laughed heartily.
Bonantian also sighed. Go ahead, breakthrough is important, don't worry about us. Building 4 in the West District, this is the villa I live in. When you have time, you can always come to me for advice. Villa area, 2nd floor. Li Ziyu sat on the sofa. Opened the system panel. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, level 2 primary warrior.
Combat skills, crystal visualization, primary sun body purification, primary natural breathing, primary thunder slash, peak bull body purification, peak body movement, peak sword movement, advanced Vajra body, gale sword movement. 9-fold thunder blade not yet mastered.
System, martial god system.
Function, it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood.
Function 2, unlock countdown, 10. Chapter 98, devouring, strength surges. Li Ziyu looked at the countdown in the last column.
He subconsciously sat up straight, his expression becoming serious.
Think about it. Li Ziyu stood up again, walked to the windowsill and pulled the curtains.
The system says that when the second function is unlocked, something strange will happen.
It's better to be more secretive. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With the system panel. The last second ends. Li Ziyu felt in the dim room. Suddenly it became brighter. It was like a light was suddenly turned on. Then, back to darkness. That's it? Where are the special effects you promised? Just a flash?
Li Ziyu curled her lips and looked speechlessly at the room, which had become dim again and remained unchanged since the beginning.
He looked back at the system panel. All I could see was the bottom of the originally thin system panel. There is one more entry explanation than before. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, level 2 primary warrior.
Combat skills, crystal visualization, primary sun body purification, primary natural breathing, primary thunder slash, peak bull body purification, peak body movement, peak sword movement, advanced Vajra body, gale sword movement.
9-fold thunder blade not yet mastered. System, martial god system.
Function 1, it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood.
Function 2, can devour combat skills and inherit combat skill levels. The remaining functions will be explored by the system itself. Li Ziyu frowned slightly. This system explanation is still as simple and crude as ever. Swallow, inherit? How does swallowing inherit? Li Ziyu's mind was turning. Could it be possible to use combat skills to feed combat skills? Will the levels of my other combat skills be inherited by another combat skill? The more Li Ziyu thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Do it when you think of it. Li Ziyu rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and then whispered. Inherit the peak wild bull body purification technique to the great sun body purification technique. Peak bull body purification method, peak sun body purification method. As Li Ziyu finished speaking. In an instant. With a loud bang. Li Ziyu felt inside his body. It's like a planet exploded inside the body. My heart started beating wildly. The heart rate instantly exceeded 200. The blood in the blood vessels is also pretending not to be blood. But it is the rolling molten lava. This magma-like blood impacted his blood vessels, causing them to swell and expand. Li Ziyu felt that the muscles and bones all over his body were constantly being torn apart and then reassembled. Tear. In reorganization. It repeats itself over and over again. Chow. Severe pain. Li Ziyu couldn't help but roar, sweat pouring out. Li Ziyu's body was as red as a prawn. At the same time, Li Ziyu still feels it. My body felt an extremely strong sense of hunger. Damn, you took too big a step and hit your balls. Li Ziyu cursed inwardly. He endured the severe pain, stumbled to the refrigerator, and opened it. He took out the 30 qi and blood pills that Xia Lin had given him. He stuffed it all into his mouth like eating beans. He knew this feeling. It is the feeling of hunger that occurs when a warrior's physique improves dramatically and his body cells need a strong and large amount of nutrients. He also thought that it was the second function unlocked by the martial god system. It just devours the low-level combat skills as experience to be used for upgrading the inherited combat skills. Thinking that the Great Sun Pure Body technique is at least a 9th level pure body combat skill. Although his bull pure body combat skills have been cultivated to the peak level. But the level of the wild bull's pure body combat skills is so much lower than that of the Great Sun's pure body combat skills. It will not be 100% completely inherited. But I didn't expect it. The swallowing and inheritance function of System 2 is so amazing. It actually pushed his Great Sun body technique to the peak level in one go. The 9th level combat skill, the Great Sun body method, was promoted to the peak in an instant. Half an hour later, the pain in Li Ziyu's body disappeared. The body returns to calm. Apart from a vague feeling of hunger, I didn't feel any discomfort. And this feeling of hunger is no longer as unbearable as it was just now. Li Ziyu found a mirror and looked at her hands and the changes in her body. My height has increased by 10 centimeters. The muscles also become stronger and more elastic. My skin has become fairer and smoother. Li Ziyu looked in the mirror at her perfect body that looked like an ancient Greek statue. His skin was fair, and under the light, his body surface reflected a faint ivory luster. My situation is similar to the bone tempering that a second-level warrior has to go through when he is promoted to a third-level warrior. There is a huge difference in combat effectiveness between a second-level warrior and a third-level warrior. The maximum combat power of a level 2 warrior is 1,000. The maximum combat power of a third-level warrior is 10,000. It is 10 times higher than that of a level 2 warrior. The reason for this is that after a level 2 warrior is promoted to a level 3 warrior, you will go through a stage of bone tempering. Make the bones of the whole body more solid and strong. The more powerful the body tempering combat skills, the pure body effect is stronger. It can emit power several times, or even dozens of times stronger than that of a level 2 warrior. The most obvious feature of pure bone. That means height increases, body density increases, and weight increases. Li Ziyu thinks. My current state is just broken bones. The Great Sun body refining technique is indeed a 9th level combat skill. It actually allowed me, while still a second-level beginner warrior, to experience the bone refining that only third-level warriors can experience. It seems that this has never happened before in the records. I guess it's because no one can master the 9th level body tempering skills to the peak at the second-level warrior stage. Li Ziyu thought to himself. He said in a low voice. Great Sun body technique. Boom. Li Ziyu just finished speaking. Then you will see it. In the mirror, I saw a body that was 1.92 meters tall and as perfect as an ancient Greek statue. Start to keep raising it. Directly break through to 2 meters. 2 meters and 1. 2 meters 2. The muscles in the body also began to swell. The muscles all over his body were like granite exploding, making the combat uniform he was wearing unable to bear the weight. Collapse inch by inch. While Li Ziyu's body grew taller. Behind him, a golden sun emitting endless light and heat, more than twice as big as before and more solid in appearance. It slowly rose from behind him. Floating behind Li Ziyu, the golden sun appeared. The air around him suddenly became distorted. A sofa more than 10 meters away. It seemed as if it couldn't withstand the burning high temperature. There are faint signs of burning. So strong. I feel like my strength now is at least 10 times stronger than before. Li Ziyu took advantage of the sofa before it caught fire. He quickly threw a few punches into the air. The fists in the air made a series of sharp sonic booms. Because the speed was so fast, sparks were even created in the air. The second floor of the villa was about to be ignited by the scorching aftermath of the Great Sun Essence body technique. Li Ziyu hurriedly put away the Great Japanese body technique.
The body recovered to 1.92 meters.
Powerful.
Although the improvement process is not very comfortable, I have the peak level Great Sun Essence body method as a foundation. Next, I will devour the inherited combat skills, and my body will be able to withstand it.
Li Ziyu looked excited. Thinking about.
Looking at the information displayed on the system panel, he quickly said, devouring the peak sword technique, inheriting it to the 9-layered thunder blade.
The system is not responding. Li Ziyu was not surprised at all. Chapter 99 by Ambergris and Vibranium.
The pinnacle swordsmanship is a martial art.
The 9-layered thunder blade is a combat skill, not a category.
He also expected that he would not be able to devour the inheritance.
He was just trying it out with the idea of giving it a try.
Then Li Ziyu said again, swallow the Gale sword technique and pass it on to the 9-layered thunder sword.
9-fold thunder blade beginner elementary 9-fold thunder blade. Good.
As long as it's a certain type of combat skill, even if it's a sword technique that hasn't been introduced yet, I can devour it.
Li Ziyu was ecstatic.
This saves a lot of trouble.
Devour the advanced Vajra body and inherit the natural breathing method.
Natural breathing can transform the breathing of inflammation.
Breath of the earth. Breath of the wind. Breath of thunder.
Although the martial arts library of Magic City Wuda University cannot find out which category the natural breathing method belongs to. But Li Ziyu felt that since it was a combat skill that relied on one's own chi and blood, the natural breathing method should have something to do with physical skills. It should be the same type of combat skill as the advanced Vajra body. Basic natural breathing method, advanced natural breathing method.
It really works. Li Ziyu was ecstatic.
He was very good at using the natural breathing method. Because of the existence of natural breathing method, he is now almost equivalent to an elemental gifted warrior. And he is an elemental warrior who has mastered all 4 elements.
9 layers of thunder blade. Breathing of fire. Earth breathing technique. Water breathing. Thunder breathing technique. Li Ziyu's mind was turning.
He tried out all the combat skills he had just mastered.
For a while.
The second floor of the villa where Li Ziyu lives. Lightning, fire, blue water light, and ochre earth light. For a moment, various lights flashed alternately.
Powerful.
I feel like if I were to face Nangong Hao again, I wouldn't need to use the natural breathing method or the Great Sun body method. With pure physical strength alone, Nangong Hao can be beaten to death with one punch. If you use the Great Sun body method and the breath of fire, and then use the 9-layer thunder blade combat technique,
then even a peak level 4 warrior might be able to be killed. Li Ziyu clenched his fists and looked excited. Now, there are less than 3 months left until the martial arts exam.
He has improved to the point where he can crush 4th level warriors.
This increases speed. If you tell it out, it will definitely make a lot of people's jaws drop. However, a 4th level warrior can already practice dirty tricks.
No matter the combat power, explosiveness or endurance, they are countless times stronger than those of a level 3 warrior. If it's a level 4 beginner or intermediate warrior, there will definitely be no problem. But if it's a level 4 peak warrior, we need to try it to confirm it.
Li Ziyu thought to himself. Open the system panel. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, level 2 primary warrior.
Combat skills, peak level Great Sun body tempering technique, advanced natural breathing technique, crystal visualization technique, primary 9-layer thunderblade, peak body technique, peak sword technique, thunder slash.
System, martial god system.
Function 1, it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood. Function 2, can devour combat skills and inherit combat skill levels.
The remaining functions will be explored by the system itself. As expected. On the system panel, the bull body tempering technique, the Gale sword technique and the Vajra body have disappeared. Instead,
they are the upgraded Great Sun body tempering technique, natural breathing technique and 9-layer thunder blade.
The system panel is much cleaner. It just looks a bit weird. Li Ziyu stroked his chin and thought to himself. They all need to be promoted to the peak level, and then promoted to the subtle level, before they will be pleasing to the eye, huh? There's more than the subtle level. What level is it? Li Ziyu was excited. Just as Li Ziyu was imagining the future. Gurgle gurgle.
Li Ziyu felt a strong sense of hunger surging from deep within his body.
It feels like it could swallow a cow.
The physical improvement is too great, and a large amount of qi and blood is needed to replenish it. Just in time, I just received 100 million great xia coins. It's time to go out and buy some supplies to boost my qi and blood. Also, sell the 3 weapons you got from Nangang Hao.
Moment. Li Ziyu came to the largest warrior trading market in Magic City. This is a building that is several hundred stories high. Li Ziyu read the introduction of the building before coming here. Each floor here is a shop that buys and sells warrior resources. Tisk, those who can trade warrior resources are all powerful. Li Ziyu approached the building. Looking at the first floor lobby of tens of thousands of square meters, his tone was quite emotional. In the city of Shanghai, where every inch of land is valuable, it is located in the center. The rent for each floor here starts at tens of millions a year. In the lobby, following the instructions of the girl at the front desk, Li Ziyu went up to the second floor. A shop called Warrior House. The beautiful store guide greeted you with a smile. There was no neglect at all because of Li Ziyu's age. Li Ziyu didn't hesitate and took out his bank card and said to the shopping guide, "There are 130 million great xia coins here. Exchange them all for ambergris." He already had the daxia coins in his card that were awarded by the governor in Xujiang City when he won the National Martial Arts Championship, including the 100 million extorted from Nangang Hao. Exactly 130 million. "Okay, Master Warrior, please wait a moment." The beautiful shopping guide bent down and took the bank card handed over by Li Ziyu with both hands. His tone unconsciously became respectful. At the same time, I was secretly surprised. Although 130 million is not a lot for a warrior, there are very few people who can come up with 130 million at such a young age. Not to mention that all this money is exchanged for ambergris, a pill that increases qi and blood. This must be a descendant of a big family. Otherwise, the tone and actions would not be so calm. The beautiful shopping guide thought to herself. Running fast. Without letting Li Ziyu wait any longer, he returned. When returning, behind the beautiful shopping guide was a chubby middle-aged man wearing a long blue robe. The middle-aged man was also carrying a large silver box in his hand. "My dear friend, I am the owner of the warrior's house, Li Yukai. This is the ambergris you requested, 2 million per bottle. There are 70 of them, worth 130 million great xia coins, all in the box." While speaking, Li Yukai secretly looked at Li Ziyu. His eyes unconsciously became solemn. He himself is a third-level warrior. Although he is not considered a powerful person in the entire daxia, but he can also be considered a mid-level warrior. But in his perception, he found that he could not see through the young man in front of him at all. Li Yukai was a little surprised. There is only one possibility for this situation. That means the other party is stronger than him. At least level 3 advanced. Judging from the appearance of this young man, he is only about 17 or 18 years old. Anyone who can reach the level of a third-level advanced warrior at the age of 17 or 18 must have a very simple background. Li Youcai's brain was working at high speed. He visited all the powerful warrior families in the Magic City. But none of them can match Li Ziyu's appearance. 2 million each, 130 million should be 65. Did you calculate correctly? Li Ziyu was surprised. Ah, that's right. For transactions over 100 million, we will give discounts as appropriate. Li Yukai smiled. Upon hearing this, Li Ziyu didn't say much. He reached out and took the box. Think about it. He took out the 3 vibranium throwing knives from his arms. He felt that the owner of this shop was quite capable. I plan to sell the flying knives directly at this store. Shopkeeper Li, I have 3 unused weapons here. Can you give me an estimate of their price? 3 flying knives flashing with cold light appeared. Li Youcai's eyes widened instantly and he unconsciously took 2 steps forward. Looking at the 3 flying knives that appeared in Li Ziyu's hands, he was surprised and puzzled. He took the flying knife, looked it up and down, then looked up at Li Ziyu uncertainly. Is this a weapon made of vibranium? Sir, are you sure you want to sell it? What's wrong? Li Ziyu was surprised. He really didn't know the value of the metal vibranium. Look at Li Youcai's expression. Seems valuable? Chapter 100, Realm Improvement, Level 2 Intermediate Warrior. Li Yukai was stunned for a moment and asked curiously. Excuse me, sir, are you not a spiritualist? Vibranium is a weapon used only by psychics. Extremely valuable. 1 gram of vibranium is worth hundreds of thousands of dasha coins. Li Ziyu can take out weapons made of vibranium, and he subconsciously thinks that Li Ziyu is a psychic. But now it seems not? No. These 3 vibranium weapons were snatched from a psychic. Li Ziyu said with a natural expression. Li Yotsai's breathing stopped when he heard this. The corners of his mouth twitched. I didn't know what to say for a moment. Aren't psychics very rare and powerful? The young man in front of him could actually snatch the weapon from the other party. It seems that I underestimated the strength of this young man. Li Yukai thought secretly in his heart. His expression unconsciously became more respectful and humble. Moment. Li Ziyu carries a suitcase containing ambergris. Return to the dormitory. I didn't expect vibranium to be so precious. Not only is it rare, it's also extremely difficult to forge. Sometimes money can't buy you anything. Through Li Yukai's explanation, Li Ziyu did not sell the 3 vibranium throwing knives in the end. He practices crystal visualization. It can exercise your mental power. Maybe one day he will become a spiritualist. These 3 weapons can be kept for use when he becomes a psychic. Otherwise, by then the mental power will have been cultivated. No weapons. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Li Ziyu pushed the door open. Walk into the villa. Brother Yu, do you have time recently? As soon as I entered the dormitory, Sun Qiming's big round face came up to me and said mysteriously. Ha? What's up, fatty? What's the matter? Li Ziyu stopped going upstairs and looked at Sun Qiming in confusion. Sun Qiming rubbed his hands and a meaningful, fox-like smile appeared on his face. He said. It's no big deal. Just now, many seniors and juniors from our school said they couldn't contact you, so they sent me private messages. It means he wants to invite us out to play. Have a social gathering or something. TSK, brother you've become a celebrity at our Magic City Martial Arts University. I wonder how many girls want to meet you. I can also benefit from it. Sun Qiming laughed and looked lewd. As he said that, he handed the Phetian phone to Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu looked over. The mobile chat interface is filled with a dense column of chat records. It seems that my phone is set to refuse adding friends, so I came to Sun Qiming. However, after knowing that the 4th World Echo is approaching, he doesn't have the energy to do these things. He laughed and scolded. I'm going to do a mission soon, let's do it another day. Fuck brother you're already taking on missions now? Sun Qiming didn't say anything after being rejected by Li Ziyu. But when I heard that Li Ziyu was going to go on a mission, my expression froze, my eyes widened in surprise. We haven't even started the actual combat class yet, and brother you've already started doing the academy missions? Isn't that what we started doing as juniors? On the 2nd floor of the villa, Li Ziyu sat on the spacious leather sofa. He placed the suitcase on the coffee table and opened it with an excited expression. A stream of white cold air gushed out as the suitcase opened, revealing a glass tube containing ambergris. Amber-colored, crystal-clear liquid flows inside. TSK, this is all power. Li Ziyu said nothing. Take one out, open the lid, and drink it in one gulp. Finish it in one gulp. A warm feeling surged through his limbs. Li Ziyu felt indescribably comfortable all over her body. It feels like taking a deep soak in a hot spring in the severe snowy winter. After finishing one tube, take the next one directly. One tube after another. Li Ziyu finished all 70 of them in one breath. Only then did the hunger brought by mastering the peak body tempering method disappear. 70 bottles of ambergris are still not enough for me to absorb every day. The pinnacle level Great Sun Essence body technique has such a strong effect on improving my physical fitness? Looking at the empty bottles of ambergris scattered on the ground, Li Ziyu was a little shocked. He actually absorbed 70 doses of ambergris in one breath. He directly absorbed all the ambergris that he had exchanged for 130 million. More than the upper limit he could absorb in a day. It's 5 times more. And this is because there is not enough ambergris on hand. This is not the limit of his daily absorption. The 9th level of body tempering technique has a terrifying effect on improving physical fitness. However, the speed at which resources are consumed is terrifying.
130 million Great Xia coins are directly consumed in one day. Li Ziyu smacked his lips, his tone full of emotion. It seems that ambergris will soon be eliminated like qi and blood pills. I need to find a chance to find a more advanced elixir for replenishing qi and blood than ambergris. Li Ziyu said. Suddenly I thought of something and my mind moved. Whispered. Open the system panel. After absorbing so much ambergris, there might be some changes on the panel. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 2 Primary Warrior Plus. Combat Skills, Peak Level Great Sun Body Tempering Method, Advanced Natural Breathing Method, Crystal Visualization Method Plus, Primary 9-Layer Thunderblade Plus, Peak Body Movement Plus, Peak Sword Movement Plus, Thunder Slash Plus. System, Martial God System. Function 1, it can absorb everything and improve Qi and blood. Function 2, can devour combat skills and inherit combat skill levels. The remaining functions will be explored by the system itself. It's time to upgrade. Combat skills can also be improved. Furthermore, peak level swordsmanship and body movements can also be improved. What level is above that, the subtle level? Li Ziyu looked surprised. Looking at the row of plus signs on the system panel, I suddenly felt that my money was not wasted. Improve your realm. Although he really wanted to raise the level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade. But he now possesses the top-level Great Sun Body Tempering Method and Advanced Natural Breathing Method, two combat skills that can enhance physical fitness. With the enhancement of these two combat skills, there is no shortage of attack and defense. The cost-effectiveness of improving the 9-layer Thunder Blade is not high. There is also the Crystal Visualization Method. Even if the Crystal Visualization Method is at the elementary level, it can already completely isolate the evil thoughts of ferocious beasts. He next planned to go to the wilderness area to hunt ferocious beasts. The effect of the basic Crystal Visualization Method is sufficient. There is no need to upgrade at the moment. As for the top-level body and sword skills, Li Ziyu was very envious. After all, the micro-level is a completely new field. Generally, only warriors who have reached level 5 or above and have a deep understanding of the martial arts can do this. Only then can you master the subtle level combat skills. The increase in strength is also terrifying. But the priority of these, they all have to be ranked behind the realm. As Li Ziyu finished speaking, a warm current flowed from Li Ziyu's heart to his whole body. This heat flow lasted for about half an hour. Half an hour later, Li Ziyu stood in front of the mirror and looked at herself in the mirror. Nothing has changed in appearance. However, the qi and blood value seems to be stronger than before. Li Ziyu felt the changes in his body and quickly threw a few punches into the air, producing sonic booms. Open the system panel. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 2 Intermediate Warrior Plus. Combat Skills, Peak Level Great Sun Body Tempering Method, Advanced Natural Breathing Method, Crystal Visualization Method Plus, Primary 9-Layer Thunderblade Plus, Peak Body Movement Plus, Peak Sword Movement Plus, Thunder Slash Plus. It can actually be improved? Chapter 101, Continue to improve, the body skills are subtle. Accept the task. Li Ziyu looked at the plus sign on the system panel, which was still displayed after the upgrade. A little unexpected. Is the effect of 70 drops of ambergris so strong? It seems not. Li Ziyu looked at the panel, feeling confused. But I didn't think much about it. This is a good thing. It was probably due to a system upgrade, or after he mastered the Great Sun Essence Body technique. The body should be able to absorb the qi and blood elixir better. Li Ziyu thought for a moment. There is no choice to improve the realm. My current attack and defense, as well as my physical fitness, are definitely sufficient. With my current realm as a second-level intermediate warrior, and with the peak-level Great Sun Body Purification Technique plus Natural Breathing Technique plus Thunder Slash, I think I'll definitely win against a peak-level 4th-level warrior. Level 3 warriors refine their bones, Level 4 warriors strengthen their internal organs, and Level 5 warriors undergo a blood transfusion. A Level 5 warrior who has undergone a blood transfusion has a blood force as powerful as a great river. The damage it causes is far beyond what a Level 4 warrior can achieve. Even if I raise my realm again, unless I can directly reach the level of a 3rd-level bone-refining warrior, with my strength, I should not be a match for a 5th-level warrior. In that case, it would be better to use the improvement to increase speed. With the speed increased, no matter what we do, we will be more proactive. We can attack when we advance and defend when we retreat.
Li Ziyu pondered in his mind and made a decision. Improve your physical skills to the peak level. Peak level body skills, subtle level body skills.
He felt that his whole body suddenly became much lighter.
Li Ziyu moved his feet. Swish.
The whole person disappeared right where he was.
Hey, I didn't open the window, where does the wind come from? Downstairs.
Sun Shiming, who was playing games, felt the breeze blowing in front of him, frowned and looked around. Not finding anything, he ignored it and continued to focus on the game.
The second floor of the villa. Li Ziyu's disappeared figure reappeared at the same place. Quick!
The subtle level of movement is too fast. When I don't use the wind breathing method to bless you, you can perform the body movement. It's almost to the point where even a first level warrior can't catch my sight.
Just in the blink of an eye.
He had already run from the second floor to the first floor, and even circled in front of Sun Shiming. Sun Shiming was completely unaware of his passing. This was because his speed was too fast and Sun Shiming's visual dynamics could not keep up with his own movement speed.
Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 2 Intermediate Warrior.
Combat skills, Peak Sun Body Tempering Method, Advanced Natural Breathing Method, Crystal Visualization Method, Micro-Level Body Movement, Primary Ninefold Thunderblade, Peak Sword Method, Thunder Slash.
System, Martial God System.
Function 1, it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood. Function 2, can devour combat skills and inherit combat skill levels.
The remaining functions will be explored by the system itself. Li Ziyu opened the system panel. As expected.
Above, the peak level body skills have become the subtle level.
And the plus sign behind it. Not surprisingly, it disappeared.
I'm poor, it's time to make some money. Otherwise, let alone ambergris, I probably won't even be able to afford chi and blood pills.
Improve your strength. Li Ziyu turned her gaze to her wallet. Looking at the empty balance on the bank card. Li Ziyu sighed.
Go to the school's mission hall and see what missions are available.
Moment. Li Ziyu arrived at the mission building of Magic City Martial Arts University.
There is a hall on the first floor covering several thousand square meters. The entrance is a hall with a layout similar to that of a material warehouse. A circular counter 100 meters long was placed in the middle of the mission hall. Behind it is an LED electronic screen several tens of meters high.
Task information scrolls above. Another corner of the hall. There are also rows of leather sofas and wine cabinets.
It is a place for students who accept missions to rest. At this time, there were already quite a few students sitting there.
Wow, it's Li Ziyu. Hey, I didn't feel that way when I was watching from the audience, but up close, did you notice that Li Ziyu has a really strong aura?
Of course, after all, Li Ziyu is the big shot who defeated Nangong Hao, the vice president of the Mutual Aid Association.
Of course, his aura is strong. I want to give Li Ziyu a baby. I want one too. Go away, don't compete with me. We're best friends anyway, so let's go together. Li Ziyu has such great genes, it's only natural for him to have multiple wives. There are quite a few students in the mission hall. As soon as Li Ziyu entered the door, he attracted everyone's attention.
Many girls pointed at his figure and whispered about him.
Li Ziyu's face was calm.
Ignoring everyone's comments, he walked straight to the counter. Under the admiring gaze of the receptionist girl, he turned his gaze to the task screen in front of him.
S-level team hunting mission, hunt down the 4th level advanced ferocious beast Black Dragon King, mission reward credits, 1000.
S-level arrest mission, assisting the border guards in arresting an S-level fugitive, level 4 peak warrior Duca, mission reward credits, 800. A level assistance mission, assist the border guards in defending the border city for 1 month, mission reward credits, 300. B-level retrieval mission. B-rank hunting mission. Li Ziyu looked at them one by one from top to bottom. There are 4 types of discovery mission rewards. Hunting missions to kill ferocious beasts. The arrest mission to capture the fugitive. Assist important agencies in their assistance missions. And hidden object quests. The last option is to do odd jobs at the Magic City Martial Arts University and earn credits. This one was directly ignored by Li Ziyu. Student Li Ziyu, do you want to accept the mission? If this is your first time, given your abilities, I suggest you start with B-rank missions. The girl in charge of reception, wearing a black and white sailor outfit, showed her 2 dimples to Li Ziyu and spoke softly to her.
After the battle with Nangong Hao, Li Ziyu became a household name in the Magic City Martial Arts University. If other students come to take the task for the first time, she usually recommends starting with the lowest level D-level missions. But with Li Ziyu's strength, the girl felt that the D-level mission was definitely not worthy of Li Ziyu's ability. Let me take a look first. Li Ziyu did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked at the tasks scrolling on the screen and began to think. He had two main purposes for this mission. 1. It is to make money and exchange it for pills that can improve chi and blood. 2. It is to hunt ferocious beasts and increase chi and blood. So, the hunting mission perfectly suits his goals. The main purpose of the hunting missions issued by Mo Dali is to train the students' practical combat capabilities. All you need to do is prove that you have completed your hunting target. There is no need to bring back the complete body of the beast and hand it over to the school. That is to say, students can sell the ferocious beasts killed in hunting missions themselves. Hunting ferocious beasts can not only improve your chi and blood, but also sell the carcasses of the hunted beasts in exchange for cultivation resources. Completing tasks also earns you credits, which can be exchanged for training supplies. TSK. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The hunting mission is really tailor-made for me. Chapter 102 Les Jeunesses Invitation, mission uploaded today on mobile phone, 2 chapters merged into one. Thinking about it, Li Ziyu made a decision in his heart. Just prepare to speak to the girl. The mission of hunting ferocious beasts has great rewards, but also great risks. Most students are unwilling to accept it. This just makes him less competitive. But I don't know if he can take on the S-level mission of hunting the Black Dragon King alone. Li Ziyu asked the girl the question in her heart. Li Ziyu, are you going to take on an S-rank hunting mission alone? The girl heard that Li Ziyu was going to complete the task of hunting down the 4th-level ferocious beast Black Dragon King alone. Surprised, Caroline's eyes widened with disbelief. She thought that recommending a B-level mission to Li Ziyu was too risky. I didn't expect Li Ziyu to start with S-level. I also want to do the tasks that require a team alone. The girl didn't know what to say for a moment. Just a moment. The girl shook her head with a slightly apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Li Ziyu-san. Our school has a rule that tasks that require a team must be completed by 2 or more people. You can't take them on individually. Student Li Ziyu, I know you are very capable, but I still suggest you start with B-level tasks and work your way up. Once you get used to it, increase the difficulty little by little. The girl looked at Li Ziyu seriously and said. Li Ziyu was a little disappointed. It seems that I can't take on the S-level hunting mission alone. Dragon-like beasts are rarer than ordinary beasts. It is difficult to encounter it outside, and its value is not comparable to that of ordinary ferocious beasts. The value of a dragon-like beast is at least 10 times that of other beasts of the same kind. The tasks in the Moda University Mission Hall all involve detailed investigations into the range of ferocious beast activities. It's like just going straight over and killing. TSK, the corpse of a 4th-level dragon beast is worth at least hundreds of millions, possibly even billions. There are still 1,000 points left, and there are a lot of things that can be exchanged. What a shame. Li Ziyu sighed, feeling unwilling. The task of hunting ferocious beasts. For others, it might be a dangerous task that no one is willing to take on. But for him who possesses the martial god system, this is simply a benefit created for both of them. It seems that I can only accept A-level hunting missions. Thinking about. Li Ziyu was ready to hand over her wristband and accept the task. Student Li Ziyu, you are here to take on a mission as well, right? I wonder if you're interested in that S-rank team mission? Before Li Ziyu handed the bracelet to the girl. Just then, he heard behind him. A hearty voice came. Li Ziyu turned his head and looked over. The speaker was a well-proportioned and sturdy young man with a resolute face and a crew cut. The young man was wearing a tight black combat uniform. At this moment, he was staring at him with a pair of bright and sharp eyes. Li Ziyu also noticed. There is a mutual aid association icon on the chest of this young man's shirt with a crew cut. Hiss. Is that Lei Zhan, the president of the Mutual Aid Association? Why is he here? Holy crap, the guy number 1 on the battle power rankings is here to see Li Ziyu? And it happened at this critical moment when Li Ziyu just defeated the 2nd-ranked Nangong Hao. Something bad is going to happen. Isn't Lei Zhan here to seek revenge for Nangong Hao? Lei Zhan, president of the Mutual Aid Association? Are you here to cause trouble? If you have something to say, say it. Li Ziyu frowned and looked at Lei Zhan in front of him. Heh, I'm not here to cause you any trouble, Li Ziyu. The essence of Magic City Martial Arts University is that the winner takes all. Nangong Hao's strength is not as good as yours, that's his business. My skills are inferior to others. Although I am the president of the Mutual Aid Association, I still disdain to do things like looking for trouble for others. Lei Zhan looked at Li Ziyu with a smile and continued. I came here to invite you to complete the S-rank hunting mission with me. The National Youth Wuhan University League is about to begin. If you defeat Nangong Hao, we will definitely represent Demon University in the competition together. In the National Youth Wuda League, in addition to the individual competition, there is also a battle with high-level beasts. High-level beasts are extremely ferocious. If you don't have enough experience facing them, your strength will be greatly reduced. It just so happens that we have an S-rank hunting mission here. While earning credits, we can also learn how to fight high-level beasts. Kill two birds with one stone. Lei Zhan looked at Li Ziyu sincerely. Student Li Ziyu. I know that with your current strength, I invite you to hunt the 4th-level high-level ferocious beast Black Dragon King, which is a bit too much to ask. But the National Youth Wuda League includes a challenge to high-level beasts. If you want to achieve good results in the Wuhan University League, this step must be taken. Don't worry, I'll be the main force in the battle against the Black Dragon King. You just need to help me set up the formation and provide support. Lei Zhan looked sincere. These words came from his heart. He is indeed very optimistic about Li Ziyu. I feel that by teaming up with Li Ziyu, we might be able to get a good ranking in the National Youth Wuhan University League. But he still has selfish desires. Because every team participating in the Wuhan University League must select a captain. They are generally responsible for the strong ones. He believes that he is the strongest in the Magic City Martial Arts University. I must win the position of captain. Invite Li Ziyu to complete the S-level hunting mission together. It can also train Li Ziyu's mentality when facing ferocious beasts. He can also survive the battle with the Black Dragon King. Show your strength to Li Ziyu. Let Li Ziyu give up the competition for captaincy on her own initiative. Kill two birds with one stone. This task cannot be completed by one person? Li Ziyu frowned and said. Confirmed again. Lei Zhan was stunned by the tone that sounded like he was stating the facts. Completed by one person. What are you thinking about? For a moment, Lei Zhan didn't know whether Li Ziyu was ignorant and fearless, or what was going on. Lei Zhan smiled and shook his head. Student Li Ziyu, I'm afraid you haven't had the experience of fighting against a level 4 beast. You can't imagine how terrifying a level 4 beast is. The destructive power of a level 4 beast is definitely not comparable to those low-level beasts you have encountered before. I know you can defeat Nangong Hao. You are at least a level 4 intermediate warrior. But I tell you, facing a 4th level advanced beast, the Black Dragon King, don't even think you're a 4th level intermediate warrior. Even if you are a peak level 4 warrior, it won't work. Lei Zhan's expression was solemn and his tone was serious. Ferocious beasts have an innate advantage over humans in strength. They are inherently stronger than humans. Besides, the Black Dragon King is a rare dragon-like beast. Whether it's defense, attack, or speed, it far surpasses beasts of the same level. If a person goes to hunt the Black Dragon King, he is definitely seeking death. You may not agree. But let me tell you this S-rank mission to hunt the ferocious beast Black Dragon King is not only open to our Magic City Martial Arts University, but also to the other 4 universities. But do you know how long this quest has been hanging in the quest hall? Without waiting for Li Ziyu to answer, Lei Zhan raised a finger. A year? That's not a long time. Li Ziyu was surprised. No. Yes, always. This mission has been hanging in the mission hall since the founding of the 4 universities. It started out as a solo mission, but after too many failures, no one completed it, so the school changed it to a team mission. But even if we formed a team, no one has ever completed this task. So much so that now, this task has become the obsession of every class of students. If you hadn't appeared, I wouldn't have dared to take this task. It was the strength you demonstrated in your battle with Nangong Hao that gave me hope of completing this mission.
Lei Zhan looked at Li Ziyu with a serious expression, as if he was afraid that Li Ziyu would refuse. Lei Zhan took a step forward, his tone and expression sincere. "Student Li Ziyu, I know that the mission of hunting ferocious beasts is very dangerous. But now there are ferocious beasts rampaging outside. If everyone chooses to play it safe, then Daxia will be on the verge of destruction." Lei Zhan's expression was sincere and earnest. Currently, there are very few students in the Magic City Martial Arts University who are willing to take on the task of hunting ferocious beasts. They are all pursuing the so-called limit of martial arts. Some people even hide in the mountains for more than 10 years without coming out. It's all for the so-called breakthrough. Lei Zhan could only sneer at this. "Hey, you're still thinking about going to the battlefield to defend your country? I thought you were going the martial arts school route." Li Ziyu was stunned and looked at Lei Zhan's expression with some surprise. The outside world has always said that most of the people in the Mutual Aid Society will join Jidao Martial Arts School after graduation. The warriors in the martial arts school are here to practice and not pay attention to external affairs. I didn't expect that Lei Zhan was not it. It's okay to be aware. Li Ziyu thought about it. I have made up my mind. He wanted the reward for the S-level mission. Thinking about this, Li Ziyu walked to the counter. I swiped my wristband and said to the girl in charge of reception, "I want to take the S-level mission to hunt the Black Dragon King. There are 2 more A-level hunting missions and 5 B-level hunting missions. Take them all." The girl was stunned. "Classmate, are you sure you want to take on so many missions to hunt down ferocious beasts?" Lei Zhan was also stunned when he saw Li Ziyu taking on so many missions to hunt ferocious beasts at once. Li Ziyu took on so many missions to hunt ferocious beasts at once, which shows that he is more patriotic than he is. Lei Zhan couldn't help but feel admiration in his heart. But he still stepped forward and persuaded. "Student Li Ziyu, I know you have a strong desire to serve your country, but please don't act impulsively. We only need to take the mission of hunting down the Black Dragon King. The rest of the missions can wait until later. Otherwise, if we do it together, even if we 2 join forces, we won't be able to handle it." Lei Zhan looked at Li Ziyu with admiration and sincerity as he tried to persuade her. Li Ziyu gave him a strange look. "Who said they wanted to do it with you? The Black King's mission is a mandatory requirement and you must form a team. This is a single-player mission. Of course, the profit will be higher if one person completes the task." "Ah. You don't want to complete so many hunting missions by yourself, do you? Are you going to die?" Lei Zhan widened his eyes. Expression of surprise. But Li Ziyu ignored him. Instead, he turned around and spoke to the stunned-looking girl. The girl then assigned the task to Li Ziyu with admiration. When returning the bracelet to Li Ziyu, the girl looked at Li Ziyu with a blushing face. "Senior Li Ziyu, you are my idol, keep going." Fuck, I didn't expect Li Ziyu to be so aware. Usually no one takes up the mission of hunting ferocious beasts. TSK, I used to be a little jealous of Li Ziyu, but now I've decided that from now on I'm a fan of Li Ziyu senpai. He's handsome, strong, and has such a good character. Senior Li Ziyu YYDS. Seeing Li Ziyu accepting a lot of dangerous tasks such as hunting ferocious beasts without blinking. Everyone in the mission hall had an expression of admiration on their faces. Even some people in the Mutual Aid Association looked at Li Ziyu with some confusion. 3 days later, an airship hundreds of meters long and wide landed on the helipad of the Daxing base on the edge of the Daxing wilderness area. The hatch opens. Hundreds of people dressed in different costumes. But men and women with strong auras walked out along the stairs they had descended. Li Ziyu and Lei Zhan were also among them. Li Ziyu followed the crowd out of the tarmac, scanning the undulating mountain range in the distance. The mountains are rolling and covered with trees. From time to time, you can hear the deafening roars of some ferocious beasts. Seeing Li Ziyu looking into the distance, Lei Zhan smiled and explained to Li Ziyu. The Daxing wilderness area turned out to be a vast forest. After the Third World Echo, a large number of ferocious beasts descended on Blue Star. Not only destroyed the town that occupied most of the human race. This vast forest is completely occupied by ferocious beasts and has become their paradise. In this vast forest, there are countless ferocious beasts lurking. However, because there are many ferocious beasts here, there are often warriors who claim to be powerful and come here to train or hunt ferocious beasts to earn training resources. The authorities were also happy to have warriors come to hunt the beasts, so they built the Daxing supply base on the edge of the Daxing wilderness area. There are dozens of supply bases like this one built on the edge of the wilderness area. While explaining, Lei Zhen took Li Ziyu towards the center of the base. Li Ziyu nodded. Really? He noticed it the moment he got off the airship. There are basically very few ordinary people coming to this Daxing base. They are all warriors with strong aura, wearing combat uniforms and holding weapons. You can tell from the warrior medals pinned on these people's chests. Most of them are level 3 or 4 warriors. Noticing Li Ziyu's gaze, Lei Zhen smiled and explained. Putting the warrior badge on your chest allows you to quickly identify your teammates when forming a team. Secondly, it serves as a deterrent. After all, in the wild, it's not just ferocious beasts that are dangerous. Lei Zhen said as he took out a warrior badge from his pocket. It shimmers with a platinum sheen. There are also 3 stars inlaid in the middle. Represents a 4th level advanced warrior. Lei Zhen is actually a 4th level advanced warrior. Li Ziyu's eyes moved slightly. He was able to become a 4th level advanced warrior in his senior year. Lei Zhen can indeed be called a genius. He didn't see many level 4 advanced warriors along the way. Li Ziyu thought to himself. Because most of the ferocious beasts in the Daxing wilderness area are around level 3 or 4. So most of the warriors who come to the Daxing wilderness area are also at this level. My 4th level advanced warrior medal can save us a lot of trouble in the Daxing wilderness area. Lei Zhen said. As expected. He took out the medal representing his status as a 4th level advanced warrior. There were people around looking at them with ill intent. All turned into fear and awe. Scatter like birds and beasts and run away. See, Li Ziyu? Just my level 4 advanced warrior medal has this effect. If you take out your medal again, no one will dare to mess with us in the Daxing wilderness area. Lei Zhen smiled, looked at Li Ziyu and said. Take out your medal and wear it on your chest, Li Ziyu. Chapter 103 Brother, are your body movements at the subtle level? No need, my warrior medal is at the top level. Bringing it out here will not only fail to avoid trouble, but will also bring us a lot of trouble. Li Ziyu said lightly. As he spoke, he took out his warrior medal from his arms and waved it in front of Lei Zhen. When Lei Zhen saw the badge on Li Ziyu's chest clearly, he was stunned. Student Li Ziyu, you haven't taken the warrior certification since you became a peak level 1 warrior, right? Li Ziyu's strength. He must be a level 4 warrior without a doubt. I guess he hasn't gone to the Warrior Association for certification yet. Level 4 warriors can receive an annual allowance of 2 million Great Xia coins from the Martial Arts Association. Furthermore, warriors above level 3 can enjoy discounts when buying and selling warrior-related equipment and resources at any store in the Magic City. When this hunt is over, you can go get certified. Lei Zhen said with a smile. Li Ziyu nodded secretly after hearing this. He only knew that he could receive an allowance with the warrior medal. This was the first time he heard that there could be a discount when buying and selling cultivation resources. It seems so. There is a chance to get certified. I just don't know how to calculate his current strength when he goes for certification. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 2 Intermediate Warrior. Combat skills, Peak Sun Body Tempering Method, Advanced Natural Breathing Method, Crystal Visualization Method, Micro-Level Body Movement, Primary Ninefold Thunderblade, Peak Sword Method, Thunder Slash. System, Martial God System. Function 1, it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood. Function 2, can devour combat skills and inherit combat skill levels. The remaining functions will be explored by the system itself. I wonder how much combat power I can achieve with the full power of the Great Sun Body Tempering Technique, Natural Breathing Technique, and 9-layer Thunderblade? After completing this mission and upgrading again, I'll go back to the Warrior Association to test it. Li Ziyu thought to himself. The two chatted as they walked. I know it's Li Ziyu's first time here. Lei Zhen served as a guide and took Li Ziyu on a tour of the Daxing wilderness area. I visited the stall area, rest area, and the entrance and exit of the wilderness area. Finished shopping. The two came to the only exit leading to the wilderness area. Ready to go. The two had already prepared resources in the Magic City before coming. It saves a lot of trouble. This is the wilderness area passage. There were many warriors coming in and out. Lei Zhen, what a coincidence, you're also in the Daxing wilderness area. I'm here to give the new guys some experience.
Li Ziyu and Lei Zhan were just about to leave the city. Then they saw 3 men and women in full combat uniforms, with extraordinary aura, walking towards them. 2 women and 1 man. The speaker was a young man with hair like a hedgehog. The young man had a black spear on his back. Eyes shining. Behind the young man were 2 tall girls with curvy figures. Everyone looked at them curiously. Zhou Shaoqing, you're hanging out in the wilderness again, cough cough. Lei Zhan seemed to be very familiar with the visitor. When he saw the person coming, he walked up to him and punched him hard on the chest, cursing and laughing. You want to pick up girls, right? Ha, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Who says I'm strong? The black-haired boy smiled confidently, then turned to look at the 2 girls following behind him, and asked with a laugh. Don't you think so? Aha! The 2 girls nodded like chicks pecking at rice. You guy, the National Youth Wuhan University League is about to start, and you're still thinking about picking up girls. Really? Lei Zhan smiled and shook his head, looking speechless. The young man laughed and said, You're still talking about me. Aren't you also training new people? What a good senior. Is this the new recruit of your mutual aid association? After saying this, the young man turned to look at Li Ziyu beside Lei Zhan, smiled and extended his hand. Let me introduce myself, my name is Zhou Shaoqing. I'm a senior student at Shangpan Martial Arts University and also the president of the Shangpan University Martial Arts Club. The visitor had a good attitude. Li Ziyu extended his hand and shook hands with him. Magic City Martial Arts University, freshman, Li Ziyu. Huh, you're only a freshman and Lei Zhan brought you to the Daxing Wilderness area for training. It seems you have quite a talent. Zhou Shaoqing raised her eyebrows, looking surprised. After that, he stepped forward and patted Li Ziyu on the shoulder, smiling and said, Come on, brother. Lei Zhan is a good person. Follow him and work hard. You have a bright future. Although you are only a freshman now, your strength may not be inferior to ours in the future. Maybe I can even become the vice president of a mutual aid association. Okay, brother Lei, I won't waste your time anymore. I'll take some time to rest and then find you in the wilderness. Zhou Shaoqing said this and nodded at Li Ziyu and Lei Zhan. So he went to rest surrounded by the 2 women. Brother, don't look at Zhou Shaoqing as frivolous, but his strength is not weak. He is also a 4th level advanced warrior, on par with me. This guy is also one of our strong competitors in the National Youth Wuhan University League. As they talked, they arrived deep into the Daxing Wilderness area. Lei Zhan's weapons are 2 short swords. He had been to the wilderness area before, so he led the way. He held 2 daggers in his hands and walked as fast as the wind. His figure was like a stream, moving quickly through the lush woods. Judging from the competition between Li Ziyu and Nangong Hao on the ring, Li Ziyu's body movement speed should be quite good. If I can convince Li Ziyu with my physical skills, then when it comes time to select the league captain, I think Li Ziyu will give up. Lei Zhan's blood and energy surged as he rushed forward with all his strength. His feet are like the wind and his figure is like flowing light. At this moment, he was running in the jungle at a speed comparable to a high-speed car. While hurrying on the road, Lei Zhan turned his gaze back to look at Li Ziyu who was following behind him. Waiting for Li Ziyu to speak up and slowing down. Can you actually keep up? When Lei Zhan saw Li Ziyu hanging steadily behind him, he looked surprised. Although it's not his fastest speed now. But it is not something that an ordinary 4th level warrior can keep up with. And look at Li Ziyu's appearance. Seems to be able to handle it with ease. Lei Zhan felt a little competitive in his heart. Suddenly accelerate towards your feet. Burst out with all your strength. I just don't believe it. Can you be faster than a level 4 advanced warrior like me? Ha! You're running so fast, are you afraid that the Black Dragon King will be snatched away by someone else? Li Ziyu, who was following Lei Zhan slowly, was stunned and looked at Lei Zhan in surprise as he suddenly distanced himself from him. Don't think too much about it. Use the subtle level of body movement. At the same time, my heart moved slightly. Breath of the wind. In an instant, a stream of air burst out from Li Ziyu's body, covering his feet and legs. Li Ziyu instantly felt her body become lighter. With a light tap of the toes on the ground, he had already stepped dozens of meters away. The distance between him and Lei Zhan was shortened in an instant. The body is level with Lei Zhan. Senior Lei, you're running so fast, is there anyone else coming to snatch the monster?
The figures on both sides quickly abstracted and flashed past Li Ziyu like a movie played in reverse. Li Ziyu was on the same level as Lei Zhan, and asked curiously as he looked at Lei Zhan with a serious expression.
Forehead?
Lei Zhan had a serious expression on his face and was running at full speed.
Li Ziyu's sudden words startled him. Fuck. Li Ziyu, how come you're so fast? Lei Zhan's eyes widened slightly.
Looking at Li Ziyu, who was running side by side with him, he couldn't help but speak out.
As soon as it came out,
the breath he had been holding in his mouth suddenly dissipated. The figure that was running fast suddenly slowed down.
Lei Zhan slowed down and took a deep breath.
Then he looked at Li Ziyu beside him. He was running at full speed just now.
The consumption is very high. But then he looked at Li Ziyu standing beside him.
No blushing or heart palpitations. Strolling in the garden feels like taking a walk in your own back garden.
Extremely indifferent. Lei Zhan couldn't help but ask.
Brother, are you at the subtle level?
Chapter 10 for the unyielding Lei Zhan. Li Ziyu can run so fast. There is only one explanation.
That is his body movement, which is at the subtle level.
Well, a lucky breakthrough.
Li Ziyu also slowed down and responded with a smile when he heard Lei Zhan's question.
Lucky. Lei Zhan's mouth twitched. Enter the subtle level of body movement. Was it a lucky breakthrough? If I can break through by luck.
My own physical skills are not just at the peak now.
Lei Zhan took a deep breath. Calm down.
It seems that the idea of using speed to surpass Li Ziyu is not feasible.
Although his realm is higher than Li Ziyu.
But his physical skills are still only at the peak level. Don't underestimate the difference between the subtle level and the peak level, there is only one realm between them.
But it's the right improvement. That's a world of difference. At least 3 times more. But fortunately, speed is not my strong point.
Compared to speed, my unparalleled attack and defense power are my advantages. It seems that I can only show my strength after entering the Black Dragon King. Lei Zhan thought to himself.
With Li Ziyu's strength,
I must participate in the National Youth Wuhan University League with him. He likes to win people over with his virtue. For the team members who are always visible when you look up.
If you can defeat the enemy without fighting, let the other party actively believe in you. Everyone is happy. It just so happens that I've made some progress in knife skills recently.
I'll demonstrate my sword skills in the battle with the Black Dragon King later.
Lei Zhan made up his mind. At the same time, deep in the Daxing wilderness area,
Zhou Shaoqing holds a spear in one hand. The gun shot out like a dragon. It pierced the head of a 4th-level ferocious beast, the electric crystal leopard, like lightning. The electric crystal leopard beast let out an unwilling roar.
The huge body fell down with a loud bang.
Senior Zhou, you're amazing. You can kill a level 4 primary beast with one shot. Come, Senior Zhou, take a qi and blood pill to replenish your strength.
Wait until Zhou Shaoqing kills the ferocious beast.
The 2 schoolmates who were acting as the atmosphere group nearby immediately clapped their hands and showed expressions of admiration on their faces.
Little KSS, it's just a level 4 primary beast.
Zhou Shaoqing waved her hands, looking unconcerned. But there was a hint of pride in his tone.
After finishing repairs in the wilderness area,
he immediately took the 2 girls to the depths of the wilderness to kill the ferocious beast. In addition to showing off with 2 girls, I can also do the task of hunting ferocious beasts. Let's go and hunt a level 4 intermediate beast to broaden your horizons. Zhou Shaoqing danced the spear in his hand.
Identify a direction and prepare to go deeper.
But he just lifted his foot. Suddenly, a whistling sound came from the woods in the distance.
A flock of birds flew away in fright.
Zhou Shaoqing's expression suddenly changed.
Oh no! A high-level ferocious beast is passing by. Hide quickly!
After saying that, Zhou Shaoqing dodged, grabbed the 2 girls, and quickly hid behind a big tree.
Oh!
Just as the 3 of them had hidden, Zhou Shaoqing looked up. Then they saw a huge shadow in the sky flying over the 3 of them. The strong wind blew from the shadows, making the big tree where the 3 people were hiding rustle. Some of the smaller trees were directly under the strong wind caused by their shadows.
Uprooted.
Senior Zhou, what kind of ferocious beast was that just passed? Only after the shadow flew past did the 3 dare to step out. The two girls patted their chests, looked in the direction where the shadow disappeared with lingering fear, and asked in horror. It's a level 4 high-level ferocious beast, the Black Dragon King. Zhou Shaoqing raised his eyes and looked in the direction where the shadow disappeared, his expression solemn. After saying that, he looked around again and saw a mess of fallen trees. The Black Dragon King simply flew low over the area, yet it created a scene as if no natural disaster had occurred. The strength of the dragon beast is indeed far beyond that of the average 4th-level high-level beast. Zhou Shaoqing looked solemn. But at the same time, he frowned, a hint of doubt flashing across his face.
But isn't that right?
When I came here, I specifically avoided the area where the Black Dragon King was active, and ferocious beasts rarely leave their territory.
Why is the Black Dragon King here?
Also, the one that just passed by seems to be even bigger than rumored.
Could it be possible that there is more than one Black Dragon King in the Daxing Wilderness area?
The Daxing Wilderness area is the deepest.
Two human figures were confronting a dragon-shaped beast.
Brother, you don't have to do anything, just stand in formation for me at the back. Lei Zhan held two swords, crossed them in front of his chest, with a confident expression.
In front of him, a dragon-shaped beast covered with black scales stared at Lei Zhan coldly with its vertical pupils. Li Ziyu looked at the Black Dragon King who was several hundred meters away from Lei Zhan.
When the Black Dragon King stood up, he was as tall as 3 buildings.
It looks like a dragon from a Western novel. Black scales cover it from head to tail.
On the huge dragon head, there are 2 curved dragon horns that shine with cold light. The Black Dragon King's pair of apricot yellow vertical pupils revealed indifference, which made the two of them feel cold.
Just standing there. There is a strong sense of oppression emanating from his body. Senior Lei, do you really not need my help? Li Ziyu looked at the huge monster in front of him and asked Lei Zhan hesitantly. This Black Dragon King looks quite powerful. On the way here just now, Lei Zhan told Li Ziyu that he would not need to take action in the battle with the Black Dragon King later. Just let Li Ziyu watch from the side and don't let other ferocious beasts or people interfere with his battle with the Black Dragon King. But this behemoth in front of me. Can Lei Zhan really handle it alone? Li Ziyu was a little skeptical. No, bro.
Brother, I can become the president of the Mutual Aid Association.
My strength is not to be underestimated. Just help me keep an eye on it and don't let any humans or other beasts interfere with my battle. Lei Zhan answered with a confident tone. Finished. Lei Zhan crossed his swords and stared at the Black Dragon King in front of him. I am the rarest thunder element warrior. The words fell. Arcs of electricity surged out from Lei Zhan's body, spreading to his 2 swords. Lei Zhan separated his crossed swords, then pulled his right leg back and stomped hard on the ground. The whole person suddenly raised a gust of wind. The figure turned into a blue arc in the strong wind and the flying dust, shooting towards the Black Dragon King. Thunder Cross Slash. The first move is the killer. He wants to let Li Ziyu see his strength. Chapter 105 Desperate Lei Zhan. Boom boom boom.
A trace of contempt flashed in the Black Dragon King's eyes. The steel claws were raised. With a clang, Lei Zhan blocked with both swords. The 2 swords rubbed against the Black Dragon King's claws, creating sparks. Lei Zhan snorted coldly. As expected of a dragon-like beast known for its ferocity, it's truly powerful. However, the one standing before you is a warrior known for his strongest attack power, a lightning elemental warrior. Thunder Cross Slash. The attack was blocked by the Black Dragon King. Lei Zhan was not panicked at all. Put away the knife and change the move. Another beautiful cross arc of lightning slashed towards the Black Dragon King. Boom boom boom. In an instant, lightning flashed and the wind swept away all the clouds. One man and one dragon, fighting with great momentum. This Lei Zhan is worthy of being the president of the Mutual Aid Association. He is much stronger than Nangong Hao. Li Ziyu climbed up a nearby big tree. Looking at Lei Zhan who was constantly swinging his sword with arcs flashing, he thought to himself. My strength is no less than half of mine. It's about the same strength as before I upgraded. Li Ziyu thought to himself. And here we have the Black Dragon King. Dragon-type beasts are indeed stronger than ordinary beasts. Their defense and speed are beyond the reach of ordinary beasts. It far exceeds the combat power of an average level 4 high-level beast. Lei Zhan told him not to interfere. Then he would be happy to have some free time.
Anyway, the hunting mission is a team mission. Either of the two people can kill the Black Dragon King. All are considered mission accomplished. But Li Ziyu was not prepared to let Lei Zhan kill the Black Dragon King. At the last moment, he will take action to kill the Black Dragon King. After all, killing ferocious beasts can increase your chi and blood. Moment. Half an hour passed. Ha! Li Ziyu sat on the tree trunk. Watching the battle between Yilong and Iran, he yawned out of boredom. This Lei Zhan is a bit slow. It's been half an hour and the battle is still not resolved. Is this possible? At this time, the battle between Lei Zhan and the Black Dragon King had lasted for half an hour. Lei Zhan, who was at ease at the beginning, began to become breathless. His hair was soaked with sweat and stood in wisps. Even the combat uniform on his body was torn in several places by the Black Dragon King during the battle. Hulu, being able to fight a 4th-level advanced dragon beast for half an hour without being defeated, among all the senior students of Wuhan University in the country, there should not be many who can do it. Li Ziyu, you must have been shocked by my strength. Dodge the Black Dragon King's claw attack. Lei Zhan glanced at Li Ziyu, who was standing in the distance. Seeing Li Ziyu staring at this sight in a daze, the corners of Lei Zhan's mouth curled up unconsciously. Heh, I guess he was stunned by his own powerful strength. That's right. After all, I'm a rare thunder elemental warrior, and Li Ziyu also uses a sword. He must have been impressed by my thunder sword technique. Then next, we'll just have to kill time with the Black Dragon King. Thinking about. Lei Zhan took out a tube of ambergris from his arms and drank it in one gulp. An intake of medicine to replenish chi and blood. Lei Zhan suddenly felt his strength return to him. Chi and blood become abundant again. Humph. No matter how strong you are nothing more than a ferocious beast without any intelligence. I'm taking drugs while I fight you, I'll wear you down. Said. Lei Zhan raised his two swords and prepared to step forward to confront the Black Dragon King again. But just at this moment. Distance. Suddenly, dust and smoke rose up. Lei Zhan stopped and looked in one direction with a frown. Li Ziyu also looked over. I only saw the southeast direction of the woods. Large flocks of birds took off into the sky. Then there was a loud bang. In the distance, it looked like a giant tank was pushing forward and crushing towards us. All the trees along the way fell down, causing gusts of flying sand and rocks. Ha! What's going on? Is there another ferocious beast coming? Lei Zhan frowned. Look at this movement. It was obvious that a huge ferocious beast was rushing towards this side. Wrong. There is also a sense of territory between ferocious beasts. This area is the territory of the Black Dragon King. Other ferocious beasts shouldn't dare to come over, right? Just then, the roar grew louder and closer. It's like thousands of horses galloping. Immediately following, the roar of a giant beast rose into the sky. Hold head high. Lei Zhan heard the voice. Suddenly all the hairs on my body stood up. His eyes suddenly shrank and his pupils shrank into needles. With a look of horror and disbelief, he stared at the direction of the roar. That roar. Is that the Black Dragon King's voice? Is it a Black Dragon King that's coming? Damn! Why are there two Black Dragon Kings here? Before Lei Zhan could react, the roar appeared in an instant, several hundred meters away from him. Then a huge figure appeared with its wings spread. With a loud bang, it fell like a meteorite hundreds of meters away from Lei Zhan. Smoke and dust rose up and the ground shook. The shock wave generated when this huge figure landed broke all the surrounding trees. After landing, he let out an earth-shaking roar towards Lei Zhan. Black Dragon King. And it's a Black Dragon King that's even bigger than this one. Lei Zhan's face suddenly turned pale and the hairs on his body stood up. Lei Zhan looked at the person who appeared in front of him with a bitter expression. They attacked him from both sides together with another Black Dragon King, surrounding him in the middle. The foul-smelling saliva was clearly visible on the 2-meter-long teeth of the two Black Dragon Kings. Lei Zhan even saw it on the faces of the two Black Dragon Kings. See the playful expression. Damn! Don't high-level beasts always travel alone? How could both of them appear at the same time? Run! Run! Li Ziyu! I'll hold them back. Immediately activate your subtle level body movement skills. Let's go.
Lei Zhan shuddered and reacted suddenly. Then he turned to Li Ziyu in the distance and roared loudly.
Hurry up and go to the wilderness area to get reinforcements. Tell them that 2 Black Kings have appeared in the Daxing wilderness area. Call for help. There might still be some hope.
Lei Zhan roared and screamed. His eyes were bloodshot.
The strength of the later Black Dragon King is obviously stronger than the first one. He suspected that the strength of the second Black Dragon King might even have reached the peak of level 4. If it was another ferocious beast that came, it won't be a big problem if Li Ziyu holds off 1 or 2 people. But facing the Black Dragon King at the peak level of level 4, even if he and Li Ziyu were combined, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from the other party. The best way right now. He was the one who held back the 2 Black Dragon Kings, and then Li Ziyu went back quickly to get reinforcements. This way he might still have a chance of survival.
Finished. Lei Zhan tapped his right wrist frantically and quickly again.
This is a function that every bracelet has. In a critical moment, you can send a distress signal to people around you.
But he didn't pin his hopes on this at all. Most of those who can come to the Daxing wilderness area are level 3 or 4 warriors.
There are very few people who are advanced in level 4. Coming here is also delivering food.
Damn, I shouldn't have been so careless as to accept an S-rank hunting mission. I originally wanted to be the captain, but now I might not even have the chance to participate in the National Wuhan University League. A trace of bitterness flashed across Lei Zhan's face, and he said it self-deprecatingly. But immediately, the expression on Lei Zhan's face turned into determination again.
Damn! They're just 2 Black Dragon Kings, what's there to be afraid of?
I've never tried to challenge 2 level 4 high-level beasts before.
Come on. Trump card.
Thunder extreme state. Lei Zhan took a deep breath and finished speaking.
Violent thunder flashed on him. His entire body suddenly grew taller. The aura on his body also became more powerful. After using up this trump card of mine, I'll have to take a 3-month break.
I was planning to use it when I participated in the Magic City Martial Arts League, but now it seems there's no other way. Student Li Ziyu, the important task of winning a place in the Magic City Wuda League for our Magic University is now entrusted to you.
Finished.
Lei Zhan holds 2 thunder swords. Then he rushed towards the bigger Black Dragon King.
This Black Dragon King is closest to Li Ziyu. Just hold him back for a moment. This will create an opportunity for Li Ziyu to escape.
Lei Zhan swung his sword with both hands and slashed it hard on the Black Dragon King's scales.
But this is a knife that can easily cut through steel.
He chopped at the Black Dragon King's scales, but couldn't even break his defense.
Just splashing sparks on it.
A hint of mockery flashed in the Black Dragon King's eyes. With a roar, the tail turned into a stream of light and swung towards Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan used his 2 swords to block, but the strength of this Black Dragon King was obviously stronger than the previous one.
Under this tail, Lei Zhan was directly blown hundreds of meters away.
It happened to fall where Li Ziyu was just now. Lei Zhan spat out blood.
Prepare to continue going up.
However, when I saw Li Ziyu sitting on the tree with an eager expression,
Lei Zhan's eyes widened suddenly, and he couldn't help but swear. Fuck. Bro. Why didn't you leave? Didn't I just tell you to get some help?
Lei Zhan was confused. Just now he didn't hesitate to use his trump card. It was just to buy time for Li Ziyu to escape and get help.
The result is now. Li Ziyu actually sat there without moving? Chapter 106, Confused Lei Zhan. It's all over. I'm totally going to be screwed this time.
Lei Zhan looked ahead and saw the 2 Black Dragon Kings flying towards them. His face looked extremely ugly.
Walk? Aren't we here to hunt the Black Dragon King? Why are we leaving? Originally, I could only hunt one, but now there's another one. Isn't this a pleasant surprise? That's a 4th level high-level dragon beast.
All the materials on it are precious.
Li Ziyu stared at the Black Dragon King flying towards him with shining eyes.
A flash of excitement crossed his face. As he spoke, he stretched his right hand behind his back. Holding the hilt of the Yaoyue sword, he held the 2-meter-long Yaoyue sword horizontally in front of him.
Yaoyue seemed to sense her master's excitement as well. Makes a buzzing sound.
Lei Zhan looked at Li Ziyu, who was excited and drew his sword, ready to rush forward and chop someone.
I feel speechless. What you said makes a lot of sense. Both sides are indeed pleasant surprises. Ugh. It was more of an unexpected shock than anything else. Did I just fight the Black Dragon King for half an hour, giving you the illusion that the Black Dragon King's fighting power is only this strong? They are level 4 dragon beasts, and one of them is probably at the peak of level 4. You don't even want to run away, but want to go up and fight them. Lei Zhan didn't know how to complain. He used to think he was warlike and reckless enough. But now compared with Li Ziyu, his recklessness is nothing. Li Ziyu is the one who really doesn't care about his life. Brother Lei, if you don't go, I won't be polite. When we distribute the materials later, don't say I didn't give in to you. After Li Ziyu finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to Lei Zhan. A loud laugh. Then he took a step forward. Natural breathing method, breath of fire. Li Ziyu finished speaking. His aura suddenly changed. A ball of blazing fire suddenly surged out from his body, covering his entire body. The scorching breath distorted the air around it. The muddy ground turned black immediately. The scorching airwave blew Lei Zhan, who was standing aside, back a few steps involuntarily. Lei Zhan looked at Li Ziyu, who was bathed in flames, in surprise. Li Ziyu's fighting skills seemed to have become stronger again. If that's the case, if we work together, maybe we both have a chance to escape. While Lei Zhan was thinking, Li Ziyu took another sudden step forward, clenched his left hand into a fist, and shouted again. Great Sun Body Tempering Technique. As the sound fell, the flames that were originally 3 feet high and blazing on his body were like a ton of gasoline being poured into him. With a loud bang, it suddenly expanded to 8 feet. The orange-yellow flame also turned from yellow to deep red. From Lei Zhan's perspective, this is Li Ziyu's surroundings. It's like being splashed with red dye. The temperature was so high that the surrounding trees several meters away were burned to ashes. Reduced to ashes. Within a 5-meter radius centered on Li Ziyu, no grass grows. But that's not all. After the flames ended, behind Li Ziyu, there seemed to be a golden sun. The golden sun emits endless light and heat, slowly rising from the surface. Floating above Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu's body continued to rise as the sun appeared. The body, which was originally 1.85 meters tall, was directly raised to 2 meters. The muscles all over his body were like granite exploding, making the combat uniform he was wearing unable to bear the weight. Collapse inch by inch. Wow! What the hell kind of fighting technique is this? Aren't the special effects too outrageous? It actually made me feel like I couldn't bear to look directly at it and wanted to turn around and run away. Lei Zhan's eyes widened and his mouth opened into an O shape. He stared blankly at the 2-meter figure in front of him, holding the sun on his back and bathed in red flames. I was so shocked that I couldn't speak for a long time. The aura emanating from Li Ziyu at this time. It actually gave him a sense of crisis, as if he was facing a flood or a beast, which made Hongshan's hair stand on end. He couldn't help but turn around and want to escape. Li Ziyu's strength. How could this be so outrageous? Could it be the battle with Nangang Hao 3 days ago? Li Ziyu is hiding his strength? At this time, the Black Dragon King was less than 2 meters away from Li Ziyu. The head was as big as a house, and it opened its huge mouth and bit towards Li Ziyu. The foul-smelling mucus in the mouth can be clearly smelled. Facing the huge monster in front of him, Li Ziyu's expression did not change at all. He raised the knife suddenly with his right hand. He chopped forward fiercely, aiming directly at the Black Dragon King's head. Thunder slash. A flash of red light mixed with blue lightning passed by. There was a loud bang. Then came a violent sound wave. Just now, the Black Dragon King, Lei Zhan, who had used his extreme thunder form, was swept away by his tail. Under this blow from Li Ziyu, he was actually blasted and flew backwards. A body weighing hundreds of tons drew a curve in the sky and finally crashed to the ground with a heavy bang. Rocks tens of meters high were smashed to pieces. The Black Dragon King was chopped off with one strike. Li Ziyu raised her sword and struck back with another knife. Catch the claws of the other Black Dragon King. Then all the energy and blood in his body rushed to his arms. Li Ziyu's arms suddenly expanded in an instant as they were filled with energy and blood. With a bang, the Black Dragon King's claws were flicked away in one go. Then Li Ziyu stepped forward and slashed with fire, slashing the Black Dragon King away. Lei Zhan widened his eyes.
He stared blankly at the huge bodies falling one after another in the distance, and swallowed with a gulp.
One sword cuts down a level 4 high-level beast? It must be fake. Chapter 107. Don't worry, I'll do the job. The Black Dragon King was chopped away by Li Ziyu's sword. Staggered to his feet from the ground. 2 severed dragon fangs came out of his mouth. A look of brutality flashed across his face, and he raised his head and roared at Li Ziyu, shaking the heavens. The other Black Dragon King did the same thing and roared at Li Ziyu. As expected of a 4th level advanced dragon beast, its defense alone far surpasses that of other 4th level beasts. Li Ziyu raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked at the 2 Black Dragon Kings, whose roars were a little weak and half of their teeth were missing. The 3 hardest parts of the Black Dragon King are his teeth, claws and horns. When he just slashed, he felt a wailing emotion from Yaoyue's sword. Li Ziyu held Yaoyu horizontally in front of his eyes and looked at it. Only the knife was seen. A breach has appeared. It seems that the 3rd level peak weapon can no longer keep up with my combat intensity. I have to upgrade my weapons when I get back. Li Ziyu thought to himself. But now facing these 2 Black Dragon Kings, it's enough. So, 9 layers of Thunder Blade. Li Ziyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Without waiting for the 2 Black Dragon Kings to attack again, he stepped directly into a deep pit on the spot. The figure turned into a stream of red light and rushed straight towards the 2 Black Dragon Kings. The 2 Black Dragon Kings looked at each other. Coincidentally, flapping its wings, it turned around and was about to fly into the sky to escape. Lei Zhan, who was standing by, was stunned and looked confused. Woji. When will the ferocious beast escape? Want to run? Leave the materials behind. Li Ziyu glared. It's so hard to come across such a valuable beast. And at both ends. How could the cooked duck fly away? 9 layers of Thunder Blade. The first move opening the mountain. Second move. Cut off the flow. Third move. Earth shattering. The demon moon in Li Ziyu's hand danced continuously, and the sword flashed continuously. 9 consecutive sword shadows of flames mixed with lightning. One sword after another slashed on the Black Dragon King's scales. The shadow of the thundering blade flashed. One knife is faster than the other. Each sword strike is more powerful than the last. The 9th knife was swung out. Sonic booms and sparks were directly generated in the air. That was because the speed was too fast and sparks were produced by friction in the air. 9 sword cuts completed. The Black Dragon King, whose entire body had already risen off the ground, let out a wail. Then there was a bang. Blood gushed out of his neck. The head, as big as a house, fell to the ground with a thud. Sonorous. 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 Crackle. After slashing out 9 times in a row, Li Ziyu didn't feel tired at all. Another 9 strikes with the backhand. The other Black Dragon King's head also rolled to the ground. Bite. Kill the 4th level advanced ferocious beast Black Dragon King and increase your health by 80. Do all this. Li Ziyu put away the knife. The body also returned to its original size. Ha! A strong wind blew through the scene. 2 leaves were lifted up and flew in the air. Finally, it staggered and fell to the ground. Gulp. Lei Zhan widened his eyes, staring blankly at the 2 Black Dragon King heads lying on the ground with their eyes open. I couldn't help but rub my eyes hard. He swallowed, his neck stiff as he turned his gaze towards Li Ziyu. Li. Brother Li. You killed those 2 Black Dragon Kings instantly? Lei Zhan looked horrified and spoke to Li Ziyu in a trembling voice. Well, is there any problem, Senior Lei? No problem. Lei Zhan looked at Li Ziyu's calm expression, swallowed and answered subconsciously. Okay, the bodies of these 2 Black Dragon Kings are quite large, so we need to trouble Senior Lei to help us deal with them. Li Ziyu said this with a smile. Lei Zhan reacted and nodded quickly. Then he walked up quickly and followed Li Ziyu to skin the Black Dragon King and remove his tendons and bones. Lei Zhan was holding 2 swords. He laboriously broke open the Black Dragon King's skin, peeled off the skin and pulled out his tendons. When cutting, Lei Zhan still couldn't recover from the shock. He felt as if his brain had been hit hard by a hammer. I just feel buzzing and lose the ability to think. I felt nothing but shock. Still shocked. He still doubts whether what just happened is true.
It took a lot of effort to tie the game with the Black Dragon King.
Li Ziyu killed him instantly in just a few seconds. What the hell? Am I really not dreaming?
He had previously wanted to show his strength to Li Ziyu by fighting with the Black Dragon King.
Think about your previous performance.
Lei Jun felt his face flush.
It's so fucking embarrassing. It's so fucking social.
In Li Ziyu's eyes, he saw how he was haggling with the Black Dragon King just now.
I'm afraid it's the same as the clown. Lei Jun's face turned pale and blue.
When I am mentally active, my hands never stop working.
Less than half an hour. The bodies of the two Black Dragon Kings were disassembled and packed. Li Ziyu made a huge wooden sled and placed the two Black Dragon Kings' bodies on it. Brother Lei, I think it's getting dark soon. Why don't we go back to Wilderness City and dispose of the bodies of these two Black Dragon Kings?
While tying the rope for pulling the sled around his waist, Li Ziyu turned his head and asked Lei Jun.
The S-level hunting mission of hunting the Black Dragon King has been completed.
Although he also took on many hunting missions of other levels.
But with these two behemoths, it's difficult to act.
The main reason is that the corpses of these two Black Dragon Kings are very valuable.
He was reluctant to give up.
It would be perfect if there was a bracelet or space ring that could store objects.
When I return to Shanghai, I must ask about it. Li Ziyu thought to himself.
Oh. We also need to upgrade our weapons and equipment.
Li Ziyu glanced at the tiny gap on the sword at his waist that had just appeared in the battle.
Although Yaoyue is a level 3 peak weapon.
But Li Ziyu felt that Yaoyue could no longer keep up with the intensity of his battle. Ah. Okay. All right.
Lei Jun came back to his senses and nodded quickly when he heard Li Ziyu talking.
He might not even realize it.
Now, the tone and attitude when speaking to Li Ziyu have subconsciously become respectful.
It seems that this is the National Wuhan University League, and the Magic University is going to be in the spotlight. As for the position of team captain, let Li Ziyu take on the role. I am convinced. Lei sighed in his heart. No wonders Hua Hongyang and Dean Ban Nantian were so enthusiastic about Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu's talent. What a monster. We need to build good relationships. By the way, Li Ziyu, didn't you also take on some missions to hunt ferocious beasts? How about we do it together?
Lei Jun also tied the reins of the sled around his waist and said to Li Ziyu. I've been to the Daxing Wilderness area several times and am very familiar with it.
If you're at ease, I can help you transport the two Black Dragon Kings' bodies back first.
This way you won't be delayed from completing your other missions of hunting ferocious beasts, and you won't have to run back and forth.
Lei Jun laughed. He remembered that Li Ziyu had also taken on other missions to hunt ferocious beasts. It seems that Li Ziyu doesn't want to leave yet. So he was ready to do a favor. Oh? Is it troublesome? Li Ziyu raised an eyebrow and said. It would be much more convenient if I didn't have to go back. Moreover, although these two Black Dragon Kings are very valuable, Lei Jun has the strength and status. It won't go to the point of swallowing something. Even if it really happens. Li Ziyu is not afraid either. No trouble.
Actually, before I came here, I had already contacted the buyer of the Black Dragon King.
I was originally planning to hunt a Black Dragon King and sell it directly when I got back. Now that both ends are together, we can raise the price.
Lei Jun touched the back of his head and said with a smile.
Don't worry, I'm absolutely reliable. Chapter 108, robbed, something happened.
The two of them exchanged some more words.
Confirm the meeting place and time. Then they separated. Oh, by the way, Li Ziyu. If you have time, you'd better update the warrior medal.
If you have a warrior medal of level 4 or above, you'll get discounts on buying training materials and weapons. Before leaving, Lei Jun said to Li Ziyu again.
Good. When I get back, I'll go to the Martial Arts Association of Demon University to update my martial arts level. That's all. Li Ziyu switched to breathing of the wind and activated the micro-level body movement at the same time.
Running towards the other direction of Daxing Wilderness area.
This speed. I really don't know how Li Ziyu practices.
Lei Jun looked at the direction where Li Ziyu disappeared, with envy on his face and a rather emotional tone in his voice.
Finished. He tied the rope from the other wooden crowbar around his waist and walked towards the wilderness city. The distress signal disappeared. He is probably dead.
The other side of the Daxing Wilderness area. Zhou Xiaoqing watched the red distress signal disappear from the bracelet and looked towards the direction of Wilderness City with a serious expression. My guess is that they encountered the Black Dragon King and sent out a distress signal. However, if you encounter the Black Dragon King in the Daxing Wilderness area, there is basically no possibility of escape. I can only blame myself for my bad luck. Zhou Xiaoqing shrugged. After saying that, he waved to the two girls following behind him. Let's go back to Wilderness City immediately. Two Black Dragon Kings have appeared in the Daxing Wilderness area. It's no longer safe here. On the way back to Wilderness City, Zhou Xiaoqing stared with wide eyes at the two huge corpses of the Black Dragon King dragged behind Lei Zhan. Open your mouth into an O shape. What the hell? Did you kill both of these Black Dragon Kings? Could it be possible that your strength has broken through again? Awesome. Now he can hunt down two Black Dragon Kings alone. Zhou Xiaoqing walked to the Black Dragon King's body, touching it and sighing. Lei Zhan ignored him. It also didn't say that it was Li Ziyu who killed him. During the National Wuhan University League, they were in competition with Shangpan Wuhan University. Do not expose Li Ziyu's strength. This will save them from having to come up with any countermeasures against Li Ziyu during the competition. Just two Black Dragon Kings, little kiss. Okay, I won't say anymore. I contacted the buyer and sold the Black Dragon King. Awesome. Did you really kill him? It seems that your Demon University will achieve good results in this year's National Wuhan University League. Zhou Xiaoqing sighed. A face full of envy. After saying that, he stepped aside. Wait until Lei Zhan walks away. Zhou Xiaoqing's expression turned calm. Looking at Lei Zhan dragging the Black Dragon King's back, he murmured. Being able to hunt down two Black Dragon Kings shows that Lei Zhan's strength is the strongest and he has reached the level of a 4th level peak warrior. TSK, but I remember going out with him, there should be a freshman named Li Ziyu. Probably because his strength was too weak, he died in the battle with the Black Dragon King. Zhou Xiaoqing shook her head. This makes him feel better. If Lei Zhan can save one person, he can also hunt down the two Black Dragon Kings. Then his strength is really outrageous. At this time, outside the Wilderness City, there is a desolate plain. Lei Lao, who was leaning against a tree, smoking a cigar and looking at the scenery boredly. He is not tall and a little fat. Wearing a well-tailored suit and bow tie. Wearing Daxia's latest storage bracelet on his hand. He behaves like a successful person and a big businessman. Thunder Tiger is all around. There were also 3 warriors sitting or standing there, fully armed and looking majestic in combat uniforms. Boss, when will Lei Zhan come over? Lei Arrow carefully wiped the snow-white long sword in his hand while looking towards the direction of Wilderness City. Lei Lao, who raised his hand to check the time. Calculating the time, it should be about time. After this transaction, we can make a lot of money again. Brothers, let's have some fun again. Lei Lao, who took a puff of his cigar and said with a smile. The boss still has a wide range of paths. After trading this Black Dragon King, I can earn at least 300 million yuan from the commission. Following the boss makes money much faster than kidnapping and killing people before, The others laughed along when they heard this. Lei Lao, who also raised the corners of his mouth, with a hint of pride in his eyes. They were all members of the 4th level hunting team. All 4 members of the team are level 4 warriors. But later, because he was greedy for money, he offended a powerful warrior. After hiding for a few years, he reappeared as a black market businessman. After several years of operation, it has gained a good reputation. TSK, it is said that the transaction partner this time is a student from Moduwu University? To be able to hunt down the Black Dragon King, a 4th level high-level dragon beast, while still a student, is quite impressive. Lei Sanhu, who was wiping his knife at the side, also echoed. Boss, he's just a student. How about we just take him down this time? Lei Xiaohu leaned against the tree, playing with the throwing knife in his hand, and said in a gloomy tone. Although he is a black market merchant. But they had done a lot of black on black things in the past. The value of a Black Dragon King's corpse is high, but it's not enough to ruin the reputation we've built over the years. Lei Lao, who blew out a smoke ring and said with a smile. Besides, this student was able to hunt down the Black Dragon King alone, so he's quite capable. The risk is too great and not worth it. Here I come. At this time, a figure was walking towards them in the distance. Lei Lao, who threw the cigar in his mouth to the ground, stepped on it hard, and looked up at the figure that was approaching from afar. The other three also looked towards the approaching figure. Lei Zhan was seen dragging 2 black dragon kings and walking in front of Lei Lao, who and others stand still a few dozen meters away from several people. Behind him, he was dragging the corpses of 2 huge monsters. Lei Zhan untied the reins on his body, pointed at the 2 black dragon king corpses behind him, and said lightly, "I brought the stuff, name your price." "Ha! Brother, has this become 2 ends?" Lei Lao, who narrowed his eyes and looked at the 2 huge corpses of the black dragon king behind Lei Zhan, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The situation has changed, there's another one. Stop talking nonsense and make an offer together." Lei Zhan didn't say much. This time he was looking for a black market dealer. The price offered by black market merchants can be 20% to 30% higher than the official price outside. And he has collaborated with Lei Lao, who several times. The reputation is quite reliable. Although the looks from the other armed men present made him feel vaguely uncomfortable. But Lei Zhan didn't care too much. "Okay, I'll check the goods now," Lei Lao, who said as he walked forward and checked the Black Dragon King's body. When he walked behind Lei Zhan, at an angle that Lei Zhan couldn't see, Lei Lao, who winked at Lei Eru and the other 2. The 3 of them understood instantly, and a sinister smile flashed across their lips. Then clang. The 3 of them drew their swords and attacked. Chapter 109, Another Breakthrough, a Level 2 Peak Warrior. Subtle level swordsmanship. The knife light rushed directly towards Lei Zhan. Before coming, they had already investigated Lei Zhan's strength. Although the 4th level advanced warrior is strong. But all 4 of them are advanced warriors of level 4. Join forces to deal with a student who has not yet graduated. Easy to get. What are you doing? Groove. Lei Zhan suddenly realized that he was being robbed by his fellow thieves. A gloomy look flashed in Lei Zhan's eyes. Then he instantly drew out his 2 swords and blocked the attacks of the 3 people. "Brothers, come on. Don't let this kid get away." Lei Lao, who threw away the cigar in his hand, drew his weapon from his waist and rushed towards Lei Zhan. "Be clean." He didn't finish his sentence just now. The value of a Black Dragon King is not enough for them to destroy the reputation they have built up over the years. But both ends. Worth billions. That's enough. Damn. This kid's strength is beyond my expectations. But he's seriously injured and can't run far. Second brother, third brother, follow me. Fourth brother and Xiuhu, go find the buyers of these 2 Black Dragon Kings. Hold on and get rid of it. We're going to hide for a while," said Lei Lao, who drew out his long sword and rushed in the direction of Lei Zhan's escape. While Lei Zhan was being robbed by other villains. Deep in the Daxing wilderness area, a 3rd-level high-level ferocious beast, a bloodthirsty lion, was lying down and dozing. It sniffed the air with its bright red nose and looked in one direction with fierce eyes. "It smells food." 2 drops of saliva flowed from the corners of the bloodthirsty lion's mouth. "Prepare to eat some meat." But before the bloodthirsty lion could stand up, sudden, a stream of light and shadow flashed past it. Then there was a puff. Blood splattered from the bloodthirsty lion's neck and its head rolled to the ground. Bite. Kill the 3rd-level advanced ferocious beast, the bloodthirsty lion, and increase your health by 10. The phantom was Li Ziyu. The difference between the chi and blood from a 3rd-level high-level beast and a 4th-level high-level beast, the Black Dragon King, is so huge a full 10 times greater. It seems that the stronger the beast you kill, the more health points you will receive. Li Ziyu cut off the most valuable part of the bloodthirsty lion and thought. Open the system panel. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 2 Intermediate Warrior Plus. Combat Skills, Peak Level Great Sun Body Tempering Technique, Advanced Natural Breathing Technique, Crystal Visualization Technique, Subtle Level Body Technique, Primary 9-Layer Thunderblade, Peak Sword Technique, Thunder/Plus. System, Martial God System. Function 1, it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood. Function 2, can devour combat skills and inherit combat skill levels. The remaining functions will be explored by the system itself. Including this one, he has killed no less than dozens of level 3 ferocious beasts. Very good, I can now improve my realm. System, improve my realm. Li Ziyu said to the system with joy in his eyes. The words fell.
Li Ziyu felt a warm current flowing out from his chest. Along with the flow of qi and blood, it flows to the limbs and bones. Next, on Li Ziyu's skin, sticky, foul-smelling black impurities began to emerge. This is marrow cleansing, expelling impurities from the body. Li Ziyu moved and his figure disappeared from the spot. Came to the bottom of a waterfall. Just jumped down. Under the waterfall, Li Ziyu washed away the black impurities on his body. Walked to the shore. Li Ziyu's blood and qi moved slightly, and the moisture on his body was evaporated, and his body became dry again. Opened the system panel. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 2 Advanced Warrior. Combat Skills, Peak Level Great Sun Body Tempering Technique, Advanced Natural Breathing Technique, Crystal Visualization Technique, Subtle Level Body Technique, Primary 9-Layer Thunderblade, Peak Sword Technique, Thunder Slash. System, Martial God System. Function 1, it can absorb everything and improve qi and blood. Function 2, can devour combat skills and inherit combat skill levels. The remaining functions will be explored by the system itself. Tisk, he's already a level 2 advanced warrior. It's still early, let's continue hunting the beasts. Brush, swish, swish. 3 more days pass like this. Open the system panel. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 2 Peak Warrior. Combat Skills, Peak Level Great Sun Body Tempering Technique, Advanced Natural Breathing Technique, Crystal Visualization Technique Plus, Subtle Level Body Technique, Elementary 9-Layer Thunderblade Plus, Peak Sword Technique Plus, Thunder Slash Plus. System, Martial God System. Function 1, it can absorb everything and improve qi and blood. Function 2, can devour combat skills and inherit combat skill levels. The remaining functions will be explored by the system itself. TSK, he's already a level 2 advanced warrior. It's still early, let's continue hunting the beasts. Brush, swish, swish. 3 more days pass like this. Open the system panel. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 2 Peak Warrior. Combat Skills, Peak Level Great Sun Body Tempering Technique, Advanced Natural Breathing Technique, Crystal Visualization Technique Plus, Subtle Level Body Technique, Elementary 9-Layer Thunderblade Plus, Peak Sword Technique Plus, Thunder Slash Plus. System, Martial God System. Function 1, it can absorb everything and improve qi and blood. Function 2, can devour combat skills and inherit combat skill levels. The remaining functions will be explored by the system itself. Leveling up with fierce beasts is indeed the fastest way to improve your strength. Even his swordsmanship has been improved to the extreme. These 3 days, Li Ziyu has killed no less than 300 ferocious beasts. His realm sword, directly promoted from the 2nd intermediate level to the peak. Li Ziyu clenched his right fist. He punched towards the small hill several dozen meters high next to him. There was a loud bang. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, and earth and rocks flew everywhere. A 10-meter high hill. It was directly smashed to pieces by Li Ziyu's punch. My current strength has at least doubled compared to when I was at the intermediate level of level 2. I'm only 1 step away from becoming a level 3 warrior. However, the energy and blood required to advance from level 2 to level 3 is much higher than before. I will improve my swordsmanship first. The benefits are even greater. Li Ziyu growled. The words fell. Peak level swordsmanship, subtle level swordsmanship. A moment. A large number of knife handling techniques appeared in Li Ziyu's mind out of thin air. He felt as if he had traveled through time and space into the body of a veteran soldier who had experienced many battles. Wielding a knife, he continued to fight on the battlefield filled with corpses and blood. Then the screen flashed again. Li Ziyu found himself on the top of a high mountain again. I became a knife fanatic who practiced knife skills all day long. Li Ziyu's perspective kept switching between countless people practicing swordsmanship. In the end, Li Ziyu's perspective returned to herself. He suddenly opened his eyes. Li Ziyu saw that all objects in the world in front of him turned black and white. Each object is connected by threads. These threads seem to be the weak points of every object? Li Ziyu seemed to be lost in thought. Thinking of this, Yayu drew his sword and gently swung it at the silk thread on a mountain top dozens of meters high in front of him. Laugh. A flash of sword light shot into the sky. Then there was a slight sound of a broken thread. Before, dozens of meters high, the seemingly indestructible hilltop suddenly separated directly from the top and bottom.
The top of the mountain starts directly from the middle and slides up and down.
The fracture of the hill. Smooth as a mirror. So powerful.
I can unleash such power with just a light swing of my sword. This destructive power is almost as powerful as when I use Thunder Slash. Li Ziyu looked at the hill that was falling apart in front of him with a surprised expression. Using all combat skills, coupled with this subtle sword technique.
I don't know how strong I am now. Is it enough to fight against a level 5 warrior? Li Ziyu said secretly.
Then he raised his hand again and looked at the silver bracelet on his hand.
It shows the ferocious beast hunting mission he accepted in the mission hall of Demon University. 3 A-level hunting missions completed. 6 B-level hunting missions completed. 17 C-level hunting missions completed. 50 D-level hunting missions completed.
Seeing the rows of completed prompts, Li Ziyu felt happy. Tisk, these are all points, all cultivation resources.
Counting the value of the 2 Black Dragon Kings, I can almost buy a storage bracelet.
Well, maybe I can upgrade my weapons at the same time.
Li Ziyu glanced at the Yaoyue in his hand and thought to himself. He got this weapon at a bargain price in Xujiang City. San Yulong said that this is an ancient weapon and can be upgraded. When I get back, I'll have to ask someone how to upgrade. Go back to Wilderness City.
Chapter 110, Selling Beast Materials. Zhou Xiaoqing is shocked.
Carve.
Li Ziyu packed up and carried the package that was as tall as a mountain on his back. The packages contained the corpses of ferocious beasts that he considered valuable. Then the whole person turned into a stream of light, rushing towards the Wilderness City.
Hey, why can't I get through to Leijian? On the way.
Li Ziyu frowned as he looked at the interface on the communicator that showed the call was connected but no one answered. This communicator was specially prepared at great expense before heading to the wilderness area. Direct connection to military satellite communications. There is no possibility of connection failure.
Damn. Could it be that Leijian ran away with the bodies of the 2 Black Dragon Kings?
But that shouldn't be the case. With Leijian's strength, even though those 2 Black Dragon Kings are valuable, he shouldn't be able to escape with the money, right?
Li Ziyu frowned. Forget it, let's go back to Wilderness City first.
The largest ferocious beast material trading center in Wilderness City. Pavilion of Beasts. Zhou Xiaoqing was selling materials from the ferocious beasts he had hunted in the wilderness. The shopkeeper at the side looked at the corpse of the 4th level intermediate beast that Zhou Xiaoqing took out. His eyes lit up and his face was full of joy.
That's amazing, little brother.
You can even kill a mid-level 4th level beast.
Admire.
The other people in the hall also looked at Zhou Xiaoqing with envy.
Ha, just lucky.
Zhou Xiaoqing glanced around.
He waved his hands calmly, looking nonchalant.
However, one could see a hint of pride in his eyes. The shopkeeper chuckled.
Keep praising.
After all, he was able to hunt a level 4 intermediate ferocious beast at such a young age. Among all the geniuses he has ever met, Zhou Xiaoqing is definitely one of the best. People like this have a bright future. We must treat them with respect and make friends with them. The shopkeeper thought to himself and prepared to continue complimenting.
Just then,
the door of the trading center was pushed open. A shadow as big as a hill blocked all the sunlight at the door, casting a shadow in the trading hall. Beneath the hill, there is a young man. Because the weight on the boy's back was too heavy. It was so heavy that the floor beneath his feet was pressed down a little.
It was Li Ziyu who had returned from the wilderness area.
Where did this reckless boy come from, carrying so many ferocious beast corpses? Looking at how young he is, he must be a fresh-faced young man who just arrived in the wilderness area and picked up the corpses of low-level beasts.
I guess so. I guess all of these beasts are level 1 or 2. Don't look at it so much, it's actually not worth much money.
Everyone who was trading in the hall saw Li Ziyu's figure wrapped under the hill. They all sneered.
Ha!
It's the freshman who left the city with Leijian.
Didn't he die in the wilderness area? Zhou Xiaoqing also noticed Li Ziyu's arrival.
After seeing Li Ziyu's face clearly, she raised her eyebrows in surprise.
Could it be that this kid didn't go deep into the wilderness area with Leijian?
Well, that should be the case. I guess Leijian threw this kid on the edge of the wilderness area and let him train on his own. But to be able to hunt so many low-level beasts on the edge of the wilderness, this guy's strength is quite good. Zhou Xiaoqing looked at the huge package behind Li Ziyu and thought secretly. Li Ziyu ignored the gossips of the people around him and walked straight to the shopkeeper. He simply took off the package from his back, opened it and threw it on the ground. There was a loud muffled sound from the ground. Then the wrapped corpses of the ferocious beasts scattered out. It directly filled up the entire trading hall. "Boss, I want to sell it in a package. Give me a price." The shopkeeper showed displeasure on his face. He had never seen such a direct and naive young man. A bunch of low-level ferocious beasts, why not just trade them outside? It has to be brought to the hall. And it's all over the place. But those who come are guests. The shopkeeper didn't get angry either. He slowly turned his gaze towards the ferocious beasts scattered on the ground. At this glance, the shopkeeper's eyes widened instantly, and he couldn't help but swear. Holy crap! A level 4 intermediate beast, the lightning wind wolf? Level 4 primary ferocious beast, the bone-eating two-headed eagle. Hiss, there's actually a level 4 advanced ferocious beast, the earth blood python? These are all level 4 or higher beasts. The shopkeeper rubbed his eyes and exclaimed in disbelief. I was shocked beyond words. It took a moment to recover. The shopkeeper looked up at Li Ziyu and asked hesitantly. Brother, may I ask, did you kill all these? Well, give me an offer. I'm in a hurry, so I'll sell them together. Li Ziyu nodded calmly. On the way here, he had contacted Lei Zhan several times. But I can't get in touch with them. This made him feel a little strange. Could it be that something went wrong during the transaction? Well, sir, I will arrange for someone to calculate the price immediately. Please come to the VIP room. Shaoli, go make some of the century-old Dahongpo in our store right now. The shopkeeper's expression suddenly became respectful, and he subconsciously lowered his body a few degrees. He quickly asked the most beautiful clerk in the store to make tea. At the same time, I was secretly sweating. Fortunately, he restrained himself and did not show any impoliteness. Otherwise, with the young man's ability to hunt down a 4th-level high-level ferocious beast at such a young age, he wouldn't be able to afford to offend him if he got angry. I really misjudged you. I didn't expect that this young man in front of me, who looks so young, could hunt so many level 4 ferocious beasts. Very strong. Holy crap. They're all level 4 beasts, are they that awesome? I was wrong. This young man is definitely a strong warrior. At least a high-level 4th-level warrior. The other warriors who were trading in the hall also widened their eyes and looked at Li Ziyu in awe. At this time, Zhou Xiaoqing, who was standing by, also came over and walked up to Li Ziyu, asking suspiciously. Brother, did you kill all these people? Well, what's up, what's up? Li Ziyu also recognized Zhou Xiaoqing, turned to look at him and asked lightly. No, didn't you follow Lei Zhan here to broaden your horizons? Before Zhou Xiaoqing could finish her words, she stopped dead in her tracks. Then it dawned on me. Yes. It seemed that he never said from the beginning to the end that he was following Lei Zhan to gain experience. It seems like he was the one who had the first idea from the beginning to the end. TSK. So it seems. The young man in front of me is a master like Lei Zhan. Even stronger than Lei Zhan. Worry. The Magic City Martial Arts University is hidden so well. There is actually such a master hidden. This is the rhythm of preparing to use the ultimate move in the National Youth Wuhan University League. Now there will be something exciting to watch in the National Wuhan University League. However, I also feel impressed by Li Ziyu's strength. Zhou Xiaoqing felt relieved again. So it seems. Outside the city, he encountered 2 corpses of the Black Dragon King dragged by Lei Zhan. It must be the young man in front of him and Lei Zhan who worked together to kill him. That's what I said. How could someone kill 2 Black Dragon Kings at the same time? Zhou Xiaoqing thought of this. The mood immediately improved, and he said to Li Ziyu with a smile. It's nothing, brother. I'm just envious of your harvest this time. TSK, 2 Black Dragon King corpses plus so many level 4 beast corpses. Your profit this time is at least 5 billion. Zhou Xiaoqing looked envious. The main ones are the 2 Black Dragon Kings. Dragon-type beasts are valuable and are the biggest. The value is at least 4 billion. How do you know we hunted down 2 Black Dragon Kings? Have you seen Lei Zhan? Zhou Xiaoqing's words made Li Ziyu's eyes focus, his aura suddenly changed, he frowned and turned to stare at Zhou Xiaoqing. He is now checking what is going on with the Lei Zhan incident. Zhou Xiaoqing has met Lei Zhan, so the problem is very likely with Zhou Xiaoqing. He is not familiar with Zhou Xiaoqing. I don't know what kind of person Zhou Xiaoqing is. I have to doubt it.
Chapter 111 Lei Zhan Clues, Fight.
Zhou Xiaoqing was stared at by Li Ziyu, and subconsciously took a step back and couldn't help swallowing.
Chow. Why did the aura suddenly become so terrifying? It actually gave me a chilling feeling.
Zhou Xiaoqing was stared at by Li Ziyu, and her muscles subconsciously tensed up.
He felt that the aura of Li Ziyu was as violent as the raging waves of the sea. When facing Li Ziyu, he felt like he was standing under a volcano.
That feeling made his tone of voice a little awkward.
I met him when I was returning to the city.
The shopkeeper beside him also felt Li Ziyu's breath and couldn't help swallowing.
I felt even more fortunate that I had not offended the other party just now.
The strength of the young man in front of him is even stronger than he imagined.
Li Ziyu looked at the shopkeeper again.
The shopkeeper waved his hands hurriedly, shook his head and explained. I haven't seen Lei Zhan either. He has never come to my place.
That's really weird.
The 100 Beasts Pavilion is the largest store for ferocious beast materials in Wilderness City.
Lei Zhan didn't come here to deal with the Black Dragon King's body, so where did he go? Could it be that they were really intercepted halfway? Li Ziyu frowned. One of the reasons why he came to the Beast Pavilion was to inquire about Lei Zhan's whereabouts.
There were no results.
My friend, the statistics are finished. A total of 32 level 4 primary ferocious beasts. 26 level 4 intermediate beasts. 17 level 4 high-level ferocious beasts.
There are also some rare beasts among them. If you have so many to sell at once, I'll give you a price 20% higher than the market price.
The total is 1.23 billion Great Xia coins. Are you satisfied?
Seeing that Li Ziyu's breathing had calmed down, the shopkeeper spoke respectfully.
When trading in Wild City, you have to consider the transportation costs. The price of purchasing the corpses of ferocious beasts here is generally lower than that in the Magic City.
But the shopkeeper gave him a price.
Not only did it not decrease, it actually increased by 20%. It's quite conscientious. Li Ziyu's expression eased a lot, nodded and said, Okay. Your store is quite affordable. Seeing Li Ziyu satisfied,
the shopkeeper immediately put on a fawning smile and respectfully handed over a card inlaid with diamonds.
As long as you are satisfied, sir. This is our store's supreme VIP card. The money for the materials has been transferred to your card.
If you need any more ferocious beast materials in the future, please give our store priority.
I will come to your store next time. Li Ziyu checked the balance of her bank card. A string of countless zeros hung coldly in the bank card. The money has arrived, Li Ziyu nodded lightly.
Then he turned around and prepared to leave.
He planned to go around Wilderness City and look for Lei Zhan's whereabouts. If you really can't find it, then he can only go back to the Magic City first. But just at this moment,
the door of the trading center was suddenly and roughly pushed open.
Lei Laosi and Lei Xiaohu, wearing combat uniforms and with weapons on their waists, walked in aggressively. The two passed by Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu glanced at the two of them.
The two men had scratches and knife marks all over their bodies.
One of them even had injuries on his body.
It was obvious that he had just been through a battle.
But Li Ziyu didn't care too much.
After all, most people come to this wilderness area to hunt ferocious beasts outside the city. When fighting with ferocious beasts, it is inevitable to get injured.
What are you looking at?
When Lei Xiaohu saw Li Ziyu looking at them, he glared at Li Ziyu fiercely and threatened him in a cold tone.
Li Ziyu frowned at that time,
gripping the handle of the Yaoyue sword.
Xiaohu, don't cause trouble. Business is more important.
Seeing Li Ziyu's hand on the hilt of the knife, Lei Xiaohu also put his hand on the hilt without any hesitation. The boy, whose hair hasn't even grown out yet, looks like a student who hasn't graduated yet.
He is not at all empty.
But at this time, Lei Laosi pulled Lei Xiaohu, gave Lei Xiaohu a warning look, and stopped Lei Xiaohu's actions. Then he turned to look at Li Ziyu with an apologetic expression. My dear friend, I am sorry for being so outspoken. After saying that, he pulled Lei Xiaohu and walked towards the shopkeeper. TSK, kid, you're lucky.
Do you think we are still in your school? Don't look around outside anymore. Otherwise you'll get into trouble. Lei Xiaohu sneered and gave Li Ziyu a threatening look. He turned around and followed Lei Laosi towards the shopkeeper. Li Ziyu looked at the two men's backs coldly. "Boss, how do we collect the Black Dragon King's corpse?" Lei Laosi walked up to the shopkeeper and spoke directly to the point. After a pause, he stretched out two fingers, waved them in the air, and said solemnly, "2. Black Dragon King? You have the corpses of a 4th-level advanced dragon beast, the Black Dragon King? 2 of them." The shopkeeper looked surprised. The Black Dragon King is a ferocious beast that has been lurking in the Daxing Wilderness area for a long time. Extremely powerful. It can also be said that it has been famous for a long time. Later, it was used as a whetstone by major forces and martial arts universities to train their younger generations. It's a pity that he is too strong. So far, no one has been able to kill the Black Dragon King. I didn't expect to be killed by this team? The shopkeeper showed a look of surprise. The people watching around also showed a hint of surprise on their faces. They all looked at Lei Sihu and Lei Xiaohu with awe. Lei Xiaohu felt the envious eyes of the people around him, and his expression couldn't help but look a little proud. Just about to open my mouth and brag a little. But just at this moment, a large hand rested on his right shoulder. At the same time, a voice came from behind. "Where did you get it?" The owner of the voice is Li Ziyu. "Fuck you, you little bastard, take your dirty hands off me." Lei Xiaohu looked back and saw that the owner of the big hand was Li Ziyu, whom he had just threatened. His expression instantly turned ferocious. Pointing at Li Ziyu's nose, he cursed. After cursing, he directly grasped the short knife at his waist with his right hand, pointing the tip of the knife at Li Ziyu. "Who the hell allowed you to touch me? You're really tired of living." Lei Xiaohu looked fierce. As if he was still not satisfied after cursing, he actually drew his sword and chopped directly at Li Ziyu's arm that was on his shoulder. The shopkeeper on the side. He was so frightened by this sudden scene that his face turned pale and he couldn't help but step back. Zhou Xiaoqing, who was closest to Li Ziyu, also had her pupils shrink suddenly when she saw Lei Xiaohu slashing at Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu is too reckless. Warriors touching each other's bodies without their consent. This is a provocative action. He was beaten to death by the other party. No one is held accountable. Zhou Xiaoqing subconsciously stepped forward to rescue. But Lei Xiaohu is a high-level warrior, and his sword-drawing speed is too fast. He was too late to save her. Son. He saw that his knife was about to cut Li Ziyu's arm. A cruel and bloodthirsty smile appeared on Lei Xiaohu's face. He could already foresee the scene of Li Ziyu's hand being cut off by him. Looking at Li Ziyu standing still, he was probably scared silly by the knife he stabbed. Chapter 112, Violent Crushing, Confident Lei Laohu. But just as the knife was about to cut Li Ziyu's arm, Li Ziyu moved. As if he had predicted where the knife would fall, Li Ziyu's body swayed slightly. The body appears as a shadow for a short moment. Subtle level body movement. Seeing this scene, Lei Xiaohu's smile stopped abruptly and his pupils suddenly contracted. The movement is so fast that it can appear like a phantom. This is absolutely at the micro level. Lei Xiaohu had a bad feeling in his heart, and suddenly changed his right hand and raised the knife. But before he could exert his strength, with a puff, a line of blood splattered. Lei Xiaohu's right arm holding the knife fell directly to the ground. Blood is gushing out. "Fuck you. Die." Lei Xiaohu was also a ruthless man. Even when his arm was cut off, he didn't even make a sound. With a roar, he clenched his left fist and punched Li Ziyu. But before the fist could hit Li Ziyu kicked again. He kicked Lei Xiaohu hard in the chest, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Accompanied by a loud bang. Lei Xiaohu foamed at the mouth. Fainted in the wall. "You dare to attack the 5 tigers of the Lei family. You're courting death." The incident happened very quickly. By the time everyone reacted, the battle was over. Lei Laosi also reacted, his eyes wide open with anger, and the long sword in his hand turned into a stream of light and slashed towards Li Ziyu. But it's the same as Lei Xiaohu. Before he could even swing his knife in mid-air, Li Ziyu's big hands locked his neck tightly. Then he was lifted up, his feet off the ground. Lei Laosi's eyes widened and his feet struggled frantically. But no matter how he struggled, he couldn't shake Li Ziyu at all. Li Ziyu's hand was like an iron clamp, holding him tightly. "You, who are you?"
Lei Laoxi's face turned red, his eyes widened, and a strong fear flashed in his eyes.
This boy is so strong. Even with his strength as a 4th level advanced warrior, he couldn't even withstand a single move from this young man. Tell me, where did you get the Black Dragon King's corpse you mentioned? Li Ziyu ignored Lei Laoxi's question and asked in a cold tone. He had originally suspected that Lei Zhan was being robbed by a gang of thugs. Now I have encountered someone selling the corpses of the Black Dragon King, and there are 2 of them. There is no such coincidence in the world. Look at the battle-like appearance of these 2 men. Li Ziyu suspected that these were the people who were robbing each other. Damn. Under normal circumstances, it would be none of Lei Zhan's business if he was robbed by a gang of villains. But what Lei Zhan is selling now are his resources. The corpses of the 2 Black Dragon Kings are worth a lot of money. The money for upgrading Yaoyue and buying elixirs all depends on the corpses of the 2 Black Dragon Kings. And if you're lucky, you might even be able to buy a storage bracelet. How can I tolerate these people stealing my things? Let me go and I'll tell you. Lei Laoxi's face turned red from being pinched, and he squeezed out a few words with great effort. Seeing that he didn't get the answer he wanted, the other party still tried to beat around the bush with him. Li Ziyu snorted coldly. You still dare to negotiate with me? Court death. Judging from the attitude of these 2 people just now, it's obvious that they are not good people. Li Ziyu didn't say much either. He pinched Lei Laoxi's neck with one hand, and used the other hand to grab Lei Laoxi's right hand. Then exert force on your hands. With a click. Directly break Lei Laoxi's right hand. Ah! My hand! Lei Laoxi's right hand was bent into a strange arc, and he screamed heart-wrenchingly. But before the voice rang out for a few seconds, Li Ziyu grabbed his left hand again, stared at Lei Laoxi coldly and asked, Can you answer my question now? Lei Laoxi nodded hurriedly like a chick pecking at rice. He quickly began to explain the whole story. It turns out that the thieves are robbed by the thieves. Come on, take me to the place where you agreed to meet. Get the answers you want. Li Ziyu held Lei Laoxi with one hand and walked out of the hall. But before leaving, Li Ziyu glanced at Lei Xiaohu, who was lying unconscious in the corner. No hesitation. He walked straight up to Lei Xiaohu, raised his foot and broke his neck. Then, under the horrified gazes of the warriors in the hall, he left the beast pavilion. Zhou Xiaoqing, who was standing by, saw the entire scene. He stared at Li Ziyu's back as she pushed the door open, his eyes wide open, a look of shock on his face. What kind of strength does this guy have? Those 2 people just now, their strength is about the same as mine, right? At least they are level 4 advanced warriors, right? But he was killed instantly by Li Ziyu in one move? Isn't this too outrageous? When did a monster of this level appear at Wuda University in the Magic City? Zhou Xiaoqing muttered to herself. Finally, he glanced at Lei Xiaohu, who was already dead, and added, It seems like there's going to be something exciting to watch in this National Youth Wuhan University League. Lu Fenghai, the president of the Jingda Martial Arts Club, has a rival. The other end. In a hidden bungalow in the wilderness city. Lei Lao, who smoked a cigar and looked grimly at Lei Zhan, who was hanging upside down in the middle of the room with his hands chained. Blowing out a puff of smoke, Lei Lao, who said coldly, Lei Zhan, as long as you tell me the name of the guy who hunted the Black Dragon King with you, I will spare your life. Maybe we can even get you to join us. Let's eat delicious food together. Lei Lao, who looked at Lei Zhan, who was covered in blood and dying, with a gloomy expression on his face. After a chase, they finally caught Lei Zhan. However, he accidentally learned that there was actually a student from Wuhan University in Shanghai who came with Lei Zhan. Although I don't know whether the person who came with Lei Zhan knew about the deal between Lei Zhan and them. But Lei Lao, who didn't dare to take the risk. We must pry the student's information out of Lei Zhan. Then kill to silence the witness. Tisk, fuck you, you want me to betray my friends? No way. And join you, are you worthy? Lei Zhan's face was covered in blood, his nose and face were bruised, and several of his teeth were pulled out. However, when he heard what Lei Lao said, a look of disdain appeared on his face. You're the only ones who want to take the initiative to find my companion. Tisk, I'm telling you, what you should do is run away immediately. Otherwise, when my companion arrives, your rubbish won't be enough for him to kill with just one hand. Lei Zhan looked defiant. But I felt extremely upset. I was careless. I didn't expect that the black market businessman I found would dare to cheat me. Well, Being killed is a small matter.
I made Li Ziyu lose the money for the 2 Black Dragon King corpses.
I feel a bit sorry for Li Ziyu. Tisk, do you think Lei Laohu, was scared? And you want to kill us with one hand? TSK. We've already inquired about it. The person who came with you is just a freshman who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. If you come, I can knock you down with one hand. Lei Laohu sneered, looking disdainful. Then he took out the cigar from his mouth and walked up to Lei Zhan. Pressing the red cigarette butt on Lei Zhan's neck, and watching the sizzling oil oozing from Lei Zhan, Lei Laohu felt extremely happy. What a bullshit demon great prodigy, he's just this good. Boss, the 4th one is back. But it seems the situation is not good. Chapter 113, Instant Kill. Li Ziyu's swordsmanship is actually at the subtle level. Lei Zhan is in awe. Just then, the younger brother who was squatting at the door came up and spoke to Boss Lei with a serious expression. There's a young man who just came in. He looks like he's here to save Lei Zhan. The younger brother said, glancing at Lei Zhan. Today's students are really talented and bold. A person actually dared to come alone to rescue others. Should I say they are courageous, or should I say they are ignorant and fearless? Boss Lei couldn't help but sneered as he listened to his younger brother's report. He turned to look at the other 2 people in the room and said confidently. Ready to fight. Wait for that guy to come in, don't waste time talking to him, just kill him. After we finish this job, we brothers will be able to upgrade our weapons and won't have to work so hard for the next 5 years. After Boss Lei finished speaking, the other people in the room also showed grim smiles on their faces. They took out their weapons and blocked the door, ready to wait for Li Ziyu to enter the net. This kind of cooperation. They don't know how many times they've done it. I'm already familiar with it. Just then, the door was slowly pushed open. A figure emerged. Second brother? Boss Lei frowned and looked at Boss Lei, whose eyes were wide open and looked like he had seen something terrifying. But before Boss Lei could ask, then there was a puffing sound. A knife tip emerged from Boss Lei's chest. Boss, save me. Boss Lei looked terrified, but before he could finish his words, he fell headfirst to the ground. Li Ziyu's calm figure was revealed behind him. Kill. The sudden change made Boss Lei's pupils shrink. But the ruthlessness he had honed over the years made him not waste any words. He raised his knife and rushed towards Li Ziyu. He felt a very uncomfortable feeling from Li Ziyu. But he was not too panicked. After all, he has 3 high-level warriors who work in perfect harmony with each other. Just a student. It's impossible not to get it. While Boss Lei was thinking in his heart, the dagger in his hand was already in front of Li Ziyu. The attacks of the other 3 also followed one after another. A sinister smile unconsciously appeared on Boss Lei's lips. The boy stood frozen in place, probably frightened by the sudden attack. Boss Lei seemed to have foreseen the scene of Li Ziyu's head being chopped off by himself. But suddenly, Boss Lei felt a blue arc flash before his eyes. Flash by. Boss Lei was a little confused. What kind of attack is this? Why is there still lightning? Besides, why can I see my feet? Puff. This was the last thought in Boss Lei's mind. Then I felt a black screen in front of my eyes. Loss of consciousness. Sonorous. Plop, plop, plop. There were 3 more sounds of bodies falling to the ground. Li Ziyu put away the knife. Into the micro-level sword technique. Lei Zhan, who had his hands tied and was hanging in the air, witnessed the entire process that had just happened. When he saw that Li Ziyu didn't even use any fighting skills, but just casually swept across with a sword as if strolling in the garden and killed Boss Lei and his 4 men in an instant, Lei Zhan's heart was filled with shock and anger. What Li Ziyu used just now was definitely a subtle level knife technique. Li Ziyu's swordsmanship is also at the subtle level. Lei Zhan felt as if his brain was bombarded by a nuclear bomb. An unprecedented impact. It made him feel like his outlook on life was shattered. In such a short period of time, Li Ziyu's strength has actually become even stronger. What kind of monster is this? Or was it that Li Ziyu hadn't used his full strength in the fight against the Black Dragon King? Lei Zhan looked shocked. Student Li Ziyu, the bracelet on Boss Lei's right hand is a storage bracelet. He stored the Black Dragon King's body in his storage bracelet. Moment. Lei Zhan was rescued.
Looking at Li Ziyu searching Lei Zhan and the others, he gave a reminder.
Storage bracelet?
I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain.
Li Ziyu, who was searching for spoils, brightened up when he heard this.
The storage bracelet is something he has been thinking about buying recently.
He now carries everything with him. It feels very inconvenient.
Especially when hunting ferocious beasts, there is no place to put things.
I'm looking for a storage bracelet.
But before coming, he inquired about the price of the storage bracelet.
The cheapest space has a 5 cubic meter storage bracelet. It costs almost 3 billion dasha coins. With his current financial resources, he simply can't afford it.
I didn't expect that Lei Zhan had it.
What an unexpected gain.
Tisk, you're so rich, but you still want to rob others.
I really don't understand.
Li Ziyu found Boss Lei's right hand and took the storage bracelet off his hand. While checking the instructions for use, he secretly complained. If it weren't for Black, I guess Boss Lei wouldn't be able to afford something as expensive as a storage bracelet.
I'm sorry, classmate Li Ziyu.
I originally wanted to find a black market merchant to sell the 2 Black Dragon King corpses for more money.
But I didn't expect it to capsize in the ditch.
Lei Zhan touched his head with an apologetic look on his face.
Said. Lei Zhan looked at Li Ziyu sincerely. If it weren't for you, Li Ziyu, I would probably be lying on the ground now.
And this hunting mission was also planned by Li Ziyu.
These are the team points and all the profits. I don't want them all. Li Ziyu didn't refuse either. In a good mood,
the two of them cleaned up again.
Then he boarded the airship to the Magic City and returned to the Magic City. After returning to the Magic City,
Lei Zhan immediately went to the largest local ferocious beast trading market and disposed of the corpses of the 2 Black Dragon Kings.
It was sold directly for 5 billion. Not a penny left.
All the money was transferred to Li Ziyu's card. Looking at the extra string of zeros on the card,
Li Ziyu couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Dragon-like beasts are so damn valuable. Unfortunately, dragon-like beasts are relatively rare and there are not many of them. Otherwise, I can just hunt a few dragon beasts every month and not have to worry about resources for cultivation. Between emotions, the two returned to the Magic City Martial Arts University. Li Ziyu and Lei Zhan waved goodbye. Student Li Ziyu, this trip to the Daxing Wilderness area made me realize many of my shortcomings. I feel like I've found an opportunity for a breakthrough. I'm planning to go into seclusion for a month. When I come out of seclusion, I'll find you to spar with me.
I must surpass you.
Lei Zhan clenched his fists and looked at Li Ziyu eagerly.
He did not hide the surging fighting spirit in his heart at all. He felt that he was about to break through to become a peak level 4 warrior.
Moreover, he also gained a deeper understanding of the use of thunder elements. Wait a month. His strength will definitely surpass Li Ziyu. Okay, then I'll wait for you to challenge me, Li Ziyu said with a smile.
Then he turned and walked towards the mission hall. But at this moment, Lei Zhan's voice came from behind.
By the way, Li Ziyu, don't forget to update your warrior level.
You can get discounts when buying and selling things with your warrior badge.
New. Li Ziyu waved her hand. Chapter 114, Hand in the Task, Warrior Certification. The Mission Hall of Magic City Martial Arts University.
It was still the girl who received Li Ziyu last time.
Seeing Li Ziyu coming over, the girl looked surprised. Didn't Li Ziyu just take over the mission from here 3 days ago?
He should be hunting ferocious beasts in the wilderness area now.
Could it be that they haven't set off yet? Student Li Ziyu, are you here just to prepare to head to the wilderness area? The girl asked curiously. I'm back. Are you back?
The girl looked surprised. But then he realized what he was thinking, and smiled at Li Ziyu and said comfortingly.
It's okay, Li Ziyu. It's normal to fail the first mission. The time limit for these beast hunting missions is 1 month. As long as it can be completed within a month, that is fine. The girl smiled and comforted Li Ziyu.
Generally, ordinary C-level hunting missions take more than 2 weeks to complete.
Li Ziyu took on a bunch of B-level and A-level hunting missions here. And there is also an S-level hunting mission. He came back after only 3 days.
I guess he failed in the mission or realized the difficulty of the mission and was ready to give up. The girl thought to herself. At this time, Lin Ziyu handed the bracelet on her hand to the girl.
Submit the task.
The bracelets of Mado Martial Arts University all come with recording and collection functions.
Li Ziyu had turned on the recording function of the bracelet before the battle.
As long as the images are uploaded to the task hall, teachers from the school will naturally judge whether the task is completed.
Oh, okay, I'll help you cancel it. Ah.
What did you say, Li Ziyu?
You want to hand in the mission? The girl subconsciously took the bracelet from Li Ziyu's hand and was about to help Li Ziyu cancel the task.
After realizing what Li Ziyu said, she widened her beautiful eyes in surprise.
He looked at Li Ziyu hesitantly and asked, "You're not here to abandon your mission. Who said I was giving up?"
Li Ziyu had a strange look on his face, which made the girl's pretty face blush. After realizing what was happening, he hurriedly imported the battle footage recorded in the bracelet into the school's review platform. Looking at the densely packed battle images displayed on the bracelet, the girl was shocked.
Student Li Ziyu. He actually completed dozens of hunting missions? That S-rank hunting mission was also completed? It's only been a few days? Moment. The hunting records have been exported. The girl handed the bracelet back to Li Ziyu with both hands in awe. Student Li Ziyu, you've submitted quite a lot of tasks, and some of them involve S-level hunting missions. The review may take some time. But don't worry, the corresponding reward points will be credited to your wristband by evening at the latest. Li Ziyu nodded.
He reached out and took the bracelet from the girl.
Said thank you.
Then he turned and left the mission hall.
Out of the gate of Magic City Martial Arts University. Heading towards the Martial Arts Association in the city center. Go to the Martial Arts Association in Magic City and update your warrior level. Oh, let's go shopping. After Li Ziyu left,
Yin Miao and her best friend came to the mission hall.
Hello classmate, I want to take a C-level hunting mission.
Yin Miao handed the bracelet to the girl. She recently ran out of points and was planning to take on a few hunting missions to earn some points. Seeing that the girl did not take the bracelet from his hand, she looked at him with an embarrassed expression. Yin Miao looked puzzled.
What's wrong? I'm a peak level 3 warrior. I should be able to intercept a C-level hunting mission, right?
She had been planning to take the call a week ago. But I was afraid that it wouldn't be completed, so I prepared for another week.
Now I am full of confidence. That's enough.
It's just that there are currently no C-rank hunting missions in the mission hall.
No C-rank hunting missions? What does that mean? Don't we usually have no one taking up missions to hunt ferocious beasts?
Yin Miao frowned, but didn't care. I guess it's the senior students in the school who have formed a group to complete C-level tasks.
It has happened before. In that case, I'll change it. As Yin Miao spoke, she looked up at the electronic screen behind the girl that recorded the tasks.
Upon seeing this, his brows furrowed instantly. On the electronic screen, all the hunting missions above level D were empty.
Is the system broken?
It's because classmate Li Ziyu took on and completed all the D rank and above ferocious beast hunting missions.
New tasks will not be updated until next week. Have you finished taking all of them? Are you kidding me? There must be at least hundreds of D rank and above hunting missions. How can one person complete them all? Also, if I remember correctly, there's an S rank mission hanging here, right? He also completed it.
The girl spread her hands helplessly. Upon hearing this, Yin Miao stood there in a daze, as if struck by lightning.
S-rank hunting mission, also completed. Li Ziyu's strength is so strong? Li Ziyu didn't know about this little episode. At this moment, he was already standing under the Magic City Martial Arts Association building.
Sun Qiming stood next to him. After returning to the dormitory, Sun Qiming learned that he was going to update his warrior level, so he was so excited that he stopped playing games and followed him. Brother Yu, my second uncle works at the Martial Arts Association in Magic City. I come here often and I'm very familiar with it. Let's go. I've already informed my second uncle in advance. Let's go directly to the testing hall on the 8th floor. TSK, I finally get to see your true strength, Brother Yu. Sun Qiming said this and excitedly pulled Li Ziyu towards the building. Seriously. He expressed great curiosity about Li Ziyu's true strength. Got out of the elevator. Li Ziyu and Sun Qiming came to the 8th floor. As soon as you enter the door, you will see a spacious hall. The size is at least 4 or 5 times larger than the venue where Li Ziyu was tested in Xuzhou City. A rough estimate is that it is at least over 20,000 square meters. The layout of the hall is very simple. A total of 4 areas are divided. The first 2 areas were unobstructed, with signs hanging on them indicating the Level 2 Warrior Certification Area and the Level 3 Warrior Certification Area. The 2 areas at the back are surrounded by alloy walls. It says Level 4 Warrior Certification Area and Level 5 Warrior Certification Area. Brother Yu, the Magic City Martial Arts Association can only certify martial artists at Level 5. The 2 in front are where the 2nd level and 3rd level warrior certifications are conducted. The 2 enclosed areas at the back are for Level 4 Warrior Certification. Because the destructive power of a 4th level warrior is much greater than that of a 3rd or 2nd level warrior, and warriors above the 4th level are already considered key talents in our Great Xia. So the Martial Arts Association attaches great importance to the privacy of warriors above level 4 during their tests. Sun Qiming pointed to several areas in the hall and introduced them to Li Ziyu with a smile. Then he sighed again. TSK, it is said that there are quite a few talented warriors with strong strength taking the 4th level warrior test today. Chapter 115 Sun Qiming's uncle, the Purple Flame Group. Li Ziyu nodded. It is indeed a city full of powerful people. The certification of 2nd level and 3rd level warriors is not worthy of being conducted indoors. If this were in Xuzhou City. If someone wants to be certified as a level 3 warrior, it will definitely be a major event that will shock the entire Xuzhou City. Besides, even level 5 warriors can be certified here. What about the certification for warriors above level 5? Was it carried out in the wilderness area? Li Ziyu asked. My friend, you are right. Certification for warriors above level 5 must be completed in the wilderness area. At this moment, a hearty and deep voice came from a distance. Coming towards him, a middle-aged man with a resolute face and a burly figure walked towards Li Ziyu with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. On the middle-aged man's chest was a medal specially given to the staff of the Martial Arts Association. The words Sun Bin were written on it. As he walked, he looked at Li Ziyu and said with a smile. My friend, you are right. If you want a more advanced reader's certification, you need to apply to the Martial Arts Association 1 month in advance. There will be dedicated reviewers, and we will go to the wilderness area to test it together. After all, once a warrior reaches level 6 or above, the destructive power of his attacks is comparable to that of an intercontinental missile. It's too much to bear indoors. However, a level 6 warrior is already considered high-end combat power. Those who can become a level 6 warrior are all outstanding. Even in the Magic City, there aren't many people who can get this level 6 warrior certification. As Sun Bin spoke, he walked in front of Li Ziyu. When Sun Qiming saw Sun Bin, his eyes narrowed on his round, fat face. He quickly stepped forward and called out affectionately. Second uncle. Why have you gained weight again recently? It seems the food at Wuhan University in Shanghai is pretty good. Sun Bin slapped Sun Qiming on the forehead, making Sun Qiming grimace. Touching his forehead and grinning foolishly. No, I'm already skinny because of hunger. In the magic city of Wuhan University, if you don't have enough points, you can't even eat enough. Sun Qiming grinned. Sun Bin frowned when he heard this. You can't even eat enough? Didn't your dad give you 10 million in pocket money before you went to Magic University? Isn't that enough for you to eat? Seeing Sun Qiming hesitating, Sun Bin immediately thought of something. With a look of disappointment on his face, he raised his hand as if to hit again. You kid, did you give gifts to the female anchor again? You're already a warrior, but you still can't change your bad habit of giving gifts to female anchors. If you really want to find a partner, why don't you just tell me and I'll arrange it for you? Sun Bin fled in panic, begging for mercy. No, uncle, my roommate is still here. Snort. I'll transfer another 10 million to your card later. Practice hard. If you don't become a level 2 advanced warrior before the end of the year, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. Sun Bin snorted coldly and retracted his action. He turned around, put on a friendly expression, and looked at Li Ziyu with a smile. Classmate, you must be Xiaoming's roommate, You are really a handsome guy. My name is Sun Bin, and I'm the vice president of the Magic City Martial Arts Association. As he said this, he stretched out his hand towards Li Ziyu. Hello uncle, I'm Li Ziyu.
Li Ziyu also responded politely with a handshake.
At the same time, he secretly glanced at Sun Qiming. I didn't expect that my roommate, who looks low-key, has an extraordinary background.
He actually has an uncle who is the vice president of the Magic City.
Anyone who can become the vice president of the Magic City Martial Arts Association must be at least a level 6 warrior.
A family can have a 6th level warrior in charge.
Even if you look at the entire daxia, it can be considered a big family.
Moreover, there is always 10 million in pocket money. TSK. Li Ziyu didn't know what to say. Okay, no more small talk. Student Li Ziyu, are you going to get a warrior certification?
Xiao Ming has already told me all this in advance.
You need to get a level of warrior certification.
I'll take you there directly, Sun Bin said with a smile. Thinking about this, he looked up and down at Li Ziyu. In his perception, Li Ziyu is quite strong. He guessed that the level of Li Ziyu's combat skills must be quite high. Much better than his own nephew Sun Qiming. Sun Bin said secretly. Just a light handshake and touch, I felt a pure energy of blood. Although he didn't perceive it carefully. But it can also be compared that he should be much stronger than Sun Qiming. The Magic City Martial Arts University is indeed a place where geniuses gather.
This boy is called Li Ziyu.
It is very likely that he has reached the level of a 2nd level peak warrior.
Truly extraordinary,
Sun Bin thought to himself.
He glanced in the direction of the 2nd level warrior testing area and was ready to take Li Ziyu to the 2nd level warrior area. Brother Yu, are you a certified level 3 or level 4 warrior? At this time, Sun Qiming on the side looked at Li Ziyu curiously and asked. Level 3 warrior?
Before Li Ziyu could speak, Sun Bin on the side was stunned and looked at Sun Qiming in surprise.
Didn't you just say you were roommates? If he remembered correctly.
Sun Qiming should be a freshman this year. Then Li Ziyu, as the roommate of his nephew Sun Qiming, should be a freshman in college.
Although Madu Martial Arts University is one of the top 4 universities in the country, it is full of geniuses. But it's impossible that he is already a level 3 warrior in his freshman year, right?
Yes. My brother Yu is not an ordinary freshman. Uncle, you don't know, but just last week, brother Yu personally defeated a senior in front of the entire school. Sun Qiming raised his head with a proud expression.
Seeing Sun Bin's surprised expression, Sun Qiming added.
That senior student is a 3rd level spiritualist.
A 3rd level psychic? You can defeat a 3rd level psychic just in your first year?
Sun Bin was stunned when he heard Sun Qiming's expression. He looked at Li Ziyu again and his eyes unconsciously became solemn. Sun Bin didn't suspect his nephew was bragging. After all, the test will be carried out soon, and bragging now will only bring shame upon yourself. He's only a freshman, but he's already defeated a 3rd level psychic.
He's truly a formidable young talent. This kind of talent is very rare even in my time. Sun Bin looked emotional. Marvel at Li Ziyu's talent. But there was no reaction that was too extreme. After all, although the record of defeating a 3rd level psychic master in the freshman year is eye-catching. But as the vice president of the Magic City Martial Arts Association, he has seen countless geniuses. He has seen geniuses who are more evil than Li Ziyu. For example, the disciple from Jidao Martial Arts School who is currently taking tests in the 4th level area. At about the same age as Li Ziyu, he had already reached the peak of level 4. Let's go, I'll take you to the level 3 warrior testing area. Thinking about. Sun Bin turned around and took the two of them towards the 3rd level warrior testing area.
Li Ziyu looked at Sun Qiming and Sun Bin who were talking to themselves.
I couldn't help but touch my nose. In fact, he originally wanted to directly obtain the 4th level warrior certification. But if he said it out loud, Sun Bin would probably think he was crazy. Never mind.
A level 3 test target will also work. Anyway, as long as you can reach the combat power standard of the corresponding warrior, you can be ranked.
Li Ziyu thought.
He followed Sun Bin and headed towards the 3rd level warrior testing area.
Just then, the elevator to the test hall on the 8th floor was opened again.
Several men and women wearing fiery red combat uniforms and holding various weapons walked out.
The leader was a hot girl with an oval face and a heroic demeanor. Chapter 116, Classmate, please relax, the blood and chi needles cannot break.
She has striking fiery red hair. Floating around the waist, it is very eye-catching. After the red-haired girl came out, she looked around the lobby on the 8th floor. Seeing Li Ziyu looking at her, she showed her 2 dimples and nodded at Li Ziyu.
Let's go, Sister Yueling. The area for level 4 warrior certification is inside. This hall is for level 2 and level 3 warrior certification. There's nothing much to see.
The companion with the girl glanced at Li Ziyu and said with a smile. The girl nodded when she heard that, glanced at Li Ziyu and then looked away. Level 3 warrior certification, is this just my illusion? She felt that the handsome young man gave her a very dangerous feeling. But I heard from my companions that this is where the 3rd level warrior certification is carried out. He stopped paying attention and walked towards the alloy wall of the level 4 testing area with his companions.
Uncle, the group of people that just passed by seem to be from the Purple Flame Regiment, right?
The red-haired girl in the lead seems to be the daughter of the leader of the Purple Flame Corps, Purple Flame Yueling, right?
Are they also coming for the warrior test today?
Sun Shiming looked at the backs of several people entering the 4th level warrior area and asked Sun Bin curiously.
Li Ziyu also followed Sun Shiming's gaze and looked at the few people.
He had heard of the Purple Flame Regiment. In Daxia, it can be roughly divided into 3 major forces. On one side are the various martial arts academies, places that specialize in training martial artists.
Another one is the military,
mainly responsible for killing, fighting with ferocious beasts, and guarding the major caves.
The 2 major forces, the various martial arts universities and the military, both belong to the official Daxia government, collectively referred to as official. After graduating from Wuhan University, many warriors choose to join the military and serve the country.
In addition to the various martial arts universities and military departments, there are 2 major martial arts schools that pursue extreme breakthroughs and are indifferent to worldly affairs. Extreme Martial Arts School and Beyond Martial Arts School. These 2 martial arts schools are also the inheritance of the Martial Saint, and are presided over by the Martial Saint. It can be said to be the highest-end combat force in Daxia.
It is called the Martial Arts School.
Then there are the various battle groups. They are generally established by major financial groups in Daxia or by individuals. The regiments are also divided into levels, from D level to S level. If an S-class regiment has thousands of members and is commanded by a 7th-class Grandmaster warrior, it can be rated as an S-class regiment. Although its power is not as great as that of the official power of Daxia and the 2 major martial arts schools, it can also be regarded as a hegemon.
The Ziyan Regiment is one of the few S-level regiments in Daxia.
Well, not only them, people from the Extreme Martial Arts School are also taking the level 4 warrior test inside.
These people are truly formidable youngsters.
They have already reached the 4th level of martial arts at such a young age.
You should follow these people's example in the future.
Sun Bin answered Sun Shiming's question while patting Sun Shiming on the shoulder, his tone quite emotional. Finally, I remembered that Li Ziyu was also here. Then he looked at Li Ziyu again and said with a smile.
Of course, Li Ziyu, your talent is no worse than theirs.
By the time I'm a senior, I might be able to reach the peak of a 4th level warrior. While speaking,
Sun Bin then brought the 2 of them to the 3rd level warrior certification area.
The staff in charge of the test was playing with his mobile phone out of boredom. Seeing Sun Bin coming, he hurriedly stood up and bowed to greet him.
President, I was just checking work news. Sun Bin waved his hand and didn't care. This is my nephew's classmate. He is coming to take the level 3 warrior test. Please arrange it for him.
Okay, President Sunday. The staff member answered enthusiastically, turned to look at Li Ziyu, and said respectfully. Student, please give me your original warrior badge so I can register it.
Good. Li Ziyu responded.
Said. He took out his 1st level warrior medal from the storage bracelet and handed it to the staff. Sun Bin saw what Li Ziyu was doing with his hands and looked slightly surprised. It seems that he underestimated the status of his nephew's classmate.
A storage bracelet is worth at least billions. Even he only had it when he was middle-aged.
It is rare to find someone who has a storage bracelet while they are still a student.
The staff also witnessed Li Ziyu's actions.
When he saw the storage bracelet on Li Ziyu's hand, his expression became more respectful. This equipment, worth billions, is a symbol of real wealth, and ordinary people cannot afford it even if they work hard for 10 lifetimes.
And Li Ziyu can not only take out the storage bracelet.
You can also have Sun Bin, the vice president of the Magic City Martial Arts Association, accompany you personally to get the martial artist certification.
His status must be extraordinary. He must be the second generation of a big family.
And it is the kind that is passed down directly.
Okay, Li Ziyu, I have registered your identity. You can now proceed with the level 3 warrior certification.
The staff member took Li Ziyu's medal, swiped it on the sensor in front of the computer, and handed it back to Li Ziyu. Then he led the way and walked towards a silver white blood and chi tester placed in the center of the testing area.
Please follow me and take the blood test first. Li Ziyu nodded. I followed him up and came to the blood and chi tester.
This blood and chi tester looked obviously more advanced than the one he used in Xujiang City. After the staff tapped a few times in front of the tester, a robotic arm emerged from the tester. At the end of the robotic arm, there is a blood collection needle that flashes with a cold light.
It's a little more convenient to test without having to sit in it.
Li Ziyu glanced at the blood collection needle, then walked forward and stretched out his arm.
After the lancet collects his blood, it will be transported to the tester for analysis.
The blood flow will be displayed on the screen. He is already familiar with the process.
See, Li Ziyu is ready.
The staff then operated the robotic arm and inserted the blood collection needle into the ion in arm.
Bite. The blood collection needle pierced Li Ziyu's skin, causing it to dent slightly. After that, you can no longer move forward. Student, please relax and don't use defensive skills.
The staff tried several times, but the blood collection needle was unable to pierce Li Ziyu's skin.
He looked at Li Ziyu helplessly and reminded her. This chi and blood tester is specially used for the 3rd level warrior certification.
For the efficiency of testing. The material used for blood collection needles is generally 1 grade higher. The blood collection needle on this tester is made of special material and is sharp enough to pierce the skin of any 4th level warrior.
Now that he can't pierce through, it's probably because Li Ziyu is using defensive fighting skills. It's perfectly normal for a descendant of such a large family to cultivate combat skills with amazing defensive power. Sun Qiming also reminded at the right time. Brother Yu, relax, it's just a sting, it won't hurt.
I didn't use any combat skills.
Li Ziyu frowned and explained. The staff member was stunned. No defensive combat skills were used, that's impossible, right? Classmate, you are so humorous.
The staff member laughed awkwardly. I didn't expect that the young master of a big family would be so down to earth and even joke with me.
Chapter 117, Shocked Sunbin, what is Li Ziyu's strength?
No need for a chi and blood test. The blood collection needle on the 3rd level chi and blood tester can't break Li Ziyu's defense. Let's go straight to the combat power test. Just then, Sun Bin came up and gave orders to the staff. At the same time, he turned around and looked at Li Ziyu in surprise.
Student Li Ziyu, how far have you progressed in your body refinement practice? He just noticed that Li Ziyu did not use any defensive fighting skills. The bloodletting needle could not penetrate Li Ziyu's defense simply because Li Ziyu's skin was too tough. Tough enough to withstand a lancet. Incredible.
There was amazement in Sun Bin's eyes.
There is only one possibility for this situation. Li Ziyu has already practiced the body tempering method to a very high level. Top level. Li Ziyu answered truthfully. Top level, no wonder. Sun Bin nodded.
If it's a peak level body tempering method, then it's about the same. He's so young, yet he's already mastered the body tempering technique to its peak level.
He's truly a formidable talent.
Sun Bin did not ask Li Ziyu which specific body tempering method he was practicing.
Because that is personal privacy. It's rude to ask directly.
However, the sharpness of the 3rd level blood collection needle is such that it can pierce the skin of an ordinary 4th level warrior.
Li Ziyu was able to resist the blood collection needle of the 3rd level chi and blood testing instrument with just his physical defense. What Li Ziyu practiced was at least a level 5 body tempering technique. At such a young age, he has already mastered the 5th level of body tempering technique to the pinnacle. Li Ziyu's talent is truly extraordinary. Okay. Classmate, please follow me here. After receiving Sun Bin's order, the staff quickly guided Li Ziyu to a combat effectiveness test target. He also looked at Li Ziyu frequently. He is indeed a genius from a big family. Just based on his physical fitness, he can actually withstand a level 3 blood drawing needle. That's amazing. I estimate that their combat effectiveness is not low. At least it can reach the standard of level 3 advanced. The staff thought to themselves. Sun Bin also looked curious. At first he thought that Li Ziyu was being too arrogant by directly taking the third-level warrior test. But now it seems. Not only is Li Ziyu not arrogant, she may even be low-key. Nephew, your classmate is really powerful. Just because he can cultivate the 5th-level body tempering method to the peak level at this age, his combat power can at least reach the advanced level of the 3rd level. The combat power is at least 9,000. Sun Bin said with a serious expression. The combat power limit of a 1st-level warrior is 500. The combat power limit of a level 2 warrior is 1,000. Because a level 3 warrior can temper his bones, his combat power is far higher than that of a level 2 warrior, and his combat power limit is 10,000. Li Ziyu was able to cultivate the 5th-level body tempering method to the peak realm, and his combat power could reach at least 9,000. If Li Ziyu had practiced other fighting skills, that means it is possible to approach the limit of 10,000 for the combat power of a 3rd-level warrior. 9,000? Uncle, you underestimate my brother you too much. When my brother you first entered school, his combat ability test score was already 9,999. Sun Qiming curled his lips and sneered. And right after entering school, he defeated a senior who was at the peak of the 3rd level. I estimate that brother Yu's strength must be at least 30,000. Sun Qiming said this with pride. The combat power limit of a 3rd-level warrior is 10,000. The combat power limit of a 4th-level warrior is 100,000. If you can achieve a combat power of more than 10,000 and your chi and blood values meet the standards, you can be identified as a 4th-level primary warrior. A combat power of 20,000 to 50,000 is considered intermediate level 4. The combat power is 50,000 to 80,000, which is the advanced level 4. The combat power is between 80,000 and 100,000, which is the peak of level 4. Nangong Hao is a person who can dominate among the 3rd-level warriors. If Li Ziyu can defeat Nangong Hao, then his strength must be even more impressive. Sun Qiming thinks. Li Ziyu's combat power must be at least 30,000. He is a 4th-level intermediate warrior. Level 4 intermediate warrior? Sun Bin looked surprised. If Li Ziyu can really reach the level of a 4th-level intermediate warrior at this age, then his strength is about the same as those members of the Purple Flame Corps. Sun Bin turned and looked at the gate of the 4th-level warrior testing area. Just as Sun Qiming and Sun Bin were discussing, Li Ziyu's test begins. No nonsense. Directly activate the Great Sun Body Tempering Method. In an instant, Li Ziyu's body began to swell and grow taller rapidly. The 1.9-meter tall body was suddenly raised to 2 meters. The muscles all over the body began to expand rapidly, and the arms became thicker. Just a few seconds, Li Ziyu transformed into a 2-meter tall little giant. His whole body exudes explosive deterrence. At the same time, a golden sun shadow slowly rose from behind Li Ziyu. Accompanied by a wave of air, it emanated from his body. The violent wind wave blew the staff nearby, causing them to step back several steps with a gasp. He looked at Li Ziyu's sudden transformation with a look of shock. Is this the 9th level of body tempering technique? The airwaves surged throughout the entire test hall, blowing the surrounding equipment to and fro, but Sun Bin remained motionless. He also waved his hand to create an invisible force field to protect Sun Qiming beside him. It seems that I underestimated the strength of your classmate just now. He actually practiced the 9th level of body tempering technique, and he even cultivated it to the pinnacle level. It's incredible. Sun Bin looked at Li Ziyu, whose clothes were bursting with muscles, in amazement. With just this 9th level peak body tempering technique, Li Ziyu's combat power can reach at least 30,000. Yeah, I told you brother Yu is really strong. Sun Qiming was giggling foolishly, with a proud expression and tone. Just when Sun Bin thought that Li Ziyu was going to attack directly in the next second, Li Ziyu shouted again. Natural breathing technique breath of fire. Boom! As Li Ziyu finished speaking, a ball of blazing fire suddenly surged out from his body, covering his entire body. The scorching heat distorted the air around it. The staff stared blankly at the 2-meter giant bathed in flames and scorching sun, and couldn't help swallowing. Just now he only felt the violent energy waves from Li Ziyu. Now, it just feels a bit scary. Standing in front of Li Ziyu, I felt like my whole body was about to melt. There's still a combat skill that hasn't been used yet? What kind of combat technique is this? Li Ziyu's change made Sun Bin's pupils shrink suddenly.
Sun Bin frowned and looked at Li Ziyu, whose whole body was covered in blazing red flames.
In his perception, the aura of Li Ziyu was several times stronger than before. Even a level 6 warrior like him had to struggle to resist the airwaves emanating from the surroundings. This is an amplification type combat skill, and it's a combat skill that has never appeared in any records? Amazing, what a genius! Sun Bin exclaimed in amazement, and added at the end. No, it's a monster.
Based on these two skills alone, your classmate's strength is comparable to the top young talents in the country.
Sun Bin's face showed strong curiosity, and he stared at Li Ziyu without blinking. These two methods should be all the means that Li Ziyu has. Li Ziyu should attack in the next second. I'm curious about Li Ziyu's fighting ability. It is very likely that they are more than level 4 intermediate. Even level 4 and advanced are possible.
Sun Bin stared at Li Ziyu in front of him without blinking.
But the next second, Sun Bin's eyes widened again, and he looked at Li Ziyu in disbelief. Li Ziyu actually has a backup plan. Another 9th level combat skill. Chapter 118. Li Ziyu is not level 4. Jidao Martial Arts School. Just in front of the target, Li Ziyu drew his sword with his right hand and grasped Yao Yu. Slash forward suddenly. A shrill whistling sound. Electricity is generated in the void. Fire and thunder. 9 layers of thunder blade. With a loud bang. Before everyone could react, Li Ziyu slashed the 3rd level target with one knife. Boom! There was a loud, piercing noise. The entire 8th floor of the martial arts building shook violently.
The staff who were closest to the scene were dizzy and had buzzing ears. After shaking his head to react, he looked towards the place where the loud noise came from in confusion.
My eyes widened instantly. My brain felt like it was hit by a huge hammer, and my mind went blank. The target in front of Li Ziyu. It actually broke into 2 pieces.
The staff stared in disbelief at the bisected combat target on the ground, their mouths gaping as if they could swallow a duck egg.
Fuck! Are you kidding me?
A test target that can withstand an attack of 100,000 combat power was actually cut in half with a single sword strike.
Classmate, you're not a level 3 warrior? You're a peak level 4 warrior?
No, this target can withstand attacks below 100,000 combat power. 100,000 combat power is already the limit for a 4th level warrior. You can cut the target in half with one blow.
Are you?
The staff member thought of something and suddenly felt dry in the mouth and looked at Li Ziyu in disbelief.
Level 5 warrior. Could it be that this young man named Li Ziyu in front of me is a level 5 warrior? Wow! Brother, you are so awesome, aren't you? Sun Qiming's eyes widened and he exclaimed in surprise.
He thought Li Ziyu was as awesome as he imagined.
But now, it is even more awesome than he imagined. Can you actually cut off a level 3 test target with one strike? This attack power has probably surpassed the limit of a 4th level warrior, right? Could it be that Li Ziyu has already reached the level of a 5th level warrior? Sun Bin's pupils contracted extremely and he looked at Li Ziyu in shock. He originally thought he had thought highly enough of Li Ziyu. But now it seems that I still underestimated him. Li Ziyu is a level 5 warrior?
Sun Bin also felt a little dry in the mouth. But he immediately shook his head and rejected the idea.
Impossible.
Reaching the 5th level of martial arts at this age, this kind of talent has never appeared in the history of Daxia.
It's such a monster. It must be because of the target. Sun Bin murmured.
Although the 3rd level target can withstand attacks below 100,000 combat power.
But that's just in theory.
No one has actually tested it with an attack of 100,000 combat power.
Maybe Li Ziyu's combat power has only reached the peak of level 4.
As for the 5th level warrior, it was too shocking.
Sun Bin didn't dare to think about it. Hey, what happened? Why did the ground shake just now? I felt it too. Could it be that a powerful warrior came to the Martial Arts Association to cause trouble? Level 4 testing area.
Ziyin Yuling, who was surrounded by a group of people, frowned and looked outside the door in confusion. She came here today to get certified as a level 4 advanced warrior. Before it even started, it was interrupted by a loud noise outside.
Taylor, go out and see what's going on.
Ziyin Yuling said to a short-haired girl standing next to her.
Okay, Sister Yuling.
The short-haired girl nodded in agreement, turned around and trotted out.
In less than a moment, the short-haired girl returned.
Facing everyone's curious expressions, he spoke with surprise and disbelief.
There's a student from the Magic City Martial Arts University out there.
While taking his level 3 warrior certification, he just chopped a level 3 target in half with one blow. That loud noise just now was caused by his attack.
Chopping a level 3 target in half with one knife? And he's a student. Taylor, are you seeing things? Impossible.
Each level of test targets is built according to the standards of the higher level. To cut through a level 3 test target, you'd need at least the strength of a level 5 beginner, right?
Even a level 4 peak warrior wouldn't be able to do it. Everyone raised questions at once. Ziyan Yuling's beautiful eyebrows frowned.
Although he didn't say anything, there was a hint of suspicion in his eyes. She had seen the young man outside when she came here.
Judging from his age, he might not be even older than her. Can it cut through a level 3 test target? It's impossible no matter how you think about it. I don't know, that's what I saw.
The short-haired girl called Taylor Swift spread her hands and shook her head to indicate that she didn't know. Maybe it's not a level 3 target, maybe a level 2 target.
Maybe I saw it wrong.
The short-haired girl herself was a little skeptical. This statement attracted the approval of the people around him, who nodded in agreement.
You must have seen it wrong. The thing that boy cut off might have been a secondary target.
Of course it is. To be able to cut through a level 3 target, your combat power must be at least 100,000.
At this age, it's absolutely impossible for anyone to reach that level. But being able to cut through a secondary target is pretty powerful. Several people were talking at once. Just then, in another corner about 10 meters away from the group,
a young man wearing a black cloak, who had been standing silently, slowly spoke. This person's strength should have reached the peak of the 4th level, and the combat skills he has cultivated are also of a very high level, and have been cultivated to a very advanced level. Equipped with excellent weapons, it's not surprising that he can cut through a level 3 target with one blow. After the young man finished speaking, he stood there quietly again without saying anything.
Like a piece of wood.
But he secretly added something in his heart.
There are many things in my Jidao martial arts school that can do this. Is that so? Ziyan Yuling looked at the young man in the cloak with fear and nodded thoughtfully.
This young man came here to get certified as a level 4 peak warrior.
Much stronger than him. Moreover, the identity of this young man is extremely special.
Ziyan Yuling looked at the exposed arm of the young man in the cloak with a serious expression. That tattoo of the word. The logo of Jidao Martial Arts School. This young man is from Jidao Martial Arts School. The person behind Jidao Martial Arts School is one of the only 2 martial arts saints left in Daxia.
The ultimate martial saint.
It is so powerful that even the officials are wary of it.
The most intuitive example.
That is, any warrior from Jidao Martial Arts School can refuse any call from the country. That is to say, special periods, such as level 1 combat readiness.
Ordinary warriors need to obey the country's orders and go to the battlefield to fight ferocious beasts. But Jidao Martial Arts School can reject the signs. The test continues. Next one is Purple Flame Moon Spirit. Just then,
the staff member of the Martial Arts Association who was in charge of the 4th level warrior test drew the attention of several people.
My turn?
Ziyan Yuling raised her eyebrows, walked forward and began the combat power test.
Chapter 119, The Power of the Wuguan Sect and the Dignity of Ziyan Yuling. Outside the door, Li Ziyu looked at the staff with a slightly apologetic expression, shook her head and said to him embarrassedly. Sorry, I didn't know it was so fragile. Is it crispy?
The staff's eyes widened and their mouths opened, not knowing how to respond.
Well, classmate, I think your strength must be beyond that of a 3rd level warrior. Do you want to go to the level 4 reader certification area and take another test? Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to grade you.
The staff member scratched his head and said embarrassedly.
Sun Bin also came up at this time, looked at Li Ziyu with admiration, and began to persuade.
Classmate Li Ziyu, with your strength just now, becoming a level 3 warrior is definitely a sure thing. But I suggest you go get certified by a 4th level warrior.
Based on your strength, I think you are at least at the peak of level 4.
If you can obtain the medal of a level 4 peak warrior, you will receive a subsidy of 2 million Great Xia coins from the Martial Arts Association every year. Also, the Martial Arts Association often issues bounty missions, and the rewards are very generous. If you have the medal of a level 4 peak warrior, you will have priority when accepting missions.
Sun Bin's eyes flickered as he looked at Li Ziyu and explained. Li Ziyu's performance just now made him very curious about how much fighting power Li Ziyu has. However, he didn't think that Li Ziyu's strength had reached the level of a 5th level warrior. That's too unscientific. But he definitely reached the peak of level 4.
Sun Bin thought to himself.
Good. Li Ziyu agreed without much hesitation. He came today and wanted to take a look too.
Judging from the level of a 2nd level peak warrior displayed on his system, how much combat power can he achieve when all his combat skills are fully unleashed?
A level 4 testing area surrounded by Asma alloy. Ziyan Yuling just completed the test.
The Wushu Association staff then read out the combat power values on the test targets. Purple Flame Moon Spirit, combat power 78,000. Reached the standard of a 4th level advanced warrior. As soon as the Martial Arts Association staff member said this, Ziyan Yuling breathed a sigh of relief, her pretty face full of excitement. He clenched his fist and waved it fiercely in the air.
Yeah!
I finally reached the standard of a 4th level advanced warrior. From now on, I will be a 4th level advanced warrior. And he's a top tier 4th level warrior. Becoming a 4th level advanced warrior at the age of 19, even if I, Ziyan Yuling, were placed in the entire Great Xia, I would be considered an absolute genius. Congratulations to Sister Yueling for becoming a high-level warrior. Yueling is the pride of our Purple Flame Corps. TSK, I heard that even in the 4 famous schools in Daxia, the top geniuses in the school are only at the level of a 4th level advanced warrior.
Sister Yuling has reached this point. That's right. My Purple Flame Corps is a super corps with thousands of people. Its strength is not much weaker than some martial arts corps, right?
Several young boys and girls who came with Ziyan Yuling surrounded Ziyan Yuling, smiling and complimenting her.
The other dozen or so social warriors who came to participate in the test looked at Ziyan Yuling with envy.
All of them are in their 30s, and they are only at the intermediate level of level 4. Ziyan Yuling is less than 20 years old, but she is already a 4th level advanced warrior.
TSK.
With this talent, no one here can surpass her. It is true that heroes emerge from youth. Everyone was thinking about it and had already started to figure out how to approach Ziyan Yuling, make her acquaintance, and strike up a relationship with her.
But just when everyone was praising him,
there was another muffled bang.
Coming from the combat tester on the stage.
At the same time, the Wushu Association staff exclaimed in surprise.
Yang Shuai, combat power 98,000. Reaching the standard of a peak level 4 warrior.
And, it's close to the level 5 primary combat capability standard. The staff of the Wushu Association looked at the young man in the cloak who walked away expressionlessly after the test with surprised expressions. According to the information, this young man in the cloak is only 18 years old. He is actually already a peak level 4 warrior. Moreover, he is a level 4 peak warrior whose combat power is close to the top.
Powerful. So strong.
As expected of a member of Jidao Martial Arts School. Her talent is several times stronger than Ziyan Yuling. It simply crushed the whole audience. Everyone present suddenly fell silent when they heard the voice of the Wushu Association staff. They all turned their heads to look at the stage in amazement. There, the young man in a cloak was slowly sheathing his fist. He turned around and walked off the stage expressionlessly, then stood quietly in the middle of the stage again. There was no trace of pride on his face. It was as if he had done something very ordinary.
98,000 combat power. 2,000 away from reaching the peak of level 4 and breaking through to the elementary level 5.
The people from the Ziyan Corps who had just surrounded Ziyan Yuling and praised her, all widened their eyes when they saw the test results. The voices that complimented Ziyan Yuling were all silent, like a rooster with its neck pinched. Ziyan Yuling also looked at the young man in the cloak in shock, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief.
98,000 combat power, isn't this already close to a level 5 warrior? How can he be so strong? Are the people from Jidao Martial Arts School really that strong? Ziyan Yuling also knew some of the talented people in the 4 famous schools in Daxia. For example, Lei Zhan, who ranks first in the combat power ranking of the Demonic University.
And the president of the Shangpan Martial Arts University Martial Arts Club, Zhou Xiaoqing.
Know their strength.
But even among the 4 famous schools, Lei Zhan and Zhou Xiaoqing, who are ranked among the top in combat power, are only at the level of 4th level advanced warriors. At best, their combat effectiveness is only a few thousand or 10,000 higher than mine. But the guy in front of her, Yang Shuai from Jidao Martial Arts School, was younger than her, but he was actually a peak level 4 warrior. And he's a peak level 4 warrior whose combat power is close to that of a beginner level 5 warrior.
This is too exaggerated. Is this the strength of the martial arts school? Ziyan Yuling's face was filled with surprise and solemnity.
She had always heard from her seniors in the group that among all the forces in Dasha, the martial arts school faction was the strongest in terms of high-end combat power.
His fighting power among warriors of the same generation is unmatched even by the official faction. She still doesn't believe it.
But after witnessing the combat effectiveness test of the Jidao Martial Arts School disciples with my own eyes today, I intuitively realized how powerful the martial arts school is. Despite achieving such an impressive result, the young man in the cloak, Yang Shuai, had a blank expression on his face.
Jidao Martial Arts School divides generations according to age. Those under the age of 20 constitute the third generation.
Although he is not the strongest among the 3 generations of disciples in Jidao Martial Arts School,
but he is also one of the best.
He had expected this test result. Moreover, among the 3 generations of disciples in Jidao Martial Arts School, he is not the strongest. The hidden strength of my Jidao Martial Arts School is far beyond your imagination. Even among the 4 famous schools, there is no genius comparable to our Jidao Martial Arts School. After all, what we in Jidao Martial Arts School practice is the inheritance of the martial saint. Yang Shuai looked at the astonished eyes of the people in the field and thought to himself. The only one that can rival Jidao Martial Arts School in strength is Chaoshui Martial Arts School. As for the geniuses from the external battle groups, they include geniuses from the 4 famous universities. Compared with their 2 major martial arts schools, it is nothing. A small witch meets a big witch. If Master hadn't asked all 3 generations of disciples from Jidao Martial Arts School to participate in the National Youth Martial Arts League, I wouldn't have come to the Martial Arts Association to take the combat capability test. And the National Youth Wuhan University League, I don't know what the master was thinking, actually letting us participate in such a meaningless competition where only weaklings compete. If you really want to hone us, why not compete with others in the martial arts hall?
Yang Shuai thought to himself.
Among the requirements for participating in the National Youth Wudo League, one is that participants must possess a warrior badge of level 3 senior or above.
That's why he came to test it. Otherwise he wouldn't have come at all.
After a while, several more people came on stage to conduct combat effectiveness tests.
But their strength is mediocre. Most of them are level 4 beginner or intermediate.
There will never be another amazing genius like Ziyan Yuling and Yang Shuai from Jidao Martial Arts School.
The test is over, everyone can take a rest in the lobby.
After we record your information on the official website, we will send you the Warrior Medal. The Wushu Association staff smiled and looked at the people in the audience as they explained. From now on, everyone can enjoy the benefits of the 4th level Warrior Medal. After saying a few more words, he walked off the stage and prepared to update the information of those who passed the Warrior test. However, before he could leave, the door to the 4th level Warrior testing area was opened from the outside. Sun Bin walked in from outside, followed by Li Ziyu and Sun Qiming. Sun Bin looked at the stunned staff and gave orders with a smile.
There's one more person here who needs to be tested. It's a good opportunity to test it together.
We'll distribute the Wushu Association badges later. Chapter 120, Full Firepower. Shocking the whole audience, Li Ziyu is a level 5 advanced warrior.
Okay, President.
The staff of the Wushu Association was stunned, but when they saw the face of the person who came, their expressions instantly became respectful. Then he glanced at Li Ziyu, who was following behind Sun Bin, and led Li Ziyu towards the stage.
Everyone present's attention was drawn to the sudden appearance of Li Ziyu. Follow Li Ziyu's footsteps and look towards the stage.
Boss, the one who just chopped off that 3rd level target with a single blow was this black-haired young man.
At this time,
the short-haired girl standing next to Ziyan Yuling walked quietly to Ziyan Yuling and said solemnly.
Ziyan Yuling was stunned when she heard this.
Then his originally nonchalant expression suddenly became serious.
He looked at Li Ziyu, who was already standing in front of the target. This boy looks no more than 18, doesn't he? He actually possesses the strength to cut through a level 3 target with one strike? Could he also be from the martial arts school? Ziyan Yuling frowned and looked at Li Ziyu inquiringly.
The two of them spoke in low voices.
But most of those present were 4th level warriors with sharp hearing.
Everyone could hear clearly what Ziyan Yuling and her companions were saying. After hearing this, everyone turned their gazes in surprise to Li Ziyu on the stage. The young man in the cloak, Yang Shuai, also showed an interested expression on his face and looked at Li Ziyu. Although I can also cut through a level 3 target with one blow, this boy looks obviously younger than me.
Could it be that the other party is someone who has surpassed the martial arts school? But I don't have any impression.
Yang Shuai thought that anyone who could reach the strength to cut off a level 3 target at this age must be a top level 4 peak warrior. Only the disciples of the martial arts school have this strength.
Li Ziyu is not from his Jidao martial arts school.
That can only be someone who surpasses the martial arts school.
Yang Shuai couldn't remember, and he didn't care.
After all, many people from martial arts schools don't like to show up in public.
It's normal not to know yourself. While everyone was discussing, Li Ziyu had already walked onto the stage. No nonsense.
Directly activate all combat skills.
Top-level Great Sun Essence Body Technique.
Natural breathing technique Breath of Fire.
Li Ziyu drew his sword at the target and let out a loud roar. In an instant,
his body began to expand and grow taller rapidly. The 1.9 meter tall body was suddenly raised to 2 meters. The muscles all over the body began to expand rapidly, and the arms became thicker.
Just a few seconds. The transformation is completed.
At the same time, a golden sun shadow slowly rose from behind Li Ziyu.
And within the shadow, there were scorching waves of fire. It rushed towards Li Ziyu's body, covering him completely.
At this time, I was standing in the audience and watching.
Li Ziyu is like a giant bathed in flames. Sun God. 9 layers of Thunder Blade. Subtle level swordsmanship. After the amplification combat skill was activated, Li Ziyu raised his hand and slashed with a knife.
Hit the test target in front of you hard.
A shrill whistling sound. Electricity is generated in the void. Fire and thunder. Black and white world.
Yao Yu's sharp blade was wrapped in crimson flames and lightning. With a fierce blow, he directly cut the weakest part of the combat target.
Boom! In an instant, a gust of air like an intercontinental missile explosion, accompanied by a deafening, earth-shaking roar.
A combat effectiveness test target that can withstand the attacks of a peak level 5th level warrior without moving an inch.
It shook violently.
Then a glaring scarlet number appeared in the center of the target.
381,921. 381,921.
The staff on the side looked at the numbers on the target with their eyes bulging out. He looked at the scarlet number on the combat power target with horror and disbelief.
Exclaimed in shock. 381,921 combat power?
The combat power standard of a 5th level advanced warrior.
Impossible. Is the tester broken?
The staff of the Wushu Association exclaimed loudly and rubbed their eyes, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. He walked forward and couldn't help but touch the combat effectiveness tester.
He took out his own weapon and tested it on it. Finally, he widened his eyes, swallowed his saliva, and looked at Li Ziyu in disbelief. The tester isn't broken. Did you really achieve a combat power of 381,921? The combat power limit of a first-level warrior is 500. The combat power limit of a level 2 warrior is 1,000. The combat power limit of a 3rd-level bone refining warrior is 10,000. The combat power limit of a 4th-level warrior training at Dirty Warrior is 100,000.
When a warrior reaches level 5, his entire body's blood is replaced, and his combat power limit reaches 500,000. The combat power is 100,000 to 200,000, which is the primary level of level 5. The combat power is between 200,000 and 300,000, which is the intermediate level of level 5. When the combat power reaches 300,000 to 400,000 or more, it is the 5th advanced level.
Li Ziyu's attack just now directly exerted a combat power of 381,921. Doesn't this mean that Li Ziyu's strength has reached the advanced level of level 5? Chapter 121, More. What? 381,921 combat power? Damn! The machine is broken. This is already a level 5 advanced combat capability?
Wow, his fighting ability is even higher than that guy from Jidao Martial Arts School. The audience below the stage looked incredulous, their eyes wide open as they stared at the numbers displayed on the target.
Everyone's brain seemed to be hit by a sledgehammer, and their mind was blank and buzzing. Li Ziyu looks younger than them?
The combat power has reached the 5th advanced level. Ziyin Yuling was also shocked by the test results and her mouth opened wide.
Shocking. Unparalleled shock.
She knew better than anyone what 381,921 combat effectiveness represented. The combat power that can only be exerted by a 5th level advanced warrior.
Level 5 advanced warrior. The 3rd level warrior has pure bones. Level 4 warriors practice internal organs. And a level 5 warrior can exchange blood.
All the chi and blood in the body are condensed and replaced with blood that is far superior to that of ordinary people. It can be said that he has reached the 5th level of warrior. If we say that level 3 and level 4 warriors only have slightly stronger destructive power than ordinary people. In essence, they are the same as ordinary people. But when one reaches the level of a 5th level warrior, the blood in his body is like lead in mercury, and a drop of blood weighs as much as 1,000 pounds.
It is a qualitative transformation. It has basically gone beyond the scope of normal human beings. He can be called a superhuman.
But there is only one word difference between level 4 and level 5, but I don't know how many warriors are stuck at this level. A 5th level warrior can be considered a well-deserved big shot in a province.
And Li Ziyu not only achieved a level 5 warrior. And it's level 5 advanced. Incredible. Really incredible. If it weren't for the pain from pinching my face, I would have suspected I was dreaming.
Ziyan Yuling opened her little mouth and muttered to herself.
Fuck. Brother you, 381921 combat power? Level 5 advanced level, you are too impressive.
I'm only a freshman and I've already reached the combat power of a 5th level advanced warrior.
Am I really not dreaming?
You are definitely the number 1 person in the history of Daxia. Sun Qiming was also looking at the numbers on the target, and was shocked and shouted excitedly. Yang Shui from Jidao Martial Arts School, who was standing not far from Sun Qiming, had a blank expression on his face, but now it was all filled with shock. He rubbed his eyes hard, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. After hearing what Sun Qiming said, he suddenly realized what was happening and couldn't help but shout out.
What did you say? Li Ziyu is only a freshman? Dei? Isn't he a disciple of the Transcendent Martial Arts School? TSK, who is the disciple of Chaohui Martial Arts School?
Brother, you and I are both students of Magic City Martial Arts University.
We are roommates.
If you don't believe me, go ask the Magic University yourself.
Who in the Magic University doesn't know Brother you?
Sun Qiming sneered, expressing his disdain.
It seems I was wrong.
It turns out that he is not someone who has surpassed the martial arts school. He's already reached the strength of a 5th level advanced warrior at such a young age. This kind of talent is probably comparable to that of the eldest senior brother. Yan Shui looked at Li Ziyu on the stage with a shocked expression, muttering to himself.
After the test, Li Ziyu stepped down from the stage. Sun Bin walked towards him and looked at Li Ziyu with shock. Li Ziyu's strength is even higher than he imagined. No. It is countless times higher.
He turned out to be a 5th level advanced warrior. You know, as the president of the Magic City Martial Arts Association, he is only a level 6 warrior.
But he is 55 now.
And when he became a 5th level warrior, he was already 40 years old.
How old is Li Ziyu? 17 years old? Or 18? An 18-year-old 5th level advanced warrior?
The more Sun Bin thought about it, the more dizzy he felt. He didn't know how big a shock this news would cause if it got out.
A lot of thoughts.
Sun Bin finally patted Li Ziyu on the shoulder and said with great emotion.
Student Li Ziyu, your strength is beyond my imagination. You really are.
Sun Bin thought for a moment, as if trying to decide what words would be most appropriate, and then he said with emotion.
Evildoer.
With this level of combat power, you don't even need to undergo a chi and blood test. You can be directly certified as a level 5 advanced warrior.
After a pause, Sun Bin smiled and said. I wonder what your plans are after graduation. If you haven't made up your mind, you can consider our Magic City Martial Arts Association.
With your strength, it should be more than enough for you to break through to the peak of level 5 after graduation. Then you can directly join the Martial Arts Association and become the vice president.
Sun Bin said with a smile.
Our Martial Arts Association has decent benefits.
For a genius of Li Ziyu's level, his future achievements are definitely limitless.
If we can build good relationships in advance, we can get them to join the Wushu Association when the time comes.
I guess I can benefit from it too.
Thinking of this, Sun Bin couldn't help but glance at Sun Qiming, who was grinning foolishly beside him, and he felt that he liked him more and more. This brat. He doesn't do his job properly in normal times, but I didn't expect that he would be so helpful at critical moments. If it weren't for this nephew, he would not have had the opportunity to meet a monster of Li Ziyu's level. Ziyan Yuling, who was listening at the side, heard what Sun Bin said. Her beautiful eyes rolled around and her mind became active. Yes. Li Ziyu hasn't joined any faction yet. Although he is a student of Magic University, he can freely choose where to go after graduation. If only such a monstrous genius could be brought into his own Purple Flame Corps. The strength of our own Ziyan regiment must definitely be taken to the next level. Thinking of this, Ziyan Yuling straightened her hair, smiled brightly, and walked towards Li Ziyu. Hello, classmate Li Ziyu, nice to meet you. My name is Ziyan Yuling, and I'm the young leader of the Ziyan regiment. Classmates, when you graduate, you can also join our Purple Flame Corps if you are interested. Just give you the position of deputy leader. Even the position of group leader is negotiable. Ziyan Yuling said with a brilliant smile. Don't hit someone who smiles at you. A hot and long-legged beauty stood in front of him and smiled brightly at him. Li Ziyu didn't want to chase him away directly, so he nodded and said, I'll think about it. Okay. Here's my contact information. Let's add each other on Fission. Ziyan Yuling was immediately overjoyed and was not at all annoyed by Li Ziyu's cold attitude. It is a great honor to know a genius of this level. While Li Ziyu didn't refuse, he quickly opened his Fission and added her as a friend. Seeing this, the others also crowded forward to chat with Li Ziyu. Boss Li Ziyu, I'm the deputy leader of the A-rank White Lions. We can collaborate on missions in the future. Boss. Judging from Li Ziyu's performance today, if it doesn't fall, he is destined to become a big boss in the future. At the very least, he must be at the level of an 8th level Grandmaster warrior. It's great to be able to get acquainted with this big guy in advance. You will have enough capital to brag in the future. Jidao Martial Arts School also welcomes you at any time. At this time, the young man in the cloak also slowly walked up, looked at Li Ziyu and said calmly. But he was not as enthusiastic as the others. After saying this, he remained silent. Turned around and left. The martial arts school has its own pride. It's impossible to be as flattering as the others. Extreme Martial Arts School. When Sun Bin, who was standing by, heard these words, his face turned a little unhappy. I saw Yang Shui come forward and invite Li Ziyu to join. Sun Bin looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. But in the end he sighed and said nothing. Chapter 122 Procurement, Dilling Spring, Shocked Supervisor. After staying in the Martial Arts Association for a while, a staff member handed Li Ziyu the 5th level warrior medal. The shape is the same as his 1st level peak warrior medal, both are in the shape of a pentagram. However, the 5th level warrior medal is made of diamond material, and the medal is also plated with gold all around. It sparkles in the sun and looks gorgeous. Master Li Ziyu, this is your level 5 advanced warrior medal. Level 5 advanced warriors can receive a subsidy of 5 million Great Xia coins from the Martial Arts Association every year. There are still 10 bottles of ambergris resources every year. Not only that, as long as you have a level 5 advanced warrior medal, you can enjoy a 30% discount on resources purchased at any large store in Daxia. In the future, when accepting tasks in the Wushu Association, you will also have the benefit of priority in accepting tasks. The staff member explained respectfully. Li Ziyu nodded and took it. With a thought, he put the medal into the storage bracelet. The staff were envious again. Great, just in time to go shopping. Farewell Sun Shiming and Sun Bin. Li Ziyu went straight to the largest warrior trading building in Magic City. The shop I visited last time. As soon as the beautiful clerk in Cheongsam saw Li Ziyu, she immediately notified her supervisor. After a while, the fat supervisor trotted over to Li Ziyu. Sir, oh, you are here. What would you like to order this time? Li Ziyu spoke directly and stated her request. A material more advanced than ambergris? We do have this, but... Just what? Li Ziyu frowned. The supervisor hesitated for a moment before saying awkwardly. Even more effective than ambergris is a precious spiritual liquid called Earth Spirit Spring. Not only that, this Earth Spirit Spring can also speed up the blood transfusion of level 5 warriors. However, this spiritual fluid can only be obtained in a dangerous wilderness area. It is extremely precious.
A small bottle of Earth Spirit Spring is worth 20 million. Also, there are certain requirements for the user's physique.
A warrior who is not at level 5 or above cannot withstand the effects of the drug.
The supervisor said this awkwardly while secretly observing Li Ziyu's expression. Geniuses are usually arrogant.
Li Ziyu is so young, he definitely hasn't reached the level of a 5th level warrior.
I just said this, and the other party should be able to understand what I mean. Oh? It can also speed up the blood transfusion? Will that also help with pure bone? Li Ziyu's eyes lit up. The 3rd level warrior has pure bones. Level 4 warriors practice internal organs. Level 5 warriors exchange blood.
Each step takes time to complete, and it also brings about a leap forward in improving the warrior's own strength. Although his combat power has reached the standard of a 5th level warrior. But in fact, his real realm is that of a 3rd level warrior. It can exert the combat power of a 5th level warrior. It's just that the fighting skills he practiced are awesome. But he had actually just entered the 3rd level and hadn't even started tempering his bones yet.
Well, theoretically, it is possible. Moreover, the effect of using the Earth Spirit Spring to purify bones is definitely far better than using Qi and blood pills or ambergris to purify bones. But bone refining is something that only 3rd level warriors can do. Level 3 warriors cannot withstand the medicinal effects of the Earth Spirit Spring, so no one has ever tried using the Earth Spirit Spring to refine bones. The supervisor didn't know why Li Ziyu asked this. But still answered truthfully. Really? Okay, give me 10 bottles first, and I'll try the effect. It actually works. Li Ziyu's eyes lit up, and he immediately waved his hand and said proudly to the supervisor.
As he said this, he took out his warrior medal.
Classmate, for warriors below level 5. Hiss. Level 5 warrior medal?
The supervisor was just about to persuade Li Ziyu, saying that unless he was a level 5 warrior, he would not be able to withstand the medicinal effects of the Earth Spirit Spring, so it would be useless to buy it. However, when he saw the level of the warrior medal in Li Ziyu's hand, his eyes widened.
Looking at Li Ziyu in disbelief. Are you a level 5 warrior?
And he's a level 5 advanced warrior.
The supervisor opened his mouth wide and was stunned. A level 5 warrior.
And he is a level 5 advanced warrior.
A 5th level advanced warrior would be considered a big boss in the Magic City.
They can all be the founders of their own schools. If you were in a 2nd or 3rd tier city, becoming the president of a martial arts association would be easy.
No. Not the president of the Martial Arts Association. It is possible to become the lieutenant governor of any province. The supervisor looked at Li Ziyu and couldn't help but wipe away the cold sweat.
The young man in front of me looks so young, but he is actually a level 5 advanced warrior.
This talent. Also practice speed. It's really hard to believe. However, no one dares to forge the warrior medal.
Moreover, warrior medals are all made using a special smelting method, which is only mastered by people in the Martial Arts Association.
Most people can't do it.
In other words, the boy in front of him looked younger than his son.
Is he really a level 5 advanced warrior? Guaranteed genuine.
Li Ziyu looked at the supervisor's eyes, which were 8 parts shocked and 2 parts suspicious, and answered with a smile.
Moment. The shocked supervisor finally accepted the reality.
He took out a silver suitcase from the counter at the back of the store.
Open it in front of Li Ziyu.
Sir, this is the Earth Spirit liquid. 10 bottles in total, a total of 100 million, please take a look.
100 million, isn't that 20 million per bottle? It should be 200 million. Li Ziyu looked into the box in surprise.
I saw a bunch of crystal clear glass tubes filled with a light green liquid with a hint of amber.
Even through the packaging, Li Ziyu could smell a faint fragrance.
Smells very good. It smells better than ambergris. Ha, the level 5 advanced warrior medal gives you a 30% discount on resources, so the total is 140 million. But you're an old customer of ours. I just asked the boss for permission, and he rounded off the amount for you. Just give me 100 million. The supervisor said with a smile.
Li Ziyu smacked his lips and said, "Wow, is this how you spread the remainder?"
But he knew that this was the other party trying to show goodwill to him.
Didn't refuse either.
100 million yuan was directly transferred to the supervisor.
There are still 4.9 billion in the card. If you need more goods later, just send us a message on Fission and we will deliver it to your door.
The supervisor said respectfully again.
By the way, do you have any method to upgrade ancient weapons? This was his second purpose for coming here. Ancient weapons? What are those? Nothing, I'm just asking. Seeing the supervisor's puzzled expression, Li Ziyu knew the answer. Most likely you don't know. It seems that I need to go to the Magic University to ask someone about upgrading Yaoyue. Li Ziyu thought about it and said no more. After saying something to his supervisor, he picked up his suitcase and left the building. Return to the Magic City Martial Arts University. Chapter 123 Shocked Yuningmo. Office of the President of Metropolitan University. Vice Principal Yuningmo was wearing a tight cheongsam with a slit at the thigh revealing her fair and slender thighs. She sat cross-legged behind her mahogany desk. This National Youth Martial Arts competition has been moved up to 10 days from now, and will be held in Kyoto. What? Isn't there still half a year left? 10 days? Isn't that too hasty? Zhua Hongyang and Nan Badian, who were sitting opposite Yuningmo, were originally curious about why Principal Yu called them over. When they heard Yuningmo's words, they all frowned and looked surprised. Principal Yu, has something happened? Zhua Hongyang asked curiously. I don't know the details, but I suspect it has something to do with World Echo. Yuningmo also looked towards the border with a puzzled look on his face, his expression becoming serious. Also, this National Youth Martial Arts League will not only feature major universities, but also people from Jidao Martial Arts School will be participating this year. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhua Hongyang and Nan Badian both looked unhappy. People from Jidao Martial Arts School. Why would someone from the martial arts school participate? Haven't they been out of touch with worldly affairs for 50 years? Zhua Hongyang had an ugly expression and was extremely confused. The people in the martial arts school practice the inheritance of the martial saint. Although their numbers are not as large as those of their respective martial arts, each of them is an absolute elite. In terms of individual strength, it is definitely far superior to that of other colleges. Take Lei Zhan, the 4th level advanced warrior and president of their school's mutual aid association, for example. Lei Zhan can be considered the best master in the Magic City Martial Arts University. But if it is placed in a martial arts school, it is nothing at all. Among his peers in Jidao Martial Arts School, he is stronger than Lei Zhan. They are everywhere. If Jidao Martial Arts School participated in the National Youth Martial Arts League, they would probably take first place. Could it be that they are participating in this competition because of the reward for the National Youth Wudo League? Nan Badian frowned and analyzed. He knows. The rewards for this National Youth Wuhan University League are different from previous ones. In the past, the rewards were a combination of material and cultivation resources. But this time, if you can get into the top 10 of the National Youth Wudo League, you will have the opportunity to comprehend the secret realm of the martial saint. And the higher the ranking, the more times you can enter the martial saint's secret realm. The secret realm of the martial saint opens once every 10 years. It was left behind by the star-shining martial saint back then, and it is said that his inheritance is contained within. Although no one has yet obtained the inheritance of the star-shining martial saint, it has always been sought after. Well, the 4th World Echo is coming soon. This is probably the last time the martial saint's secret realm will be opened. It's normal for the people from the martial arts school to pay attention to it. After all, the fame of the Xingyao martial saint back then was unprecedented. Yuningma's face showed a look of reminiscence, and she was extremely emotional. After a pause, he continued. The strength of Jidao Martial Arts School is very strong, but fortunately, as long as you get into the top 10, you will be qualified to enter the martial saint's secret realm. We're not competing for first place this time, but we must fight for the top 5. Zhua Hongyang, Nan Badian, the two of you go make arrangements and notify all the candidates who are eligible to participate in the National Youth Wuhan University League. And within 3 days, select a captain from these candidates. Yuningma arranged everything in an orderly manner. Zhua Hongyang and Nan Badian nodded in agreement, stood up and prepared to go out to make arrangements. However, they didn't care too much about choosing a captain. There is no need to consider this. The strongest person in Magic City Martial Arts University right now is Lei Zhan. The captain must be Lei Zhan, no doubt about it. As long as we notify the candidates in advance about the competition, they will nominate Lei Zhan as the captain. The two thought about it and prepared to leave. But just at this moment, the door of the principal's office was pushed open.
A female secretary wearing a black business suit and gold-rimmed glasses knocked on the door and walked in.
He walked quickly to Yu Ningma and said respectfully,
"Principal Yu, we just received news from the Magic City Martial Arts Association that a student from our school has just completed the certification of a level 5 warrior."
Level 5 warrior certification? Are you sure you're from our school? Yu Ningmo's eyes narrowed and she looked at the female secretary in surprise. Level 5 warrior. Could it be that Lei Zhan has made a breakthrough? Absolutely true. He's wearing a bracelet specially made by our Magic City Martial Arts University.
The female secretary said excitedly.
Great.
Lei Zhan must have made a breakthrough. I heard a few days ago that he was in seclusion.
He must have made a breakthrough and come out now. Good boy, I didn't expect that you would break through to the 5th level warrior directly. You didn't let me down.
Nan Badian, who was standing by, heard what the female secretary said. His eyes widened at first, then he burst into laughter. He was able to break through to the 5th level warrior in his senior year.
It seems that I underestimated Lei Zhan. Indeed, Lei Zhan's talent is still good.
Zhua Hongyang also nodded with a look of emotion on his face. Although I can't stand the Mutual Aid Association's overbearing behavior. But let us put aside the stance. I have to say that Lei Zhan's talent is still good.
Good. Not bad. Level 5 warrior.
At this level, even if people from Jidao Martial Arts School were to participate, Lei Zhan would be able to compete with them. Then it seems that our goal this time can't just be to strive for the top 5, we have to aim for the top 3.
Oh, by the way, Lei Zhan certified himself as a level 5 junior warrior? A smile bloomed on Yu Ningma's face, like a flower blooming in spring.
Then he thought of something and asked the female secretary curiously.
However, the female secretary did not answer Yu Ningma's question, but said in surprise. Ah. Principal, it's not Lei Zhan. It's Li Ziyu. What? Li Ziyu?
Isn't he just a freshman this year?
He hasn't attended classes for a few days, right? Yu Ningma was stunned.
After hearing what the female secretary said, an expression appeared on his face as if to say, "Are you kidding me?"
She has also been following Li Ziyu. She also watched the replay of the competition between Li Ziyu and Nan Donghao.
But although Li Ziyu is very strong, he is still far from being a level 5 warrior.
Is there a distance between them?
When I went to recruit students, I knew Li Ziyu was incredibly talented, but there's a limit to how talented he is, right? To be able to reach the 5th level of martial arts at the age of less than 18 is a bit exaggerated.
The Wushu Association must have mistaken someone.
Zhua Hongyang also stood up from his chair, frowning with a look of disbelief. Nan Badian was no exception, looking at the female secretary with suspicion. Being stared at by 3 8th level grandmasters, the female secretary couldn't help but wipe the sweat off her face and quickly explained.
It's absolutely true.
This news was said by Sun Bin, vice president of the Magic City Martial Arts Association. Oh, and here's the surveillance video of Li Ziyu's test.
And Li Ziyu's certification isn't just level 5 elementary, it's level 5 advanced.
As the female secretary spoke, she quickly pulled out the video playback from the communicator in her hand and started playing it.
Yu Ningma and the others were even more speechless after hearing this. The more you talk, the more outrageous it gets. They don't believe the 5th level junior warriors. This directly makes him a 5th level advanced warrior. He was able to obtain the certification of a 5th level advanced warrior while still in school. This kind of speed and talent is something that few people can achieve even in a very good martial arts school, right? P.S. I finished writing at 3 in the morning. I was too tired and couldn't continue writing.
I will upload another chapter at 9 in the morning.
Ask for some free gifts.
Chapter 124, Prepare for a perfect whole body. Someone sends you a pillow when you fall sleepy. While they were thinking about it, a virtual projection appeared in the center of the office.
The picture shows Li Ziyu transforming into the Great Sun Essence body method and performing the 9-layered Thunderblade to chop at the test target.
In the center of the test target, a row of eye-catching numbers is clearly visible.
381,921. In the office, Yu Ningma and the others looked at the scene in the virtual projection and all took a deep breath. A shocked expression appeared on his face. 381921 combat power. Isn't this a level 5 advanced warrior?
After the replay was over, you could hear a pin drop.
Yu Ningma and the other two looked at each other. I was so shocked that I didn't know what to say. Moment.
Yu Ningma was the first to react, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement.
Good. 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 I never thought that such a monster would emerge from my Magic City Martial Arts University. What a treasure. With the combat power of a 5th level advanced warrior, even if it's a Jidao martial arts gym, it's not impossible for me to compete for first place. Yu Ningma leaned her arms on the table, looking at the images on the projection, with uncontrollable excitement on her beautiful oval face. He turned to look at Zhua Hongyang and Nan Badian and said with a smile. With Li Ziyu, a warrior with a combat power of the 5th advanced level, here, it looks like our Demon University is going to be in the spotlight in this youth martial arts league. I think there's no need to choose a captain, let's just let Li Ziyu lead the team.
Ha ha ha.
Heh, I didn't expect this guy to hide his strength in the competition with Nan Gonghao. TSK, what a surprise for us. Zhua Hongyang was also stroking his red beard and laughing. As long as I play steadily this time, I might even be able to take first place. Even if I can't get first place, second place is definitely a sure thing. Nan Badian also said with a smile. He didn't say anything final. He is well aware of the power of Jidao Martial Arts School. He still remembers vividly the shadow cast by Jidao Martial Arts School on an entire era. Every time you think Jidao Martial Arts School's strength has been exposed, someone stronger than before will appear. Having the strength of a 5th level advanced person does not necessarily guarantee first place. But the second one shouldn't be a big problem. Secretary Li, use my authority to ask Li Ziyu what cultivation resources he needs. Everything is satisfied. As they continued talking, Yu Ningma turned to look at the female secretary and gave an order with a wave of his hand. Are all satisfied? Okay, principal. The other end. The villa complex of Magic City Martial Arts University. Li Ziyu sat on the sofa on the second floor of the villa and opened the box containing the Earth Spirit Spring on the coffee table. 10 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring were neatly arranged inside. It exudes a faint fragrance and flows with crystal clear liquid. Li Ziyu picked up a tube, opened the bottle cap, tilted his head back and swallowed it in one gulp. With the liquid inlet. In an instant, Li Ziyu felt a magma-like heat exploding inside his body. It's indeed a pill that's more effective than ambergris. It's quite powerful. However, with my current physical condition, these are just drizzle. Li Ziyu felt the changes in his body, and when the heat disappeared, he took out another bottle and drank it in one gulp. Moment. He drank all 10 bottles in the box. Opened the system panel. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 2 Peak Warrior Plus. Combat skills, Subtle Level Swordsmanship, Subtle Level Body Skills, Peak Level Great Sun Body Tempering Technique, Advanced Natural Breathing Technique Plus, Crystal Visualization Technique Plus, 9-Layer Thunder Sword Plus, Thunder Slash Plus. System, Martial God System. Function 1, it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood. Function 2, can devour combat skills and inherit combat skill levels. The remaining functions will be explored by the system itself. Except for the 2 subtle level martial arts and the Great Sun Essence Body Technique, all other combat skills can be improved. Even if it's a realm, it can break through to the 3rd level. There was surprise in Li Ziyu's eyes. The Earth Spirit Spring is indeed a magical medicine that can only be digested by level 5 warriors. The power of this medicine is 10 times better than ambergris. However, from level 2 to level 3, you can break bones. Go buy some more Earth Spirit Spring and use its medicinal power to achieve perfect bone refinement throughout the body. A 3rd level warrior can temper his bones and exercise the bones throughout his body. There are 206 bones in the human body. For ordinary warriors, the speed at which their physical chi and blood improve is limited. After reaching the 3rd level, one absorbs chi and blood pills to use time to warm up the bones little by little. Finally, all 206 bones were tempered, and he broke through to the 4th level warrior in one fell swoop. But Li Ziyu is not going to take this route. What he is absorbing now is the Earth Spirit Spring, which is hundreds of times more effective in increasing chi and blood than chi and blood pills. He doesn't intend to nurture it bit by bit. Instead, when a level 2 warrior breaks through to level 3, he will temper the bones of his entire body in one fell swoop and directly reach level 4. Perhaps I can use the medicinal power of the Earth Spirit Spring to directly nourish the bones throughout my body. Then if only the Earth Spirit Spring is enough, then I can completely refine the bones of my entire body in one go. Perhaps it will really be possible. Li Ziyu stroked his chin in thought. Not only does he have to complete the bone tempering of his entire body,
but he also has to temper his bones perfectly. Pure bones can be divided into good and bad. The realm is divided according to the hardness of the metal. From top to bottom, they are divided into copper bones and iron bones, which are called lower-grade pure bones. Silver bones and gold bones are called mid-grade bones. Platinum bones and diamond bones are called top-grade bones.
Asthma alloy bones and golden bones are known as top-grade bones.
Above that, there is the currently hardest metal, vibranium. It is called the perfect state of bones. Of course, this is just for people's convenience. It is just replacing the level of pure bone with metal that people are familiar with, not really turning the bone into the corresponding metal. There are very few people who can achieve the state of complete perfection of the whole body in bones. If you can perfectly temper all the bones in your body when you become a level 3 warrior, that increase in strength. It is no less than practicing another 9th level body tempering method.
It's no exaggeration to say so.
The combat effectiveness has increased several times. As long as there is a large amount of Earth Spirit Spring, the perfection of the whole body bone may be achieved.
Go buy some more Earth Spirit Spring, Li Ziyu thought.
So he prepared to go out to buy the Ling Spring. The points he earned from completing the mission of hunting ferocious beasts had just arrived.
A full 6,000 points. You can buy dozens more bottles.
In addition, he now has 4.9 billion Dasha coins on hand. A total of nearly 200 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring can be exchanged. 200 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring are enough for a level 5 warrior to train for several years.
It should be enough to help me complete the perfect bone refining of my entire body, right? Boom boom boom. Brother Yu, someone is looking for you. Just as Li Ziyu was immersed in cultivation, Sun Qiming's shouting came from downstairs.
Li Ziyu opened his eyes, stood up from the sofa, and walked downstairs in confusion.
Who will be at this point? The National Youth Wuhan University League has been moved up. Will it start in 10 days? The school asked me to be the captain of this team? Sufficient resources for my cultivation? Chapter 125 Generous Female Secretary, Speechless Yuningma. Li Ziyu looked at the hot female secretary wearing gold-rimmed glasses standing in front of him with a surprised expression. Satisfy all his resource requirements? Is there such a good thing? Isn't this just like someone giving you a pillow when you're sleepy?
Vice Principal Yuningma has learned that you, Li Ziyu, have reached the 5th level of martial arts.
At Magic City Martial Arts University, we always give preferential treatment to geniuses like you.
The female secretary adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and looked at Li Ziyu with moving eyes.
This was her first time meeting Li Ziyu. Younger than she thought. And handsome and heroic. It is said that Li Ziyu is still single now. TSK, if she wasn't a few years older than Li Ziyu, I would have been a little moved. Is there any Earth Spirit Spring? I need a lot of Earth Spirit Spring for my cultivation. Li Ziyu's eyes lit up.
The effect of the Earth Spirit Spring on improving his qi and blood was much better than that of the Longyanxiang.
But it's too expensive. It would be best if you could get it for free from the school. Yes, no matter how much you need, Magic University can provide it.
The female secretary adjusted her glasses again and agreed immediately. After all, Modu Martial Arts University is one of the only 4 top universities in Dasha. There is no pressure to meet the training needs of a level 5 warrior. When one has just made a breakthrough, one usually needs to take elixirs to increase qi and blood to stabilize the state.
Principal, you had already guessed that Li Ziyu needed the Earth Spirit Spring.
I also had expectations in my mind.
Li Ziyu needs at least 20 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring to stabilize his realm.
20 bottles, although the value is also 200 million.
But for Emoda, there is no pressure.
That's why the female secretary agreed without thinking.
How about upgrading weapons? I'm currently using a level 3 peak weapon, but it feels a bit inadequate. I want to upgrade it.
Seeing the female secretary agreed so generously, Li Ziyu did not hide anything and took out his Yaoyue sword, which had a slightly bent blade, from the house. He said as he handed it to the female secretary. It had only been 2 or 3 days, and the blade of the Yaoyue Wanren seemed to have recovered a little. As expected of an ancient weapon, it even has self-repair capabilities.
But even if it can repair itself, with Yaoyue's current level and strength, he can't keep up with Li Ziyu's current combat intensity. I urgently need a new weapon. It would be best if you could help me upgrade to the peak of level 5. Since he was told that all his needs were met, Li Ziyu didn't hesitate and directly stated his requirements. The female secretary took it with both hands. When I took it, my body sank involuntarily and I was secretly surprised. This weapon is quite heavy. Li Ziyu feels that such a heavy weapon is not enough? It turns out that he is very powerful. She couldn't tell what kind of weapon Li Ziyu was holding. However, she did have some understanding of the value of the level 5 peak weapon that Li Ziyu mentioned. The price of a level 5 peak weapon is around 6 billion dasha coins. The female secretary hesitated for a moment and agreed directly. No problem. Since Demon University said that it will meet all your needs, it will definitely not go back on its word. Although a level 5 peak weapon is very valuable, Li Ziyu, you deserve such a good weapon. Besides these two requests, do you have anything else? Since principal, you promised to meet all of Li Ziyu's needs before he came. Although it is vague and there is no upper limit. But the secretary felt 6 billion should be within the scope of Principal Yu Ningma's promise. I still need to go to the combat skills library and pick out 2 combat skills. Li Ziyu thought for a moment and then spoke again. His swordsmanship, body skills and body tempering skills have all been improved. But the levels of the 9-layered Thunder Blade, Crystal Visualization Method, and Natural Breathing Method have not caught up yet. He felt that instead of using Qi and Blood to improve the levels of these combat skills, it would be better to directly use the abilities inherited from System 2. Practice several low-level combat skills similar to the 9-layered Thunder Blade and Crystal Visualization Method. Then it was directly inherited to the 9-layered Thunder Blade. The amount of Qi and health needed to upgrade low-level combat skills is far less than that of the 9th-level combat skills such as the 9-layered Thunder Blade. This is more efficient. This is also what Li Ziyu needs to do in addition to using the Earth Spirit Spring to achieve perfect bone tempering throughout the body. Another way to improve your strength. Okay. No problem. You don't need the school's permission for this. Your authority in the Magic City Wuda is already S-level, so you can choose any combat technique you want. If you don't have any other requests, I'll go back first. I need to report your request to Principal Yu Ningma again. The female secretary gave Li Ziyu a bright smile, stood up, twisted her hips and walked out of Li Ziyu's villa. When you reach the first floor door. The female secretary seemed to remember something, turned around and said to Li Ziyu with a smile. By the way, Li Ziyu. Principal Yu has already contacted the supplies department. You can take your bracelet and go to the Magic University supply warehouse to get the Earth Spirit Spring you need. As for upgrading weapons, I need to consult the master of the smelting department first, but I estimate that the upgrade should be completed before the National Youth Wuda League begins. Magic City Martial Arts University. Principal's office. Yu Ningma sat on the chair with her legs crossed, listening to the female secretary's report. It seems my guess was right. Li Ziyu has just broken through to level 5 and is in urgent need of replenishing his energy and blood. He is practicing the 9th level of body tempering, the Great Sun Body Tempering Method. Ordinary Qi and blood replenishing pills cannot meet his needs. The spiritual spring of the land is just right. Yu Ningma nodded and continued. Tell Li Ziyu not to be frugal and use it freely. I, Demon Lord, can still afford dozens of bottles of Earth Spirit Spring. Yu Ningma waved his hand domineeringly. The Dilling Spring has powerful medicinal effects. Even a 5th level advanced warrior. At most, I can absorb 2 bottles a day. 10 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring can replenish the Qi and blood of a 5th level advanced warrior. Although Li Ziyu is slightly stronger than an ordinary 5th level advanced warrior because of his practice of the Great Sun Body Technique. But it is estimated that only about 20 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring will be enough to replenish all his energy and blood. But she has already informed the supplies department. If Li Ziyu only needs 20 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring, then just double it for Li Ziyu. Give me 50 bottles. Let Li Ziyu feel the respect and attention that Demon University attaches to him. Yu Ningma said secretly. Although he said that all of Li Ziyu's cultivation resource needs would be met. But there is definitely an upper limit. Otherwise, Li Ziyu said he wanted a Martial Saint inheritance or a level 9 peak weapon or something. Where can she get it? It is said that all needs are met, but Yu Ningma feels that as Li Ziyu is a level 5 warrior, the consumption of resources will not be too much. She is the vice president of Magic University. The working capital that can be mobilized is as high as 10 billion. 100 million. It is enough to meet all of Li Ziyu's needs. Oh,
By the way, Principal Yu, Li Ziyu also made a request, saying that he wanted to upgrade this weapon. As the female secretary spoke, she took out the Yaoyue battle sword that she had brought from Li Ziyu and handed it to Yuningma.
Well, let me take a look. Yuningma took the Yaoyue sword from the female secretary with a calm expression. At a glance, Yuningma's beautiful eyes widened slightly, a little surprised. It's actually a rare ancient weapon? Li Ziyu is so lucky. Ancient weapons are so rare. I don't even have one. Yuningma asked. Ancient weapons were dug out from various ancient relics thousands of years ago and are extremely rare.
No one knows what kind of civilization existed on Blue Star thousands of years ago, and some of the weapons unearthed from the ruins are extremely strange.
Its power is no less than that of today's Asuma alloy weapons.
And they all have growth potential. Just use special materials and special smelting methods to forge it again. You can upgrade the weapon without damaging the characteristics of the weapon itself. Unlike weapons created with current technology, they can only be of the same level after they are forged.
What level does he want to upgrade this weapon to? Yuningma's mouth twitched, and he spoke hesitantly. To upgrade ancient weapons, a special material is needed.
This material is only found in major ancient ruins and deep in caves.
It is extremely rare and priceless. The female secretary looked at Yuningma's hesitant expression.
Suddenly I felt that I had agreed to Li Ziyu too readily.
Could it be that the price of upgrading this weapon to the peak level 5 is much more expensive than I imagined? Thinking about it, the female secretary said hesitantly. Li
Ziyu said he upgraded to the peak of level 5.
Chapter 126, Promotion to Level 3 Warrior. What realm of pure bone is this? Cough. Cough cough cough. How much? Peak level 5? You didn't promise Li Ziyu, did you?
After hearing this, Yuningma's beautiful eyes suddenly widened and her chest heaved as she coughed violently.
Upgrading an ancient weapon to the peak of level 5 would cost at least 50 billion. You're not going to agree to Li Ziyu's request, are you? How much, how much? 50 billion. Hiss. Why are there so many? Aren't level 5 peak weapons worth 8 billion?
When the female secretary heard Yuningma's words, her eyes widened, she covered her open mouth, and exclaimed in disbelief. Then he put on an expression as if he had gotten into trouble, twisted his butt and prepared to go out. Principal, I'm going to go back to Li Ziyu right away and take back my promise. Yuningmo Danfeng couldn't help but twitch her eyes, and she held her forehead with her jade hand, looking helpless.
You really agreed. Forget it. If we take back the promise we made, the credibility of the Demon University will be gone. 50 billion is 50 billion, so I'll embezzle the school's funds to fill the hole. I'll report to the principal when he returns. I believe that even if the principal were here, he wouldn't object to my decision. He's only a freshman, and before he's even 18, he's already reached the 5th level advanced warrior's combat power. Spending 50 billion great xia coins on this monstrous creature is definitely worth it. Yuningma spread her hands and spoke in a quiet voice. Fortunately, Li Ziyu's other request is for Earth Spirit Spring. The value of dozens of bottles of Earth Spirit Spring is no more than 1 billion at most. Compared to the value of upgrading weapons, it's nothing. Otherwise, I can't hold it. What? Classmate Li Ziyu, you said you needed 200 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring. Classmate, you are so humorous. The supplies department of Demon University. The girl who received Li Ziyu looked at her with her beautiful eyes wide open in shock. I wonder if I'm hallucinating. Although she had only used chi and blood pills and had never used Earth Spirit Spring. But she knew exactly how powerful the effect of the Earth Spirit Spring was. Her best friend is a rich second generation. When she was still a second-level warrior, she bought the Earth Spirit Spring to practice. I just opened the lid of the Earth Spirit Spring and smelled the scent. Her best friend, who was a second-level warrior, was so drunk by the energy and blood from the Earth Spirit Spring that she passed out. After that, he never dared to open the bottle of Earth Spirit Spring again. She still remembers that scene vividly. A bottle of Earth Spirit Spring is enough for a level 5 warrior to use for a month or so. Li Ziyu actually ordered 200 bottles at once? Is this a preparation for reselling? Hey, can't you be satisfied? Could it be that what principle you said about satisfying all my needs was a lie? Li Ziyu frowned and looked at the girl. Every time he came here, he was received by this long-legged girl. The face is familiar too. Li Ziyu, do you want this earth spirit spring for your own cultivation? Of course, if I'm not practicing, why would I need so much? Li Ziyu curled his lips and was speechless. This time I can't deal with the girl anymore. A little embarrassed, student Li Ziyu, please wait a moment, I will go and ask Professor Yang for instructions. Tutor Yang is the school tutor in charge of the materials department. The girl felt that she had no say in the matter of Li Ziyu needing 200 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring. It's better to let the tutor make the decision on this matter. What? You said Li Ziyu asked for 200 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring? And you said it was for cultivation? Yang Xuedong is practicing calligraphy with a brush. When I heard the report from the long-legged girl, my hands trembled violently. A drop of ink ruined the words being written. However, Yang Xuedong didn't care about these things. He frowned and listened to the girl's report in surprise. It takes 200 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring to practice, isn't this just a lie? I'm a level 6 warrior, but I don't need 200 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring to practice. Yang Xuedong frowned tightly. Principal Yuningma had already told him this before. Let him satisfy Li Ziyu's needs for all cultivation resources, including the supply of Diling Spring. But Yang Xuedong felt that 50 bottles was the maximum. But Li Ziyu asked for 200 bottles at once, saying that they were for his own practice. Isn't this pure nonsense? Is Li Ziyu trying to take advantage of others? But after thinking about it, Yang Xuedong put down the brush and said to the long-legged girl, "Give." He has his own considerations. Regardless of whether Li Ziyu took the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Since Principal Yu has already agreed to provide training resources, then you have to do what you say. 200 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring are only 4 billion, which Demon King can afford. Moreover, he felt that 200 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring could satisfy Li Ziyu's appetite. One day later, the second floor of the villa area. Li Ziyu slowly opened his eyes from his training. Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, Level 3 Primary Warrior. Combat skills, subtle level swordsmanship, subtle level body skills, peak level Great Sun body tempering technique, advanced natural breathing technique, crystal visualization technique, 9-layer thunder sword, and thunder slash. System, Martial God System. Function 1, it can absorb everything and improve chi in blood. Function 2, can devour combat skills and inherit combat skill levels. The remaining functions will be explored by the system itself. My idea is not wrong. The Earth Spirit Spring can really help temper bones. And all the medicinal effects of the Earth Spirit Spring are concentrated in the bone tempering, so there is no need to worry about the body absorbing the problem. Li Ziyu looked inward at her entire body. With the help of 200 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring, his realm has broken through to the 3rd level warrior. And the bone tempering of both hand bones has been completed. At this time, the bones in his 2 hands had become different from other bones. It is no longer the usual ceramic white. Instead, it becomes like a crystal diamond, crystal clear. But it is a little different from the purity of crystal. The color of his hand bones was still purple. It doesn't look like a bone, but more like a work of art. And it looks extremely hard and indestructible. What level of pure bone am I? Perfect realm? Or above perfect? Chapter 127, Horrible Bone requiring another 1,000 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring. Li Ziyu looked at her hands. Copper bones and iron bones are called inferior bones. Silver bones and gold bones are called mid-grade bones. Platinum bones and diamond bones are called top-grade bones. As the name suggests, each bone takes on the color of the corresponding material. It feels a bit like a diamond, but not quite a diamond. But if you say it is a summa alloy bone and golden bone, that is not it. Neither is the vibranium bone, which is known as the perfect bone. Although I don't know what level of bone refinement I have, I can guarantee that it is definitely not inferior to the perfect level. Go test the power. Li Ziyu said secretly. The bone refinement was completed based on his peak Great Sun body refining method, supplemented by 200 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring. Li Ziyu has a strong feeling, which is definitely no worse than the perfect bone. His hand bones, which look like purple crystal, may be above perfect bones. Li Ziyu went downstairs and asked Sun Qiming for a weapon. It is a short sword made of level 4 Asuma alloy. I have to say that Sun Qiming is worthy of his family background. He is only a level 2 warrior, but he is already using level 4 Asuma alloy weapons.
Sun Qiming saw Li Ziyu looking at his weapon and gesturing with his hand. It looked as if it was going to chop off his own hand.
Sun Qiming cautiously warned. Brother Yu, this dagger of mine is forged from level 4 asthma alloy.
It's very sharp. Be careful not to cut your hands.
Fuck.
Before Sun Qiming could finish his words, his eyes suddenly widened and he looked at Li Ziyu's hand in shock. His short knife made of 4th level asthma alloy was actually broken in Li Ziyu's hand like a twist.
Woji.
You, brother you.
Sun Qiming's face was filled with horror. Li Ziyu's move really frightened him. The 4th level Asuma alloy is so hard that even a 5th level peak warrior cannot break it with his bare hands. But Li Ziyu twisted his level 4 Asuma alloy weapon into a pretzel with the strength of his hands alone.
What kind of terrifying power is this? The key is to look at Li Ziyu's appearance. She seems to be very relaxed.
Don't worry, brother, I will compensate you with one.
Looking at the blade that he had twisted into a knot, Li Ziyu returned it to Sun Qiming a little embarrassedly.
Sun Qiming waved his hands repeatedly. No need, brother Yu. I have a lot of level 4 weapons at home.
I can just ask my dad to mail one to me when the time comes.
The corners of Li Ziyu's mouth twitched.
After saying something to Sun Qiming, he returned to the second floor.
Strong.
Without using any combat skills, just relying on brute force, he was able to twist a level 4 Asuma alloy weapon into a pretzel. This power is at least 5 times stronger than what I had before. My pure bones are too strong. It is absolutely a pure bone that surpasses perfection.
Li Ziyu recalled the power he had just felt, his face full of excitement.
As far as he knows, even if an ordinary warrior has perfect bones, the improvement in his strength is only 1 or 2 times. And this is when his whole body is bare. But he only tempered his hand bones, and his strength increased 5-fold.
It's outrageous.
Li Ziyu's mind moved again, and he took out the 3 vibranium throwing knives from the storage bracelet.
Vibranium is a metal that surpasses Asuma alloy. These 3 vibranium throwing knives are all made of level 4 vibranium.
Li Ziyu grabbed one and stabbed it into his hand.
The flying knife pierced the skin and stabbed into the bone.
There was a sound like metal hitting crystal, and it was impossible to move forward. After trying for a while, Li Ziyu's blood and energy surged, and the wound healed as before. I have made a judgment on the defensive power of the hand bones.
My defense has increased 5 times. Even a level 4 warrior wouldn't be able to break my defense.
If I could temper all my bones to this level, I can't imagine how much my strength and defense would be improved.
Li Ziyu's eyes lit up.
However, to complete the whole body bone purification, at least 1,000 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring are needed.
I don't know if the demonic university will provide them for free. The price of 100 bottles is 2 billion.
After producing 1,000 bottles, the value is at least 20 billion. With his current financial resources, it is definitely not enough to support it. We can only see how much value the words from the Magic University that they will meet all his resource needs have.
Li Ziyu thought about it and went to the supplies department of Demon University again.
This time, it was not that girl who received him.
Instead, he was replaced by tutor Yang Xuedong.
Seeing Li Ziyu coming over, Yang Xuedong smiled brightly and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Li Ziyu.
Welcome, Li Ziyu. Teacher Yang, I still need 1,000 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring. But before Yang Xuedong finished laughing.
When he heard what Li Ziyu said next, his expression froze on his face, and his hand, which was raised in the air, froze in shock. Yang Xuedong seemed to be unable to believe his ears.
He stared at Li Ziyu with wide eyes and asked blankly. How much? 1,000 bottles? Student Li Ziyu, are you kidding me? What do you need so much Earth Spirit Spring for?
Student, principal, you promised to meet your cultivation needs, but he didn't mean to let you take advantage of him.
Yang Xuedong became a little angry when he heard this.
He is now certain that Li Ziyu is taking this opportunity to make money. 1,000 bottles of earthly spring. Even a 6th level warrior cannot consume so much in a year.
Li Ziyu had just taken more than 200 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring from him, and he didn't say anything. As a result, it only took less than a day.
Now he comes to ask for another 1,000 bottles.
Even if you drink it as water, you can't drink it so fast, right?
Thinking of this, the bright smile on Yang Xuedong's face froze and turned serious.
He looked at Li Ziyu seriously and said,
Student Li Ziyu, if you want to cultivate, then I, Demon University, will sell everything I have to provide you with resources. But if you want to take advantage of the opportunity to make money, that's absolutely not allowed. After saying that, he looked at Li Ziyu and said earnestly, Student Li Ziyu, you are a genius at our Demon University. Principal Yu is very optimistic about you, so he promised to meet your resource needs. But you can't just take advantage of Principal Yu's promise and make unlimited money. If it gets out, it will be bad for your reputation. When you become an 8th level Grandmaster, what happened today may become a stain on you. You must think carefully about it. Yang Xuedong spoke earnestly and with a sincere expression. Forehead. Li Ziyu looked at Yang Guodong, who was filled with righteous indignation, and scratched his head embarrassedly. Teacher Yang, I use it for cultivation. A man who eats someone's food should be grateful to them. A man who receives someone's money should be grateful to them. After all, it's more than 20 billion resources. Li Ziyu is not that confident. After all, 20 billion is not a small amount. No matter how good a warrior is at making money, he may never earn 20 billion in his entire life. There was silence at the scene for a moment. Yang Xuedong looked at Li Ziyu and felt speechless. This is a lie. As a 6th level warrior, he doesn't need 100 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring for a whole year of training. As a level 5 warrior, do you need so much training? However, when Li Ziyu said this, Yang Xuedong didn't know what to do for a moment, and said helplessly, Then wait for me, I'll ask the principal for instructions. Chapter 128. Li Ziyu is actually absorbing the Earth Spirit Spring. Principal's office. Yu Ningmo was dealing with school matters when she received a call from Yang Xuedong. Her pretty eyebrows suddenly furrowed. You mean, Li Ziyu just took 200 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring yesterday, and today he wants 1,000 bottles? After receiving a positive response from Yang Xuedong on the other end of the phone, Yu Ningmo frowned even deeper. Li Ziyu needs so much Earth Spiritual Spring, could it be that he really needs it for a breakthrough? But that's impossible. No matter how talented Li Ziyu is, it's impossible for him to need so many training resources. Yu Ningmo was a little unsure. Although Li Ziyu's behavior seems like she is trying to take advantage of others. But Yu Ningmo felt that judging from Li Ziyu's past behavior, he was not that kind of person. After pondering for a moment, Yu Ningmo gritted his teeth and said, Give. Mo Day can still afford 20 billion. If the Earth Spirit Spring in the supply department is not enough, we can go to the market and buy more. Yu Ningmo immediately became furious. Upgrading Li Ziyu's 3rd level ancient weapon would cost tens of billions of Dasha coins. 50 billion has already been spent, so we don't mind spending another 20 billion. Otherwise, it would seem that Shenma is too petty and unwilling to invest resources in his own genius. Tell Li Ziyu that if she needs resources, just ask. This is how Demon University treats geniuses. Yu Ningmo said this in a firm tone and hung up the phone. Even if the principal comes, he will probably agree with my decision, right? Yu Ningmo thought to herself. Forget it, now that I have decided to win over Li Ziyu, I have to be thorough. Even if the principal holds me accountable, the worst that can happen is that I can use my cultivation resources for the next 10 years to offset it. Yu Ningmo was furious and said to himself. The other end. Yang Xuedong hung up the phone in shock. As expected of Principal Yu, he gives away billions of resources without hesitation. This kind of courage is not possessed by ordinary people. But Principal Yu doesn't have the power to mobilize so many resources, right? We still have to inform the principal about this. Yang Xuedong said secretly. As he said that, he picked up the communicator, found the principal's number and dialed it. But after thinking for a while, no one answered. After thinking about it, Yang Xuedong edited a message to the principal and sent it. Well, in this way, even if the principal holds me accountable later, it has nothing to do with me. Don't offend both sides. After completing some operations, Yang Xuedong returned to the supplies department and looked at Li Ziyu with a smile on his face. Student Li Ziyu, I have just asked Principal Yu for permission to get the Earth Spirit Spring you requested. I will provide everything you need. However, the school only has 500 bottles in stock right now, and the rest need to be purchased from the market. I'll give you the 500 bottles first. As Yang Xuedong said this, he arranged for someone to pick up the goods. After a while, someone handed a storage bracelet to Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu glanced at the storage bracelet and saw Xia Shanban's boxes neatly placed in the corner.
Li Ziyu was somewhat touched by Mo's generosity. The resources are indeed fully satisfied. This would be impossible in other schools. It seems that we have to give our best in this National Youth Wuhan University League. Li Ziyu thought to himself. After saying something to Yang Xuedong, Li Ziyu turned around and prepared to leave. But at this time, Yang Xuedong looked at Li Ziyu's back and suddenly had an idea. He spoke in a mysterious way. Student Li Ziyu, if you really want to use the Earth Spirit Spring to practice, it would be too troublesome to drink it bottle by bottle. With so much Earth Spiritual Spring, I suggest you pour it directly into the nutrient tank and absorb it there. This is not only faster, but also more effective. But that's all. Yang Xuedong smiled and shook his head. I am also crazy. How could Li Ziyu exchange so many spiritual springs for cultivation? Which level 5 warrior can absorb so much Earth Spiritual Spring? That body would explode. Oh. And we can pour the Earth Spirit Spring directly into the nutrient tank? Does our school have one? Yang Xuedong just said it casually and didn't take it seriously. But Li Ziyu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he asked in surprise. Yang Xuedong was stunned and answered subconsciously. Yes. There is a nutrition warehouse right in the tutor's villa area. Brand new, no one has ever used it since I bought it. Wait. Li Ziyu, you want these Earth Spirit Springs? Are you really planning to absorb them yourself? After Yang Xuedong finished speaking, he reacted and looked at Li Ziyu in surprise. This made Li Ziyu a little confused. Of course, otherwise why would I need so much? Moment. The villa area where the demon master lives. Under the leadership of Yang Xuedong. Li Ziyu followed him to a 3-story building located in the center of the villa complex. The entire 10,000 square meter first floor is only equipped with a silver-white nutrition cabin. It looked like it had never been used, and the outer packaging was still unopened. Following the two were several students who were doing tasks in the supplies department. The girl who often receives Li Ziyu is among them. Yang Xuedong directed them to unpack the nutrient tank. Open the warehouse door, then open the lids of the tubes of Earth Spirit Spring and pour them into the nutrient tank. As Yang Xuedong fell, he couldn't help but look at Li Ziyu hesitantly. Student Li Ziyu, are you sure you can absorb all this Earth Spiritual Spring? The Earth Spirit Spring has a time limit. If it is not absorbed within a week, then all the Earth Spirit Spring here will be wasted. Why don't you take it back and use it yourself? Yang Xuedong persuaded earnestly. He really didn't believe that Li Ziyu needed so many spiritual springs, and he really wanted to practice on his own. He suspected that Li Ziyu had seen through his doubts. I absorbed it in front of others because I couldn't save face. Teacher Yang, I know my limits. But if the Earth Spirit Spring isn't enough later, I'll need to trouble you, Master, to add more for me. Li Ziyu said with a smile. After saying that, he jumped directly into the nutrition cabin. Start absorbing the essence of the Earth Spirit Spring. 1 second, 2 seconds. It didn't take long. Half an hour passed. Yang Xuedong watched from outside as the water level in the nutrient tank dropped visibly. A look of shock. Hiss. The absorption speed is so fast. Li Ziyu is actually practicing. And the absorption speed is so fast. Yang Xuedong was stunned. At first he thought Li Ziyu was too embarrassed to admit his pride, but now he no longer has that thought. Li Ziyu is actually practicing. But his strength. How could he absorb so much spiritual spring water? Even I can't absorb it as well as Li Ziyu. Time passes by every second. In this way. Another half hour passed. The girl who poured the spiritual spring into the nutrition cabin wiped her sweat and looked at Yang Xuedong hesitantly. Teacher Yang, there are only 10 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring left. The ones we purchased outside haven't arrived yet, you see. After the girl finished speaking, she glanced at the nutritious meal. Looking at the perfect body that seemed like cast steel or iron, a blush flashed across her face. At the same time, he was secretly horrified. Student Li Ziyu has absorbed 400 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring in a row and still hasn't stopped. What kind of terrifying physique is this? At first, she and her best friend couldn't even absorb a bottle. I'll wait. Go ask Principal Yu. Chapter 129, Urgent Shopping, Li Ziyu is still absorbing. What? Li Ziyu has already absorbed 300 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring in a row in the nutrition cabin? And the speed shows no signs of slowing down? Principal's office. Yu Ningma suddenly stood up from her chair and listened to the call with surprise. Don't cut off the earth spirit spring in the nutrient tank yet. I'll be right there. After Yu Ningma finished speaking, she flashed and instantly appeared in front of the nutrition cabin where Li Ziyu was. Even a 5th level warrior can't absorb 300 bottles of earth spirit spring continuously. Just how strong is Li Ziyu's physique? Yu Ningma looked at the water level on the nutrient tank, which was bubbling and disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Inside, Li Ziyu had his eyes closed tightly, and there seemed to be whirlpools on the skin around his body, constantly absorbing the earth spirit spring. Li Ziyu felt that he had entered a mysterious state. Under the irrigation of the powerful medicinal power of the earth spirit spring, the bones all over his body began to break and reassemble. It transformed into a crystal clear appearance like his hand bones. Moreover, as he absorbed a steady stream of energy, he felt that he was evolving to a deeper level. At this moment, his body was like a sponge that had been dry for a long time, desperately absorbing nutrients. Li Ziyu should have entered a special state now. If this state can continue, it will be of great benefit to his strength improvement. We can't let him break free from this. How long will it take for the earth spirit spring we purchased from outside to arrive? Yu Ningma asked in a serious tone. It will take at least 4 hours. Yang Xuedong wiped the sweat from his forehead and answered quickly. It's too late. Yu Ningma looked at the half-used earth spirit spring in the nutrient chamber, thought for a moment, and made a quick decision. Urgent notice to all teachers and students in the school: if anyone has a spiritual spring, the school will buy it at double the price. Send them all here. Okay. Yang Xuedong was stunned. Principal Yu really thinks highly of Li Ziyu, but if he were in her shoes, he would do the same. Thinking of Yang Xuedong, he went to carry out the order. Soon, the entire magic city, Wuda, heard the news. Double price for buying back the earth spirit spring? Is there such a good thing? Hey, why would the school issue such a strange order? Could it be that a certain instructor needs the earth spirit spring for a breakthrough? But our supplies department should have quite a bit in stock, right? You're all out of information. From what I know, Li Ziyu is experiencing a breakthrough and needs a large amount of earth spiritual spring. He has already used up all 300 bottles of the supplies department's inventory, but it's still not enough, so Principal Yu Ningma urgently purchased them. Damn it, 300 bottles of earth spirit spring aren't enough? Isn't Li Ziyu a level 4 warrior? Can a level 4 warrior's physique absorb so much earth spirit spring? Look, your news is out of date again. Li Ziyu is no longer a level 4 warrior. He's already a level 5 warrior. He just got certified as a level 5 advanced warrior. Hiss. Was he? He's only a freshman and already a level 5 warrior. Is this true? Such a young 5th level warrior, then his future achievement as a top level grandmaster is a foregone conclusion. Damn. I still have 2 bottles of earth spirit spring on hand. Damn, I don't even want the money. I'll just give them to Li Ziyu for free. This is a great opportunity to make friends with future top grandmasters. The students talked about it, and those who had the earth spirit spring ran to the tutor's villa area. Some lower grade students who did not have the earth spirit spring also ran over to watch the fun. For a moment, the nutrition cabin where Li Ziyu was surrounded by people. Yang Xuedong registered the students who came to deliver the D-Link one by one. Then after checking that there was no problem with the earth spirit spring, he quickly arranged for people to pour the earth spirit spring into the nutrient chamber. A steady stream of earth spirit spring water was poured in, soon covering Li Ziyu's head. However, as he absorbed it, it decreased visibly. Yang Xuedong ordered people to speed up the pouring speed, and they could barely keep up with the descending speed. 2 more hours passed like this. All 500 bottles of earth spirit spring sent by thousands of students were consumed. Wow! What kind of monster is this? We just poured in 500 bottles of earth spirit spring. How did Li Ziyu absorb it all? More than that, you haven't even counted the amount Li Ziyu absorbed before we arrived. I estimate it's at least 1,000. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. With so many earth spiritual springs, even a level 6 warrior would be bursting at the seams. The senior students who had used the Dilling spring and knew its medicinal effects were stunned. There were also some senior students who blushed as they looked at Li Ziyu's perfect upper body. Li Ziyu's figure is so perfect. If I had this kind of figure, oh no. People around were talking about it. Even some instructors from the Demon University were attracted by the commotion here.
After learning about the situation here, they all looked at Li Ziyu in the nutrition cabin with surprise.
Principal, the Earth Spirit Spring we purchased has arrived. Just then,
a small, silver-white, streamlined airship roared over in the sky and landed at the door of the building. The hatch opened, and a burly man in warrior attire got off the airship holding a storage bracelet. The burly man walked up to Yu Ningma, handed over the storage bracelet, and said respectfully,
Principal Yu, this is the Earth Spirit Spring your school purchased. 1,000 bottles, all here. Please check it out. No need, just pour it directly into the nutrient tank. Yu Ningma's expression was indifferent.
She believed that the other party would not play tricks on the number.
No business in the Magic City dares to cheat Magic University. Okay.
The strong man wiped the sweat off his forehead, followed Yu Ningma's order, walked to the nutrient cabin, opened the Earth Spirit Spring and poured it in.
Looking at the Earth Spirit Spring pouring in and Li Ziyu's body in the nutrient cabin,
the strong man was also a little shocked.
He originally thought that Demon University purchased the Earth Spirit Spring to replenish its inventory.
I didn't expect that it was for the breakthrough of the student in front of me. He could also hear clearly what the students watching around him said. This young man had actually absorbed 1,000 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring.
If you add the 1,000 I have in my hand, it will be a total of 2,000.
Hiss. I couldn't help but shiver when I thought of this strong man's body.
What kind of monstrous physique is needed to withstand such a huge amount of medicinal power?
Pour it in bottle by bottle.
The water level in the nutrient tank is filled and then drops.
In the end, Yang Xuedong felt that it was too slow, so he rolled up his sleeves and went forward to help.
In this way, an hour later, everyone was shocked. 2 hours later,
everyone's mentality went from shock to horror.
3 hours later, everyone present was a little numb.
The absorption has lasted nearly 6 hours from the beginning to now, from dawn to dusk today.
But no one left. Could something have happened to Li Ziyu?
It's been 6 hours already, and the total amount of Earth Spirit Spring he's absorbed is about to break 2,000. 20 million per bottle, 200 million per 10 bottles, 2 billion per 100 bottles, 2,000 bottles, straight to 20 billion. Holy crap, Li Ziyu absorbed 2,000 bottles in one go.
That would be worth 40 billion Great Xia coins, right? Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but murmur.
At the same time, he glanced at Yu Ningma's back as she stood in front of the nutrient tank.
Is this how the Demon University treats geniuses? So generous. Yang Xuedong also looked at Yu Ningma, and admiration welled up in his heart.
As expected of Principal Yu, he has this attitude and courage towards geniuses.
Admire.
Yu Ningmian could clearly feel everyone's discussions and gazes.
Expressionless. But I felt a little pain in my heart. A full 2,000 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring. And half of them were bought back at double the price. This is worth at least 50 billion.
Plus the money for materials to upgrade Li Ziyu's weapons.
It only took 3 days. In total, 100 billion yuan has been burned. 100 billion. The annual funding for their Magic University is only 20 billion. This means 5 years of funds have been invested in Li Ziyu. It's okay. Principal Zhang is not here anyway.
I will make the decisions on all matters concerning the school. For a monstrous genius like Li Ziyu, you either don't invest at all, or if you do, you have to be willing to invest. How can a mere 100 billion compare to the value of Li Ziyu and the other future top grandmasters? Yu Ningma silently comforted herself in her heart. At the same time, he thought to himself.
With so many resources going into it, I don't know how far Li Ziyu's strength will break through. In the top 5 national youth leagues, finishing in the top 3 shouldn't be a problem, right? As for the first place, Yu Ningma didn't dare to think that there would be people from the martial arts school participating.
After all, both martial arts schools practice the legacy of the martial saint. He has level 10 combat skills.
It is 1 level higher than the 9th level combat skill, the highest level of their Demon University. The power of practicing combat skills far exceeds level 9.
Moreover, the martial arts school follows the high-end elite route, and its disciples are never short of resources. This is also the reason why she did not dare to hope to get the first place in the country when she learned that Li Ziyu had broken through to the 5th level of warrior. Because the martial saint's inheritance is too powerful. Unfortunately, Xingyao Wuxing died 100 years ago, and his legacy disappeared with him. Otherwise, I, Demon King, would also have the martial saint inheritance.
Chapter 130, The Enraged Demon University Principal makes a breakthrough in all aspects. His strength increases dramatically. At this time, at the edge of a cave somewhere on the border, the president of Demon University, Gu Yuanzhou, and 3 other presidents of Wuhan University flew out of the cave in tattered clothes and covered in dust. After they landed safely on the ground, Gu Yuanzhou looked at the bottomless cave behind him with lingering fear. The disturbance in cave number 3 has finally been suppressed. The fourth world echo has arrived, and now the creatures in the cave are also becoming restless. The other 3 principals also patted their chests with lingering fear.
Damn, I think we must solve this hidden danger of the catacombs before the fourth world reverberates. Otherwise, if the creatures in the cave cause trouble when the fourth world echoes, it will be troublesome.
Oh, solve it? That's easy to say.
Only a martial saint has the ability to completely solve the underground cave.
Can you command those 2?
Gu Yuanzhou sneered sarcastically, and the 3 Wuhan University presidents looked embarrassed and stopped talking.
Unless, our school can also produce a martial saint. Currently, the fight against the catacombs in response to the world's repercussions are basically led by the military and academics. The people from the martial arts school only focus on their training and stay out of other matters, occupying resources without doing anything.
Gu Yuanzhou had been unhappy with them for a long time.
But you can only be unhappy
as long as no one officially gives birth to a martial saint. You have to accept this rule with a pinch of your nose.
Gu Yuanzhou looked at the 3 silent principals, sighed in his heart, and said no more. Just then, Gu Yuanzhou's communicator rang.
It was a message from Yang Shuedong to him.
Gu Yuanzhou opened it and took a look.
When he saw it, his face instantly turned red, and he was furious.
You Ningma, I asked you to be in charge of all school affairs while I'm away, not to abuse the resources. 5 billion for a freshman. What a load of crap. Gu Yuanzhou was furious, and his figure disappeared from the spot with a whoosh, returning to the Demon University. How much is the annual budget for the Magic University? Only 10 billion. Yu Ningma used up 5 years' worth of Magic University as funding in one go, just to cultivate a new student. Li Ziyu? Why does this name sound familiar? Is he the top scorer in the martial arts exam among the freshmen this time? Gu Yuanzhou frowned. He had been in the cave for more than half a year, and all he knew was that the Demon University had recruited a top scorer in the National Martial Arts Examination. But at that time he was busy fighting the creatures in the cave and didn't pay much attention to it. Now it seems that Yu Ningma is really crazy. Even if we cultivate it, it is not this way of cultivation. When the National Youth Wuhan University League was about to begin, all the resources of the school were tilted towards a freshman. It's simply putting the cart before the horse. The 3 presidents of Wuhan University looked at Gu Yuanzhou, who disappeared on the spot in anger. The 3 of them looked at each other. I feel a little curious. I thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure out who could make the dignified principal of Demon University, Gu Yuanzhou, an 8th level grandmaster, so angry. The villa area of Modu Martial Arts University, the villa where Lei Zhan lives. Lei Zhan woke up from his training state, his eyes flashing with golden light, and he clenched his fists and muttered to himself. Very good, my strength has reached the peak level of the 4th level warrior, and my swordsmanship has also been cultivated to the subtle level. Now my strength is at least 5 times stronger than before. Lei Zhan looked confident. After being stimulated by Li Ziyu in the Daxing Wilderness area, he went into seclusion and doubled his training. Now I have finally achieved something. I am confident that even if I can't defeat Li Ziyu, I can still draw with her. Li Ziyu, I will definitely catch up with you this time. As he spoke, Lei Zhan's figure disappeared from the spot. Walking on the campus of Demon University, Lei Zhan looked at the empty campus with a puzzled look on his face. I wanted to find someone to ask, but there was no one. After thinking about it, Lei Zhan opened the school forum in confusion. Shocking. Unprecedented, Li Ziyu is about to break through again. Location, Building 3, Mentor Villa area, come and have a look. Lei Zhan understood after reading the forum. No wonder there was no one in the school, everyone went to building number 3 in the villa area to watch Li Ziyu's breakthrough. But Li Ziyu actually made another breakthrough? Could he be stronger than last time? Lei Zhan's expression was solemn, and he felt a little admiration in his heart.
But then it turned into fighting spirit, clenching his fists with a little confidence. Even if Li Ziyu breaks through, with my peak strength and the addition of micro-level swordsmanship, I should be able to fight him to a draw.
Go and have a look. The lobby on the first floor of the villa. Nutritional storage compartment. When the last tube of Earth Spirit Spring was poured into the nutrient tank, the water level in the nutrient tank finally stopped dropping. Ha! 3,000 tubes of Earth Spirit Spring. I've finally finished absorbing them. What kind of monster is this? A breakthrough actually requires the energy of 3,000 tubes of Earth Spirit Springs. Even a level 6 warrior wouldn't need so much to break through, right?
Seeing that the water level in the nutrient tank stopped dropping, even Yu Ningma breathed a sigh of relief. At first they urgently purchased 1,000 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring from the market, but it was still not enough. Finally, as a last resort, they urgently transferred another 1,000 bottles from surrounding cities. The entire Demon City and the 3 surrounding cities' spiritual springs were almost completely cleared out by the Demon King, and all of them were used on Li Ziyu.
That's a total of 3,000 bottles.
The price of a bottle of Earth Spirit Spring is 20 million Great Xia coins.
3,000 bottles.
A full 60 billion Great Xia coins.
Even Yu Ningma is the 8th level Grandmaster. At this moment, I felt a little scared.
Including the money for Li Ziyu's weapon upgrade, this time, nearly 110 billion Great Xia coins were invested.
Call. For a genius like Li Ziyu, 100 billion Daxia coins should not be too much, right? Yu Ningma thought to himself. In the nutrition warehouse.
Li Ziyu suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. His eyes are like lightning, captivating.
Name, Li Ziyu. Realm, level 3 peak warrior.
Combat skills, subtle level swordsmanship, subtle level body skills, subtle level great sun body tempering technique, peak level natural breathing technique, peak level crystal visualization technique, peak level 9-layer thunder sword, peak level thunder slash.
System, martial god system.
Function 1, it can absorb everything and improve chi and blood. Function 2, can devour combat skills and inherit combat skill levels.
The remaining functions will be explored by the system itself. Li Ziyu felt the power surging in his body like the sun, and was a little shocked. Just absorbed 3,000 bottles of Earth Spirit Spring in one go. His realm directly broke through to the peak of level 3. He also broke through the Great Sun Essence Body technique to the subtle level. The 3 9th level combat skills, natural breathing, crystal visualization, and 9-fold thunder sword, have all reached their peak. Even the 3rd level combat skill, thunder slash, which was given to him by the governor of Jiangnan, was broken through to its peak by him. I originally only wanted to strengthen my entire skeleton, but I didn't expect to gain such an extra benefit. Sure enough, if you want to become stronger, you have to spend money. Li Ziyu felt a little emotional.